Chapter 1. Gringotts. On a night when the northern winds howled, amidst the tranquil darkness, Alan sensed a colossal figure looming at the foot of his bed, a shadowy presence wielding a scythe, cloaked in black, gripping his heart from afar. With great effort, Alan struggled to open his eyes, sitting up in bed and exhaling a sigh of relief. It was merely a dream. He took a sip of water to steady his heartbeat before drifting back into slumber. As dawn broke, following a snowfall, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the air felt refreshingly crisp. After freshening up, Alan played with his sister in the hall, eagerly awaiting the others to finish their preparations for breakfast. "Alan, you and your sister can start eating, no need to wait," Mrs. Harris cheerfully directed as baked beans and tomato sauce and croissants flew onto his plate. After pouring herself a cup of Ceylon tea, she served milk to the children. "All right, Mother," Alan thought it a delightful treat to savor the only authentic English breakfast that could be deemed somewhat respectable. Although their family was not particularly wealthy, they were not as financially strained as the Weasley family, thanks to the savings inherited from Mr. Harris' family. Thus, Mrs. Harris never hesitated to provide for her children's nourishment. As a nurse at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, she was acutely aware of the importance of a healthy physique. Moreover, she personally managed their dietary and clothing needs, striving to uphold the dignity of their pure-blood lineage. "Good morning, Mother," Lennon greeted, impeccably dressed. "My dear, I can already smell the aroma of the food," Mr. Harris chimed in as he entered. Daisy and Albert were the last to descend. Albert leisurely enjoyed his breakfast, and when Mrs. Harris urged him to hurry, he replied that he would not be going shopping today. He had to report back to the department about certain matters. Since he had been assigned the task of protecting Harry Potter 6 months ago, under Mr. Harris' direction, he had transferred Alan to the same school as Harry, hoping his child could befriend the famous Harry before his return to the wizarding world. Before the incident involving Alan, he had employed a confundus charm to successfully deceive the school's headmaster and become the new teacher for Harry and his brother. However, the previous Alan had been completely oblivious to these matters. The adults had never explained their intentions to him, yet the current Alan began to grasp the thoughts of Mr. and Mrs. Harris. The Harris couple efficiently and harmoniously gathered their belongings. Alan eagerly anticipated their departure, curious whether they would travel by wizarding carpet, broomstick, portkey, apparition, or perhaps use flu powder to connect to the flu network. "Alan, hurry up," Mrs. Harris called from outside. Now, the family of 6 walked approximately 200 meters, arriving at a lamppost by the roadside. To Alan's eyes, the lamppost appeared no different from an ordinary one. "Harris, Diagon Alley, Vistoda," Mr. Harris declared. With a flourish of his wand, the lamppost illuminated, its purple glow vividly visible even in the bright sunlight, casting a silhouette on the ground comparable to a typical shopping mall elevator. Hand in hand, the family stepped into the glowing circle. Mrs. Harris gently pressed on the indentation of the lamppost, revealing a grayish stone box. She placed 6 nuts inside and pressed the indentation again, causing the box to swiftly retract. The purple light flashed dazzlingly a few times. Alan felt as though he could hear the sound of wind, the murmur of conversations and laughter, yet it was as if nothing existed, save for the rushing sound of blood flowing through his veins. It felt like an eternity had passed, yet it seemed merely a fleeting moment. Stumbling a few steps, he found himself in a bustling Kowalski bakery, adorned with a portrait of a beautiful witch with golden curls as its sign. The corner street was alive with commotion, vibrant and full of energy. What an extraordinary feat of spatial magic! These enigmatic Rookie sprites have made a tremendous contribution to the wizarding world, Lennon exclaimed in awe. "All right, children, we can experience spatial magic again on our return journey. For now, we need to visit Gringotts to fetch some funds, and then you can receive your allowance for the month." Mr. Harris winked at Alan, joyfully watching the children cheer with excitement. "Perhaps I could buy myself a new robe," Daisy expressed eagerly. "Then you'll need to be quite frugal for the rest of the month." Upon saying this, Mrs. Harris affectionately ruffled her youngest daughter's soft golden hair. Emily, still quite young, would be content with a sweet ice cream treat. As the family chatted while walking, they arrived before a towering white edifice Gringotts. The first thing that caught their eye was the gleaming bronze doors, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless wizarding families. Standing at the entrance were goblin guards clad in scarlet uniforms adorned with gold, who bowed as the Harris family stepped inside, extending their wrinkled, hairy palms to guide them. After walking a short distance, they came upon a large silver door, inscribed with a warning poem cautioning against greed. Indeed, wealth acquired through hard work is the most reliable. Do not foolishly wish for what you have not earned. Noticing his youngest son observing, Mr. Harris seized the moment to impart wisdom. Thus, Harry Potter was able to breach these doors and retrieve the Hufflepuff cup, having worked diligently and not suffering any ill fate. Alan mused to himself. Passing through the second silver door, they entered a spacious marble hall, where a massive conical chandelier hung centrally, supported by grand marble columns that upheld the magnificent chamber. Approximately 100 goblins sat behind long counters, some hastily recording in ledgers, others weighing coins on scales, while a few inspected gemstones with magnifying glasses. Vault 625, Mr. Harris handed the key to a small goblin clad in a suit. "Please follow me." The goblin bowed and gestured. "Oh, darling, they'll wait for you here. Children, would any of you like to stay with me?" Mrs. Harris felt no need to endure the bumpy ride. "Mother, Emily and I will stay with you." Daisy was delighted, fearing that a swift passage through the corridors might disrupt her meticulously styled hair from that morning. Alan and Lennon followed their father, boarding a small metal cart under the goblin's guidance. The cart sped through a labyrinthine passageway, and during the swift journey, Alan glimpsed an underground lake, its cavern walls and ceilings adorned with massive, bizarre stalactites and stalagmites. The cart halted before a colossal stone door marked with a number 625. The goblin unlocked the stone door, and contrary to Alan's grim expectations, the chamber revealed several heaps of gold galleons and numerous piles of silver sickles, all exuding an enticing glow. Additionally, some ancient and unidentified stone and iron artifacts were neatly arranged on shelves against the wall. Perhaps some magic is safeguarding them. While they bear the marks of time, they are evidently well preserved. Compared to the money, Alan found these artifacts far more intriguing. The quantity is still quite substantial. Lennon exclaimed contentedly. "Frugality is a virtue." Mr. Harris quickly grabbed a handful of galleons and stuffed a considerable amount of sickles into a leather pouch. "That should suffice," Mr. Harris said, patting the pouch with satisfaction as he led the children back to the cart. Upon exiting Gringotts, Mr. Harris handed the pouch to Mrs. Harris. 5 galleons and 10 sickles. "Daisy, this is for you. I believe it should be enough to purchase a new robe." "Oh, thank you, Mother. I am so happy, love you," Daisy exclaimed joyfully, accepting the coins with gratitude. Mrs. Harris then handed an equal amount of coins to Lennon. "Thank you, Mother," Lennon said, quickly stowing the coins into his backpack. Alan gazed longingly at Mrs. Harris. "All right, Lennon and Daisy can roam freely, but remember to reconvene at the Leaky Cauldron by noon. No wandering off into the alley," Mrs. Harris instructed. "Mother, what about my allowance?" Alan pleaded, resorting to a charming demeanor for the sake of money. "Good child, you are with us. How about we first visit Tom's shop and treat you to a big ice cream?" Mrs. Harris reassured her son. "All right," Alan conceded. Though he yearned for money, the act of asking for it felt uncomfortable, and he had not yet contemplated what he wished to purchase. "Dear, why not give Alan a few sickles first?" Seeing his son's dejected expression, Mr. Harris couldn't help but intercede. "Fine, fine, just don't lose them." Mrs. Harris, deeply fond of Mr. Harris, willingly complied with his request. She handed Alan 10 sickles and, glancing at her youngest daughter, placed 10 nuts in Emila's pocket. "Very well. Let's set off," Mr. Harris proclaimed with a sweeping gesture, his spirits high as he led his family on a shopping excursion. The coins in his pocket seemed to clamor for their release. "There is something delightful about having money in one's pocket," Alan remarked, gazing at the dazzling array of shops lining the street as he absent-mindedly fondled the coins within. Chapter 3. The Emergence of the Academic Dominance System. Upon arriving at Old Tom's shop, Mr. Harris greeted Tom with enthusiasm. "Mr. Tom, may your business thrive. Please, may I have a cup of fish-flavored green ale and a pumpkin juice for each of the children?" "Certainly, Mr. Harris," Please hold on for a moment. Old Tom bent slightly in a bow, seemingly expressing gratitude for the patronage. What a dedicated man, Alan thought, harboring a favorable impression of Old Tom. Owen Harris. A warm call emanated from the rear, right of the window. Arthur, what a pleasure to see you. Mr. Harris' previous disdain for the Weasley family evaporated as he embraced Arthur Weasley with the warmth of a long-lost brother. Since we have the rare opportunity to gather, why not enjoy a drink together? Mr. Harris sensed a golden opportunity. Arthur would undoubtedly be willing to discuss matters concerning Muggle magical items. Absolutely, Arthur Weasley replied without hesitation, glancing at his wife, Molly, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Mrs. Harris. Ron can accompany your young lad. Just make sure they don't wander too far. As soon as he finished speaking, a freckled boy with red hair emerged from behind him, looking apprehensively at Alan. This is a rare chance for a leisurely exploration, Alan mused, patting the gold galleons in his bag. Ron was quite the talkative individual, and it seemed he rarely encountered such an attentive audience. As an exemplary teacher, Alan excelled at listening and, during their exchange, he gleaned a wealth of intriguing information. Listening to Ron recount tales of his family, Alan couldn't help but ponder. Interestingly, the surname Weasley derives from a variant of the word for weasel, an animal that bears a rather poor reputation across many nations, including Britain. This creature's fur is notably golden with a reddish hue, and Ron's father's name is Arthur, whose patronus is a weasel. The name Arthur itself is reminiscent of King Arthur, who historically faced a notable adversary named Lucius Malfoy, a Roman politician. Furthermore, Arthur Weasley's son, Percy, is a diminutive form of Percival, one of the Knights of the Round Table, while Arthur's daughter, Ginny, is a nickname for Ginevra, which is a variant of Guinevere, the name of King Arthur's queen. Does this imply that the daughter is a reincarnation of her father's past lover? Shaking his head to dispel such musings, Alan subtly encouraged the conversation, gradually aligning with memories that did not belong to him, merging the knowledge of the magical world left by his predecessor. Alan, look, there seems to be quite a commotion over there. Ron abruptly changed the subject, his enthusiasm unabated as he spoke of the Chudley cannons. Following Ron's gaze, Alan noticed a throng gathered beside the Quidditch shop, their cheers and shouts echoing in the air. Instantly halting his approach to the Quidditch shop, Ron tugged Alan into the crowd. Wow, the Malfoy child is remarkable. He has already earned 5 honorary medals, which can be exchanged for a Lawrence poster. A voice filled with envy and admiration rang in Alan's ears, and there were many such comments. Who is Lawrence? Alan inquired of Ron. He is the seeker for the Irish team, who recently performed a miraculous feat to secure victory for Ireland. Ron unabashedly expressed his fervent admiration for Lawrence, his gaze fixed ardently upon the poster. Huh, Alan, why don't we join in as well? I'm sure we can surpass the Malfoy child. If we answer 10 questions correctly, we can obtain 2 posters. Ron looked at Alan with eager anticipation. That red-haired brat thinks he can outdo me, let him try. Malfoy scrutinized Ron and Alan, his demeanor and body language dripping with disdain. Ron felt that these so-called upper-class individuals possessed an uncanny ability to convey their superiority without uttering a word, making one acutely aware of their own poverty and insignificance. Malfoy's platinum hair glinted in the sunlight, yet his otherwise charming features were marred by his haughty eyebrows, rendering him insufferably arrogant. We will certainly surpass you. Alan, let us go answer some questions, Ron declared, shaking his fist at Malfoy. Malfoy squinted at Alan, the boy with hair similar to his own, who appeared remarkably more refined in demeanor and attire than the nearby Weasley. Had he not been mingling with the traitorous Weasley family, he could have been a suitable companion for himself, surpassing even Goyle and Crabbe. I am Draco of the Malfoy family. You are Alan? Is that hair a trait of the Harris family? If you can answer 3 questions correctly, I will permit you to accompany me as a friend. What an arrogant youth. Alan mused. As a homeroom teacher with 7 years of experience, he was acutely aware of the genuine desires lurking deep within these adolescents. The boy before him, in the narrative of his memory, had harbored a grudge against Harry Potter since the onset of the school year. Primarily due to his annoying manner of speaking and haughty demeanor, all he initially sought was a friendship with Harry. However, when it came to answering questions, Alan felt a twinge of uncertainty, for as an outsider, he had only perused the original text and some related materials, leaving him rather unfamiliar with the knowledge system of this world. Ron had already dragged Alan into the queue, and as Alan regained his focus, he meticulously observed the performance of the competitors ahead. So far, none had managed to answer more than 4 questions correctly. Ron, aghast, exclaimed, "Alan, this is disastrous. I don't know a single answer. What about you?" Conversely, Alan's anxiety had subsided somewhat. These were merely riddles requiring a logical twist of thought, seemingly designed to exploit the knowledge gaps of the wizards. As a mathematics teacher, his hobby was often indulging in Sudoku or tackling logical puzzles. "Do not fear. I am here," Alan reassured Ron, patting him on the back to bolster his confidence. Before long, the queue brought them to the forefront. The Quidditch shop assistant waved his wand, and on a massive parchment measuring 10 inches by 10 inches, the question materialized swiftly. 5 identical silver galleons must be arranged such that they touch each other in pairs. How should they be positioned? "Oh, I have never encountered a silver galleon before," Ron despaired, burying his hands in his hair and pulling downward in frustration. "This has nothing to do with whether or not you possess silver galleons. Worry not. I can resolve it." With unwavering confidence, Alan successfully halted Ron's attempt to transform himself into a paragon of intellect. He placed a silver nickel beneath, followed by the second and third coins atop the first, while the fourth and fifth coins were positioned upright upon the initial one. As Alan spoke, he produced the silver sickle for demonstration. No one could solve the problem so swiftly, not even Malfoy, unless the contestant had previously seen the solution to this question. But clearly, this young wizard was not of an age to roam freely. Accepting the star-shaped honor medal handed to him by the clerk, he also garnered numerous admiring gazes. The second question also pertained to coins. The clerk seemed to have high hopes for Alan, winking at him. The next challenge could only be tackled by one person. "Who among you will step forward?" Ron gazed longingly at Alan, which made Alan feel a sense of duty to take the lead. "I shall," Alan declared. Turning to the clerk, "Please close your eyes." The clerk covered Alan's eyes with a thick, folded red cloth. Subsequently, the clerk presented a pile of nuts on the table, waved his wand, and announced, "There are 23 nuts lying flat on the table, 10 of which are facing up. Please divide them into 2 piles such that both contain the same number of nuts facing up." This was exceedingly difficult. The nuts felt nearly identical on both sides, making it impossible to discern without sight. Perhaps foresight would come into play, allowing one to perceive even with eyes closed. Even if divination were useful, he was still blindfolded, rendering it impossible to consult a crystal ball or tea leaves. Ron anxiously glanced at Alan, fearing the worst. Alan had previously claimed he could not perform spells. Undeterred by the onlookers, Alan calmly selected 13 nuts, placing them aside without altering their orientation. He then took the remaining 10, similarly maintaining their orientation, and flipped all 10 over. "Absolutely correct. At your age, this is truly remarkable. Are you born of a pureblood family?" The clerk was evidently astonished by the young boy's capabilities and swiftly removed the red cloth from Alan's eyes. As expected, Alan effortlessly solved all subsequent challenges. The clerk handed Alan a poster of Lawrence. Still adjusting from the Muggle mindset, Alan realized this was no ordinary poster. It was animated. A muscular man sat atop a flying broom, tearing his shirt as he mouthed a triumphant "Away." While Alan found it unremarkable, having lived in a world where images were preserved far longer, he casually handed the poster to Ron. Ron's ears turned crimson. He had contributed nothing in the contest, yet he could not resist the allure of Lawrence. "I'll hang it above my bed. Thank you, Alan," Ron stammered, clutching the poster tightly to his chest. "You mustn't." Alan glanced at the roaring Lawrence on Ron's chest. "You certainly won't sleep well tonight. Do you wish to continue the challenge?" The clerk asked kindly, enjoying the sight of Alan's astonishing speed in overwhelming the spectators, leaving them questioning their own intellect, even those born Muggle, as the British education system had instilled doubts about their own mental faculties. "Of course, you saw my friend's performance. He can surely do it." Ron had become an ardent admirer of Alan, despite usually not holding such a belief. "Very well." The clerk excitedly waved his wand, not giving Alan a chance to refuse, eagerly anticipating how far Alan could go. "What is the incantation for the levitation charm?" This was genuinely challenging for a child, as one typically needed prior study or attendance at a magical school to learn and truly engage with spells. "Wingardium Leviosa." This did not daunt Alan. Having seen the original work in films, he had a vivid impression of this moment. However, he also sensed that his challenges might soon conclude, as his repertoire of spells was indeed limited. Ding. The academic excellence system is at your service. As Alan grappled with the reality of potentially failing his challenge, an ethereal female voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 4. The academic excellence system takes its first steps. This voice momentarily left Alan in astonishment. "Please note, the first task has now been issued. Secure the grand prize at the Quidditch boutique. Best of luck. We are rooting for you." The system's voice was a soothing balm, its ethereal tone relaxing Alan and alleviating his tension. Yet, what would happen if he failed the task? There will be no punishment. However, if the first task is not completed, the system will cease to assist the host. Then is there any external support? The threat, devoid of any warmth, instantly heightened Alan's anxiety. In order to help the host better adapt to the academic excellence system, we have prepared a beginner's gift package. It resides within the storage compartment. So please do not hesitate to give it your all. How do I access the storage compartment? Just as he thought of it, a space resembling an invisible extension charm materialized within Alan's consciousness. Inside lay 3 items: an ancient scroll tied with a red ribbon, a wizard's robe, and a book. Alan first chose to unseal the parchment, and the red string fell away effortlessly. As the scroll unfurled, he beheld the inscription, Invincible Aura for 15 minutes. Function: it allows the user to manipulate time and can be utilized in one go. Within the duration of the aura, the host would experience a fortune more potent than that of a Felix Felici's potion, alongside a significant amplification of magical power, and temporarily gain the wisdom and knowledge of ancient sorcerers. Truly, it was a stroke of serendipity, perfectly tailored for the completion of his inaugural task. With the aura activated for 3 minutes, there was no doubt in Alan's mind. He opted to proceed. A refreshing current flowed from the storage compartment, and Alan felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, a wondrous sensation as if the world lay within his grasp. "Are you ready?" the attendant urged. "It can begin." Alan could hardly contain his excitement. What is the incantation for the fire-making spell? What does the conjunction of Jupiter and Venus signify? What are the characteristics of the devil's snare? Within 3 minutes, Alan adeptly answered 30 questions spanning subjects such as magical history, astronomy, and arithmetic divination. His fluid response rate left the surrounding crowd in awe. Ron, unable to contain his enthusiasm, blushed a vibrant hue, his freckled cheeks matching the color of his fiery hair, while his ears flushed with excitement. "Congratulations. You have won our grand prize, the specially crafted Nimbus 2000. The attendant presented a broom of noble mystery, shimmering silver like the night sky. Although Alan had never encountered a flying broom before, its exceptional quality was evident. The curvature of the broom's tail felt inviting, and its sleek lines promised speed, while the handle, crafted from soft leather, beckoned for a master's caress. This was the pinnacle of brooms in the magical realm, surpassing even the mass-produced Nimbus series. "Alan, may I touch it?" Ron stammered, barely able to contain his exhilaration. Of course. Alan readily handed the broom to Ron, who cradled the Nimbus 2000 as if it were an invaluable treasure. "Could you fetch my father, Mr. Owen Harris, from the Leaky Cauldron? We need an adult to address the current situation." "Gladly at your service." The attendant appeared thoroughly impressed by Alan's prowess. He whispered a few instructions to a nimble, slender employee who darted away like a monkey towards the Leaky Cauldron. As Ron giddily stroked the Nimbus for the 10th time, Mr. Harris interrupted his effusive praise. "My goodness, I can hardly believe it." Mr. Harris gazed incredulously at his son. "Dad, let us chat back at home." Alan suddenly felt a headache coming on. How would he explain this to his family? Chapter 5. Photographic memory. After reuniting with Ron and Daisy, Mr. Harris bid farewell to his family and the Weasleys. "Alan, let us keep in touch." Ron lamented the departure from his newfound friend, who he deemed exceptionally cool. "Absolutely, Ron," Alan replied, equally delighted by the amiable lad. As they passed through the magical lamppost, Alan's emotions were complex. He felt an exhilarating anticipation, even greater than that he had felt on his way to Diagon Alley. Eager to explore the capabilities of the academic system, akin to acquiring a new toy that one could not resist fiddling with for hours. Moreover, the academic system promised to enrich his future experiences considerably. Upon returning home, the first concern of Mr. and Mrs. Harris was not the placement of the expensive broom, but rather the well-being of their youngest son. "Alan, I know you love reading, but I never imagined you had become so remarkably skilled," Mr. Harris exclaimed in admiration. "Alan, I've never seen you so adept. How did you know all that knowledge without attending school? Did you know the answers in advance?" Ron was utterly astonished, having never perceived his brother as a scholarly prodigy. "Alan, how did you achieve this?" Mrs. Harris gently ruffled her son's hair. "Mom, Alan has always been fond of reading. I believe he is capable of it," Emily responded, her unwavering faith in her brother evident. "I don't think Alan could have known the answers beforehand, considering he had no means of visiting Diagon Alley himself. And those questions aren't typically found in standard wizarding texts. Are they taught in Muggle schools?" Mr. Harris remarked, patting Alan's face. "However, we are very curious, Alan. When did you become so accomplished?" Daisy, the eldest sister, could not help but inquire. Alan remained silent because, upon arriving home, he was greeted by the melodious chime of the university elite system. It was a celestial and enchanting sound. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice trial task and successfully obtained a superlative grand prize. The system rewards you with 1 lottery draw and a strategy book on basic spell applications. Would you like to draw now?" Without hesitation, Alan eagerly responded in the affirmative. In his mind's eye, a colossal spinning wheel materialized, adorned with the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each hue diminishing in size. The bronze pointer was poised at the apex of the wheel. The lottery commenced. The pointer whirled rapidly. Stop. It finally came to rest on the smallest purple segment. What splendid fortune! Alan's heart leaped with joy. The minuscule purple area undoubtedly promised the most bountiful reward. A purple treasure chest sprang forth. Upon opening it, A line of golden text gradually emerged above. Photographic memory. Alan inquired with delight. Does this mean I will remember everything I have seen? Indeed, however. The version you have received is a basic one, applicable only to text. Any text? He pressed. Yes, any text. What a delightful surprise. Alan was acutely aware of the time this ability would save him in his studies. Perhaps we have underestimated your potential, Mr. Harris remarked, grasping Alan's hand. Father, I adore reading, for my memory is exceptionally sharp. After reading the written words just a few times, I can recall them entirely. Alan articulated the explanation he had been contemplating for quite some time. Wow, how astonishing. Emily dashed back to her room and quickly reemerged. Brother Alan, you must try this book. Show them what you can do, she exclaimed, struggling to carry a hefty volume. It was the Tales of the Poetry Master. Having heard of this book before, Alan eagerly opened the cover, finding the tale of the three brothers. Emily flipped to the longest story within the pages. Alan swiftly perused the narrative, sensing each word as if it were being imprinted upon his mind. Alan handed the book to Emily. Once upon a time, there were three brothers traveling along a secluded, winding path. As dusk approached, they found themselves beside a river. The water was too deep to wade through and too perilous to swim across. However, the three brothers were adept in the arcane arts, and with a flick of their wands, a bridge materialized over the treacherous waters. As they reached the center of the bridge, a hooded figure obstructed their passage. Alan's relatives were utterly astonished. From Emily's exuberant demeanor and lively gestures, it was evident that Alan had indeed excelled beyond expectations. To their surprise, the most promising among them turned out to be Alan. The third son lived to a ripe old age, ultimately shedding his cloak of invisibility to pass it on to his son. He then welcomed death like an old friend, departing from this world with a sense of joy and equality in their final encounter. Alan successfully recited the story and turned to the ecstatic Mrs. Harris, saying, Mom, I am thirsty. Oh, of course. My dear, you spoke for such a long time. Despite her excitement, Mrs. Harris adeptly cast a silent charm with her wand. The kettle soared to the sink, where fresh water flowed steadily into it, and then the kettle ascended to the stove, where a roaring flame ignited beneath it. Oh, Alan, you make your mother so proud, Mrs. Harris said affectionately, stroking Alan's head. It's quite late. You must be hungry. Daisy, come here and help. I believe we should prepare something sumptuous, perhaps a beef kidney pie and a sheepish tripe pudding. With grace, Mrs. Harris moved towards the kitchen, pulling Daisy away from her enthusiastic observation of Alan's recitation. Mr. Harris and Ron had already gathered around the Nimbus 2000, animatedly discussing its maintenance. What pureblood wizard could resist the allure of a top-tier brew? Even Alan, infused with memories, felt a rush of excitement for the sport. Little sister Emily continued to hover around Alan, asking myriad questions. She believed her brother to be more magical than magic itself. After satisfying their appetites and lying in bed, just before drifting into slumber, Alan couldn't help but think, what a wonderful day it had been. Moreover, his sister was truly a great support. Chapter 6. The items in the storage compartment at the breakfast table. The following day, Alan spotted his older brother Albert. After exchanging morning greetings, Albert was the first to inquire, Alan, I heard you won a Nimbus 2000? May I see it shortly? Yes, of course, Albert, Alan replied. He had performed remarkably, and the Daily Prophet had even reported on his award-winning achievement this morning, which was truly impressive. Mr. Harris flicked the newspaper in his hands. Dad, I want to see. Ron chimed in. Me too, me too. Emily had transformed into her brother's little fan, rushing to her father's side in a bid to view it. Emily, can you even understand it? Ron teasingly prodded his sister. Not really, but there's a picture of my brother Alan, Emily retorted confidently. Mr. Harris handed the newspaper to Ron, and Alan joined them in looking at it. The article detailed his award journey and included a large photograph of Alan smiling while holding the Nimbus 2000, with Ron's freckles distinctly visible beside him. It's time to eat, time to eat. Mrs. Harris cheerfully directed breakfast to everyone's plates. Grilled tomatoes, bacon, Danish pastries, and porridge. How lavish. Little sister Emily exclaimed with satisfaction. Alan savagely bit into the roasted tomato, his heart brimming with despair regarding his future meals. After having breakfast, he excused himself to complete his assignments and returned to his room. Once he securely locked the door, he summoned the system. The University Elite System at your service. Echoed an ethereal voice in his mind. Open the storage space. The storage space unfolded before Alan, revealing 4 items, a scroll tied with a red ribbon, a wizard's robe, and 2 books. Alan already recognized the scroll as the invincibility aura. Thus, he chose the wizard's robe. Undoubtedly, it was a splendid garment, crafted from smooth black velvet, emanating a mysterious dark radiance, adorned with a 3-finger-wide silver trim, inscribed with runes that Alan could not decipher. What powers does this robe possess? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a description of the robe's functions appeared beneath the corresponding storage slot. Charming Wizard's Robe. Upon seeing the name, Alan couldn't help but scoff at its adorably silly title. Charming Wizard's Robe, capable of transforming into any attire you desire, equipped with an automatic cleaning enchantment, an invisibility spell, allowing 3 uses per day, each lasting half an hour, non-accumulative, a transformation magic, and a defensive spell, capable of rebounding ordinary curses. Alan promptly shed his garments and donned the wizard's robe. The smooth texture soothed his skin, so lightweight that it felt as if he were clad in nothing at all. Alan pondered for a moment and transformed the enchanting wizard's robe into the likeness of the garments he had just donned. Casually, he spilled a cup of red tea upon himself, the water stains vividly apparent as the robe dripped with moisture. Yet, astonishingly, he felt no discomfort from the dampness. As if shielded by an invisible barrier. With a mere shift in thought towards cleanliness, the formerly drenched robe instantaneously dried, leaving no trace of moisture behind. His entire attire became immaculate and well-ordered, as if the collar of a freshly pressed shirt stood proudly at his neck, the clothing fitting him perfectly. Alan selected yet another tome, a substantial volume adorned with a crimson cover embellished with a design resembling a compass. This was a cipher disc, capable of configuring a 7-digit code. Alan recalled that the number 7 held particular significance in the world of Harry Potter, thus he set it accordingly. Upon unveiling the cover, a delicate sheet of pale yellow parchment revealed an opulent title in gilded letters, Encyclopedia of Spells. The table of contents was categorized into 6 distinct sections: common spells, defensive spells, offensive spells, dark magic, unforgivable curses, and others. Alan casually turned a page, revealing the commonly used spell, Alohomora, the unlocking charm. It also contained key points regarding the incantation. On an adjacent page, a gentleman clad in 17th-century British noble attire repeatedly demonstrated the wand movements, his gestures producing sounds that facilitated the viewer's understanding of the spell's pronunciation. This was indeed exceedingly helpful. Alan suppressed his astonishment and delved into the book he had received the previous day, titled Strategies for Applying Spells. Its azure leather cover bore golden lettering, and the table of contents indicated the page numbers of various simple incantations. Intriguingly, the page numbers were not fixed. Occasionally, a new spell would emerge, accompanied by details regarding its origin, such as the title of the book it was derived from and the author's name. Alan speculated that perhaps someone had published a new tome of spells, which would then be automatically incorporated into this volume. He casually turned to a page, Sonorous, the loudness spell. Application strategy. This incantation can be employed in public venues where one seeks to capture attention, allowing your voice to resonate throughout the space. The text further elucidated the method of wielding the wand and provided examples, illustrating how others had utilized this spell in various scenarios. As he absorbed these examples, Alan gained a deeper understanding of the magical realm, encompassing not only spells but also societal customs and local cultures. Thus, for the remainder of his holiday, Alan immersed himself in these 2 books with insatiable fervor. The words were firmly etched in his mind. However, the audio-visual materials required ongoing digestion and comprehension. Alan, could you assist me with some dictation? Emily knocked on his door. Of course, my dear Emily. As a dedicated TIAC after completing all his assignments, Alan devoted his energies to the study of spells. Little did he know, a surprise awaited him the following day. Chapter 7, Harry Potter. The holiday seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. As Alan immersed himself in the exploration of books, time slipping away swiftly, in comparison to the performance of the first-year young wizards in the original storyline. Alan estimated that his grasp of the theoretical knowledge of spells far exceeded that of nearly all of them. He had yet to acquire his own wand, and the laws governing young wizards prohibited the arbitrary casting of spells, which would be detected by the trace. Silent incantations and casting spells with precision like Voldemort's daughter without a wand were exceedingly challenging, far beyond the capabilities of a young wizard who had never even held a wand. Alan, hurry up, breakfast is ready, and you mustn't be late. Swiftly packing his textbooks, he changed from his undergarments into the public school uniform of the Little Huijin district, freshening himself up in the process. Alan quickly tidied himself and dashed down the stairs. After downing a glass of milk, amidst the swirling mist, he grabbed a sandwich and slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to leave. Wait, Alan. I'm coming with you today. Albert called out to Alan, holding his little sister Emily's hand. Oh, why isn't Dad taking Emily today? Alan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Dad has something to attend to, so I'm taking her, Albert replied with a mysterious smile, leading Alan and Emily toward the magical lamppost. All right, Alan, you can head to class now. I'll take Emily first, Albert said to Alan, still holding Emily's hand. Alan nodded his farewell to Albert and his sister. At that moment, Porter must have hidden himself in the restroom. Hurry, let us find him. Let him try our new boxing gloves. 4 or 5 burly boys, exuding a pungent odor of sweat, rushed past Alan, only to return in a flurry. Hey, what are you doing standing here like an idiot? It was Pierce, a close friend of Dudley, Harry Potter's cousin. Oh, I was watching the pigs race, Alan shrugged, his hands casually tucked into his uniform trousers, responding effortlessly. Where are the pigs, you fool? Are you trying to trick me? Pierce and Dudley exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Harris, are you looking for a fight? Dudley menacingly gestured with his hands adorned in the new boxing gloves towards Alan. Dudley, give your new gloves a try. You could probably make him squeal like a pig, mocked Moken, eliciting raucous laughter from the others. I dare say you wouldn't want to end up in the office on the very first day of school, a stern female voice echoed from behind Dudley. Oh, Mrs. Kelly. We're heading in now. Students of this age often harbor a complex mix of admiration and fear for their teachers, particularly for one as formidable as Mrs. Kelly. Clad in a knitted long dress and a black woolen coat, her tailored attire reflected a meticulous attention to detail, and the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose lent her an air of dignity. "Alan, why are you still dawdling? Get moving." Mrs. Kelly's serious gaze fixed upon Alan. Alan swiftly caught up with Dudley and his entourage. Undeniably, even having once been a teacher, he felt a sense of discomfort under the stern gaze of his instructor. Such is the nature of authority, students fear their teachers, much like mice fear cats. Lost in thought, Alan entered the classroom. This classroom was strikingly different from the one he had known in his previous life. The green walls were adorned with colorful artworks created by the students, while the purple bulletin board displayed a roster and a schedule, among other information. Scattered about the room were various books, some neatly arranged, while others lay open and haphazardly placed, clearly available for the students to peruse at their leisure. "Alan, over here," called out Flag, Alan's closest friend and deskmate. What a relief it was not to have to search for a seat. Alan strolled over to Flag. Dudley got new boxing gloves, and they went to bully Harry Potter again. Though Harry is quite peculiar, Dudley and his gang are certainly crossing the line. "I received a new basketball as a gift for Christmas. How about we play during recess?" Alan pondered, bemused by the nature of his friends. Was it possible that he had an innate affinity for chatty companions? Despite being an excellent listener, he found himself questioning his social skills. Amid Flag's incessant chatter, a thin boy clad in an ill-fitting sweater entered the classroom. It was Harry Potter, his gaunt face, prominent knees, unkempt black hair, and a pair of round glasses held together with transparent tape were unmistakable. Even with his hair obscuring his forehead, Alan recognized him by these distinctive features. How unfortunate. Alan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. By chance, Harry's seat was right in front of Alan, providing an opportunity for acquaintance. "Harry, how did you manage to shake off Dudley and the others?" Flag inquired, ever curious. "Oh, I just lost them. You know, I'm quite nimble," Harry replied, always finding a way to evade Dudley, even if he himself was unsure of how he did it. "Harry, come play with us at recess to avoid Dudley's trouble," Alan offered, instantly perceiving Harry's distress. "Sure, I'd love to," Harry responded without hesitation. In a school where no one wished to befriend the eccentric Harry, he was eager to seize this opportunity. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, and the phrase "fear the sudden stillness" rang true as Mrs. Kelly entered. She stood at the podium, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room, compelling all the students to quiet down. Such was the allure of an experienced homeroom teacher. Among a sea of anxious students, Mrs. Kelly's eyes landed on Alan, and in him, she seemed to see admiration and reassurance. "As the new semester commences, let us first address your uniforms. What on earth are you wearing?" she began. "Dudley, put on your jacket and stow your boxing gloves in your desk." The hefty Dudley swiftly complied, donning his coat and sitting obediently. "Mary, remove that ostentatious red flower from your head. Roger, tuck your underwear into your trousers." Alan observed Harry ahead desperately trying to smooth down his unruly hair. It was in vain. Alan discreetly refreshed himself, marveling at the practicality of the enchanting wizard's robe. It truly is an essential companion for home, travel, and study. "Alan, please stand up," called Mrs. Kelly. Alan rose in response. Behold Alan, the epitome of student attire. Observe him, and then look at yourselves. Are you not compelled to rectify your appearances? Within Mrs. Kelly's stern voice, Alan discerned a note of approval directed towards him. Potter gazed at Alan with envy. His soft, pale golden hair lay obediently against his scalp, fluffy yet impeccably arranged, exuding an unmistakable quality to the touch. The light blue uniform adorned him like a freshly tailored garment, seemingly devoid of any creases, presenting an image of pristine freshness. Would such an exemplary student consider me a friend? Harry felt a surge of insecurity and suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. Alan bestowed upon him a gentle smile, warming Porter's heart and filling him with anticipation for the upcoming break. After Mrs. Kelly had delivered an extensive list of school regulations, the students appeared decidedly lackluster. "Now, I would like to introduce our new science teacher. Please extend a warm welcome with your applause." The students' curiosity was piqued. Who would this teacher be? This thought lingered in the minds of most. Chapter 8. The New Teacher in the Early Morning. A solitary drop of dew cascaded from a tender leaf, scattering a myriad of golden rays. Alan rose to complete the third movement of the elementary body refining technique. Having finally mastered this third movement, he was eager to discover the surprises it would unveil. Alan was filled with anticipation. Alan's thoughts drifted back to a year and a half ago, when he had acquired the fundamentals of physical cultivation. He spent the entire afternoon immersed in books, meticulously savoring each word that appeared on the pages, repeatedly picturing the illustrations in his mind, and mentally rehearsing the specific movements. Fortunately, the afternoon classes did not include core subjects, allowing Alan to navigate through the day with ease. Over the past year and a half, during the daily extracurricular sessions, Alan had dedicated his time to tutoring Harry and Flag in the knowledge corner of the campus. As their academic performance surged, so too did their friendship. Strengthened by repeated provocations from Darryl and his peers, undoubtedly, the sadistic mathematics teacher's excessively challenging exams failed to daunt the trio. Their performance in the finals of the campus talent show was a resounding success, with applause and accolades reverberating throughout the auditorium. During the final examinations, Alan achieved an astonishing perfect score across all subjects, securing the top position in his grade, much to Lady Kelly's delight. However, what truly captivated Alan's interest and brought him joy was his exploration of spells and his practice of the basic physical cultivation techniques. Engaging in these practices enabled Alan to exert precise control over the different muscle groups of his body, a skill that would prove invaluable when wielding his wand. Upon returning to his room, Alan took a refreshing shower and changed his clothes before descending the stairs. Except for Daisy, the rest of the family remained in slumber. Thoughtfully, he brewed a steaming pot of rich, fragrant breakfast tea for his family and placed it on Daisy's table. "Sister, I have arranged to meet Flegg today to find Harry. Could you please inform Mother for me?" "Very well, you may go enjoy yourselves, but remember to return before dinner," she replied, her spirits lifted by the delightful tea. Amidst the enveloping aroma, Daisy did not forget to remind her brother. Rest assured, with a gentle closing of the door, Alan departed from home. Chapter 9. The Rescue of Harry Potter. Alan and Flegg had arranged to meet at the school gate before embarking on their quest to find Harry. "Alan, I'm over here," Flegg exclaimed joyfully, waving at Alan in front of a fried chicken shop while holding a sandwich in one hand. Having graduated with outstanding grades, Flegg had been rewarded with a generous allowance from his parents. Upon learning that he was going out with Alan, the most exceptional student in the entire grade and a dedicated tutor, Flegg's parents gladly permitted him to go. "Alan, have you had breakfast? Would you like some chicken fillet?" "Sure, even though I've already eaten. Having another piece of chicken fillet sounds delightful. I'll grab a few cups of milk tea and get a portion to take to Harry," Alan replied as he pulled out £2. The two first visited the Baccarat boutique toy store to purchase a birthday gift for Harry. Then they boarded a bus that took them to the street where Harry lived. "Number 4, Privet Drive, this is the place," Flegg remarked, glancing at the street sign before turning to Alan. Alan gazed at a cat perched against the wall, its eyes devoid of any distinctive markings, suggesting it was merely an ordinary feline. Professor McGonagall, the esteemed deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, would certainly not linger idly at the doorstep of a Muggle residence, even if it were the home of Harry Potter. Alan chuckled to himself at his own fanciful musings. Fledge had already pressed the doorbell. A robust male voice echoed from within. "Dudley, go answer the door. Tell Harry I want to watch cartoons." Dudley's tone was laced with impatience. Shortly thereafter, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, and a corpulent middle-aged man with a double chin and unkempt blonde hair opened the door. He appeared rather greasy and barked. "What do you want, kid?" "Good day, we are classmates of Harry Potter. May I inquire if Harry is home?" Fledge asked politely. "Harry? There is no Harry Potter here," Vernon Dursley replied with evident exasperation, and he attempted to slam the door shut. Alan stepped forward and pressed against the door. "Sir, may I inquire if Darryl is present?" "I am Alan Harris, a classmate of Darryl's." "You are Alan Harris? The top student in the entire year?" "Dada, your classmate Alan Harris is here to see you." "Mr." Dursley shot a few skeptical glances at Alan before calling out to the room. "Please, come in." Vernon Dursley stepped aside, seemingly convinced that excelling in mathematics and science translates to traversing the world without fear. Here, it should rather be rephrased as striving to be an academic achiever. With friends aplenty across the globe, Vernon was also inclined to allow his son to associate with the top student. "Alan, Fledge, you're here." "Yes, Darryl. We have come to exchange insights on boxing." Before Darryl, bewildered, could finish his sentence, Alan stepped forward, threw an arm around Darryl's shoulder, and insistently led him into the living room. The living room was impeccably tidy, and the photographs on the mantelpiece depicted a sturdy boy, either riding a bicycle, standing by the flower bed at an exhibition, or playing video games with his father, embracing his mother. These images bore no hint of another boy residing in the same house. Despite Harry's actual presence here, Alan discreetly glanced toward the cupboard, aware that Harry was currently concealed within. Bang, bang, bang. From inside the cupboard, Harry desperately knocked. "Alan, Fledge. I'm here." Harry sought to attract the attention of his friends. "Is that Harry's voice?" "Mr. Dursley, you wouldn't be unlawfully detaining Harry, would you?" Alan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mr. Dursley with intention. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last saw Harry. He even missed the final exams." Fledge, having heard the commotion, expressed deep concern for Harry. "Of course not. How could we? We worked tirelessly to raise him," Mr. Dursley replied, feeling embarrassed. For just moments earlier, he had attempted to conceal Harry's existence. Alan had no interest in listening to Dursley's explanations. He discreetly tugged at his cufflink, employing a deft twist of his wrist, and with a gentle flick of his fingertips, the cuff collided with the cabinet's latch, causing the door to swing open. Before Dursley could secure the door once more, Harry had already emerged from the cupboard. Behind him, the cupboard door hung limply ajar, the dark abyss of the cupboard resembling a gaping maw, devouring the bright and joyful childhood that was rightfully Harry's. Initially, Alan merely sought to comply with his father's wishes by befriending Harry Potter. However, he was unprepared for the grim reality of Harry's abuse, which far exceeded the depictions found in his memories of the novels. It is no wonder that Harry appeared so frail, perpetually clad in oversized, tattered garments. This is a blatant manifestation of maltreatment. Children with parents are cherished treasures, while those without are akin to weeds by the roadside, trampled upon by anyone. Remarkably, Harry did not evolve into another Dark Lord, but remained steadfastly upright, courageous, and pure, thanks to the patient guidance of Mrs. Kelly and the intrinsic goodness within him. It is worth noting that he did not develop the selfish and indolent traits characteristic of Dudley, which constitutes a significant stroke of fortune. While perusing his books, Alan could maintain a detached observation, yet now that Harry had become his friend, witnessing such egregious mistreatment ignited a righteous indignation within him. Mr. Dursley, I suspect that you have kept Harry confined in the dark cupboard for an extended period. I have ample reason to believe that he has been unlawfully imprisoned and abused by you recently. Both Flagg and I have witnessed this, serving as testament to your actions. If you cannot rectify Harry's situation, I feel compelled to seek legal aid on his behalf. Suppressing his fury, Alan issued a warning to Mr. Dursley. Striving to ameliorate Harry, and Flagg exchanged glances, refraining from uttering anything that might provoke Mr. Dursley. For Harry still had to reside with the Dursleys until he reached adulthood. You were truly wonderful. Last time, on Dudley's birthday, I inadvertently released a python at the zoo. And Mr. Dursley had never been so enraged. He confined me to my room. Harry, reminiscent of a liberated bird from its cage, recounted his previous adventures to his two companions. Harry, do not be in haste to leave. That postman appears to be heading to your residence. I sent you a birthday card. Noticing the postman approaching on a motorcycle, Alan recalled the unfolding events and called out to Harry, who was sharing fried chicken with Flagg. Chapter 10. The letter from Hogwarts. You sent me a card. Harry halted his actions, visibly shaken as he turned to Alan. It is worth noting that in all his years, no one had ever written to Harry before. Alan was equally astonished by Harry's excitement, as he had merely dispatched a card as a casual gesture. Let us not delve into how Alan and his companions frolicked exuberantly in the neighborhood, nor recount the clever maneuvers Harry employed to retrieve his letter from the Dursleys, or the sheer astonishment he experienced upon meeting Hagrid and discovering his identity as a young wizard. Instead, let us focus on the moment Alan returned home to receive his letter. Alan, congratulations. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a cascade of confetti. The room was adorned in a vibrant array of colors, illuminated by the fireworks emitted from wands and a continuous stream of colorful bubbles, creating an enchanting spectacle. His family members beamed with wide smiles as they awaited his arrival, while Mrs. Harris and Daisy emerged from the kitchen, proudly presenting a magnificent cake. This scene enveloped Alan in an overwhelming sense of warmth and happiness, his eyes shimmering with joyful tears, reflecting the splendid tableau before him and enhancing his radiant demeanor. Emily took Alan's bag and set it aside. Mr. Harris approached, handing Alan a letter. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in vibrant emerald ink, devoid of any postage stamp. Alan turned the envelope over to reveal a wax seal adorned with a coat of arms, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, all surrounding a capital letter H. Congratulations, Alan. You have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Do open it and see, Mrs. Harris said lovingly. The letter contained details regarding the supplies and preparations required for the young wizard's school year. After reading, Alan passed the letter to Mrs. Harris. Although they had all seen such letters numerous times, they couldn't resist passing it around for a closer look. Mr. Harris immediately expressed his desire to have the letter preserved in plastic for posterity. The family sat happily around the dining table, relishing the delicious dishes prepared with care by Mrs. Harris and Daisy, including roasted mushrooms, fried sausages, and buttery cakes, while engaging in lively discussions about the various wonders of Hogwarts. I wonder which house my brother will be sorted into, Emily asked eagerly. Whichever house it may be. Cherish the experience and study diligently. Remember, being sorted into a particular house does not limit you to its virtues alone. I was reluctantly placed in Slytherin, known for its ambition and thirst for power, yet I now embrace the courage of Gryffindor, the resilience of Hufflepuff, and the wisdom of Ravenclaw. Listening to Mr. Harris's boastful musings, Alan felt a wave of calm wash over his anxiety regarding the sorting ceremony. But how can one determine which house they will be placed in? Little sister Emily inquired curiously. All the experienced family members smiled at her. Mrs. Harris gently stroked her daughter's soft golden hair, saying, "You will understand when the time comes." Growing up is often accompanied by immense expectations and blessings. In the presence of his family, Alan, filled with anticipation for his new life, sent his response to Hogwarts via the family's owl, Edward. Alan, don't forget to send a letter to Harry. He doesn't know you're a wizard yet, does he? We mustn't let a small oversight undo our previous efforts, Mr. Harris reminded him. Meanwhile, Harry received a birthday cake from Hagrid and learned of his true heritage. Wrapped in Hagrid's coat, he savored the delicious, greasy sausages, feeling as though he were in a dream, a young wizard destined to attend a prestigious school of magic, not some dreary stone-walled academy. He could finally escape the stifling confines of his home. While filled with joy, he couldn't help but think of his friends Alan and Fledge, realizing they would be separated, not attending the same school or living in the same city. They would make new friends. Indeed, Alan was so remarkable and Fledge so cheerful, they were radiant among crowds. Utterly endearing. This thought brought a tinge of sadness to Harry's heart. At that moment, a loud tapping echoed from the window of the dilapidated shack perched on the rocks. Harry looked over to find an owl. After a day filled with magical letters, he recognized this creature as a charming messenger. He rolled over and dashed to the window. Pulling it open, a strong sea breeze rushed in, causing the owl to stumble slightly. Yet it bravely fought against the wind to perch on the dilapidated armrest of the sofa, tilting its head at Harry, as if questioning why he didn't come to retrieve the letter. This was a robust owl, drenched from its journey through the stormy weather. And it was easy to imagine the struggles it endured. Despite its exhaustion, it stood tall, its sharp gaze fixed on Harry. Quickly, untie the letter from its leg. It's remarkable for it to have flown in such weather. Truly a loyal messenger, Hagrid exclaimed, urging Harry to open the letter. Harry hurried over, and the owl extended its left leg, where a small scroll of parchment was tied with a red ribbon. Strangely, in such inclement weather, both the ribbon and parchment remained completely dry, without a trace of moisture. Whose letter is this? Who is it addressed to? Chapter 11. The wand. Harry untied the red ribbon and unfolded the parchment, which read, Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. You must have received quite the surprise tonight, am I right? You know, from the moment I first saw you at school, I recognized you as the famous Harry Potter of the wizarding world. Children in our realm have grown up hearing your name, myself included. However, due to the wishes of the Ministry of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts, I must apologize for not disclosing to you sooner that I come from a wizarding family. I hope our friendship will remain unaffected by my well-meaning concealment. You have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, correct? I have received mine as well. We need to visit Diagon Alley to purchase the required items on our list. I will be going to Diagon Alley tomorrow, and if you wish to join us, you can send a letter back with my owl, Edward. If you are unavailable tomorrow, please let me know when you plan to go. And I will be there on that day as well. Your loyal friend, Alan. In that moment, Harry's emotions were mixed. He felt a thrill at the prospect of continuing his education alongside Alan, yet sadness at the revelation that his dear friend had kept such a significant secret. However, as Alan had said, the sincerity of friendships can always be felt, and Harry was particularly attuned to such nuances. Harry borrowed a pen from Hagrid and wrote on the back of the parchment, Dear Alan, I am very pleased that we will be attending the same school together. Our friendship will not change because of this. Hagrid, the keeper of keys at Hogwarts, will escort me to Diagon Alley tomorrow, and we can discuss everything in detail then. Your dear friend, Harry. After completing the letter, Harry noticed that Hagrid had dried off the owl and was feeding it sausages mixed with extra corn. I am quite adept at caring for animals. Many of the creatures at Hogwarts are under my care, and Dumbledore trusts me greatly. Noticing Harry's gaze, Hagrid feigned calmness. Yet pride shone through his expression. Harry approached, extending the parchment, and the owl, Edward, immediately extended its left leg, signaling Harry to tie the letter on. Hagrid opened the window, and the storm had calmed. Stars twinkled faintly in the night sky. Edward flapped its wings, carrying Harry's joy as it soared into the darkness. The following day, Mrs. Harris rose early, preparing breakfast and urging her family to awaken. Hurry, hurry, Ron, Daisy. We have so much to purchase today. Women are often particularly enthusiastic about shopping. After finishing breakfast amidst their mother's encouragement, they used the prearranged key to access Gringotts and Diagon Alley, where they collected their gold. Mrs. Harris assigned tasks to the older children. Ron, you will purchase all the potion ingredients. Daisy and your father will buy books and cauldrons. Alan, I will take you to buy your wand first, and then we'll meet at Madame Malkin's robe shop. You all need new uniforms. And Madame Malkin's is the best. They headed directly to Ollivander's. Alan suspected that Mrs. Harris was simply trying to save time so she could spend longer choosing at Madame Malkin's. Garrick Ollivander's wand shop was small and shabby. The golden sign on the door peeling, stating, Ollivander, EST 382B. C. Exceptional wands crafted. In the dusty display case, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. As they entered the shop, a series of melodic chimes resonated from somewhere in the back. The store was quaint, containing little more than a long bench, while countless narrow boxes nearly reached the ceiling, each presumably housing a wand. Despite it being the back-to-school season, the shop was eerily quiet, devoid of any other patrons, prompting Alan to unconsciously soften his breath. Good morning, you are the first customers to arrive today. I am Garrick Ollivander, a gentle voice announced. An elderly man suddenly emerged from behind a counter, scrutinizing Alan with his large, light-colored eyes, his demeanor radiating delight. Sensing Alan's confusion, he remarked, It is rather peculiar that most people tend to visit other shops before finally selecting a wand here. I cannot fathom their reasoning. For a wizard, a wand is the most vital companion. Ollivander continued, This deep purple-brown walnut wand, measuring 10¼ inches, is particularly exquisite and a fine instrument for spellcasting. If I am not mistaken, Mrs. Harris, it has been quite some time. Ollivander suddenly turned to Mrs. Harris, his expression brightening. Oh, indeed, your memory remains impeccable, she replied, willingly indulging Ollivander despite having answered the same question thrice, out of respect for the master wandmaker. Remember to polish it regularly. Ollivander's gaze sharpened. Of course, I take great care of it. This is my youngest son, Alan, and I have brought him to select his wand today, Mrs. Harris said, gently nudging Alan forward to redirect Ollivander's attention. Ah, splendid. Alan, let me see, he responded, producing a measuring tape marked with silver increments from his pocket. Which arm do you use for your wand? I'm accustomed to using my right hand, Alan replied. Forgive my curiosity, Mr. Ollivander, but does your surname suggest that your ancestors wielded an olive wood wand? The name Ollivander seemed reminiscent of olive and wand. Oh, perceptive young wizard. The sorting hat would surely place you in Ravenclaw. Now, please raise your arm, Ollivander instructed. The measuring tape, fortunately, operated automatically, sparing the elderly man the need to handle it. It measured from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, head circumference. Though Alan was unaware of how this measurement would assist in selecting a wand during his rapid growth phase, he complied, perhaps hoping it might narrow the options Ollivander would present. He was prepared for a lengthy process, as he recalled protagonists typically being quite particular when choosing their wands. Ollivander navigated the shelves, busily selecting a few long boxes to bring down, while the measuring tape fell to the floor, coiling into a tangle. Now, Alan, give this one a try. Made of beechwood and infused with a serpent's heartstring, it measures 9 inches. The beech wand can demonstrate its exquisite artistry, which is why it enjoys a luminous reputation unmatched by other woods. However, it will prove ineffective in the hands of those who lack tolerance and understanding. Give it a wave and see. Alan waved the wand in his hand, and a loud explosion resonated. Observing the shattered display window, he thought to himself, fortunately, it seems I am not a narrow-minded individual, lacking in tolerance. Ollivander nodded with satisfaction. Lucky you, it's this one, 9 galleons. Oh wait, Mr. Ollivander, may I try again? I feel it's not entirely comfortable. Alan was somewhat reluctant to conclude his selection of a wand so simply. He desired to infuse the experience with a sense of ritual. Otherwise, he felt it would be a disservice to himself. Why? Well, since you insist, very well. Are you eager to learn more about wand lore? Then give this one a try. A wand made of applewood paired with unicorn hair. Wands crafted from applewood are quite rare, yet they possess tremendous power, particularly suited for those with noble ideals and aspirations. Applewood is ill-suited for casting dark magic. It is said that the wielder of an applewood wand will be deeply loved and enjoy longevity. And I have noticed that those who resonate with applewood often possess a captivating charm. Although Ollivander did not fully grasp Alan's sentiments, it was evident that he provided a more detailed introduction to the wand when presenting it to Alan than he did for other young wizards. He paused briefly, handing the wand to Alan while elaborating on the core. Unicorn hair exhibits the greatest affinity when performing magic, and it is least susceptible to the fluctuations and disturbances of other spells. Wands with unicorn hair as their core are the least suited for casting dark magic. They are the most loyal of all wands, often maintaining a profound connection with their first owner, regardless of whether he or she is a skilled wizard. However, wands made with unicorn hair possess a slight drawback. They cannot be utilized to create exceedingly powerful wands. Thus, I have compensated with the potent applewood. Additionally, if mishandled, they can fall into a state of severe melancholy, which implies that the unicorn hair may perish more swiftly, necessitating a replacement of the core. As soon as Alan's fingers brushed against the wand, it was swiftly reclaimed by Ollivander. No, do not touch that one, he cautioned, casting a peculiar glance at Alan. Alan felt somewhat uneasy under that gaze, pondering whether the individual was hinting that he might become a dark sorcerer. Ollivander had Alan try wand after wand, all of which were decidedly inclined towards dark magic or the casting of formidable hexes. Yet, astonishingly, Alan managed to wield each one with considerable flair, creating quite a commotion. Though none seemed to resonate perfectly, or rather, none appeared to align with Ollivander's notion of perfection. Initially, Ollivander had been quite elated by Alan's display, but beads of sweat now adorned his forehead. It was uncertain whether to label him as overly discerning or simply accommodating, yet at the very least, he could temporarily utilize another S1 in times of need, the child. After much contemplation, he retreated to the back room and emerged bearing a box wrapped in sumptuous silk. Try this wand, he proclaimed, crafted from cherry wood and imbued with a phoenix feather. With great care, Ollivander unveiled the wand, which emanated a deep crimson glow and possessed a texture reminiscent of rhinoceros horn. Alan grasped the wand in his hand, and an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It felt as though the wand had become an integral part of his being. With a mere thought, the tip of the wand erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, as if celebrating its encounter with Alan. The wood of the wand, crafted from the resilient and enduring properties of pink ivory, offered exceptional protection. The feather of a phoenix, the rarest of wand cores, bestowed the ability to cast a vast array of spells, albeit it might take longer than unicorn hair or dragon heartstring to fully manifest this capability. It possesses the strongest autonomy among all wand cores, occasionally displaying its own volition, a trait that many wizards find unsettling. When a phoenix feather wand encounters a potential master, it is invariably discerning, a reflection of the independence and seclusion of its source, the phoenix. Wands made from phoenix feathers are notoriously difficult to tame and align with one's personality, making their allegiance a hard-earned prize. Ollivander gazed at Alan with pale eyes, astonished. As he prepared the wand care tools for Alan, he couldn't help but turn to him once more, exclaiming, "How remarkable! You are destined for greatness." This wandswood hails from the early 20th century Muggle royalty in Germany. Since we found the suitable core and crafted it, it has remained here for nearly a century. You are the first to wield it with such remarkable ease. Alan resolved, unless absolutely necessary, to avoid visiting this shop. He had heard that Mr. Ollivander's children had passed away, and such warmth from him might be an attempt to recruit Alan as an apprentice in wand-making for his legacy. He paid Mr. Ollivander 13 gold galleons to procure a wand, and Mr. Ollivander bowed graciously as he escorted them out of the shop. A gentle reminder from the Invincible Scholar system. Would you like to craft a unique, growth-oriented wand? Simply complete a time-sensitive quest to acquire the alchemical manual of the ancient alchemist, Jabber. Chapter 12, Borgin and Burkes' a sudden quest? A wand with growth potential? What sort of task could this be? Alan was indeed intrigued, for the rewards offered by the system were undeniably valuable. Quest details: lift the curse from the lizard man and earn his gratitude. Due to the heightened difficulty of the task, the host is permitted to use his wand. The system will also provide navigational assistance to facilitate the host's search for the lizard man. With 15 hours remaining until the deadline, best of luck. As soon as the system's voice faded, a black map illustrating the route appeared in Alan's mind. A yellow icon indicated his current location. And as he continuously scrolled the map in his mind, he discovered a red icon representing the lizard man he sought. Strangely, this icon was moving swiftly across the map. Alan, stop daydreaming. We must hurry to Madame Malkin's shop, urged Mrs. Harris. After leaving Ollivander's, Mrs. Harris eagerly pulled Alan to Madame Malkin's establishment. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch clad in purple robes, her face adorned with a warm smile. Good morning, Mrs. Harris. How may I assist you today? First, I would like 2 school uniforms made for my son, Alan. Mrs. Harris indicated towards Alan, who appeared to be lost in thought, engrossed in studying the map. Are you looking to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? Without waiting for Alan to respond, she continued, we offer the finest selection of uniforms for Hogwarts students. To be honest, they are both affordable and durable. The quality of my uniforms speaks for itself. Alan could discern little beauty from the uniform blackness of the wizarding robes, save for their differing trimmings. After all, he already possessed the most extraordinary cloak in existence, one that granted him the powers of invisibility, defense, and transformation. Mrs. Malkin instructed Alan to stand upon a stool, draping a black robe over him and securing it with a pin to suit his stature. Once the measurements were taken, she produced a completed robe and, with a flourish of her wand, began to weave thread through fabric, needles, scissors, and threads danced upon the garment as she altered its dimensions to perfection. Meanwhile, Mrs. Harris perused the ladies' section, selecting various styles and hues of wizarding attire. Mother, I've arranged to shop with Harry. May I go find him? Alan lamented the lack of freedom that came with not yet graduating. Of course, for a true minor. Reporting one's whereabouts to parents was quite reasonable. That classmate of yours, Harry? Is he also a little wizard? Mrs. Harris remained unaware of Harry's true identity, mistaking him for an ordinary peer. Could it be Harry Potter? By my calculations, he too is of age for enrollment, Mrs. Malkin remarked with a smile. Yet she did not truly believe that the Alan intended to meet was the renowned Harry Potter. Little did she know that she would soon be personally tailoring a robe for him. Indeed, he has received his acceptance letter, Alan confirmed. Go on. But remember to return to the Leaky Cauldron before nightfall. We shall dine there before heading home. Mrs. Harris slipped 5 golden galleons and a handful of silver sickles into Alan's bag. When venturing out, one must never be without funds. This wisdom holds true across any realm or world. Certainly, Alan was not genuinely seeking out Harry. After all, time was of the essence, and he harbored too many secrets to divulge. A gentle reminder, to lift the curse from the lizard man. The host must first venture to Nocturn Alley to locate the magical orb of the goddess of luck, Fox. This is a series of tasks. With no time for excessive lamentation, Alan promptly rose and set forth towards Nocturn Alley, guided by his map. Before entering the alley, Alan activated the invisibility feature of his enchanted robe in a secluded street. Nocturn Alley was certainly not a place for inexperienced young wizards. It was a tumultuous realm teeming with wizards of varied dispositions, where one could encounter an array of bizarre and sinister, dark magical artifacts. Navigating cautiously past an old witch stirring an ominous, bubbling potion of peculiar hues, and skirting around a burly wizard marred by extensive facial scars, Alan traversed the dim and narrow alleyways until he arrived at the entrance of a shop with a dust-laden window. A dark red sign, reminiscent of blood, hung above the eaves, reading Borgin and Burkes, with distorted black letters proclaiming that this was certainly not an ordinary establishment. Alan hesitated to step inside, for even the most mundane of shops welcomed patrons with electronic synthesized greetings. How much more so for a store steeped in an unmistakable aura of darkness, one that clearly should not be approached openly. He patiently lingered for a moment, fortune favoring him as a tall, gaunt wizard donned in a skull mask soon emerged from the alleyway, making his way toward the shop. Moments later, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of relief for his cautious decision. He stealthily followed the masked figure into the establishment, the entrance accompanied by a chime. The wizard swiftly surveyed the interior before striding directly to the counter. He rang the bell, and a hunched, balding man appeared behind the counter, slicking back his greasy hair with one hand. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Mr. Borgin inquired, his tone as slick as his hair. "I possess a cursed necklace that has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Would you care to take a look?" The masked wizard's voice was deep and deliberately altered. Upon hearing this, Mr. Borgin produced a pair of rust-colored leather gloves from beneath the counter, slipping them on. He then retrieved 2 silver tweezers, delicately grasping either end of the necklace and placing it upon a tray lined with crimson satin for closer inspection. After a moment, he removed the gloves and murmured, "Now, let me unveil your secrets." Drawing a wand from the sleeve of his robe, he pointed it at the necklace and uttered, "Reveal thyself." Each opal on the necklace shimmered with a silvery luminescence. Mr. Borgin appeared to reach a conclusion, addressing the masked wizard. "Indeed, this necklace is cursed by Eris, possessing lethal properties. However, I must conduct further experiments to ascertain its full potency. 20 galleons, will that suffice?" "Do not jest, Borgin. I am well aware of the market value. Items cursed by Eris are exceedingly rare, and muggle detection methods are utterly ineffective against them. I propose 200 galleons. The masked man retorted, unflinchingly calling out Mr. Borgin's attempt at underpricing and asserting his knowledge of the market. It is essential to note that the scrutiny of such dark artifacts has become exceedingly stringent. Alan, realizing that the magical orb was not what he sought, lost interest in their haggling. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. It was a spacious yet dimly lit shop, where grotesque masks glared down from the walls, and various human bones adorned the counters, while rusted, thong-like instruments dangled from the ceiling. As Alan perused the counters, he discovered 2 spherical objects, however. The labels indicated they were not the magical orb he was searching for, and the invincible academic system had not provided any indication of a successful find. At that moment, Mr. Borgin concluded his transaction with the masked man for a sum of 160 galleons. The masked man swiftly declined Mr. Borgin's pitch for other dark artifacts and departed hastily. Mr. Borgin, in high spirits, single-handedly carried a tray and pushed open a concealed door on the right side of the hall, revealing a dark void within. Alan, compelled by curiosity, immediately followed him through the door. Chapter 13. The seizure of the magical orb. Upon entering, Alan was astonished to discover that it was not a room, but rather a spiraling staircase passageway. The walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with murals that emitted a cacophony of sounds, echoes of anguished moans, terrifying wails, and the torment of souls enduring hellish suffering, accompanied by the piercing noise reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard. The myriad of sounds intertwined, harmonizing with the dim, eerie green lighting, creating an atmosphere that was truly spine-chilling. Alan treaded lightly, following Mr. Borgin up the creaking old wooden staircase, until they reached a heavy crimson door. The stooped Mr. Borgin pushed the door open, and before Alan could take a closer look, a sudden click illuminated the space, revealing everything in vivid clarity. The stark white light coldly flooded the room, which was a storage chamber devoid of windows. Directly across from the door, Alan's gaze was immediately drawn to an array of peculiar biological specimens, desiccated corpses, and jars filled with formaldehyde-preserved flora and fauna. The left wall was lined with storage compartments that reached up to the ceiling, while the right corner was occupied by neatly stacked bronze-colored chests. Beside the chests stood a long silver table, where a glass case contained a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a motionless glass eyeball. Various colored potions and glass apparatuses were arranged on an iron rack atop the table. As Alan's eyes swept across the corner of the table, his heart raced at the sight of a pale yellow orb casually placed among a collection of prophecy spheres on a wooden shelf. The indomitable scholar system emitted a notification in his mind, and Alan recognized that the unassuming orb was indeed the magical sphere of the goddess of fortune, Fools, that he sought on this expedition. After turning on the lights, Mr. Borgin took a seat at the long table, gently placing a tray upon its surface. He opened a drawer, donned a pair of gloves, and selected a vial of purple potion from the shelf, appearing intent on meticulously examining the necklace's potency. Alan's mind raced with frantic thoughts on how to acquire the enchanted orb. Should he disguise himself as a customer and seize the moment to snatch it away? Or perhaps adopt a more cautious approach and wait until Mr. Borgin concluded his research before making his move? Just as Alan was fervently contemplating these strategies, the most unfortunate event unfolded. The invisibility cloak worn by the wizard could only conceal him for half an hour, and he could use it thrice a day. Now, that half hour had elapsed. Alan's figure suddenly materialized in the storage room, entirely exposed. Mr. Borgin immediately sensed the anomaly. He drew his wand and spun around to point it at the vulnerable Alan, who barely managed to conjure a mask to shield his face. Stumbling and collapsing, Alan deftly evaded the curses swiftly cast by Mr. Borgin. The spell struck the shelving behind him, shattering bottles and jars, their contents splattering everywhere. A skull tumbled to the floor, its jaw opening and closing in a ghastly manner. In a flash, Alan lunged towards Mr. Borgin, who, taken aback, scrambled to evade him. However, Alan had no intention of causing harm. His true target lay upon the table, the enchanted orb. With a swift motion, he seized the magical sphere and darted towards the exit. Mr. Borgin, wielding his wand, desperately unleashed a flurry of spells. Obstacles abound, Fall into a stupor. Fall into a stupor. As he navigated the narrow, spiraling staircase, Alan exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, deftly dodging the onslaught of incantations. Yet, even the most skilled may falter. He failed to notice the sudden emergence of curling vines from the handrail. Although he managed to leap just in time to evade their grasp, he fell victim to a sleep spell cast from behind. Fortunately, Alan's enchanting robe reflected the slumberous charm back at Mr. Borgin, who was compelled to shield himself with a protective spell. Seizing the moment, Alan activated the invisibility feature of his robe, slipping away unnoticed. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? Had he remembered it sooner, the conflict could have been resolved with greater ease. It is the instinct of man to seek advantage and avoid peril. With a smile, Alan activated his invisibility once more and departed from the shop. He hastily exited the overturned alley, basking in the radiant sunlight that enveloped him warmly. Joyfully, he reveled in the sunlight, leaving behind the shadowy Noctturn alley, growing ever more distant. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the magical orb of the goddess of fortune, Fols. This orb can dispel all negative states and is particularly effective against curses. There remain 13 hours and 43 minutes until the mission's conclusion. Time is of the essence. As Alan scrutinized the map in his mind, he was astonished to discover that the location of the lizard man was, in fact, within the Muggle world. Specifically at Baker Street Station in the heart of London. With resolute determination, Alan swiftly hailed a taxi to the nearest underground station, subsequently transferring to Baker Street Station. Here, he encountered a bronze plaque the size of a poster, which proclaimed, "This platform is part of the world's first underground railway, inaugurated in 1863. Typically, London Underground platforms are flanked by advertisements. However, Baker Street Station is distinct, as each seating area is adorned with spaces reserved for promotional posters. These posters vividly illustrate the scene when this platform was first opened in 1863, effectively rendering it a museum of London Underground history. Yet, Alan had no time to admire these illustrations, for he noticed that the icon depicting the lizard man had swiftly relocated to another area. Alan found himself somewhat at a loss. Must he perpetually pursue its elusive trail? Amidst his confusion, he noticed the recently acquired subway map in London. Passengers can freely obtain a small subway map slightly longer than B5 paper at every station. To his astonishment, upon comparing it with the movements of the reptilian figure that lingered in his mind, he discovered that the creature's trajectory aligned perfectly with the subway routes. Chapter 14. The reptilian entity. Alan held the subway map, repeatedly comparing it to the trajectory of the reptilian figure, reluctantly acknowledging the possibility that the creature he sought might very well be a subway train. If his hypothesis were to hold true, all he needed to do was wait here, and the reptilian entity would eventually reveal itself, he mused. In the ensuing moments, Alan settled onto the waiting bench, appearing to rest his eyes, yet he was diligently tracking the icon on the map that represented the reptilian being. The subway trains came and went, and the throngs of people moved with hurried steps, ascending and descending in a constant flow. Suddenly, Alan's eyes snapped open, filled with determination, as he advanced forward, eager to uncover the truth of the situation at hand. As Alan ascended onto the subway amidst the throng of passengers, an alarm sounded, and the doors began to close slowly. At that moment, the scene before Alan underwent a startling transformation, one that left him utterly astounded. It was as if time had frozen for everyone around him. A middle-aged man, mid-conversation, held his hand aloft, yet it remained suspended in the air. A beautiful young woman's laughter had etched a smile on her face that showed no sign of fading. A young man, donned with headphones, wore an expression of indifference, his body motionless. Even the handrails and seats had morphed into something unrecognizable. The handrails at the top of the subway car were replaced by slender, azure fibers, while the seats took on a peculiar appearance, resembling the dark green scales of a colossal fish. Perched upon each scaled seat was a diminutive green figure, reminiscent of an avatar, though their lower has melded seamlessly into the cushions. These little green beings extended their arms straight out, transforming into the armrest of the seats. Most unnerving of all was the sight of a needle-like straw protruding from the back of each figure's head, connecting them to the enormous scales on their backs. Those fortunate enough to have a seat rested upon these small green beings, while vibrant gases erupted from the tops of their heads, being inhaled into the mouths of the little figures, before being channeled through the tubes into the scales. System, what is happening? Why am I witnessing such a horrifying scene? Alan, gripped by terror, called out desperately in his mind. Good heavens! He had never encountered such a bizarre tableau in either of his past lives. Host, please remain calm. The Fowl's magic orb you carry can dispel all negative states, including confusion. The familiar voice of the system succeeded in calming Alan's frayed nerves. A sharp applause shattered the silence of the subway, and in an instant, all the little green beings opened their eyes in unison, their luminous yellow pupils fixated on Alan, sending a chill down his spine. Steeling himself, Alan ventured, "Hello. Do you understand my words?" The little green beings continued to stare unblinkingly. Could it be that they did not comprehend English? Suddenly recalling the Fowl's magic orb he had painstakingly acquired, he hastily summoned it from the system's storage space. Was it merely an illusion? Or did the intensity of the gaze from the surrounding little green beings begin to feel somewhat oppressive? Esteemed wizard, greetings. We do not tire from unblinking. And we beg your pardon for our earlier rudeness. An ancient voice resonated from the compartment behind Alan. Alan swiftly turned around to see a small green man with a white beard, adorned with a golden crown embedded with red gemstones, leading a diminutive green companion into the carriage behind him. Unlike the small green beings seated, these two were connected to the carriage by a long, slender tube, allowing them sufficient freedom to scurry about and conceal themselves. Greetings, I am Alan. May I inquire as to who you are? Alan hurriedly bowed and introduced himself. Hello. We are the fortunate sprites of the goddess Fortuna. I am Fornis, and this is my grandson, my heir, Friedel. Fornis gestured to the small green figure beside him. Mr. Fornis, as the sovereign of the fortunate sprites, might you possess any news regarding the reptilian beings? Alan inquired of Fornis. Reptilian beings. Is that what the world now calls us? Who remembers the joy and assistance the fortunate sprites have bestowed upon humanity? Fornis's voice resonated with deep sorrow and indignation. So, the fortunate sprites are indeed the reptilian beings? Alan's suspicions were confirmed within. Indeed, the fortunate sprites are what you refer to as reptilian beings. In the past, the goddess Fortuna and the goddess of misfortune, Eris, wagered a bet. Fortuna believed in the inherent goodness of humanity, while Eris contended that humanity was fundamentally malevolent. They chose a benevolent household favored by Fortuna as the object of their wager. Ultimately, Eris emerged victorious, and thus, as the sprites of Fortuna, we were cursed for eternity, while Eris's malevolent pets roam freely among humankind. However, Fortuna left a prophecy. When someone appears bearing her magical orb, it shall mark the moment of our liberation. At this point, Fornis became animated. We have waited for many years, and finally, you have come to us. His eager gaze turned towards the magical orb in Alan's hand. What must I do? Alan expressed his desire to assist these victims of the wager. As long as you embrace a sincere heart to rescue us and recite this incantation to activate the magical orb, you shall succeed. Fornis swiftly glided to Alan's side, presenting him with a scroll of parchment. Alan accepted the parchment, glancing at it while requesting the assistance of the system in his mind. He inquired, Mr. Fornis, may I be so bold as to ask why you are referred to as the lucky spirits? Not at all, esteemed wizard, Fornis replied with pride. Aside from being the spirits of the goddess of fortune, we sustain ourselves on the myriad emotions of humanity, in turn bestowing happiness and joy upon them. However, alas, the happiness and joy we generate are now being siphoned away by these straws. Very well, I am prepared, Alan affirmed, having received the system's endorsement. Chapter 15. The gratitude of the sprites. The incantation provided by Fornis was confirmed to be flawless by the system. Alan cradled the magical orb and addressed the little green beings. I shall commence. Please, we beg of you. Fornis, alongside his grandson Chi-Chi, bowed deeply to Alan. With closed eyes to gather his thoughts and an earnest wish in his heart, Alan held the orb of the goddess of fortune, Fulls, and recited the spell aloud. Waves of magic emanated from his being, channeling into the orb. The orb erupted in a brilliant silver light, gradually softening as its radiance spread. Upon contact with the light, the lucky spirits began to break free from their shackles, joyfully caressing their limbs. Fornis and Fort also attained complete freedom, and they stepped hand in hand behind Alan, placing their palms on his back. Let us lend you our strength. The immense power of their collective wishes caused the orb's brilliance to expand rapidly, filling the subway with the resonant chanting of the spell, so solemn, so reverent. Alan felt a profound sense of sanctity. To liberate a race was more meaningful than any honor he could receive. The lucky spirits spontaneously formed into shapes resembling leaves, chanting incantations that Alan could not comprehend. The entire carriage began to rhythmically vibrate in sync with the cadence of the spell. Fort extended his hands towards Alan, signaling him to take hold. And Alan promptly grasped Fort's hands. In an instant, the entire carriage seemed to burst forth from the ground, and the dazzling sunlight elicited joyful cheers from the lucky spirits. Alan gazed downward, liberated from the constraints of the lizard subway and the shackles of a perplexing curse, as the throngs within the subway resumed their cacophony. The fortunate sprites rode upon the lizard, soaring into the azure heavens, basking in the embrace of warm sunlight. Alan, along with the lucky sprites, nestled among the scales of the lizard, their surfaces undulating, alternating between light and shadow, while the wind whistled past his ears. Fort exclaimed joyfully, "This is the essence of freedom." Ultimately, they alighted upon a tranquil, deserted meadow, where Alan leaped from the lizard, followed by Fornis leading the sprites in their descent. Alan, thank you for your assistance to our sprite kin. You shall forever remain our cherished friend, Fornis expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, may our friendship endure, replied Alan. This is a potion bestowed upon us by the goddess of fortune, designed to amplify a wizard's magical potential. Unlike the rapid effects of the enhancement potion, this one significantly elevates your capacity for magical growth. Please accept this gift from us. Fornis smiled sincerely at Alan. Take it, Alan. It is truly beneficial, allowing you to cast spells with greater ease in the future, Fort remarked just as the meadow echoed with the sprite's good-natured laughter. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you. Alan smiled as he graciously accepted the sprite's heartfelt offering. My friends, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Observing the waning light, Alan hurriedly bid farewell. Pray tell, where are you headed, Alan? We can accompany you for part of the journey, Ford inquired. I need to go to Diagon Alley, Alan said, glancing at the desolate surroundings and not declining Fort's kind offer. Fort, you and our kin rest here. I shall escort Alan and return shortly, Fornis instructed Fort. Fornis gestured for Alan to grasp his arm, and with a swift embrace, they found themselves at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. It was an instance of apparition, Fornis. Being a sprite imbued with abundant magical energy, had no difficulty in transporting Alan. They shared a final embrace before Fornis vanished in the blink of an eye. Alan strolled effortlessly into the Leaky Cauldron. After surveying the establishment, he noted that Mrs. Harris and the others had yet to arrive. For the ladies, a mere accessory could spark an extensive discussion, let alone their quest for a multitude of garments. How splendid. I still have time to contact Harry. Alan hastened toward the owl communication station, eager to hire a competent owl to relay a message to Harry. I hope Harry has not yet departed for Diagon Alley. With a tinge of regret, Alan secured the parchment he had prepared to the owl's leg. Chapter 16, Preparations before the school year. Alan watched as the owl departed, his heart yearning for the hope that Harry had not yet left Diagon Alley. He hurried back to the Leaky Cauldron, where his ice cream sundae awaited. And just as he settled in, a letter from Harry arrived, succinctly stating, Hagrid and I are on our way to the Leaky Cauldron. With this news, Alan felt a renewed sense of contentment as he indulged in his dessert. Alan, I'm here, Harry exclaimed, waving excitedly. Beside him stood a towering giant, his face nearly obscured by a tangle of unruly hair and a thick, bushy beard, yet his eyes glimmered beneath the hair like dark beetles. They were laden with various packages of all shapes and sizes. Harry cradled a sleeping snowy owl in his arms. Fortunately, the Leaky Cauldron was almost deserted, sparing the giant from undue attention. Alan, this is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Harry joyfully introduced his friend. Hagrid, this is my best friend, Alan. It was evident that Harry's spirit brightened significantly upon meeting Alan. Delighted to meet you, Hagrid, Alan said, extending his hand like an adult. Hagrid blinked, set his belongings on the table, rubbed his hand on his oversized moleskin coat, and grasped Alan's hand firmly. Pleased to meet you, Alan. Mr. Tom served the delectable dishes Alan had just ordered, and Alan treated Hagrid to a glass of fish-flavored green ale, a beverage his father had enjoyed. With the arrival of the food, the atmosphere transformed. The trio feasted heartily, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, each feeling famished. Alan, everyone thinks I'm special, Harry confessed, setting down his fork alongside his burdens. The people at the Leaky Cauldron, Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander, yet I know nothing of magic. How can they expect me to achieve greatness? I am renowned, yet the events that brought me fame are a blur. On the night my parents perished, on the night they died, I had no understanding of what transpired. Before Alan could respond, Hagrid affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, a gentle smile breaking through his rugged features. Don't worry, Harry, you'll learn quickly. At Hogwarts, everyone starts from the basics. You'll do just fine. Cheer up. You're bound to enjoy your time at Hogwarts. As I, truth be told, have always found it to be a delightful experience. Alan nodded in agreement with Hagrid's words. Harry, you see, I attend the same school as you. Do I not? Students hailing from wizarding families do not possess significantly more knowledge than you do. Trust me, you will excel remarkably. However, Harry lamented, you are so talented, learning everything with such ease, and in comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. This did little to console Harry. He pondered that if all young wizards were like Alan, he would surely rank at the very bottom, and the school might reconsider his enrollment, contemplating expulsion. Alan gazed at Harry, who appeared even more terrified, and hastily remarked, You must understand that not all young wizards are as remarkable as I am. With that, Alan deliberately tossed his golden hair back. During this holiday, I shall frequently visit you, sharing all that I know about the magical realm. We can even study our lessons together. Perhaps, you could come and stay at my home for a while, and then we can journey to school together. Alan's strategy to change the topic proved remarkably effective. And Harry indeed brightened up, exclaiming joyfully that he could leave the Dursleys' residence sooner than anticipated. After indulging in a delightful feast, Hagrid offered to escort Harry to the train, while Alan decided to remain at the Leaky Cauldron to await his family. By the time they bid farewell, Harry was noticeably more cheerful. Do not forget to visit me, Alan. Rest assured. Alan nodded affirmatively, watching as Harry and Hagrid departed. At last reunited with his family, laden with packages, Alan returned home, where they each began to organize their belongings. Alan retreated to his bedroom with his possessions, now having the luxury of time to explore the rewards bestowed by the system. The magical orb of fortune, bestowed by the goddess of luck, lay quietly within the system's storage, emanating a gentle glow. With its presence, Alan felt no fear of curses or enchantments, nor did he worry about any toxins. Additionally, there were the alchemical insights of the ancient alchemist, Jabir. A substantial stack of parchment, meticulously arranged within a storage compartment, beckoned to him. Alan summoned the topmost sheet and examined it closely. An aura of antiquity and grandeur enveloped him, steeped in the weight of history. Upon perusing several pages, he found the seemingly simple text laden with profound knowledge. Methods for crafting magical artifacts, incantations, and required materials were all present. Alan set aside Jobber's insights, realizing that such wisdom could not be easily mastered. Understanding the underlying principles and sourcing peculiar ingredients like mandrakes and wood would demand both time and fortune. His gaze shifted to a vial containing a potion for enhancing magical potential, prompting thoughts of powerful wizards like Dumbledore and Snape. The imminent return to school loomed ahead, and it was crucial for him to master the art of mental occlusion. Moreover, he needed to consume this potion. Only then could he ensure that his true origins remained undiscovered. Should Voldemort learn of his past, he might abandon his fixation on Harry and instead pursue Alan relentlessly for his research. Despite possessing an academic system, Alan knew his abilities were still insufficient compared to theirs. He must tread carefully. With this in mind, Alan retrieved the comprehensive tome of spells, immersing himself in its teachings. Mental occlusion was a magical discipline designed to shield one's mind from external psychic intrusion, effectively sealing the brain against magical invasion and influence. Its countermagic was legilimency. Those adept in mental occlusion were known as occlumens. Upon this realization, Alan recalled Severus Snape, a highly accomplished occlumens, who managed to act as a spy among the Death Eaters under Voldemort's very nose, despite the Dark Lord being a skilled legilimens with ample reason to question Snape's loyalty. Dumbledore also mastered the art of mental occlusion. He could have easily taught Harry. However, Harry had only grasped the foundational theories, making little progress and resisting attacks, likely due to the pressures of O.W.L. examinations and a lack of proper practice. This underscored the notion that only that which one possesses is truly reliable. Alan resolved to dedicate himself to his studies and acquire more skills. Chapter 17. Inviting Harry over time slipped away as Alan diligently practiced, immersing himself in the art of mental occlusion. Although he lacked a practice partner, he managed to focus intently each day. After consuming the potion to enhance his magical potential, Alan experienced an astonishingly rapid increase in his magical abilities, all without any risk of magical backlash. Certainly, balancing diligent practice with moments of appreciating the wonders of the world was essential. When Alan proposed inviting Harry Potter over to his home, the entire family unanimously agreed. In preparation for Harry's visit, Mrs. Harris undertook a thorough cleaning and tasked Daisy with purchasing an abundance of provisions. This child has faced immense hardship. Everyone remembers how he defeated that dark wizard, yet living under someone else's roof must be quite unbearable. Mrs. Harris lamented as she waved her wand, erasing a stain from the wall. Indeed, the series of events triggered by the school acceptance letter had left Harry's relationship with the Dursleys at an all-time low. They completely disregarded him. Coupled with Harry's curiosity about the wizarding world, he spent most of his time confined to his room, poring over his school textbooks. With the exception of Alan's visits, under Alan's influence and the guidance of his interests, Harry became increasingly diligent. While Harry was engrossed in his studies, a majestic and robust owl swooped through the window. Startled, Harry scrambled off his bed and rushed to the table, where Edward the owl proudly extended his left leg. As Harry unfurled the parchment, he read, "Dear Harry, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will come to take you to my home. My family eagerly awaits your arrival. Alan Harris." Harry promptly took a seat at the table, dipped his quill in ink, and replied to Alan, equally eager for the journey that awaited them the following day. Early the next morning, Harry meticulously packed his belongings, brimming with anticipation. He pondered how Alan would come to fetch him, hoping for a conventional arrival, perhaps by public bus. The clock ticked steadily, and Harry found himself gripping Alan's letter tightly. Uncle Vernon adjusted his tie, glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and shot a sidelong look at Harry. "Harry, are you certain someone will come to pick you up at 10? Before Harry could respond, Uncle Vernon seemed to regret his inquiry, hastily adding, "We're heading to Aunt Marge's house. I trust your peculiar friends will arrive punctually." Harry thought to retort that Alan was not peculiar. Rather, it was they who were. Yet, for the sake of the freedom that lay tantalizingly within reach, Harry endured the moment. As the hour hand finally pointed to 10, the doorbell rang simultaneously. Without waiting for Uncle Vernon to speak, Harry dashed to the door and flung it open. Alan Harris stood there, beaming at him, holding 2 boxes of red tea, and politely nodding at Uncle Vernon. Uncle Vernon squinted, scrutinizing Mr. Harris, and instantly broke into a warm smile. It was easy to discern the reason. The gleaming emblem of the luxury car parked behind Mr. Harris sparkled in the sunlight, and even the most fastidious individual could not find fault with Mr. Harris's impeccable attire. Uncle Vernon enthusiastically invited Mr. Harris inside, while Alan winked at Harry, well aware of Uncle Vernon's disposition after their numerous encounters. It was hardly surprising. Most people adhere to the principle of respecting appearances before character. However, Alan certainly did not wish for his father to be held in contempt, nor did Mr. Harris want Harry to feel uncomfortable. Harry and Alan dashed up the stairs, and then back down with remarkable speed, akin to a whirlwind. Harry cradled Hedwig's cage, while Alan single-handedly managed the rest of the luggage, leaving Harry astounded by his strength. Alan had no choice but to hurry. the Muggle trivia he had shared with Mr. Harris could only sustain them for so long. As Alan's car drove away, Uncle Vernon continued to wave vigorously. It was no wonder Alan was so remarkable. Raised in an elite family, success was almost inevitable. Uncle Vernon firmly believed that a person who spoke so eloquently could not possibly be a wizard. Chapter 18, Platform 9. After returning the rental car, Alan and his companions arrived at the magical barrier. It was Harry's first experience with the magical column, and he watched every movement of Mr. Harris with great interest. Like Alan, he found it to be utterly enchanting. Although it was not Alan's first experience, he felt a sense of reflection. Despite the rapid advancements in Muggle technology, the realms of wizardry had long surpassed Muggles in both temporal and spatial studies. If the teleportation technology of the magical lamppost were to be disseminated within the Muggle world, the exorbitant housing prices of the past could have been alleviated. Soon, a charming little villa with red bricks and white windows came into Harry's view. The garden was lush with verdant trees, and several enormous logs had been sawed into pieces. Strewn across the garden, likely enchanted against moisture and pests, serving as seating for Alan's family. A simple swing hung between two large trees, adorned with vibrant green vines and beautiful blossoms. The entire yard exuded a rustic charm and vitality, instantly captivating Harry, who felt a sense of freedom and liberation in this place. In anticipation of Harry's arrival, Mrs. Harris had taken the day off. Their youngest daughter, Emily, peeked out shyly from behind her mother. Upon catching sight of Harry, Mrs. Harris enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Welcome, Harry." Her son, Ron, stood nearby, extending his hand with utmost seriousness. The warm welcome continued as eldest sister Daisy brought forth steaming cups of red tea, while Mrs. Harris orchestrated the flying sausages, directing them onto their respective plates. After the meal, Harry followed Alan to the bedroom, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a bunk bed. This bed was evidently crafted from the amalgamation of two beds, the upper one composed of smooth wooden planks, showcasing the rings of tree growth. Harry counted in his mind, realizing the trees were older than he was. The union of the two beds appeared slightly askew, yet curiously harmonious. Directly facing the window was a grand desk, adorned with an array of books, ink, and a pile of parchment. Subsequently, Alan assisted Harry in organizing his belongings meticulously. As night fell, Harry felt a profound sense of contentment, surrounded by such warm and welcoming company. The ensuing days were tranquil yet filled with joy for Harry. He cherished rising early to imitate Alan's incomprehensible movements, often eliciting hearty laughter from him due to his awkward postures. He delighted in watching various magical utensils flit about, conjuring delicious meals. He admired the gentle demeanor of Mr. Harris, the attentive nature of Mrs. Harris, the beauty of his sister Daisy, the earnestness of Ron, and the playful charm of Emily, not to mention the respect he had for the esteemed Professor Albert. Time passed swiftly in bliss, and before long, it was time to commence the school year. On that lively yet solemn morning, the family meticulously packed their belongings. Mr. Harris, utilizing his position, borrowed one of the last two magical vehicles from the Ministry of Magic. Harry watched in astonishment as Mr. Harris loaded a plethora of luggage onto the seemingly small car, which, despite its appearance, had the spaciousness of a minibus. They arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30, and as Harry scanned his surroundings while the Harris family unloaded their luggage, he could not locate platform 9 3/4. After an exhaustive search, he confirmed his suspicions. One platform displayed a large plastic sign marked 9, while another bore a sign marked 10, with nothing in between. "Are you looking for platform 9 3/4? Alan asked, hoisting two large suitcases and carrying a massive backpack on his back. Despite Alan's considerable strength, the cumbersome load hindered his movement, with the backpack towering over him. Almost the instant he picked up the backpack, Alan resolved to study the undetectable extension charm at the first opportunity to make use of his Kipling backpack, which would be quite suitable. Harry nodded. "I can't find platform 9 3/4. "Don't worry," Alan reassured him. "Just walk straight towards the ticket gate between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. Just charge straight through. It's crucial. If you feel nervous, just jog a bit. Go ahead. I'll go first, and you can follow me." Alan had heard Ron explain how to reach the platform countless times. Alan hurriedly pushed his suitcase toward the barrier at the ticket checkpoint, and to Harry's eyes, it appeared as though he were rushing towards his own demise. However, the calamity Harry feared did not unfold. In the blink of an eye, Alan vanished. Adjusting his spectacles, Harry steeled himself and sprinted in the direction Alan had taken. As Alan passed through the wall, a deep crimson steam locomotive stood majestically beside the bustling platform, which was teeming with travelers. The sign affixed to the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. As Alan turned around, he discovered that the ticket gate had transformed into an ornate wrought iron archway, inscribed with the words, "Platform 9 3/4. Shortly thereafter, Harry joined him, a look of astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 19, Friends. Once Harry regained his composure from the shock, Alan grasped his suitcase and succinctly urged, "Let us be off, Harry. What is it like to experience a train filled with students?" Alan was consumed by a singular thought. It was overwhelmingly loud. The sounds of farewells exchanged with his parents, the raucous laughter and playful banter among friends, and the hurried clamor of luggage being stowed away enveloped him. Suddenly, a bright and joyous voice pierced through the cacophony. It was Flegg. Flegg. Harry waved exuberantly, his enthusiasm palpable. Excuse me, please make way, thank you. Flegg maneuvered his suitcase through the throng. To our astonishment, we all received our acceptance letters to Hogwarts. During my family's holiday in France, we initially thought it was a cruel prank. It was only when Madame Hooch herself came to deliver the news that my parents believed it. Madame Hooch, the flight instructor at Hogwarts, is incredibly impressive. Flegg, as ever, was a fountain of eloquence. I, too, faced numerous obstacles from Vernon to prevent me from receiving my letter. But fortunately, Hagrid came to my rescue. Harry was elated to reunite with his friends. Shall we find an empty compartment to settle down and converse in detail? Alan gestured towards the large suitcase he was carrying. The trio walked to the rear of the train, finally discovering an unoccupied compartment. They assisted one another in stowing their belongings, and Flegg could not contain his curiosity. When did you first discover you were a wizard? My parents initially thought Madame Hooch was a fraud when they met her. It wasn't until she soared around them on her broom that my father looked around, searching for hidden contraptions, before believing I was indeed a wizard. After accepting the truth, they were pleasantly surprised to discover they had a wizard in the family. My sister was envious, believing that being a wizard was far cooler than being a lawyer. I only found out I was a wizard last summer. Though Alan was raised in a wizarding family, Harry and Flegg shared delightful stories of their experiences at Alan's home. Wow, Alan, that sounds incredible. May I visit your house next summer? Flegg asked with palpable envy. Of course, Harry. I will extend an invitation to you, Alan replied, glancing at the two pairs of bright, eager eyes, and unhesitatingly agreed. Subsequently, Flegg enthusiastically recounted his adventures in France. My favorite dish is flame mussels. Fresh mussels are arranged in concentric circles around 4 nails on a wooden platter, resembling a domino setup. Then, they are covered with pine needles. The flammable pine needles impart a unique pine aroma and distinctive smoky flavor to the mussels as they burn. Once the needles have completely burned away, removing the ash from the cooked mussels and adding a touch of butter makes for a delectable treat. Alan found Flegg's descriptions of food to be particularly gifted. And having wandered through the realm of gastronomy himself, he felt a deep yearning. Harry's face openly expressed his desire. I wish I could eat. As their conversation dwindled, Flegg admitted he was feeling hungry as well. It was midday, and the three of them exchanged glances, the discourse faltering. I'm hungry, Flegg candidly declared, breaking the silence. Me too, Harry lamented, patting his stomach. Despite Mrs. Harris having served him 3 helpings that morning, he now felt an emptiness within. I'll go check. There should be food for sale on the train, Alan said, rising to his feet, embodying a pragmatic spirit. Great idea. Harry and Flegg nodded in unison. As Alan opened the door, he collided with a tall, lanky boy sporting red hair. Ron. Alan quickly steadied him. Alan, perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Did you know Harry Potter is on this train? I hope to see him, Ron babbled, his chatter as lively as ever. Come in, Alan gestured, making space for Ron beside Flegg. 2 equally loquacious boys with similarly vibrant red hair, though one was tall and the other shorter. The sight of them exchanging silly grins brought a sense of humor to Alan's eyes. Ron, this is Flegg. You two will become great friends. And beside me is the Harry Potter you've been yearning to meet. Alan introduced his companions. Hello, Flegg. I'm Ron Weasley, he said, extending his hand, introducing himself with an air of maturity. The moment they met, they felt as if they were old friends, perhaps their shared hair color deepening their bond, though Alan was uncertain. Are you really Harry Potter? Then you must have the scar, Ron pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry brushed aside a lock of hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the work of the Dark Lord? Yes, Harry replied, but I don't remember it. Not at all? Ron asked eagerly. Well, I only recall a lot of green light. I can't remember anything else, Harry said. Ron sat there, staring at Harry for a while, as if suddenly realizing his own actions, and quickly turned his gaze to the window. What are you talking about? What is wrong with Harry's scar? Flegg's curiosity was piqued. Aren't you hungry? Alan interjected, hoping to divert Harry from revisiting those memories. When I came over, I saw someone pushing a cart selling food. They should be here shortly, Ron said practically. That is wonderful. Just then, a cheerful woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, Dear ones, would you like to purchase some snacks from the train? Alan immediately rose to his feet, while Ron's ears turned crimson as he mumbled about bringing sandwiches. Observing this, Harry swiftly jumped up, stepping into the aisle to prevent Alan's hand from reaching for his wallet. Alan, I have consumed quite a few of your and Flegg's provisions earlier. This time, allow me to treat you, he proposed. To allay any doubts Alan might harbor, he quickly added, My parents left me a substantial sum of gold at Gringotts. With that, Harry produced a sizable handful of gold and silver coins from his pocket. Very well, Alan replied with a smile, winking playfully. The cart was laden with an array of tantalizing treats. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, exploding bonbons, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an assortment of peculiar confections that Harry had never encountered before. He purchased a selection of each, handing the vendor 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. Ron gazed enviously as Harry and Alan carried their bounty into the compartment, collapsing onto the empty seats. Are you hungry? Harry inquired. Starving, he replied, taking a generous bite of a pumpkin pie. Flegg, do try this. It's Harry's gesture, Alan called out to Flegg, who was about to venture out for more purchases. The trio shared their feast while engaging in delightful conversation, relishing the moment. Chapter 20, Arrival at Hogwarts. With sustenance in hand, Flegg's attention was entirely captivated by the exotic flavors absent from the Muggle world, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. Outside the window, the landscape whizzed by, appearing increasingly desolate. With neatly cultivated fields now a distant memory, they were soon enveloped by a forest, meandering rivers, and dark green hills. It wasn't until darkness fully descended that Ron and Flegg ceased their spirited debate over Quidditch and football. In this regard, Harry proved to be an attentive listener. Despite his incessant fiddling with chocolate frog cards, hurry and don your robes, I consulted an experienced upperclassman, and we shall be arriving shortly. Alan urged as he opened the compartment door, encouraging his new companions. Unable to withstand the combined force of their chatter, coupled with his curiosity about the train, Alan decided to take a stroll. During his wanderings, he encountered Hermione, who was assisting Neville in the search for his toad, as well as Malfoy, who was on the lookout for Harry. Alan utilized the summoning charm to retrieve Neville's toad. As for Malfoy, Alan chose to avoid him entirely. He had not been a teacher for many years and wished to steer clear of the arrogant Malfoy. Alan, you're back. It's such a shame you weren't here. We had a scuffle with Malfoy. If you had been with us, we surely could have defeated them soundly, Ron lamented, fully aware of Alan's formidable prowess. Harry and Flegg nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Alan's strength had even garnered praise from the physical education instructor. To this, Alan remained noncommittal, should Malfoy truly provoke him. He would not hesitate to impart a lesson to the impudent youth. The group swiftly shed their outer garments and donned black robes. Ron's robe was a tad short, revealing his sneakers beneath. However, Alan found Ron's robe quite practical for movement. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is delivered to the school, a voice echoed throughout the carriage. We're almost there, Alan. The magical world awaits. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Flegg stated dryly, devoid of the exuberance he had exhibited when discussing food. He was not the only one feeling apprehensive. Harry clutched his stomach, looking quite unwell, and Ron's freckled face had turned pale. Alan swiftly stuffed the remaining candies into his pocket, haphazardly cramming his discarded clothing into the suitcase, and surged forward with the flow of passengers in the aisle. The train gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. The travelers jostled and pushed, eagerly crowding towards the door, descending onto a dark and cramped platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver through Harry, who was pressed closely against Alan. Suddenly, a light swayed above the students' heads, and Alan heard a gruff voice bellowing, First your students, come this way. Harry, over here, are you well?" Amidst the bustling throng, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a welcoming smile. "Come on, follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step now. First years, follow me." The newcomers trailed behind Hagrid, slipping and stumbling as they seemed to descend along a steep and narrow path. Alan adapted quite well, even having the energy to assist Harry and pull along Flegg. At this moment, Ron's slightly shorter robe evidently conferred an advantage, as he appeared to walk with much greater steadiness than the other newcomers. Alan's mind was wandering. The path was enveloped in darkness on both sides, and an eerie silence prevailed, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. As we round this bend, you shall soon behold Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. This was followed by a chorus of gasps, as at the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hillside, its spires reaching for the sky, and the windows twinkled beneath the starlit heavens. Each boat must not exceed 4 occupants, Hagrid exclaimed, pointing to a line of small vessels moored at the water's edge. With agility, Alan swiftly commandeered a boat, closely followed by Ron, while Harry and Flegg assisted each other as they climbed aboard. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid bellowed, as he occupied a vessel alone. "All right, let us set sail." A flotilla of small boats glided across the tranquil lake surface, enveloped in silence as they gazed upon the towering castle that loomed above them. As they approached the cliff upon which the castle sat, it appeared to tower ominously overhead. "Duck!" Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the precipice. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads, the boats weaving through a verdant curtain of ivy that adorned the cliff face, revealing a hidden, expansive entrance. The young wizards soon realized that the only one truly needing to duck was Hagrid himself. They ventured down a dark tunnel, seemingly delving into the castle's depths, ultimately arriving at a space reminiscent of an underground dock before ascending to a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Next, Hagrid rapped upon the castle doors with his colossal fists, and Professor McGonagall, dignified and stern, led the newcomers to a small chamber at the far end of the castle hall. She introduced the 4 houses of Hogwarts and informed them of the impending sorting ceremony. It was evident that the young wizards were exceedingly anxious. Those from the Muggle world were utterly bewildered, uncertain of the challenges that awaited. and the newcomers from wizarding families seemed equally uninformed, as if they did not wish to disrupt this unique journey of discovery, a rare opportunity for personal growth. How can they possibly assign us to the right house? Harry inquired. Flag, equally curious, turned to Alan for insight. No need to worry, they won't expel us, Alan reassured. It's likely through some sort of test, Fred interjected, though his tone suggested he might be jesting. Ron appeared visibly alarmed. Alan provided little explanation. As they would soon come to understand, it was not difficult for them, but rather for him. He was about to confront the hat that could perceive one's thoughts and potential, uncertain whether it might uncover the system or possess the formidable power to unveil his secrets. To prepare for this, he had devoted an entire summer to mastering the art of mental shielding. A skilled practitioner of this technique could allow others to perceive only what he wished them to see. A consideration for Alan as he contemplated what could be revealed to the Sorting Hat. Just as Alan was lost in his thoughts, Harry beside him suddenly leapt several feet into the air, followed by the shrill screams of several others. It turned out to be a ghost. Alan should have been surprised and curious, for he had never encountered a ghost before. However, immersed in the art of mental closure, he merely cast a few glances before calmly resuming his meditative state. As the phantoms floated through the walls, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, in a single file, she instructed the first-year students to follow her. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 21. The sorting hat. A line of apprehensive young wizards trailed after Professor McGonagall into the Grand Hall. It was truly a place of enchanting splendor, adorned with opulence. Students from other houses were already seated at 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles that adorned the air above the dining hall. Gleaming golden plates and goblets graced each table, while a long table at the front of the hall was reserved for the faculty. The most astonishing and magical feature was the ceiling, where the velvety black expanse sparkled with twinkling stars, resembling a serene night sky. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she set an old, patched, and rather soiled wizard's hat. Suddenly, the hat burst forth into song, leaving all the newcomers in awe. Holding a scroll of parchment, Professor McGonagall would call out a name, prompting the respective child to step up onto the stool. The hat would announce their assigned house, eliciting bursts of applause from the long tables in the hall. Alan Harris. Shortly after, Hermione Granger was sorted into Gryffindor. Alan confidently approached the stool, believing he could outsmart the supposedly sentient hat. As the grimy hat was placed atop his soft golden hair, Alan shifted it uncomfortably, attempting to prevent it from touching his skin. Ah, quite gifted. I sense a surge of magic within you, rare for one of your age. You are composed and unhurried, not eager to learn your house assignment nor to voice your opinions. You lack a fervent desire for power. Which house shall I assign you to? You possess a passion for knowledge, a pursuit of wisdom, and an eagerness to explore the unknown, immersing yourself in the sea of knowledge. Thus, you should be sorted into Ravenclaw. Polite applause echoed through the hall as Alan made his way to the table of his new house. Feeling a sense of relief at having successfully deceived the Sorting Hat, concealing the secret of his rebirth, Fleeg was sorted into Gryffindor, which did not surprise Alan. While perhaps lacking in cleverness, Fleeg was never short on courage and integrity. Malfoy, on the other hand, was sorted into Slytherin, appearing particularly pleased with himself. And then came Harry. The hall buzzed with whispers, a throng of eager spectators wishing to catch a glimpse of the legendary Harry Potter, who had vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry appeared extremely nervous, sitting on the stool with his eyes closed, gripping the edges tightly, muttering under his breath. He lingered on the stool for what felt like an eternity before the hat finally shouted, Gryffindor. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, ringing throughout the hall as they clamored to shake Harry's hand, reveling in the honor. Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor, and his brothers erupted into jubilant applause. Alan glanced over at the long table next to him, where Harry and Flag wore expressions of regret. This stirred a sense of emotion within him. It is common for people to feel sorrow at parting, yet the joy of reunion is always profound. Prolonged proximity often leads to misunderstandings and conflicts. Perhaps this is the beauty that distance creates. Do you know Harry Potter over there? A languid voice suddenly inquired. Yes, Alan replied, offering no further explanation as he withdrew his gaze from Harry and turned to face the voice. The speaker was a boy with brown hair, fair skin, and a sprinkling of mischievous freckles on his cheeks, his eyes shadowed by pronounced dark circles. Did you not sleep well last night? Alan couldn't help but ask, puzzled by such heavy circles on a typically energetic youth. No, I never quite get enough sleep, the boy replied, his brown eyes reflecting both fatigue and sincerity. I am Alan Harris, pleased to meet you. Alan extended his hand. I am Edward Fox. Edward appeared to be in dire need of rest, his voice airy. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students, arms outstretched as if nothing delighted him more than the sight of his students gathered together. Welcome, he declared. Welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to impart a few words. Fools. Crybabies. Scoundrels. Thank you all. He resumed his seat, and applause erupted. Unlike the whispers found among students of other houses, the Ravenclaw students seemed to grasp his words, prompting Alan to marvel at the intelligence and broad knowledge of those fortunate enough to enter this esteemed house. At that moment, Alan noticed Edward's eyes widen in astonishment as the long table before them overflowed with an array of culinary delights: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for reasons unknown, peppermint candies. The abundance of food invigorated the atmosphere. As laughter and toast filled the air, perhaps the relaxation following tension heightened their appetites, Alan found himself consuming far more than usual. Eventually, even the puddings vanished, prompting Professor Dumbledore to rise once more. The dining hall fell silent. Oh, now that everyone is satiated, I wish to share a few more thoughts. As the term begins, I would like to outline a few points of consideration. Finally, the students sang the school song in a disjointed manner before departing the hall in an orderly fashion. Alan eagerly anticipated the comfort of the Ravenclaw dormitory, his appetite fully satisfied. Chapter 22, A Rescue Under the Guidance of Prefect Penelope Clearwater. The young wizards of Ravenclaw filed out. Watch out for the moving staircases. Do not stray from your path, lest you arrive late, Penelope cautioned. Our common room and dormitories are situated on the western side of the castle, so we have quite a distance to traverse. Mind your step. Indeed, caution was necessary. The castle's staircases varied greatly in size and stability. Suddenly, a shriek halted the students in their tracks. Alan turned to see a small witch at the back, with long black hair, desperately clutching the edge of a staircase. Oh, this cursed staircase. I forgot to mention that step will suddenly disappear. Remember to jump over it. Penelope exclaimed, rolling up her robes as she prepared to assist. However, the young witch was losing her grip, and her fellow students rushed to help. But it was too late. Her small stature and lack of strength meant she couldn't hold on for more than a moment before plummeting. In that critical instant, a calm and steady voice rang out, Wingardium Leviosa. The young witch immediately floated in the air, and a live figure swiftly leapt down the staircase, catching her effortlessly as the levitation spell dissipated. Wow, did you see that? He cast a spell. His reflexes are incredible. The admiration from the students was palpable, even Penelope. The prefect was taken aback. Indeed, to have reacted so swiftly, with enough magical power to keep a young girl afloat, who else could accomplish such a feat but Alan? Huh. What do I see? A newly admitted wizard capable of casting spells and possessing such magical prowess to save a peer. Flitwick, if I were you, I would investigate this. A sarcastic voice chimed in. Professor Snape, I am the head of Ravenclaw, and our wizards have always been renowned for their wisdom and erudition. The emergence of a talent like Alan is indeed a splendid event. Furthermore, Ravenclaw earns 10 points for your quick thinking and successfully rescuing Anna Sue, Professor Flitwick proclaimed. His small stature and high-pitched voice commanding respect. What a remarkably reliable headmaster. Not only does he protect his students, but he also remembers their names in such a short time. Truly impressive, Alan thought to himself. All right, please continue to follow me, Penelope said, gesturing toward Professor Flitwick. Thank you for saving me, Alan, the young witch expressed gratefully. Not at all, it was the least I could do. Their conversation continued as they arrived at the entrance to the common room. The entrance was at the very top of Ravenclaw Tower, marked by an ancient, smooth wooden panel featuring a large bronze, eagle-shaped door knocker. Penelope gently tapped the knocker 3 times, which responded with a resonant, mystical sound. If you wish for your dreams to come true, what must you first do? Wake up, Penelope answered swiftly. Unlike other houses that have fixed passwords, we do not. As long as you can answer the enchanted knocker's question correctly, you may enter. Alan found the arrangement of the common lounge quite intriguing. However, he believed that the dormitory should prioritize safety. Upon entering, he discovered a spacious circular room adorned with elegant arched windows, draped with blue and bronze silk. Through these windows, one could behold the enchanting landscape outside. The ceiling was dome-shaped, embellished with stars, while the deep blue carpet below also bore a constellation of stars, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery. The room was furnished with large tables and chairs, along with rows of bookshelves. Opposite the door, in a niche, stood a stunning halfling statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, embodying both beauty and wisdom, crafted from white marble. A door beside the statue led to the upper dormitories. Your luggage has been placed by the bedside. Please feel free to retrieve it. Wishing you sweet dreams, Penelope said, as she was the first to slip into the girls' dormitory. Alan swiftly located his designated bed, surprisingly sharing a dormitory with Edward Fox. Edward was equally astonished, yet fatigue overwhelmed him, and after exchanging goodnights, he quickly succumbed to slumber. This was hardly surprising. Their 4-poster bed was adorned with a sky-blue silk duvet, exuding an inviting sense of comfort. Alan hastily completed his ablutions and flung himself onto the bed, sinking into the plush embrace of the mattress. As he closed his eyes, the gentle sound of the wind rustling past the window enveloped him in tranquility. A night of sweet dreams awaited him. Chapter 23. The Wish-Granting Room. The following morning, with eyes half open, Alan was reluctant to rise, for the comfort was simply too delightful. The 4-poster bed, draped in a sky-blue silk duvet, and the soothing whispers of the wind outside made it difficult to leave. Ultimately, the persistent habits of his past compelled Alan to reluctantly rise. To his surprise, he noticed a letter at the head of his bed. Eagerly, he tore it open to discover it was his first-year class schedule. The fact that this letter had mysteriously appeared at his bedside left Alan pondering the need to remain vigilant in his training. Alan glanced at the peacefully slumbering Edward before gently unfolding the letter. This semester, a total of 8 courses had been arranged, including astronomy, herbology, and charms. Generally, there would be 1 class in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, with astronomy uniquely scheduled for the evening, while all other subjects were conducted during daylight hours. Each class would last approximately 2 hours. Strangely, unlike what he had remembered. Certain courses that were supposed to be shared between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had now been scheduled with Gryffindor instead. Delightfully, there were no classes on Friday afternoons. And with the weekend stretching ahead, the days were free for personal pursuits. Alan expressed great satisfaction with the course arrangement, particularly appreciating that the first class commences at 9 o'clock. This allows him ample time to practice his physical training, followed by a refreshing shower, and then indulge in a delightful breakfast. Therefore, the pressing matter at hand is to find a convenient location for him to cultivate his wizardly physical skills. Alan quietly dressed, hurried to the washroom to tidy up, gathered the books necessary for his classes, and departed from the Ravenclaw Tower. Alan recalled a time when he had read about a room that fulfilled every wish. This chamber had aided Harry on numerous occasions, and if he could locate it, he would possess a relatively private space, free from the prying eyes of others. Resolute, he confirmed that Edward was sound asleep. Then took the books he needed for the morning and approached Edward's side. He activated the disillusionment charm of his wizarding robe to avoid any potential troubles. After all, it was still before 6 o'clock, and he wanted to evade Filch and any lurking ghosts, lest he be caught and waste time explaining himself. Relying on his memory, Alan navigated Hogwarts Castle in search of the tapestry depicting the giant's clubbing of the hapless Barnaby, for the room was situated directly opposite it. Finally, on the 8th floor of the castle, Alan discovered the tapestry. He held his breath, cleared his mind, and focused solely on the thought that he needed a place for physical exercise. Then, he walked back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, and a door suddenly materialized before him. Alan swiftly swung open the door and deftly slipped inside. This was a spacious room reminiscent of a gym, however. The equipment within appeared to be an assortment of oddly shaped contraptions, all bearing the marks of age and neglect. Fortunately, Alan had no need to utilize them. To his delight, the room also boasted a thoughtfully included bathing area, facilitating cleanliness and hygiene after physical exertion. Alan steadied his mind and proceeded to exercise in a methodical manner, adhering to his usual routine. After a refreshing workout and a quick wash, he felt invigorated. Glancing at the time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him for having remembered to bring the books he needed for the day. Otherwise, he would have had to make a return trip. Upon entering the dining hall, he noticed a multitude of students already indulging in their meals, a testament to the enthusiasm surrounding the first day of classes. "Alan, come eat with us," exclaimed Flegg, oblivious to the fact that Alan's table was predominantly occupied by Gryffindors. With a smile, Alan pointed to the Ravenlaw emblem on his robes, politely declining Flegg's invitation and making his way to the long table designated for Ravenclaw. It dawned on Flegg that he had made an oversight. Scratching his head, he took a seat. The first class of the day was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, and they needed to hasten their pace to avoid tardiness. By this point, Alan had already devoured 2 bowls of porridge and 5 slices of buttered toast. Yet he felt as though something was amiss. Edward? He hasn't arrived for breakfast yet. Surely he hasn't overslept. Alan thought anxiously, hastily grabbing a few sandwiches and a bottle of yogurt as he dashed toward the Ravenclaw Tower, lamenting the necessity of making a second trip. Regrettably, he had not brought Edward along for training. Considering Edward's propensity for slumber, even a workout would not have roused him. In his hurried sprint toward the tower, he fortuitously encountered someone exiting the common room. Without needing to answer a single inquiry, he entered the lounge and swiftly returned to their dormitory, only to find Edward still in a deep slumber. Wake up, Edward. We're going to be late," Alan exclaimed, but his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, he resorted to splashing his roommate's face with a refreshing stream of water. "Oh, Alan, good morning," Edward mumbled, still appearing lethargic, seemingly unfazed by the liquid on his face. Alan pondered what could possibly invigorate him. When the two finally arrived at their Transfiguration class, they realized they were not excessively late. However, several classmates had already taken their seats, engaged in lively conversation and playful banter, oblivious to the feline figure on the podium. "Let us sit at the back," Edward suggested. "That way, we might avoid being called on by the professor." Alan noted that the cat on the podium glanced in Edward's direction. Alan bowed to the cat, and then quietly seated himself with Edward behind. Edward, puzzled by Alan's gesture towards the feline, soon noticed his companion's unusual silence. He cast another glance at the cat on the podium and inquired, "Is there something amiss with that cat?" He felt quite pleased that his friend was an exceptionally astute individual. It was Professor McGonagall. There have only been 7 registered animagi in the 20th century, and she is one of them. Just look at the pattern of her eyes. It mirrors Professor McGonagall's spectacles perfectly, Alan replied softly. Upon hearing this, Edward immediately straightened up, feeling a twinge of annoyance that the professor had overheard his earlier suggestion. However, as he gazed upon the rowdy and boisterous classmates around him, a smirk of schadenfreude crossed his face. Alan observed that Hermione, upon entering, seemed to have the inclination to stroke the cat's head, but Professor McGonagall deftly evaded her touch, leaving the poor feline girl in a state of disappointment. A wave of sympathy washed over Alan, as it was evident that the original narrative had shifted. "Harry, this is splendid. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall has yet to arrive," Ron exclaimed joyfully. Fleeg and Harry exchanged glances, sharing a relieved smile. At that moment, the cat on the podium leaped down, transforming into a human form midair. "Professor McGonagall," Ron gasped in astonishment. "Good morning, Weasley, Potter, Brown. You are late, and for that, each of you will lose 5 points." Professor McGonagall stated sternly, though she appeared to show mercy towards the bewildered Hermione Granger, whose mouth hung slightly open, revealing her prominent front teeth. "What a dismal start to the first day, losing points already. Return to your seats," she commanded. The 3 students complied, subdued by McGonagall's authority. "Alan Harris, with your remarkable powers of observation, it seems you have prepared for several courses. You are the only first-year student who recognized my true identity. Thus Ravenclaw earns an additional 10 points." Professor McGonagall nodded at Alan before positioning herself at the center of the podium. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous subject you will encounter at Hogwarts. Any mischief in my class will result in immediate expulsion from the classroom, never to return. This is a warning." She then transformed her lectern into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to commence their learning. Yet they quickly realized that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time and effort. After diligently taking extensive notes, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Having already prepared, Alan completed the task almost instantaneously. Unlike the Muggle-born wizards, for those from pureblood families, as long as an adult wizard was present, the transformation was not a significant challenge. Impressive. Few young wizards can achieve such mastery in their first lesson. "Ravenclaw receives another 10 points, Professor McGonagall remarked, visibly surprised. "Why don't you demonstrate for everyone, Alan?" The eyes of the first-year students from the 4 houses were fixed on him, and Alan remained composed, having faced students daily during his teaching days, except for holidays. By the end of the class, aside from Alan, only Hermione Granger had managed to evoke any change in her matchstick. Not limited to transfiguration, Alan was able to score points for Ravenclaw in nearly all subjects, quickly becoming well known among the new students at Hogwarts. Chapter 24, The Academic Prodigy Alan During Lunch. Numerous Ravenclaw classmates approached Alan to introduce themselves. The astute Ravenclaws recognized that completing transfiguration in such a short time was indicative of Alan's formidable abilities. After a brief lunch break, Alan and his companions ascended to the 4th floor, where the charms classroom was located in the left corridor. They encountered the school caretaker, Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris, as the right corridor on the 4th floor was off limits. Alan recalled Dumbledore's warning at the start of term feast. "I must inform everyone that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise should not enter the right corridor on the 4th floor." No one wished to face detention, so they obediently turned left, awaiting Professor Flitwick's arrival. Professor Flitwick was remarkably short, requiring him to stand on a stack of books to reach the lectern. When he called Harry's name from the attendance list, he squealed in excitement and disappeared from sight. Alan found nothing humorous in this. He believed Professor Flitwick's reaction stemmed not from Harry Potter's defeat of Voldemort, but rather from the extraordinary nature of Harry's survival against the killing curse of Avada Kedavra. Such a powerful spell had failed to affect Harry and even rebounded upon the caster, which likely prompted Professor Flitwick's uncharacteristic outburst. Though Alan possessed the Encyclopedia of Charms, he still listened intently to Professor Flitwick's explanations and diligently took notes. Understanding how to cast a spell was essential, but unraveling the underlying principles was even more enthralling. 10 points for your precise wand movements, Flitwick commended. Even with simple foundational spells, Alan consistently executed them with remarkable speed and accuracy. The professor gazed at Alan with an expression of incredulity. Ravenclaw had long been overshadowed by Slytherin and Gryffindor, yet this year, Alan's brilliance far surpassed that of his peers. In the subsequent herbology class, Alan, equipped with his photographic memory, flawlessly answered Professor Sprout's questions, securing yet another 10 points for Ravenclaw. His classmates quickly adapted to this achievement, feeling a swell of pride. They quietly bestowed upon Alan the nickname, the Scorekeeper. Alan's subsequent performance validated this title. He was undoubtedly deserving of it, perhaps attributable to his formidable magical prowess. Even in flying lessons, he was the first to successfully summon a broomstick, with whispers suggesting that only Harry from Gryffindor among the first years could rival him. Although Alan found flying on a broomstick less comfortable than his previous experiences aboard an airplane, it was akin to a private jet, ready for takeoff at any moment, allowing him the freedom to dash and spiral as he pleased, offering a thrill unattainable from air travel. Even in the most daunting potions class, Alan's answers left Professor Snape without reproach. When brewing potions, Alan's knife skills were unmatched by his peers. Even Professor Snape could not surpass his speed or quality. However, it must be noted that Alan meticulously followed the textbook instructions, leading to a potion that, while well-crafted, could not compare to the masterpieces of the potion's master, Professor Snape. Alan, it took you so long to complete your bruise ointment that by the time you finished, the injury would have healed on its own. Adding some mint would enhance the comfort of the salve, and it would smell much better. Use the handle of your silver knife to press it. It will yield juice more easily. Professor Snape reprimanded Alan, who had been the first to finish the bruise ointment. Why would anyone make an ointment on the spot when injured? It's supposed to be a backup. Edward muttered in frustration. Edward, it's Professor Snape. He is a good man, Alan replied, assisting Edward in preparing the ingredients. You did so well, yet he didn't give you a single point. Edward continued to grumble. Look, I followed his instructions. Isn't your ointment of better quality now? Alan tossed the prepared ingredients into the cauldron, and the salve transformed into a shimmering green, emanating a fresh mint aroma. This indicates I indeed have areas for improvement. Professor Snape is diligent in imparting his skills. He is an excellent teacher and deserves our respect. Alan explained softly to the astonished Edward. You make a valid point, Edward remarked, admiring Alan. Not everyone can see beyond the surface to grasp the essence. I'm pleased to see the host remaining humble. The time-limited task is 3 months. The host must read all potion-related books in the library, excluding the restricted section. Upon completion, the reward will be a tome on the insights of a potion master. 3 months seemed lengthy, yet with meals, sleep, and classes to account for, Alan felt time was truly scarce. It was not merely about locating all potion-related books, but reading them thoroughly. However, acquiring and understanding the insights of a potion master would open the doors to the realm of potion making for Alan. Alan, what are you pondering? Class has ended. Edward hastily gathered his belongings, rousing Alan from his reverie. While your reasoning is sound, I prefer not to linger here. Dinner is about to commence, and I must sit beside the milk pudding tonight. Yesterday, I only managed to eat 3 pieces. It was astonishing that Edward, as a boy, had such a penchant for sweets. Nonetheless, Alan promptly responded to Edward's call and quickened his pace. This was not solely for the sake of indulgence. More importantly, finishing dinner early would allow him to visit the library to study. Having swiftly consumed his meal, Alan was, astonishingly, the first student to arrive at the library. Madame Pants regarded him with rare friendliness. Diligent students are always endearing, and those who are both intelligent and hard-working garner even greater admiration. Within an hour, Alan was grateful for his decision. The library soon overflowed with students engrossed in homework and research. The secluded, quiet spots that Alan favored were rapidly occupied. Alan swiftly completed his homework, and then brought forth a substantial stack of books on potions. Utilizing his remarkable photographic memory, he began to leaf through them with great speed. Understanding was of little consequence. What mattered was finishing the reading first. To Alan's astonishment, the scholarly system had enabled the bookshelf feature, where every book he had thoroughly read would now appear on his personal shelf. How delightful it was to think of his eyes as a scanning device, embarking on the creation of a library of consciousness, or perhaps a portable library of sorts. Satisfied, Alan patted the book and immersed himself once more in the sea of literature. Chapter 25, The Midnight Duel. Thus, Alan's life took on an extraordinarily regular rhythm. Apart from attending classes, to find Alan, one would either venture to the dining hall or the library, until that fateful day. Alan, I knew you would be here, called Flag, as he, Ron, and Harry arrived in the library to seek out Alan. Ah, it's been quite a while since you last came to see me. Alan greeted them with a smile. We typically cannot attend classes together. Aside from the initial transfiguration lesson, we have scarcely had the opportunity to gather. And you, it seems, have made the library your stronghold. Who could forget that the scorekeeper of Ravenclaw is a bibliophile? You mustn't forget about us. Flag complained with a hint of grievance. How could I? Your exploits frequently reach my ears. For instance, today Harry performed a commendable deed by assisting Neville in retrieving the memory ball from Malfoy. Alan reassured them with a smile. Indeed, you have no idea how impressive Harry was today, diving from a height of over 50 feet to snatch the memory ball. Flag exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, as if he himself had captured the ball. Hey, keep it down. This is a library, warned Madame Pants, the librarian, brandishing her feather duster at Flag. However, Malfoy has challenged us to a wizard duel. But Alan, you know me well. My knowledge of magic is exceedingly limited, Harry confessed, his face etched with concern. He always felt comfortable lowering his guard in front of Alan, believing that Alan could surmount any challenge. Malfoy's companions are Goyle and Crabbe. I had intended to team up with Flag as Harry's assistant, but they both unanimously agreed that you would stand a better chance as the aide, Ron chimed in. Alan truly wished to convey to them that Malfoy would not attend this absurd duel, and indeed, he did so. Had they never considered the possibility that Malfoy might not show up? Regardless, a wizard could never evade a duel that had already been initiated. What a disgrace that would be. Ron, with a carefree attitude, remarked that he did not perceive this as an issue. What truly mattered was to vanquish Malfoy decisively. Alan had to concede that Ron's argument was exceedingly rational. Under normal circumstances, wizards would not shy away from a duel. Although Malfoy had successfully ensnared Harry and his friends, it was likely that even within his own house, his peers would disdain such behavior, despite his affluent lineage. Alan, be my assistant, Harry implored, his face alight with anticipation. Very well, As you wish, my friend. Alan felt it was inappropriate to refuse further, and besides, he could seize the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the fabled three-headed dog that was said to relish music. Splendid! Fleck and Harry exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Out! All of you out! You're far too noisy. Madame Pants waved her feathered duster in anger. So, Alan, see you in the trophy room at 11:30. Harry declared as the three of them dashed out of the library. Are you truly going to duel Malfoy? That would violate school rules. Edward emerged from the shadows of the bookshelf, a worried expression on his face. Do not fret. There will be no issue, Alan reassured him, confident he would not be caught. Indeed, for wizards of our age, isn't a duel merely a matter of exchanging sparks? Edward chuckled, as if a light bulb had flickered in his mind. And should you be caught, it would merely cost you some points, which you could easily recover in a day. Aside from this minor hiccup, Alan's day had been quite fulfilling. He had successfully perused the myriad of magical herbs and fungi, feeling as if he had feasted to his heart's content. At 11:30, Alan stealthily rose from his bed, careful not to wake Edward, who was sound asleep. Activating the invisibility feature of his magical robe, he swiftly made his way to the trophy room, concealing himself behind a massive display cabinet. After a brief wait, he finally caught sight of Harry and the others. Why so late? Alan inquired. Weren't you all eager for tonight's duel? Oh, and there's an extra person, he noted. Alan, this is Hermione. She insisted on coming along. We had no choice, Ron huffed in frustration. What you're doing is against school rules. And Hermione is quite irate about it too. Calm down, Hermione. You're also violating the rules now, Alan pointed out calmly. Oh, Alan, I've heard of you. Almost all the professors speak highly of you, except Professor Snape. You don't think this ridiculous duel is justifiable, do you? Hermione endeavored to win Alan's approval. Indeed. It is a farcical duel, yet having agreed to it, one must uphold their promise. This is a matter of dignity. Now, Harry, is this where you arranged to duel? Yes, midnight is nearly upon us, and Malfoy and his crew should be arriving shortly, Harry replied, glancing at the luminous watch Alan had gifted him. Under the moonlight, the crystal glass cabinet gleamed brilliantly, while the trophies, shields, medals, and statues shimmered with silvery and golden hues in the darkness. The five of them moved stealthily along the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Harry brandished his wand, prepared for Malfoy's sudden entrance. Time ticked away. He late. Perhaps he too frightened to show, Ron whispered. At that moment, a voice from the adjacent room startled them. Just as Harry raised his wand, he heard someone speaking, not Malfoy. Sniff around, my dear, they might be hiding in some corner. Filch was conversing with Mrs. Norris. Harry, terrified, wildly gestured for the others to follow him, and they silently crept towards the door that was furthest from Filch's voice. Soon, they heard Filch enter the trophy room. They must be somewhere in here, they heard him mutter, presumably searching for them. This way, Harry silently urged everyone, except for Alan. The others were nearly paralyzed with fear as they stealthily proceeded down a corridor adorned with suits of armor, the sound of Filch's footsteps growing ever closer. Clang, clang. Fleck accidentally bumped into a suit of armor, the resounding clatter echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. Run, Alan shouted, leading the charge as the five of them dashed down the corridor. Too fearful to look back and check if Filch was in pursuit, they weaved around columns and sprinted through passageways. At last, they emerged near the charms classroom. Alan knew well that the forbidden area housing the three-headed dog was on this floor. Chapter 26. The three-headed dog, where have we run to? Fleck bent over, panting heavily, fear evident in his voice. The fourth floor, near the charms classroom, Alan replied with composure. Although he too had been running, his physical prowess was far superior. And with the help of his enchanted robe, he felt secure against capture. I believe we've lost him, Harry gasped, leaning against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his brow. Malfoy deceived you, Hermione said to Harry. Do you not see? He had no intention of meeting you there. Filch must have been tipped off by Malfoy. Harry had to admit Hermione was correct, yet he did not wish to engage her further at that moment. That despicable Malfoy. I shall make him pay tomorrow. Fleck's face reddened, for even Dudley's physical advantages paled in comparison to Malfoy's vile tactics. Those pesky first years, roaming about at this hour. TSK, 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 naughty, naughty, you shall be caught, Peeves cackled gleefully. Quickly, do not waste time, Alan urged, pulling Hermione along as they hurried forward. Students should be asleep, Peeves shouted. Students should be asleep in the charms corridor. They could hear Filch's footsteps approaching, and without a thought for stealth, they fled desperately toward the end of the corridor. The door is locked. Ron moaned in despair as Fleck pushed vehemently against the door, hoping to force it open. Step aside, Hermione shouted, shaking off Alan's hand as she confronted Fleck. Oblivious to the fact that Alan was also preparing to cast an unlocking charm, she pulled out her wand and tapped the door lock, murmuring, Alhamra. With a click, the door swung open, and they rushed inside, quickly closing it behind them, pressing their ears against it to listen for any sound outside. They failed to notice that Alan's thoughts had drifted from Filch. Peeves, true to his nature, disregarded Filch's pleas, leaving him stamping his feet in frustration before ultimately departing. We should be safe now, Harry sighed deeply, sliding down the door to sit. Alan, Fleck exclaimed, his teeth chattering rapidly, trembling as he tugged at Alan's sleeve. Ah. Hermione emitted a soft, fleeting shriek. When fear reaches its zenith, one often struggles to vocalize. Before them stood the formidable three-headed dog, Fluffy, a creature of hellish lineage. They were confronted by a monstrous dog whose size filled the space from ceiling to floor. It possessed 3 heads, each with a pair of ferociously glinting eyes, and 3 snouts quivering towards them, dripping with drool that hung like sticky ropes from its yellowing fangs. The creature stood motionless, all 6 eyes fixed upon them. Alan understood that music could lull the ferocious beast to sleep. Although the hellish bloodline coursing through the 3-headed dog had significantly weakened, it still emanated a considerable aura of intimidation. Beneath the creature lay the wooden planks leading to the coveted Philosopher's Stone. Yet he believed this was a test deliberately set by Dumbledore for Harry. After all, if Dumbledore intended to eliminate the stone, he could have done so directly instead of expending effort to safeguard it. Alan had no intention of undermining Dumbledore's arrangements. He lacked the strength to confront them. Although he had engaged in a crucial storyline with Harry, whom he had not seen for a long time, the number of participants had significantly increased compared to the original narrative. Alan believed that completely distancing himself from Harry would only draw attention, especially since the old bee must be aware of their relationship in the Muggle world. Therefore, partaking in this moment felt appropriate, as being overly deliberate could suggest guilt. His father had indeed placed him in a predicament. With a click, Hermione turned the doorknob and opened the door. The group quickly fled, relieved that the 3-headed dog was secured by iron chains, howling furiously behind them. Harry and his companions ran desperately until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor. Where's Alan? Have you seen him? Harry suddenly inquired. The others exchanged glances, unsure when Alan had departed. Don't worry, I'm certain he was still on the 4th floor when we left. With his skills, he wouldn't have been caught, Flagg reassured as he grabbed Harry, who was about to turn back. Having already cast the disillusionment charm, Alan was aware that their evening would proceed without incident. After witnessing the formidable 3-headed dog, he developed a keen interest in magical creatures. Once he completed his assigned tasks, he would dedicate time to studying these peculiar beings. Upon returning to Ravenclaw Tower, he spotted Filch patrolling the area. It was infuriating that a Slytherin student had managed to tip him off yet failed to capture Potter. That wretched Peeves didn't inform me of their hiding place. And there are still so many suits of armor to restore. Observing the old squib's hunched figure, Alan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. A person yearning for magic yet inherently incapable of wielding it was indeed tragic. Perhaps ignorance would bring him more happiness. Harry's Aunt Petunia felt jealousy towards Lily for knowing magic, but being unable to possess it. The distortion of human nature often has its roots. Argus Filch's harshness towards the young wizards stemmed from envy, yet he never dared to act similarly towards the professors. When confronted by one, he would shrink back. Like when Professor McGonagall called him a fool, silencing him instantly. Ironically, his own name, Argus, refers to the all-seeing guardian from Greek mythology, a giant with 100 eyes, capable of watching in all directions. Reflecting on this, Alan returned to the trophy room, restoring it to its former state. His wand emitted a gentle orange glow, and the scattered suits of armor swiftly returned to their places, with broken spears mending seamlessly, leaving no trace of their previous fractures. Truly splendid, my child. It is not merely your magic that is commendable, but your character as well. A venerable voice resonated from behind Alan. I knew you wouldn't allow Harry to roam the castle unchecked. Everything is under your control, is it not, Dumbledore? Startled by the sudden voice, Alan quickly cast a mental barrier, silently rebuking himself. Good evening, Headmaster, he greeted, unperturbed by the prospect of being caught. Good evening, child. Had I not learned of your mischievous activities tonight through the portrait, I would not have had the pleasure of seeing you in that legendary robe from a millennium ago. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, his sharp, bright blue eyes glimmering with insight. Indeed, Professor, it is quite remarkable. It is my treasure. Alan did not conceal his pride. In the magical realm, cloaks that grant invisibility are not uncommon, and it seemed Dumbledore was aware of the robe's origins. However, Harry's cloak, which offered eternal invisibility without time constraints, was the most precious of all. The invisibility cloak made from demiguise fur would lose its magical properties over time, whereas his own wizarding robe could only utilize the disillusionment charm 3 times daily. In my view, your actions are even more admirable, assisting the weak, embodying compassion and empathy. Such qualities are rare. Undoubtedly, Professor Dumbledore possessed exceptional talent, keen insight, and wisdom. He discerned Alan's motivations. Thank you for your praise. It is truly unworthy of mention. Merely a means of making amends due to our oversight, which has increased Mr. Filch's workload. Alan maintained his humility and vigilance. A pure and kind heart is a treasure. Indeed, such qualities shine brightly. Now, dear child, after such an eventful evening, I trust you are weary. Hurry back to your comfortable bed and have sweet dreams. Good night. Dumbledore's decision not to punish him for his nocturnal escapade left Alan astonished yet unsurprised. The professor consistently embodied the brave, adventurous spirit of Gryffindor. Although Alan feared no consequences, fewer complications were always preferable. He bowed respectfully to Dumbledore before departing. Upon returning to Ravenclaw Tower, He was once again confronted with the riddle of the magical door. You destroy it simply by calling its name. What is it? Though the night had grown late and Alan felt fatigued, he pondered briefly before providing the answer. Silence. The door opened silently, and he swiftly slipped inside. Just as he was about to head to his dormitory, Alan abruptly halted, sensing someone watching him. He scanned his surroundings, but found no one, not even a ghost. He refrained from rushing back, recalling his brother Albert's frequent admonition to remain vigilant. This sentiment, originally a saying from a predecessor in the Auror office, resonated deeply at that moment. Convinced it was not a mere illusion, Alan did not hasten back to his dormitory but instead drew out his wand. Fortunately, the magical candles in the common room burned throughout the night, allowing him to clearly observe his surroundings. The blue and bronze curtains fluttered in the breeze, clearly indicating no one was behind them. The starry ceiling and carpet were equally devoid of any presence. Alan quietly navigated past rows of bookshelves, scanning all the spacious seating areas, yet found no trace of anyone. The tranquil night, accompanied by the calls of unseen insects and a gentle breeze, should have been a comforting and pleasant experience, yet Alan felt a chill run down his spine. The sensation of being watched persisted. Having thoroughly examined every corner, he realized that only Alan swiftly approached the alcove opposite the door, meticulously observing the half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, sculpted from white marble. It depicted an exceptionally beautiful visage, her features distinct and chiseled as if shaped by a master craftsman. Her tightly closed lips, partially narrowed eyes, and furrowed brow all conveyed not only her beauty but also her formidable nature. One hand grasped a wand, elegantly crossed over her chest, resting above her heart on the left side, while the other hand hung gracefully, its palm positioned as if inviting contemplation or offering an explanation. The entire statue seemed to urge the students to pursue knowledge, to impart wisdom about the magical arts, and to reflect earnestly upon her own life experiences. Most intriguingly, no matter where one stood, the eyes of Rowena Ravenclaw appeared to follow you with an unwavering gaze. Alan failed to detect anything unusual about the statue, however. Thanks to the heightened senses bestowed by his physical training, he confirmed that the feeling of being observed emanated from the statue itself. I know you are hiding in there. Come out, Alan commanded, pointing his wand at the statue. If you do not emerge, I shall shatter the statue. He gently tapped the statue with his wand, the tip glowing with a soft azure light. Stop. How dare you? An extraordinarily beautiful ghost swiftly floated out from the statue. Oh, it is you, Madame Grey, he exclaimed. Madame Grey was the ghost of Ravenclaw, possessing beauty reminiscent of her mother, with cascading waist-length hair and a flowing robe that, while elegant, could not conceal her striking figure. Yet, unlike her mother's dignified demeanor, she appeared haughty and aloof. Alan Harris, I know you well, an exceptional student of Ravenclaw, admired by many professors. However, I am aware that you leave early each morning in secrecy. Your behavior is rather peculiar, she remarked, pressing closely to the statue, as if ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. So, you have indeed been watching me from within the statue. Dear madam, everyone harbors a few secrets, but my morning exercise is not one of them. I merely rise early to engage in physical activity, and my invisibility is simply a means to avoid trouble. The school's patrols are quite rigorous, Alan shrugged, having concluded that Madame Grey bore no malice. As for watching, Peeves was far worse than Madame Grey. But I am curious, this is a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, is it not? How can you reside within her likeness? Alan probed, striking at the heart of the matter. His gaze fixed intently on Madame Grey. He did not miss the flicker of panic that crossed her eyes. Rowena Ravenclaw is my biological mother, as her sole descendant. I am certainly entitled to inhabit her statue, she explained. Therein lies the issue. Alan could hardly accept such an explanation. While it was common for figures and portraits to interact, a ghost residing in another's statue was exceedingly rare. Wait. The weeping willow can inhabit a toilet bowl because it has pipes, an interior space to occupy. A ghost cannot inhabit a solid object. They can pass through thick walls, but cannot hide within them. Thus, the statue must be hollow. In mere moments, Alan discerned that Madame Grey was lying. The question then arose. Why was she lying? What was she concealing? Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Your mother possessed both beauty and wisdom, as her only offspring. You are indeed fortunate to have such a remarkable mother, Alan complimented, for no one could match the humility and politeness of his countrymen. Fortunate? Young man. When you have experienced more, you will come to understand that exceptional intelligence may not be the greatest treasure and could, in fact, lead to tremendous calamity. Having a mother adorned with countless accolades may not be a blessing at all, Madame Grey responded, her tone tinged with sorrow as if touched by painful memories. Madam, you seem quite distressed. Is there anything I can assist you with? After all, I am a true Ravenclaw. Alan attempted to console her. Perhaps, for you are indeed a Ravenclaw, a student selected by her standards. There was once a boy, much like you, equally exceptional, equally charming, who also sought to console me. Yet he deceived me. Madame Grey's anger began to surface. What was his name? Alan inquired, striving to appear empathetic. His name? Madame Grey revealed a look of trepidation. He adopted a name that no one else dared to utter. His trophies are displayed in the trophy room. It seemed that Madame Grey had no intention of revealing the name. Yet Alan knew. The name that the entire magical community feared to utter was none other than that of the Dark Lord. Alan felt deeply wronged, despite his undeniable excellence. How could he possibly be compared to the ambitious Voldemort? Do you think I resemble him? Yet I have not deceived you. I am uncertain if he was merely flattering. He appeared to understand the sorrow of the Grey Lady, whose eyes were closed as if lost in recollection or perhaps regret. Did he take something of great importance from you? Alan inquired softly. Indeed, it was significant, yet it does not belong to me. The Grey Lady's voice was laced with bitterness. If possible, could you describe it in detail? Perhaps I could assist you in recovering it. Alan was earnest. He possessed the capability and willingness to aid the Grey Lady. You? Generations of students have compelled me to divulge its whereabouts. No one can resist its allure. Following the direction of the Grey Lady's gaze, Alan beheld the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, adorned with a magnificent and exquisite diadem, an undeniable testament to its splendor. So, what was stolen was the diadem of Ravenclaw. No one can withstand the temptation of increased wisdom. However, the wise understand that true strength always emanates from within oneself. Alan's tone was steady, yet it stung the Grey Lady. You do not comprehend. This diadem does not merely enhance intellect, it embodies knowledge, the knowledge that increases wealth. The Grey Lady seemed incensed, regarding Alan with disdain, as if he were profoundly ignorant. There was indeed a hidden depth to this matter. Alan was further convinced of this. Come speak with me again once you have located Ravenclaw's diadem. The Grey Lady appeared to deem further conversation futile, turning and vanishing into the statue. The diadem? Alan chuckled and shook his head as he returned to the dormitory. Edward was sound asleep, seemingly oblivious to Alan's departure. After a quick wash-up, Alan drifted into slumber. The following day, although he had gone to bed late, Alan rose early, preparing for his morning exercises. The more he practiced the fundamentals of physical enhancement, the more he felt his agility and strength grow. He was entranced by the increasing power and the wonders of the magical world. However, today he also delved into Master Jebber's alchemical insights, for certain preparations might need to be made in advance, such as a diadem. Endowing the diadem with the ability to enhance wisdom was simply marvelous. During breakfast, as the owls flocked into the great hall as usual, everyone's attention was captivated by a slender parcel carried by 6 long-eared owls. The owls flew to the Gryffindor table, landing before Harry. From a distance, Alan discerned the uncontainable joy on Harry's face and immediately surmised the content of the letter. Harry must have received his very first broomstick, the Nimbus 2000. However, there was no reason for envy, as Alan himself possessed the superbly performing Neptune. Swiftly finishing his bowl of oatmeal, Alan set off to find Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Just moments ago, Professor Flitwick had sent a note via Owl, requesting Alan to meet him after breakfast. Alan, I am delighted to witness the emergence of yet another remarkably talented wizard from our esteemed academy. Your performance in all subjects has been exceptional, to the extent that even Professor Snape has had to concede this fact. Nonetheless, life encompasses more than just books and studies. There are numerous beautiful vistas and intriguing experiences awaiting your exploration and engagement. I have heard from Madame Pants that you have devoted nearly all your free time to the library. I believe that such a routine, over time, could be detrimental to your health, Professor Flitwick admonished earnestly. It must be said that Professor Flitwick was a responsible headmaster and a dependable teacher. His concern extended beyond academics to encompass the well-being and thoughts of his students, a rarity indeed. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I will certainly make an effort to balance my time henceforth, Alan replied sincerely, looking earnestly at Professor Flitwick. In truth, reading is a source of great pleasure for me. Oh, how remarkable. At such a tender age, your thirst for knowledge may well be the reason for your superiority over other young wizards. Diligent students often find favor with their instructors. However, do you have any interest in Quidditch? Professor Flitwick inquired. Quidditch? Professor, first your students are not permitted to bring broomsticks. Nor can they join the Quidditch team, Alan responded, looking puzzled at Professor Flitwick, yet secretly speculating whether his hunch might be correct. Indeed, that is the rule, however. I have just learned that Gryffindor's Harry Potter has been specially invited to become the youngest Seeker in a century, Professor Flitwick explained. According to Madame Hooch, your talent is not inferior to Potter's. Your brother Albert was an exceptional Seeker during his time at school. I believe Ravenclaw could equally extend an invitation for you to join as a Seeker. It has been far too long since we last claimed the Quidditch Championship trophy. So long that I can hardly recall when we last triumphed. Professor Flitwick was indeed proposing to recruit Alan into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Recalling the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies during flying lessons, Alan readily agreed. Professor Flitwick beamed with delight. Alan's composure and towering stature, coupled with his agility, seemed to render victory a distinct possibility. This is no outdated broomstick. It is the Nimbus 2000. What was it you mentioned owning at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260? While the Comet is indeed eye-catching, it pales in comparison to the Nimbus. How would you know, Weasley? You couldn't even acquire half a broomstick handle. I imagine you and your brothers must be scavenging for twigs, came the voices of Ron and Malfoy, apparently embroiled in a dispute over broomsticks. I hope you children are not arguing, Professor Flitwick interjected, raising his voice slightly. Chapter 29. Quidditch practice. Someone has brought Potter a broomstick. Professor, Malfoy quickly interjected. Indeed. That is correct, Professor Flitwick replied, turning to smile at Harry. Professor McGonagall has informed me of the unique circumstances. Potter, what model is it? The Nimbus 2000, sir. Harry responded, suppressing a laugh at Malfoy's horrified expression. I owe my acquisition to this Malfoy, he added with a grin. Alan could hardly contain his amusement at Malfoy's utterly incredulous expression. Alan, please come to the Quidditch training grounds this afternoon after school. Roger Davies will be waiting for you there, Professor Flitwick said kindly, with a beaming smile. Certainly, Professor, Alan replied, bowing respectfully before bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick. Up ahead, Harry and Ron were energetically waving at him from behind a pillar. Alan hastened to catch up, while Ron walked alongside him, his expression one of relief. Observing Malfoy's countenance, he could scarcely believe that they had turned misfortune into fortune. Alan, Harry has acquired a Nimbus 2000, and he has officially become a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How splendid. Indeed, I have delightful news to share with you as well. Thanks to Harry, I have also been accepted into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to face off in the future. Alan was equally elated. This is not merely due to my good fortune. Had Malfoy not discarded Neville's memory ball, I would not have made the team. Harry chuckled. So, you believe this is a reward for your transgression of school rules? An irate voice interrupted from behind them. Hermione ascended the stairs, discontent evident as she glared at the parcel in Harry's hands. I thought you were no longer speaking to us, Harry remarked. Yes, well, let us not discuss it now, Ron replied. It makes us feel quite at ease. Hermione strode away, her nose held high. How perplexing. Where does she derive her sense of superiority? Harry scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps it is attributed to her title of know-it-all, Ron offered. Oh, Alan, I wasn't referring to you, he added apologetically, glancing at Alan. Alan chose not to engage with the angry youth, merely shaking his head with a smile. Throughout the afternoon's lessons, he remained remarkably composed, attentively listening and diligently taking notes. Although he eagerly anticipated the Quidditch practice that would follow, he understood the significance of cherishing the present moment. He resembled a sapling planted in unfamiliar soil, striving to take root, absorbing nutrients and water, in hopes of maturing into a towering tree capable of withstanding the tempest of the outside world. When fully engrossed, time slipped away unnoticed. After class, in an unusual departure from his routine, Alan swiftly packed his bag and, instead of heading to the library, made his way directly to the Quidditch training ground. Roger Davies was already awaiting him on the field, his tall frame and sturdy limbs unmistakably indicative of an athlete. Soft sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves of the trees, casting dappled circles of gentle light upon the ground in varying sizes. In such a setting, Roger exuded a particularly captivating charm, evoking a twinge of jealousy within Alan. Hey, Alan, over here. Roger called out to him, waving in the sunlight. Alan quickened his pace, taking 3 steps for every 2, as it was evident that Roger was somewhat anxious. Roger bent down to open a large wooden crate beneath his feet, revealing an assortment of equipment necessary for the Quidditch match. He proceeded to introduce the various items, such as the bludgers and the quaffle, to Alan. Alan, are you familiar with the rules of Quidditch? Roger inquired. Of course, I have some knowledge, Alan replied, noticing the skepticism in Roger's eyes. He paused before continuing. The red ball is the quaffle. The chasers passed the quaffle among themselves, attempting to throw it through the opposing team's hoops, earning 10 points for each successful goal. The keeper is responsible for guarding their team's hoops. Alan's claim of humility is truly an understatement. Long before he acquired Noctturn, he had already mastered the intricacies of Quidditch. His fluent and detailed explanation transformed Roger's expression from shock to disbelief, and finally, to sheer joy. Remarkable. Truly deserving of the title of Ravenclaw's scorekeeper. I could scarcely articulate it more clearly than you have. Now, let me test your prowess, shall we? With that, Roger tossed a small wooden stick to Alan, reminiscent of a baseball bat used in a running bases game. In quick succession, he released a sleek, black bludger that struggled mightily within its box. As soon as the bludger was liberated, it hurtled toward Alan's face. With a deft flick of his wrist, Alan sent the bludger soaring high and far, piercing through the towering iron hoop that loomed above the practice field. Oh, what do I see? You have sent the bludger through the hoop, and so swiftly. Before Roger could finish his sentence, the ferocious bludger descended from the sky, crashing toward him. Roger desperately embraced the bludger, returning it to the box, where it writhed in reluctant submission. It appears you are exceptionally suited to be a chaser, Alan, Roger exclaimed, brimming with excitement. They then endeavored to let Alan experience the various roles of chaser, keeper, and seeker in turn, and he excelled in each position. His remarkable reflexes, agile movements, and keen observational skills left Roger in awe. Alan, you are simply multifaceted. I believe we have a promising chance for this year's Quidditch Cup. What role can I play? Alan inquired, equally exhilarated by the sensation of commanding the field and soaring against the wind. I think you should start as a chaser. We desperately need a strong player in scoring. As for the seeker, Roger hesitated, weighing the advantages of positioning Alan strategically. We have recruited an exceptionally talented seeker this year. She is quite charming. Perhaps it would be best to let her take a trial run. Roger appeared lost in thought, and Alan surmised that the newly recruited seeker must be extraordinarily beautiful and memorable. Alan has become increasingly busy, in addition to grappling with the mounting academic workload. He is also delving into the study of alchemy and basic physical training. During his leisure hours, he spends extended periods in the library, while also managing the demands of Quidditch practice 3 times a week. He has finally discovered the identity of the Seeker, a second-year Asian girl named Qiu Zhang. Chapter 30. Charms Class. Alan, your performance is truly remarkable. But why aren't you appointed as the Seeker? You've noticed that the Golden Snitch is far quicker than Qiu Zhang, Edward remarked, observing his roommate's training with a sense of indignation. Perhaps it's a tactical decision, Alan replied, feeling no regret. He preferred the thrill of wielding the bludger and scoring goals over searching for the elusive snitch in the skies. Are you really going to compete with that Clean Sweep 7? I've heard that Harry Potter received a Nimbus 2000. Edward expressed concern, acknowledging the significance of equipment in Quidditch matches. Certainly not. In fact, Professor Flitwick privately offered to sponsor me a Nimbus 2000, but I declined. There is no such thing as a secret kept forever. Others would undoubtedly covet it. Besides, I possess a Neptune. Neptune? Edward exclaimed, astonished. Is that the limited edition broom from the Clean Sweep Company? I've heard only 10 were made, each broomstick meticulously crafted for aerodynamic perfection. Its balance and precision are unparalleled. Such a broom is not easily obtained. Edward marveled. Seeing Edward's expression, Alan realized he was letting his imagination run wild. With a chuckle, he patted Edward on the shoulder. What are you thinking, Edward? I merely had the fortune to acquire it. Alan then briefly recounted the circumstances of obtaining the Neptune, leaving Edward envious. What a rare opportunity. This significantly increases our chances of winning the Quidditch Cup, especially with our house consistently leading in points. Perhaps the House Cup will belong to Ravenclaw this year. Edward's excitement grew as he contemplated the possibilities. Alan truly could not bear to disrupt Edward's daydreams, for at the end of the term, Dumbledore would undoubtedly award Gryffindor a substantial number of points. And Ravenclaw's chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Amidst laughter and merriment, they arrived at the charms classroom. According to Susanna, today's lesson would focus on the levitation charm. She had been in low spirits after the demise of her toad yesterday, but Professor Flitwick had invited her to his office, where he whimsically commanded delightful little cakes to dance upon the table and divulged the subject matter for today's class. Edward gazed on with envy and longing. If one were feeling down, the professor would extend his comfort. For instance, he knew that you had plagiarized my assignment and faced reprimand from Professor McGonagall, Alan teased. Sure. Please don't mention it, Edward replied, glancing around nervously, fearful of being overheard by Professor Flitwick. Though he was diminutive in stature, Professor Flitwick possessed vast knowledge, a gentle temperament, a commitment to fairness, and a genuine concern for his students, earning him the respect and affection of the young wizards in Ravenclaw. Indeed, Professor Flitwick announced during class that he believed they were ready to begin levitating objects. After elucidating the standard wand movements and the intricacies of the spell, he paired the students into groups of 2 for practice. Alan and Edward, seated together, were assigned to the same group. With a flourish of his wand, Professor Flitwick conjured a multitude of feathers that floated gracefully, landing in front of each pair of young wizards. It was a truly impressive display. The enthusiasm of the young wizards was instantly ignited. However, they soon discovered that even the simple task of making a single feather levitate was a considerable challenge. Alan held profound admiration for Professor Frivy's remarkable skill. This mastery not only demanded an immense reservoir of magical power, but also required precise allocation of that energy. Consequently, Alan's enthusiasm for learning was ignited. As Alan drew his wand and pointed at the feather, he uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. No sooner had the words left his lips than the feather lifted from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Oh, splendid! Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his hands clasped in delight. Everyone, look! Alan has succeeded. Alan was the fastest student to cast a spell successfully since I began teaching. This statement had been uttered countless times by Professor Flitwick, yet each time, the young wizards gazed at Alan with a mix of envy and admiration. Oh, Alan, you are simply a genius. I still can't figure it out. Please teach me. Edward exclaimed, filled with envy. Once a prodigy in the Muggle world, he wondered why he struggled so in the realm of magic. Alan lifted the enchantment, and the feather gracefully floated back down onto the table. It is crucial to pay attention to the precise flick and shake of the wrist, as well as the correct pronunciation of the incantation, Ugia Yidamuli Iosa, ensuring that the syllable Gia is articulated long and clear. Take your time. Alan explained with clarity, and Edward, possessing immense faith in his roommate, quickly mastered the technique after just a few practices. The feather once again hovered above the table. Look! Alan not only excelled himself, but also aided his group mate Edward in executing the spell. Truly remarkable. Professor Flitwick praised them with a high-pitched voice. Why is the professor praising you when I was the one who successfully cast the spell? Edward lamented, amused. The professor seemed to have a particular favoritism for Alan. Now, let us not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing. Professor Flitwick, as always, stood atop his stack of books, exclaiming, a flick and a shake, remember. A flick and a shake. And do not forget the importance of pronouncing the incantation correctly. Do not overlook the tale of Wizard Barufio, who mistakenly pronounced Stephast and found himself sprawled on the floor with a wild bull standing upon his chest. As time passed, the astute Ravenclaw students gradually grasped the technique, and the number of feathers levitating on the tables increased, causing a broader smile to spread across Professor Flitwick's face. Privately, the professor believed that the Ravenclaw students were the finest among the four houses, at least in the context of Charms class. By this point in the lesson, only Miss Hermione Granger from Gryffindor had managed to successfully cast the spell. As the class concluded, the faces of the Ravenclaw students radiated relaxation and joy. Since the entire class had successfully performed the spell, Professor Flitwick decided to waive the written assignment for that day, requiring only additional practice, an unexpected delight amidst the increasingly heavy workload from other subjects. Hastily descending to the dining hall, the students' stomachs rumbled after an afternoon of lessons, especially with the sweet scent of pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Upon entering the dining hall, they were greeted with astonishment as the room was adorned with a kaleidoscope of Halloween decorations, exuding an eerie yet splendid charm. 1,000 bats flittered across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the flickering candle flames within the pumpkins to dance wildly. Delectable dishes suddenly appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the grand feast at the beginning of the school year. As Alan and Edward surveyed their surroundings, they savored the delectable beef pies on their plates. Chapter 31. The Giant. Alan, are you absolutely famished? Edward inquired, astonished by Alan's enthusiastic consumption. Muffled by his struggle with the pie, Alan managed a vague response. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the impending events of Halloween. Understanding that if he did not relish this sumptuous feast quickly, the news of the giant brought by Professor Chilo would abruptly conclude the festivities. He certainly did not wish to spend the evening with an empty stomach. Alan wiped his mouth and cast a glance around the hall, his eyes landing on the Gryffindor table, where Hermione Granger was notably absent, while Harry and Ron were engaged in their meal. He then rose from his seat and turned to Edward beside him, saying, I feel a bit unwell. I shall visit the restroom. In the Ravenclaw Common Room's library, there exists literature detailing the characteristics of trolls and strategies for combating them. Trolls are extraordinary creatures endowed with immense strength, yet lamentably low intelligence. They are exceedingly violent and often resort to aggression without provocation. Indeed, it is precisely due to their profound lack of intellect that the lowest scores in wizarding examinations are denoted by their name. Alan perceived this as an opportune moment to garner points for Ravenclaw, thereby enhancing his reputation and influence among his peers. Thus, he resolved to confront the hulking figure before Chilo could intrude and issue a warning. This preemptive action would also serve to prevent any deductions from the professors, as he was certainly not endowed with the title of savior like Harry Potter. Accumulating points, no matter how incrementally, could lead to a scenario where, through a gradual ebb and flow, their scores might surpass to a degree that even Dumbledore would feel hesitant to reclaim through unscrupulous means. The house cup would belong to Ravenclaw. With the disillusionment charm in effect, Alan hastened towards the girls' restroom. Alan ventured down the corridor leading to the ladies' restroom, concealing himself by the wall. The corridor, devoid of any signs of the troll, remained eerily silent until he spotted Professor Quirrell emerging from another passage. Only after Quirrell hastily passed by, making his way towards the Great Hall, did Alan proceed in the same direction Quirrell had come from. He had no intention of waiting for the troll to arrive at the ladies' restroom before taking action, thus affording Harry and Ron an opportunity to accrue extra points. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Hogwarts Great Hall, as the students indulged in their feast, Professor Quirrell abruptly burst into the dining area, his scarf askew upon his head. His visage was marred by sheer terror. All eyes were fixed upon him as he staggered to the side of Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily against the table, gasping, "A troll, in the underground classrooms. I felt it was imperative for you to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall was instantly thrown into chaos. Professor Dumbledore was compelled to produce a series of sharp, explosive sounds from his wand to restore order. "Prefects," he intoned gravely, "immediately escort your students back to the dormitories." Penelope sprang to her feet, commanding, "Ravenclaw students, follow me." In succinct obedience, Edward shrank his neck and fell in line with the eagles. Just as the line was about to begin moving, he glanced around anxiously and exclaimed to the female prefect, "Oh no, Prefect Crivet. Alan has just rushed to the restroom due to a stomach upset. He surely hasn't heard the warning about the troll." At that moment, Alan had just turned a corner after emerging from the corridor when a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, a noxious blend of worn socks and an uncleaned public restroom. Shortly thereafter, he perceived a low, grumbling sound accompanied by the heavy thud of enormous feet dragging across the floor. Alan gazed intently as the giant lumbered forward, a sight that would undoubtedly instill terror in any other young wizards who dared to witness it. This creature stood a towering 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling a weathered slab of granite. Its massive and clumsy body seemed like a heap of colossal rubble, topped with a diminutive head that bore a resemblance to a cocoa bean. Its stout legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. A nauseating stench emanated from its form. Clutching a hefty wooden club, the giant's long arms dragged the weapon along the ground. In a moment of panic, Alan withdrew his wand, casting a spell that accurately struck the giant's shoulder. The creature blinked in bewilderment, turning its grotesque nose towards Alan, raising its club, and roaring as it advanced menacingly. As the texts had foretold, the giant's physicality and skin granted it a certain resistance to magic. Shaking his head, Alan redirected his wand, aiming at the ground just ahead of the charging giant. With a flick of transfiguration, he caused the earth in front of the giant to suddenly rise. The enraged giant, evidently unaware of this change, or perhaps lacking the cognitive capacity to comprehend it in such a moment, stumbled and fell forward. Alan seized the opportunity, maneuvering the giant's discarded club to land in the path of its fall. A thunderous crash resonated throughout the chamber, shaking the very foundations as the giant's head collided with the strategically positioned club. The creature's unfortunate skull cracked open, spilling its brain matter and blood from the gaping fissures. Dealing with such magically resistant beings indeed required cunning use of the environment. This method proved effective, albeit demanding a higher level of psychological fortitude from the wizard. Having retracted his wand, Alan contemplated his experience. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, and soon, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, along with McGonagall, rushed in, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant, then emitted a feeble whimper, clutching his chest and dramatically collapsing onto the ground. Snape leaned down to inspect the giant, while McGonagall fixed her gaze on Alan, her lips pale with concern. Alan Harris, what on earth are you students playing at? McGonagall's voice was laced with icy anger. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life. Why did you not heed the warnings and remain in your dormitory? I didn't hear any warning, Alan replied, maintaining an air of innocence as he met McGonagall's gaze. I merely stepped out to use the restroom, unaware that I would encounter a giant in what is supposedly the safest place in the world. I might also inquire what sort of nonsense the school is up to. Snape scrutinized Alan with a piercing gaze, as if weighing the truth of his words. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick's voice raised in concern. Alan, are you unhurt? Professor McGonagall, the head boy, Crivet, informed me of Alan's situation when he reported to me. He had gone to the restroom before Professor Quirrell issued his warning. In the urgency of the moment, I did not have the opportunity to clarify. I am quite well, Professor Flitwick, Alan assured, his tone softening. Oh, if that is the case, it certainly reflects a lapse on Hogwarts' part, McGonagall admitted, her demeanor shifting slightly. Her earlier anger stemmed from genuine concern for her students' safety, compounded by her encounter with the clearly misbehaving trio of Harry Potter, which led her to mistakenly assume that Alan had sought out the giant for adventure due to his perceived superiority. Realizing this, McGonagall cleared her throat and, with a hint of contrition, said, Mr. Harris, for your solitary triumph over the giant, I shall award Ravenclaw an additional 20 points. It must be said that few first-year students can contend with an adult giant. I am pleased to note that you effectively utilized the transfiguration you recently learned, applying it resourcefully in battle. Snape's gaze lingered on the wooden club, his characteristic sardonic tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked, Our first-year genius possesses such remarkable control. It seems this club was a deliberate act. It appears that Mr. Harris's inner complexity is far beyond our expectations. Flitwick, seemingly oblivious to the underlying hostility in Snape's tone, enthusiastically praised, a splendid levitation charm. To achieve such precision in your first year is indeed remarkable. As Alan made his way back to the Gryffindor common room, despite the deductions in points, the trio wore smiles. Hermione, still shaken from the giant incident, felt a sense of camaraderie as Harry and Ron had braved the danger to find her. This experience marked her first true taste of friendship at Hogwarts, making her feel as though she had forged bonds. However, with the perilous adventure now behind them, she pondered whether their friendship would remain as steadfast without the shared risk of life and death. Meanwhile, Alan, heading back to the Ravenclaw common room, found himself contemplating the situation with a hint of mischief. Chapter 32, The Statue of Rowena Ravenclaw within the Ravenclaw Tower. Alan slipped into his room, where Edward had once again succumbed to slumber. After resting his eyes for a brief moment, he was soon visited by Penelope Clearwater, the head girl. Alan Harris, you dare confront a giant at your age. You didn't even attend a feast. I was searching for you after roll call, only to hear from Edward that you were missing. Then I learned from the professors that you single-handedly tackled a giant. Penelope exclaimed, her frustration evident as she approached Alan with an exasperated demeanor, a stark contrast to her usual composed self as a model student. I merely had an upset stomach on my way to the feast and encountered the giant unexpectedly. Considering I earned an extra 20 points for Ravenclaw, can't you let me off the hook? I'm a victim here. Alan raised his hands in surrender, deftly diverting the conversation. Moreover, Miss Clearwater, you look particularly splendid today. You are a Ravenclaw, not a reckless Gryffindor. This shall not happen again. However, I must admit, resolving a giant's threat alone in your first year is quite impressive. She conceded. Additionally, the headmaster has instructed me to inform you that, with the giant incident resolved, the Halloween festivities will proceed as planned. We Ravenclaws will host a masquerade by the Black Lake. Penelope's excitement grew. All the other houses are continuing their activities in their common rooms. I thought Ravenclaw should stand out. So I suggested the lakeside location, and to my surprise, Professor Flitwick wholeheartedly supported it, assuring our safety. If you look out the window from the common room, you'll see the lights in the sky, all conjured by Professor Flitwick's magic. The girls are thrilled with the idea, contributing many scarves for decoration. Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore declined our invitation, as he evidently has other matters to attend to. Alan perceived a subtle change in Penelope's demeanor, a departure from her usual disposition. The young man's mind was teeming with a multitude of whimsical thoughts. Despite her often aloof and unapproachable demeanor, the assembled Ravenclaw wizards swiftly arrived by the lakeside, where the majestic castle's reflection danced upon the crystalline waters. The trees along the shore were adorned with vibrant, colorful lanterns, many of which floated gracefully in the air. A series of long tables, arranged in a U-shape upon the verdant grass, were draped with delicate azure tablecloths, laden with an abundance of delectable fare available for the students to savor at their leisure. Scattered across the lawn were numerous white Roman-style chairs, their backs adorned with long ribbons that fluttered in the breeze. Some young wizards gathered around a crackling bonfire, seated on the ground, while others strolled in small groups along the lakeside. In the distance, fireworks erupted, illuminating the night sky and casting a radiant glow upon their joyous faces, blissfully unaware of the resolution of the giant's predicament. Remarkably, this lakeside area felt devoid of the chill of the evening, leaving one to ponder the extraordinary enchantments Professor Flitwick had woven into the atmosphere. Amidst the revelry of the crowd, Alan spotted Madame Greaves, her expression as perpetually aloof as ever, yet she seemed to be enveloped in the enchanting atmosphere of the gathering. Gracefully floating amidst fluttering silks, it appeared that the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw was devoid of guardianship, reflecting upon the recently observed emptiness of the common room. A notion sparked within Alan. He hastened back to the lounge, ensuring that no one was present, and swiftly approached the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Although he had surmised that the statue was hollow, a thorough inspection revealed no visible seams. Alan even leaned down at Ravenclaw's feet to glimpse beneath her gown. In a moment of confusion, Alan found himself at a loss, intently gazing at the crown of Rowena Ravenclaw's head. Her elegantly curled hair formed a graceful arc that seemed remarkably familiar. Recalling his previous conversation with Ms. Grey, the image of the diadem suddenly surged into his mind. With a snap of his fingers, he realized that this very arc resembled the shape of a diadem. If there were to be a diadem perfectly nestled in that spot, the two diadems would indeed create a complete crown. Thus, the next step was to seek out the true diadem. Alan is acutely aware of the whereabouts of the diadem. The Ravenclaw diadem now resides in the Room of Requirement, transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. It remains uncertain whether the tainted diadem can still unlock this statue. Alan adeptly ascended to the 8th floor of the castle, halting before a mural depicting a colossal creature. He held his breath, clearing his mind. Fixated solely on one thought, I require a place to conceal my belongings. After silently reciting this 3 times, the door to the Room of Wishes materialized, and Alan stepped inside. The room was densely populated with an array of peculiar items, bottles, tattered textbooks, and oddly shaped robes among them. As Alan approached a grand cabinet with its door slightly ajar, he instinctively tugged at it, and the door swung wide open, revealing its concealed contents. Alan's expression shifted dramatically upon discovering that someone had, in such a short span of time, transformed the giant creature into a specimen, submerging it in a potion of decay. To his astonishment, the stick it had been wielding was also preserved within. He needed to swiftly locate the crown and depart, for it was possible that the individual responsible for the creature's transformation was still nearby. Alan hastened his search, recalling that the original text described a grotesque statue of an old wizard, upon whose head Harry had once placed a wig and a flattened hat. Before long, Alan stumbled upon a speckled statue of the old wizard, adorned with a filthy, tattered wig and what appeared to be a faded ancient crown. That's it. Alan darted over, channeling all his mental energy into a sealing spell, and tossed the crown into the storage space gifted by the system. As he did so, a notification echoed in his mind. Warning. Host, living beings cannot be stored in the system's storage space. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The system had remained silent since the last task was issued. Alan pondered the implications of forcing the crown into the storage space. What consequences would ensue? Curiosity piqued. He speculated that either it would be impossible to store it, or Voldemort's fragmented soul would be annihilated. As expected, the system clarified that if the host insisted on storing a living being, it would purify the soul, transforming it into pure energy for the system's consumption. However, such energy acquisition would yield no rewards for the host. It was crucial to note that only irrepressible living beings could be contained within the storage space. The system's ethereal voice resonated devoid of any emotion. Chapter 33, Lies and Friendship. Alan no longer focused on how the system dealt with the diadem imbued with pieces of Voldemort's soul. Instead, he quickly departed from the Room of Requirement, seizing the opportunity to continue his exploration of the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. Before leaving the Room of Requirement, Alan cast the disillusionment charm once more. This decision proved fortuitous. As he emerged from the room, he spotted Professor Quirrell, pale-faced and flustered, hastily ascending the stairs. The seemingly timid Professor Quirrell was likely the one who had submerged the troll in a preservation potion, and it was worth noting that Voldemort lurked behind Quirrell's garlic-scented scarf, his features seemingly unhealed. Otherwise, he would be engulfed in the odor of garlic daily. However, judging by the current circumstances, he still possessed a nose. Lost in thought, Alan soon returned to the Ravenclaw common room. The Ravenclaw students, engrossed in merriment, had yet to return. Seizing the moment, Alan retrieved the diadem purified by the system and placed it upon Rowena Ravenclaw's head. The instant the shape aligned perfectly with her hairstyle, a force struck the diadem, sending it flying off the smooth surface of the statue's head. It landed with a sharp clatter on a nearby chair before bouncing onto the carpet. What had gone awry? Alan hurriedly leaped down to retrieve the diadem. It certainly did not resemble Ravenclaw's artifact. The ancient crown possessed not a glimmer of luster. Alan drew his wand and pointed it at the diadem, but despite his efforts, it remained unchanged, still appearing as worn and dilapidated as before. Alan was utterly perplexed. He simply cast the cleansing and revealing spells in hopes of uncovering the truth, yet the crown remained unchanged. Until Alan recalled the enchanted orb of the goddess of fortune he had received before the start of the school year. Previously, he had employed this magical sphere to cast a spell of curse-breaking during the incident involving the lizard men. Perhaps it would prove useful regarding the crown as well. Given that he found himself at an impasse with the crown, he thought it prudent to give it a try. After all, miracles could happen. Just as Alan was preparing to attempt the spell, he was startled by the sounds of revelry emanating from outside. The Halloween lakeside masquerade had concluded, and the common room would soon be abuzz with activity. To be on the safe side, Alan swiftly gathered his belongings, reasoning that the statue would remain in place for another day, and he could revisit the crown issue later. He quickly arranged the chairs and hurried back to his dormitory. Before long, the common room erupted into a cacophony. The bedroom door swung open with a loud bang as Edward burst in, his excitement palpable. Upon seeing Alan seated at the table, he exhibited no surprise, which struck Alan as somewhat odd. "Alan, you returned so soon? I truly fail to comprehend the interest of you academic overachievers. Such a delightful masquerade, and yet you chose to read," Edward remarked, shedding his cream-smeared sweater, a testament to the fun he had enjoyed that evening. Noting Alan's lack of reaction, Edward continued, "You really should have stayed. Penelope, the head girl, inquired several times at the ball whether anyone had seen you. If you ask me, aside from those twins, no one can rival her beauty. She seems quite fond of you. Do be cautious with such wild assertions, lest you invite trouble. She towers over us." "I doubt she would see me as a suitable match," Alan retorted, fervently waving his hands to dismiss his roommate's audacious notions. Alan slept soundly until dawn. As he entered the dining hall for breakfast, an unexpected hush fell over the room, only to be followed by a cacophony of voices as everyone resumed their conversations. He noticed that the upperclassmen no longer regarded him merely as an exceptional child. Their demeanor towards him had shifted to one of equality. Amidst the clamor, Harry expressed his relief, noting that it was fortunate they were not the ones encountering the troll, as it would have been disastrous for them. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface was as hard and frigid as tempered steel. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the upper windows, one could see Hagrid, swathed in a long coat made of mole fur, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver skin boots, diligently removing frost from the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season was on the brink of commencing. Roger, brimming with enthusiasm, seized every opportunity to train with Alan and the others, elevating their practice sessions from 3 times a week to 5. The professors did not relax their academic demands in light of the thrilling Quidditch season. True wizards could withstand any pressure, indeed any. Professor Snape, while speaking, assigned an additional 10 inches of parchment for homework. Compared to his peers, Alan was evidently busier. He could not afford to neglect Quidditch training. In addition to completing the assignments given by his professors, he needed to rise early to practice basic physical exercises, all while diligently accumulating books on potions in the library. Chapter 34, Preparing for Quidditch. At times, Alan found it perplexing to accomplish the tasks assigned by the system, especially as Roger insisted they utilize every minute for Quidditch practice. Breaking news: Harry Potter has been appointed as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Roger, breathless, rushed into the Ravenclaw Quidditch locker room to share this exciting announcement. Wow, that makes him the youngest seeker in history. I wonder what his skill level is like? If he weren't exceptional, he wouldn't have been specially recruited, would he? Perhaps it's due to his fame? If that's the case, the Gryffindors may find themselves having to hold up a mattress beneath him while he runs to prevent him from falling. The room erupted into lively discussions, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Alan's expression remained unwavering. He intuitively understood that Porter would be a formidable opponent, although the extent of Porter's prowess was uncertain. Alan was determined to exert every effort to assist Ravenclaw in achieving victory. In the locker room, the quiet Alan seemed somewhat out of place, yet he exuded an air of steadiness and reliability. Unable to contain his curiosity, Roger inquired about Alan's thoughts. "What is your opinion on Porter assuming the role of Seeker? Regardless of the opponent's strength, victory could only belong to Ravenclaw." Alan's gaze was resolute, revealing a deep yearning for triumph. "Indeed, victory shall be ours." Inspired by Alan's fervor, the team members rallied with renewed vigor, grasping their brooms and making their way to the pitch. The following morning dawned bright yet chilly. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall, as everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, engaging in spirited conversation. As the owls flocked into the great hall as usual, all eyes were drawn to a slender parcel carried by 6 long-eared owls. With Harry's previous experience in mind, nearly everyone speculated that it contained a flying broomstick. However, the identity of the broom's owner remained a mystery. Alan hurriedly removed the food from his desk. Fortunately, a few owls swooped down, landing right in front of him, their tails inadvertently knocking over Edward's milk. Anna quickly handed him a napkin, and Edward clumsily wiped it up. Oh, this must be yours," he exclaimed, despite the lingering milk stains on his clothes. However, Edward was exceedingly excited as he speculated about the contents. But before he could finish his sentence, he covered his mouth with his hand and reminded Alan, "Alan, do not open it here. Let us return to the dormitory." Alan readily agreed that overeating before exercise is far from ideal. Nearby, Roger, witnessing this, sprang up with an exuberance that completely belied the maturity and composure expected of a senior, and hurried to catch up with Alan and Edward. Upon returning to the dormitory, he unwrapped the parcel to reveal the sleek lines and distinctly shaped tail of Alan's meticulously maintained Neptune broomstick, complemented by its soft and comfortable handle. To bring the broom into Hogwarts in a lawful manner, Alan had to sneak out through the secret passage to Hogsmeade and utilize the public owl post to send the broom back without raising suspicion. "Goodness, Alan, you possess a Neptune. This is a limited edition Neptune," Roger exclaimed eagerly as he gazed at the broom. "I have never felt so certain that victory surely belongs to Ravenclaw." Roger's tone brimmed with unprecedented confidence. "Alan, may I borrow it for a ride after the match?" Edward inquired cautiously. "Of course. After I finish competing, you can ride it for as long as you wish," Alan readily agreed. By 11 o'clock, it seemed as if the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch, many students even bringing binoculars. The seats were elevated high, yet at times it remained challenging to discern the events of the match. Alan, accompanied by Neptune, was surrounded by Roger and the other team members as they made their way to the locker room. Everyone felt it was essential to safeguard Neptune before the match, for this was their trump card. "Hey, mates, the glory of Ravenclaw is upon us. We are the finest team in the history of Ravenclaw, with Neptune in our ranks." Roger eagerly glanced at Alan's broom and continued, "Victory is surely destined for us. The time is drawing near. Let us embrace triumph together. Best of luck to us." Alan followed Roger out of the changing room and made his way toward the raucous stadium, devoid of any trepidation, feeling instead a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. His gaze immediately fell upon Edward in the stands, who, with an inexplicable source of inspiration, had procured an enormous banner emblazoned with "Ravenclaw will prevail." The names of the 7 players artistically spray-painted in vibrant hues surrounding the emblematic eagle of Ravenclaw, true to its reputation under the guidance of a charms professor. The astute Ravenclaw house had eschewed the folly of manually holding the banner, instead employing a levitation charm to suspend it high above their section, fully unfurled. The banner gently swayed in the light breeze, its pale blue backdrop seamlessly blending with the azure sky. While the prominent eagle and the names of the 7 players appeared to spring forth in a 3-dimensional effect, particularly the eagle, which seemed poised to soar into the heavens. As the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, I hope that all contestants engage in the match with fairness and integrity. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee, stood at the center of the field, her broomstick in hand. As both teams gathered around her, she proclaimed, "Please mount your brooms." Alan mounted his Neptune as Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with great fervor. 15 flying broomsticks soared into the sky, and the match commenced. Chapter 35, the match against Hufflepuff. Good morning, everyone. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan, for this thrilling encounter between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan's enthusiastic voice ignited a wave of cheers from the crowd. The quaffle was seized by Alan from Ravenclaw. If Harry Potter is the youngest seeker in a century, then Alan Harris is indeed the youngest chaser of the same era. He was the first to grasp the quaffle, showcasing his remarkable agility and strength. As Jordan introduced Alan, he couldn't resist mentioning Gryffindor's Harry, clearly demonstrating his unwavering affection for the house. "Look at him fly. What astonishing speed. Oh my goodness, do you see that? He rides the legendary Neptune," Jordan exclaimed, leaping from his seat. A black bludger hurtled towards Alan's back, but he deftly avoided it, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The bludger whizzed past him, aggressive and menacing. "Oh, be careful," Jordan shouted as Hufflepuff's Gabriel Truman made a fierce attempt, only for Alan on his Neptune to evade the blow. "Jordan," Professor McGonagall warned him not to stray off topic. All right, Professor." Alan continued to soar tirelessly. If Alan were King Arthur of England, he lacked the Knights of the Round Table, Lancelot, Gawain, and Galahad by his side. He pressed on, perhaps destined to be a lone hero. "With all due respect, Quidditch is a sport that requires teamwork," Jordan noted, seemingly skeptical of Alan's solitary strategy. "Who says Alan has no teammates?" Roger exclaimed as he skillfully deflected another bludger aimed at Alan. The Ravenclaw team was determinedly hampering Hufflepuff players, creating advantageous conditions for Alan's attack. Wow, if Roger had hit that bludger a little higher, it could have soared straight into the Mediterranean. Jordan's exaggeration was palpable. Alan breached Hufflepuff's defenses, now facing only the keeper. Ghoul, go. The ball was in. We witnessed the youngest chaser in a century, Alan Harris, scoring the first goal of the match. Amidst Jordan's excited commentary, the Ravenclaw stands erupted in jubilant cheers. Now it was Hufflepuff's turn to control the ball, their formation resembling a swarm of aggressive hornets charging at Ravenclaw's territory. Roger quickly organized a block, but it proved ineffective. Hufflepuff's hornet strategy was working, drawing closer and closer as Ravenclaw seemed at a loss. With Jordan's commentary, anxiety gripped the hearts of all Ravenclaws. Look, it's Alan, with incredible speed. He snatched the quaffle from Hufflepuff's Daniel. Jordan was in disbelief as he barely saw how Alan intercepted the ball. Roger acquired the bludger, and the advantage shifted back to Ravenclaw. Their teamwork was impeccable. Alan needed only to dash forward while his teammates engaged Hufflepuff's defense. Hufflepuff's earlier hornet formation had been effective, but now their defense seemed a step too slow. Jordan articulated the situation succinctly. Hufflepuff's keeper, James, could block Alan's shot once, perhaps even twice, but he could never stop Alan from shooting. Alan, with his nimble skills, scored goal after goal with the support of his teammates, transforming the usually mild Hufflepuff into a furious bull, darting around yet forever unable to reach Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff's only hope now rested on their seeker, Cedric Diggory. If he could catch the golden snitch, victory would belong to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall could not resist poking Jordan with her wand, and Professor Flitwick beside her felt a sudden urge to intervene. Haven't they spotted the golden snitch yet? Jordan mocked. Suddenly, Cho Chang dashed towards the Ravenclaw stance. Cedric hesitated momentarily before realizing and pursuing her, leading to a thrilling chase. Ahead lay a massive banner that Anna and the others had enchanted to float. Cho, undeterred, charged directly at it, with Cedric reaching out in an attempt to catch her. The two collided with the banner and tumbled down from the sky. Gasps echoed through the stands. Professor Flitwick quickly brandished his wand, mitigating their fall multiple times. They landed on the grass, rolling a few times. Madame Hooch halted the match as players descended to assist the two, extricating them from the tightly wound banner. As they stood, the stand seemed to pause momentarily before erupting back to life with deafening cheers. Cho Chang raised her hand triumphantly, clutching the golden snitch. Ravenclaw had secured victory with overwhelming dominance. Such is the nature of competitive sports, where one side's joy casts a shadow upon the other's sorrow. The extremes of human emotion were fully expressed and released in that moment. This is Quidditch, and it is precisely why wizards hold such a profound love for this sport. The players shook hands under Madame Hooch's direction, and the 90-minute match finally came to a close. As players busied themselves with stretching, Alan sought to ease his nerves, for muscle fatigue was not his concern. Alan, you were absolutely phenomenal. Witnessing your relentless scoring was exhilarating. Edward gushed, entirely enamored by Alan's dazzling performance on the Quidditch pitch. Chapter 36. The exploration, the emergence of Alan, and the remarkable performance of Autumnjong have left Ravenclaw in a state of delightful surprise. The newly recruited Quidditch player for Ravenclaw is so formidable that the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin has garnered significant attention. Harry Potter, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord and the youngest seeker in a century, is poised to make his debut. In response, the young wizards engage in fervent discussions. Some, aware of Harry's exploits and flying lessons, hold high hopes for his performance, believing he may surpass even Alan. Others, led by Malfoy, relentlessly disparage Gryffindor in an attempt to undermine their morale, while others, like Roger, eagerly prepare themselves, ready to observe the enemy's strategies and weaknesses, armed with a notebook to document the tactics of both teams. The following day, the aroma of roasted sausages still permeates the dining hall, and Alan speculates that the house elves might think sausages resemble broomsticks. Could it be that consuming sausages brings good fortune? Alan noticed Harry approaching him, spearing the last piece of sausage from his plate and placing it in his mouth. Alan, may I have a word with you? Harry inquired as he drew near. Of course, Harry, but it seems you haven't had breakfast yet, Alan observed, noticing Hermione trailing behind with a plate of toast. Alan, I lack an appetite, Harry admitted, appearing somewhat anxious. Well, I suppose we could take a stroll for a moment, Alan suggested, having already satisfied his own hunger. It was still a bright sunny day, yet a chill lingered around Harry. I understand how you feel right now. A bit of unease, am I correct? Harry, you needn't place undue pressure on yourself. Trust in your abilities. You fly exceptionally well, do you not? Alan encouraged Harry to confront his feelings. But I can't seem to eat anything. I'm quite nervous, Harry confessed, the anticipation of the upcoming competition causing him a touch of nausea. A little nervousness is perfectly normal. I felt similarly before my first match. However, once you take to the skies, you will forget everything and experience the freedom that flying grants you. Comforting students was indeed Alan's forte. Harry found solace in Alan's words, which seemed to possess a soothing power. The two strolled around the Quidditch pitch, reminiscing about amusing and embarrassing moments from their time at school. Harry began to feel much better. He even sensed his stomach protesting, craving a warm bowl of porridge to soothe his empty belly. As Harry ambled back to the dining hall, Hermione and Ron had deliberately saved him some breakfast. The bread was filling and would sustain his energy. Hermione insisted on bringing a large stack of toast. The sausages were delicious, rich and savory. Ron spread a thick layer of mustard on his sausage as he spoke. No. I enjoy them all, but mates, I would prefer a bowl of hot oatmeal. Harry declined the toast and sausages. By 11 o'clock, the Quidditch pitch was abuzz with excitement, seemingly filled with the entire school community. After bidding farewell to his friends, Harry headed to the locker room to prepare for the match. Ron and Hermione made their way to the top row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a fan of the Hufflepuff team. To surprise Harry, they created a massive banner from a bedsheet stained by a little mouse, emblazoned with the words Potter for the win. Dean, skilled in art, painted a large Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. Hermione also cast a clever charm that made the colors on the banner shimmer with varying hues. Alan gazed upon the grand event of Gryffindor and suddenly realized that it was a splendid opportunity, a chance to further delve into the secrets of the Rowena Ravenclaw statue. Alan quietly departed from the stands and swiftly darted towards the Ravenclaw Tower. As anticipated, the common room of Ravenclaw was devoid of any presence. Employing his previous tactic, Alan repositioned a chair behind the statue, leapt up, and placed the diadem atop the curls of Rowena Ravenclaw. Subsequently, he retrieved the magical orb of the Goddess of Fortune, Fox, from the system's storage compartment, cradling it in his hands. With an arcane incantation slowly escaping his lips, the orb began to emanate a soft glow, the light coalescing into a beam that he directed towards the diadem of Ravenclaw, prompting a transformation. The diadem shed its former guise, gradually revealing its original splendor. Resembling a majestic eagle soaring into the sky, its wings were composed of countless resplendent diamonds, each curve of the feathers exuding artistic elegance. Embedded within its core was a magnificent sapphire, whose facets refracted dazzling rays of light. Beneath the gemstone dangled two others, one perfectly round and the other shaped like a droplet, crafted from the same exquisite material. The bottom edge of the crown was inscribed with Ravenclaw's renowned motto, "What beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Success. Alan was elated. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw gracefully pivoted to the side, revealing a circular, narrow passageway. The walls of the passage were adorned with carvings depicting young boys and girls studying, playing, and living together, their likenesses vividly lifelike. Alan scarcely had time to admire the details as he glanced past. He heard a resounding thud as the statue returned to its original position. The passage suddenly illuminated with a soft blue light, revealing wall sconces placed every 10 steps. After navigating 3 turns, Alan arrived before an imposing bronze door, its grandeur striking. In the center of the 2 doors were intricately carved eagles, gazing at one another, surrounded by undulating patterns reminiscent of ocean waves. 2 massive bronze door knockers lay silently against the door. The sight of this door inevitably conjured memories of the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. With one hand firmly gripping his wand, Alan conjured gloves from his wizarding robe to shield his other hand, then grasped the door knocker and rapped thrice upon the door. The metallic sound echoed like a resounding bell, and in that moment, Alan felt as if he were transported through the annals of time, an ancient aura enveloping him. The blue light from the eagle's eyes converged, forming a screen that displayed Ravenclaw's famous motto. Chapter 37. The challenge. The inscription on the screen gradually faded, revealing a question: where does time begin? This query was particularly profound for Alan. In his past life, his time had come to an end. Yet, reborn into the world of Harry Potter, it felt as though he had been granted a second chance, a return to the past. Thus, from Alan's perspective, time was merely an abstract concept. It lacked a distinct physical form. Wherever you exist, it persists. In your absence, it ceases to be. However, it was evident that this question did not seek to probe Alan's personal understanding of time. Collecting his thoughts, Alan experienced a moment of clarity. The present moment had just concluded, and the future commenced from now. It must be said, this was indeed a clever answer. The bronze doors creaked open, seemingly in agreement with Alan's response. Beyond the threshold lay a shrouded mist, and Alan felt as though he beheld a realm of nothingness. Upon stepping into this void, a star of earthy hue, encircled by a halo of clouds, materialized before him, slowly revolving. Alan observed it intently, captivated by its beauty and mystery, and before he realized it, he reached out to touch it. Just as his fingertips grazed the softness of the clouds, the star darted away like a startled creature, vanishing into the mist. In an instant, the mist began to whirl around Alan. It felt as though he were at the heart of a tornado, the outer layers tumultuous while the center remained serene. Alan remained composed, watching the transformation unfold. After an indeterminate number of rotations, the outer mist dissipated, gradually revealing the vast expanse of the cosmos, akin to the ceiling of the common room magnified 1,000-fold. An ethereal voice filled the space. Only a wizard of exceptional wisdom can traverse the misty realm. Please locate the star you have just witnessed within this universe. With a time limit of 10 minutes. Success will lead you to the next challenge. Failure will merge you with the mist. Wisdom embodies an advanced synthesis of abilities, encompassing perception, knowledge, memory, understanding, and decision-making. Clearly, this challenge was an assessment of memory, observation, and decision-making skills. Indeed, Alan acquired an extraordinary ability of photographic memory with the assistance of the academic system at university. However, this prowess did not extend to the realm of visual shapes. Amidst the boundless expanse of stars, thousands of celestial bodies bore resemblance to the recently observed ochre-hued star. Within a mere 10 minutes, discerning and successfully locating the intended star with only the naked eye proved to be an arduous task, nearly insurmountable for Alan in his current state. As time inexorably passed, indifferent to Alan's contemplation, he made a swift decision to reach out to the academic system residing within his mind. "System, can you provide any assistance?" he implored. The ethereal voice of the system remained devoid of any fluctuation, seemingly oblivious to the urgency that gripped its host. "Host, your previous library task remains incomplete. I cannot extend further assistance." Alan continued to call upon the system, but it remained unresponsive. At that moment, a thought struck him. He recalled an item within his storage space, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his earlier fortune. He opened the storage space with resolute confidence. The system's storage interface swiftly materialized in his mind. Alan selected the ancient parchment bound with a crimson string, which untied itself and unfurled gracefully, revealing the inscription, "Invincible Aura, 12 minutes." Below, the parchment delineated its function. It could manipulate time and be utilized in a single instance, granting the host the ability to resolve any perplexing issues during its duration. Without hesitation, Alan opted to activate the Invincible Aura for 3 minutes. A stream of clarity flowed from the storage compartment, and Alan felt an overwhelming sense of assurance, as if he held the cosmos within his grasp. In this infinite celestial tapestry, he meticulously searched, systematically eliminating distracting stars. The image of the target star was vividly etched in his mind, and he quickly discerned every subtle distinction amidst the multitude of stars. Fortuitously, just as the 3 minutes were about to elapse, Alan successfully identified the star he sought. Alan swiftly unleashed a crimson signal from his wand, marking a celestial body above. Although the cold, ethereal voice did not reappear, the shattered and swirling starry sky unmistakably signified his triumph. The cosmic stars in this realm fragmented into countless shards, spiraling away into oblivion. Only the star Alan had just marked remained suspended before him, gradually morphing and transforming into a quaint European-style tower. The tower's entrance opened silently, and upon stepping inside, Alan beheld a delicate, gossamer-like light screen gently hovering in the air behind a row of 3-seater European sofas. At that moment, the luminescent screen displayed no content. However, through its translucent surface, one could glimpse the opulent decor beyond. This tower exuded artistic elegance, adorned in hues of white and gold, with exquisite furnishings and lavish carpets, seemingly a collection of masterpieces crafted by English and French artisans. The apex of the tower was circular, embellished with ivory and gold, while a gracefully curved crystal chandelier spiraled in a staircase-like fashion above. The walls were adorned with frescoes depicting the participation of wizards in the Wars of the Roses during the 15th century. Before Alan, the luminous screen radiated a brilliant blue light, and the cosmic star map, which had just shattered into fragments, astonishingly reassembled upon the display. A model identical to the tower he occupied appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Countless golden lines wove intricately across the star map. The same feminine voice echoed once more, "Extend your wand, cast the movement spell, and complete the cosmic traversal game. Success will grant you passage, while failure will bind you here for eternity. There is no retreat. One must strive forward with determination." Chapter 38. Cosmic Traversal. Alan is a person of resolute character, confronting challenges without fear or hesitation. Alan drew his wand and directed it toward the model of the tower, softly uttering the word "move." A beam of azure light emanated from the wand, striking the tower directly, and a prominent numeral 4 materialized above it. The model of the tower on the screen glided forward along 4 tracks. The tower where Alan resided suddenly began to sway, and through the windows, he beheld the vast expanse of the authentic cosmos outside. Was he truly adrift among the stars? In that moment, Alan found himself struggling to distinguish between illusion and reality. The magical flames failed to provide him warmth, and one by one, the other decorations within the tower succumbed to a chilling frost. Aside from the flickering magical veil, it felt as though he were ensconced in a realm of ice sculptures. Urgently, he realized he must continue the cosmic traversal game. With determination, Alan pointed his wand at the tower model and proclaimed, "Move." A colossal number 8 materialized above the model, and it traversed 8 distinct pathways along the intricate web of light. The genuine tower in which Alan resides continues to drift, soon coming to a standstill once more. A crimson glow envelopes the exterior, creating a stark contrast reminiscent of both ice and fire, with the transition from chill to sweltering heat occurring in an instant. The edges of the structure, perilously close to this intensely heated celestial body, are gradually succumbing to the searing temperatures. If he does not hasten his departure, he risks losing his very life. At this moment, Alan realized that he was not devoid of fear. He too harbored trepidations, particularly towards the unknown. The tower navigated through the asteroid belt, its sturdy exterior battered and fractured by the relentless impacts of the meteoric debris. "Oh, how unfortunate I am." Alan wryly chuckled to himself. Alan sought to expedite his completion of the game. A spell swiftly struck the tower model, and a chilling feminine voice resonated, declaring that this place was a tranquil expanse of starlit sky, a sanctuary for rest. The creaking sounds echoed as the wall of the tower's hall, adorned with a fireplace, rotated open, revealing a multitude of materials glimmering in various hues, stacked within. Behind these materials loomed a colossal alchemical furnace. The hint was unmistakable. To proceed further, the tower required restoration. It was not merely a matter of casting a spell and reciting a few words to revert it to its former state. One must acknowledge that numerous sections of the tower had been utterly obliterated during the previous traversals, vanishing without a trace. A slender volume unexpectedly appeared on the table. Alan picked up the booklet, discovering it to be a schematic of the tower's structure. It seemed this level indeed involved not only repose but also repair. Alan gazed at the massive materials, realizing that the initial levels of the game tested their ability to respond to crises, while this level seemed to assess their comprehension, practical skills, and perhaps even their courage. Successfully reassembling the refined materials in their original positions would evidently require them to exit the confines of the tower and engage with the external universe. However, for the moment, Alan needed to focus on refining the repair materials. As they entered the materials room, the catalog provided by the tower proved to be extraordinary, as it meticulously indicated the locations of the tower's damage along with the materials required for each repair. Alan summoned the system, retrieving the insights of the ancient alchemist Jebber obtained from the previous mission involving the lizard men. As he mentally perused the information, he contemplated whether there were any methods to be emulated. Eureka! A wave of exhilaration washed over him. The system had truly excelled, not only presenting alchemical techniques but also offering ways to elevate the flame's temperature, thereby significantly reducing the time required for alchemy. With Jebber's wisdom as his guide, Alan successfully ignited the furnace and swiftly prepared all the necessary materials. Alan conjured a mask from the enchanted wizard robe of Meow Meow, ensuring that he could still breathe oxygen as he exited the tower. Alan grasped a portion of the materials and swiftly dashed out of the tower. Indeed, outside the tower, gravity was non-existent, leaving Alan to float in midair, devoid of any leverage. Fortunately, his Neptune remained safely tucked away in the system's storage compartment. He summoned Neptune, mounted it with grace, and, as anticipated, regained full control. Everything was restored to its former glory. The materials soared forth, meticulously mending the damaged areas, and remarkably, they shone with an added luster beyond their original appearance. Alan swiftly consumed the now lukewarm tea and continued his to and fro between the interior and exterior of the tower. After an indeterminate passage of time, Alan successfully restored the tower. Alan took a moment to steady his breath, which had quickened from the vigorous exertion, before raising his wand once more to cast a spell and continue the game. A prominent number 9 loomed above the model, and Alan braced himself, prepared to confront the impending challenge. Suddenly, Alan was enveloped by a luminous barrier, and that cold, ethereal voice resonated once more. A vast fortune awaits. Yet you must choose but one path. Should you depart with the wealth, you shall never return. Should you press onward, the journey may yield naught. You have 10 minutes to decide. How will Alan choose between wealth and the pursuit of knowledge? Chapter 39, The Lingering Regret of Roina. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan declared, I choose to forge ahead. Wealth could be attained through diligence, yet the precious pursuit of knowledge is a rare gem, not easily acquired. The game concluded. The otherworldly voice echoed again. In an instant, Alan felt as though his very abdomen was ensnared by a hook, and he found himself in a space that resembled an opulent office. It was deemed an office only due to its lavish adornments. Every surface gleamed with gold. Even the notepaper was encrusted with the precious metal. The intoxicating allure of gold often signifies moral decay, yet this gilded chamber was captivating without being indulgent. Every detail was executed with gentlemanly restraint and ladylike elegance, devoid of any crassness. For instance, the desk, chairs, curtains, and cushions, each piece struck a harmonious balance between the mundane and the refined. Greetings, Alan Harris, a voice of commanding authority resounded from behind him. Alan swiftly turned, his eyes wide with astonishment. A figure of exquisite beauty stood before him, a beauty so profound it inspired awe, evoking a sense of reverence that bordered on intimidation. At a glance, Alan recognized it was Rowena Ravenclaw, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue in the Ravenclaw common room. It exuded more majesty and vitality. You, a Ravenclaw, exhibit not a trace of greed. Rowena gracefully seated herself behind the desk. Alan comprehended her intent. The literal interpretation of Ravenclaw translates to the talons of a raven, implying the essence of a predatory spirit. You are undoubtedly aware of Ravenclaw's criteria for selection. Are you not, esteemed lady? She continued. Intellect must surpass the ordinary, ideally characterized by wisdom, fairness, shrewdness, erudition, cleverness, foresight, and an insatiable curiosity for knowledge. Alan bowed deeply before Rowena Ravenclaw. Whether as the founder of the house or a formidable individual, Rowena commanded his respect. I prefer you address me as professor or headmistress. Rowena Ravenclaw emphasized. Very well, professor. In Alan's heart, Professor Flitwick truly epitomized the head of Ravenclaw, for despite Rowena's status as the founder, she could at most be referred to as the former headmistress. Hence, Alan settled for the title of professor. Since you have ventured here, should you complete the final trial, you shall gain access to the treasures of Ravenclaw. Rowena regarded Alan with a serious demeanor, her gaze fixed intently upon his face. What, pray tell, is the final trial? Alan questioned, his confidence unwavering. The final trial entails the creation of a philosopher's stone, capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting immortality. A hint of urgency laced Rowena's cool voice. The philosopher's stone? I must inquire. Why do you seek it in your current state? Alan's curiosity was genuine. You refer to my existence as but a lingering remnant, yet I aspire for the elixir of life? Rowena Ravenclaw's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Long ago, my daughter Helena absconded with my diadem. I dispatched Barrow to retrieve it, only to have him tragically take her life. My initial intention was to craft a resurrection stone. However, through my studies, I discovered that such a stone could not genuinely revive the deceased. It merely summoned a substance more tangible than a soul, yet less corporeal than a body. Moreover, the resurrected individual may not find joy in their return. Thus, the resurrection stone held no significance for Helena, who, in her fear of death, transformed into a ghost. I sought a more enduring means to accompany my daughter. Yet I did not wish to become a specter myself, leading me to conceive the philosopher's stone. Rowena willingly divulged the tale behind her intentions to Alan. Observing Rowena Ravenclaw's mastery of soul magic rivaling her alchemical prowess, Alan recalled that Voldemort's fragmented soul possessed self-awareness and communicative abilities, while Rowena had merely left behind a remnant imbued with her soul's essence, achieving a similar effect. Thus, it was evident that Rowena's skill surpassed the Dark Wizard's. Very well. Harris, do you accept the challenge? Should you succeed in crafting the stone from my notes, you may claim my entire fortune. Should you fail, I shall erase your memory and permit your departure. Rowena's presence was formidable, yet Alan felt no trepidation. I am willing to accept the challenge, though I lack the necessary materials. Alan spread his hands, indicating his predicament. Rowena spun a magical orb on the desk 3 times counterclockwise, causing the wall to vanish, revealing a vast alchemical chamber before Alan. She handed him a thick scroll of parchment, and with that, she disappeared without a trace. Alan swiftly leafed through the precious manuscript. The characters inscribed with meticulous elegance, complemented by the exquisite illustrations crafted by Rowena herself. All the requisite materials for the creation of the philosopher's stone, alex, camphor, mercury, sulfur, and aqua regia, were meticulously assembled, and the alchemical techniques were annotated on the parchment. Why then had Rowena's attempts at concoction been unsuccessful? As he pondered, a spark of inspiration ignited within Alan. He retrieved a copy of the Jasper's Insights from the system, wherein the process for crafting the philosopher's stone bore a striking resemblance to Rowena Ravenclaw's research, differing only in nomenclature. It became evident that the effects of the philosopher's stone were nearly identical to those of the elixir of life. The most significant distinction lay in the furnace's flame. The temperature recorded in Jasper's manuscript was considerably higher than that noted by Rowena. Hesitation proved futile. Alan resolved to take a chance and adjust the temperature according to Jasper's instructions. Chapter 40. Ravenclaw's Treasure. Without further ado, Alan deftly prepared the necessary materials in the specified order, positioning the magical orbs in the corresponding grooves atop the marble pillars in a hexagram formation. Following Rowena's manual, he sequentially infused the orbs with magical energy, activating brilliant beams of white light that coalesced beneath the grand and ornate furnace, igniting a tremendous blaze. The front of the furnace was adorned with the image of a crimson dragon and a small green frog, while flanking either side were 2 lions, one in red, the other in green. A white lion graced the rear of the furnace, flanked by a sun and moon bearing human faces. Alan meticulously added the herbs, adjusting the temperature in accordance with the teachings of Jabir. As the heat gradually intensified, the mouths of the 3 lions began to widen. Following the guidance of the Rowena manual, Alan placed red, white, and green magical orbs within the lions' mouths. These 3 orbs symbolized the white stone, utilized to transmute metals into silver, the red stone, employed for the creation of artificial gold, and the elixir of immortality, a universal potion granting eternal life. At the critical juncture of alchemy, Alan was poised to introduce the most precious ingredient, the wings of the Hermes bird. As the wings were added to the furnace, they instantaneously amalgamated with the other materials, forming an irregular, dark green sphere. The Rowena manual concluded abruptly at this point. However, the magical stone failed to exhibit the translucent, brownish hue akin to jade. Where had the process gone awry? Reflecting upon Jabir's teachings, Alan gritted his teeth and channeled his magical energy once more, fervently elevating the furnace's temperature. The searing flames within the hearth writhed and danced with fervor. Under such extreme heat, the 3 magical orbs could no longer withstand the conditions, gradually melting into liquid, merging with the red dragon's belly upon the furnace walls, and subsequently flowing into the dark green semi-finished magical stone within the hearth. Alan gazed with delight as the deep green hue gradually became suffused with brown, merging into a singular entity. It is complete. Overwhelmed with joy, Alan had completely forgotten that he was trapped within the statue, lost in the task at hand, fully engrossed in the art of alchemy. The magic stone lay silently in the center of the furnace, and as Alan extinguished the flames, he marveled at the shimmering light that occasionally danced across its surface. Professor, you mentioned this was the final trial? Alan inquired, yet he failed to detect any change in Ravenclaw's demeanor regarding his successful creation of the magic stone. Oh, indeed. You have succeeded. Might I know your name? Alan Harris. You have successfully completed all my trials, demonstrating remarkable intellect, valiant spirit, and the ability to restrain greed. You are worthy of Ravenclaw's treasure." With that, Rowena placed a resplendent crown upon the table, its form akin to the one Alan had previously received. Yet he sensed a subtle difference. What could it be? The crown you used to unlock the statue was merely an early work of mine, significant. Yet it could not truly enhance one's wisdom. Otherwise, Helena would not have been blinded by greed and committed her act of betrayal. Rowena gestured towards the crown, her satisfaction evident as she continued. "This one, which I perfected shortly before my passing, not only ensures clarity of mind, but also reveals your innermost desires, guiding you away from the path of error. This, indeed, is true wisdom. No, it belongs to you." Next, Rowena produced the tower model that Alan had previously encountered. This mobile tower was intriguing and portable. Should you find yourself lost in the wilderness, it would guarantee you a safe haven. Most importantly, it contained a wealth of books from my collection, brimming with the wisdom of those who came before. If you read and study them diligently, they will construct a ladder for you to ascend to the pinnacle of wizardry. As Rowena spoke, a sense of relief washed over her, and her form began to fade, as if on the verge of vanishing. "Alan, you may also take the magic stone. It holds no value for me, yet it is invaluable to you. I shall carry its creation method in pursuit of my soul. Once I depart, this statue will no longer serve as a trial, deprived of magical support. Its interior will disintegrate into dust upon my leaving. Lastly, before we meet again, please take care of Helena." "Thank you." Alan accepted the treasure with a profound bow, paying homage to the formidable figure before him. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered beneath his feet, compelling him to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the serene common room of Ravenclaw, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 41. Insights of the Master Potion Maker. Stepping out of the common room, Alan hastened towards the Quidditch pitch, fervently hoping that the match had not yet concluded, for he held a keen interest in the exhilarating game of Quidditch. Before Alan had even stepped into the Quidditch pitch, he could hear the cheers of the Gryffindors echoing through the frigid sky, intermingled with the roars and groans of the Slytherins. Alan briskly ascended to the Ravenclaw stands. Observing the match from the stands felt remarkably different from participating in it. He watched the raucous little lions on the opposite Gryffindor stands and thought to himself that he truly belonged to Ravenclaw, forever incapable of such wildness and fervor. "Still no sign of the golden snitch, is there?" Alan inquired of Roger, who was furiously jotting down statistics with a furrowed brow. "Indeed. Neither side has yet detected the Seeker's prowess. They have not caught a glimpse of the elusive snitch. However, the Gryffindor chasers and beaters were formidable, particularly the beaters, whose teamwork was extraordinarily harmonious." Roger cast his gaze towards the sky, where the Weasley twins soared freely, a look of envy crossing his face. Being twins, they had grown up together, and it would indeed be strange if their coordination were lacking. Yet our beaters are quite commendable as well, such as yourself, am I right? Alan's subtle compliment puffed Roger's chest with pride. "Oh, of course, I am the finest beater in all of Hogwarts." Roger's golden, soft hair and his brilliant white teeth sparkled in the sunlight, capturing the attention of many girls. "Roger, may I borrow your binoculars?" "Of course. I brought plenty along," Roger replied, feeling particularly reliable as a captain. Alan raised his telescope, straining to observe a tiny speck in the sky, which was Harry. Harry glided gracefully high above the pitch, seemingly unaware of the golden snitch. Alan watched the match with an air of ease. After moments of tension, he now felt utterly relaxed, a sense of drowsiness enveloping him. He longed for the comforting embrace of the Ravenclaw dormitory bed, yearning for the sensation of being cocooned in soft blankets. The golden snitch. Roger's exclamation jolted Alan to attention. Harry had spotted the elusive snitch. Alan quickly raised his binoculars, observing Harry as he swooped down swiftly, only to be deliberately obstructed by Marcus Flint of Slytherin. Following the blatant and despicable act of cheating, commentator Lee Jordan could no longer contain his outrage, and Alan wholeheartedly agreed. Such conduct was indeed disgraceful. Despite the audience's fury, the game had to continue. It served as a reminder that when faced with injustice, one should not succumb to despair or self-pity. Rather, we must empower ourselves and render our opponents humiliated. While many remained engulfed in anger, Harry's broomstick began to shake uncontrollably. Slytherin scored a goal, and no one seemed to notice Harry's distress. His broom was bucking wildly, twisting and turning, gradually lifting him higher and further from the pitch. Harry was in trouble. Alan was the first to sense that something was amiss. Beside him, Roger and Anna quickly directed their binoculars towards Harry. The broomstick was tumbling and rolling erratically, leaving Harry to cling on for dear life. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently again, throwing Harry off. He was now suspended in midair, gripping the broomstick with only one hand. The spectators had lost interest in the game, gasping collectively as Harry plummeted. Alan focused his binoculars on Hermione, tracking her in the crowd, ready to assist should the need arise. Fortunately, Hermione successfully ignited Professor Snape's robe and collided with Professor Quirrell. Harry landed safely, expelling the golden snitch from his mouth, leading Gryffindor to victory. Whether by skill or luck, Gryffindor proved to be a formidable opponent. Roger closed his notebook, filled with determination. As for Gryffindor, we shall be equally formidable. Amidst the clamor of the excited crowd, Alan flashed a supportive smile at Harry. See you in the finals. On a morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awakened from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake frozen solid. Despite the bitter cold, Alan's spirits soared as if it were the warmth of spring. He had finally completed the library task assigned by the system, successfully acquiring the Potions Master's Book by Werther. The tome contained recipes for various magical potions, and the deeper he delved, the more he realized his own ignorance, becoming enraptured in the ocean of knowledge. In contrast to Alan's enthusiasm, his classmates eagerly awaited the holiday break. Though the common room was enchanted with Professor Flitwick's charms and the great hall blazed with a roaring fire, the corridors' biting winds pierced through, and the windows rattled from the icy gusts. The worst part was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the dungeons, where their breath formed clouds of mist, forcing them to huddle close to their steaming cauldrons. Only Alan displayed an unusual eagerness for potions class. He diligently practiced the techniques from Werther's book while attentively absorbing Professor Snape's lectures, solidifying his foundation. In comparison, Alan felt he had made significant strides in his potion-making skills. Professor Snape evidently recognized Alan's unique prowess, finding no fault in his potions. On one occasion during class, he noted that Alan had not followed the textbook methods, yet remained silent, which astonished the other students. Apart from Slytherin's pupils, Snape regarded Alan with a special recognition, offering guidance rather than criticism. While others suffered through the dual torment of physical and mental cold, Alan appeared to thrive in his element, a state that elicited envy among his peers. Not only in potions but across all subjects, Alan excelled. When the disparity between individuals is vast, one is left with nothing but admiration. Consequently, no one dared to challenge him. It was widely believed that Alan would undoubtedly secure the top spot in the upcoming final exams, leaving others to vie for second place. Exceptional students also bear their own burdens, often becoming the teacher's aides. At this moment, Alan was summoned by Professor Flitwick to assist in decorating for Christmas. Together, they conjured strings of golden bubbles with their wands, adorning the branches of Hagrid's newly arrived tree. With their combined efforts, the great hall transformed into a spectacle of beauty. The walls were festooned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood throughout the room, some adorned with glistening icicles, others aglow with hundreds of candles. Alan observed as Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid into the great hall. With a smile, he approached, eager to greet them, only to overhear Harry cheerfully mentioning to Hagrid, "Ever since you brought up Nicholas Flamel, we have been trying to figure out who he is." Chapter 42. The holiday. Are you speaking of Nicholas Flamel? Alan inquired jovially. However, it was evident that the others did not share his sentiment. Hagrid appeared visibly enraged. Ron's face was one of sheer terror. Harry looked exceedingly awkward, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet Hermione restrained him. Instead, Hermione reproached Alan, saying, "Alan, while your brilliance has earned the admiration of all the professors, eavesdropping is rather unethical." Alan cast a profound glance at Harry, observing his awkwardness and helplessness, yet he remained silent in defense, which left Alan somewhat disheartened. Though he soon found solace. There is nothing more embarrassing than overestimating one's significance in the eyes of others. Harry did care for Alan, however. He shared a common secret with Ron and Hermione. Without the consent of the other two, Harry was uncertain whether he should divulge the matter to Alan. Alan had always believed that when someone no longer trusts you, there is no need to be sorrowful. Everyone has their own life, and no one can accompany you perpetually. Do not cling to the past, nor hold on to what once was. With a smile, Alan addressed Hermione, who looked utterly astonished. Firstly, receiving praise from the professors is the result of my hard work. Secondly, I did not eavesdrop on your conversation. I simply intended to greet Harry. Lastly, I am aware of who Nicholas Flamel is, but evidently, there is no necessity to divulge that information to you. With that, he wished them a joyful holiday and departed with a smile. If you do not trust me, then I shall withhold the knowledge you seek. Though he professed to be unfazed, Alan still exhibited a touch of childish retribution. After all, they would eventually discover the truth, and he need not repay malice with kindness. Was he jesting? How could he possibly know of Nicholas Flamel? Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Alan seldom joked, and given his passion for reading and profound knowledge, it was quite plausible that he indeed knew of Flamel. Harry felt a surge of frustration and regret. He should have been candid with Alan. Hermione bit her lip, declaring, "I must apologize to Alan. I have wronged him." Without waiting for Harry and Ron to react, she hurried in pursuit of Alan's retreating figure. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and followed closely behind. However, upon Hermione's exit from the great hall, Alan was nowhere to be found. The trio rushed to the library, Alan's favorite haunt, but he was still absent. They were prohibited from entering the Ravenclaw common room, and thus the three returned to Gryffindor in disappointment. "Perhaps we shall encounter him at breakfast tomorrow," Harry said optimistically. "That is all we can hope for." Hermione resolved to wait in the library, pondering that Alan might still be there reading. The following day, as Hermione and the others searched for Alan in the dining hall, he had already returned to his dormitory to pack for the journey home on the Hogwarts Express, needing to organize his belongings. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, it was already nearing evening. To his surprise, it was his older brother Albert who greeted him with a warm embrace, rather than their father, Mr. Harris. The two took a bus to the nearest magical pillar and, through its enchantment, returned home. Even before entering the house, Alan was greeted by the delightful aroma of strawberry cake his mother had baked. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace. There was no shame in a man's fondness for sweets. In addition to the cake, his mother had prepared an abundance of delectable dishes. Albert was in high spirits. Indeed, the dinner was sumptuous. While not as varied as the Christmas feast at Hogwarts, it was infused with warmth and the essence of home. The holidays were meant for family reunions, and the 7 of them gathered joyfully around the dining table. Currently, only Alan attended Hogwarts. His elder sister Daisy worked alongside their mother at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies, but unlike Mrs. Harris, she was a specialist in curse damage. Mrs. Harris expressed great satisfaction with this. Their second brother, Ron, had achieved outstanding scores on his NEWT the previous year and secured a position within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Consequently, the family was particularly invested in Alan's life at Hogwarts. After entering the workforce, one often reminisces about the carefree days of school, a time of vibrant youth. When Alan recounted how he and Potter had become the seeker and chaser in their first year, the Harris family reacted with great surprise. Alan's athletic prowess must surely be hereditary. I was once an excellent chaser for Slytherin, Mr. Harris proclaimed with pride. Indeed, splendid. Owen, you looked quite dashing atop your broomstick. Unintentionally, the Harris couple displayed their affection in front of the children. Albert and Alan exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress a chuckle. During this holiday, Alan had no elaborate plans. Having endured so much, he simply wished to rest at home, relax his taut nerves, and peruse the Ravenclaw library's collection. Yet, as is often the case, life does not bend to one's will. According to Murphy's Law, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. When Alan reopened his eyes, he was greeted by a flurry of snowflakes cascading gently outside. The snowfall appeared to linger for quite some time, leading to the inevitable cancellation of Alan's morning exercise plans. After descending the stairs to freshen up, he discovered that he was alone at home with his younger sister, Emily. Had they arranged to work late together? Alan pondered as he poured himself a steaming cup of milk. Despite Mrs. Harris's hurried departure, her culinary expertise ensured that breakfast was prepared for her youngest son and daughter. After awakening, Emily urged her brother to recount the tale of the Moonstone. Alan noted that his little sister's interests had become increasingly peculiar. She had previously insisted on hearing fairy tales, and now she had swiftly transitioned to a fascination with detective mysteries. According to the book Emily presented to Alan, the Moonstone is a renowned yellow diamond, first documented in Indian historical texts. This gem is enshrined upon the forehead of a 4-armed Indian deity, the moon god. The name Moonstone derives partly from its unique hue and partly from a legend that it possesses the ability to sense the moon god's will, with its color shifting in accordance with the lunar phases. To Alan's knowledge, there are similar accounts within the magical realm. However, unlike the diamond revered by the deities in India, the Moonstone in the magical world is a lesser quality translucent gem that can also perceive the moon's influence, hence its appellation. Chapter 43. A Visitor at Midnight. Emily, what prompted you to explore such literature? Alan inquired with genuine curiosity. This book was brought home by our elder brother Albert a few days ago. I noticed he was engrossed in it even during meals, and I couldn't help but be intrigued. Today, since he is not at home, I wanted you to narrate it to me. Please, Alan, don't tell brother. Emily tilted her little head, her smile sweet and utterly charming. With a smile, Alan agreed and brought his sister milk and cake, while Emily obediently sat beside him enjoying her treat. Once again, Alan opened the book and discovered a few lines on the first page. Now I understand that acting without considering the consequences, and rashly taking action without estimating one's own capabilities, is indeed foolishness beyond measure. However, it is too late for regret now. The date inscribed was precisely a week ago. This must be the handwriting of his elder brother. What could have transpired with him? Wait, this passage feels strikingly familiar. Is this not a line from Robinson Crusoe? What connection does it have with the Moonstone? A flurry of questions flooded Alan's mind, as he grew increasingly concerned for his brother's well-being, especially since Albert was an Auror tasked with perilous missions. After perusing related texts in the Ravenclaw treasure, his worries for Albert intensified. Historical records indicated that this yellow diamond had endured trials since the 11th century, and those who coveted or attempted to possess it faced misfortune. Alan's anxiety peaked during dinner when Albert's absence was felt most acutely. Mr. Harris speculated that Albert must have been preoccupied with an urgent task, leaving no time to inform his family. Mrs. Harris was genuinely distressed about her eldest son. Since Albert commenced his employment, he had never before failed to communicate his whereabouts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the house. Who would choose to visit on such a tumultuous, snow-laden night? Mrs. Harris signaled for Daisy to escort Emily back to her room. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent for the young girl to retire for the evening. Mr. Harris withdrew his wand and approached the door, peering through the peephole before boldly opening it. A tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard stepped into the frigid air, accompanied by the swirling snow. I apologize for intruding at such a late hour, Owen, but I have compelling reasons for my visit. A deep, measured voice resonated within the room. Alan noted that the visitor bore a golden earring on one side. Kingsley, what brings you here through such treacherous weather? Is something amiss with Albert? Mr. Harris inquired, his concern palpable. The entire family gazed intently at the unexpected guest, with Mrs. Harris clutching her garment tightly to her chest. Well, let me gather my thoughts, Kingsley Shacklebolt began. Last night, I received a directive from the department to escort Albert to the Auror office for a debriefing today. If he was not retrieved, I was to remain here. However, unforeseen circumstances have arisen, and I must discuss them with you. Alan noticed that Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt seemed to be holding back on some matters. Mr. Harris also observed this, and while we can accept it for now, our primary concern is whether Albert is safe. Mrs. Harris, though equally anxious about her son's well-being, courteously poured a steaming cup of fragrant tea for Kingsley. He took a small sip and sighed with contentment, thanking Mrs. Harris, remarking on the cold weather he had endured while observing outside all day. Owen, Albert should be safe. At least for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen those people searching for him during the day. Someone is looking for Albert? Why? Mr. Harris keenly grasped the crux of the situation, signaling Mrs. Harris to prepare some food. Alan held her back, believing it best for a worried mother to remain close. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen. Fortunately, since practicing basic physical enhancement, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to overhear the conversation in the living room. Albert had taken on a task assigned by the office, though I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment, Kingsley explained, sensing Mrs. Harris's curiosity. It's a matter of utmost confidentiality. Alan speculated it might pertain to the so-called moonstone. Today in your village, I encountered 3 Indians wearing reddish-brown turbans and white linen robes, accompanied by a fair-haired, handsome English boy. This boy appeared to be coerced by them, his expression reluctant, as the enticing aroma of sizzling sausages filled the room. Kingsley could not help but swallow hard. Forgive me, I've been hungry all day. Not at all, sir. You are enduring hunger and cold for our sake. Alan empathetically handed him a plate of sausages and toast, refilling his cup of tea. Such a polite young man, Kingsley remarked. I observed from behind the fence separating your home from the road that those 3 Indians, upon realizing no one was around, fixated their gaze on your house. They ordered the boy to extend his hand, pouring a dark, ink-like substance into his palm, then touched his head and asked if Albert lived here, whether he returned yesterday. And when he left today? After a moment, Kingsley continued. The boy, seemingly awakened, staggered towards a house about 3 miles away. The 3 Indians then murmured amongst themselves before departing. I expected them to return, but they have yet to reappear. After consulting with the department, we unanimously believe it prudent for you to temporarily leave. The department agrees to grant you a leave of absence. Have you noticed anything unusual about Albert lately? Perhaps someone he has met, or a book he has read? Kingsley inquired further. The Harris couple exchanged glances, realizing they had been neglectful of their eldest son. Alan pondered for a moment before handing Kingsley the book he had read to Emily today, which chronicled the legend of the Moonstone. Albert has been quite fond of this book recently. I hope it proves useful. Thank you, Alan. We will resolve this matter swiftly without delaying your return to Hogwarts. Kingsley assured him, evidently having grasped the family's fundamental situation. I will remain here tonight to protect you, Mrs. Harris. I apologize for the trouble. Kingsley's courteous demeanor belied his experience as a seasoned Auror. Of course, it is my pleasure to assist you, Mrs. Harris replied. If not for the tightly clasped hands beneath the table, Alan would have believed her to be quite composed. Chapter 44. Midnight whispers with worries for Albert weighing heavily on their minds. Everyone retreated to their rooms. Perhaps only young Emily could sleep soundly. In the dead of night, Alan, unable to find rest, discerned hushed whispers emanating from the living room. He stealthily rose from his bed and concealed himself behind a pillar in the hallway. It was Mr. Harris and Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt engaged in conversation. Owen, you are aware of the department's confidentiality regulations. I cannot disclose the specifics of Albert's current mission. But please trust that we are earnestly searching for him, Kingsley said, rubbing his brow in evident distress. Kingsley, please understand a father's anguish when faced with uncertainty regarding his child's fate. From your words tonight, I sense Albert is engaged in an exceedingly perilous task. While you need not reveal the details, could you at least hint at what might befall my son? Mr. Harris implored, his voice laced with desperation. Well, Owen, this book was Albert's favorite before he went missing. You may peruse it. Kingsley seemed touched but remained steadfast in his principles, refraining from sharing specifics. Mr. Harris quickly flipped through the pages, contemplating a moment to discuss it with his younger son. He recognized that this book had been brought to Kingsley by Alan, who possessed an extraordinary memory and keen intellect. Owen, what are your plans for tomorrow? Kingsley suddenly inquired as Mr. Harris continued to skim the book. What plans? Mr. Harris was perplexed, his mind racing with thoughts of how this mythological tale might intertwine with Albert's situation. Forgive my candor, but those Indians, upon failing to locate Albert, will undoubtedly return, potentially to your detriment. You must prepare accordingly, Kingsley earnestly advised, leaning forward with sincerity. Mr. Harris acknowledged the gravity of the matter. Emily could stay with my cousin Josephine, and perhaps Alan could return to Hogwarts for the time being. Grace and Daisy might temporarily reside at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Lynn and I could shuttle between the ministry and home. Please, hear me out before you object, Mr. Harris urged, halting Kingsley's impending protest. I recognize your and the department's concerns for my family's safety, but as you mentioned, those 3 Indians will come looking for Albert if they cannot find him. If our home is empty, they will realize we are forewarned, potentially deploying greater resources to capture Albert, which would place him in even greater peril. Moreover, should they dare intrude, I would wish to confront them for information regarding my son. Len and I have both passed our NEWTs and are within the safety of our own home, Mr. Harris asserted resolutely, determination etched upon his face. Very well, since you insist. I will communicate with the department to temporarily open the flu network to your residence, reducing the likelihood of mishaps during your travels. It is late, Owen. Let us conclude our discussion for now. I still need to report to the department. Kingsley conceded Mr. Harris's arrangement. Thank you, Kingsley. Good night, and sweet dreams, Mr. Harris expressed his gratitude, shaking Kingsley's hand as he bid him farewell. Alan hastily returned to his room and climbed back into bed, sensing that Mr. Harris would soon seek him out for a conversation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Mr. Harris knocked on Alan's door. Alan feigned a state of half-sleep as he opened the door. I apologize for the disturbance, Alan. You must have been asleep. But I have some matters of utmost importance to discuss with you. Mr. Harris expressed deep concern and regret, yet he felt compelled to clarify the situation regarding Albert's safety. Alan swiftly ushered Mr. Harris into the room, and they settled at the table. Outside, snow swirled in a tempest, while inside, the dim glow of the lamp cast a warm light, masking the underlying tension like the calm before a storm. Father, you must be curious about the book, Alan surmised. Having anticipated Mr. Harris's purpose, he recounted the origins and significance of the book in detail, prompting a pensive expression from Mr. Harris. Father, have you heard of the moon god of India? Alan inquired softly. Mr. Harris focused intently on his younger son, recognizing Alan's insight. In India, the moon god is known as Chandra, meaning bright and radiant. According to records, he is depicted as a male deity with 4 arms, one holding a scepter, another bearing the elixir of immortality, a third grasping a lotus, and the last in a defensive posture. His chariot, drawn by either antelopes or 10 horses as white as jasmine, glided through the night sky. As Alan paused, he cast a meaningful glance at Mr. Harris. What do you imply? Mr. Harris asked with suspicion. Who in this world yearns most for immortality? Alan's gentle utterance sent a chill down Mr. Harris's spine. Are you suggesting that nameless one? Mr. Harris's heart raced with turmoil. How could this be? Was Albert in grave danger? Realizing something, he pressed on. But he was already defeated by Harry, wasn't he? Who knows? It could be him, or perhaps the Death Eaters. Anything is possible, yet we must prepare for the worst. Father, what are your plans for us? In that moment, Alan exhibited a maturity that nearly made Mr. Harris forget he was merely a student. Mr. Harris briefly outlined his intentions. No sooner had he spoken than Alan voiced his objection. No, Father, I cannot return to Hogwarts, even though it may be the safest place. Mr. Harris was taken aback, suddenly understanding Alan's intent. No, Alan, while you are indeed capable, you are still a child. You must remain at Hogwarts and not seek out Albert. Faced with Mr. Harris's sudden urgency, Alan remained composed. Father, consider Emily. She is still young. Can you truly trust her to live alone at Aunt Josephine's? Would she not feel abandoned? Would she not be heartbroken? If you believe she is safe at Aunt Josephine's, then my presence would not pose any additional risk. Alan's articulate and logical reasoning left Mr. Harris in doubt. Furthermore, given the current state of affairs, who would escort him to Hogwarts? It would be far better for him to accompany Emily to Aunt Josephine's. With the final straw pulled, Mr. Harris relented. Very well. But you must take good care of Emily. Do not wander off. Chapter 45. The decaying manor on a winter morning following the snowfall. The sky was a deep and brilliant blue. As Alan pushed open the window, a biting chill rushed in, and the world outside lay blanketed in white, devoid of any signs of life, which did not necessarily imply safety, for the snow could just as easily hide malevolent deeds. Mrs. Harris, as usual, had prepared breakfast. Yet the rich scent of milk and cereal failed to stimulate anyone's appetite. When Mr. Harris announced his plans at the dining table, Mrs. Harris could no longer maintain her composure. No, Owen, my magic is strong as well. I can face whatever comes alongside you. Daisy, too, did not wish to remain a passive observer while her loved ones confronted perilous uncertainties. A quarrel, or rather a passionate debate, was about to ensue. Alan filled a bowl with milk and cereal, grabbed a plate of sandwiches, called for Emily, and ascended to her room. He believed children should not directly witness their parents' disputes, as it could harm their tender hearts. Alan, why are Mommy and Daddy arguing? Emily asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Emily, it's because of some necessary matters. We all must be apart for a while. Although Mommy and Daddy are arguing, you must trust that it is all out of love, Alan patiently explained to his sister. Are we going to be separated? Emily's fear surfaced. I will be with you, Alan continued to comfort her. Hearing the commotion below subside, Alan gathered his freshly packed belongings and, with Emily in tow, made his way to the living room. They would travel via the Flu network to Aunt Josephine's. When Mr. Harris entrusted his children to Josephine, he appeared profoundly reluctant. We will proceed as planned. I hope all goes smoothly. Alan, take good care of your sister. Mr. Harris embraced his children and resolutely turned to leave. Aunt Josephine was a robust witch with rosy cheeks and sharp blue eyes. She donned a deep purple dress, and her black silk cloak was adorned with dark tassels. A black hat crowned her head, embellished with purple velvet flowers that danced as she turned. Oh my, what lovely children! Aunt Josephine exclaimed, gathering Emily into her arms. Emily looked helplessly at her brother, and upon seeing Alan's encouraging smile, she shyly nestled against Josephine's shoulder. Have you had breakfast? After receiving affirmative responses from the two children, Aunt Josephine led them to settle their belongings. They arrived at an ancient, crumbling manor. Aunt Josephine guided them away from the grand sitting room, with its imposing fireplace, and into the corridor. It was a lengthy passage with several branching paths, and they followed one leading to a staircase. The stairs ascended in segments. On either side of the corridor were numerous doors, most of which were locked. The walls were adorned with various paintings. Some depicted eerie and strange landscapes, while others were portraits of men and women clad in extravagant silks and velvets. As Alan strolled past, he gazed into the faces captured in the artwork, which seemed to gaze back at him. He soon sensed something amiss. Unlike the moving portraits at Hogwarts, these figures, though capable of movement, were utterly silent, exuding an eerie stillness. Emily instinctively edged closer to her brother, as such imagery was indeed overwhelming for a young girl. They paused before a door adorned with a portrait of a little girl. Dressed in a red gown embroidered with golden and silver threads, a dark green toad perched on her hand. Her expression was blank, yet her gaze was sharp and curious. Miss Clark, these two children require temporary lodging here for a few nights. I hope you will grant permission. Aunt Josephine unexpectedly bowed to the girl in the painting. The toad in her hand leaped, stepping out of the frame, and soon after, the girl herself exited the picture. It is done, Aunt Josephine gently nudged, and the heavy door creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a vast bedroom, adorned with embroidered decorations, and richly grained wooden furniture filled the space. A large window, framed with intricately pieced stained glass, overlooked a snow-blanketed wilderness. A wide, plush bed, draped in thick blankets, faced an old mural, the details of which had become nearly indistinguishable. Yet it emanated a sense of the uncanny. Do not worry. While it may appear foreboding, it is the safest place you could be, Aunt Josephine reassured. Sensing the children's trepidation. Thank you, Aunt. Rest assured, we can take care of ourselves. Alan bowed in gratitude. Very well, take a moment to rest. I shall summon you for lunch shortly. If you find yourselves feeling bored, the adjacent room is the library, where you may peruse its contents. I recall there are quite a few children's books that Miss Clark has read. Aunt Josephine once more patted Emily's head before turning to depart. As Alan opened his luggage and neatly hung his garments in the oak wardrobe, he pondered how to extricate himself in search of Albert. If only he were an adult. He mused. He could move about freely, unencumbered by the constraints of youth. This opportunity soon presented itself. The room offered no suitable amusements for Emily, prompting Alan to escort her to the adjacent library, a chamber that appeared seldom frequented, with books meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Perhaps Aunt Josephine had recently tidied it, for the room was immaculate, devoid of even a speck of dust. Emily joyfully played before a low children's bookshelf, eagerly removing every book and stacking them high, clapping her hands in delight. The tower of books, growing ever taller and increasingly precarious, ultimately succumbed to gravity with a thunderous crash when Emily added a hefty fairy tale tome, toppling towards her. Alan rushed to her aid, scooping her away just in time, but inadvertently knocked over the children's bookshelf, which collapsed against the tapestry behind it, creating a noticeable dent. As Alan righted the bookshelf and lifted the tapestry, he discovered a narrow staircase concealed behind it. Curiosity gripped him, yet with Emily nearby, he could not abandon her to pursue this newfound adventure. The moment he had longed for had finally arrived. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, Emily succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into slumber upon the soft, warm bed. Alan entrusted Emily to Aunt Josephine's care under the pretext of needing to concentrate on his reading in the library, seizing the chance to explore the secret passage he had uncovered. Chapter 46, The Quest for the Underground Chamber with a Flicker of Luminescence. Alan transformed his wizard robe into protective attire, then lifted the tapestry behind the children's bookshelf, bending low to enter the tunnel. The walls of the passage were remarkably smooth, seemingly enchanted, solid and secure. Alan descended the steps of the tunnel, traversing several stretches of level ground intermittently. After a brief journey, he beheld a radiant light. It was a modest storage room, where the afternoon sun streamed through the skylight above, illuminating the very spot from which Alan emerged. In an instant, Alan raised his hand to shield his eyes, and after a moment, he gradually acclimated to the brightness. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside into a garden that had long been forsaken, where a thick layer of snow blanketed the uneven terrain. Beyond the garden, the surroundings appeared desolate and dreary, with wooden, earthen, and straw cottages sparsely scattered across the wilderness. Alan turned back to gaze upon a manor, distinctly encircled by towering walls, not far from the cottage. Here, One could observe patches of accumulated snow atop the castle south roof within the estate, glimmering under scattered rays of sunlight. Behind the manor, several lofty peaks pierced the clouds, resembling distant reefs in a vast sea. Alan glanced at the time. Emily was likely to awaken soon. He hurriedly retraced his steps, already formulating a rough plan in his mind. Restoring the tapestry to its original state, he arrived at the bedroom door, where the girl in the red dress, who tended to toads, reappeared. She cast a swift glance at Alan before vanishing in an instant. Upon entering, Alan found no sign of Aunt Josephine, however. It was a relief to discover that Emily was still fast asleep. Stealthily, Alan approached, gently climbed onto the bed, and lay down beside Emily, closing his eyes as he summoned the system. "What matters does the host wish to discuss?" echoed a ethereal voice, a testament to the system's remarkable attentiveness. "During the previous mission involving the reptilian entity, you provided me with a map. Will subsequent tasks also come with such guidance?" Alan inquired. "Indeed. To assist the host in completing tasks more effectively, maps will be provided. May I proactively request a mission?" Alan pressed on. The host is permitted to issue proactive missions. However, the difficulty level will be assessed by the system, and the rewards remain undetermined. "Very well. Please assist me in initiating a mission to locate Albert Harris." Alan is indeed cunning, skillfully navigating through layers to achieve his desired outcome. "Please be patient, host. The difficulty of the task is currently being assessed." The system determined that the difficulty was too low and suggested the task be transformed into acquiring the moonstone. "Does the host accept the task?" "Accepted," Alan replied succinctly, feeling the gentle stir of Emily's small hand, indicating that the little girl was on the verge of awakening. As this was an active task, the system imposed no time constraints, encouraging the host to persevere. The system promptly conjured a map within Alan's mind. Let us not dwell on how Alan spent an afternoon entertaining Emily or conversing with Aunt Josephine. At 9 p.m., after soothing Emily to sleep once more, Alan cast a sleep spell upon the little girl. According to the Grand Grimoire, this incantation was devised by a wizard who had long suffered from insomnia. He placed a gentle kiss upon Emily's forehead before turning away. Stepping out of the cottage once again, Alan retrieved Neptune from his storage compartment and swiftly mounted it, racing towards the horizon at breakneck speed. The frigid night wind howled beside him. Fortunately, Alan had prepared, transforming his whimsical wizard's robe into a snug, wind-resistant outfit. Thankfully, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, allowing the occasional wisps of cloud to reveal the flattened yet expansive farmhouses below. Alan sped forth at an astonishing pace, and as he approached his destination through the hazy night, a towering clock tower emerged in his view. When Alan's feet finally touched the ground, he was taken aback by the sensation, as if he were treading upon clouds. Alan secretly resolved that upon returning to Hogwarts, he would clandestinely observe the advanced training in apparition, ascending the bell tower step by step. He encountered an outdoor staircase that spiraled around the tower's pinnacle like a great serpent. Even from the highest point of the tower, Alan failed to discern even a trace of Albert or the moonstone. Yet, the map indicated that the target location should be within this vicinity. Looking out, the direction of the target appeared desolate and barren. Could it be that the gemstone could traverse the heavens and the earth? Wait a moment. Upon seeing such a towering structure, Alan's first instinct was to climb it. Perhaps he needed to reverse his approach. How could he know unless he tried? Alan swiftly descended the staircase. Indeed, in the plaza outside the first floor of the clock tower, he discovered an abandoned, desolate well, where he sensed traces of magic. How remarkable it was to have such a towering structure before him. Yet who would pay heed to such a forsaken well? As the saying goes, the bold dare to tread where others fear. Cloaked in the protective garb of a remarkable wizard, Alan slid down the well's wall. It was impossible to gauge how long he traversed through the darkness before finally halting his descent. Before him lay a narrow, shadowy corridor leading to a vast stone cavern, the pitch-black entrance resembling a gaping maw ready to consume all. Bioluminescence flickered around him. The wand emitted an ethereal blue glow, offering no semblance of safety. Rather, it amplified the sense of lurking peril within the inky stone cavern. Yet, Alan felt a surge of exhilaration, for within his mind, the map had once again revealed a clear path forward. Without hesitation, Alan plunged into the cavern, continuing his search. The jagged stone walls were rough and uneven, but he successfully traversed a stretch of compacted earth. Gradually, the ground became increasingly muddy, posing a significant challenge for any ordinary person. Frequently, streams obstructed Alan's path, compelling him to wade through the water. This subterranean labyrinth appeared devoid of any remarkable features, just the muddy terrain, monotonous scenery, and a stifling atmosphere. However, reflecting on Alan's journey, he realized that without the guidance of a map, he might have long lost his way amidst countless indistinguishable paths, for many of the rock formations shared little distinction. Thus far, one could say that everything had proceeded relatively smoothly. Aside from the tedium, there was little worth complaining about. Suddenly, a sharp turn led him down a steep slope, plunging him deeper into the abyss. The incline was so steep it was almost daunting, requiring Alan to summon all his focus to maintain his balance. After a series of descents, the slope gradually leveled out, and the vast chamber echoed only with the sound of his breath and footsteps, engulfed in a deathly silence. The winding paths crisscrossed in every direction. And amidst this monotonous trek, Alan lost all sense of time. Just then, he heard a loud noise, reminiscent of a distant rumble of thunder, which slowly faded into the unknown darkness. Chapter 47. Devil's Pepper Curry, revised, rewritten, and corrected. Where did this sound originate? Was it some phenomenon occurring within the earth? Or perhaps a rockslide? Alan listened intently, yet the chamber remained eerily silent. Alan recalled a television series he had once watched, pressing his ear against the stone wall to listen intently. To his astonishment, he seemed to hear the faint murmur of voices. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. After wandering alone for what felt like an eternity in the profound, silent darkness, the prospect of hearing human voices was truly delightful. Alan pressed his ear against the wall once more, and indeed, he discerned a faint whisper. Though the sound was elusive and indistinct, he nonetheless caught the word lost, resonating with a somber and melancholic tone. With his remarkable hearing, Alan hurriedly dashed towards the source of the sound. The closer he drew to its origin, the more invigorated he felt, for he recognized that the voice belonged to Albert, the source of concern for the entire family. Suddenly, Alan lost his footing. Moving at such a rapid pace, he slipped on a steep incline and began to slide uncontrollably, akin to a free fall. He found himself tumbling and bouncing against the vertical stone wall, plummeting downward. When Alan finally managed to stabilize himself, he beheld Albert, who sat despondently on the ground, appearing exceedingly frail. His striking cerulean eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Alan, only to be quickly overshadowed by anxiety. "Alan, how did you end up here?" Albert's voice was laced with an unmistakable concern that stirred Alan's heart. Clearly, Albert was in a dire situation, yet his immediate worry was for his younger brother's safety. "It's a long story. What has happened to you? Why have you left your leg wound untreated?" As an Auror, Alan could not naively assume that Albert lacked healing magic. "I might have been cursed, losing all my magical abilities. I got lost in this labyrinthine dungeon and accidentally broke my leg." Albert succinctly recounted his predicament. Alan swiftly summoned the mobile tower he had previously acquired from the system. Then, concealing it with his sleeve, he feigned pulling it from his pocket. As the mobile tower descended to the ground, Alan activated the control incantation, positioning the tower's apex to just graze the summit of the stone wall. Alan assisted Albert into the tower, where flames danced vigorously. The enormous fireplace erupted into a blaze, filling the hall with a warm and inviting atmosphere. Alan gently helped Albert recline on the spacious sofa and retrieve the medical kit from the tower, skillfully tending to Albert's wounds. He then reassured him, stating that if he were afflicted by a curse, there was no need for concern. He had experienced a fortuitous incident at Hogwarts, and had just acquired this enchanted tower along with a magical orb capable of dispelling curses. Alan extracted the magical orb of Foals and expertly cast a spell. Albert felt a familiar surge of power coursing through his limbs. His magical energy had been restored. Although still somewhat weakened, Albert was adept enough to mend his severed leg. By the time Alan had stowed the magical orb and procured some food from the kitchen of the tower, Albert was nearly unrecognizable in terms of his previous affliction. "Thank you, Alan. You have saved my life." Albert refrained from inquiring how Alan had located him or about his peculiar adventures. He understood the importance of respecting others' privacy and secrets. In just a few minutes, the two consumed 2 plates of sandwiches and a large glass of milk, feeling immensely revitalized. "Alan, this crypt is quite peculiar. It seems we cannot apparate. Although I have regained my magic, I still cannot find the way out." Albert calmly assessed their situation. Recognizing that comfort was merely temporary, if they remained trapped in the labyrinth, they would inevitably face the dire consequences of starvation and dehydration. "Do not worry, Albert. I believe that since fate has brought us together, we shall not be confined here for long." Alan certainly could not reveal to Albert the existence of a magical map in his mind. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill the task assigned by the system to seize the moon gem. After a brief respite, they resolved to continue their search for an exit. For Alan, this was also a quest for the moon gem. As they ventured further along the stone passage, the space grew increasingly expansive, and the air became progressively more humid. The walls glistened with moisture, adorned with dark green moss. After traversing less than 5 miles, they encountered a vast underground river sprawled before them. Before they could deliberate on a strategy, towering waves surged upon the river's surface, heightening their alertness. Peril loomed nearby, and caution was imperative. Amidst the rolling waves, a creature resembling a sea serpent, approximately 30 feet in length, emerged like a harbinger of doom, obstructing their path. Its body resembled a colossal cylinder, with a short tail and limbs akin to paddles, encased in layers of tough armor. Its neck, however, was as agile as that of a python, extending effortlessly to a height of 30 feet. Its movements generated towering waves, crashing even upon the retreating forms of Alan and Albert. The creature had spotted the unwelcome visitors. "It's a plesiosaur. Alan, you go ahead. I will distract it." Albert shouted in desperation, his face pale, gripping his wand tightly, sacrificing his chance for escape to allow Alan to flee. Moved by emotion, Alan felt a stirring within. Yet, retreat was not an option. The objective of his mission lay ahead. and he could not entertain the notion of failure. Moreover, he possessed means of self-preservation. Summoning Neptune, Alan swiftly mounted the creature. Albert, filled with exuberance, shouted, "Yes, Alan, quickly ride Neptune and make your escape." Alan turned to Albert, flashing a confident smile. While within the system, he resolved to utilize the remaining 9 minutes of his invincible aura. It would be ideal to eliminate the creature within those 9 minutes. If not, a swift retreat would be necessary. With his determination set, Alan soared toward the colossal beast. The invincible aura manifested once more, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of magical energy surging within him, his body brimming with untapped strength. He darted around the plesiosaur, its head displaying remarkable agility. Yet it could not match Alan's speed. In a frenzied battle, he tirelessly unleashed a barrage of lethal spells, many of which he was employing for the first time. However, under the protective embrace of the invincible aura, it seemed as if he were born to wield these incantations, striking with precision, stability, and ferocity against the plesiosaur. At times they neared the shore, and at others, they drifted away. Alan appeared to merge with Neptune itself, soaring amidst the towering waves. Albert, though engulfed in despair, clung to a desperate resolve, casting every deadly spell he could muster upon the creature. Suddenly, both Alan and the plesiosaur plunged into the depths of the ocean. After a brief interval, the creature's massive head broke the surface, and Albert's heart raced with worry for Alan's safety. Chapter 48. Did you bring food? Revised and corrected, the plesiosaur's head abruptly emerged from the water, rising high before crashing down heavily from the side. Its shell was battered, and its paddle-like limbs thrashed in the water, while its tubular body rolled in turmoil. After a while, it lay still, as if a colossal hand were slowly drawing it to the ocean floor, leaving only a swirling vortex on the surface. Yet, Alan was nowhere to be seen. Albert's concern for his brother reddened his eyes and brought a lump to his throat. He hurriedly made his way to the riverbank. Splashing through the water with a cacophony of sounds, there he was. Alan soared from the depths, riding Neptune as he burst forth into the sky. Alan gracefully carved an arc through the air, soaring towards Albert, who awaited him with open arms and heartfelt concern. "Alan, we are saved. I never anticipated that. Aside from your brilliance, you possessed such formidable magical prowess at such a tender age." Albert, who had been on the brink of despair, inquired about the fate of the plesiosaur. "It must have sunk to the riverbed. The whirlpool's pull was too great, and I did not observe it closely." Alan fabricated a casual excuse, though in truth, he had already stored the creature's carcass within the confines of the system's storage, having received a notification of a hidden reward. After tidying themselves up, the two mounted Neptune and continued their journey. They flew for some time, traversing enormous caverns where staircases, towering several stories high, plunged into the depths. The steps were steep, and a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. The walls, layered upon one another, were adorned with numerous arched niches, flanked by colonnades on either side. This scene resembled a majestic palace inverted beneath the earth, its grandeur awe-inspiring. The architectural style appeared somewhat discordant, likely a result of the eclectic blend of cultural influences by native British adherents. At the base of the staircase lay an expansive circular stone palace, encircled by statues of animals in various forms, each crowned with a magical lamp that burned eternally, illuminating the palace in exquisite detail. At the heart of the palace stood a colossal statue of the moon god, possessing 4 arms. One hand grasped a scepter, another held a vial symbolizing immortality. The third delicately cradled a lotus flower, while the remaining hand was poised in a defensive stance. He commanded a chariot drawn by antelopes and 10 horses as white as jasmine, resembling a grand procession. Embedded in the statue's brow was a lustrous yellow gem, which occasionally glimmered, boldly proclaiming its extraordinary nature. A sense of elation surged within Alan. The moonstone was situated precisely there. He summoned Neptune and swiftly soared towards the gem. Just as he was on the verge of grasping it, a withered, emaciated hand snatched the gem away. A ghostly figure descended beneath the statue, a man with a bald, swollen head, clad in tattered garments, with festering sores laid bare upon his body. It was Hermann Sievin, the Death Eater Hermann Sievin. I had seen him in the departmental files. How had he fallen to such a state? Albert was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, having secured the gem, the Death Eater Hermann was beside himself with joy. I am saved, I am saved. My master shall surely reward me." He cackled. Alan drew his wand, launching a swift attack with blinding speed. Albert, recovering from his shock, swiftly followed suit with his own stunning spell. The incantations unleashed by 3 wands collided with the stone statues in the catacomb, sending shards flying and sparks igniting the air. Both combatants summoned their full strength, intent on vanquishing one another. As Albert fervently wielded his wand, casting lethal curses, he had long abandoned any thoughts of aura regulations, while Alan meticulously sought the optimal point of attack. After evading one of Albert's killing curses, Hermann found himself ensnared by Alan's transfiguration spell. As sharp-edged Lego pieces materialized beneath his feet, what had once been innocuous shapes now gleamed with a metallic sheen, transforming into perilous, pointed cones. Sure enough, mere moments later, as Hermann leaped back to avoid Albert's spell, the small toe and the front of his right foot were pierced by the Lego toys. Alan, unable to bear the sight, averted his gaze just in time to hear Hermione attempt to scream, only to be rendered mute by the searing pain. His breaths became shallow as he bent to extract the sharp objects embedded in his foot. Trained in the art of combat, Albert seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of spells. Although Hermione, despite his agony, managed to cast a shield charm to deflect the first wave of attacks. He ultimately succumbed to the dual effects of diminished mobility and a waning focus, falling victim to Albert's curse and losing consciousness. "Splendid work, Alan," Albert exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to retrieve the gem from Hermione's grasp, unceremoniously pocketing it without a second thought. Alan remained impassive, harboring no objections to Albert's actions. For the luminous point representing their task had not shifted an inch. "Alan, let us proceed," Albert declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, the prospect of departure was thwarted when 3 Indians, who had once lingered near Alan's abode, suddenly emerged from behind a statue. Their concealed presence had eluded the notice of all present. Among them, an elder Indian, speaking in a peculiar accent, proclaimed, having taken the moonstone. "Do you still wish to leave? You shall obediently serve as offerings to the divine." The 3 Indians, nodding in agreement to the elder's words, simultaneously formed a lotus gesture with their hands, wielding their ivory and gold scepters to unleash a swift incantation. 3 beams of golden light emanated from the scepters, converging to strike the eyes of the statue of the moon god. The enormous circular stone slab beneath Alan abruptly began to spin with great velocity. Alan grasped Albert, intending to leap to safety, but it felt as though they had collided with an invisible barrier, causing both to be rebounded to the ground, where they fell in unison. Meanwhile, Herman, who had previously collapsed, suddenly began to convulse uncontrollably. His torso visibly shrank at an alarming rate, gradually transforming into mere skin stretched over bone, until he ultimately dissipated into a scattering of stardust, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Although Alan and Albert remained unharmed, their condition left the 3 Indian wizards in a state of bewilderment. How could it be possible? How could you emerge unscathed? Aside from the Guardian, anyone who enters this labyrinth is destined to suffer the curse of the moon god. How could you possibly be unscathed? Upon hearing this, Alan instantly grasped the sequence of events. He possessed Fawkes' magical orb, which thwarted the curse. Albert had indeed fallen victim to the curse, resulting in a complete loss of his magical powers, but Alan had managed to break the spell. The Death Eater Herman was also afflicted by the curse, his body succumbing to decay, leading to his demise within the Indian sacrificial formation. The 3 Indians, momentarily taken aback, were filled with rage as they pointed their wands at Alan and his companion, launching an attack. However, it was evident that the Indian magical system, which specialized in curses and rituals rather than combat, was no match for the European system, especially with Albert being a professionally trained Auror. Although Alan's current abilities were limited, he adeptly utilized the defensive properties of his wizarding robes and his mastery of transfiguration, allowing them to swiftly resolve the conflict despite being outnumbered. In the presence of the unconscious Indians, Albert destroyed their ivory wands, swiftly stripped them of their possessions, and used transfiguration to transform their own garments into ropes for binding. Aside from the elder wizard, each of the others received an additional Petri Ficus Totalis. Subsequently, Albert approached the elder Indian wizard and cast a cleansing charm upon him. Once the man regained consciousness, Albert employed the soul extraction spell. It was revealed that they were the guardians of the Indian Moonstone. India had once been a British colony, and during that period, the Moonstone had made its way into Britain. To ensure the stone's potency, British wizards secretly constructed this underground chamber, erecting a statue of the moon goddess in a misguided attempt to obtain the elixir of life through human sacrifice. However, after the chamber's completion, all wizards who entered met with untimely ends. Guided by the moon goddess, the guardians eventually discovered the chamber, albeit after Albert and the Death Eater Herman had entered. Despite their late arrival, armed with ancient texts and divine guidance, as guardians of the gem, they were not supposed to harbor selfish desires. Yet, unable to resist the allure of immortality, they sought to sacrifice Alan and his companions to obtain the elixir of life, only to be met with their own demise. While Albert was extracting the souls of the wizards, Alan returned to the statue of the moon goddess, realizing that the gem in Albert's possession was a counterfeit. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered the yellow gemstone resting upon the lotus pedestal within the statue's abdomen. Alan swiftly secured the gem into his storage space. With no desire to examine anything else, he noticed that upon the moonstone's removal from its pedestal, the entire chamber began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Alan hurriedly roused Albert and summoned Neptune. After Albert vehemently learned the names of the Indian wizards, the two mounted a broomstick and sped towards the exit. Behind them, the chamber continued to collapse, the thunderous noises reverberating painfully in Alan's ears, yet his thoughts wandered to the emblem of the Knights Templar, causing him to feel a slight discord with the current situation alongside Albert. Mere moments after their departure, the entire bell tower crumbled into ruins. Albert finally regained his composure, touched the counterfeit gem in his pocket, and sighed in relief, grateful that they had completed their task and preserved their lives. Albert, through the art of phantasmagoric transportation, returned Alan to Aunt Josephine's residence, only to discover that she had already succumbed to slumber. He had no time for an extended conversation with Alan, for he was compelled to report back to the department forthwith. Nevertheless, he vowed to safeguard Alan's secret, concealing the significant role he played in this endeavor. Alan reclined on his bed, the comfortable mattress gradually easing his taut nerves. He contemplated the spoils of his recent mission, first and foremost, the intact corpse of a plesiosaur. Its various materials priceless treasures. The system's reward filled Alan with exuberance. It was precisely the constant spell-casting ability he sought. While animal communication allowed him to comprehend the languages of creatures, it regrettably did not enable him to converse in their tongues as a parcel-mouth could. Nevertheless, Alan's foremost intention upon returning was to master apparition, liberating him from the arduous task of riding a broom, traversing starlit skies, braving the chill, and battling fierce winds to fulfill his missions. The following day, as his aunt muttered in front of the bathroom after finding her lost wand from the previous night, Mr. Harris arrived cheerfully to escort Alan and Emily home. Upon their return, Alan was greeted with a sumptuous lunch, a feast by British standards, celery soup, ham and eggs, cardamom-flavored bread, veal braised with sour plums, and a dessert of sugar-cured prawns, all complemented by delightful butterbeer, not to mention Mrs. Harris's renowned rich cheesecake. After a night of activity with little nourishment, Alan and Albert became the main consumers at the table, nearly clearing every plate. Post-meal, Albert pulled Alan aside and whispered of his department's commendation, along with a substantial sum of galleons as a bonus. What thrilled Albert most was his newfound 2-month holiday. Generously, he offered to share all his galleons with Alan, who, appreciating the gesture, modestly accepted only half. Although the first-year wizard had little opportunity to spend his meager allowance. Particularly with the restrictions on visiting Hogsmeade, the Christmas gifts still represented a significant expense, especially when contemplating presents that deviated from the typical Weasley style. During the remaining holiday, Alan finally enjoyed the tranquil life he had longed for prior to the break, reading, practicing physical training, and playing with Emily. In this serene state, he daringly prepared to practice apparition, a skill typically reserved for students over 17, while the adults were occupied. Fortuitously, the success of this ability hinged upon the 3 principles of apparition: the target, determination, and composure, alongside repeated practice. Unlike many wizards who struggled to cast even the shield charm, very few failed to obtain their apparition license. Before returning to school, Alan successfully transported himself from the edge of his bed to the opposite side of his room, though a slight miscalculation sent a chill down his spine as he nearly became lodged in the doorway. Thus, he abandoned the reckless pursuit of further practice, resolving to wait until he returned to Hogwarts, where he could discreetly venture beyond the school's apparition restrictions to continue his training. On Christmas Day, Alan received a plethora of gifts, among which was a large box of sugar-free dark chocolate shaped like horseshoes from Miss Know-It-All, accompanied by a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a note detailing dental care tips. The most heartfelt gift came from his little sister Emily, a self-portrait. The most serious was a collection of magical tomes from the Harris couple, and the most surprising was an owl from Albert, a striking creature with an aloof demeanor, which Alan named Benny, hoping it would be clever enough to steer clear of a certain first-year Hufflepuff girl rumored to have an appetite for owls, much to Professor McGonagall's ire. As for the gifts Alan had dispatched to others, they were quite simple, an assortment of small bags enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Though their capacity was limited, their cost was not insignificant, particularly for young wizards. Before school resumed, Albert sought out Alan in the absence of their family, his expression revealing hesitation about how to broach the subject. Understanding his friend's unease, Alan selectively shared his adventures in Ravenclaw with Albert. In contrast to Alan's warm familial embrace, Harry languished alone, entranced by the mirage created by the Mirror of Erised, depicting a reunion with his family. Had it not been for Dumbledore's comforting words, Harry might have remained ensnared in this deceptive yet blissful illusion. Regardless, time continues its relentless march, indifferent to human will. With a heavy heart, Alan bid farewell to his loved ones and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 50. Forgiveness upon returning to Hogwarts. Alan was filled with joy akin to reuniting with an old friend. He playfully tussled with Edward, and even the frowning Grey Lady seemed affable despite her inability to enter the statue's space. The most delightful surprise for the Ravenclaw students was the enchanting aroma wafting from their common room, a result of Professor Flitwick's magical efforts to welcome the students back with an array of rare, blooming trees. At lunch, Alan's spirits soared even higher, as the Ravenclaw table overflowed with an enticing array of dishes. Edward, equally exhilarated, engaged in lively conversation with Alan as they enjoyed the feast. He animatedly recounted his extraordinary holiday travels, with Alan chiming in occasionally with insights that, for a thoughtful and reflective individual like Anna, proved far more captivating than the mere facts themselves. As Edward reached the height of his excitement, his face lit up, hands gesturing animatedly, his voice quickening with every word. In stark contrast to Edward, Alan exudes an air of refinement, approachability, composure, and exceptionalism. Nevertheless, even the slightest of his gestures and subtle shifts in tone convey far greater strength than Edward's exaggerated antics. When he occasionally touches upon his own personal experiences, he does so with such understated elegance that it effortlessly slips past unnoticed. After a satisfying meal and an engaging conversation with friends, Alan made his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower. At this moment, indulging in a delightful afternoon nap would undoubtedly be the perfect embellishment to his day. As they passed a secluded staircase corner, they unexpectedly encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Noticing the rock cakes in Ron's hand, Alan surmised they had just returned from Hagrid's hut. "I beg your pardon, Alan," Hermione said cautiously, politely stepping aside to allow him and his companions to pass, as her position coincidentally obstructed Alan's intended path. Alan looked at Hermione with confusion. After experiencing so many thrilling adventures during the holiday, he had long since cast aside the unpleasantness that had occurred between the three of them before the break. Edward, already weary, yawned and suggested they leave since there was nothing to discuss. He took Alan by the arm, ready to depart. Hermione's face flushed with embarrassment, her hands nervously twisting the sleeves of her robe. Observing this, Alan gestured for Edward to return and rest. He wished to hear what Hermione and the others had to say. "Hermione, I apologize for the misunderstanding before the holiday regarding you thinking I was eavesdropping. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me." Hermione bit her lip, summoning her courage to convey her apology. "All right, I forgive you." Recalling the minor discord that had transpired, Alan smiled warmly. Soon, the tension dissipated, and they began to chat and laugh together. "Alan, do you remember that three-headed dog? It was guarding something," Harry remarked. "And that something is what Professor Snape desires," Hermione quickly added, recalling how Snape had cast a curse on Harry during the Gryffindor-Slytherin match. "We asked Hagrid, and he inadvertently mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel," Ron chimed in, adopting a wise expression. "So, you wish to uncover who Nicholas Flamel is?" Alan inquired softly. The air grew suddenly still, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged awkward glances, realizing that their misunderstanding of Alan stemmed from their desire to keep this matter secret. "What is the big deal?" "Nicholas Flamel is Professor Dumbledore's associate and an exceptional alchemist," Alan said with a playful smile, lowering his voice theatrically. "Nicholas Flamel is also known as the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone." However, his words did not elicit the response he had anticipated. "What stone?" Harry and Ron asked, while Hermione appeared deep in thought. "Ancient alchemy involves the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astonishing properties. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold and can produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it," Alan explained patiently. Harry and Ron were taken aback, with Ron's mouth agape in astonishment. Alan continued, "As of now, the only known remaining Philosopher's Stone in the magical realm belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and currently resides in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Penelope. Do you understand now?" he inquired. "That large dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I would wager that Flamel asked Dumbledore to safeguard it for him, as they are friends. And he's aware that someone has their eyes on the stone. That is why he moved it from Gringotts," Hermione speculated eagerly. "A stone that can conjure gold and grant immortality. No wonder Snape is also after it. Anyone would think of it," Harry exclaimed. Alan felt a quiet sense of pride within himself. Not only did he possess a magical stone, but he was also one of its two renowned creators. With the commencement of the new term, Alan resumed his remarkably disciplined and structured life. Perhaps due to the impending final examinations, professors assigned an increasing amount of coursework. Professor Snape, in particular, seemed to be plagued by some vexing concern, imposing exceedingly strict demands. Nearly every student, save for Alan, found themselves mercilessly scrutinized. If it weren't for Alan's exceptional memory and vast knowledge, managing such a heavy academic burden would indeed prove arduous, especially with the hope of claiming the Quidditch Cup. Roger, filled with fervor, relentlessly convened tactical analysis meetings and engaged in fervent practice. His expectations of the team were more stringent than ever, and even in the dreary, unrelenting rains that followed heavy snowfall, his enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Despite the fatigue, Alan's heart brimmed with joy. He understood that this fulfilling life, these passionate days, would crystallize into beautiful memories in the future. During a particularly damp and muddy training session, Roger excitedly informed the team that Professor Snape would officiate the Quidditch finals. Why not Madame Hooch? Indeed, she was the most qualified. But Roger dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, exuding confidence. Although Professor Snape favored Slytherin, he would undoubtedly show more favor towards Ravenclaw than Gryffindor. The team engaged in spirited discussion, while Alan smiled to himself, thinking, not so. The professor aims to protect Harry. In stark contrast to Ravenclaw's elevated spirits, Gryffindor's players appeared utterly despondent. They believed Professor Snape would undoubtedly find ways to penalize Gryffindor, ensuring an unfair judgment. Snape as the referee? George Weasley was so startled he fell from his broom, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. He questioned when Snape had ever acted as a Quidditch referee. He had always despised Gryffindor and would never render a fair decision. But not necessarily. Ravenclaw had indeed outperformed Slytherin in acquiring gems during the House Cup. If Snape wished for Slytherin to triumph, he would surely suppress Ravenclaw's scoring opportunities. This was the optimistic viewpoint within the Gryffindor team. Conversely, it was also possible that Alan Harris from Ravenclaw was the only student Snape had never criticized as a seeker. Perhaps Snape would show him favor. Moreover, his evident disdain for Harry was unmistakable. The sole consolation was that Alan was merely a seeker, not a chaser. Gryffindor players landed beside George, some grumbling while others held on to hope. Regardless, Wood stated, as long as we adhere to the rules during the match, Professor Snape will have no excuse to trouble us. Ultimately, the Gryffindor team completed their training, emerging from the pitch with faces as dark as thunderclouds. Following the Quidditch training, Alan hurried to the library after freshening up, having grown accustomed to completing his assignments in that secluded corner. From a distance, he noticed Draco Malfoy from Slytherin lecturing Neville and Flitch in front of the library entrance. One was a fool, the other a weakling, a perfect match, indeed. Why not add some amusement for us? At that moment, Malfoy's formerly charming features twisted into a menacing scowl. He pointed his wand at Neville and Flitch, who looked terrified, while Flitch, filled with rage, struggled to confront Malfoy, only to be firmly restrained by Crabbe and Goyle. Legs stiffened. Stop. Two spells struck Neville and Flitch in succession, causing their legs to become tightly bound together. The distance was too far for Alan to intervene in time. Malfoy laughed heartily, seemingly finding great amusement in the scene. Malfoy, you have gone too far. How can you experiment with spells on fellow students? Alan dashed forward, dispelling the spells cast on Neville and Flitch. Alan, you dare oppose me, a Slytherin, for the sake of two Gryffindor imbeciles? Malfoy's laughter froze on his face. Disbelief etched across it. Malfoy, firstly, Flitch is my good friend. Secondly, can you claim to represent Slytherin? Do your fellow Slytherins condone such crude, lowly bullying? Finally, by your logic, if might makes right, does that mean I could strike you as well? With that, Alan drew his wand and, with remarkable swiftness, countered Malfoy's spell, binding Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's legs together. Malfoy immediately attempted to cast a counterspell but failed to break Alan's enchantment. The three glared at Alan with fury, Crabbe and Goyle shouting obscenities. Alan, you will regret this. Remember, the referee for the Quidditch finals is our headmaster, Professor Snape. Malfoy's lips curled into a sinister smirk, as if foreseeing Alan's downfall. I trust in the professor's integrity, Alan shrugged, unfazed by Malfoy's threat, and I suggest you seek a professor to lift your curse. Or perhaps visit Madame Pomfrey. Nodding at Flitch and Neville, Alan turned and entered the library. Malfoy and his companions hopped away like rabbits, leaving the library amidst the laughter of onlookers. Thank you, Alan. Neville and Flitch rushed into the library, finding Alan who had just opened a book. It's nothing. We are friends. Upon hearing Alan's words, Flitch felt a mix of emotions. Once, they had shared everything as close friends, yet had grown distant since arriving at Hogwarts. Alan found this quite unsurprising. Friendships blossom over time, yet can also fade with the passage of years. Observing Flitch's reddening eyes, Alan patted his shoulder. You displayed great courage just now. I noticed it. True Gryffindor spirit. And you too, Neville. Alan turned to Neville, offering an encouraging smile. As the Quidditch finals approached, Alan, as a member of Ravenclaw, eagerly anticipated victory. He recognized Harry Potter's formidable abilities, yet believed that without striving, one must not concede defeat. He spent considerable time in the Room of Requirement, using the magical stone to conjure a substantial amount of gold to upgrade Ravenclaw as Quidditch brooms, replacing them all with Nimbus 2000s, which he anonymously donated to Ravenclaw. Roger was ecstatic. In his view, as long as Professor Snape did not favor Gryffindor, victory was all but assured. Professor Flitwick was also quite pleased, yet he took all the mysterious brooms away for thorough inspection. Professor, can we take the brooms now? This question had become Roger's customary greeting to Professor Flitwick. The other team members watched eagerly, awaiting developments. Finally, 3 days before the match, Professor Flitwick returned the brooms, encouraging them with his high-pitched voice. Play well. This time, we stand a good chance of winning the House Cup. Learning of their opponent's upgraded equipment, Gryffindor's Quidditch team captain Wood sighed heavily before advising Harry, I don't mean to pressure you, Potter, but this match demands that we catch the snitch quicker than ever. We must be swift. The sooner, the better. On the day of the match, as the Ravenclaw Quidditch team entered the pitch with their brand new brooms, the stands erupted with fervent applause, brimming with eager anticipation of victory. Their confidence was unwavering. In contrast, the Gryffindor team moved with heavy steps, yet their demeanor exuded a spirit of resolute determination. Observing this, Alan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the formidable adversary they faced. Compared to his teammates, Harry appeared considerably more at ease, buoyed by the presence of his most trusted Professor Dumbledore at the match. Indeed, it seemed as though the entire school had gathered to witness the event. However, Harry felt assured that as long as Professor Dumbledore was present, Snape would not dare to harm him. He firmly believed that it was Snape who intended to do him harm, especially given the professor's evident irritation, which seemed to validate his suspicions. Chapter 52. The final showdown at Gryffindor. Professor Snape was indeed quite agitated. He furrowed his brow and impatiently instructed, everyone, mount your flying brooms. The Ravenclaw players moved in perfect unison, swiftly mounting their brooms. Professor Snape blew the whistle with great force. 15 flying brooms soared into the air, ascending high into the sky. The match had commenced. The significance of proper equipment was vividly demonstrated at this moment. With their advanced brooms, Ravenclaw exhibited astonishing speed, darting through the air with remarkable agility, while Gryffindor exerted tremendous effort to keep pace, only to watch helplessly as their opponents surged ahead from behind. Alan undoubtedly lives up to his title as the master of scores. Not only does he reign supreme in academics, but on the field, he soars like an eagle, relentlessly pressing forward with unwavering success. George Weasley from Gryffindor fiercely struck a bludger towards Alan, seemingly attempting to vent his frustration of exerting every ounce of effort, yet feeling powerless. In a remarkable display of agility, Alan leaned back and dodged the incoming projectile at an astonishing angle. The bludger missed Alan entirely, only to collide with Angelina Johnson, the chaser for Gryffindor, who was in pursuit of the elusive quaffle. The sheer force of the impact sent Angelina plummeting from the sky. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd as Dumbledore cast a spell to slow Angelina's descent, and Professor Snape blew his whistle, bringing the match to a halt. Alan cast a glance at Harry, having paid little attention to Harry's movements during the recent frantic pursuits. At this moment, Harry was utterly frustrated. He had just seen a golden flash dart past his ear, and as he prepared to leap after it, Angelina encountered an incident. In that fleeting moment of turning his head, the elusive golden snitch vanished from sight. After a brief treatment, Angelina returned to the field, and the match continued. Our resilient Angelina bravely re-entered the arena, her injury seemingly having little impact on the game. Currently, Ravenclaw led Gryffindor with a score of 110-20. Although I was reluctant to acknowledge such a score, it was undeniable that Ravenclaw's equipment was formidable, boasting 6 Nimbus 2000s and 1 Neptune. Gryffindor's sole hope lay in swiftly capturing the golden snitch. Come on, Harry. The commentator, Lee Jordan, surprisingly adopted a serious demeanor. Now, Harry found himself under the collective gaze and expectations of Gryffindor, rallying his spirits and reminding himself of the urgency to seize the golden snitch. However, Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang, was equally determined as they circled tirelessly in the air. For Alan, Angelina's injury was inconsequential. His only objective was to snatch the quaffle, charge forward with all his might, and score. Roger was fully committed, blocking the frantically maneuvering balls struck by George and Fred. For Roger, the scales of victory seemed to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of Ravenclaw, with the score gap steadily widening to 150-20. Indeed, Alan appeared tireless. No one could deny he was the Merlin of the pitch, commanding the entire field. Now, if Cho Chang could capture the golden snitch, they could erupt in celebration. Suddenly, Harry executed a magnificent dive, eliciting gasps and cheers from the crowd, closely followed by Cho Chang. Everyone's hearts raced as they surged towards Alan's direction. Ignoring the quaffle, Alan dove forward, swinging a fist toward Harry's nose with great force, accompanied by a rush of wind. Harry, well aware of Alan's formidable strength, hesitated momentarily as Cho Chang darted in front of him. The despicable Lee Jordan, mid-sentence, was abruptly silenced by Professor McGonagall. All eyes turned to Professor Snape, curious about his ruling. The match resumed, and Professor Snape, seemingly oblivious to the audience's questions, signaled for the game to continue. The stadium erupted in noise, particularly from the Gryffindor stands. Ron appeared ready to jump down for clarification, but someone beat him to it. Professor Snape, I believe an explanation is in order, Lee Jordan inquired through the microphone. Transylvanian feint, Snape replied coolly, despite his disdain. Oh indeed, the Transylvanian feint, Lee exclaimed. Alan's feint had successfully thwarted Harry. Harry, flying at such speed, he could not have genuinely struck you. It was as if Professor Snape's icy voice extinguished Lee's anger in an instant, restoring his composure. Frustrated, Lee struck the microphone, producing an unpleasant noise. My apologies, Alan. I retract my earlier remarks. Gryffindor may be reckless, but we are also brave enough to admit our mistakes. Lee publicly apologized to Alan. Alan waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, he had achieved his objective, though it was regrettable that Cho Chang had not captured the golden snitch. Professor Snape's fair judgment took Alan by surprise. Yet upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, his role as a referee was solely to ensure Harry's safety. Oh, if only Aaliyah's shot had soared a tad higher. It could have flown out of the Mediterranean. Aaliyah, a chaser from Gryffindor, appeared somewhat impatient if she could not quickly catch up in points. Even if Harry caught the golden snitch, Gryffindor would ultimately lose due to their overall score being lower than Ravenclaw's. According to Murphy's Law, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Harry glanced toward the direction where he had just spotted the golden snitch, silently calculating the score in his mind, waiting. However, Cho had also noticed the golden snitch, her face lighting up as she raced toward it. Harry had to accelerate. If he could not intercept Cho's path, he would have to seize the snitch before she did. They were entangled in a chase, each pursuing the other, but ultimately, it was Harry who outmaneuvered her. With a slight lead of about a meter, he suddenly made a daring maneuver. Gripping the broom handle with one hand while hooking a foot onto it, aligning the broom parallel to the ground, his body forming a perfect 90-degree angle with the earth. With a swift motion, he clasped the golden snitch, which was grazing the grass below. The stands erupted in deafening cheers. Ravenclaw celebrated their hard-fought victory, while Gryffindor felt immense pride in Harry's splendid performance. From a purely spiritual perspective, there were no losers in this match. Gryffindor's tenacious fighting spirit left a profound impression on all and commanded respect. The thunderous applause resonated through the arena, honoring both the victors, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, who triumphed in spirit despite their loss. Chapter 53. Norwegian Ridgeback Norbert Ravenclaw emerged victorious, and Gryffindor caught the golden snitch. Such an outcome was not unprecedented in history. nor would it be the last. Whether in the ecstatic jubilation of Ravenclaw or the somber departure of Gryffindor, these emotions would gradually fade with the passage of time. As the air filled with the impending essence of summer, the students found themselves consumed by the weighty homework assigned by their professors. The library was bustling with students poring over materials, and Alan often spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione there. Hermione, a diligent and inquisitive student, seemed to revel in the depths of her studies, whereas Harry and Ron sighed and yawned, struggling to complete the burdensome assignments. Each time Alan observed this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle. On such a splendid sunny day, being confined within the library, reciting a plethora of monotonous facts, was undeniably a trying endeavor. Alan gazed through the library window, where the sky was a clear azure, reminiscent of forget-me-not flowers, and the sunlight danced upon the rippling lake, shimmering beautifully. How delightful it would be to stroll along the lake's edge at this moment. With a spark of inspiration, Alan stretched his arms, rose from his seat, and prepared to step outside for a walk. As he was about to leave the library, Alan noticed Hagrid hurriedly concealing something behind him. In such warm weather, his attire, a moleskin coat, seemed rather out of place. "Hagrid, what brings you to the library today?" Alan inquired casually as he greeted him. "Oh, I came to find Harry." Hagrid's voice was evasive. Spotting Harry and his friends in the distance, he appeared to find an excuse, bidding farewell to Alan as he clomped toward them. "Let us see what books he has been perusing," Alan remarked, heading toward the shelf from which Hagrid had just emerged. Neatly arranged on the shelves were books about dragons, including titles like Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Resurrection, and A Guide to Raising Dragons. Hagrid's peculiar attire struck Alan as odd. Wearing a winter coat on such a warm day, coupled with his choice of reading material, led the astute Anna to do something, her astonishment palpable. "That is illegal." The 1709 Wizarding Conference officially passed a law prohibiting dragon breeding, and housing a dragon amidst a school of students is exceedingly perilous and irresponsible. "Do not worry. Matters will resolve themselves," Alan reassured her. "Is this a dragon bite?" Alan surmised, glancing at Ron's hand, which had swollen to twice its original size, the wound taking on an unsightly green hue. "Yes, my hand feels as if it is about to break," Ron groaned in agony. "If you seek Madame Pomfrey, it should be resolved swiftly. However, since you have come to me, I can surmise what has transpired. Fear not, I can also provide treatment." Alan had a commendable grasp of herbology and excelled in potions, having replenished his supply of ingredients during his visit to Diagon Alley over the holidays. Alan asked them to wait for a moment, then excused himself to fetch some herbs and returned to the dormitory to concoct an antidote for Ron. As Ron ingested the horrid-colored, astonishingly flavored potion, he could not help but wonder if Alan had inadvertently brewed a poison instead. However, the reality was that soon his swelling subsided, and the terrifying green hue gradually faded, restoring his hand to its original complexion. The three expressed their gratitude to Alan. And after a moment of contemplation, Ron inquired, "Alan, now that you are aware of how I was injured, would you like to see the dragon?" Alan was genuinely eager to witness the event, for while he had battled a plesiosaur, his curiosity about other dragon species was profound. "We shall bid farewell to Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback, at midnight on Saturday atop the highest tower of Hogwarts," Ron added. Since Ron had sought his assistance in concocting a potion, it was reasonable to presume that their plans to release the dragon would remain undisclosed, thereby preventing Malfoy from seizing the opportunity to inform on them, thus minimizing any potential risks. With this thought in mind, Alan readily acquiesced to Ron's suggestion. However, unbeknownst to Alan, Ron had inadvertently left a letter from Charlie tucked within a book, which had been carelessly abandoned in the potions classroom, where it caught the watchful eye of Malfoy, who had been covertly surveilling them. In light of their fruitless search for the book, Ron and the others opted to proceed with their original plan to ensure Norbert's timely release. Soon, Saturday arrived, cloaked in darkness and shrouded in ominous clouds. After rendering himself invisible, Alan made his way to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid and Harry awaited him. Hagrid appeared profoundly saddened, reluctant to part with the little dragon that flopped clumsily upon the table. It was, in truth, not an aesthetically pleasing creature, resembling a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings were disproportionately large compared to its slender, dark body. It possessed a long, pronounced snout with white nostrils, and its head was adorned with bumpy horns, while its orange eyes bulged outward. A sneeze escaped it, sending a few sparks flying from its nose. Alan found its awkward charm endearing. "I have prepared ample mice and some brandy for its journey," Hagrid said in a muffled tone. "I also included its teddy bear, lest it feel lonely." The crate emitted sounds of rustling. Alan felt a deep sympathy for Hagrid. He too had experienced the pain of losing a pet and could empathize with Hagrid's sorrow. "Farewell, Norbert," Hagrid sobbed. "Mother shall not forget you." Alan chose not to accompany them in bidding farewell to Norbert. Harry's invisibility cloak could not conceal so many people, and he wished to keep his ability to become invisible a secret. In any case, Malfoy would have no opportunity to learn the precise time and location of their farewell to Norbert, and Harry and his companions would likely evade Filch's grasp. Returning to his dormitory, Alan lay on his bed, filled with the exquisite sensation of witnessing new life, and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 54, Punishment the following day. After a restful night, Alan, invigorated, made his way to the room of requirement for his morning exercise. He relished the experience, feeling utterly refreshed and exhilarated. After freshening up, he proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon entering, Alan perceptively noticed an exceedingly strange atmosphere enveloping the room. His gaze immediately fell upon Gryffindor's Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who sat at the table looking utterly dejected, while Neville nearby had eyes swollen like walnuts. Ever since their shared confrontation with Malfoy, Neville and Fledge had formed a close bond, inseparable wherever they went. However, Fledge was now conspicuously absent. In an instant, Alan comprehended that they had indeed been captured, and it was highly probable that they had also incurred the wrath of a certain flag. To validate his suspicions, he made a point to observe the colossal hourglass that recorded the scores for the Academy Cup. As anticipated, the hourglass representing Gryffindor was sparsely adorned with a few scattered gems, rendering it a stark contrast to the adjacent Ravenclaw hourglass, which overflowed with jewels, thus appearing particularly desolate and pitiful. Unlike Alan, who harbored suspicions, the Gryffindors believed that some error had occurred. Initially, Gryffindor's gem count stood in second place, surpassing Slytherin. Now, it was evident without the need for counting that they had plummeted to the last position, with little chance of overtaking Hufflepuff. The perplexing question remained, how could they possibly have lost 250 points overnight? However, the situation soon became apparent. The infamous Potter and 4 foolish first-year students had nearly obliterated their entire year's worth of achievements. Indeed, 250 points. Flag and Neville had been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall while searching for Harry. Meanwhile, Ron, owing to the extraordinary efficacy of Alan's potion, had not been resting in bed but had accompanied Harry and the others to bid farewell to Norbert, only to be apprehended by Filch as well. The 5 of them, each penalized 50 points by Professor McGonagall, felt the sting of her disappointment. Yet, despite her heartache, she remained unwaveringly just in her decisions regarding her own house. Upon returning to the dining hall, Alan observed that Gryffindor students were openly pointing fingers at Harry and his companions, hurling insults without lowering their voices. Harry, once one of the most admired and celebrated figures in the school, the pride of Gryffindor, had suddenly transformed into their disgrace. No Gryffindor was willing to sit with them or engage in conversation. Conversely, whenever Slytherins passed by, they would erupt in applause, whistles, and cheers. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle even deliberately ambled in and out of the dining hall, mocking Harry. "Thank you, Potter. Your foolishness has elevated us to second place." Unable to endure any longer, Harry felt the weight of humiliation, while Hermione, seated beside him, could no longer contain her tears. Harry grasped Ron and Hermione's hands, wishing to leave. But Malfoy and his cohorts obstructed their path, taunting them loudly. The Gryffindors merely watched coldly, showing no inclination to defend their peers. "Enough, Malfoy. When you point a finger at others, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. What is there to be proud of in achieving victory through the missteps of your opponents?" Alan could no longer remain silent and pushed aside Malfoy's finger that was aimed at Harry. "And you, Gryffindors, who pride yourselves on bravery and camaraderie, are quick to boast in your companions' glory, yet turn a blind eye when they face humiliation due to point deductions. Your hypocrisy is astounding. You are less united than Slytherin. Why do you not inquire about the reasons behind the significant loss of points?" Alan observed some Gryffindors seething with anger while others appeared deeply ashamed. Yet no one stepped forward to defend themselves. This was the so-called courage of Gryffindor. Alan sneered inwardly. "Come, Harry, such shallow and hypocritical friendships are not worth your sorrow. If it were I, and Ravenclaw's points were entirely deducted, I believe the wise members of Ravenclaw would unite in solidarity to achieve greater heights rather than reveling in another's misfortune or turning a cold shoulder." Upon hearing this, the Ravenclaws straightened their backs, some even offering friendly smiles to Harry. Alan's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the Gryffindors who had just insulted Harry with flushed faces. Some stammered apologies to Harry and his friends, while others bowed slightly as they passed by, hastily departing. Tears that Harry had been holding back began to stream down his cheeks. Guilt and self-reproach rendered him utterly mortified. Nevertheless, despite the Gryffindors' realization of their missteps, the rest of the students remained reluctant to acknowledge Harry and his companions. Yet, when Malfoy cruelly taunted Harry again, there were always a few Gryffindors who pretended to casually position themselves in front of him. Although Harry and his friends found their days challenging, they were not entirely unbearable. More importantly, as the final exams drew nearer, everyone was too preoccupied to dwell on trivial matters. The professors assigned tasks one after another, introducing new challenges each day. This distraction allowed Harry and his friends to momentarily forget their troubles and immerse themselves fully in their studies. Alan's remarks at the restaurant spread like wildfire, and Professor Flitwick felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the remarkable unity among the clever and talented members of Ravenclaw, particularly the first-year students. They were utterly captivated by Alan's knowledge, charm, and charisma, as if he had become their guiding leader, inspiring them to emulate his disciplined lifestyle and dedication to study. In the first year, Alan reigned supreme without an official title. Although he had not been appointed as the prefect, his influence surpassed that of Prefect Penelope. Thus, the days slipped by unnoticed. One morning, a week before the exams, Alan was savoring a delightful cream mushroom soup. a flavor he relished so much that he couldn't resist refilling his bowl 3 times. Suddenly, a familiar system sound echoed in his mind. Time-limited task. Rescue the unicorn shrouded in darkness and earn its gratitude. Time limit, 24 hours. Successful completion rewards a random draw. Alan forcefully suppressed his excitement, for he was aware that the invincibility aura he possessed was a boon acquired through a stroke of luck, significantly aiding him in numerous tasks that would not have been accomplished without it. He examined the map in his mind, which indicated that the unicorn in need of rescue was located within the Forbidden Forest, implying that he would once again have to contravene school rules and venture deep into its shadows. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Harry and his companions received identical notes. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Please find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Harry and his friends bore no complaints. Ever since losing points, they had felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and unease, and the timing of their punishment now brought them a sense of relief, as they believed they were deserving of such consequences. Even Hermione, who was fervently reviewing her studies, displayed no hint of grievance. In her view, errors warranted punishment, a matter of course and justice. At 11 o'clock that night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Fong descended the stairs together to the entrance hall. Filch awaited them there, accompanied by Malfoy. They endured Filch's incessant nagging and sharp remarks, eventually joining Hagrid to make their way toward the Forbidden Forest. Simultaneously, Alan departed from the Ravenclaw common room, rendering himself invisible as he hastened towards the forest. Chapter 55, The Forbidden Forest. The silvery moonlight illuminated the path leading to the Forbidden Forest, which loomed ominously, as if it were a gaping maw ready to consume any intruders. Before Alan lay a narrow, winding path gradually disappearing into the depths of the dark woods, a gentle breeze tousling his hair. From the entrance, the forest appeared shrouded in mist, its twisted branches resembling claws of lurking demons, poised to seize their prey. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting circles of light upon the ground that did little to evoke warmth. Instead, it imparted an eerie and disorienting sensation. Alan advanced boldly, undeterred, as the innate human fear of darkness and the unknown loomed over him. Yet, emboldened by his prowess, he firmly believed in his ability to surmount any challenge. Soon, his attention was captured by a series of broken branches and a trail of disordered footprints. Following the direction of the prints, a silvery trace appeared before his eyes, one that he could ascertain was no mere illusion conjured by moonlight. Serendipitously, the blood of a unicorn was indeed silver-hued. Alan pursued these traces with determination. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood upon the fallen leaves. He yearned to rescue the unicorn, as its injuries appeared grave. As Alan passed a moss-covered stump, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears, indicating the proximity of a stream. On the winding path, the scattered drops of unicorn blood presented a disturbing sight. The deeper he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, the more concentrated the traces became. Anxiously, he quickened his pace, yet the dense foliage of the forest posed numerous obstacles, with massive roots intertwining dangerously. Thus, despite his agility, he tread cautiously. Before long, a loud commotion echoed from afar. Following the sound, he navigated through the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, revealing a clearing ahead. In the midst of this space, a unicorn, resembling a magnificent white steed with a spiraling horn upon its brow, was engaged in a fierce struggle with a hooded wizard cloaked in black. The unicorn bore numerous wounds, valiantly defending itself with its long horn. Though its movements had grown sluggish, it fought tenaciously against the wizard's assault. Witnessing this, Alan drew his wand and charged forward. The cloaked wizard, taken aback by Alan's sudden appearance, faltered momentarily. With a surge of magical energy, Alan unleashed a pair of luminous spells from his wand, illuminating the entire clearing. Although the incantations did not strike the wizard, he seemed disoriented by the abrupt brightness in the darkness, opting to dissipate into a cloud of black mist and flee into the distance. A piercing scream pierced the air, prompting Alan to glance over. The dark mist had swiftly collided with Harry's body, passing through him. Malfoy, standing nearby, appeared paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot like a statue. After a moment, he seemed to regain his senses, unleashing a horrific shriek before turning to flee. Hagrid's pet, Fong, also bolted in terror. In times of peril, true valor emerges. Flegg, who had been assigned to accompany Harry and Malfoy, did not flee but instead drew his wand, standing guard beside Harry. Flegg, do not worry, it is I, Alan. He called out. Alan, how did you come to be here? Flegg asked, bewildered. It's a long story. Please look after Harry while I tend to the unicorn, he replied. For it was evident that the unicorn was on the brink of death, groaning in agony upon the ground. If he did not act swiftly, it would be too late. As Alan chanted the healing spell, he was astonished to find his magic faltering for the first time. Time was of the essence. He attempted the incantation once more, but to no avail. Resolutely, he resorted to physical means to treat the wounded creature. He feigned retrieving a potion from his magical robe, but in reality, he drew it from his system's storage, a healing elixir he had concocted himself, and poured it into the unicorn's mouth. Then, he applied a coagulant to its wounds. Remarkably, the potion took effect, the silvery blood ceased to flow, and the unicorn's pained groan subsided, indicating its life was no longer in grave danger. You have saved Gaia's life. A powerful voice resonated in Alan's ear. Turning, he beheld a centaur, with golden hair and the majestic body of a silver-maned horse. "Who are you?" Alan inquired, astonished that he had not noticed the centaur's arrival. "I am Forenza. Destiny has guided me to this place tonight, for there lies something of great significance to our fate," Forenza stated with utmost seriousness. Alan mistakenly believed he was referring to Harry and eagerly requested, "That would be splendid. Might I ask you to escort Harry and Flag out of the Forbidden Forest?" Upon concluding his request, he graciously bowed in gratitude. Although Forenza was perplexed by Alan's exuberance, he willingly agreed to guide Harry and his companion from the Forbidden Woods, appreciating Alan's courtesy. How could Alan be anything but polite? After all, Forenza was destined to be their astronomy professor. "Gaia, this human wizard is trustworthy. Destiny assures me that you can place your faith in him. I shall seek you out upon my return." It appeared that Forenza shared a good rapport with the unicorn. Forenza then dashed over to Harry, who had just regained consciousness, lowering himself to allow Harry and Flag to mount his back. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from the other side of the clearing. The centaurs Ronan and Bane burst forth from the thicket, their sides heaving with exertion, glistening with sweat. "Forenza," Bane bellowed, "what are you doing? You allow two humans to ride upon your back. Do you not feel shame? Are you merely a common mule? Have you not discerned who this is?" Forenza replied, "This is the boy from the Potter family. He must be hastened away from this forest. The sooner, the better." Bane, seething with anger, retorted, "Remember, Forenza, we have sworn an oath to never defy fate. Have we not observed the portents revealed by the planet's movements?" Ronan anxiously pawed at the earth with his hoofs. "I believe Forenza acts out of good intentions," he said in his melancholic tone. "Good intentions? What relevance does that hold for us? The centaurs are concerned with the prophecies of the stars. We need not behave like fools, chasing after lost humans in our forest." Bane shouted at Forenza. In a fit of indignation, Forenza suddenly reared onto his hind legs, causing Flag to cling tightly to Harry, who grasped Forenza's shoulders firmly to avoid being thrown off. "Did you not see the wizard over there? He saved Gaia. Fate has shifted, and we centaurs shall receive clearer guidance, drawing closer to destiny," Forenza declared, before gracefully pivoting and racing deeper into the woods with Harry and Flag, leaving Ronan and Bane behind. Ronan and Bane exchanged glances, casting their eyes upon Alan, who stood beside the unicorn. Chapter 56. Gaia. Alan was patiently communicating with Gaia, although he had saved her life. It was evident that she remained wary of the male wizard's proximity, observing him with a vigilant gaze. Alan, having spent the day poring over materials about unicorns in the library, fully comprehended her apprehension. This trepidation stemmed from the unicorn's immense magical power and the invaluable nature of its entire being to a sorcerer. According to the records, a unicorn is a magnificent creature found within the forests of northern Europe. An adult unicorn boasts a silvery coat, while its youthful form is golden. The unicorn's horn, blood, and hair possess potent magical properties. The horn has detoxifying abilities. It is said that a knife with a handle made from a unicorn's horn can discern poison when cutting food. The tail hair can be fashioned into wands, and its blood is said to extend life itself. It is highly advised not to slay unicorns for this, as such an act would invoke a curse. Contrary to its gentle appearance, the unicorn's temperament is fierce, capable of battling even elephants and dragons. Typically, it shuns human contact, likely preferring the company of witches over wizards. Additionally, it moves with remarkable swiftness, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Had Alan not rescued her, it is believed she would have long since fled, rather than gazing at him with her large, glistening, star-like eyes, both cautious and curious. "Greetings. My name is Alan Harris. You are Gaia, correct? How do you feel now? And is there anything else I can assist you with?" Alan inquired gently, smiling as he spoke in the unicorn's unique language. Alan initially believed that by saving Gaia's life, his mission was accomplished. However, the absence of the system notification indicated that there were still matters requiring his attention. Whenever Alan sought to endear himself to someone, he seldom encountered failure. People found it effortless to develop affection for such a handsome and gentle youth. Yet, it was evident that this time, his attempts to charm the unicorn Gaia had faltered. Gaia was clearly taken aback by the revelation that Alan could speak the unicorn language. At that moment, the inherent bias of unicorns favoring females over males became glaringly apparent. Had it been a beautiful young witch speaking their language, she would undoubtedly have received gentle treatment from the unicorn. However, as a male wizard, Alan's efforts not only failed to earn Gaia's trust, but also led her to question his intentions. "Thank you for saving me, Alan. What perplexes me is how you are able to speak our unicorn language," Gaia inquired. Alan saw through Gaia's thoughts at a glance. "I harbor no ill will towards the unicorn clan. By mere chance, I have acquired some knowledge of languages. If you have no further need for my services, please allow me to take my leave." "Wait a moment, Alan," Gaia interjected. "I believe Ferenz is right. You are a man of reliability and trustworthiness. My parents would be more than willing to host the wizard who saved their daughter's life." Gaia felt a pang of guilt for having questioned the man who had just rescued her. It was indeed ungracious of her. "Mr. Alan Harris, forgive my boldness, but from your demeanor and recent discourse, I perceive you to be a wizard of profound experience and exceptional insight." A melancholic voice resonated behind Alan. revealing that it was not just Gaia who was moved by his words, but also Ronan, the brooding youth of the Centaur clan. Ronan, how can you so easily believe the sweet words of humans? We have sworn an oath to never defy the will of fate. This applies not only to the human realm, but also to the matters of unicorns. It is destiny, immutable. Bane stomped the ground in anger. Bane, have you not closely observed the heavens? Indeed, Mars shines brightly tonight, but Jupiter is in direct motion, its brightness gradually eclipsing that of Mars. Ronan felt a twinge of unease, yet stood firm in voicing his opinion. Indeed, Bane, your wrath has clouded your vision, your mind is fogged, rendering you incapable of perceiving the will of fate clearly. Yet I have seen it. I have glimpsed the hope of our kind and the steps we take closer to our destiny. The speaker was Ferenz, who had hurriedly returned. I apologize, Alan. I heard from Flegg and Harry about your circumstances. I am quite certain you are the wizard our centaur and unicorn kin have been awaiting. To Alan's astonishment, Ferenz bent his forelegs in a gesture of respect. Ronan looked on in surprise, while Bane appeared utterly enraged. Do as you wish, Ferenz. I shall inform the clan leader, so watch for the consequences. In Bane's eyes, Ferenz was nothing short of a traitor among centaurs. Think what you will. Should the need arise, I shall fight alongside humans. Ferenz raised his head high, his mane billowing in the gentle breeze, resembling a valiant warrior filled with fervor. Bane said nothing further, storming off in anger, while Ronan cast a profound glance at Alan before gracefully departing. Ferenz turned to Gaia and asked, Gaia, how's your injury? I am well. The herbs Alan applied have proven remarkably effective, and I feel my vigor returning, Gaia replied joyfully, her movements a graceful dance. Then we should set forth. The sooner we resolve this matter, the better, Ferenz said with enthusiasm. Invited warmly by Ferenz, Alan mounted its back, while Gaia gracefully leaped ahead, almost unrecognizable as the creature had just moments ago been on the brink of death. What do Mars and Jupiter signify? It is a commendable habit to inquire when one is uncertain. Mars symbolizes war and turmoil, whereas Jupiter represents wisdom and fortune. Ferlin's words were succinct, lacking elaborate explanations. However, Alan had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. The turmoil could only refer to the conflict instigated by Voldemort. As for Jupiter, based on Ferlin's demeanor, it likely pertained to him. Alan, the territory ahead belongs to the Unicorn clan, and I cannot proceed. You must continue on your own from here. Yet, once you fulfill the Unicorn's commission, be sure to visit the Centaur tribe. I shall remain here, awaiting your return. Gaia nodded in gratitude to Ferlin's, signaling for Alan to follow. They then traversed a narrow brook, navigating through countless shrubs and trees of varying heights, until they arrived at a smooth stone platform paved with colorful pebbles, shaped like a pentagram. Alan, please stand in the center. He complied, and then Gaia cautioned. You may feel a bit uncomfortable. Please be careful. Without allowing Alan any time to react, Gaia began to chant an incantation in a melodious and enchanting voice. The platform emitted a radiant glow, forming a circular light membrane in midair before descending to envelop Alan entirely. Chapter 57, The Habitat of the Unicorn. Suddenly, Alan found himself engulfed in darkness, shrouded in mist, which grew increasingly nebulous and dim. The incantation Gaia had softly intoned moments ago now reverberated deafeningly in his ears. Her warning proved accurate. The sensation was indeed profoundly unsettling. Alan struggled to articulate the strange array of feelings. Each was inherently discomforting. One sensation, in particular, felt akin to being helplessly propelled forward on a roller coaster, as if he were on the verge of being shattered to pieces. Alan could no longer maintain his customary gentle demeanor. The cacophony of Gaia's incantations, the jarring descent, and the prolonged agony had thoroughly unsettled him. He believed he had reached his limit, only to discover that a more outrageous ordeal awaited him. The membrane enveloping Alan collided with an unseen solid object, propelling him into the air where he spun uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, a sharp crack resonated as the protective membrane shattered, and Alan felt himself unceremoniously flung out, his head spinning and his body disoriented. Suddenly, an ear-splitting thunderclap echoed in his ears, catching him off guard and rendering him dizzy. Relentless hail pelted down upon him, and to his astonishment, he found himself seated upon a lush expanse of grass. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was situated on a small lawn within a garden, encircled by clusters of rhododendrons. He noted the delicate lavender and purple petals of the flowers, which fell in disarray under the assault of the hail. Gradually, the dancing hail pierced through the overcast sky, cascading down like a wisp of smoke sweeping across the earth. Fortunately, his enchanted robe shielded him from this unexpected onslaught. Otherwise, he would have been utterly drenched by this sudden assault. How exceedingly hospitable it was to treat a visiting guest in such a manner. Alan rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Through the misty rain, he discerned a colossal statue, evidently sculpted from white stone, standing dimly behind the azaleas. Beyond this, nothing was discernible. I sincerely apologize, Alan. My disappearance must have greatly angered my father, which is why the weather in the Enclave has turned so dire. Please forgive me. I must take my leave for now. But I shall return swiftly. Gaia, filled with concern, hastily departed before Alan could respond, vanishing into the rain-soaked haze. Left here all alone, Alan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, from Gaia's recent words, he gleaned several insights. First, Gaia's identity appeared to be quite extraordinary. As she referred to her father as the king's second, this was indeed the abode of unicorns, and third, Gaia's father seemed to possess the ability to control the enclave's weather, suggesting that the climatic conditions might correlate with his emotional state. Before long, the hail and rain diminished, allowing the statue to come into sharper focus. It towered impressively, with a nearby white birch tree barely reaching its shoulder. The statue, carved from white marble, bore a resemblance to a winged sphinx, though its wings were not draped at its sides but instead spread wide, as if in flight. Upon closer inspection, Alan noted that the statue's base was cast in bronze, encrusted with thick layers of verdigris. The front of the statue faced Alan directly, its hollow eyes seemingly scrutinizing him, while the corners of its mouth curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. The statue, weathered by time, exhibited a disquieting, morbid patina. Alan stood there, contemplating for what felt like half a minute, or perhaps half an hour. The statue appeared to shift forward and backward, its movements seemingly dictated by the varying intensity of the rain. As Alan diverted his gaze elsewhere, he observed the curtain of rain begin to tear apart, revealing a gradually clearing sky, heralding the imminent arrival of the sun. At that moment, he noticed the outlines of other grand structures, characterized by an intricate lattice of railings and towering columns, alongside a densely wooded hillside. Sunbeams pierced through the remnants of the rain, illuminating the scene as the dreary mist was swept aside, gradually vanishing from sight. The sky resumed its brilliant blue hue, with a few pale brown clouds drifting lazily before dissolving into nothingness. The immense edifice standing beside Alan became distinctly visible, its surfaces glistening under the sunlight after being washed clean by the rain. Unmelted hailstones accumulated upon its layers of brick, enhancing its pristine whiteness and brilliance. With unwavering courage, Alan gazed upon the unicorn's enclave, his curiosity swelling within him. Not far off stood a house, its towering walls adorned with a circular archway. Alan observed Gaia leading the way, followed by a procession of silvery unicorns leaping forth. Upon the heads of 2 unicorns trailing behind Gaia rested golden crowns embellished with crimson gemstones. Esteemed guest, we have kept you waiting. Please pardon our rudeness. We are utterly thrilled that Gaia has returned to our kin. The crowned unicorn bowed its majestic head in greeting. Alan quickly bowed in return, expressing that it was an honor to be in such esteemed company. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a question posed by Alan shed light on the task assigned by the system. This was the dwelling place of unicorns. Yet a statue of the Sphinx stood prominently in the square. This is the curse of Ellis, lamented King Gahelies of the unicorns, his tone laden with sorrow. Another curse of Ellis, Alan exclaimed, taken aback. You are aware of the curse of Ellis? King Gahelies of the unicorns inquired, his perceptiveness evident. Alan elaborated on his experience of rescuing the lizard people, captivating the unicorns with his tale. Upon concluding this fantastical narrative, Gaelethus did not dismiss it as absurd. Rather, he was filled with excitement. So, the magical orb of Lady Luck is in your possession? He inquired. Indeed, forgive my impertinence. But does your kin also bear the curse of Eris? To understand this matter, one must look back 1,000 years. At that time, our unicorn tribe was a powerful and magical race, living a life of considerable ease, feasting on the myriad leaves and grasses of the forest. We possessed not only mighty horns but also robust, expansive wings, allowing us to roam freely on land and soar through the skies. No creature could match our speed, not even the most skilled wizard. However, this idyllic existence was shattered due to a wager between the goddesses of misfortune and fortune, leading us to become a cursed lineage. Another wager? Alan queried, perplexed. According to ancestral records, during a spring adorned with blooming flowers and bountiful waters, the goddesses Eris and Fortune happened upon our tranquil existence. Eris wagered that we would choose the most beautiful blossoms to consume, while Fortune contended we would avoid such destruction, knowing the flowers would soon bear berries, which we particularly relished, like wild strawberries and mountain cherries. And what was the outcome? Gaia, hearing this for the first time, was eager for the conclusion. Our ancestors, cherishing beauty, refrained from devouring the exquisite flowers. Thus, Eris lost the bet. Gaelethus spoke of this ancient tale with an unmistakable sorrow. If Eris lost, why were you still cursed? Alan and Gaia asked, puzzled. It was precisely because Eris, enraged by her defeat, cursed our unicorn tribe to never again take to the skies, and inflicted upon us wounds that would heal with great difficulty. As a result, our once mighty population dwindled. Fortunately, the benevolent goddess Fortune, empathizing with our plight, cast a spell to create this refuge, making it challenging for other creatures to invade our territory without our guidance. Why does Fortune not simply lift Eris's curse? The naive Gaia asked candidly. Well, the ancient texts do not elucidate this, Alan replied thoughtfully. However, I suspect there may be an agreement between the two goddesses, perhaps prohibiting direct interference with one another's magic. He detected a hint of embarrassment on Gaelethus's face. Clearing his throat, Gaelethus continued, although Eris's curse is eternal, Fortune's intervention has provided us a glimmer of hope. If we can pass the Sphinx's trial, we may restore our former glory. For generations, we have secluded ourselves here. If not for our agreement with Hogwarts, which provides us healing potions in exchange for our teaching examples, our survival would be even more precarious. Added Queen Vina of the Unicorns. Recently, however, a terrifying creature has infiltrated the school, leading to the loss of 2 of our kin. If Gaia were to be lost as well, it is unfathomable what we would become, Queen Vina expressed with palpable fear. Have you ever attempted the Sphinx's trial? Alan seized upon the crux of the matter. Not yet, for the primary condition to enter the trial is to obtain the magical orb of Lady Fortune, Gaelethus responded eagerly. Gazing at Alan with hope. Should there be any way in which I can assist, I will do so with utmost dedication, Alan assured with great understanding. Indeed, your help is urgently needed. Yet first, we must prepare. Gaelethus signaled for Queen Vina to fetch some berries. As Gaelethus summoned his kin to confer, several small golden unicorns approached Alan, their innocent eyes fixed on the berries in his hand. They were utterly adorable. Alan gently extended his hand, offering a handful of deep red fruits. The little unicorns stared in awe, hesitant to approach. With great patience, Alan smiled at the little creatures. Eventually, a smaller unicorn, more timid than the rest, cautiously approached and snatched a berry from Alan's hand. Alan placed another fruit before them, continuing to smile. When Gaelethus and the others emerged from their discussion, they found the little unicorns joyfully prancing around Alan, some even daring to touch his hand with their soft tongues. Alan remained tranquil and composed, embodying a childlike joy. Alan, we have decided that, until the situation clarifies, we will send the elderly and young members of our tribe to the forbidden forest of Hogwarts for a time, and then we shall face the Sphinx's trial together. We cannot allow our friends to charge into danger while we remain idle. The unicorn's purity and kindness were evident in their resolve. Alan readily consented. After bidding a reluctant farewell to the unicorn kin, Gisilius was taken aback to discover Gaia mingling among the ranks. The heavens suddenly erupted with a resounding thunderclap, which briefly echoed across the sky before fading into silence, indicating that Gaia had indeed persuaded her father. Gisilius and Queen Vina were the first to arrive, with Gaia trailing closely behind, her head bowed. Behind them, 50 majestic silver unicorns marched in unison, their proud forms exuding an air of nobility. Despite their robust physiques and fluid lines that commanded respect, none could deny the breathtaking beauty of these pure beings. Before the statue of the Sphinx, Alan cradled the magical orb of the goddess of fortune, Felice, and, under the expectant gaze of the unicorns, recited ancient incantations that resonated through the realm. The white Sphinx statue radiated a silvery glow, mirroring the hue of the unicorns' coats. As if animated, the Sphinx gracefully leaped aside. Yet the earth trembled as if shaken by its movement. The bronze base of the statue appeared like a gaping maw, dark and enigmatic. One by one, they entered this place, untouched for millennia. Though devoid of sun, moon, and stars, and lacking any caretaker, the area remained vibrant with blossoms and flourishing shrubs. Unusual white flowers towered above, their pale blossoms unfurling to a foot in width, dotting the colorful underbrush. Following a path of rainflower stones, they approached an intricately carved archway adorned with patterns reminiscent of Phoenician designs, through which a shimmering, wave-like curtain of light flickered. As they drew near, the curtain revealed a few lines of text. Welcome to the illusions of Eris. Overcome all trials, and the unicorn's wishes shall be fulfilled. Fail, and your remains shall linger here. This was an ancient magical script, with 2 shelves of related tomes displayed in the Ravenclaw common room. In his leisure, Alan had perused these works. He translated the inscription for the unicorns, who, undeterred, were filled with an intense desire to engage in battle and restore their kin's glory. Without hesitation, as if to prove their courage, the unicorn warriors boldly stepped into the luminous curtain. Observing their resolve, Alan followed suit, entering the light alongside the unicorns. Alan had never encountered trees of such towering height, likely reaching 10 stories, and they were not solitary but grew in vast clusters. These magnificent giants boasted lush foliage, their branches layered upon one another, casting a shadowy veil over the ground, thus creating a dim and eerie ambience before Alan's eyes. Peering into the depths of the dense forest, an inky darkness loomed, with the enormous branches swaying and dancing, evoking a sense of profound mystery, as if phantoms lurked within. Having made their choice, they could only forge ahead with determination. With utmost caution, they stepped into the forest, all on high alert, advancing with careful deliberation. Alan, too, withdrew his wand, prepared for any eventuality. Gaia gently brushed her antennae against Alan's face, asking, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Alan inquired, puzzled. "Given the ominous atmosphere here, do you regret coming?" Gaia added, as if fearing Alan might reconsider. "Do not worry, our horns possess antidotal powers, and the warriors are exceptionally strong. We shall emerge unscathed." Chapter 59, The Giant Tree Forest. "Do not fret, Gaia, we shall prevail," Alan reassured her. Recognizing the trepidation within Gaia's heart, there was no cause for reproach. Fear of the unknown was entirely understandable. Moreover, according to the little unicorns, Gaia had only just reached maturity. However, for Alan, one must either refrain from action or pursue it to the utmost. Rescuing the unicorns was a task that warranted their fullest commitment, both emotionally and rationally. The deeper they ventured, the more they felt the unparalleled gloom of the giant tree forest. Suddenly, Alan halted, as if ensnared by an unseen spell. He beheld a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie green light in the darkness, fixated upon them. An instinctual fear of the wild surged within him. Alan gripped his wand tightly, his gaze unwavering on those luminous orbs. What is that? Gaia also spotted the eyes, her voice sharp and strident, tinged with a hint of panic. Alan quietly draped a magical robe over his hand that was devoid of a wand, extending it to touch something soft and squishy. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light flickered to the side, and then a white object darted past Alan. Alan abruptly turned his head and beheld a peculiar little creature reminiscent of a monkey, its odd form drooping as it scurried through the woods behind him. In a state of panic, it collided with a massive tree, staggering a few steps to the side before vanishing into the shadows of another thicket. Ahead, Galus heard the commotion and swiftly turned to inquire about the disturbance. Alan recounted his encounter in vivid detail. Galus commanded the warriors to remain vigilant and gather together in preparation for any unforeseen events. This decision proved to be exceedingly wise, for soon pairs of eerie green eyes flickered amidst the dense foliage, resembling elusive will-o'-the-wisps. With a dazzling display of his enhanced illumination spell, Alan's magic proved effective, causing the spectral green eyes to retreat with piercing, shrill cries. In that moment, the true form of the creatures became visible. They bore a resemblance to monkeys, their bodies cloaked in a dull gray hue, adorned with large, peculiar green eyes. Their heads were crowned with pale yellow fur that cascaded down their backs. However, their speed was astonishing. Alan could scarcely discern whether they ran on all fours or if their forelimbs merely hung too low. Let us refer to these strange creatures as aberrant apes. After a brief period of agitation, they regrouped, seemingly incensed by Alan's sudden display of magic. Some of the more robust aberrant apes lunged at the unicorns with wild abandon, their speed so swift that they were almost indistinguishable. Caught off guard, several unicorns were unable to evade, sustaining deep gashes, while others nimbly leaped aside in luck. Thus commenced a fierce battle between the aberrant apes and the unicorns. Alan found himself sheltered amidst the unicorns, attempting several times to leap into the fray, only to be restrained by Galus. The rationale was compelling. Alan, your presence is vital. Only you possess the healing magic upon which the safety of our party depends. Moreover, if the unicorn warriors cannot vanquish these aberrant apes, what can a mere student achieve? Though his abilities were underestimated by Galus, Alan dedicated himself to healing the injured unicorns. His magic was remarkably precise, administered timely to those in need, much to Galus's astonishment. The aberrant apes relied on their speed and sharp claws, while the unicorns exhibited agility on par with the apes, complemented by their formidable horns and powerful hoofs. The battle raged with fervor, yet thanks to Alan's timely and effective healing spells, the scales of victory ultimately tipped in favor of the unicorns. Galus, upon spotting the Ape King, delivered a mighty blow that served as the final straw for the aberrant apes. The aberrant apes, swift to attack, retreated even more rapidly. The forest of ancient trees returned to its tranquil state, marred only by broken branches, trampled undergrowth, and the wounded unicorns undergoing treatment, while the weary warriors caught their breath, bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent conflict. After a brief respite in the dimness, Galus rallied the troops to set forth once more. Ahead, light remained elusive. Within this vast labyrinth of trees, there was no choice but to advance, even if the path back eluded them. After an indeterminate time, a rustling sound emerged from the forest, akin to the whisper of wind through leaves or the gentle munching of silkworms upon mulberry leaves. In this murky, enigmatic space, rather than evoking a sense of beauty, it instilled a chilling unease. Once more, Alan unleashed a flicker of luminescence, guiding his gaze toward the source of the sound. In an instant, his hair stood on end. The sight was utterly terrifying. Countless diminutive, shadowy spiders swiftly descended from the tree trunk, encircling him. Before long, a large, black, furry spider, several times the size of the others, crawled languidly into the midst of the smaller arachnids. Its pair of gleaming, predatory eyes fixated on Alan, instilling a profound sense of dread. It resembled a humanoid spider, its four forelimbs raised, while the four hind limbs ensured its stability. Each appendage was adorned with a multitude of backward-facing barbs, glistening ominously in the glow of Alan's spell. These sneaky, repugnant creatures. Gaia appeared visibly disturbed by the scene and could not suppress a murmur of discontent. This soft complaint seemed to sound the battle's call, prompting the spiders to surge forward. For a unicorn, it was exceedingly challenging to completely evade such minuscule adversaries. Once a spider latched onto their bodies, it would swiftly pierce the skin, burrowing within to feast upon their blood and flesh. Worse still, 3 unicorns inadvertently became ensnared by the spiders. In their panic, they stumbled and fell, and in an instant, a dense swarm of spiders enveloped their bodies, dragging them away into the darkness. Clara, Northmore, Cassilis. Gaia's anguished cries echoed, pleading with Alan, please, think of something. I beg you, save them. Grasping at the last vestiges of hope, Gaia implored Alan. Yet, what could Alan do? His enchanted wizard's robe could only shield him from harm, leaving him powerless to protect them all. Alan compelled himself to remain calm, convinced that a solution would present itself. While spiders might fear fire, igniting a blaze in such a dense forest would be tantamount to self-immolation. Thus, aside from fire, what else might they fear? Chapter 60. The Yellow Sand Flying Serpent. Alan meticulously observed the movements of the spiders and noted that those daring to attack him were particularly scarce, while in areas where the illumination spell was less pronounced, they were remarkably abundant. Excluding the notably large spider, the others displayed evident agitation under the spell's glow. Their frantic yet clumsy attempts to pounce upon the unicorn revealing their profound sensitivity to light. Their peculiar behavior of lowering their heads upon encountering brightness further substantiated this notion. However, due to their overwhelming numbers and diminutive size, it was quite challenging to discern their vulnerabilities without careful scrutiny. With newfound confidence, Alan summoned the unicorns to gather around him, then raised his wand, amplifying his magical energy to cast an immensely powerful light spell. From the tip of his wand erupted a radiance reminiscent of a miniature sun. Enveloped in this brilliance, the spiders appeared utterly disoriented, retreating like mindless flies. Only the largest spider remained unfazed, emitting a strange and frantic sound, seemingly urging the spider army to advance. This call proved remarkably effective, as the densely packed legion of spiders charged once more towards the unicorns. With a focused gaze, Alan commanded Gaia, "Stay here and do not move. I shall take care of it." With that, he swiftly leaped in the direction of the giant spider, while his wizard's robe enveloped him entirely. As he advanced, Alan's figure suddenly vanished from sight. With astonishing precision, he appeared beside the colossal arachnid. The spider, clearly startled, had no time to react before a flash of green light illuminated the scene. Its eyes widened in shock as it collapsed to the ground, convulsing before drawing its last breath. Alan had not anticipated that this seemingly most formidable spider could be so easily vanquished. Perhaps within this arachnid population, it was indeed the intellect that reigned supreme. Without the urgent call of the great spider, and under the incessant illumination of the light spell, the spiders gradually retreated, vanishing into the inky depths of the forest. In this perilous woodland, there was no time for the unicorns to mourn their fallen companions. They could only swiftly compose themselves and press onward. The subsequent journey proved remarkably smooth. Whether due to Alan's light spell or the fact that the Great Wood Forest had only summoned 2 types of monsters, their group traversed the woods with little peril. As they emerged once more through the shimmering barrier at the forest's edge, Alan squinted against the brightness. If the Great Wood Forest had resembled a dark and oppressive prison, the scene before them now appeared akin to entering a fervently blazing furnace. Golden sands stretched endlessly, with sunlit dunes unfurling towards the horizon, radiating a dazzling golden glow under the fierce sun. The oppressive heat quickly enveloped Alan as time passed, and he realized that the unicorns were exceedingly ill-suited to such an environment. Regardless of the hardships ahead, they had to continue onward. With unwavering resolve, they stepped into the desert. Surrounded by desolation and silence, the monotonous journey led Alan to ponder absurdly whether this challenge was a test of patience and endurance. Just as they began to feel irritable, Gaius halted his advance. Following his gaze, Alan discovered something writhing beneath the sand. Soon, they beheld its full form, a golden entity undulating, revealing 2 luminous, disc-like eyes. Amidst this throng of wriggling creatures, a slender, serpent-like appendage emerged, roughly the thickness of a staff, undulating through the air and darting towards Alan, followed by another. This bizarre spectacle sent a shiver down Alan's spine. A scream from Gaia pierced the air. Alan quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack of the golden flying serpent. Suddenly, a flash streaked across the scene, and from the sand pit where the entwined, writhing serpents resided, a copious amount of emerald smoke erupted, splitting into 3 streams that surged towards Alan and his companions. The smoke was blinding, casting the white unicorns in a verdant hue. These fumes could be toxic. This was Alan's immediate thought, and it was clear that Gaius shared his sentiment. "Alan, quickly crouch and open your mouth," Gaius urged. Alan, somewhat perplexed, complied despite finding the situation a bit absurd. Gaius lowered his head, and Vina instinctively stepped forward to touch the red gem atop Gaius's crown with her horn. A sprinkle of white powder cascaded from the gem into Alan's mouth. "This is powder ground from our unicorn horns, possessing antidotal properties," Queen Vina gently explained. "Thank you." Alan managed to mumble, caught off guard by the powder entering his mouth. Meanwhile, the unicorns engaged in battle against the serpents. Some leapt high, accurately striking at the serpents' vulnerable spots, while others deftly used their antennae to pierce the serpents' bellies as they soared past. Alan also brandished his wand and joined the fray, turning everything to stone, turning everything to stone. The petrified serpents tumbled to the ground. The situation appeared favorable at this moment. The emerald haze dissipated, and the turquoise hue upon the unicorns faded. The once sharp hissing gradually transformed into a prolonged, resounding noise. A bulging entity slowly ascended from the pit. A pillar of serpents entwined together, from which countless spectral beams of light emanated, converging into a colossal ray. Following the flash, genuine flames erupted. Dazzling radiance suddenly burst forth from the scattered unicorns, leaping from one to another. It was as if an invisible current struck them, instantly igniting them in white flames. Then, through the annihilating light of death, Alan beheld them wobble and fall, as the unicorns turned and fled in retreat. Alan stood there, momentarily unaware that death was systematically devouring the unicorns. How peculiar it was, as a silent yet dazzling light flashed by, causing a unicorn to collapse motionless. Moreover, Those unicorns struck by this invisible beam of thermal energy ignited in flames. This lethal light and the intangible, inescapable sword of heat swiftly circled around, relentlessly sweeping through the area. Alan could hear the crackling of flames in the sandpit and the panicked whinnies of the unicorns. He admonished himself that he must take action. Clear water surged forth like a spring. A powerful stream erupted from Alan's wand, directed at the serpent column that was unleashing its scalding rays. The serpent column ceased its assault. However, before Alan and his companions could celebrate, the serpent column retaliated with even greater ferocity. This indicated that the water flow, which Alan had hoped would bring relief, had proven ineffective. The serpent column was likely merely stunned by the sudden deluge. What should be done now? Chapter 61. The giant crab of the Red Sea. Alan intended to employ the same strategy once more, unleashing a petrifying beam toward the serpentine pillar. Yet, before the transformative ray could reach its target, it was incinerated by the monstrous serpent's scorching energy, neutralizing its effect. The anguished cries of the unicorns, the heart-wrenching sobs of Gaia, and the furious roars of Gaius were indelibly etched into the depths of Alan's memory. Anxious and distressed, he pondered his next course of action. In this moment of dire urgency, Queen Vina leaped forward, casting a gaze imbued with affection towards Gaius and Gaia. As if anticipating her intent, Gaius shouted, "Vina, no." Vina then bent her left leg and lowered her exquisite head, emitting a radiant, circular glow from her forehead's horn. This luminous aura expanded continuously, forming a protective shield of light before the unicorns. The serpent's fiery beam struck the shield and rebounded forcefully, igniting the serpentine column itself. The flames raged with increasing ferocity. Some serpents, ablaze, emerged from the inferno, only to be struck by Alan's petrifying curse, while others writhed in agony amidst the flames. A few serpents hastily burrowed back into the sandy depths to escape. The number of serpents emerging dwindled, and the flames gradually extinguished, leaving the pit where the serpentine column had once loomed in darkness. Queen Vina collapsed softly to the ground, and Gaius immediately rushed to her side. Gently nudging her with his head in a gesture of despair, Gaia knelt beside Queen Vina, weeping and trembling. The 14 surviving unicorns bent their forelimbs in tribute to Queen Vina, whose life force had transformed into the protective shield that saved them all. The departed were gone, and the living remained. Though Vina could not be reclaimed, Alan and the others had to press forward. Gaius instructed Gaia to touch his crown, which contained a storage space for Vina's lifeless body. With a heavy yet resolute voice, Gaius commanded, "Let us depart." Crossing the shimmering barrier at the desert's edge, they arrived at a sloping beach. The blood-red sea stretched toward the southwest, merging with the clear horizon where it met the pale sky. The waters were tranquil, devoid of tumultuous waves or gentle lapping, for not even a whisper of wind stirred the air. Only a viscous ripple on the surface undulated softly, akin to a gentle breath. The sea caressed the shoreline, its edge adorned with a thick crust of salt, appearing pink under the crimson sky. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a desolate slope in the distance. Alan turned towards the sound and beheld a creature reminiscent of a colossal white butterfly, taking flight at an angle, fluttering gracefully through the air before spiraling away and vanishing behind a distant hill. Its cry was so foreboding that Alan immediately fell into a state of alertness. Once more, Alan surveyed his surroundings and noticed in the distance what he initially believed to be red rocks slowly approaching them. He promptly alerted the others, who then realized that they had unwittingly been encircled by these entities. Could it be that the butterfly was merely a diversion? At such a critical moment, it was remarkable that Alan still possessed the energy to entertain such thoughts, truly a testament to his fortitude. Before long, the nature of these creatures became evident. They were monstrous crabs. Have you ever beheld a crab the size of a table? Its numerous legs moved slowly, yet not in unison, while its massive pincers waved about and long antennae swayed and probed, with its prominent eyes glinting with an eerie luminescence. The ridges on their backs undulated, adorned with an array of green nodules. As they crawled, a multitude of tentacles extended from their mouths, quivering and exploring. Even as Gaia mourned her mother as passing, she could not suppress a gasp of horror. So hideous, so grotesque. The entire space was enveloped in an unsettling sense of desolation and solitude. The eastern horizon blazed with a crimson hue, while the northern expanse lay shrouded in darkness, the Dead Sea producing only salt frost, its shores littered with the grotesque, slowly crawling creatures. This tableau conjured a spine-chilling atmosphere. The repugnant tentacles of the crabs rapidly advanced towards the group, while the unicorns gracefully evaded them, exerting every effort to trample the monstrous crabs, while simultaneously dodging their formidable pincers and probing appendages. It appeared that the unicorns were nearly powerless against these colossal adversaries. Alan wielded his wand with a flourish, unleashing every offensive spell he could conjure. Each incantation proved effective, bestowing upon him immense courage and confidence. Indeed, this illusionary realm seemed to be tailored for unicorns, as it appeared that the initial design did not account for the presence of wizards seeking to breach its defenses. It is understandable, for wizards covet the precious materials found within unicorns, and these majestic creatures remain ever wary of such beings. Opportunities like the one Alan encountered are likely exceedingly rare. In such a fierce battle, Alan wielded his spells with increasing finesse, feeling a marked enhancement in his combat prowess. Before long, the crabs were utterly vanquished, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with corpses, some shattered into pieces, others lying supine on the beach, and still others encased in ice or petrified. Alan, you are truly an extraordinary wizard. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable battle capabilities, your future knows no bounds. Praised Basilisk, his commendations unabashedly lavish, rendering Alan somewhat bashful. Before them lay an expanse of boundless crimson ocean. How shall we traverse this vast sea? Gaia suggested. Perhaps we could make our way towards that hillock over there. It might provide a passage. The group concurred with her proposal and set off towards the north. Along the journey, they remained vigilant, wary of any ambush from the elusive white butterflies. The monsters they encountered were indeed formidable. Had it not been for Alan's wizardry during the earlier encounter with the crabs, the fate of the unicorns would have been unthinkable. To their surprise, they did not sight any of the white butterflies until they reached the northernmost edge. Before them stood a towering cliff, a sheer drop with no path forward. Below, the sanguine sea appeared to gloat over their helplessness, as if it were a gaping maw ready to swallow them whole. To compound their dire situation, a swarm of white butterflies danced in the air behind them, weaving an intricate web of white. The fluttering of these ethereal butterflies against the backdrop of a crimson sky, the desolate hills, and the precipice created a scene of peculiar beauty. Attempting to break through may prove futile. We must confront this Red Sea, Basilisk remarked with remarkable composure, offering a kind smile to Gaia before turning to Alan. I sincerely apologize for placing you in such peril. Should we escape, you shall be the most esteemed guest and cherished friend of our unicorn clan. Come, my kin, he declared, and without hesitation, Basilisk charged toward the yawning chasm. Gaia, calling out father, followed suit. The graceful ascent of the white unicorns into the sky was a sight that Alan would never forget for all eternity. Alan let out a mighty roar and plunged towards the precipice. Chapter 62, The Sphinx. Alan plummeted directly into the ocean, anticipating a face full of choking seawater. Yet it did not come to pass. A miracle unfolded. Led by Leaky, the unicorns, undeterred by their descent from the cliff, gallantly surged through the air. The heavens appeared to reward their perseverance, as if touched by their resolve, and akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis after arduous trials, magnificent. Pure white wings sprouted from their flanks. Against the backdrop of the blood-red sky and the sea, the unicorns exhibited a powerful and exquisite grace, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. Gaia traced a beautiful arc through the sky, diving toward the sea's surface, and at the very moment Alan was about to plunge into the depths, she caught him in her embrace, her vast, pristine wings vibrating with force as they soared into the distance. The unicorns, now able to spread their wings and soar, were filled with exhilaration, flying tirelessly until confronted by a colossal barrier of rippling waves that obstructed their path. Having tasted the sweetness of flight, the unicorns pressed forward with vigor, breaking through the barrier. Once prepared for battle, the unicorns descended from the sky to the ground. The thrill of flight had been savored, and the prospect of losing this newfound ability left them utterly astonished. Alan noticed that they seemed to have returned to the original square of the unicorn habitat, yet it was distinctly different. Everything was shrouded in a dim, yellowish mist, and the colossal white statue of the Sphinx at the center of the square had vanished, replaced by a creature with the body of a massive lion but the head of a beautiful woman. The Sphinx, with its lion's body and human visage. In an instant, Alan recognized the origins of this beast. He did not overlook its enormous, sharp claws, glowing with an eerie blue light, nor the vast black wings that adorned its back. These wings were evidently far larger than those of the unicorns, and once unfurled, they could surely blot out the sun. It was clear that if it chose to strike, the unicorns would be left with no chance of escape. Alan recalled the information he had previously encountered regarding the Sphinx, a creature that embodies the deepest fears of desert travelers. With a mere breath, it unleashes a pestilential wind, afflicting those who encounter it with grave illness. A flap of its formidable wings conjures fierce sandstorms. However, the most enigmatic aspect lies in its eyes, devoid of sight. Yet no soul can withstand its gaze, for within those unseeing orbs resides the enigma of the cosmos. When ensnared by its stare, one remains paralyzed unless capable of unraveling its myriad riddles. Though its eyes may lack the petrifying power of Medusa's, its razor-sharp claws deliver devastating strikes. And one is ensnared in an eternal game of conjecture until it chooses to close its eyes, unless it desires otherwise. For it relishes the challenge of riddles and remains perpetually awake. Yet, should one harness its power, their wisdom would soar, for it possesses unparalleled intellect. Having both gained and lost its wings, Alan initially presumed the unicorns would be engulfed in prolonged despair. To his astonishment, their panic was but fleeting. Under the leadership of Gihelius, they swiftly regained their warrior stature. It appeared that Gihelius had anticipated this moment. With Gaia's assistance, he retrieved a mirror, a silver sword, and a scroll of ancient parchment from the storied crown. Alan, please produce the Orb of Fools once more, Gihelius implored. Alan held forth the magical orb, while Gihelius intoned a strangely intricate and ancient incantation. The orb gracefully ascended from Alan's hand, radiating a gentle, luminous yellow glow. Alan, quickly position yourself beneath the orb and use your silver sword to draw blood from your finger, letting it fall upon the covenant. Jehelis urged with urgency, fearing the Sphinx might awaken. Following Alan's instructions, he had fostered a profound friendship along the way, convinced that the unicorns posed no threat to him. After Alan completed a series of actions, Jehelis instructed him to draw the symbol of 3 sixes on the ground with a silver sword, holding a bronze mirror in his hand. At Jehelis's command, Alan was to leap from the formation and strike the bronze mirror upon the Sphinx's head. Although Alan was initially perplexed, the gravity of Jehelis's demeanor made it evident that the matter was of great significance, prompting him to readily comply. Fortunately, Alan possessed remarkable memory and comprehension skills, allowing him to entirely grasp Jehelis's intent in such a brief time. Jehelis then recited another incantation, causing the Sphinx to tremble, as if on the verge of awakening from slumber. Just as its eyelids fluttered and were about to part, Jehelis shouted, "Jump!" Alan immediately leaped upwards with all his might. A unicorn, hearing the commotion, sprang into action, and Alan landed perfectly upon its back. Drawing upon this newfound strength, he ascended once more. The unicorns, in perfect synchrony, leapt one after another, propelling Alan toward the majestic Sphinx. Gazing closely at this colossal creature, he felt its awe-inspiring presence intensify. With unwavering focus, Alan accurately placed the bronze mirror upon the Sphinx's crown. The Sphinx awakened. "According to the ancient covenant, you may pose a question to me. Should I fail to answer, you may proceed through the final trial. Should I answer correctly, you shall all perish," boomed the Sphinx's authoritative voice, resonating throughout the realm. What is man? This question was not uttered lightly by Alan. He had previously encountered a profound notion in the library. The Sphinx had pondered the essence of humanity for an eternity, only to continuously overturn its own conclusions. Indeed, the Sphinx remained in deep contemplation for an extended period, offering no response to Alan. "I cannot definitively articulate what man is. You may pass," the Sphinx finally declared. As soon as the words left its lips, the entire Elysian illusion shattered into countless fluttering fragments. The yellow mist seemingly whisked away by an unseen hand, and Alan and his companions found themselves back at the unicorn sanctuary. "My wings can move. I can fly." Gaia's jubilant voice rang out. Alan turned to see Gaia joyfully soaring through the air, exuberantly roaring to express her delight. She was not the only unicorn reveling in this newfound freedom. Gaheris laughed heartily, and as if struck by inspiration, charged toward Alan, who wielded a silver sword. Alan smiled as he gazed at Gaia. Though he reacted swiftly, the sharp tip of the sword still etched a deep crimson line upon Galihis's flesh. Alan was taken aback, and the soaring Gaia and unicorns swiftly returned. "Father!" Gaia exclaimed in shock, momentarily believing that her father would follow her mother. To everyone's astonishment, Galihis laughed heartily, proclaiming, "It is restored, it is restored. The curse upon us unicorns has been completely lifted." The crowd gazed in awe and joy at Galihis's wound, which was visibly healing at an astonishing pace from within. Moreover, there were even more delightful tidings to celebrate. In Chapter 63, System Rewards. The unicorns that had sought refuge outside returned to their dwelling, their wings sprouting anew, signaling their success. The little golden unicorns bounded around Alan, while others unfolded their tender wings, clumsily learning to fly. The weather in the unicorn habitat was splendid, with a clear blue sky and a gentle breeze caressing Alan's soft golden hair, filling his heart with warmth. The unicorns prepared the most sumptuous feast they could muster to honor Alan, presenting an array of colorful berries, both familiar and exotic, the sweet scent of malt syrup, and fragrant fruit wine crafted from crushed berries. What made Alan chuckle was the fact that many little unicorns brought what they deemed the most succulent grass, their large, glistening eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as they eagerly invited him to taste. Let us express our heartfelt gratitude with resounding cheers for our most esteemed, amiable, and trustworthy friend, Alan. Joyful whinnies echoed through the air, as the benevolent unicorns looked upon Alan with warmth. It was he who appeared when our unicorn kin needed aid the most. He, who disregarded his own safety to stand with us through thick and thin. He, whose wit and bravery broke the curse that had plagued us for millennia. Alan, in my capacity as the Unicorn King, I declare that you shall forever be a friend of our unicorn clan. As Galihis's words subsided, the joyous voices of the unicorns rose once more, each horn radiating a pure white halo that ascended from their heads and converged with Galihis's halo, ultimately descending upon Alan. He felt a gentle power being sown within him, bathing his entire being in this celestial light, which brought him immense comfort and a sense of empowerment. This is the most sincere blessing from us unicorns, bestowed only upon those who earn our heartfelt affection. With it, you shall fear no poison henceforth. Gaia gently explained to Alan. At that moment, a system notification sounded, its ethereal voice conveying content that brought Alan both satisfaction and relaxation. The host has completed the task, successfully rescuing the unicorns from the clutches of evil and earning their gratitude. A random reward shall be drawn, though it was but a single draw. During the course of the task, he had received a silver sword from King Galihis, the blessing of the unicorns, and, more importantly, had honed his combat skills in real battles, enhancing his strength. Would the host like to draw now? The system inquired. Yes. Alan surveyed the warm and harmonious scene in the unicorn habitat, feeling particularly fortunate. A colossal wheel materialized in his mind, adorned with the 7 colors of the rainbow. each corresponding area diminishing in size. A bronze pointer aligned with the center of the wheel's top. May fortune smile upon me as before. Merlin, grant me your blessing. Alan prayed, hoping for luck akin to his previous experience. Let the draw commence. The pointer spun rapidly. Stop. It ceased at the cyan position. Not bad luck at all. Alan maintained his positive outlook. A cyan treasure chest sprang forth, opening to reveal a storage space that remarkably presented itself before Alan. What is this? I didn't open a storage compartment? Alan focused intently, realizing that it resembled a storage space. It was not one. Below, text explained. Pet space activated. The host may carry their pets with them, housing them in the pet space, and summon them at will. This reward was indeed enticing. Hogwarts permitted young wizards to harbor only one pet, and Albert had gifted Alan an owl, Benny, which occupied that allowance. Should he acquire another pet in the future, he would be unable to bring it to Hogwarts. With this pet space, Alan could summon his pet at any time, proving quite practical. However, it was evident that the space contained nothing at present, and was not as expansive as Newt Scamander's magical suitcase, though its convenience ensured it would remain discreet. Alan and the unicorns joyfully spent their final gathering together before he rose to take his leave. The unicorns bid farewell to Alan with lingering reluctance, and Gaia resolved to escort him personally out of the Forbidden Forest. The return journey proved far more comfortable than the arrival. Perhaps due to the blessings of the unicorns upon Alan, he felt neither discomfort nor jostling, instead relishing the experience of soaring through the skies on Gaia's back. Before long, they found themselves back within the confines of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, the eastern horizon lightened, the clouds parted to reveal the rising sun, and the sky sparkled with brilliant golden hues interspersed with streaks of crimson clouds parallel to the horizon. From their lofty vantage point, the magnificent castle of Hogwarts loomed grandly amidst the mountains. Alan beheld the lush, towering trees, clusters of evergreen plants, flowering trees, and ferns. By the banks of the shimmering lake, the surface glistened like silver. Further afield, the land gradually rose, extending into a series of undulating emerald hills, which eventually faded into the vast expanse of the sky. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Gaia gently descended, and the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed behind them. Turning to the source of the sound, Gaia and Alan discovered Forenza approaching. Alan, feeling a pang of guilt, slapped his forehead. So much had transpired that he had completely forgotten that Forenza was still waiting for him. Fortunately, Forenza had spotted Gaia soaring through the sky and, noticing Alan on her back, promptly pursued them. Chapter 64. Harry's headache and nightmares. I am truly sorry, Forenza. I completely forgot that you were outside waiting for me. Alan sincerely apologized, earning Forenza's understanding in return. It's quite all right, Alan. Seeing Gaia reclaim her former glory as a unicorn reassures me that your night must have been nothing short of extraordinary. Forenza then congratulated Gaia. Congratulations, Gaia. You can fly now. Ecstatic, Gaia could not help but flutter her wings in delight. As the dawn light brightened the sky, Alan, eager to return to Hogwarts Castle, bid farewell to Gaia and Forenza. Before departing, Forenza repeatedly urged Alan to visit the Centaur tribe whenever he had the opportunity. Alan acquiesced to this request. As the final examinations approached, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the school. Though Alan possessed unwavering confidence in his academic prowess, he nonetheless revisited all his textbooks and notes, recognizing that reviewing is a commendable practice and humility a valuable trait. In stark contrast to Alan's fulfilling life, Harry appeared noticeably listless. Since his return from the forest, he had been plagued by intense throbbing in his forehead. This pain had become an incessant torment. Neville observed Harry's restless nights and whispered to Fridge, suspecting that Harry might be suffering from severe exam anxiety. Fridge discreetly approached Alan, believing that aside from the teachers, Alan might be the only student capable of assisting Harry. Alan believed that Harry would never lose sleep over exams. His performance was undoubtedly related to that day's venture into the Forbidden Forest. Seizing the opportunity during their post-lunch stroll, Alan sought out Harry to inquire about his well-being. Indeed, Harry was persistently awakened by a haunting nightmare, one that had become worse over time, now featuring a hooded figure with blood dripping from its lips, lunging towards him as a cloud of darkness. Alan, do you think I'm too fragile? So easily frightened, plagued by nightmares every night? Although Harry was willing to open his heart to Alan, he feared that his friend might belittle him. This apprehension was also the reason he refrained from confiding in Ron and Hermione. Alan, however, was different. He was erudite, steadfast, and reliable, a mentor and friend in one. Harry, I believe that your current state is not merely a sign of fear. Gryffindor is renowned for its bravery, and being sorted into that house indicates you possess such qualities. Alan gently reassured him, genuinely believing in his words. But the sorting had initially wanted to place me in Slytherin, Harry murmured, revealing his inner turmoil. He had always cared deeply about the hat's initial choice. Had he not insisted otherwise, he might well have been sorted into Slytherin. Harry, every individual embodies a multitude of traits. Who dares to claim that Slytherin lacks courage? Likewise, Gryffindor is not devoid of ambitious souls. The sorting hat's decision merely reflects the most prominent potential it perceived within you. Since you were placed in Gryffindor, it signifies that you indeed possess the qualities of bravery, Alan continued. It seemed that Harry remained unconvinced by Alan's words, prompting Alan to refrain from further persuasion, trusting that one day the truth would reveal to Harry that he was, without a doubt, a true Gryffindor. Now, let us discuss your nightmares. They may be connected to that shadow passing through you, influenced by its dark magic. Of course, there might be other connections between you. It is also possible that the events of that day in the Forbidden Forest left an indelible impression, intertwining with your previous nightmares. Alan could not barefacedly inform Harry that the very person he was encountering was the murderer of his parents. His intention was to alleviate Harry's distress, to ease his suffering, and to ensure that he could successfully complete his examinations, rather than directing him on a futile quest to seek out Voldemort. Well, Harry, there exists a potion that may alleviate your headache, or at the very least, grant you a peaceful slumber. I happen to possess the knowledge to brew it, but I am missing two crucial ingredients, powdered moonstone and essence of sneezewort. To my knowledge, Professor Snape's storeroom should contain both of these components. Before Alan could finish his thought, Harry interrupted him with agitation. No, we absolutely cannot seek Snape. He will not assist me. Harry's headache rendered him nearly incapable of controlling his emotions. All right, do not fret just yet. Perhaps I can devise another solution. Leave it to me, Alan reassured Harry. Alan did not perceive any shame in seeking assistance from Professor Snape. After all, it is only natural for students to turn to their teachers for help. The worst that could happen is a bit of mockery, which is hardly a grave concern, and ultimately, one would surely acquire the necessary ingredients. However, if Harry is unwilling, they must consider alternative approaches. The most conventional method would be to procure the items via outpost. Albeit a lengthy process, it should yield the desired results. A secondary option would be to seek aid from upperclassmen, though it is uncertain whether they possess the required knowledge. Madame Pomfrey is likely to have such herbs. But how might one articulate this to her? Alan decided to first visit the Olery on the top floor to find Benny, attempting to procure some supplies, while also gathering information from Professor Snape. If possible, he could borrow some ingredients from the professor until the ordered supplies arrived, allowing him to replenish Snape later. Meanwhile, Harry, having returned to the Gryffindor common room, found Hermione and Ron. Why not seek Madame Pomfrey? Hermione promptly suggested the idea of consulting a teacher. However, how could they explain their predicament to Madame Pomfrey? Furthermore, she might provide them with a potion rather than the raw ingredients they needed. Harry scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Perhaps we could discreetly take some from Snape's office. Once we acquire the ingredients, we can return them, Ron blurted out. The group exchanged glances. Harry wholeheartedly endorsed this proposition. He could not bring himself to plead with someone who clearly despised him, but what if it were a silent exchange? Harry, we cannot sneak into a teacher's office, Hermione said, pursing her lips, clearly disapproving. Yet, for Harry, the prospect of alleviating the pain on his forehead and the nightly nightmares was tempting beyond measure. Unable to resist the allure, Harry promptly resolved to procure the ingredients stealthily. We have potions class this afternoon. You all distract Professor Snape while I access his private storeroom for the ingredients. Although Hermione disagreed with Harry's decision, she was willing to take risks for her friend. All right. Harry agreed decisively. They then began to strategize how to divert Snape's attention that afternoon. Harry, as long as you keep making mistakes, you should capture most of his focus, Hermione astutely pointed out. Although Harry was reluctant to face reprimands, he could not deny that it was indeed an effective method. Perhaps we could create some chaos in class, so Harry won't have to bear the brunt of his anger, Ron suggested, clearly more aligned with Harry's thoughts. The group decided to discreetly inquire with George and Fred. For when it came to pranks, no one excelled like them. Chapter 65, the exam parting ways with Harry, Alan resolutely strode towards Professor Snape's office. After knocking on the door, he patiently waited for a moment until it suddenly swung open. Professor Snape, with his greasy hair and sullen demeanor, glared at Alan. If it were not for Alan's composure, he could have easily been intimidated. In truth, Professor Snape was equally astonished. Rarely did a student voluntarily approach his office. Not even from Slytherin. I apologize for the intrusion, Professor. I have some inquiries regarding potions, Alan said politely, undeterred by Snape's menacing presence. Very well, come in and speak. Snape replied, scrutinizing Alan for a moment before stepping aside. Alan quietly stepped into Professor Snape's dimly lit office, where the walls were lined with shelves filled with numerous large glass jars, each containing a variety of repulsive substances. Professor Snape took his seat behind the desk and gestured for Alan to sit down. Professor, I have some alternative ideas regarding the calming potion. Without wasting any of Professor Snape's time, Alan expressed his thoughts on improving the potion. How dare you, a mere first-year student, aspiring to concoct a potion that may appear in the O.W.L.S. and even propose enhancements? Alan, I had presumed you to be one of the few clear-minded students at this institution. However, it seems that frequent association with Mr. Harry Potter has fostered a rather arrogant disposition in you. Professor Snape was evidently skeptical of Alan's potion-making capabilities. Alan remained undeterred. He succinctly conveyed his improvement measures to Professor Snape. Initially intending to dismiss Alan, Snape appeared moved by his ideas, leading him to contemplate new approaches to potions. My moonstone powder and essence syrup of sneezewort have run out during experimentation, yet the new herbs have not arrived swiftly. I require your assistance, Alan stated. leveraging the moment to voice his request. "Very well, Mr. Harris. If your methodology is as exquisite as your thoughts," Snape surprisingly acquiesced. Approaching the storage cabinet, Snape astounded Alan by effortlessly opening it without uttering any disarming incantations. Observing quietly, Alan noted the neatly organized array of various herbs within. Yet none of the exceedingly rare ingredients he had encountered in books were present. It dawned on him that Snape must possess a secret cabinet dedicated to storing precious herbs. Otherwise, as a master of potions, it would be rather paltry to have only these basic, albeit rare, ingredients. With deft movements, Snape retrieved the moonstone powder and sneezewort essence syrup necessary for the calming potion, handing them to Alan. After expressing his gratitude with a bow, Alan swiftly exited Snape's office. Before departing, he cast a skeptical glance at the bizarre and repugnant glass jars lining the shelves, suspecting they concealed deeper mysteries. Nevertheless, his sole purpose was to procure ingredients for Harry's treatment, and he deemed it unnecessary to stir trouble by delving into other secrets. Fortunately, upon securing the ingredients, Alan promptly informed Harry and the others, who had yet to resort to thievery, about their agreed meeting time and location. He then proceeded to the room of requirement to concoct the potion. Regardless of the circumstances, under Alan's meticulous calibration, Harry's calming potion was ultimately successful. Typically, this potion serves to soothe and alleviate feelings of agitation and anxiety. However, excessive quantities can plunge the user into a deep, sometimes irreversible slumber. Crafting this potion is among the most challenging and labor-intensive tasks, often appearing in O.W.L.S. examinations. The pivotal components of this potion are moonstone powder and sneezewort syrup. Following conventional methods would not entirely alleviate Harry's symptoms, and overconsumption could yield adverse effects. Adhering to the guidance of the esteemed potion master, Worth, Alan incorporated murtlap essence for pain relief, alongside aconite and wormwood for neutralization. He even added a sprinkle of unicorn horn powder graciously provided by Gaia. In the pumpkin patch behind Hagrid's hut, as Alan presented the prepared potion to Harry, Ron and Hermione regarded it with skepticism, questioning whether such an oddly colored and foul-smelling concoction could genuinely aid Harry. Hermione emphasized that she had never encountered such a peculiar potion in any of her readings, leaving Ron at a loss for words. Harry, however, readily accepted the potion from Alan, consuming it in one swift motion. The relentless headache and nightmares had been tormenting him, leaving him on the brink of mental exhaustion. Yet, as he grimaced, his expression spoke volumes. Anticipating this, Alan had already prepared a generous cup of warm water, offering it to Harry with a reassuring smile. "Though this is my first attempt at brewing this potion, rest assured, there will be no issues." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, skeptical of Harry's discomfort. The sight of Harry's contorted features suggested otherwise. With a hearty gulp, Harry drained the cup of water, and to his astonishment, despite the potion's bizarre hue and remarkable taste, its efficacy was undeniable. The headache that had plagued him vanished, his mind cleared as if a soothing hand were healing the wounds left behind. "Thank you, Alan. I feel fantastic." Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Ron and Hermione gazed at Harry and Alan with excitement, realizing their perceptions had once again been reshaped. Although Alan was merely a first-year student, his talents were as unfathomable as an iceberg submerged beneath the ocean's surface. Freed from the shackles of headaches and nightmares, Harry immersed himself in intense study, while Alan continued to delve into his texts, digesting and assimilating knowledge for practical use. As the exams approached, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, the scorching sun leaving the young wizards listless, compounded by the daunting nature of the exam questions. The examination hall was unusually stifling, but thankfully, Alan's magical robes transformed into a refreshing garment, making the ordeal bearable. Alan's demeanor, as gentle and polished as jade, exuded a calm and composed attitude that garnered the admiration of the professors. The practical examination for the curse-breaking class was exceptionally intriguing, as Professor Frivol surprisingly instructed them to enter the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Alan was the first student summoned into the classroom. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's request, he beamed with a mischievous smile as his pineapple sprouted legs, adorned with tap shoes. With various parts of its feet, it rhythmically tapped and scraped against the table, producing a myriad of tap sounds. The complex and ever-changing rhythm emanating from the pineapple, coupled with its round, orange-yellow form, created a comical spectacle. Professor Flitwick, beaming with delight, exuberantly praised, "Marvelous, Alan. Absolutely flawless, full marks." Alan graciously bowed to the charming professor in acknowledgement. As Alan opened the door to exit, many students peeked in, having overheard Professor Flitwick's excited exclamations. Judging by Alan's demeanor, it seemed the practical examination in charms was not particularly daunting. However, when they entered to perform their tasks, they found themselves astonished by Alan's performance, while Professor Flitwick remained composed, having witnessed the best. Consequently, the other students' efforts were scrutinized for various flaws. Thus, the once confident young wizards emerged from the examination room with disheartened expressions. Professor McGonagall observed that the more exquisite the transformation of a mouse into a snuff box, the higher the score. If traces of the mouse's whiskers remained on the box, points would be deducted. For Alan, transforming a mouse into a snuff box posed no challenge. He could accomplish it almost instantaneously. However, rendering the snuff box exquisitely crafted proved to be a true test of skill, having seen but a handful of snuff boxes in his lifetime. The task of transforming a dull, gray mouse into a finely crafted British art piece was the real difficulty. Alan began by morphing the mouse into an elegant, gray, oval box of high quality, then proceeded to embellish it with intricate patterns. The mouse's eyes transformed into two dazzling obsidian gems, its whiskers formed the name of the school, Hogwarts, and its tail adopted a chain-like design. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat satisfied with the result. Alan exited the examination room with confidence, leaving behind a trail of envy and admiration. During potions class, the young wizards fervently recalled the recipe for the forgetfulness potion. Professor Snape loomed behind them, closely observing, and they could feel his breath on the napes of their necks, which heightened their anxiety. In contrast, Alan effortlessly concocted the potion. The difficulty of this particular brew was merely a matter of easy marks for him. Chapter 66. The examination concludes. Alan meticulously measured the ingredients, monitored the crucible's heat, and stirred with precision, reveling in the slowly rising tendrils of smoke. His spirits soared. Professor Snape approached him from behind, observing the potion taking shape, and suddenly inquired, "Alan Harris, is your innovative calming potion complete?" "Yes, Professor, it is ready," Alan replied, unhurriedly pouring the flawless potion into a vial and presenting it for Professor Snape's scrutiny. In truth, the moment Alan completed his work, Snape had already concluded that Alan had mastered the art of potion making. However, his quill lingered on the parchment, refraining from assigning a grade. Before Snape could speak, the perceptive Alan retrieved a vial from his wizarding robe, an improved version of the calming potion he had previously prepared for Harry. Snape lifted it for inspection, shook the vial, opened the cap to inhale its aroma, and even tasted a few drops. The inclusion of myrtlap essence, aconite, and wormwood impressed Alan not only for Snape's ability to identify the ingredients, but also for the professor's unflinching demeanor in the face of such an oddly flavored concoction. This potion not only alleviated emotions, but also mitigated the pain inflicted by dark magic. A remarkably clever idea. Nearby, Edward, who was also brewing potions, could scarcely believe his ears. Was this the notoriously acerbic and fastidious Professor Snape? "Mind your potion," Snape unexpectedly cautioned Edward. Though his expression remained icy and his tone harsh, Edward was nonetheless astonished. Had Alan bewitched the professor? How could Snape's demeanor be so drastically altered from the norm? As Edward frantically salvaged his potion, his mind raced with bewildering thoughts. Alan possessed remarkably keen eyesight, clearly perceiving that Professor Snape had awarded him full marks beside his name. With a sense of satisfaction, Alan expressed his gratitude to Professor Snape and departed from the chilly potions classroom. If there were one examination deemed the most effortless, it would undoubtedly be that of the flying class. Alan's prowess was well recognized, having been thoroughly validated on the Quidditch pitch. Madame Hooch merely required him to soar through the skies for a brief moment before bestowing upon him full marks. Conversely, the history of magic examination proved to be exceedingly mundane. Although the paper was laden with numerous questions, it posed no challenge for Alan, who possessed an exceptional photographic memory and was diligent in his note-taking. While many classmates were pulling their hair in frustration, pondering which eccentric wizards had invented the self-stirring cauldron, Alan had fluidly completed the entire paper, his handwriting remarkably elegant. However, he refrained from submitting his paper prematurely. Instead, he sat seemingly in a stupor, yet was diligently perusing the volumes of knowledge within his mind. When Professor Binns instructed them to set down their enchanted quills and roll up their parchment, a resounding cheer erupted throughout the classroom. They had finally completed all their examinations and were liberated. Now, before the results were announced, they could revel in a week of leisure. Swayed by the collective joy of his peers, Alan too yearned for relaxation and followed the throng out onto the sunlit meadow. In the distance, the lake shimmered under the radiant sun, its surface rippling gently. A refreshing breeze wafted by, filling him with serenity. As he descended the slope and approached the lakeside, he spotted Harry, seated in the shade of a tree, beaming widely and waving at him, with Ron and Hermione by his side. With an exuberant spirit, Alan greeted them and took a seat beside Harry. "Harry, how have you been feeling lately?" Although Alan was not a physician and held unwavering confidence in his own remedies, he still yearned to know about Harry's condition post-medication. "After taking the potion, my headache has subsided, and the nightmares have ceased." Harry gazed at Alan with gratitude, then hesitated before voicing his concern. "Yet, I cannot shake this vague sensation, as if I have forgotten something of utmost importance. It must be the exams playing tricks on your mind. Last night, I awoke, frantically reviewing my notes for transfigurations, only to suddenly recall that we had already taken that exam," Hermione remarked with a tone of shared understanding. However, Harry was certain that this unsettling feeling had nothing to do with the examinations. He watched as an owl flapped its wings, soaring across the cerulean sky towards the school, clutching a note in its beak. Human intuition is indeed remarkable. Perhaps you truly have forgotten something significant. What else has been troubling you, apart from headaches and nightmares? Alan gently probed. "What weighs most heavily on my mind is the Philosopher's Stone and Hagrid," Harry suddenly exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron inquired. "Still groggy. I just remembered something," Harry replied, his face turning ashen. "We need to find Hagrid immediately." "Why?" Hermione panted, struggling to catch up with him. "Don't you find it peculiar?" Harry hurriedly articulated as he rushed down the slope towards the forest. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to possess a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger just happens to have a dragon egg in his pocket. How many people walk around with dragon eggs? That is a blatant violation of wizarding law. Don't you think it is rather fortunate that they managed to find Hagrid? Why had I never considered this before? What exactly do you intend to do?" Ron asked. But Harry, focused solely on racing across the grounds towards the forest, did not respond to his question. With a cheerful smile and a relaxed demeanor, Alan followed closely behind. In front of Hagrid's quaint hut, Harry not only inquired about the method to subdue the three-headed dog, Fluffy, but also learned that Hagrid, in his pursuit of acquiring a dragon egg, inadvertently revealed the means to tame Fluffy to a nefarious stranger. Alan followed Harry and the others as they scurried about in search of the headmaster. Upon learning from Professor McGonagall that the owl which had recently soared across the sky was carrying a message from the Ministry of Magic to Dumbledore, the group sensed that this was undoubtedly a ruse to draw them away. The four then proceeded to the fourth floor's forbidden area, only to be caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall, who promptly sent them back, indicating that their efforts were fraught with misfortune. Harry, brimming with excitement, declared his intention to sneak out that night to secure the Philosopher's Stone ahead of the others. Alan, alongside Ron and Hermione, expressed their unwavering resolve to confront the challenges together. The group agreed upon a time to reconvene that evening before parting ways to prepare for the momentous undertaking ahead. Alan was uncertain about what preparations he could undertake to eliminate Voldemort. He understood that Voldemort, who possessed 7 Horcruxes, was nearly immortal, however, with only 6 remaining, as the fragment within the Ravenclaw diadem had transformed into energy for the academic powerhouse system. Hope lingered. As Alan pondered this while making his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower, he unexpectedly encountered Professor Snape at its entrance. Chapter 67, Potion Brewing. "Mr. Alan Harris, if you have a moment to spare, might you accompany me?" Professor Snape, though devoid of a smile, conveyed an underlying warmth that belied his stern demeanor. "Of course, Professor." Alan followed Snape back to the potions classroom, which stood empty and desolate, devoid of any presence. Alan speculated on the purpose of Snape's visit, suspecting it related to an improved version of the calming draft. Yet, as silence enveloped the room for what felt like an eternity, Snape remained reticent, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. "Alan, while I find your potion effective, it appears to be tailored for specific circumstances. In typical situations, a mere calming draft and analgesic would suffice. Your potion, however, possesses remarkable efficacy despite its seemingly ordinary ingredients. What accounts for such extraordinary results?" Snape's words left Alan feeling perplexed, yet upon reflection, he grasped the implications behind them. Concurrently, he keenly sensed the shift in how Snape addressed him. Alan comprehended that Professor Snape merely intended to convey that the improved calming potion was intricate in its preparation and lacked widespread applicability. Furthermore, he harbored suspicions regarding Alan's motivation for concocting this particular elixir. Ultimately, Professor Snape articulated a sense of curiosity and intrigue towards this enhanced calming potion. Alan believed that there was no reason to conceal the methods of potion making from a master alchemist. If he could receive guidance from such a master, it might prove invaluable. Therefore, he meticulously detailed his potion brewing process and the order of the ingredients to Professor Snape. The professor listened intently, deep in thought. "I must say, Alan, you are the most gifted student I have ever taught. Your grasp of the fundamentals is remarkably solid, and your innovative talent is exceedingly rare." Such commendation from Professor Snape seemed to render both individuals somewhat taken aback. "Thank you for your praise." Although Alan had been hailed as a genius on numerous occasions, hearing such affirmation from Professor Snape filled him with great joy. Perhaps it is true that the more stringent a teacher is, the more a student yearns for their approval. Much like in gaming, where a straightforward level compared to a challenging boss battle, the satisfaction of conquering a more intricate game offers a greater sense of achievement. Receiving validation from the notoriously critical Professor Snape, who often employed harsh criticism as a teaching method, felt as refreshing to Alan as indulging in a tub of ice cream on a sweltering summer day. "Professor, how about I brew a pot of improved calming draft for you to evaluate? I would be delighted to showcase my true potion-making abilities and delve deeper into the craft with your guidance." At heart, aside from attending potions class, Alan had long relied on his own research in potion-making and yearned for the insights of a master alchemist. "Your technique in handling Murtlap essence is particularly adept. Your precise control over the forces involved is truly astonishing. However, when extracting the aconite, it would be beneficial to leave a slight portion of the root skin intact to enhance its potency." Alan was eager to test a theory. Could someone have consumed the compound potion and disguised themselves as Professor Snape? The professor's gentle critique was a masterclass in the art of pedagogical evaluation, seamlessly combining encouragement with constructive advice, all while focusing on the minutiae. Of course, Professor Snape had not been impersonated. His admiration was entirely genuine. He recognized that Alan's speed and technique in handling the ingredients surpassed his own capabilities. However, He possessed a repertoire of subtle tips to further amplify the potion's efficacy, gleaned from years of diligent study. Thus, he offered several small suggestions, which Alan diligently noted, feeling immensely enriched by the exchange. As time slipped away, the hour grew late, and the potion's brewing process finally neared its conclusion. For Alan, while the improved calming draft required careful attention and complexity in its preparation, it did not demand an excessive amount of time. Once the potion was safely contained, Alan politely bid farewell to Professor Snape. The professor, clearly experiencing a desire to experiment himself, did not insist on prolonging the encounter. Merely nodding in acknowledgement as Alan took his leave, Alan slipped into the kitchen to satiate his hunger and, on a whim, instructed the house elf to deliver a dinner to Professor Snape. After glancing at the time, he estimated that Harry and his companions were about to depart, prompting him to hasten to the corridor on the 4th floor, where he awaited their arrival. The door leading to the Forbidden Forest was firmly shut, indicating that Harry and the others had yet to arrive. Before long, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs, initially intending to reveal himself and join Harry and the group. He halted mid-step, sensing something amiss. The sound of the footsteps was not as expected if it were Harry and his friends. There would be the distinct rhythm of 3 pairs of feet, yet this was unmistakably the stride of an adult. Alan not only rendered himself invisible, but also concealed his form behind a pillar. It was Professor Chilo, his demeanor unusually tense, with a pair of trembling eyes darting about and a pallid complexion. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he incanted a spell to unlock the door to the forbidden chamber on the 4th floor and slipped inside. The door was not securely shut, allowing Alan to lean closer and observe discreetly through the crack. Sudden, fierce barking erupted from within the room. Professor Chilo appeared to be well prepared for the 3-headed Cerberus. He produced a harp and enchanted it. Although no one played, melodic notes cascaded from the instrument. At the very first note, Cerberus's eyes began to droop. Gradually, the beast's frenzied barking subsided, and it swayed unsteadily before its knees buckled, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, succumbing to a deep slumber. Professor Chilo placed the harp at the feet of the slumbering Cerberus and then opened the trapdoor, leaping down. Alan did not follow them. After all, even if he passed all the challenges, he would not obtain the magical stone. It was better to wait for Harry, as it could be considered a form of training. After a considerable time, Alan heard Harry's voice echoing through the empty corridor. "How is it? Did you see it?" Harry whispered. "Snape has successfully passed through the riddle." Although Harry's voice was exceedingly soft, Alan's senses were remarkably acute, and given the corridor's profound silence, he instantly recognized it as Harry's voice. They must have donned Harry's invisibility cloak. Upon noticing the slightly ajar door, Harry and his companions seemed to have a clearer understanding of the challenges that lay ahead. Under the cloak, Harry addressed Ron and Hermione, saying, "If you wish to back out now, I will not hold it against you. You may take the cloak. I no longer require it." "Don't say foolish things," Ron replied. "Let us go together," Hermione added. "And I will join you," Alan declared, revealing himself under the astonished and delighted gazes of Harry and the others. Chapter 68. The challenge. Harry was particularly elated by Alan's arrival, fully aware of his prowess. Initially, upon seeing the half-open door, he had contemplated whether they would have to proceed without Alan. Yet, Alan had been waiting here all along. The 4 friends exchanged glances and pushed the door open. As it creaked ominously, a low, menacing growl echoed in their ears, though the massive dog could not see them. Its 3 noses twitched furiously, sniffing the air. "What is that at its feet?" Hermione whispered. "It looks like a harp," Ron replied. "It must belong to Snape." Not Professor Snape, Alan thought to himself, but he realized that voicing the scene he had witnessed would likely lead to an uproar of questions and delays, which was not ideal. In any case, they would soon uncover the truth. Alan extended his wand, causing the harp at the feet of the 3-headed canine, Fluffy, to resume its melodious strains. He was the first to approach the trapdoor. As he neared the colossal heads, he could sense the warm, pungent breath of the enormous dog. Alan abruptly pulled open the trapdoor and peered inside, finding only darkness. Harry and his companions stealthily approached Alan's side. "But there is no ladder. How do we get down?" Ron remarked, gazing apprehensively into the unfathomable abyss. "It seems we have no choice but to jump," Harry replied solemnly. "Who wants to go first? Do we really have to leap?" Ron questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he pondered the depth of the chasm. While they deliberated, Alan lifted his robe, firmly grasped the edge of the opening, and resolutely jumped down. The cold, damp air rushed past his ears as he plummeted, falling, until he landed with a soft thud. With a strange, muffled sound, he found himself atop something yielding. He sat up and began to feel around. Though his eyes had yet to adjust to the dim light, he realized he was perched on a devil's snare. "It's safe to land. You can jump." Alan called up to the opening, which now appeared as a mere patch of light, no larger than a postage stamp. Harry was the first to leap, followed closely by Ron, who landed on all 4s. "What is this thing?" Ron immediately inquired. "I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of plant. Perhaps laid out to cushion our fall," Harry speculated. "Come on, Hermione." He shouted towards the opening. "Be careful. It's a devil's snare." Alan had quietly shifted away from the mass of the plant and stood on solid ground, warning Harry and Ron. They too attempted to rise, but unbeknownst to them, long tendrils had already ensnared their legs. Upon hearing Alan's warning, they froze in place. Hermione, it's Devil's Snare. Be cautious as you jump down. The moment she landed, Hermione sprang up, struggling towards a damp wall. Despite her quick reflexes, as soon as she touched down, the plant's snake-like tendrils wrapped around her ankles. Fortunately, before the vines could secure their grip, she managed to break free. Harry and Ron looked at Alan with anxious eyes, while Hermione stood trembling, desperately pondering the nature of the Devil's Snare. What did Professor Sprout say about it? That it thrives in darkness and dampness. Before Hermione could fully formulate a plan, Alan had drawn his wand, waving it while murmuring incantations, causing a blue flame resembling a bluebell to shoot forth from the tip of his wand. Within mere seconds, Harry and Ron felt the tendrils retracting from the light and warmth, releasing their hold. The plant twisted and convulsed, automatically loosening the vines that had ensnared them, allowing them to finally break free. Thank goodness you were here, Alan. Harry expressed his gratitude earnestly. Hermione chimed in. Yes, indeed. But I panicked and couldn't think of a solution, Hermione admitted, feeling embarrassed. Despite her usual diligence, in a critical moment, she had been unable to devise a strategy, falling short compared to Alan, another diligent student. It was Alan who recognized the Devil's Snare and resolved the predicament. No wonder so many professors held him in high regard. Alan, you truly are remarkable, Hermione said, her eyes filled with admiration. It's nothing. If you all pay attention in herbology class, you would notice these things in time. Of course, Hermione is brilliant. She figured out it was Devil's Snare, Alan replied, spreading his hands, falling back into the role of the well-meaning mentor. Always eager to encourage learning, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, realizing how little they knew Alan, who had transformed from a warm and approachable classmate into a motivational figure in an instant. A striking shift indeed. Ahem, this way, Alan said, sensing his lapse in demeanor as he pointed toward a stone corridor. This is the only path available. They heard, apart from their footsteps, the slow dripping of water along the walls, creating an eerie silence in the corridor. Can you hear anything? Ron whispered. They all listened intently. A faint rustling and clinking sound seemed to emanate from ahead. Could it be a ghost? I'm not sure. It sounds like the fluttering of wings. There's a light ahead. I see something moving. They reached the end of the corridor, revealing a brightly lit chamber with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds gleaming like gemstones flitted about, their wings beating in joyous chaos. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. It's a key. Alan softly responded to Ron's earlier question, leading the way towards the grand door. A key? Ron stared in bewilderment at the fluttering keys. Keys with wings. He was interrupted by an excited voice. It was Hermione. Look, Alan. Alan safely reached a corner of the room, where he picked up a flying broomstick and mounted it with ease. I realized that to pass through this door, one must find its key. Harry suddenly understood. However, there were hundreds of keys above them. It would be exceedingly difficult to identify the correct one among such a multitude. Hermione, lacking any talent for flight, gazed anxiously at the fluttering, winged keys. Meanwhile, Ron scrutinized the door's lock. We need to find an antique, possibly silver key, shaped like a doorknob. Subsequently, each of them grabbed a broomstick, propelled themselves upward, and dove into the dense swarm of keys. They desperately reached out and grasped, but the enchanted keys evaded capture with such swiftness that it seemed nearly impossible to catch one. Chapter 69, Courage, however. Mere moments after they plunged into the swirling vortex of keys, Alan triumphantly clutched a key and swooped down to the door, inserting the drooping-winged silver key into the lock. With a forceful twist, the lock clicked open. The key immediately flew out of the lock, escaping once more, appearing quite worn from being caught twice. Harry, Ron, and Hermione cheered as they descended and hurried to the door. Alan pushed it open, revealing a pitch-black second room, obscured from view. Yet, as they stepped inside, the room suddenly illuminated, unveiling a startling sight. They stood beside a colossal chessboard, with towering black pieces carved from what seemed to be black stone. Opposite them, on the other side of the room, were white pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trembled in fear, for the faceless white pieces loomed ominously, reminiscent of a horror film. Alan inwardly lamented that this challenge relied solely on Ron, as he had no understanding of wizard's chess. He thought to himself, what shall we do now? Isn't it obvious? Ron replied, we must play a game of chess to reach the other side of the room. They noticed a door behind the white pieces. But how do we play? Hermione asked nervously. In my view, Ron stated, we must act as the chess pieces. Ron indeed excelled at wizard's chess, despite the addition of Alan. He managed to achieve a stalemate. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to ensure their victory. During the match, Hermione almost made a reckless move out of concern for Ron, nearly jeopardizing their hard-won success, which caused Alan's heart to race. He had no skill in wizard's chess, and it was evident that neither Harry nor Hermione did either. As a trembling Harry moved left 3 spaces, the White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. They had triumphed. The white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing the way for them to proceed to the door. Hermione, uncertain of what awaited them next, recognized that Ron clearly needed assistance. You take Ron back first. and grab a couple of brooms from the room with the flying keys. They will carry you through the trapdoor and past the troll." Harry instructed Hermione with clarity and logic, which impressed Alan. "But Harry, if it's Snape, can you two handle him?" Hermione asked anxiously. "We might not win, but we can buy some time." Harry was aware of Alan's formidable strength, yet he felt uncertain, as the opponent was a professor. "If we cannot prevail, we will need you to send word to Dumbledore swiftly, so he can come to our aid." Alan smiled reassuringly at Hermione. Hermione embraced Harry, hesitated, then also embraced Alan. "Good luck to you both." With no further words, she turned and departed. As Alan had said, the sooner she summoned Dumbledore, the greater the likelihood of Harry and Alan's safety. Alan and Harry no longer hesitated, rushing through the door and advancing down the next corridor. "What do you suppose lies ahead?" Harry inquired of Alan. "We have already navigated Professor Sprout's enchantments, notably the Devil's Snare. Undoubtedly, it was Professor Flitwick who bewitched those keys. Professor McGonagall transformed the chess pieces, bringing them to life. Now, we are left with the magic of Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape," Alan recounted with meticulous detail. They soon arrived at another door. Harry pushed it open, and a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, forcing them to lift their garments to shield their noses. Tears welled in their eyes from the foul odor, and through their blurred vision, they beheld a giant troll, even more immense than the one they had previously encountered. Lying motionless on the floor before them, unconscious, with a gruesome, swollen lump upon its head. "Splendid. We need not engage in combat with this troll," Harry whispered. They cautiously stepped over the troll's massive legs. "Hurry, I'm struggling to catch my breath." Alan opened the next door, and they were about to face Professor Snape's challenge. Just as they crossed the threshold, a surge of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unlike any other. It was a striking shade of purple. Simultaneously, black flames flickered at the doorway ahead, trapping them in between. Upon closer examination of the room, they confirmed that there was nothing terrifying within. Merely a table adorned with 7 bottles of varying shapes. Although Alan could not recall which bottle contained the antidote as described in the original text, he surmised that the correct choice was the smallest bottle. This unassuming vial contained a meager amount of potion, likely sufficient for only one person to pass through the flames. Harry seized the bottle and poured the potion into his mouth, leaving Alan astonished at his inability to intervene in time. "Alan, you have sacrificed so much along this journey. Allow me to face this final challenge," Harry asserted with an unprecedented calmness. At that moment, Alan was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. He realized that Harry had chosen to confront adversity, leaving the hope of survival to him. In a fleeting instant, a life-and-death decision was made. Harry indeed valued friendship and exhibited remarkable courage. "Harry, what if the mysterious figure is inside?" Alan contemplated offering Harry some hints to prevent him from being caught off guard by Voldemort. "Well, I once managed to escape by chance, remember?" Harry remarked, pointing to the scar on his forehead. "Perhaps I can turn misfortune into fortune again." "Harry, do you know? You are a true Gryffindor. Best of luck." Alan was profoundly shaken and resolved to ensure Harry's safety. Taking a deep breath, Harry strode directly into the black flames. Alan wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak, activating its concealment feature, and followed him through the dark fire. Upon entering the final chamber, Harry was astonished to find that the room housed neither Snape nor Voldemort, but rather the stuttering, pallid Professor Quirrell. Alan stood aside, observing the unfolding events with a keen eye. He awaited the opportune moment to intervene. Unburdened by any covetous desire for the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had managed to acquire it. Voldemort, having discerned this, demanded to speak with Harry personally. The negotiations bore no fruit, leading him to command Quirrell to seize Harry. However, when Quirrell's bare skin came into contact with Harry, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. As Quirrell touched him, Harry felt a violent agony radiating from his scar, akin to boiling water surging mercilessly upon it. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Harry succumbed just as Alan made his move. With a swift and potent spell, he struck Quirrell on the back of the head, causing him to collapse, to Alan's astonishment. However, Voldemort remained entirely unaffected by the attack, transforming into a swirling mass of black smoke and darting out of the door with remarkable speed. Chapter 70. Is Voldemort's nose what I destroyed? At this moment, Harry stepped into the final chamber, only to be taken aback by the sight within. It was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but rather the stammering, pallid figure of Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Alan stood aside, observing the unfolding events with quiet contemplation. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not reveal himself before Voldemort. However, this close observation of the Dark Lord in his possessed state presented a valuable opportunity for learning. The sight of the figure before him, with its 2 faces on a single head, reminded Alan of the ancient Roman deity Janus, whose moniker was Quirinus. It was undeniable that the fate of Quirrell had been sealed the moment his parents bestowed upon him that name. Harry, devoid of any covetous desire for the Philosopher's Stone, managed to obtain it. Voldemort, suspecting this, demanded a personal audience with Harry to reveal his true identity. Ultimately, the negotiations bore no fruit, and he commanded Quirrell to seize Harry. Yet, the moment Quirrell's bare skin made contact, the pain became unbearable. Just as Harry lost consciousness, Alan intervened. He slowed his movements, nearly pressing his wand against Quirrell's nape. and with a decisive incantation, delivered a powerful blow to Voldemort, who still bore the remnants of a nose. With a sickening crack, Voldemort uttered a curse as his nose collapsed entirely, and given his half-soul state, the spell directly assaulted his essence. Consequently, Quirrell, now possessed, fell to the ground. To Alan's astonishment, even amidst such excruciating pain, Voldemort managed to stabilize his magic, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that sped out the door with remarkable swiftness. Alan then turned his attention to the fallen Professor Quirrell. A distinguished Ravenclaw graduate, Quirrell was renowned for his formidable theoretical knowledge. Had he not sought to gain practical experience in defense against the dark arts, embarking on travels where he encountered Voldemort in Albania and succumbed to persuasion to join the dark forces, he might have had a bright future ahead, potentially becoming an exemplary professor of defense against the dark arts. Good evening, Mr. Alan Harris. I am pleased to see you unharmed. Though Harry appears quite unwell, Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside Harry, leaving Alan uncertain of how long he had been present. Realizing this, Alan felt a twinge of awkwardness. Headmaster, it seems I may have inadvertently removed Voldemort's nose. Dumbledore, as ever, maintained a friendly smile and nodded. Tom will find it quite difficult to restore it. Your spell has harmed his soul. Afterward, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, his expression turning grave. We must get Harry to Madame Pomfrey at once. Noticing Alan's conflicted demeanor, Dumbledore misinterpreted his thoughts. Do not worry, Harry will be fine. Madame Pomfrey will heal him. Feeling still awkward, Alan nodded and was astonished to see Dumbledore lift Harry not with a floating charm, but in a princess carry. Remembering Dumbledore's peculiarities, Alan instinctively stepped back a few paces. Now, we must leave this place swiftly and locate Madame Pomfrey. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not delve into Alan's thoughts, or else his expression would not have remained so benevolent. But how do we depart? By broomstick? Alan muttered absently, his gaze lingering on Harry and Dumbledore's arms, silently apologizing. Certainly. We require a mode of transport more rapid and convenient than a broomstick, Dumbledore replied with a wink. Were it not for the memories regarding his orientation, Alan might have found Dumbledore endearing, but at that moment, he could only nod in agreement. Dumbledore then produced a shimmering golden feather from the voluminous sleeve of his wizarding robe. Gently stroking the resplendent feather, he uttered, Fawkes, I need you to come here. Realization dawned upon Alan, as he understood that Fawkes was Dumbledore's cherished companion, a phoenix endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of teleportation even within areas where apparition was prohibited. Almost in the blink of an eye, a melodious, vibrant bird call resonated from outside the room. Alan, what do you think of that sound? Dumbledore inquired, smiling like a proud child showcasing his cherished toy, albeit one who appeared to be over a century old. Truly enchanting. That call evokes thoughts of hope and love, as if it bestowed the courage to conquer all adversities in this world. These words were not mere flattery towards Fawkes. Alan genuinely found the sound to be exquisite. Alan, you are a kind-hearted boy. I believe Professor Quirrell, upon hearing this sound, would be quite distressed. Professor Dumbledore calmly pointed his wand, causing Quirrell, who had just roused yet turned pale from the Phoenix's song, to tilt his head and succumb to unconsciousness once more. One must admit, our defense against the dark arts professor possesses genuine talent. It is rare for someone to awaken so swiftly from the stunning spell, Dumbledore remarked with a hint of regret. Upon hearing these words, Alan found himself uncertain whether it was due to his insufficient strength that Professor Quirrell had awakened so swiftly, or if Dumbledore was merely comforting himself. However, it appeared he had indeed taken the unfolding events too lightly, treating them as a mere game. Henceforth, enhancing his abilities should be his foremost objective. He then turned his attention to Fawkes. Observing a phoenix at such close range was no trivial matter, especially as it was about to demonstrate its remarkable ability to apparate. This creature was truly a marvel, adorned with resplendent plumage of vibrant red, its size akin to that of a swan, complemented by a shimmering golden tail. Its beak and talons were long and lustrous. In its presence, no one could question its beauty and mystique. Alan, stand beside me, instructed Professor Dumbledore. After Alan had taken his position, he secured Harry under one arm, allowing the boy to nestle comfortably against him, while with his other hand, he stroked Fawkes, saying, Fawkes, lead us to Madame Pomfrey. The experience was nothing short of enchanting. The instant the phoenix grasped his shoulder, Alan felt enveloped by a warm aura. This sensation was not only soothing, but also alleviated the tension that had gripped him throughout the night, leaving him akin to basking in the gentle rays of the sun, warm and utterly comfortable. Before Alan could fully appreciate this delightful feeling, they had already arrived at Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. He could not help but admire the phoenix's extraordinary abilities and felt a pang of envy for Professor Dumbledore's possession of such a wondrous companion. It was noteworthy that apparition was prohibited at Hogwarts, yet Dumbledore could effortlessly traverse to the infirmary with the aid of Fawkes, a true convenience indeed. Chapter 71, The Headmaster's Office. How extraordinary! Alan exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. The phoenix was indeed a remarkable creature, endowed with powers that extended beyond mere transportation. For instance, its tears possessed potent healing properties. Professor Dumbledore was keen to engage in a discussion with Alan about Fawkes's marvels, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Madame Pomfrey, who hurried into the room from the common room. having heard the commotion. "Oh, Harry, what trouble has this little one caused, headmaster?" she inquired, her concern evident. True to her reputation as a nurturing figure, akin to Florence Nightingale in the wizarding world, Madame Pomfrey's immediate focus was not on Dumbledore, but rather on Harry, who lay oblivious in Alan's arms. From her attire, it was clear that Madame Pomfrey had been in slumber prior to their arrival. Perhaps there was some magical mechanism within the hospital that alerted her to the arrival of a patient. Alan pondered what enchantments could serve such a purpose. Before he could formulate an answer, he noticed Dumbledore gesturing for him to respond to Madame Pomfrey's inquiry. "Well, he seems to have been affected by dark magic," Alan explained succinctly, under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, recounting the circumstances of Harry's injury. Madame Pomfrey directed Alan to carefully lay Harry upon a bed in the inner chamber, where she proceeded to examine him with utmost diligence. After a moment, she exhaled deeply, her demeanor a mixture of fatigue and relief as she stated, "I can treat him. He may endure some discomfort, but he will be all right. Headmaster, Mr. Alan Harris, if there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave for now. This child requires a tranquil environment to recuperate. He will likely remain unconscious for several days." It was evident that Madame Pomfrey was resolute, clearly feeling that the presence of Dumbledore and Alan was more of a hindrance than a help, thus subtly urging them to depart. As they exited the hospital wing, Alan intended to bid farewell to Dumbledore, yet before he could utter a word, the headmaster preempted him. "Alan, may I address you in this manner, my child? After such an exhilarating night, I believe you deserve a delightful repast to help you unwind. My office is stocked with delicacies that are unavailable to the house elves." The twinkling-eyed professor, with his snowy beard, was difficult to refuse, not merely for the promise of delectable treats, but also due to his esteemed position as headmaster. What could Alan possibly say, but to obediently nod in agreement? It is indeed a blessing to procure some sustenance. At this late hour, his stomach is undeniably yearning. Alan reassures himself. As if perceiving Alan's thoughts, Professor Dumbledore kindly remarked, "Indulging in a midnight feast can soothe our nerves and calm our long empty bellies, allowing us to drift into a more peaceful slumber." Alan nodded gently, "Then I shall trouble the principal. Such politeness and charm make him a delightful child." "Alan, I have long observed you. Your academic performance is exceptionally remarkable. The professors at the school hold you in high regard, and your peers admire you greatly. You truly are an extraordinary young wizard." Professor Dumbledore lamentably shook his head. "I once taught a student strikingly similar to you." A moment of hesitation gripped Alan's heart as he deduced the identity of the person Professor Dumbledore lamented. However, he dared not utter the name and feigned curiosity instead, inquiring, "Professor, who is that person?" "A remarkably gifted young man, unfortunate in his ultimate choices. Yet, if one were to disregard distinctions of good and evil, he indeed achieved accomplishments that few could ever aspire to." Professor Dumbledore seemed lost in reverie, immersed in the memories of the past. Alan did not interrupt him, but quietly followed behind. Fortunately, the journey was brief. The school hospital was located on the second floor, while the principal's office was on the third. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office together. Guarding the entrance was a colossal, grotesque stone beast. Upon Professor Dumbledore uttering the correct password, it stepped aside, granting access to the principal's office. Alan followed Professor Dumbledore onto the automatically rotating staircase behind the stone creature, which carried them to the entrance of the principal's office. Before them stood a resplendent oak door, adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. Dumbledore pushed the door open, and Alan entered closely behind. Professor Dumbledore guided Alan to a massive table, where Alan noticed the legs were shaped like the claws of a great beast. The table was adorned with various silverware of peculiar shapes and ambiguous purposes, while a dusty, gray sorting hat rested on the edge of the table. "Alan, please take a seat. Let us indulge in some honey lemon juice. I find its sweetness delightful." With a playful wink, Dumbledore spoke, while Alan internally scoffed, maintaining a polite smile and nodding in agreement. As Dumbledore prepared the refreshments, Alan quietly observed the principal's office. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room, its walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses. Perhaps due to the late hour, they slumbered softly within their frames. Alan keenly sensed a few headmasters curiously peeking at him, likely intrigued as to why a student had been summoned to the principal's office at such an hour. Perched on a shelf behind the door was Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's pet phoenix. Noticing Alan's gaze, Fawkes cast a gentle glance his way, shaking its magnificent tail feathers. Alan felt an innate admiration for the phoenix, believing that whatever it did exuded grace and beauty. Before long, in addition to the honey lemon juice Dumbledore had just mentioned, a platter of enticing candies, some plump berries, and several pieces of the butter cake referenced in the password were placed before Alan. "Help yourself, my child. You must be quite hungry." Dumbledore kindly offered a large cup of honey lemon juice to Alan. Alan nodded gently, taking a sip of the refreshing drink. It was sweet and slightly cool, perfect for a summer's evening. "Professor, I am who I am, unique in this world. If I share any traits with others, I trust that I will only excel further." Alan thoughtfully articulated his sentiments. "Indeed, my child, you are yourself, not a mere replica of anyone else. While your excellence is evident, your fortunate upbringing and gentle demeanor set you apart from him entirely," Dumbledore replied. his tone resonating both as a response to Alan and a reassurance to himself. Would you care to discuss the events of this evening, Alan? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Of course. Alan felt no hesitation in recounting the night's occurrences. He clearly described how Harry discovered Professor Snape's peculiarities, the experience of traversing the trapdoor, and the roles of Hermione and others in this incident. He briefly mentioned his ability to pass through Professor Snape's fiery barrier and summarized what he had witnessed beyond the door. Bravery and wisdom coexist, Alan. You are undoubtedly a Ravenclaw. Yet, perhaps the Sorting Hat's placement of you in Gryffindor was equally fitting, Dumbledore commended. Do you have any questions for me? Dumbledore then offered Alan the opportunity to inquire. Chapter 72, Questions and Answers for Students. Listening to a teacher's lecture is often a simple task. But identifying one's own uncertainties to pose questions can profoundly challenge one's thinking and self-awareness. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, Alan pondered for a moment before articulating his most pressing concern of the evening. Professor, why is it that despite having struck Voldemort, my efforts seem to have no effect whatsoever on him? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his expression growing grave. Though I did not witness the encounter firsthand, I have formulated some hypotheses. Firstly, while Voldemort may have been weakened to the point of having to inhabit Professor Quirrell, his magical prowess remains far beyond that of a first-year student, even one whose abilities surpass those of his peers. Secondly, it is possible that some protective enchantments were woven into the scarf adorning Professor Quirrell's neck. Given Voldemort's cunning intellect, he would not have allowed himself to enter Hogwarts unprotected. Lastly, I surmise that the spell you cast may not have actually struck Voldemort, but instead was evaded by him and consequently impacted Professor Quirrell. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of the circumstances, the study of soul magic was indeed a requisite course. Child, do you have any further inquiries? Professor Dumbledore playfully speared a berry and tossed it into his mouth. Alan, filled with curiosity, asked, what about Professor Quirrell? What punishment will he face? He recalled that upon their return, Professor Dumbledore had not brought Quirrell with him. What if he awoke from his stupor and attempted to flee? Regrettably, although Quirrell had regained consciousness twice, the presence of Voldemort residing within him had likely compelled him to occasionally resist. In the fierce struggle against the overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent soul within him, Quirrell's own spiritual energy had nearly been depleted. Furthermore, having encountered the protective magic surrounding Harry, he had suffered severe burns. Even with Madame Pomfrey's utmost efforts, it was doubtful he could be saved. His injuries were far too grave. His frail body would likely succumb to exhaustion before long. Of course, Professor Snape would make his way to see him off. From Professor Dumbledore's tone, Alan discerned a sense of regret and sorrow. Professor, you seem somewhat saddened, he remarked, suddenly eager to understand Dumbledore's perspective on Quirrell. If Dumbledore could accept Professor Snape, a former Death Eater, might he also extend forgiveness to Quirrell should he recover? The loss of life inevitably evokes profound reflections. Learning of Quirrell's potential fate and picturing the moments he spent teaching young witches and wizards in defense against the dark arts stirred feelings of melancholy in Alan. In truth, Quirrell was indeed a commendable teacher. Despite his weak will rendering him incapable of resisting Voldemort's allure, it was undeniable that he possessed a profound understanding of magical defense theory, delivering his lessons with great substance. Once a gifted yet timid boy, Quirrell had faced ridicule during his school years due to his shy and anxious demeanor. This led to dissatisfaction within himself and a desire to prove his worth. Perhaps it was this very yearning that drove him to travel extensively, honing his practical defensive skills. Naively, Quirrell likely harbored a latent desire for the world to recognize his significance, akin to those who perceive themselves as trivial or even laughable. It was his talent and diligence that prompted me to appoint him as your defense against the dark arts professor. It is truly unfortunate. Without Voldemort, he would have been an exceedingly competent educator. Professor Dumbledore expressed a heartfelt lament for Quirrell, noticing Dumbledore frequently sipping his honey lemonade. Alan felt it was time to take his leave, yet a small doubt lingered. Professor, why were the chess pieces in their intact state as we passed through the giant chessboard? It seemed they had never engaged in battle. How did Professor Quirrell navigate that challenge? Alan, have you ever played wizard's chess? Dumbledore inquired. Alan shook his head, and Dumbledore smiled, explaining, like ordinary wizard's chess, Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard resets itself after each game concludes. Professor McGonagall is indeed a formidable and innovative instructor. Her giant chessboard is immensely powerful, and its layout is remarkably intricate. Winning against it is no easy feat. Your friend Ron is quite clever. His ability to dismantle Professor McGonagall's chessboard attests to his exceptional skill. With a final sip of his drink, Professor Dumbledore reluctantly set down his fork and cup. Alan immediately understood the situation and, with remarkable tact, took his leave. He hurried back to the Ravenclaw dormitory, where he found Edward sound asleep. A wave of drowsiness and fatigue washed over him, and he had neither the energy nor the inclination to reflect on the day's experiences. He succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Alan, shortly after his departure, Professor Dumbledore donned a pair of crimson pajamas adorned with rhododendron patterns, and in the headmaster's office, he expressed his thoughts to the portraits of former headmasters. What a clever boy, truly gifted, he mused. His kindness, moral integrity, and sense of propriety are commendable. He did not even inquire about our plans for the Philosopher's Stone. Phineas Nigellus, wearing a smirk of disdain, remarked, "You once proclaimed that individual to be the most intelligent and talented student you have ever encountered. Now another emerges who garners similar praise from you. I find myself increasingly concerned about the wizarding world. As Alan had mentioned, he is indeed unique, with experiences and emotions that are singular. Not everyone chooses the path of darkness. It is evident to me that beyond his sharp intellect, extraordinary talent, and courageous spirit, he possesses a tender heart, demonstrated through his friendship with Harry and his empathy for Quirrell. The softness of his heart is broader than the sea, more boundless than the sky, and freer than the clouds. I hold great hope for his future." Deep in slumber, Alan remained oblivious to Professor Dumbledore's high regard for him. Unaware that he had become a paragon of exemplary students in the headmaster's eyes. Perhaps fatigue overwhelmed him, for in a dream beyond his control, he found himself devoid of magic, experiencing a bizarre scenario. He dreamt he had transformed into a muggle, cradling a small infant in an amusement park of an indeterminate era. In a colossal Super Bowl, he slid into an endless abyss, only to find himself on a spiraling conveyor belt. A gigantic iron claw clamped around his head, tightening with the ascent of the conveyor, plunging Alan into profound terror, fearing his head would be crushed. Suddenly, the pressure eased, and he found himself on a vast platform, encircled by tubular passages, wearing a transparent, soft covering over his head. On this immense platform were many others like him, their eyes wide with fear. Alan abruptly recalled that the infant he had been holding was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 73. Whispers of rumor. In an instant, Alan was jolted awake from his dream. The absence of magic had not frightened him, nor had the iron claw. It was the disappearance of the infant that had abruptly returned him to reality, suggesting a significant connection between them. Regardless of the circumstances, once he calmed himself with a sip of warm water, Alan drifted back into a deep sleep. Those governed by a circadian rhythm often experience such occurrences. For instance, one who rises at 6 each weekday may find themselves waking at the same hour on a weekend, despite being acutely aware of their fatigue. Alan was no exception. While Edward continued to slumber peacefully, Alan rose, preparing to engage in morning exercises in the room of requirement. He felt a twinge of envy for Edward, who, regardless of the pressures he faced, always enjoyed a restful sleep. With no exams or assignments weighing him down, he indulged himself in the pleasure of sleep. However, it was precisely because Edward managed his time wisely that, despite his lackluster practical skills in magic, his theoretical foundation was exceptionally solid, much like Professor Quirrell. Why did Quirrell cross his mind again? Shaking his head to dispel those tangled thoughts, he exited the dormitory. After an invigorating workout, Alan's fatigue dissipated, and he entered the dining hall, astonished to discover that his nocturnal escapade had become the talk of the school. Not only Ravenclaw, but even students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff regarded him with curious glances. Even Slytherins were no exception. Yet, due to his status as an academic achiever, none dared to approach him with inquiries. When the collective gaze of many rests upon one, the natural instinct is to retreat into a realm of safety. And Alan was no different. Alan arrived at his familiar spot, serving himself a generous bowl of mushroom soup and adding some cake and pastries to his plate, indulging in a hearty breakfast. Upon finishing his meal, as he exited the dining hall, he was taken aback to find Hermione waiting for him at the door. "Good morning, Hermione." Sensing her discomfort, Alan took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning, Alan. Can we talk?" Hermione seemed to be freed from some unseen constraint, her demeanor swiftly becoming more at ease after the exchange. Interpersonal interactions often unfold in this manner. In the absence of contact, one may feel uncertain about how to initiate a conversation, yet once the first step is taken, subsequent exchanges flow with remarkable ease. "Where's Ron?" Instead of responding immediately to Hermione, Alan inquired about Ron's whereabouts. "Harry is recuperating in the hospital. Hermione and Ron should be inseparable, so why is only Hermione here?" Hermione lifted her chin and gestured towards the Gryffindor table in the dining hall. Following her indication, Alan beheld Ron, his face aglow, nearly matching the vibrant hue of his hair, surrounded by a throng of young wizards, animatedly gesticulating, leaning in to listen intently. Alan soon understood how the events of the previous night had become common knowledge among everyone. Thus, Alan helped us escape from the devil's snare, and our brilliant brother navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. The Weasley twins squeezed through the crowd, each taking hold of Ron's arm. "Ron, you've been talking all morning. Do you know where Harry is?" Ron, as if awakening from a dream, began to search the room, spotting Hermione and Alan at the entrance. He hastily extricated himself from the twins' grasp, pushing through the crowd. The twins exchanged a knowing glance and silently followed in Ron's wake. "Good morning, Alan. Is Harry not with you? Do you know where he went? What else did you experience after the chessboard?" Ron's inquiries came forth in rapid succession. Alan noticed that several classmates had slowed their movements, pausing in their tracks to eavesdrop on their conversation. Alan succinctly recounted the subsequent events, emphasizing Harry's valor and fearlessness. He was acutely aware that Harry and his companions had previously been apprehended during a nocturnal escapade, resulting in a significant loss of points for Gryffindor, leading many to ostracize and alienate him. Thus, it was a fortuitous opportunity to restore some of Harry's reputation. Upon hearing that Harry had been admitted to the hospital, Hermione immediately lost patience with Alan's discourse. She grasped Ron's arm, declaring her intention to visit Harry. Observing the approving expressions on many faces around him, Alan surmised that Harry would likely receive an abundance of gifts. He then followed Hermione and Ron to the hospital wing. Upon entering, they found Harry pale and lifeless upon his bed, instilling great concern in Hermione and Ron as they incessantly inquired of Madame Pomfrey about Harry's condition and when he might awaken. Growing increasingly exasperated, Madame Pomfrey escorted them out, assuring them that Harry would awaken in a few days and required rest. As they exited the hospital wing, they encountered the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who had also been expelled, along with 2 pristine toilet seats. Despite their worries for Harry's health, Hermione and Ron could not suppress their laughter. Alan smiled at the scene, savoring the beauty of youth. After bidding farewell to Ron and Hermione, he swiftly made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. He wished to avoid the throng that surrounded Ron, incessantly recounting the previous night's adventures. Furthermore, he had promised the Centaur Forenza that he would visit the Centaur tribe when time permitted. And the period following exams before the holidays presented an ideal opportunity. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Alan felt a pang of regret for not having inquired about how to contact Forenza. The forest was vast. How could he possibly locate him? Suddenly, a rather simplistic solution struck him. He could first seek out Gaia. As a close acquaintance of Forenza, she would undoubtedly know how to reach the Centaur tribe. With this thought, he concealed his presence and ventured deeper into the forest. Alan possessed an extraordinary memory. Despite the late hour and Gaia's remarkable speed, he retained the precise location of the unicorn habitat in his mind. After traversing dense forests and sparkling streams, leaping and darting countless times while evading various peculiar creatures, Alan finally arrived near the entrance of the unicorn sanctuary. There, a few golden young unicorns, accompanied by their adult counterparts, practiced their flying skills in the vicinity of the entrance. As Alan revealed his form, a few unicorns initially regarded him with caution, but upon recognizing him, several small unicorns joyfully soared towards him. Chapter 74, The Centaur Tribe. A handful of golden-hued unicorns merrily approached Alan, their tender and wobbly flight evoking genuine, soft smiles from all who beheld them. Alan was no exception. His countenance transformed from a mere mask of gentle warmth to one radiating pure delight, with joy evident in the corners of his eyes and the arch of his brows. The little unicorns nestled against him, playfully nudging their heads and bowing their bodies with delightful exuberance. "Alan, are you here to see us?" chirped the smallest unicorn, its eyes glistening with moisture as Alan embraced it. "I'm afraid not, Lucy. This time, I have come in search of Gaia. However, it is truly a pleasant surprise to see you all. The essence of human interaction lies in sincerity, and the bond with animals demands even greater authenticity. Regardless of whether they are human or beast, a heart filled with genuine intent can always forge true friendship." Alan was reluctant to deceive the innocent and endearing unicorns. Yet, the unicorns showed no signs of disappointment or dismay. Lucy bounded from Alan's embrace, playfully darting back towards the pathway leading to their dwelling, exclaiming, "Alan, I will go fetch Sister Gaia for you." Although she remembered to fly upon her arrival, her return was characterized by joyous leaps and bounds. Despite her youthful form, she exuded an elegance that was distinctly unicorn-like. It seemed that the little unicorns would require quite some time to fully acclimate to their newly sprouted wings. Before long, a melodious voice rang out, "Alan, are you looking for me?" It was Gaia, carrying a basket brimming with an array of colorful berries. The berries, rich in hue, were clearly fresh and delectable. "Alan, come quickly and taste these berries. The tribe learned of your arrival and hastened to gather them for me." Gaia gently set the basket down before Alan. With a smile, Alan expressed his gratitude, casually picking a few berries from the top and feeding them to the little unicorns, who had all transformed into obedient darlings upon seeing Gaia. It appeared that within the unicorn community, Gaia was not merely a princess but also a formidable leader. "Alan, Lucy informed me that you are not here merely as a guest of the unicorns, but rather for a specific purpose. I wonder what assistance I might offer you." Gaia gazed at Alan with warmth. She had never encountered such a gentle wizard before, and being in his presence felt akin to basking in a refreshing spring breeze. "Gaia, you must be well acquainted with Falons, right? It previously invited me to its tribe, yet I neglected to inquire about the location of the Centaur tribe." Alan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "So, I was hoping you could guide me there." Gaia chuckled heartily. "You all are quite careless. The host forgets to provide the address, and the guest lacks the host's contact information." She momentarily overlooked the fact that she was present when Falons extended the invitation to Alan. "Very well, I am at your service." After laughing enough, Gaia readily agreed, indicating that they could set off at any moment. "Thank you, Gaia." Alan popped a fruit into his mouth and returned the remaining ones to his storage compartment. After bidding farewell to the few reluctant little unicorns, he followed closely behind Gaia, embarking on their journey to the Centaur tribe. It had indeed been ages since he last experienced the exhilaration of running through the Forbidden Forest. Ever since acquiring her wings, Gaia resembled a child who had received a new toy, reveling in the joy of flight. Their destination was not far from the unicorn settlement. They circumvented a broad, winding river, Although Gaia offered to carry Alan over, he respectfully declined the suggestion. Fully aware that the noble unicorns were exceedingly reluctant to be ridden, they descended a slope lush with soft, verdant grass, arriving at a spacious, serene valley where a narrow, swiftly flowing river meandered through its base. The riverbank was adorned with patches of foxglove and wild roses, while bees buzzed busily to and fro. Falance! Falance! Gaia suddenly called out, startling Alan, who had been immersed in the beauty surrounding them. Moments later, he heard the sound of hooves thundering from afar, growing louder with each passing second, causing the entire valley to tremble. Suddenly, Alan spotted several figures bursting forth from the underbrush: the stately Falance, the melancholic young centaur Ronan, and the fierce Bane, followed closely by a dozen other centaurs of various colors, whose names Alan could not recall. As Alan was about to greet Faislan, he observed the centaurs parting in pairs, bending their forelegs and lowering their proud heads in a gesture of homage, bowing in deference to their superior. A majestic and robust centaur emerged with powerful strides. Though it was still daylight, Alan felt as if each step resonated with the brilliance of starlight. Its muscular equine form shimmered with a chestnut hue, while its noble human head was held high with grace. A cascade of golden red whiskers danced upon its chest, and its eyes, profound and captivating, seemed to conceal the essence of a celestial night, making Alan hesitant to gaze too long, lest he become ensnared and lost within their depths. "Welcome, Alan," intoned the centaur with a voice like thunder, yet imbued with a chilling solemnity and authority. "I am Matilda, the leader of the centaurs. I have long wished to meet you after hearing tales of your deeds from Faislan and Gaia. The stars of last night foretold the arrival of a distinguished guest today. It is indeed an honor for us centaurs." Alan did not underestimate his adversary due to their bold declaration. The centaurs have always preferred to remain aloof from human affairs. Possessing formidable combat prowess, exceptional astrological skills, and accurate prophetic abilities, they exhibit intelligence on par with humans, yet they choose to dwell in seclusion, voluntarily classifying themselves as animals. Proud and wise, they have endured the ravages of war and hardship, yet have preserved their rich heritage and intact lineage, a testament to their strength and intellect. Now, the proud centaur monarch, who is reluctant to be controlled or constrained by humans, extends such courtesy to Alan, filling him with both surprise and a sense of caution. "Esteemed centaur monarch, may I inquire how I might be of service to you?" Alan inquired directly, eschewing any subterfuge, a forthrightness that seemed to earn the centaur's admiration. "Indeed, there are matters in which we require your assistance." Following our meeting, Falunza observed a shift in the celestial alignments. "We centaurs have meticulously studied the trajectories of the celestial bodies, and a significant alteration has indeed transpired. The stars indicate that you possess an object of utmost importance for the advancement of our kin, and we earnestly seek your aid," Matilda declared candidly. To a sage, beating around the bush is a waste of time and an unwise course of action. To be forthright and honest is the wisest strategy, she continued. Chapter 75, The Sacred Ground of the Centaur Legacy. Undoubtedly, the might of the centaurs can be gleaned from their robust musculature and agile forms. However, the information relayed by Matilda is even more astonishing. They not only foresaw Alan's visit to the centaur tribe today, but also divined that he possesses the very object they require. Truly, a race renowned for its seers and astrologers. Fortunate are they for their zeal in unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. Had they succumbed to the allure of earthly power and the pursuit of fame, the outcome of their confrontations with sorcerers would be difficult to predict. Perhaps it is precisely their insight into the transient nature of worldly power that has led them to adopt a prudent stance, choosing to remain in their secluded domain. "What is the object you seek?" Alan pondered, suspecting that the only celestial artifact he possessed was the moonstone he had acquired earlier. "Although we cannot ascertain which object you possess holds paramount significance for us, you must have an inkling of the answer in your heart. Should we receive your backing and assistance, the centaurs will undoubtedly repay your kindness with utmost sincerity," Matilda earnestly implored Alan. "Respected monarch, I too eagerly anticipate the friendship of the centaurs. I do possess an item that seems to align with your needs, yet it bears an ominous reputation. Those who covet it invariably face misfortune." Alan spoke candidly, as the moonstone served no purpose for him. He held no faith in any deities and was oblivious to the will of the moon goddess. "Ah, pray, enlighten me further," Matilda expressed her keen interest. As the centaurs behind her resumed their usual demeanor, their curiosity piqued. "This item is known as the moonstone." The moment Alan uttered its name, he observed Matilda's eyes sparkle with a brilliance that seemed to contain countless stars, gleaming with intensity. The other centaurs, including the previously furious Bane, now looked upon Alan with eager anticipation. Alan recounted the tale of how he acquired the moonstone to the centaurs, weaving a narrative that blurred the lines between truth and fiction. With his eloquence, he rendered the story even more captivating than the events themselves, leaving the centaurs enraptured, sharing in his anxieties and joys. Thus, the moonstone found its way into my possession. After a lengthy and parched narration, Alan swallowed hard, reminiscing about the fruits Gaia had previously offered him. The astute Matilda immediately discerned Alan's predicament. "Alan, the good news you have brought to our kin is truly uplifting. It is now midday, a time when your kind typically partakes in lunch. Allow us centaurs to treat you to a splendid meal. With that, Matilda instructed Firenze to prepare some food. Having once been graciously entertained in the unicorn settlement, Alan no longer naively assumed that the centaurs would offer him mere grass as sustenance. Indeed, his hunger was becoming quite unbearable, and he eagerly anticipated the lunch the centaurs would prepare. Alan had anticipated that the centaurs would offer him an array of berries akin to those served by unicorns. However, to his surprise, the centaurs presented him with a sumptuous feast of cooked oatcakes, herbs, fruit wine, and cheese. While it may not have matched the exquisite culinary skills of the domesticated house elves, it possessed a natural elegance and a refreshing taste. After indulging in the delightful meal, Gaia politely bid farewell to Matilda, who did not insist on her staying, as the ensuing matters were deemed unsuitable for Gaia's presence. Alan, might you consider allowing us to examine the moonstone? Matilda inquired. Such a remarkable artifact, left to languish in the treasure chamber, seems a grievous waste. Her words rang with truth. The item held no practical value for Alan at this moment. Alan retrieved the yellow gemstone from the system's storage compartment, and the gem occasionally shimmered with fleeting glimmers of light. Matilda gazed at it with ardent eyes. Upon witnessing this, Alan generously handed the moonstone to Matilda, allowing her to examine and play with it. After a considerable time, Matilda returned the gem to Alan with a deep sigh, confirming the presence of a curse. One of considerable sophistication, which could likely only be lifted through the Chiron rite, harnessing the power of starlight. Fortunately, our heritage as centaurs remains intact, enabling us to prepare the necessary arrangements for the Chiron ceremony. With Alan's consent, the centaur community sprang into action. Lumberjacks felled trees, workers leveled the ground, and each centaur, with solemn expressions, diligently painted unknown symbols on the earth with silver stone powder, exerting themselves fully without a hint of idleness. Matilda remained composed, orchestrating the efforts with remarkable order, as the entire clan worked tirelessly, achieving astonishing efficiency. Alan, as a token of gratitude for your generosity, would you be inclined to visit the sacred grounds of our centaur heritage? After the preparations were completed, Matilda extended an invitation to Alan to explore the ancestral sanctum of the centaur tribe. This gesture undoubtedly signified immense trust in Alan, indicating that while the moonstone held no value for him, it was a coveted treasure for the centaurs. Eagerly acquiescing, Alan closely followed Matilda. At the same time, he noticed that Matilda had summoned merely 6 robust centaurs, namely Firenze, Ronan, and Bane, to accompany them, while the rest remained behind to safeguard the meticulously arranged array from disruption. Passing through a wooden gateway formed by the crossing of 2 towering elm trees, Alan arrived at an exceedingly secluded location, where a mound resembling a steam bun rested atop a lush, verdant hillock, beneath the dense shade of the grand trees. A winding path led directly to the heart of the hill. Under Matilda's guidance, Alan and his companions deftly navigated several traps set by the centaurs, proceeding unimpeded into the mound. Though the exterior of the hill appeared unremarkable, entering revealed a hidden marvel. This was no ordinary mound, but rather an immense fortress. Alan followed Matilda as she turned left and right. The fortress was intricately structured, resembling a vast labyrinth for those unfamiliar with it. The walls of the fortress were constructed from smooth, massive stones. In the dim light, Alan noticed peculiar inscriptions etched into the walls, along with numerous illustrations concerning the centaurs. All of these signs indicated to Alan that, although he had yet to fully surrender the moon gem, he had indeed been led to the sacred ancestral grounds of the centaurs. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they walked, and just as Ronan began to pant, Matilda finally came to a halt. In a grand stone chamber, the patterns carved into the walls made it clear to Alan that they had reached their destination. Matilda invited Alan to explore at his leisure and then instructed 6 centaurs, including Firenze and Ronan, to memorize the intricate designs on the massive stone wall before nightfall, paying careful attention to the details required for the Rite of Chiron. Chapter 76, The Rite of Chiron. Firenze, Ronan, and the other centaurs stood before the stone wall, their expressions grave as they pondered the incomprehensible symbols, as if nothing in the world could distract them from this captivating mural. Although Matilda had permitted Alan to roam freely within their sacred grounds, he felt it prudent to maintain a modicum of restraint. Observing Alan's perplexed demeanor, Matilda offered, "If you wish, I can accompany you as you explore the fortress." Such an opportunity was indeed a privilege, esteemed centaur monarch, within the bounds of propriety. Gaining further insight was undoubtedly advantageous. They traversed the stone chamber and continued along the stone-paved path, Matilda's echoes echoing throughout the vast fortress. Alan attentively observed the inscriptions and illustrations on the walls, discerning that most of these images narrated various tales of the centaurs and the stars. Drawing upon his rudimentary knowledge from astronomy classes, he grasped a fragment of the celestial trajectories depicted, yet the significance of their intricate combinations eluded him. As for the elaborate inscriptions, he was utterly befuddled. These characters were likely ancient magical runes, he speculated, despite appearing rather ignorant in this moment. Alan's possession of a scholarly system did not hinder him from deeply committing these unfamiliar symbols to memory. The broader his exposure and the more he learned, the more he realized the vast expanse of knowledge still awaiting him. "Alan, it is nearly time. We must return to prepare for the ceremony," Matilda announced. Enveloped in the task of memorizing the patterns and symbols, Alan had not noticed when Matilda departed, only awakening from his profound contemplation of knowledge at that moment. Dazed, he exited the fortress and returned to the forbidden forest, where the moonlight cascaded like water, bathing the treetops in silvery radiance. The night air was cool and refreshing, imbued with a subtle floral fragrance. This refreshing atmosphere calmed Alan's mind, which was bursting with various patterns and inscriptions, allowing his taut nerves to gradually relax and soothe. "What a splendid evening it is," Matilda remarked in a light-hearted tone. Indeed, in this expansive, tranquil valley, not a whisper of wind stirred. Only the centaurs either rested or reclined beneath the resplendent tapestry of stars, contentedly gazing upward at the night sky. Alan instinctively sought the presence of Ferlins and the other 5 centaurs, yet they were nowhere to be found. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a pure and radiant glow. In this secluded valley, every detail was vividly visible. Only in the distant thicket did the tranquil moonlight intertwine with the shadows of the trees, rendering the scenery indistinguishable. At this moment, the valley appeared entirely different from what Alan had observed by day. The once gentle meadow had been supplanted by a smooth expanse of earth, adorned with patterns drawn in silverstone powder, reminiscent of the intricate designs Alan had seen within the fortress. These patterns formed a circular shape, yet the inner markings grew increasingly profound and intricate as one ventured inward. Under the moonlight, the silverstone patterns shimmered with a lustrous glow. At the heart of these designs stood a wooden platform, robustly constructed by the centaurs from massive timber, exuding a raw and rustic beauty. Upon this platform, 3 logs entwined with various vines reached skyward. Matilda leapt high, ascending the platform, and with a mighty hoof, struck the wood thrice. Instantly, a resonant sound emanated from the platform, a distinctive mode of communication among the centaurs. Soon, as if 1,000 steeds were thundering forth, a multitude of centaurs appeared in the valley, their colors diverse and sizes varied, yet all bore manes that glistened in the moonlight. They stood in silence, gazing at their sovereign, Matilda, atop the high platform. "Tribe members, today we gather to delve deeper into the mysteries of the stars. Our comrade Alan has generously bestowed upon us the moonstone. Though it currently bears the weight of a curse, I believe that through the cleansing rites of our Chiron ceremony, it shall surely regain its true form." Matilda's words brimmed with conviction. No sooner had she spoken than the previously silent centaurs erupted into a flurry of excitement, seemingly thrilled by the prospect of the moonstone, eager to contribute their strength to the tribe. "Silence now. Please take your positions swiftly according to your corresponding constellations." The centaurs responded promptly, finding their designated places with haste. "Now, the Chiron ceremony begins." Matilda raised her front legs high and struck the platform forcefully 6 times. 6 resounding thuds echoed through the valley, and in the distance, the sound of thundering hooves returned. Ferlins and the other 5 centaurs leapt over the thicket, proudly striding towards the platform, their manes shimmering under the moonlight, brimming with vigor. "Long live your majesty. The Chiron warriors have assembled, and we stand ready to heed your command unconditionally, prepared to face any challenge without hesitation." As Alan beheld their solemn demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming ceremony. "Brave centaur warriors, the time has come for your service. The myriad stars shall be your allies. Now, please take your positions." Matilda spoke with a grave solemnity, her expression serious. Ferlins and the others promptly positioned themselves around the wooden platform, standing upon the 6 spiral patterns drawn with silver dust. Alan observed that each of the selected centaur warriors had a distinct main color. "Now, let the rite of the centaurs commence." Matilda's voice resonated like a great bell, and the centaurs around instantly responded with cheers of "Long live, long live, long live." Then, silence enveloped the scene once more. Suddenly, Alan seemed to hear a deep and enchanting melody echoing through the valley. It was not an illusion, but a faint rhythmic sound, reminiscent of human tap dancing. Alan vigorously shook his head and leaned in to listen. The music grew louder, a rugged yet intoxicating melody. Abruptly, Alan realized what was happening and turned his gaze to Ferlins and the others. At the outset, they merely bent their knees gently, tapping the ground. But soon the rhythm of their hooves grew stronger, the beats quickening, and the height of their forelegs rising correspondingly. The cadence of their hoofbeats evolved into a triumphant symphony, gradually instilling a sense of grandeur. Matilda leaped down from the wooden platform and approached Alan. "Alan, please hand me the moonstone." Matilda's expression was earnest, yet the request in her gaze brooked no refusal from Alan. Chapter 77, The Moonstone That Lifts the Curse. Alan presented the yellow moonstone to Matilda, who bowed deeply in gratitude. Then, seemingly from nowhere, she produced a staff. This staff, pure and white as jade, featured a hollow circular aperture at its apex. Matilda placed the moonstone within this opening, and in an instant, the previously unremarkable staff emanated a silvery radiance. The moonstone floated within the circle unencumbered, as if drawn by some magnetic force, becoming an integral part of the staff. Matilda raised the staff high, stepping back a few paces before leaping onto the wooden platform once more, continuing her forward rush without pause. Alan's heart raced. Should she advance further, Matilda would collide with the towering trio of giant trees. Just before reaching the colossal trunks, Matilda, harnessing the momentum of her full-speed charge, stomped her forehooves onto the platform. soaring into the air, her noble form reminiscent of a creature destined to ascend towards the luminous moon above. In that fleeting moment of descent, Matilda deftly embedded the staff, adorned with the moonstone, into the crevice between the three massive trees. The staff, ungoverned by any hand, began to spin rapidly, accompanied by the melodic rhythm produced by the 6 centaurs of Firenze. The patterns etched in silver dust around the platform grew increasingly radiant, as countless silver lines appeared to rise, suspended in the air. The pure moonlight bathed these designs, converging into a brilliant beam that shot directly towards the spinning moonstone. The moonstone's lustrous yellow glow intensified, resembling a small sun rising within a tranquil valley. Alan observed the radiant light emanating from the moonstone, casting its glow upon the centaurs, while ethereal rings of varying sizes and shapes began to rise from beneath their feet. Each centaur exhibited a serene expression of contentment. Before long, Alan sensed a jubilant surge of magical energy within him. The dazzling light enveloping him felt unexpectedly gentle, rather than uncomfortable. Everyone was immersed in this exquisite experience. And after an indeterminate period, Matilda raised her hooves and struck the wooden platform with a rhythmic thud, simultaneously calling out, "Accelerate!" All the centaurs lifted their hooves in unison, pounding the ground in harmony with Matilda's cadence. Strangely, this heavy stomping stirred no dust. Instead, the luminous rings surrounding them gradually ascended, coalescing into a radiant orb of light. The multicolored spheres soared into the sky, gravitating towards the staff on the platform, encircling the moonstone like stars orbiting a moon. Alan keenly noted that their positions closely aligned with those on the star map. The moonstone spun wildly, its celestial companions growing ever brighter. Ultimately, they converged atop the staff, emitting an exceedingly brilliant white light. Matilda then retreated, leaped high, seized the staff, and pointed it towards the sacred grounds of the centaurs, proclaiming loudly, "The Chiron rite is complete." As her words resonated, the dazzling white orb at the staff's peak shot forth, racing towards the direction Matilda had indicated. She leaped down from the platform and sprinted towards the sacred grounds, with the Chiron warriors and all centaurs following suit, causing the entire valley to tremble with their collective movement. As Alan passed by, Firenze seized him and flung him onto his back. During the centaur's rapid gallop, Alan clung tightly to Firenze's waist, lest he be thrown off amidst the swift leaps and bounds. Upon reaching the centaur's sacred grounds, they instinctively slowed their pace, entranced by the unexpected appearance of a silver lake. The lake lay still as a silver platter, resembling a mirror, as if it had brought the stars down to earth. Matilda approached the water's edge, bent down, scooped a handful of lake water, and savored it for a long moment. All the centaurs gazed at her with eager anticipation. Alan realized that this newly emerged lake must have originated from the brilliant white orb atop the staff, though he pondered its unique properties. Thus, he focused intently on Matilda, not wanting to miss even the slightest change in her expression. Initially, Matilda closed her eyes in contemplation, then suddenly opened them, her gaze sparkling like brilliant stars. "My kin, our sacred grounds have gained a new treasure that we must protect with our lives. This will serve as the baptismal site for our young, where the water infused with the power of the stars will awaken their divinatory gifts and unveil the secrets of the cosmos. Henceforth, I shall name it the Star Lake." The centaurs stomped their foreheads heavily upon the ground, collectively rejoicing in the birth of the Star Lake. Matilda pressed her hands down and continued, "We owe the formation of the Star Lake to one individual, the generous human wizard, Alan Harris. We shall engrave this moment into our sacred grounds, ensuring that Alan's friendship with our kin endures in our hearts. Now, let us chant his name. Alan, Alan, Alan." The centaurs cheered for Alan, and he could discern the gratitude sparkling in their joyful eyes. "My kin, the Chiron rite is complete, and I am certain you all wish to experience the effects of this baptism. Go observe the celestial trajectories and heed the guidance of fate." Matilda's command resonated deeply with the centaurs, who dispersed in small groups under the bright night sky, some standing, some lying down, as they observed the stars. Despite their varied sizes, main colors, and postures, they shared a commonality in their joyful eyes and focused demeanor. With the moonstone, the effects of the Chiron rite appeared truly magnificent. "Alan, I am immensely grateful to you." Matilda approached Alan, expressing her heartfelt thanks. "It is no great matter. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I acquired the moonstone," Alan humbly replied, feeling that the friendship of the centaurs was more than sufficient. As Alan and Matilda strolled alongside the beautiful Star Lake, their conversation flowed. "Matilda, the moonstone is cursed. Do you truly believe there will be no repercussions from using it so directly?" Alan could not suppress his concern, recalling the grim fates of its past bearers. "The Chiron rite not only purifies the centaurs, but the celestial energy it invokes is potent enough to dispel the curse entangling the moonstone. This is a unique legacy of our tribe," Matilda declared proudly. "Alan, though you have lost the moonstone for our sake, our tribe possesses an item coveted by wizards, and I hope you will accept it as compensation for your sacrifice." Matilda earnestly offered to Alan. Chapter 78, The Gem of King Arthur, revised. Matilda, embodying the essence of a leader, could discern Alan's unmasked yearning. Her smile betrayed her delight at his evident interest. Despite Alan's gentle demeanor and remarkable prowess as a wizard, He was still youthful and lacked the skill to conceal his preferences. In truth, Alan was not entirely oblivious to the art of concealment. Yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment in directly requesting something from Matilda. Thus, he resorted to expressing his desire through his unguarded expressions. This gem is rumored to have once belonged to Merlin, who was a graduate of your Hogwarts Slytherin house. Yet through a twist of fate returned to aid King Arthur in a distant past, and this gem was once embedded in Arthur's crown. In truth, prior to the Chiron Rite, we centaurs could not accurately foresee the future, only I could slightly pry open the veil of destiny through this gem. Now, following the baptism of the Chiron Rite and the emergence of the Star Lake, I believe that with our own abilities, we centaurs shall draw closer to fate. As for its other mysterious powers, that is for you to explore. Matilda gazed fervently at the Star Lake, envisioning a more resplendent future for her kin. The gem of Merlin, once set in King Arthur's crown, possesses the ability of foresight. Each aspect alone is worthy of inciting a tempest within the magical community. Indeed, it surpasses the Moonstone in value. However, Alan was more intrigued by the notion of Merlin returning to assist King Arthur. It is widely known that time travel cannot exceed certain limits. A witch named Eloise Mintab, a silent observer within the Department of Mysteries, once utilized a time turner in an experiment to return to the past, journeying from 1899 to 1402, where she was trapped for 5 days. Subsequently, she severely disrupted the life trajectories of all she encountered in the past. Among their descendants, at least 25 individuals vanished from the present, having never been born. Upon her return to the present, her physical age had increased by 5 centuries, and she sustained irreparable damage, ultimately passing away in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. How did Merlin withstand the detrimental effects of such prolonged time travel? Misunderstanding Alan's thoughts, Matilda continued. Believing he feared he could not protect this precious gem, at the ceremony of Chiron, due to my position, I observed more clearly than anyone else, standing closest to fate. Alan, I confess that the presentation of this gem is not solely due to your generosity, but rather a gesture of goodwill from our centaur tribe. Although we have traditionally refrained from entangling ourselves in human conflicts, the celestial signs indicate that an inevitable war is on the horizon, one from which no being can remain detached. As the leader of the centaur tribe, I must contemplate our future, and your friendship is precisely what we require. Matilda's words were nothing short of heartfelt. Alan understood that even in the original text he had glimpsed in his past life, the centaurs, persuaded by Firenze, had joined forces with Hogwarts to combat Voldemort. Moreover, with his presence as an unforeseen variable, the other party's desire to ally with him stemmed from self-interest. Though he was acutely aware of Matilda's intentions, the looming specter of the impending war weighed heavily on his heart. This was not a world steeped in peace. Without diligent effort, life would undoubtedly be endangered in the future. While victory ultimately belonged to Harry in the original narrative, who could guarantee that the Harris family would triumph in the end without their own efforts? Your generous attention and recognition are an honor for me. I am eager to stand alongside the centaur tribe, and may our friendship endure. Alan hesitated no longer, before a discerning mind. Any fade of false humility or pretentious refusal would merely diminish his dignity, inviting ridicule. Indeed, Matilda grasped his sentiment. The gem of Merlin is now housed in our sacred grounds. Please follow me. Alan followed in Matilda's footsteps as they re-entered the labyrinthine fortress. However, unlike the previous occasion, Matilda halted Alan before he could step into the stone chamber that recorded the rites of Sharon. With a sudden leap, she sprang to the center of the chamber, rhythmically bounding, her hooves striking the ground in a resounding cadence that resonated throughout the expansive stone room, creating an extraordinarily peculiar melody. Alan felt his blood and heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of this enchanting tune. Ultimately, Matilda leapt high, her head aimed at the position of the staff depicted on the stone wall. Alan could not suppress a gasp, yet reason assured him that Matilda would not act recklessly. Indeed, at the moment her head made contact with the stone wall, the entire surface seemed to dissolve into nothingness, as if veiled by a gossamer shroud. In that fleeting instant before she leapt through, Matilda cast a glance at Alan, who instantly comprehended her intent. She wanted him to follow. It was akin to the method of entering Platform 9, a truly brilliant idea. Every individual who entered this stone chamber would undoubtedly be captivated by the imagery of Charon's rites adorning the wall, unaware of the hidden mysteries concealed behind it. Alan felt an immense admiration for the creator of this sacred place. However, he did not hesitate in his actions, quickly stepping into the stone chamber and passing through the gossamer-like stone wall. In that fleeting moment of passage, Alan felt as though he had plunged into icy waters, an overwhelming chill enveloping him completely. Yet, as he entered this hidden dark room, the cold he had just experienced seemed but a fleeting illusion, receding into the distance. Upon entering the chamber, the most striking feature was a colossal statue of a centaur. Its form was remarkably majestic, with golden, slightly curled hair tousled atop its head, complemented by a golden beard. In contrast to its powerful physique, its expression was gentle, adorned with a serene smile, and its brow and eyes radiated the wisdom of a sage. Draped in a crimson cloak, it squatted with its front legs slightly bent, pointing towards a stone pedestal below. Matilda stood before this pedestal, kneeling in reverence to the centaur statue. The chamber was softly illuminated by several magical lamps, casting a warm yellow glow that filled the space, rendering the darkness serene. Alan noticed that the walls of the chamber were adorned with various centaur armors, helmets, bows, sabers, and spears. Out of respect for the centaur race and the bond of friendship, although Alan was unaware of the identity of the centaur depicted in the statue, he straightened his attire and approached with deliberate grace, bowing in respect. This is indeed the ancestor of our kind, the illustrious Chiron, the pride of the centaur lineage. The right of Chiron is passed down from him, Matilda explained, clearly pleased with Alan's reverence. It was he. Upon hearing of the right of Chiron, Alan had felt a sense of familiarity, and now, seeing the statue, he instantly recognized the identity of this noble centaur. Chiron's abilities were unparalleled among centaurs. Legend spoke of him as nearly omniscient and omnipotent. He resided in the cave of Pelion, imparting unmatched martial skills. Any student, even if they mastered but a single art, could dominate the world. Jason, Hercules, Orpheus, and nearly all heroes from ancient Greek mythology hailed from his tutelage. Chiron could indeed be regarded as the patriarch of Greek heroes, with his disciples collectively known as the heroes of Pelion. The constellation Sagittarius was named in his honor. Chiron was indeed great, and Alan's admiration stemmed not merely from his talents but also from his character. Historical accounts detail how Hercules, during a pursuit of centaur thieves, accidentally wounded his mentor Chiron with an indestructible arrow gifted by him. The arrow pierced a centaur thief and struck Chiron in the throat. Although Chiron was immortal, the arrow had been soaked in the venom of the nine-headed Hydra, causing him excruciating pain that eclipsed the prospect of death. At that time, Prometheus was being tormented by Zeus atop Mount Caucasus for stealing fire for humanity. One day, Hercules, in search of the Hesperides, came upon this scene. He witnessed an eagle devouring Prometheus's liver and, drawing his bow, shot the beast down. He then freed Prometheus from his chains. However, to appease Zeus, Hercules left Chiron, the centaur, as a substitute on the cliff. Though Chiron could have demanded eternal life, he willingly sacrificed himself to alleviate Prometheus's suffering, enduring the agony of the Hydra's venom. Chiron decided to exchange his life for Prometheus's freedom, allowing them both to escape their torment. Alan had previously seen related depictions on the walls of the sacred site. Chiron, foreseeing his own demise, had intricately designed this fortress as a place of legacy for the centaurs, storing his treasures within. Only his direct descendants possessed the means to enter this dark chamber. It is worth noting that while Voldemort sought immortality even at the cost of splintering his soul, Chiron, despite having the opportunity for eternal life, chose to relinquish it to save Prometheus. This wise and resolute choice, embodying a spirit willing to sacrifice oneself for the benefit of others, was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Thus, Alan's respect for Chiron grew profoundly. Matilda, not wishing to elaborate further, raised her front legs, and to Alan's astonishment, began to rhythmically strike the stone pedestal before her. As the final note resounded, the pedestal suddenly sank into the ground, and a stone pillar slowly ascended before Alan and Matilda. Once the pillar halted its ascent, Matilda emitted a peculiar, brief sound. This sound was not a beastly language, and Alan could not ascertain its meaning, but as the stone drawer sprang forth from the pillar, he inferred it signified open. Within the drawer lay a resplendent blue gem, capturing Alan's full attention, banishing any curiosity about the sound. Now it is yours. Matilda gestured for Alan to take the gem, as he cradled the gem in his palm for a closer examination. Alan noted its hue was not a deep blue, but rather reminiscent of the light sea waters or a pale sky blue. The occasional shimmering blue light on its surface seemed to whisper tales of its extraordinary origin and enigmatic history. Although the gem's miraculous properties remained unclear, Alan found himself utterly captivated by it. Even without knowledge of its provenance or powers, its radiant appearance sufficed to affirm its considerable value. It was indeed a treasure of great worth. Perhaps blue possesses an enchanting allure for sorcerers. Ancient practitioners regarded blue gems as the pinnacle of all gemstones, believing they could elucidate mysteries and foretell the future. This notion held merit. When Alan first held the moonstone, though he found it precious, it did not inspire the same level of reverence and obsession as the gem before him now. You may admire this beautiful gem at your leisure. After a night of toil, it is time for us to revel in the wonders of the starry sky, Matilda delicately suggested, indicating it was time to depart from this place. Alan comprehended Matilda's intention. He meticulously concealed the Merlin gemstone within his sleeve, effectively transferring it to the system's storage compartment, and subsequently followed Matilda out of the dim chamber. The moment they emerged, the ethereal wall reverted to its original state. Once outside, the vast expanse of twinkling stars, the delicate fragrance of blooming flowers, and the harmonious chirping of insects enveloped him in a sense of comfort and beauty, elevating Alan's spirits to their zenith. He had earned the camaraderie of the centaurs and witnessed the enchanting Chiron's gift, but most importantly, he had acquired the Merlin gemstone, which he cherished immensely. As he bid farewell to Matilda, Alan declined her generous offer for Forenza to escort him out of the forbidden forest, wishing not to disturb the centaurs, who were immersed in the mysteries of the stars. Ensuring he was unobserved, he ventured far before concealing himself and hastening towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Upon returning to the comfort of his bed, the first rays of sunlight had already graced the earth, while the eastern horizon glimmered with the pale light of dawn. Although daybreak had arrived, Hogwarts remained enveloped in tranquil silence. A gentle breeze caressed the sheer curtains at the window, filtering through Alan's drapery, soothing his exhilarated nerves and restless heart. Alan initially believed he would be so exhilarated that he would suffer from insomnia. However, after kissing Merlin's gem, he swiftly succumbed to slumber in such a tranquil environment. In the following 2 days, Alan was in high spirits, even though the examinations had concluded. He maintained a disciplined routine. Each day, he relished the moments spent studying Merlin's gem during his morning exercises and before retiring for the night. These became the most cherished times for him. Until one day, Hermione and Ron burst into the library, excitedly informing Alan that Harry had awakened. At Harry's earnest request, they had received Madame Pomfrey's permission to visit him and converse for nearly 15 minutes. Although Alan had no intention of disturbing Harry's rest, he felt compelled by the necessary etiquette to visit the infirmary and request Madame Pomfrey to deliver the berries he had previously acquired from Gaia to Harry, without actually entering to see him. Clearly, Madame Pomfrey greatly appreciated his considerate gesture. Chapter 80, The House Cup, Revised. These berries are from Alan Harris of Ravenclaw. I believe they will be beneficial for your recovery, Madame Pomfrey stated as she carefully placed the fruit basket on Harry's bedside. She discreetly nudged aside the unhealthy snacks, such as Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs, to the back of the basket. Harry picked up a glossy, plump cranberry and popped it into his mouth. An invigorating burst of tartness and freshness enveloping his palate. Unable to resist, he reached for another. Observing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded in satisfaction, noting that this was a healthier option than turning them into jam, particularly effective in preventing urinary tract infections and bladder inflammation, especially suitable for females. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively retracted his hand that was reaching for the cranberries. As Alan entered the great hall from the infirmary, he was pleased to see it adorned in the blue and bronze colors representing Ravenclaw, in celebration of their victory in the House Cup. A large banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hung on the wall behind the guest seats. Passing by Slytherin, Alan noticed the hostile glares directed at him, which was to be expected. Ravenclaw's triumph had shattered Slytherin's dreams of securing the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. It was not just Alan. Every Ravenclaw would receive such treatment while traversing past Slytherin. However, it was clear that the animosity aimed at Alan was the most pronounced. His title as the scorekeeper was not mere embellishment. For as long as he was present, the highest scores in each class would invariably belong to Ravenclaw. A Ravenclaw student, during their leisure, had delved into the history of Hogwarts and proclaimed that Alan was the most prolific scorer in the school's history. This assertion was confirmed by Professor Flitwick himself, who took immense pride in the emergence of such a prodigious student within Ravenclaw. Alan approached his customary seat at the Ravenclaw long table, which remained unoccupied, as if all members of Ravenclaw inherently acknowledged that this place belonged to him. No sooner had he settled in than he heard Edward's exuberant voice exclaim, "Alan, we have won the House Cup." At the opposite end of the table, Penelope excitedly recounted the scores of the various houses. 4th place is Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd is Hufflepuff with 352. Slytherin with 472. And we, without a doubt, are in 1st place, having also triumphed in Quidditch with 568 points. Alan was not surprised by this outcome. Even if it did not align with Dumbledore's hopes, he would not be so shameless as to artificially inflate the score, allowing Gryffindor to surpass Ravenclaw given such a significant lead. When Professor Dumbledore announced the scores of each house, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Ravenclaw table, accompanied by enthusiastic foot-stomping. Alan noted that although Gryffindor ranked 4th, they were also celebrating Slytherin's crushing defeat with fervent applause. Meanwhile, Slytherin, despite having their dreams of winning the House Cup for 7 consecutive years shattered by Ravenclaw, maintained their composure and offered polite applause for Ravenclaw's victory. Indeed, well done. Dumbledore remarked, however, recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell into a profound silence, and Alan's heart raced. He feared Professor Dumbledore might award Harry and his friends an additional 100 points. Alan believed that the bonus points awarded in the original text were profoundly unjust, violating the very rules that forbade Gryffindor from entering the three-headed dog room, as their transgression was rewarded while other houses, particularly Slytherin, were penalized for adhering to school regulations. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat. I have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. Ah yes, the first is for Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson, resembling a sun-kissed carrot, for he had just won one of the most remarkable chess games in Hogwarts history. I award Gryffindor 50 points for this. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly lifted the enchanted ceiling off its hinges, and the stars above seemed to tremble in response. Percy could be heard exuberantly proclaiming to the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. In contrast to the anxious Ravenclaws beside him, Alan, feeling relieved, could now applaud Ron with composure. The raucous celebration eventually subsided. Next, Miss Hermione Granger, Dumbledore continued. In a time of crisis for her companions, she calmly guided Ron back to Hogwarts and promptly notified the teachers. I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, while Gryffindor students erupted in joy, leaping up and down as they collectively celebrated a rise of 100 points. Thirdly, Harry Potter. Dumbledore declared. The hall fell into an extraordinary hush. He demonstrated remarkable bravery and exceptional courage. Thus, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The uproar was deafening, as those shouting hoarsely also calculated the scores in their minds, realizing Gryffindor now matched Slytherin's total of 472 points. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted. There are many kinds of courage, he smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery. But standing firm in one's convictions before friends also necessitates great courage. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom and Mr. Fred Stokes 10 points each. With this, Gryffindor had successfully surpassed Slytherin, now ranking second. The hall fell silent, as everyone awaited Dumbledore's next words. The Gryffindor students were filled with anticipation, unaware if further points would be awarded, although the points received thus far nearly equated to half of their term's total. Any additional points could secure the House Cup for them. Mr. Alan Harris, in addition to maintaining composure in the face of flames, has exhibited the extensive knowledge and cleverness characteristic of Ravenclaw. I award Ravenclaw 60 points. As Dumbledore's words resonated, the Ravenclaw table erupted with applause and cheers, their scorekeeper having delivered the final, solidifying cornerstone to Ravenclaw's victory. Alan felt indifferent about this outcome, whether he received points for a rule violation or faced a deduction. It would not fundamentally alter Ravenclaw's triumph. Gryffindor celebrated having surpassed their longtime rival, Slytherin. Even the typically composed Hufflepuffs found the situation exhilarating. For Slytherin, as long as they did not secure first place, all other outcomes were considered failures. The fact that they were overtaken by Gryffindor in the final moments further darkened the expressions of the little snakes. At the subsequent end-of-year feast, an array of delectable dishes awaited: honey cakes, roast chicken, Yorkshire pudding, all complemented by a variety of beverages, ensuring that the little wizards, undeterred by the House Cup's influence, feasted to their heart's content. Chapter 81. First in Year, Revised. The unrestrained celebration caused the Ravenclaw students to nearly forget that exam results had yet to be announced. Regardless of their anticipation or unease, the day of reckoning for exam results had finally arrived. Alan achieved an impeccable distinction in all subjects, securing the top position in his grade. Meanwhile, Hermione from Gryffindor, the second in the grade, seemed to be spurred by Alan's remarkable performance, carrying a hefty tome of magical spells wherever she roamed. Edward's results in other subjects were commendable, yet he merely skimmed by in potions, a fact that oddly brought him satisfaction. I had anticipated failure, but the expression on Professor Snape's face when he beheld the potion I brewed led me to believe I might never see you again. It appears there is still room for improvement in my potion-making skills. Alan believed that Edward need not worry. If even Crabbe and Goyle from Slytherin could pass their final exams, who would possibly face expulsion due to inadequate grades? But then there was Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain of Slytherin, who indeed had to repeat a year because of his academic performance. In contrast, Harry's grades had garnered the admiration of his fellow Gryffindors. Despite the fact that after the year-end feast, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had earned Gryffindor 180 points, effectively absolving them of the considerable loss of points due to their previous rule-breaking, Harry's recent accomplishments had once again transformed their perception of him. The circumstances for Harry and his friends within Gryffindor had markedly improved, almost returning to the state they enjoyed when Harry was first sorted into the house. Whether wizard or muggle, diligent students invariably attract respect and friendship more easily. Perhaps it is due to the remarkable efficacy of your potion, Alan, after consuming it. I find my sleep guaranteed, and my focus on my studies unwavering, Harry expressed gratefully to Alan. Fully aware of the potion's effects, Alan understood that this was largely a result of Harry's dedication to his studies under Hermione's guidance. Of course, the potion alleviated Harry's forehead pain and banished his nightmares, thereby ensuring his concentration during revision. However, if Harry did not exert himself, no amount of potion would prove beneficial. Furthermore, had Harry not faced ostracism from his fellow Gryffindors due to his earlier mistakes, he would not have been able to immerse himself so fully in his studies. It seemed as though, all at once, their wardrobe was emptied, and their belongings were stowed away in their trunks, while Alan returned all the books borrowed from the library. A notice was distributed to every student, warning them against the use of magic during the holiday. Oh dear. I was counting on showcasing some magic to my sister over the break to earn a bit of pocket money. Flag lamented with a hint of frustration. Alan perceived that this regulation was merely established by pure-blood wizards to ensure their offspring gained sufficient advantages. He resolved to gently remind his peers, who were about to return to the Muggle world, of the reality that if one simply concealed themselves beneath the covers, casting a few Lumos spells, or occasionally practiced minor enchantments in the solitude of their chambers, the Ministry of Magic was not excessively stringent, provided they remained unseen by Muggles. Naturally, it was prudent not to employ magic as frequently as one might at school. Hermione Granger, for instance, had clandestinely practiced the repairing charm before the commencement of the term, mending Harry's glasses on the train. For him, it mattered little. Aunt Petunia and her kin were oblivious to the prohibition against magic. This summer, he intended to make the most of his time with Dudley. A mischievous smile danced across Harry's face. Edward sat beside Alan, engrossed in a tome concerning the Muggle world. Alan couldn't help but inquire, "Do you still need to study Muggles?" "No," Edward replied, his gaze fixed on the pages. "I have recently been attempting to elucidate magic through Muggle theories, contemplating how to integrate magic into Muggle society." His tone and expression indicated he was quite serious. "You are likely to become good friends with Mr. Weasley, then. He, too, is passionate about Muggle affairs and endeavors to merge magic with Muggle objects," Alan murmured. "However, you ought to delve into the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy." Before departing the school, Alan made one final visit to the Forbidden Forest. Gaia and the little unicorns greeted him warmly, showcasing their fledgling flying skills before nuzzling him in excitement. In the Centaur Enclave, with Matilda's permission, Alan filled several large barrels with water from the Star Lake, intending to bestow this baptism upon his family. Although Matilda was uncertain whether this would yield the desired effect, she graciously offered that if needed, Alan could lead trustworthy companions to the Star Lake. Hagrid was responsible for guiding them onto the boats that traversed the lake. As they sailed, Alan glanced back at Hogwarts, which stood solemnly on the cliff, having fostered in him an indelible affection and trust over the past year. "It will be a long while before I see you again." Now aboard the Hogwarts Express, they chatted amiably, watching the countryside transform into increasingly verdant and well-kept vistas. The train passed through various Muggle towns while Edward munched heartily on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Alan shed his wizarding robes in favor of a jacket and short shirt. Finally, as dusk descended, the train arrived at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It took them a considerable amount of time to disembark. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket barrier, permitting only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, thereby preventing a throng from simultaneously emerging through the solid wall, ensuring that the protective enchantment kept them from drawing the attention of Muggles. Alan could have swiftly exited. For his remarkable performance continually earned points and accolades for Ravenclaw, rendering him nearly the unacknowledged monarch of the first-year students. All Ravenclaws believed that Alan deserved special treatment. At that moment, every first-year student was willing to yield their position to allow him to depart first. Alan gracefully declined, unwilling to distinguish himself with mere modest achievements. For the time to do so had not yet arrived. After a lengthy wait, Alan finally departed from Platform 9, and his gaze immediately fell upon his elder brother, Albert, with his soft golden hair. "This is my eldest brother, Albert. He is an Auror." Alan proudly introduced his family to Edward. Edward promptly bowed in greeting, accompanied by Harry and Flag, as Albert had once been their science teacher. After bidding farewell to his fellow students, Alan dragged his luggage and followed in Albert's footsteps, embarking on the journey home. Chapter 82. Vacation. Amidst laughter and conversation with his brother Albert, they returned home, where Mrs. Harris was bustling about in the kitchen. Now, only the youngest son, Alan, required education at Hogwarts, and after a long separation, Mrs. Harris greatly missed him. Having adjusted her schedule in advance, she specifically set aside the afternoon to prepare a feast of Alan's favorite dishes. "Eat up, Alan. Although the food at Hogwarts is delightful, nothing compares to a mother's cooking." Upon hearing Alan's praise, Mrs. Harris smiled and served him a generous bowl of mushroom soup. As they dined and chatted, Alan regaled his family with amusing tales from Hogwarts, his vivid storytelling rendering the actual events even more enchanting. The family was thoroughly entertained, laughing heartily. "Harry is such a brave boy. Alan, you must invite him over during this holiday. I shall treat him splendidly." After hearing about Harry's various experiences, Mrs. Harris developed a fondness for him. "I am quite curious to know which house will claim the House Cup this year," asked Lunan earnestly. Before Alan could respond, he added, "It can't possibly be Slytherin, can it? If so, they would have won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years." "Ravenclaw," Alan replied, his mood buoyant as he observed Lunan's astonished expression. "Our house, Ravenclaw, has secured the House Cup. Well done. Truly exceptional." Lunan raised his glass in tribute to Alan, visibly relieved. "Alan, how did you fare in your exams?" After Alan had refilled his plate for the 3rd time, Mr. Harris gently inquired about his examination results. "Perfect scores, first in the grade," Alan replied, his demeanor remarkably calm. "You must be joking," exclaimed Albert, astonished to the point of forgetting the piece of cured meat on his fork. "Impossible. No one has ever achieved a perfect score." Lunan's expression was one of disbelief. "Alan, you truly received perfect scores and ranked first?" Mr. Harris found it unsurprising that Alan had topped his grade. Yet the notion of him achieving perfect scores was utterly unprecedented. "I knew it would come to this." Alan suddenly stood up and walked towards his bedroom. The Harris family exchanged glances. "Surely he isn't upset?" Daisy hesitated to ask. "Alan is not a petty person," Albert confidently affirmed his brother's character and abilities. "Perhaps he is embarrassed that we uncovered his lie?" Lunan genuinely doubted that Alan could secure perfect scores, knowing firsthand the difficulty of such an accomplishment from his own experiences as a former top student. Thankfully, before leaving Hogwarts, Alan had sought out Professor Flitwick to obtain a certificate of his grades. Otherwise, it would have been quite the ordeal to convince them. Alan burst into the bedroom and hastily opened the suitcase. While changing into Muggle attire on the Hogwarts Express, he had carelessly stuffed his wizarding robes into the bag. He now had to retrieve them once more, as his certificate was concealed within the sleeve of the robe. Returning to the dining room, he presented the certificate to Mr. Harris. Alan again speared a piece of sausage. During the journey on the Hogwarts Express, he had scarcely eaten anything, finding no allure in the peculiar jelly beans or chocolate frogs. Truly, a perfect score. Moreover, it bore Professor Flitwick's signature. Mr. Harris gazed at the certificate with awe, as if he could never tire of admiring it. Mrs. Harris leaned in, her face alight with joy as she regarded the document. Daisy and Ron exchanged astonished glances. Albert, however, remained the most composed aside from Alan. Having fought alongside him, he understood Alan's prowess. In comparison to a non-graduated wizard defeating a basilisk, achieving a perfect score on the exam seemed hardly surprising. I shall hang this certificate on the wall, Mrs. Harris exclaimed with delight, contemplating the most prominent spot for its display. Alan, your name will be inscribed in the annals of Hogwarts history, Daisy and Ron remarked, their faces filled with envy. Alan smiled humbly as he rose to brew some black tea, intending to ease the heightened emotions of his astonished family. Upon his return to the table, Mr. Harris was already contemplating what reward to bestow upon him. Alan, what would you like as a reward? He inquired, somewhat hesitantly, seeking Alan's input. I desire to travel and experience diverse landscapes and meet different people. Alan, now with both leisure and financial means, yearned to explore the world. It is rather shameful to admit that in his previous life as a teacher, he had never ventured beyond the borders of his own country. People often speak of cultivating a scientific and accurate worldview, yet how can one develop such a perspective without ever having glimpsed the world? Indeed, it has been quite some time since our family has enjoyed a vacation together. Perhaps we should all take a few days off to truly relax, Mr. Harris mused. As he reflected on the burdens of middle age, filled with an incessant stream of work and personal matters, he realized there was seldom time to genuinely spend with family. With Alan's remarkable achievements continually surpassing their expectations, Mr. Harris felt he had been woefully neglectful in his attention to his children. Upon perceiving the expectant and remorseful countenance of Mr. Harris, Alan swallowed the words that were poised on the tip of his tongue. He had intended to express his desire to embark on a journey to explore the world. However, Mr. Harris misconstrued this as a suggestion for a family outing. Likewise, the more mature Albert, Lunan, and Daisy discerned Mr. Harris's sentiments and refrained from voicing any objections. The youngest sister, Emily, was utterly exhilarated, clutching a fluffy toy rabbit and bouncing joyfully around the room. The ensuing conversation deftly transitioned from Alan's tales of Hogwarts to the prospects of a holiday destination. Albert and Lunan leaned towards adventurous locales steeped in ancient wizarding lore, whereas Mrs. Harris and Daisy favored a seaside retreat. In such sweltering weather, the thought of swimming by the ocean and indulging in ice cream was undeniably enticing. Considering that little Emily would also be accompanying them, Mr. Harris ultimately resolved to opt for the seaside. After 3 days of solitary study and play at home with Emily, Alan and the others finally managed to synchronize their schedules for an outing. They chose to venture to the beaches of Cornwall. Fortuitously, the weather was splendid on the day of their excursion, with a vast azure sky and radiant sunshine, the boundless cobalt sea, the pristine, fine golden sands, the ancient yet elegant seaside town, the meandering coastline, and the colorful hot air balloons drifting in the sky rendered Cornwall's beaches breathtakingly beautiful. It was indeed a perfect summer holiday destination. As Alan walked along the shore, he watched Daisy scream with delight and dash toward the ocean, her laughter illuminating the moment. Chapter 83. The giant sea serpent. As Alan leisurely savored the sea breeze, gentle waves, and soft sands, an unexpected wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. This fleeting sensation was soon accompanied by the long-forgotten sound of the system notification in his ear, signaling the expulsion of magical creatures, specifically the sea serpent, that had inadvertently wandered into the Muggle world. Grateful for their assistance, the Muggles rewarded him, activating the serpent tongue ability within the host. Alan's nerves immediately tensed. Were there sea serpents nearby? However, the rewards were quite appealing. The languages of unicorns and centaurs bore a striking resemblance, being simple and easy to learn. Yet, the tongues of creatures like the serpent monster, lacking the familiar cadence of serpentine speech, proved exceedingly difficult to comprehend. During his time at Hogwarts, Alan once came across a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which contained an account of the sea serpent. Although its appearance was rather fearsome, wizards were well aware that it had never harmed a soul. Rather, it was the fanciful imaginations of Muggles that had recorded its supposed ferocity. The sea serpent could grow up to 100 feet in length, with a head resembling that of a horse and a long serpentine neck that often arched out of the water. Its danger level was rated at 3 stars. Reflecting on the information about the sea serpent, Alan perceived that the crux of the task lay in garnering the gratitude of the Muggles. There existed no museums in the Muggle world that preserved evidence of the sea serpent's existence, and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures must have intervened in its management. Therefore, it was imperative to win the Muggles' gratitude before the officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived. At that moment, a distant cry emerged from the sea. There's a monster. A monster. This brief exclamation was quickly swallowed by the waves. Had it not been for Alan's well-honed physical prowess, which had been cultivated over time, he might have struggled to hear it. The lifeguard stationed at the beach lookout appeared horrified, desperately blowing his whistle and waving flags to signal the swimmers to return to shore. upon realizing that Minnie had not noticed his frantic gestures or heard his whistle. The lifeguard's face turned pale as he hurriedly descended the tower, sprinting towards the people while waving his flag, in contrast to those hastily retreating and hiding at a distance. Alan nimbly ascended the lookout tower like a monkey. From his vantage point, he could see the tumultuous waves rising in the distance, revealing a colossal sea serpent undulating through the water, moving forward like an eel. Suddenly, the serpent thrust its massive horse-like head high above the surface, eliciting a chorus of terrified screams from the crowd. With the aid of binoculars, distance was no hindrance. The Muggles were afforded an intimate encounter with the sea serpent through the lenses. However, having witnessed the might of the serpentine dragon, Alan found it less intimidating. Perhaps to the Muggles, this gigantic sea serpent seemed poised to unleash its wrath, but Alan believed it was merely lost, unaware of how to return home. Undoubtedly, the serpent's form was alarming. Alan surmised that its size far exceeded 100 feet. Moreover, had he relied solely on his own strength, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. Fortunately, Alan's entire family was vacationing at the beach, and they were all quite formidable, particularly Albert, who was an Auror. It was essential to notify the Ministry promptly. Owen Harris observed the scattering Muggles with concern. Don't waste time notifying the Ministry. I will have Benny send a message. You must assist immediately. Alan quickly called for Benny and dashed to the ice cream truck on the beach. He tore off a piece of the curtain and, using colorful spray paint, wrote, "Sea serpent spotted at Cornwall Beach. Please come to resolve the situation." He then indicated for Benny to fly to the Ministry. Alan employed a clever ruse. Firstly, he did not specify that this was no ordinary sea serpent, and secondly, he omitted details on which department or individual the message was intended for, which would require Benny to spend additional time locating the correct recipient. After executing this plan, Alan noticed that his father had already charged forward with his wand drawn. Panic surged within him as he internally pleaded, "Don't steal my task." Without hesitation, he commandeered a nearby jet ski and sped off. As he passed his father, he beckoned him to join on the jet ski. The jet ski sliced through the waves, racing toward the sea serpent. Alan, Mr. Harris, and the serpent became entangled in a fierce confrontation, unleashing a barrage of colorful spells upon the beast. Before long, 3 more jet skis approached, one piloted by Daisy, while Albert and Lunan had to share a single craft in their haste. They had no time for further conversation as they joined the fray, while their mother, Morgan Le Fay, tended to their younger sister, Emily, all the while observing the unfolding battle. To the Muggles, the scene was utterly terrifying. Several peculiar individuals were foolishly charging toward the monster. The waves crashed violently, and the monstrous head roared as it lunged at the advancing humans. Its massive body sent towering waves crashing against the shore. It seemed certain that those few would meet their end beneath the sea. However, it was too long before the waters calmed, and the jet skis raced back to the beach. The crowd was astonished to discover that none of the riders had sustained any injuries. With remarkable precision, they dragged the enormous creature to the shoreline. The gigantic sea serpent lay quietly on the sand, drawing a curious throng that began to point and whisper in awe. It was a creature both fearsome and wondrous from the depths of the ocean. It bore no wings, yet its long, thick, and sinuous tail was a sight to behold. Does its head not resemble that of a horse? They mused. What a small head, so disproportionate to its massive body. They marveled at its gaping maw, so large. Its scales glistened, and its skin appeared remarkably tough. A bold tourist prodded the serpent's body with a wooden stick. The creature's eyes flew open, startling the nearby observer, who promptly fell backwards in fright, causing a ripple of gasps among the onlookers. Alan immediately leaped forward, casting a spell of oblivion that struck the serpent's head. The creature's head crashed heavily onto the beach, creating a deep crater in the sand. As the sea serpent collapsed once more, a group of robed wizards suddenly materialized on the shore. They operated with precision. Some rushed toward the serpent, while others, upon arrival, unleashed wide-reaching oblivion spells upon the Muggles on the beach. Owen Harris, equally adept in the art of oblivion, joined their ranks. "Alan, is that you?" A witch appeared beside him. As Alan took a closer look, he realized it was Aunt Josephine. Suddenly, he remembered that Aunt Josephine worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and was, in fact, Ron's direct superior. Chapter 84, Amos Diggory, revised. "We are all here, Aunt Josephine. Look, there's father." Alan pointed at Mr. Harris, who was struggling to cast the oblivion charm in the distance. "So, the owl that came with the news belongs to you?" Aunt Josephine raised an eyebrow. "Yes. What is wrong with Benny?" Alan feigned an innocent expression. "It was flitting about in the Ministry, but fortunately, Arthur saw it and brought it to me in time. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to notice." And Josephine pinched Alan's ear, reprimanding him. "And with so many beaches in Cornwall, searching one by one must be exhausting." "I'm sorry, Aunt. I'm young and panicked, not thinking clearly." Alan quickly admitted his fault to save his ear. "Josephine, who is this young man?" A tall man with sallow skin and a long face approached. Most striking was his long, red beard, and his crooked nose and high cheekbones gave him a resemblance to a member of the Kelpie tribe. "This is my nephew, Alan Harris, currently a first-year student at Hogwarts." Aunt Josephine abandoned her plan to continue pinching Alan's ear and introduced him to this unusually featured wizard. Alan, this is Norsemore Calisis from our department. Despite his peculiar appearance, he has a kind heart. His nose was broken by a deranged dark wizard while protecting a crumple-horned snorkack. Aunt Josephine warmly introduced her colleague to her nephew. Indeed, I never expected that villain would use irreversible dark magic. One must always be cautious of one's nose when encountering bad people. It is of utmost importance. Norsemore grinned, his silly demeanor softening the strangeness of his features. Hello, Alan. Good day, Mr. Calisis, Alan politely greeted him. This sea serpent is quite long. It may have broken the record for the longest known sea serpent in the magical world. I wonder where it came from to invade a beach filled with muggles. Norsemore quickly focused his attention on the serpent nearby, observing it with keen interest. You are Alan Harris? Another wizard approached, his expression serious, with neatly combed short, wavy chestnut hair. Though middle-aged, his well-defined features, calm gaze, and graceful demeanor marked him as a dignified and reliable wizard. Alan, this is Mr. Amos Diggory. His son also attends Hogwarts. Aunt Josephine introduced him just in time, as Alan was beginning to find Mr. Diggory's questions somewhat abrupt. It seemed he was indeed the father of Cedric Diggory. Hello, Mr. Diggory. Alan greeted him with poise, leaving a particularly good impression on Amos Diggory. Hello, Alan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard from Cedric that you topped the first-year class, being the first student in Hogwarts history to achieve full marks. Meeting you today, it's clear you're a prodigy. Perhaps feeling a fondness for this young successor, Amos generously praised Alan, making him somewhat bashful. My son Cedric is also exceptional. He scored full marks in Transfiguration and is the seeker for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Alan, you're a chaser, correct? Of course. In a Quidditch match, the seeker position is the most critical and receives the most attention. Only the fastest flyers with the best flying skills and sharp observation can be seekers. Cedric is an outstanding seeker. Before Alan could modestly downplay the matter, Amos continued unabated. Alan felt his previous impression of this gentleman shatter like a bubble. The once dignified and serious man transformed into another person when discussing his child. Truly the wizarding version of a proud parent. Cedric is indeed remarkable. Alan wisely refrained from contesting the importance of teamwork and collaboration, nor did he mention that this year's Hufflepuff Quidditch team had lost to Ravenclaw. To avoid provoking this doting father. See, I told you. Cedric's excellence is evident. He is handsome, charming, diligent, compassionate, and has a strong sense of justice. Truly a remarkable wizard. Alan, if you often spend time together, you will surely become good friends. With Amos's agreement. He almost forgot his original purpose, engaging in lively conversation with Alan, who simply had to nod at the right moments and affirm his points. Aunt Josephine stifled a chuckle and said to Amos, look, Alan and his friends subdued such a peculiar sea serpent, protecting the muggles on the beach. Their courageous act prevented casualties. Alan promptly informed us, minimizing the risk of exposure to magical creatures. Such merit deserves a Sir Merlin S. Order Medal, wouldn't you agree? Well done, my aunt. Seizing the opportunity to advocate for us. Alan praised Aunt Josephine in his heart with countless words of admiration. However, discussing the sea serpent, Amos hesitated. This sea serpent is the longest known to wizards and may also be the most powerful. Upon hearing the mention of the sea serpent, Norsemore excitedly shared the results of his lengthy measurements, seamlessly following Amos's comments as if he were intentionally speaking well of Alan and the others. Truly a divine assist. Alan thought, giving Norsemore a mental thumbs up. We simply need to report the facts accurately, and the higher authorities will reach a conclusion. Aunt Josephine succinctly simplified the need to write extensive reports and proofs. After glancing at Alan, who was making a respectful gesture, Amos Diggory bit his lip and agreed. Just as Josephine had stated, he only needed to write a few reports. The outcome would ultimately depend on the Wizarding Association. The members of the incident reversal team finally completed their work, uncertain if any details had slipped through the cracks, but not worried, as muggles would likely dismiss the claims as fanciful or mad. Well then, Alan, we will be taking the sea serpent back to the ministry. Please send my regards to your family. We have plenty of paperwork to attend to, so we must be off. Goodbye. Aunt Josephine, eager to finalize the rewards for Alan's family, hastily greeted Mr. Harris and then disapparated away from the beach. Chapter 85, Sir Merlin's third-class medal. Why is your Aunt Josephine in such a hurry? Owen Harris inquired, puzzled. Aunt is truly a shrewd and wise woman. Alan replied, extolling Aunt Josephine in a manner unrelated to the question, leaving Owen even more bewildered. After bidding farewell to the members of the Reverse Incident Task Force, Albert approached Alan. Yet, where was Daisy? Albert noticed the absence of Daisy, who had just been fighting alongside them, and felt a twinge of confusion. It was likely that Daisy, concerned for Emily's safety, had gone in search of her mother and Emily. Alan, however, was acutely aware of Daisy's whereabouts. His remarkable senses had alerted him to her departure. Daisy quickly located her mother, but despite scouring the entire beach, they could not find any trace of Emily, who had become separated from her mother. Anxiety was etched on every face. Morgan Le Fay Harris, her mother, was on the verge of tears, lamenting. I should not have left her alone while you dealt with the sea serpent. I specifically told her to wait behind the rocks for me. Do not worry, mother. We will find Emily, Albert reassured, not merely to comfort Mrs. Harris, but as an astute orer, he had sensed something amiss. Albert strode directly towards the ice cream truck on the beach. The proprietor had long since fled upon the appearance of the sea serpent, pursued by members of the Anomaly Reversal Task Force. After having their memories erased, they were now fervently hurling stones by the seaside. What, then, could be the source of the sounds emanating from the ice cream truck? Surely, it couldn't be a mouse. Albert opened the car door and slipped inside, only to find a greedy little mouse hiding there. Emily was crouched in front of a strawberry-flavored ice cream bucket, indulging herself with delight. When Albert pulled Emily forward to present her to everyone, she appeared quite comical, with cream smeared around her mouth, prompting an uncontrollable wave of laughter from the crowd. After the exhausting battle with the sea serpent, everyone felt both weary and famished. With a sweeping gesture, Owen decided to venture into the nearby town in search of sustenance and a moment of respite. As they strolled through the seaside town, Alan sensed an atmosphere brimming with artistry and romance. The quaint English cottages, lined up like scales on a fish, clung to the hillside, extending from the pier to the opposite slope. In between, narrow, winding alleys were dotted with unique shops. The ambience within these lanes was tranquil, a stark contrast to the liveliness by the waterfront, making it perfect for leisurely exploration. After meandering through numerous galleries steeped in artistic flair, Alan and his companions discovered a seaside restaurant, constructed from dark wood, with low ceilings and warm, dim lighting filtering through small wooden windows. The establishment offered picturesque views of the fishing harbor, exuding a charming allure. The bar boasted an array of freshly brewed beers. Owen ordered a popular wheat beer for himself and selected several fruity sweet wines, such as pear cider, for Mrs. Harris and Daisy. With delectable food laid before them, they feasted on an assortment of local seafood delights, which, although somewhat rudimentary in preparation even by British standards, were undeniably fresh. After their meal, Alan conveyed Aunt Josephine's regards. When he mentioned that, at Aunt Josephine's suggestion, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures would apply for the Order of Merlin for the entire family. Everyone but Emily was filled with excitement. Could Aunt Josephine truly make this happen? Lun was overwhelmed with joy. If he could earn an Order of Merlin, he would gladly battle sea serpents every day. This honor would be a significant asset for his future advancement. However, Daisy expressed doubt, questioning their contributions, pondering if they truly deserved such a high accolade for merely defeating a sea serpent. Alan explained to Daisy that they had vanquished the longest and most formidable sea serpent ever recorded. A similar debate unfolded within the Ministry of Magic. Had there been a precedent for such an award? While disputes arising from magical creatures unable to conceal themselves were not uncommon, bestowing the Order of Merlin upon the involved wizards seemed excessive. The head of the Wizarding Association raised this question after thoroughly inquiring with Aunt Josephine, Norsemore, and Amos. Josephine, well prepared, calmly presented her case. According to the records, in 1932, a mischievous Welsh green dragon had lunged towards a crowded beach filled with muggles sunbathing. Fortunately, a family of wizards vacationing there had bravely intervened, preventing a tragedy. Consequently, that family was awarded the title of first-class wizards of the Order of Merlin. Although Mr. Harris's family had only faced a sea serpent classified as a 3-star magical creature, its length and ferocity far surpassed that of an ordinary serpent. Therefore, she argued, they deserved at least a third-class medal. Josephine's reasoning, coupled with her connections within the ministry, greatly benefited the ministry's public relations. This successfully swayed the president of the Wizarding Association, who ultimately decided to grant Mr. Harris's family the third-class wizard title of the Order of Merlin, following Aunt Josephine's proposal. Once the news was swiftly delivered to the Harris family by Owl, they were elated, eagerly awaiting the award ceremony. For this occasion, Lun practiced his smile countless times before the mirror, insisting that he must present a gracious and appropriate smile during the ceremony. Meanwhile, Mrs. Harris and Daisy rushed to Diagon Alley to have matching magical robes tailored for the family. Mr. Harris meticulously groomed his facial hair while gazing into the mirror. Among them, Alan and Emily remained the most composed. Alan prioritized honing his abilities over the so-called honor, while young Emily seemed oblivious to the source of her family's excitement. As the eagerly anticipated day of the Order of Merlin's third-class medal presentation arrived, the family rose early, and the household mirror became a coveted item, with Lun and Daisy vying for its use. Even the typically composed Albert could not resist checking his new wizard's robe repeatedly. Chapter 86. The Ministry of Magic. After confirming that his family had gathered, Owen produced a pendant adorned with a peacock design. Dad, what is this? Emily inquired curiously. This is a portkey, Owen replied, his tone cheerful. What is a portkey? It seemed Emily had reached an age where she enjoyed probing for details. Didn't you use one last year? A portkey is a magical object that allows one to swiftly travel from one location to another. Owen patiently explained to his adorable daughter. It's certainly much cleaner than Floo powder. Albert and Lun had initially planned to apparate near the ministry and then join their family, but Owen insisted that since the medal was awarded to the entire family, they should travel together. Everyone grasped a feather from the peacock pendant. Mr. Harris pinched one of the peacock's feathers, and Emily mimicked her father, grasping another. Soon, the family encircled the small peacock pendant, each holding onto a feather. Judging by the number of feathers, this portkey could accommodate many travelers. Alan suspected that Mr. Harris had chosen the most aesthetically pleasing feather rather than the most suitable one. For portkeys, their appearance is usually rather mundane and inconspicuous, imbued with special magic by wizards that enables time-space travel. This also highlighted the management loophole regarding portkeys during the Triwizard Tournament in the original story. The trophy was unlawfully swapped for a portkey. Once everyone stood in place, Alan felt as though an irresistible hook was pulling him forward from behind his navel, lifting him off the ground. He soared through the air like a gust of wind, unable to see anything clearly. The portkey seemed to possess a magnetic force, ensuring Alan's fingers remained adhered to it, preventing him from getting lost in the spatial void. Before long, Alan found himself standing on a grimy street. One side of the road was adorned with chaotic graffiti, painted in a riot of colors, with crooked lettering scattered across the walls. A few dilapidated buildings leaned precariously to one side, and a bar stood desolate, devoid of patrons, enveloped in silence. "We have arrived," Owen stated succinctly, pointing to an old red telephone booth, which was missing several panes of glass, standing before the wall marred by graffiti. "Follow me." He opened the door to the telephone booth. Alan hesitated at the threshold, uncertain about entering due to the confined space within. Without a moment's hesitation, Albert and Lewin followed suit, while Morgan Le Fay scooped up Emily and ventured inside as well. Daisy, furrowing her brow, cautiously lifted her velvet robe and managed to squeeze herself in. As Alan stepped inside, he discovered that although the space was cramped and everyone was packed closely together, it was just sufficient to accommodate his family. He speculated that even with a few more individuals, there would still be room. Even with just 2 people, it would feel crowded. At that moment, Alan found himself pressed against the telephone, which hung awkwardly on the wall, contorted as if a barbarian had attempted to rip it apart. Mr. Harris reached over Alan to grasp the receiver. "Let me see," he said, dialing the numbers. 2, 4. Another 4, and then another 2. As the dial returned to its original position, a cold female voice emanated from the telephone, rather than from the receiver in Mr. Harris's hand. Nevertheless, the voice was remarkably clear, as though an invisible woman stood beside them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and occupation." Mr. Harris, evidently unfamiliar with the telephone, spoke to the receiver as one would to a walkie-talkie. "The Owen Harris family of 7. Invited to the Ministry of Magic for the presentation of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class." "Thank you," replied the cold voice. "Visitors, please take your badges and attach them to the front of your robes." A clicking sound was heard, and then Alan saw an object slide out from a metallic chute, which was typically used for returning coins. He picked it up. It was a square silver badge inscribed with the words Owen Harris family, Order of Merlin, 3rd class. As the voice spoke again, he pinned the badge to the front of his robe. "Visitors to the Ministry of Magic, you are required to undergo a security check, and your wands must be registered at the security office located at the back of the atrium." Suddenly, the floor of the telephone booth began to tremble. They slowly descended underground. Gradually, Alan could see nothing, only hearing the dull scraping noise as the booth passed through the ground. When a dazzling light pierced his eyes, they came to a halt. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day," the female voice announced. The door of the telephone booth swung open, and Mr. Harris stepped out, followed by his family. Before Alan lay a world brimming with magic, adorned with splendid and enchanting decor. He noticed numerous gilded fireplaces lining the walls of the hall. Every few seconds, with a soft whoosh, a wizard or witch emerged from the fireplace on the left. On the right, small queues formed in front of each fireplace, waiting to depart. "Normally, we would enter the ministry through the fireplaces," Albert explained, as if sensing Alan's confusion. "Today, we are taking the guest route. It feels quite extraordinary to pretend we are not part of the ministry and enter through a foreign passage," Owen cheerfully replied, his face aglow as he greeted familiar faces. "Yes, we are here for the presentation of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class," he enthusiastically told every acquaintance. It appeared that the wizards of the ministry held this honor in high regard. Alan keenly observed the envy and jealousy reflected in their eyes. Indeed, as Alan noted, the wizards of the ministry took great pride in receiving the Order of Merlin. In truth, while not all wizards could resist the allure of the order, those from high society and the ministry members cared about it even more. Although Alan was not particularly enthusiastic, understanding that a tarnished reputation could lead to the revocation of the badge, he comprehended the fervor surrounding it within the wizarding community. The Order of Merlin was established in the mid-11th century by the renowned wizard Merlin, who was said to be a graduate of Slytherin. The green ribbon on the 1st class Order of Merlin originates from the colors of Merlin's alma mater. This is the oldest international magical organization in the wizarding world, highly esteemed. Over centuries, the Order of Merlin has evolved into the largest and most distinguished organization of wizards, uniquely recognized as an international body outside the jurisdiction of the ministry. The Order of Merlin is a prestigious honor, the highest accolade in the wizarding realm. For self-proclaimed members of high society, receiving the Order of Merlin elevates their status, while for ministry wizards, it enhances their resumes, beneficial for their future prospects. "Owen, we must hurry, lest we miss the award ceremony," Morgan Le Fay urged. Yet soon, she too slowed her pace, delaying their progress. In the middle of the hall stood a set of slightly larger-than-life golden statues in a circular fountain. The statues depicted wizards, witches, centaurs, and fairies, all exquisitely carved. However, it was not the intricate sculptures that caused Mrs. Harris to pause, but the sight of glimmering silver and bronze coins at the bottom of the fountain. Beside the fountain stood a small, soiled sign that read, "All proceeds from the magical fountain will be donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Morgan Le Fay, a nurse at St. Mungo's, was well aware of the hospital's need for substantial funding. So she unhesitatingly produced a handful of bronze nuts and tossed them into the fountain. Daisy did the same. Don't ask why it's not galleons. The Harris family is clearly not that generous at the moment. Even small contributions can accumulate, and while nuts may seem insignificant, the sentiment behind them is profound. There is no need for excessive scrutiny for ordinary individuals, as long as they can ensure their own livelihood. Harboring goodwill and performing acts of kindness is commendable. After this, their journey proceeded smoothly. Realizing the award ceremony was approaching, Mr. Harris quickened his pace, no longer stopping to showcase his badge to every acquaintance. They successfully passed through the wand inspection, traversed several doors, and arrived at a smaller hall where at least 20 golden, grid-like elevators were in operation. They lined up in front of a less crowded elevator and soon entered. The elevator doors closed with a swish, and it began to ascend slowly. As the same female voice Alan had heard in the telephone booth rang out again, the elevator's chains clinked. The voice monotonously announced the offices corresponding to each floor, with crowds entering and exiting. Eventually, only the Harris family of 7 remained in the elevator as they reached the first floor. First floor, Minister's office, logistics department. In small auditorium, the voice from the telephone booth announced emotionlessly, "We've arrived." Mr. Harris was the first to step out of the elevator, gazing out at the azure sky. Alan felt a moment of disorientation. Wasn't the ministry located underground? "Dad, are we back above ground?" Emily innocently asked, articulating the question Alan had in mind. "We are still underground. Those are magical windows, determined by the magical maintenance department, which dictate the weather each day. During our last pay raise request, we endured 2 months of hurricane weather." They turned a corner, passing through 2 thick oak doors. Unlike the clamor of the lower levels, this area was remarkably quiet. Unconsciously, they all lightened their footsteps. As they passed the large office marked with the sign of the logistics department and the firmly shut door of the minister's office, they arrived at their destination, the small auditorium at the end of the corridor. The family tidied their attire once more outside the door, and Mr. Harris pushed open the heavy entrance, stepping inside with ease. The moment they entered, several pairs of eyes turned toward them. On the elevated platform of the auditorium sat 3 male wizards. To Alan's delight, he recognized Professor Dumbledore among them, smiling warmly in his direction. Once the Harris family settled into the front row under the guidance of a tall, slender wizard, Alan noticed his beloved Professor Flitwick also sitting in the first row, beaming and waving at him. Without hesitation, Alan took his seat beside Professor Flitwick. Shortly after they were seated, the tall wizard ascended the platform to introduce the purpose of the gathering and the guests in attendance. It turned out that one of the other 2 figures on the platform was none other than Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic, while the other was the president of the Wizarding Association, Ogwy Scarman. Following this, Scarman elaborated on the origins and significance of the Order of Merlin. Alan observed that, apart from his little sister Emily, his family was well aware of the details, yet listened with rapt attention, with Mr. Harris appearing particularly animated, nodding vigorously. The award ceremony featured the esteemed presence of Minister Cornelius Fudge and Hogwarts Headmaster Albus Dumbledore as witnesses. After a lengthy discourse, the moment of the awards finally arrived. "I announce that, for successfully subduing the mutated sea serpent on the beaches of Cornwall, Owen Harris and 5 others are to be awarded the 3rd-class Order of Merlin. Please come forward to receive your honors," President Ogwy Scarman joyfully proclaimed, as if the accolade were his own. Little Emily was temporarily entrusted to Professor Flitwick by her mother, Morgan Le Fay. Although she did not participate in the battle, her name had been submitted by Aunt Josephine. While she did not contribute to the sea serpent incident, she was, after all, a member of the Ministry of Magic. With a wave of his wand, Ogwy summoned 6 beautiful gold medals adorned with white ribbons to float before the Harris family. Yet, they refrained from reaching out to claim them. "Minister, Headmaster, might we together adorn them with their medals?" Ogwy invited Minister Fudge and Headmaster Dumbledore to assist in bestowing the honors upon the Harris family. They readily agreed. Professor Dumbledore placed the splendid medal around Alan's neck, beaming as he said, "Congratulations, Alan. You have set an exemplary standard for the students of Hogwarts. It is said that your final stunning spell was executed remarkably well." The moment was captured by the media present, the click of the camera echoing in the hall. Chapter 88. The interview that fell short. Alan stood alongside Professor Dumbledore, adorned with his medal, as he naturally allowed the photographer to capture the moment. Once everyone had donned their medals, the presenters and recipients lined up. And Alan noticed Rin displaying a charming smile that he had practiced for a long time in front of the camera. Unable to resist, Alan mimicked him, though his youthful demeanor rendered his imitation merely endearing. After the awards ceremony concluded, Professor Dumbledore patted Alan on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, my child. You have become the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, in history. Thank you, Professor. It was a fortunate coincidence. My contributions are trivial. All credit goes to my family, Alan graciously replied. You are being excessively modest, Mr. Harris. Professor Flitwick has checked the records. And you are the youngest wizard in Hogwarts history to accumulate the most points in a single academic year, and you are only in your first year. Ogwy Scarman approached with a cheerful demeanor, brimming with admiration for Alan. Professor Flitwick, having just arrived beside Alan, wished to congratulate his proud pupil. Upon hearing Ogwy's words, he nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, Alan is the most talented and diligent student I have ever encountered, pride evident in his expression. Ah, Chairman Ogwy, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, greetings. I beg your pardon. May I conduct an exclusive interview with our hero? A sharp and exaggerated tone elicited discomfort as Alan turned to find a woman wearing jewel-encrusted glasses. Her golden hair styled in elegant curls, flashing a smile that reeked of self-adoration, her fingers gesticulating towards Alan. This is Miss Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter for the Daily Prophet. Alan, Miss Skeeter was once a member of Ravenclaw and is exceptionally talented in promotion, Professor Flitwick informed Alan. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I can't believe you still remember me, Rita Skeeter exclaimed with exaggerated laughter, though Alan detected a glimmer of vulnerability in her eye. Everyone possesses a tender spot within. Even those perceived as the worst of villains, Alan pondered. Nevertheless, Alan's vigilance heightened as he observed Rita producing a deep green quill from her crocodile handbag. This was no ordinary quill. It was a quick quill capable of transmuting mundane statements into extravagant prose during interviews. Alan, may I address you as such? Since we share Ravenclaw as our alma mater, what was your first thought upon encountering the sea serpent? Rita adjusted her jewel-laden glasses, her inquiry poised. What is this? Alan replied nonchalantly. What? Rita, puzzled, sought clarification on his response. What is this? Alan reiterated. What is what? What are you saying? Skeeter's thick fingers tightened around the quill. Bewilderment etched on her face. When I saw the sea serpent, my first thought was, what is this? Alan articulated his thoughts clearly. Did you not fear the massive sea serpent? Why did you charge at it in battle? Isn't that a tad reckless? Skeeter bombarded him with questions. In truth, I did not rush in headlong. I first sent my owl to notify the Ministry of Magic before joining my father in the fray. With family by my side, I fear nothing, Alan answered. Satisfied to see her quill honestly recording their dialogue. Shortly after Rita unveiled her magical quick quill, Alan discreetly cast a truth-revealing charm during their conversation. A rather obscure spell documented in the Encyclopedia of Charms, inspired by a wizard serving as an Auror in France. It could affect not only people but also objects. After only 2 inquiries, Rita finally sensed something amiss with her quick quill, losing interest in interviewing Alan and hastily concluding their discussion. Miss Skeeter has never ended an interview so abruptly, Professor Flitwick observed, his familiarity with Rita apparent as he looked curiously at the chief reporter from the Daily Prophet, who departed without a farewell. Perhaps she discovered a more valuable story or had an urgent matter to attend to. Alan feigned innocence. Chairman Ogwy, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick. Might I invite you to share lunch with us? Owen Harris approached, warmly extending an invitation to the trio. Oh, I regret to inform you, Mr. Harris, that today Professor Flitwick and I have an engagement with Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, who may become Alan's Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor next year. Professor Dumbledore winked at Alan. Is that the recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and the honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award? Gilderoy Lockhart? Alan's mother, Morgan Le Fay, suddenly appeared behind him, her trembling voice betraying her excitement. It was remarkable that the recent medal presentation had not elicited such enthusiasm from her, yet merely mentioning Gilderoy Lockhart's name rendered her nearly beside herself with excitement. Daisy, equally flushed and expectant, mirrored her mother's reaction. Alan considered Gilderoy Lockhart's success as an author remarkable. He had crafted an image of himself as a superstar within the magical community, captivating everyone from middle-aged women to young girls alike. Much of this allure, no doubt, stemmed from his exceptional skill in performing the Obliviate charm, perhaps explaining how he managed to deceive Professor Dumbledore and secure a position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. This also contributed to Alan's growing discontent with Dumbledore, who, as headmaster, seemed preoccupied with unrelated matters, neglecting his primary responsibilities, particularly in hiring faculty. Many graduates today lacked even the basic ability to perform spells such as the Patronus charm, let alone the Shield charm. Were it not for Hogwarts' long-standing reputation and advantages in courses like charms, herbology, and potions, the title of the world's finest magical academy would have long since been claimed by another institution. Indeed, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart had been awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for his outstanding literary contributions. Whether he possessed the competence to teach defense against the dark arts, as his fame suggested, would soon become apparent. Merlin bless us. May we find a worthy professor, Professor Dumbledore remarked as he and Professor Flitwick bid farewell to the gathering and departed the small hall. Alan was acutely aware that Dumbledore's prayers were in vain. However, he must remain silent. How could he explain his knowledge that Gilderoy Lockhart was a charlatan who appropriated the experiences of others as his own? Fortunately, the mysterious figure has cast a curse upon the position, rendering it impossible for anyone to serve as the professor of defense against the dark arts for more than a single academic year. However, it is intriguing to note that Alan observes how Gilderoy manages to charm those who have genuinely participated in these legendary tales, successfully gaining their trust and employing the memory charm on them. This, in itself, is quite remarkable. Interestingly, the word guild in Gilderoy signifies to gold plate, which aptly aligns with his ostentatious and extravagant persona. The surname Lockhart suggests a meaning akin to lock away your heart, creating an amusing interplay when combined with his given name. Dumbledore has been rather negligent towards the other students. It would be quite simple to establish a new subject that duplicates the curriculum of defense against the dark arts, thereby circumventing the curse and ensuring that students receive the education they rightfully deserve. With this thought, Alan shakes his head, realizing how insignificant his voice has become. And it is evident that the Ministry of Magic believes that wizards are better managed when they neglect the training of combat skills. Chapter 89. Currency Exchange. I truly wish I were still at Hogwarts, Daisy exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she urged Alan. Make sure to get me an autograph from Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. I want one too. 5. No, 10 autographs. At that moment, Mrs. Harris resembled a youthful fangirl. Certainly. Even 100 would be no trouble at all. In Alan's recollection, Gilderoy Lockhart would never pass up an opportunity to promote himself, particularly relishing the act of signing autographs. Meanwhile, Ron was engaged in a respectful yet animated exchange with Fudge. Although Fudge might not have remembered the name of an ordinary ministry employee, he quickly recalled Ron's name, his expression brimming with delight, thanks to Ron's subtle flattery. Ron has a remarkable talent for endearing himself to others. Fudge had initially intended to leave after presenting the awards, but Ron's eloquence and knack for charming conversation kept him engaged far longer than anticipated. Albert stood shyly beside the two animatedly chatting individuals, his demeanor more straightforward than that of Lunan. In this moment, he bore little resemblance to a formidable and composed Auror. In times of great joy, one should not be troubled by others. In times of great anger, one should not heed the words of men. This adage held profound wisdom. Unlike the astute Lunan, the elated Irvin Harris, upon receiving his medal, incessantly invited others to dine, promising a plethora of delectable dishes and fine wines. Although Mrs. Morgan Le Fay felt somewhat exasperated by her husband's exuberance, she wisely refrained from any interference, thinking it best to celebrate such happiness. Why ruin the joy of the day? She quietly counted the number of guests Harris had invited and resolved to take everyone to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley for lunch. In contrast to the slightly discontented Morgan Le Fay, Alan, who was brought to Diagon Alley, was thoroughly pleased with Mr. Harris's gestures. He had long since devised a plan to exchange some currency from the magical realm and the Muggle world during the holiday. And this occasion presented the perfect opportunity to visit Gringotts and exchange the golden trinkets he had crafted in his leisure time. After sampling some delightful treats, Alan, holding a massive ice cream sundae, approached his mother to request a stroll outside. Mrs. Harris, reassured by her understanding of her younger son's abilities, readily consented, retrieving a handful of galleons from her small bag and handing them to Alan. Though he would soon receive a substantial amount of money, he cheerfully accepted the pocket money his mother offered. As Alan walked gracefully along the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, his spirits soared. The Medal of the Order of Merlin, third class, which symbolized honor, had already been cast aside into his storage space. He meandered past bustling shops until he arrived at the towering white edifice of Gringotts. Stepping through the gleaming bronze doors, he was greeted by a goblin guard clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, who bowed respectfully to Alan, who reciprocated the gesture. Perhaps few acknowledged this goblin guard, for he enthusiastically summoned another goblin to guide Alan. I am Nagnok, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? The goblin, named Nagnok, bowed deeply, demonstrating impeccable service. I need to exchange some gold items for currency in the magical realm and Muggle currency, Alan replied calmly, revealing no hint of being a first-time visitor to Gringotts. Very well, please follow me, Nagnok said, bowing respectfully and gesturing for Alan to proceed. They passed through a second silver door into a spacious marble hall where approximately 100 goblins were seated behind a long counter, hurriedly logging transactions in large ledgers. Some weighed coins on scales, while others examined gemstones with magnifying glasses. Nagnok led Alan to a counter against the wall, where Alan produced several rose-shaped trinkets crafted from gold. Shortly thereafter, with a substantial amount of currency in hand, Alan exited Gringotts. The arrogance of wizards was palpable. Galleons could be freely exchanged for pounds, albeit with limitations on the amount of pounds that could be converted back into galleons. However, there were no restrictions on exchanging items for galleons. And while Muggle money could not be directly exchanged, Alan realized that as long as he was willing to trade items, he could circumvent this flawed regulation. Storing the currency in his storage space, Alan strolled joyfully through Diagon Alley, critiquing the shops he visited. Regardless of the type of establishment, Alan paused to explore. And before long, he arrived back at the Leaky Cauldron at the agreed-upon time with Mrs. Harris. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the carefree and affluent Alan, Harry found himself in a pitiable situation. His uncle Vernon, having learned of certain regulations in the magical realm concerning Dobby, confined Harry to his bedroom. Not only did he install iron bars on Harry's window, but he also personally affixed a heavy door to Harry's room, delivering food 3 times a day. They permitted Harry to use the bathroom only in the mornings and evenings, locking him away during all other hours. Harry could not conceive of a means of escape. Lying in bed as he watched the sun set behind the bars, contemplating his dismal fate in despair, while Alan, filled with wealth and leisure, lay contentedly in bed counting his possessions, he suddenly recalled that Harry must also possess a considerable amount of gold in Gringotts. Reflecting on Harry's current plight, Alan resolved to visit him the following day, reasoning that since he considered Harry a friend, it would be a noble act to assist him when he had the means. The next morning, using flue powder followed by a bus ride, Alan arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, disguising himself with his wizarding robes. He cast the disillusionment charm and began to observe the signs of the household's occupants. The Dursleys had just finished breakfast, appearing in high spirits. Penny, just send that boy a bowl of canned soup. He can forget about returning to that ridiculous school forever, Vernon said, emphasizing his disdain as he left, humming a peculiar tune. Seizing the opportunity, the invisible Alan slipped inside like a fish gliding through water. Alan trailed behind Aunt Petunia to the bedroom that belonged to Harry. The door was firmly locked, and a small flap allowed Aunt Petunia to pass a bowl of lukewarm soup to Harry. Petunia Dursley. Even though James Potter behaved like a fool when your husband, in his ignorance of the wizarding world, attempted to offer him a friendly suggestion for a muggle job, you must be aware of the considerable risks involved in caring for your sister's child. However, this treatment is indeed excessive. Alan, witnessing this scene firsthand, felt a profound anger that was markedly different from the emotions evoked by reading novels or watching films. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Petunia exited, and Dudley, his belly round from eating, took his toy gun and went out to boast to his friends. Chapter 90, Freedom, revised. Neither Uncle Vernon nor Aunt Petunia would bother to knock. They would simply rudely yank the flap open and deliver some cold leftovers. As for Dudley, he would knock on the door with the intent to provoke Harry. But his tremendous strength would nearly shake the plaster off the walls, certainly not producing a civilized or rhythmic knock. Who is it? Harry heard his own voice sound foreign due to his nerves. It's me, Alan replied with his usual calm demeanor. Thank goodness, Alan. Your presence is a blessing. I have been locked in here by Uncle Vernon for nearly 3 days. Hunger is not the worst of it. My greatest fear is that no one knows I am trapped here, and I might never return to Hogwarts. Harry licked his lips, feeling his heart sink. Yet, Alan seized upon the key word in his speech, hunger. He retrieved a large bag of food from the storage compartment and began to pass it through the flap, piece by piece. You've saved me, Harry exclaimed, his mouth full of turkey sandwich, muffling his words. Harry, lean back. I will find a way to open the door, Alan advised, sensing that this was not a sustainable solution. Alan, on the verge of invoking the spell Alohomora with his wand, hesitated and ultimately set it aside. Instead, he took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and leapt forward, delivering a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the lock was instantly dislodged, and the door slammed against the wall before rebounding. Harry, utterly astonished by Alan's brutish approach, found himself momentarily frozen, sandwich in mouth, neglecting to chew. After a brief pause, he mumbled, "Thank you, Alan." "Not at all," Alan replied succinctly, then moved to the cage containing Harry's snowy owl, Hedwig, exclaiming, "What a sorry state. I have nothing to eat, and poor Hedwig is even worse off. Alan, you can let her out now. She can find her own food." Harry continued to devour his meal, savoring what he deemed the most delicious sandwich he had ever tasted. Alan reached out and opened the cage, releasing Hedwig, the wise owl. She tilted her head and gently pecked Alan's finger in gratitude before soaring out of the room and flying away through the open window downstairs. "All right, where's your luggage?" Alan asked casually, patting his hands. "My school supplies, wand, and broom are locked in the cupboard downstairs," Harry replied, glancing at Alan, who clearly needed to continue kicking down doors. The two hurried down the stairs to the cupboard, and Alan employed his previous method, kicking the door open. Harry and Alan hastily stuffed their belongings into the trunk and made their way toward the door. "Should we leave a note?" Alan inquired as they passed through the living room. Although Alan resented the Dursleys' mistreatment of Harry, he acknowledged that Petunia had taken in her sister's son knowing the potential dangers. Even if there was some coercion from Dumbledore involved, "They want to worry about me," Harry replied impassively, but after a moment, he pulled out a quill and wrote on a piece of paper, "I'm at a friend's house." Harry. The note was succinct. He placed it on the dining table where they usually ate, and he and Alan strolled out the door, leaving without a backward glance. As Harry pushed a large trunk, they decided to take a taxi to a fireplace connected to the Floo network. They shoved the sizable suitcase into the trunk of the car, which sped away like an arrow. Gazing back at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry wished never to return. After using a wizarding shop as fireplace to travel to Alan's place, he breathed in the fresh, natural air and felt his despair and helplessness evaporate, replaced by a sense of freedom and liberation that permeated the surroundings. Upon entering the house, they found it empty. Alan placed Harry's belongings in his room and brewed a pot of tea. Why were you locked up? Alan asked knowingly, recognizing that Harry had much to say. Harry recounted everything about Dobby, the warnings it had given him, and the ruined pudding. Whenever I asked it why it did that, it would just bang its head against the wall. Harry expressed his confusion, speculating on who might wish to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts. Although house elves possess remarkable magic, they are bound not to reveal their master's secrets, punishing themselves if they do. Alan explained Dobby's self-harming behavior. I suspect Malfoy ordered it to do this. Only he would not want me back at Hogwarts and would relish my misfortune, Harry concluded. Dobby indeed belonged to the Malfoys. Although its reasons for trying to stop Harry from returning were vastly different from what Harry imagined. Flipping through the newspaper on the table, Harry came across the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, which featured a photo of the Harris family receiving commendations. It was a lengthy article, briefly summarizing why Mr. Harris was awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, accompanied by a large group photo, while other sections boasted of the Harris family's positions within the Ministry of Magic, with significant space dedicated to Fudge himself. Alan, you actually defeated a sea serpent. You know that's a 3-star magical creature. Harry marveled. Not at Alan's prowess, but at his remarkable holiday adventures. Just as they were chatting, Harry's owl Hedwig flew in through the window, landing on Benny's owl perch, drinking some water and contentedly preening her feathers. I think you should send a letter to Ron and the others. They must be worried since they can't reach you, Alan suggested, looking at Hedwig. Harry's eyes lit up as he took out a quill and parchment, writing on the table, I'm at Alan's house, all is well. He pinned 3 identical notes for Hedwig to deliver to Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid. Chapter 91, The Flying Car on a Starry Summer Night. Everyone relaxed in the quaint, vibrant garden, enjoying the cool evening breeze, filled with laughter and comfort. Suddenly, 2 bright lights appeared to be descending towards the yard. As they drew closer, it became apparent that it was a flying teal-colored car. The lights, bright as stars, were the car's headlights. Get out of the way, came a youthful shout from the vehicle. Alan swiftly picked up Emily and moved to a safe distance. The car landed with a loud thud, screeching to a halt just before crashing into a cherry tree in the yard. 3 boys with bright red hair emerged from the vehicle. The loud noise startled Ron, who was busy writing a report inside the house. He rushed to the window, astonished to see a car suddenly materializing in the yard. He abandoned his report and dashed downstairs to investigate. Sorry, Mr. Harris, we've made a mess of your yard. Ron and the twins approached, with George feeling uncharacteristically sheepish as he politely apologized to Owen Harris. It's all right, boys. What I'd like to know is whether Arthur is aware of your arrival like this. Mr. Harris recognized the Weasley brothers from their previous encounter in Diagon Alley. Dad, doesn't he know we took his car? Please keep it a secret, Ron pleaded. Let us sit down and discuss this, Morgan Le Fay said with a gentle smile, doing her utmost to fulfill her hostess duties, even with these unexpected young guests. With a flick of her wand, the yard was restored to its former state, except for the additional car. Daisy emerged from the kitchen with a variety of delicious snacks to treat the 3 Weasley boys. What is going on? Ron asked Harry. Why haven't you replied to my letters? I invited you 12 times, and then Dad said you were using magic in front of Muggles and got warned. Not me. How did he find out? Harry asked in astonishment. He works at the ministry, Ron explained. You know we can't use magic outside school, especially in front of Muggles. That's easy for you to say, Harry shot back, eyeing the floating car. Oh, that doesn't count, Ron replied. We were just borrowing it. It's Dad's car, and we didn't put any spells on it. But you used magic in front of the Muggles you live with. Harry attempted to recount his misfortunes, but was interrupted by Fred. Harry, we came to take you to the Burrow. We didn't see you at the Dursleys. But we ran into Hedwig delivering a letter, so we came straight here. If we don't hurry, Dad will find out. Such naive youth. Alan doubted their father would keep this a secret. Yet, to his surprise, Mr. Harris was indeed curious about the flying car, inspecting it from all angles. How does it perform after the modifications? How does it compare to a magical carriage? Mr. Harris inquired with keen interest. Oh, it's quite impressive. George Weasley beamed with pride, but then added shyly, but you know, we don't have a private carriage anymore, so I can't really compare them. Harry found himself in a dilemma. Alan had rescued him from his predicament, while Ron and his brothers had risked much to come to his aid. He was uncertain about what to do. It is indeed no small feat for Ron and the others to come for you. You have never visited his home. Perhaps it would be best for you to spend some time at the Weasley residence for now, and you can always come to my place later. Alan felt that he had already established a good rapport, and it would certainly be easier for Harry to stay with the Weasleys. Very well, Alan. Thank you, Harry replied, looking at Alan with gratitude. Ron and his brothers were also pleased. For having traveled such a distance, they did not wish for their efforts to be in vain. Alan assisted Harry in bringing the box down once more. Fortunately, everything remained inside, untouched, thereby saving time. However, I cannot allow you children to depart on your own, Owen Harris stated with a serious demeanor, intending to experience the thrill of a Muggle-modified car himself. Ron and the Weasley twins exchanged glances. All right. But please ensure our secret remains safe. No problem, dear. I will escort them home and return shortly, Owen declared as he took the driver's seat. Turning to speak to his wife, what could Morgan Le Fay say? Nodding in agreement, She handed snacks and drinks to the children. The car's engine roared to life, gliding through the moonlit night. After a busy day, Alan stretched, assisted his mother in organizing the tea tray, and then narrated a sweet tale to the slightly chubby little bear, Emily, before retiring to his room. Meanwhile, as a faint blush of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, Mr. Harris and his companions approached their destination. Lowering the vehicle, Harry observed fields and clusters of trees forming a dark tapestry below. "We're just outside the village," George exclaimed. "We can land." The car descended further, with the sun peeking through the treetops. "Touchdown," Fred shouted, and the vehicle gently trembled as it made contact with the ground. They landed beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. Owen Harris, reveling in the experience, leaped from the vehicle, quickly bidding farewell to the children before vanishing into the morning mist through the art of apparition. Molly Weasley was a well-known figure at the Ministry of Magic, and he wished to avoid any mischief with her children in tow. Life then settled into a tranquil routine. Receiving the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, seemingly did not alter Alan's existence. He continued his regular schedule, exercised, studied magical texts, explained various concepts to Emily, and played with her. After a fulfilling and joyful week, on a bright morning, Alan received a letter from Hogwarts, sealed in a yellow parchment envelope adorned with green ink. The letter contained a list of required textbooks for the upcoming year. Second-year students were to read Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Voyages with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Vacationing with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Journey with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, A Year with the Yeti of Tibet by Gilderoy Lockhart. Alan's gaze inevitably fell upon a row of small bookshelves beside the sofa, where all the necessary books by Gilderoy Lockhart were neatly arranged. His mother, Morgan Le Fay, and his sister, Daisy, were ardent admirers of Lockhart's works. It appeared that Gilderoy Lockhart had successfully passed Professor Dumbledore's interview and had become your defense against the dark arts professor. Father Owen took Alan's book list and arrived at a conclusion. "Look, Owen, remember when I purchased these books and you laughed at me? How's that for foresight? Gilderoy has become Alan's professor, and these books are now the prescribed text at Hogwarts. Alan no longer needs to acquire them," Mrs. Harris exclaimed, pride radiating from her for her discerning taste. "Alan, don't forget you promised to get us Gilderoy's autograph." Daisy gazed at Alan eagerly, wishing she could swap places with him. Attending Hogwarts while Alan worked at St. Mungo's, Gilderoy Lockhart will be holding a book signing event at Flourish and Blott's next Wednesday. Daisy, if you truly desire his signature, you could go to Flourish and Blott's yourself. You might not only acquire an autograph but perhaps also a photograph. Alan waved the Daily Prophet in his hand, which featured an advertisement for Flourish and Blott's, showcasing Gilderoy Lockhart's radiant smile and gleaming white teeth. Daisy snatched the newspaper from Alan's grasp, tenderly smoothing out its creases before tucking it into her favorite book. What a brilliant charlatan. Alan couldn't help but internally scoff at his sister's infatuation. "Perhaps I could request a day off next Wednesday, even if it means working a few extra days afterward." Daisy is utterly besotted, Alan mused. "I might even concoct a fitting excuse for you to take off, such as helping our youngest brother procure necessary supplies for the new term." Having recently visited Diagon Alley, Alan had already acquired ample ingredients and cauldrons and countless books, which now cluttered his storage compartment. He hoped to utilize the remaining holiday to organize these treasures, perhaps placing some in his mobile tower. What a splendid idea. Daisy rewarded Alan with a cup of red tea, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched him drink it all. Alan continued to peruse the remaining issues of the Daily Prophet. As the chief reporter, Rita Skeeter had not published any articles in quite some time, which was indeed a peculiar situation. However, Alan was acutely aware that his Veritaserum was still exerting its influence, rendering Rita incapable of fabricating news, and thus unable to continue her reporting. It seemed that such a magical quill was not easily procured on the market. What is a day in the life of a wizarding child entail? Playing with toys, perusing fairy tale books, indulging in confectionery delights, Emily's daily existence was exceedingly simple and comfortable. Yet, that morning, she sat in her child-sized chair, incessantly picking at her nose. "Emily, is your nose bothering you?" The adult wizards of the household had all departed for work, leaving Alan to care for Emily. "No, quite the opposite. My nose has never felt so comfortable." Emily, with her unusually long eyelashes, blinked and replied with a cheerful tone. "Then why do you keep fiddling with it?" Alan probed further. Emily suddenly sprang from her childish chair and dashed to her brother Alan, who was engrossed in a book on the sofa. "Alan, I fell asleep last night, and in my dreams, I felt something wriggle up my nose. This morning, my nose has never felt so clear. But what could it have been?" Emily climbed onto Alan's lap, seeking his embrace. Alan never dismissed her words as mere childish nonsense. Instead, he listened patiently and attentively, offering the most prudent solutions to her quandaries. Emily felt a deep bond of trust with Alan, unreservedly sharing her perplexities with him. Perhaps there truly was something. Alan reassured her. "Do not worry. Tonight, I shall keep vigil for you to see what is afoot." He was not merely placating Emily. He genuinely resolved to watch over her that night, determined to uncover the source of her unease. Often, Children struggle to articulate their experiences clearly, leaving their guardians unaware of the turmoil they face. Some adults might mistakenly believe that a child is merely seeking attention, potentially overlooking urgent signals for help and missing valuable opportunities for guidance. Having once been a teacher, Alan was acutely aware of this possibility and would not fall into such a trap. He valued Emily's words, for the obedient girl never lied. If she expressed herself in such a manner, there must indeed be something amiss. As night fell, Emily felt a serene comfort in the tranquil summer evening. Bolstered by Alan's protective presence, she lay in her white oak bed, drifting into a deep slumber, a peaceful smile gracing her face. Once he confirmed that Emily was soundly asleep, Alan concealed himself, closely observing the room. At the stroke of midnight, a round, ball-like creature crawled in through Emily's window. In the moonlight, Alan discerned its form. This spherical little monster, covered in soft, creamy yellow fur, resembled an adorable stuffed toy. It wiggled its rotund body, exploring the room. From its center, a long, slender pink tongue occasionally flicked out, snaking around the space as if in search of nourishment. At last, Alan set his mind at ease, for he discerned the nature of the creature before him. It was a fluffkin. Fluffkins are rather commonplace magical beings, renowned for their resilience and presence across various corners of the world. Their gentle disposition ensures that they pose no threat to wizards, allowing Alan, who recognized it, to relax his guard. The docile Fluffkin resembled a muggle plush toy, inviting embraces, remaining indifferent even when tossed about carelessly. This particular Fluffkin climbed onto Emily's small bed, extending its slender tongue, which was a delicate shade of pink, into the nostrils of the peacefully slumbering Emily. Moments later, it retracted its tongue with equal swiftness. Throughout this curious interaction, Alan merely observed in silence, refraining from any movement. Fluffkins possess an odd penchant for delving into the noses of sleeping wizards, feasting upon their dry nasal debris. Clearly, the creature had performed a thorough cleansing for Emily the previous day, for it withdrew its tongue shortly thereafter. This peculiar quirk has endeared Fluffkins to generations of young wizards, and even in an era where the popularity of owls as pets prevails, many wizards continue to choose Fluffkins as their companions, who remain exceedingly cherished within the wizarding community. Alan quietly rose to his feet and approached the fluffy creature, gently lifting it into his arms while caressing its soft, golden fur. The adorable fluffball languidly nestled in Alan's embrace, contentedly murmuring with delight. Alan quietly departed from Emily's room, cradling the fluffy creature in his arms, and gently closed the door behind him. They made their way directly to the kitchen, where Alan stealthily searched for something to satisfy their hunger. To his delight, nestled in the corner of the stove, he discovered some leftover food in an iron pot. He retrieved an unused plate, transferred the remnants onto it, and gently set the fluffy creature down. The little yellow-haired darling wobbled over to the plate, extending its delicate pink tongue to sample the food, before voraciously devouring it. The following day, as Alan carried out the round, cream-colored fluffball, it instantly captured the hearts of the 3 women in the household. They surrounded the adorable creature, showering it with affection, rubbing, hugging, kissing, and pinching it, while the fluffball contentedly emitted soft, melodic sounds for quite some time. It truly resembled a ball. Albert chuckled, finishing a large glass of milk, leaving a ring of cream around his mouth. Perhaps we could use it as a playful ball. Lennon's mischievous gaze lingered on the fluffball, sensing Lennon's ill intentions. The creature quivered slightly before retreating entirely into Daisy's embrace. "You frightened it, Lennon," Daisy scolded. Even Morgan Le Fay cast a disapproving glance at Lennon, indicating the fluffball's undeniable charm and its powerful allure over women. "What I am curious about is how you came to possess it," Mr. Harris inquired, setting down his cutlery and savoring a sip of the tea beside the plate with great satisfaction. Alan elaborated on the process of acquiring the fluffy creature in great detail, thus establishing that it rightfully belonged to Emily. With a single statement, the ownership of the plush toy was confirmed. Emily joyfully leaped into Alan's arms, expressing her gratitude in a sweet, childlike voice. Naturally, Daisy and Mrs. Harris held no objections, despite it being Emily's. The little one would still need the collective support of everyone to nurture it. On Wednesday evening, Daisy returned home, her face aglow with excitement and satisfaction, cradling a book filled with magic. She promptly tossed a bulging package to Alan, declaring, "Here, I've gathered everything you need for the new semester." Alan took it over with gratitude. "Thank you, Daisy. It appears you have had a delightful day." Observing the rosy glow on Daisy's face, her eyes and brows radiated excitement and contentment. "Indeed, not only did I acquire Gilderoy's autograph, but I also had the opportunity to capture a photograph with him." Daisy extracted a photo from the book, presenting it to Alan with an air of pride. In the image, Lockhart donned a robe of a blue hue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes. A whimsical pointed wizard's hat was playfully askew atop his cascading golden locks. He embraced Daisy, revealing a dazzling smile with pearly white teeth. Winking at the camera, Alan found the arm draped over Daisy's shoulder quite bothersome, while Daisy, blissfully unaware of the situation, wore a silly grin. Alan returned the photograph to Daisy and, in one breath, downed the now lukewarm tea, suppressing the rising anger within him. With a smile, he gently suggested, "Daisy, you've had a long day. Why not take a bath and rest? Daisy carefully tucked the photograph back into the book, and then exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, Gilderoy took a picture with Harry Potter today. He will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. How I envy you all. You will have a truly magical Gilderoy." With a look of longing, Daisy hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to her room. Alan found his impression of Gilderoy Lockhart to be even more unfavorable. On the eve of the new term, his mother, Morgan Le Fay, prepared an extravagant dinner featuring smoked salmon with avocado, German pork knuckle accompanied by Brussels sprouts, and delectable pork buns. Following a hearty meal that left everyone satiated, Alan, now accustomed to the flavors of home-cooked cuisine, gently caressed his round belly, reflecting on the burgeoning comforts of his life, before drifting contentedly into slumber. Alan had long since organized his suitcase, so prior to his departure, the home appeared no different from any other morning. Save for the addition of 2 large leather trunks and a birdcage at the entrance. Alan declined the escort offered by his father, Owen, and his elder brother, Albert, opting instead to journey alone to King's Cross Station. Alone, Alan arrived in London, intending to take the Underground to King's Cross Station. In the corridor leading to the subway platform, a man adorned in avant-garde attire with a flamboyant hairstyle was performing. He sang a country song that contrasted strikingly with his appearance, his voice resonating with a melodious charm. A well-dressed gentleman, passing by, tossed a £1 coin to him. The coin traced a graceful arc through the air before landing on the floor before the busker, producing a delightful, crisp sound. Alan astutely noticed a small creature, entirely enveloped in black fur, darting past him in the corridor. The coin on the floor had vanished. Even in its fleeting appearance, Alan recognized it as a niffler. Nifflers, enchanting beings that lie somewhere between a mole and a platypus, are characterized by their sleek, furry bodies and elongated snouts, excelling in burrowing and possessing a particular fondness for all things that glimmer. Fairies often keep nifflers to unearth treasures hidden deep underground. However, its brazen presence among muggles was decidedly unwise. Alan began to search through the corridor and soon discovered the niffler hiding behind a pillar, intently examining the coin it had just pilfered. Upon noticing Alan, it hurriedly scampered away. Alan promptly followed, pursuing the elusive creature flitting about the subway station. At last, he discovered it plucking a shimmering ornament from a lady's shoe, before dashing forward once more, eager to collect more gleaming treasures. Alan helplessly observed as the remarkably agile creature darted nimbly among the people's bags, burrowing into one after another, picking up bits here and there. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He swiftly concealed himself behind a column and produced a handful of gold coins, playing with them in his palm. The crisp sound of metal striking metal was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd, yet the creature's keen sense detected it. Out of the corner of his eye, Alan glimpsed the creature scuttling beneath the bench in front of the column, appearing plump and exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Clearly, it was not yet content with its spoils and was eagerly yearning for the coins in Alan's hand. Alan feigned exhaustion, gradually leaning against a pillar as he sank to the ground, his hands unconsciously splayed before him. A coin slipped from his grasp, falling softly to the floor. Sniffles, audaciously and slowly, crept forward, extending its dark little paw in an attempt to seize the coin. In a swift and decisive motion, Alan captured Sniffles, swiftly depositing it into the pet space awarded by the system. Adjusting his attire with nonchalance, Alan emerged, making his way toward the subway platform. Chapter 94. The Pursuit. Alan arrived at King's Cross Station with a buoyant spirit, not only having captured a fluffy creature for Emily but also having secured a sniffler for himself. At the station, he discreetly retrieved his large suitcase from a secluded corner. Amidst the throngs of muggles, Alan glanced around, hesitated briefly, and then resolutely dashed towards the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Time was of the essence. As the train was about to depart, his actions drew the attention of several muggles, but soon they were obstructed from view by a multitude of travelers with backpacks. By the time their sight cleared, the boy, pushing his hefty suitcase and running unabashedly, had vanished without a trace. Not only did the enchantment designed to deter muggles from noticing the peculiarities of the platform play a role in their oblivion, but each muggle was also preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving little room for concern about others. Moreover, running to catch a train was a commonplace occurrence at the platform. Consequently, it wasn't long before those who had just witnessed Alan's hurried departure dismissed the incident from their minds. Alan vividly recalled the house elf Dobby sealing off the passage to platform 9 3/4 just before the train's departure. Since he had not spotted Harry moments ago, Alan decided it would be prudent to enter the station alone. After all, for Harry and Ron, this was merely an amusing escapade, devoid of any real peril. Compared to the reckless adventure of riding a flying car and subsequently crashing into the Whomping Willow, the recently captured Niffler held far greater allure for Alan. Of course, this experience was likely far more entertaining for onlookers, and he certainly did not wish to be caught by Snape or Mrs. Weasley. Had he forgotten to return the treasures pilfered by the Niffler? Amidst the bustling throngs, Alan navigated through a sea of youthful sorcerers, some brimming with excitement for the impending new semester, others reveling in the joy of reuniting with friends, while yet others bid a reluctant farewell to their families. Observing this vivid tableau of joy and sorrow, Alan boarded the Hogwarts Express. On the train, Numerous Ravenclaw young wizards greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a gentle nod. Politely declining the offers of companionship from several eager young sorcerers, he proceeded to the last carriage. It was empty, yet perfectly aligned with his desire for solitude. He secured the carriage door and sat quietly for a spell. Soon, the sounds of the sliding doors and the raucous voices from the platform gradually faded as the train began its journey. The compartment in which Alan found himself was remarkably tranquil. At this moment, the young wizards had presumably located their seats and settled their belongings. Alan rose to his feet and secured the compartment door from the inside. Alan summoned the Niffler from the confines of the system's pet space. As soon as it made contact with the air, this cunning little creature attempted to make its escape, only to be swiftly captured by Alan. He firmly grasped the Niffler's rotund body, flipping it upside down, and vigorously shook it by its hind legs. A cascade of gold and silver treasures tumbled forth, seemingly endless in quantity and astonishing in its abundance. What a sly little creature it was, hoarding such riches. One could only wonder how long it had roamed the Muggle world. Alan clearly held a great fondness for the Niffler, chuckling as he scratched its belly to coax forth even more coins and jewels. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, and soon, a knock resonated at the door of Alan's compartment. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Niffler wriggled its small body free with remarkable strength, escaping Alan's grasp. In disbelief, he looked up and reached out in an attempt to recapture it, but the Niffler desperately squeezed its body through the gap of the locked door, darting into the train's corridor. Alan abruptly rose to his feet and swung open the compartment door. "Alan, I heard the Ravenclaws mention that you were Hermione in this compartment," she said with an anxious expression. "I apologize, Hermione, but I have pressing matters to attend to." Despite the urgency gnawing at him, Alan maintained his politeness. With a swift movement, Alan maneuvered around Hermione, diligently searching for the elusive Niffler in the corridor. Alas, Alan, Harry, and Ron were absent from the train. They had missed it entirely. Unable to call out to Alan, Hermione expressed her frustrations aloud. In truth, Alan had heard her, but what difference did it make? By now, Harry and Ron must be reveling in the liberating thrill of soaring through the skies. He could not ascertain their whereabouts to bring them back. Moreover, this incident had not significantly affected them. Indeed, Mr. Arthur Weasley was the one who bore the brunt of this mishap. For Alan, the immediate priority was to capture the fleeing Niffler. With his resolve unwavering, he pursued every clue with fervor. Suddenly, in the corner of the train window, the silhouette of the Niffler flickered past, illuminated by the radiant afternoon sun that cast a golden hue. The glass sparkled under the sun's embrace, captivating the Niffler's attention. Realizing it could not seize the window, it swiftly leapt away in search of a new target. A sense of joy surged within Alan as he hastily pursued. Sniff, as if having discovered something, swiftly leaped into an open train carriage. Without hesitation, Alan followed suit, only to be met with the astonished gaze of a handsome adult wizard, who held a small mirror in his hand. Alan recognized the individual before him, thanks to his sister Daisy and his mother Morgan Le Fay. There were far more photographs of this man in their home than there were of Alan himself. He was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, a luminary among wizards and a paragon of deception. Was he here to seek my autograph? How swift of him. The young wizards who had just arrived have already rushed back to fetch their pens and books. In my opinion, there is no need for such haste. We have ample time together ahead of us. Gilderoy tossed his slightly curled golden hair, revealing his pearly white teeth, and wore his signature smile. "So, where shall I sign?" The newly appointed Professor Lockhart gazed at Alan in confusion, for he had brought nothing with him. At this moment, Alan's attention was entirely captivated by Professor Lockhart's suitcase. He witnessed a Niffler burrowing into the open trunk, where an array of splendid robes lay haphazardly strewn about. It appeared that Professor Lockhart had recently changed attire. Indeed, he was a man akin to a peacock. As Alan pondered how to articulate his way out of the awkward situation, a throng of young witches burst into the compartment. Leading the charge was a fifth-year Gryffindor who collided with Alan, followed closely by a swarm of girls, some clutching handkerchiefs, others brandishing lipsticks, and a few tugging at their collars, all encircling Gilderoy Lockhart, clamoring for his autograph. The gentleman, clearly accustomed to and relishing this scenario, busily bestowed his elegant signature upon his adoring young fans. For the first time, Alan perceived the admiration that Gideon Harrow had garnered from the witches as a fortunate occurrence. He subtly retreated, positioning himself beside Gideon's suitcase. Chapter 95. Misunderstanding Revised. Alan quietly lifted the disheveled, opulent robe, revealing a photograph of Gilderoy Lockhart nestled within the box. Damn it, another one of his photos. Wait, the girl in this photograph is Daisy. Alan's heart roared with indignation. In the picture, Gilderoy extended his arm, drawing a girl into his embrace. The entirety of her form was captured in the image. Her golden, gently curled hair and rosy cheeks unmistakably belonged to his sister, Daisy. Alan struggled to suppress his fury as he once again lifted the photograph. Beneath it lay an open golden pouch, and amidst a pile of gleaming coins, a creature completely covered in black fur stood out conspicuously, its body swollen and evidently filled to the brim with gold. Alan fixed his gaze upon the mischievous creature, Niffler. Sensing his scrutiny, the Niffler gradually turned its head, and their eyes met. At that moment, both Alan and the Niffler sprang into action simultaneously. Alan reached out to seize it, while the Niffler, with a swift motion, darted away in an attempt to escape his grasp. It leaped over Alan's shoulder and fled from the compartment, aiming to ascend to greater heights, evading capture. Alan hurriedly pursued. Yet the Niffler had already suspended itself from a chandelier in the train corridor. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Alan stepped back, drew his wand, and attempted to subdue the elusive creature with a spell. However, the chandelier came crashing down, shattering upon impact. The agile Niffler evaded the spell and fell to the ground, quickly scrambling through the series of compartments, with Alan hot on its heels. They raced until they reached the last compartment, which, coincidentally, was the same one Alan had occupied earlier. The Niffler made a daring leap into the pile of gold and silver treasures that Alan had inadvertently shaken off, seemingly unable to resist the allure of the glittering coins as its small paws frantically stuffed the gleaming loot into its embrace. Alan swiftly entered the compartment and shut the door behind him. Realizing the predicament, the Niffler attempted to flee once more, but its heavy, treasure-laden body hampered its agility, rendering it no match for Alan's nimble movements. With a sudden lunge, Alan captured the Niffler, who had been trying to escape again. Although their chase was strenuous, Alan found himself rather fond of the creature. Once more, he shook out all the jewels from the Niffler's pockets. The only nagging question remained: how many coins had the Niffler pilfered from Gilderoy Lockhart's purse? Should he return them to Gilderoy? At that moment, the compartment door burst open, and Alan was taken aback to see Hermione, her face filled with astonishment. Regaining her composure, she quickly stepped inside and closed the door, her pallor evident as she looked at Alan and exclaimed, "Alan, what are you doing?" Realizing her own volume, she lowered her voice and inquired softly, "Why are you stealing Professor Lockhart's money?" "Hermione, I believe you've misunderstood," Alan replied, finding the girl's lowered tone rather endearing. "I'm not mistaken. Look. The stolen money is right here on the floor," Hermione said, disappointment etched on her face. She had once held Alan in high regard, admiring him as a model student. She never expected him to be reduced to such actions. Perhaps there were difficulties at home that compelled him to resort to this? Or was he akin to the overachievers featured in the newspapers during the holidays, who, despite lacking for nothing, engaged in theft for the thrill it provided? Sensing Hermione's spiraling thoughts, the Niffler seized the opportunity to burrow into Alan's robes, peeking out with its tiny nose and emitting a series of squeaks. Hermione turned towards the sound, unable to contain her curiosity. "What is that?" "This is a Niffler. It has a penchant for shiny objects," Alan explained. Upon hearing the name, Hermione quickly recalled the descriptions of this magical creature from her books. "So these treasures are not my doing. Rather, they were taken by the Niffler," Alan said, his hands raised in innocent surrender. "But it is still your pet, and its thievery ultimately benefits you," Hermione retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. The way her fluffy hair framed her face made Alan think she resembled a chipmunk with its cheeks stuffed with nuts. "In truth, I only acquired this Niffler today, and I am still mastering its care." Resisting the urge to ruffle her tousled hair, Alan recognized that with Hermione present, he could not simply banish the Niffler to a pocket dimension. Thus, he gently extracted the creature from his robes. He then recounted the tale of how he had captured the Niffler. "Goodness, I thought you were fine. I truly wish to believe you. I apologize for my misunderstanding." Hermione's stern expression softened as she entered the compartment and took a seat, her gaze now fixed curiously upon the Niffler. "Do you like it? If it gives birth to offspring, I can gift you one," Alan generously offered, observing Hermione's engrossed examination of the creature. "While it may be gentle and affectionate towards you, it can wreak havoc on your belongings, so do not keep it at home. Moreover, I am uncertain whether the ministry permits private ownership of Nifflers. They are not included among the pets allowed at Hogwarts, and you would surely encounter trouble." The earlier irritation had transformed into a lecture as Hermione began to educate him. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at Hermione's earnestness. "Once I have trained it sufficiently, I might keep it in the Forbidden Forest, as you suggested. It would be unwise to house it in the dormitory. Besides, Nifflers are accustomed to residing in burrows typically located 20 feet underground. Hermione, you need not fret excessively about the ministry or Hogwarts regulations. You know my aunt works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. And you have seen the diverse array of pets that other students bring. The school has never taken strict action." Alan gently reassured her. Hermione's eyes narrowed as she quickly pointed out, "But your Niffler has stolen Professor Lockhart's coins. I witnessed it in that compartment. Of course, I intended to return them." Alan replied, gathering the scattered treasures and extracting a handful of coins. "I will ask my father to enlist the help of his colleague, who specializes in divination, to locate the rightful owner of the other items." Alan looked at Hermione with a smile. "Why don't you ask Professor Lockhart for an autograph to provide me with cover while I discreetly return the coins? I would prefer that no one else knows about the Niffler's existence. Can I count on you to keep it a secret, Hermione?" After a moment of contemplation, weighing the adherence to school policies, Hermione acquiesced to Alan's request. They made their way back to Lockhart's compartment, where the young witches were still chattering animatedly around him. Alan and Hermione entered, seemingly oblivious as they stood beside the open trunk, with Hermione positioning herself in front of Alan, attempting to convey an eager desire for Gilderoy Lockhart's signature, a sentiment she had once genuinely harbored before uncovering the truth about him. Taking advantage of the moment, Alan discreetly returned the handful of gold coins he had concealed in his sleeve to Gilderoy Lockhart's box. Although the amount might have been slightly excessive, Gilderoy's character would undoubtedly lead him to believe that it was a generous offering from the Little Witch who had secretly placed them there. Indeed, as the train approached its destination, no news of any irregularities concerning Gilderoy Lockhart's purse emerged. "Oh no," Hermione exclaimed, suddenly smacking her forehead, her face a picture of frustration. "What's the matter?" Alan inquired, handing her a glass of chilled pumpkin juice, complete with a twirling straw. He savored a sip of his own drink, relishing the coolness on such a sweltering day. "I forgot to tell you. Harry and Ron missed the Hogwarts Express. They couldn't catch the train," Hermione lamented, ruffling her tousled hair. Chapter 96, The Astute Hermione, revised. "Do not worry, Hermione. Harry has an owl. They can send a message to Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Weasley will surely find a way to assist them." Although Alan was aware that Harry and his friends had chosen to fly to Hogwarts in a car, he decided to offer comforting words to the concerned Little Witch before him. "You're right. They would certainly think of such a simple solution," Hermione exclaimed, yanking out the industriously stirring straw and gulping down a large mouthful of the icy pumpkin juice. Instantly, a refreshing, invigorating sensation surged through her. She set down the cup, cradled her head in her hands, and then pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's too cold. I've done something foolish." Her features contorted in a comically exaggerated manner, prompting Alan to burst into laughter. Just then, a series of rhythmic knocks against the glass interrupted them. Alan and Hermione turned in unison to see Benny flapping his wings outside the train, closely trailing the carriage and occasionally bumping against the window to capture Alan's attention. Alan immediately rose to his feet, opened the car window, and Benny's owl swooped into the compartment, dropping a cylindrical object at Alan's feet before perching on the back of a seat to preen its feathers. "What a vain little creature." Alan smiled and shook his head, displaying a fond exasperation towards Benny. He picked up the scroll that Benny had delivered to him, the bold letters of the prophet catching his eye. Alan handed the newspaper to Hermione, suggesting, "Perhaps you might like to peruse the paper first, while I fetch some food and water for Benny." Catching the Hogwarts Express is no simple task. The train was nearing its stop, and Hermione incredulously asked, "Are you really going out?" "Don't worry. I'll be back shortly and won't delay your packing." Alan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, much more considerate than Harry and Ron. "He simply wanted to give me time to change my robes." Hermione astutely recognized Alan's true intentions. Alan located the vendor on the train and purchased some bread and corn, requesting a cup to fetch some water. He then returned to the compartment with his provisions. Knocking politely, he awaited Hermione's permission before entering. Hermione had already donned her Gryffindor robes and the pointed Hogwarts hat. Once Alan settled back into his seat, he noticed Hermione's pallor. Her expression was one of anxiety, and her hands clutched the Daily Prophet tightly. What had transpired? Alan was perplexed. How could a brief absence lead to such a thunderstruck demeanor on Hermione's part? Harry, and Ron had audaciously pilfered Mr. Weasley's car. They had the audacity to fly a car to Hogwarts. Hermione's fury was unmistakable. Alan was greatly astonished. How did Hermione know so quickly? A glance at the newspaper in Hermione's hands instantly enlightened him. He took the paper into his possession and immediately noticed the bold black headline. "The Ford Anglia can fly. Muggles are astounded." Alan quickly skimmed through the article, noting that 2 Muggles in London were convinced they had seen an old car soaring past the post office building in Norfolk. Mrs. Hetty Ballas reported to the police that Mr. Angus Fleet from Peebles had witnessed the event while hanging out laundry. The efficiency of the Daily Prophet was indeed remarkable. Alan shook his head, astonished that such a significant incident could be reported so swiftly. There were 6 or 7 Muggles involved. They must have broadcast the news. One could only imagine how many ministry employees would be dispatched and how many obliviate spells would be cast to erase the Muggles' memories. Harry and his friends had certainly landed themselves in deep trouble. To make matters worse, Ron's father, Mr. Arthur Weasley, worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. While his own son was embroiled in this mess, Hermione, unable to contain her thoughts, expressed her belief that Harry and Ron had undoubtedly caused a major catastrophe. The article did not specify who was driving the car. How could one be certain it was Harry and Ron? Alan was amazed by Hermione's sharpness and intellect. Unable to refrain from inquiring, Ron mentioned in a letter that he was driving to pick up Harry, so I naturally deduced they had a flying car. It is unlikely that many families possess such a magical vehicle. Furthermore, if Mr. Weasley were driving, how could he have been spotted by Muggles? Even if it were George and Fred, those twins would not make such a mistake, considering Harry and Ron missed the Hogwarts Express. The culprit behind this debacle becomes glaringly obvious. Hermione articulated her reasoning with rapid precision, and Alan silently applauded her insight, viewing the young witch with newfound respect. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport it to the school for you," echoed the voice throughout the carriage. Alan hastily asked Hermione to tear the bread into crumbs to feed Benny. As for water, by the time Alan had arranged the food, The clever Benny had already flown over to drink. Hermione promptly understood and carried the plate into the train's corridor. Soon, Alan's voice called her back. Of course, swiftly, Alan thought, and his clothing magically transformed into wizarding robes. He deliberately delayed for a moment to appear more natural. The train slowed down and finally came to a halt. Passengers jostled each other as they rushed towards the doors, stepping onto a dark and small platform. Following the crowd, Hermione absent-mindedly trailed behind Alan, boarding what appeared to be an auto-driving carriage. It wasn't until they entered the magnificent Great Hall that she bid farewell to Alan, making her way to the Gryffindor table. Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating the 4 long tables filled with people, causing the golden plates and goblets to shimmer. The ceiling sparkled with stars, magically reflecting the sky outside. It was only when Edward, somewhat dazed, approached Alan and greeted him that Alan returned to the present moment. As Alan observed the first-year students lined up nervously, entering the Great Hall, he noted Ron's sister, Ginny, among them. Her striking Weasley red hair was unmistakable, and she appeared delicate and endearingly cute. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, her hair tightly styled into a small bun and wearing glasses, placed the famed Hogwarts sorting hat upon the stool before the newcomers. Each year, this patched, tattered old hat assigns the first years to one of Hogwarts' 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Gazing at the wrinkled, tree-bark-like hat, Alan couldn't help but reminisce about this time last year when he nervously donned it, concentrating intently to present only the memories he wished to reveal, successfully deceiving the hat and concealing his true origins. Now, he could easily observe the myriad expressions of anticipation, anxiety, and fear among the new students. For instance, at this moment, a very slender boy with gray hair was called forward, nervously placing the hat upon his head. Following him, a little girl adorned with carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made from a butterbeer bottle cap took her turn. The hat seemed to decide her fate before it even touched her light golden hair, sorting her into Ravenclaw. Watching her slightly dazed expression, Alan felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze from Luna, who had just been sorted into her house, to Professor Dumbledore seated among the staff, his silver beard and crescent-shaped glasses sparkling in the candlelight. Professor Flitwick, perched on a high stool, caught Alan's eye and playfully winked at his proud student. At the head table, Hagrid, a large figure with a bushy beard, was drinking heartily from a cup. The most conspicuous among the faculty was Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a flowing aquamarine robe, flashing a dazzlingly bright smile that showcased his signature charm. Having won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly 5 times, his face, coupled with his legendary exploits, exuded charisma. However, for Alan, who knew the truth, the flamboyant Lockhart was increasingly detestable, particularly after discovering the photos of himself and Daisy tucked away in Lockhart's luggage. He resolved to expose Lockhart's true nature to the world. Professor Snape was absent from the staff table, presumably off to confront Harry and his friends. It was likely that Snape, who harbored a profound disdain for Harry, was the first to notice Harry's absence from Hogwarts, even before Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore. Despite Snape's constant sarcasm and apparent loathing, he was, in fact, the individual most concerned for Harry's well-being in this world, wishing for nothing more than for the boy who bore the eyes of his beloved and the visage of his most hated to survive. An array of delectable dishes appeared on the dining table, and the most magical aspect was the transparent beverage cups before everyone. Merely uttering the name of a fruit would cause the cup to fill with juice made from that fruit. A mischievous Ravenclaw boy called out durian, and a pale green juice, mingled with water and exuding a strong odor, instantly appeared in his cup. After taking a sip, he grimaced, prompting his classmates, led by Autumnjean, to chuckle while pinching their noses. Although Alan was preoccupied with his thoughts, he could not resist the allure of the delectable food before him. He found the sweet custard tart to be perfectly suited to his palate. Before he could finish a single pie, he noticed Professor Snape entering the hall, engaging in a brief conversation with Professor McGonagall, who then exited with a grave expression. Shortly thereafter, Professor Dumbledore also vacated his seat. Alan understood that Harry and his companions had arrived at the school. From a distance, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Alan nodded, and Hermione reciprocated with a subtle acknowledgement. At the very least, Hermione need not worry about the safety of Harry and the others anymore. Professor Dumbledore soon returned, and after announcing matters of importance for the term, the young wizards, under the guidance of their respective prefects, proceeded to their houses to rest. Nothing is more comforting and delightful than a satisfying meal followed by a blissful slumber. From afar, Alan noticed Professor Flitwick waving at him. Alan distanced himself from the Ravenclaw cohort and approached Professor Flitwick, who was conversing with Professor Lockhart. Professor, Alan respectfully bowed before the esteemed educator. This is our exceptional student from Ravenclaw, Alan Harris, remarkably gifted and diligently studious. He is also a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin. Professor Flitwick proudly introduced his favorite pupil to Lockhart, a glimmer of pride evident in his demeanor, though reluctant in his heart. Alan displayed no sign of his discontent on his face as he greeted Professor Lockhart. However, the observant Professor Flitwick noted that Alan did not bow in respect, but merely inclined his head. "Ah, Alan," I never anticipated such a remarkable presence among my admirers. I believe you may request my autograph at any moment you desire. Gilderoy Lockhart recognized Alan as the very boy who had intruded upon his compartment on the train, mistakenly assuming him to be a devoted fan. Chapter 98. Alan's Grievance, revised. The following morning, after his customary morning exercise, Alan made his way to the dining hall. Beneath the enchanted ceiling, which today mirrored the somber gray of a cloudy sky, the long tables of the four houses were laden with bowls of oatmeal, plates of pickled herring, and towering heaps of bread, eggs, and bacon. Alan swiftly consumed some food. Every first morning upon returning from vacation, the owls were particularly abundant. Indeed, as soon as Alan set down his cup of milk, hundreds of owls surged in, swirling around the hall. Then he took the lead, deftly avoiding the Hufflepuff long table, as if he had become the king of this flock of owls, hurling a large package onto Alan. Fortunately, Alan was quick-witted enough to push his chair back. Otherwise, the package would have landed on the table, toppling the milk jug, a disaster. Before he could even unwrap the package, a tremendous noise filled the entire hall, shaking dust from the ceiling. The house elves of Hogwarts, witnessing this spectacle, might as well have banged their heads against the walls. If they expel you for stealing a car, I would not be the least bit surprised. Just wait and see how it deal with you then. You probably never considered the feelings your father and I experienced when we discovered the car was missing. The voice of Mrs. Weasley was 100 times louder than usual, causing the plates and spoons on the table to rattle, while the echoes against the stone walls were deafening. Everyone in the hall turned to see who had received the howler, and Alan was no exception. He noticed Ron curled up in his chair, revealing only his crimson forehead. Last night, your father nearly fainted from shame after receiving a letter from Dumbledore. We raised you with such effort, only to find you engaged in such reckless behavior. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. Alan observed Harry's expression, which was utterly stiff, as he feigned composure in his seat. This is infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work. This is all your fault. If you do not mend your ways immediately, we will come to fetch you. At last, the shouting ceased, but the echoes still buzzed in their ears. The red envelope that had fallen from Ron's hand ignited, curling into ashes. A few individuals chuckled, and conversations gradually resumed. I heard that Harry and Ron crashed the flying car into the Whomping Willow. I thought it was just Gryffindor boasting. But it seems to be true. Edward grabbed a piece of bread, slathering layer upon layer of butter on it. But poor Ron's father will be in serious trouble. He will be scrutinized. Finally satisfied with the thickness and evenness of the butter, Edward took a large bite out of the bread. Alan was in no mood to entertain him. At that moment, he was striving to suppress his rising anger, determined not to hurl the yarn scarf in his grasp. He had just unwrapped the parcel, and the vibrant green scarf lay atop a mound of delicacies. As Alan unfurled it, a note slipped out, penned in Daisy's handwriting, which read, "Please help me deliver this scarf to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, along with my heartfelt wishes. Daisy Harris." No amount of confection sent by his mother, Morgan Le Fay, could quell Alan's fury. He had never received anything hand-knitted by Daisy herself. Why was she so enamored with this charlatan? Alan picked up the parcel and promptly delivered the assortment of food to his bedroom. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. The fact that Daisy had not directly sent it to Gilderoy Lockhart indicated that their relationship was rather distant. As long as he refrained from creating opportunities for them to meet, and diligently sought chances to unveil Lockhart's true nature throughout the semester, it would suffice. No, it was not enough. He needed to ensure that Lockhart faced consequences for his past transgressions. Merely being admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital was far too lenient a punishment. Glancing at his timetable, he noted with satisfaction that his second class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. With a cold smirk, Alan tossed the green scarf deep into the recesses of the wardrobe. Alan did not bring any textbooks to the classroom. All the knowledge resided within his mind. Although Gilderoy Lockhart's experiences in his books were derived from other wizards, if one disregards his reckless antics, the genuine content contained therein does indeed possess a certain degree of value. As the minutes dwindled before class commenced, Alan arrived at the classroom, where the girls occupied every seat in the front row, enthusiastically discussing the myriad of astonishing experiences of Gilderoy Lockhart. The boys, on the other hand, exhibited an unprecedented silence. Alan made his way to a secluded corner in the back row, a lofty vantage point from which he could survey the entire room. The lesson began. Yet Gilderoy's presence was conspicuously absent. Whispers filled the air, and some students began to engage in playful antics, but none ventured to seek out the teacher. It was a quintessential classroom mishap. Alan scoffed quietly. Before long, Gilderoy Lockhart appeared at the doorway, clad in a flowing aquamarine robe, a brilliant golden mane topped with a finely adorned aquamarine hat edged in gold. Alan discreetly cast a spell from beneath his chair, causing Gidro's face to sprout pink patches, akin to having applied a foundation, and his lips transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling freshly applied lipstick. The classroom erupted in hearty laughter. Gidro, adorned with a comically feminine visage, revealed curly, golden locks peeking from beneath his hat, rendering his head a veritable palette, complemented by his gleaming smile that showcased all his bright teeth, an utterly ludicrous sight. Yet, Gidro was oblivious to the jest, his grin freezing on his face. Noticing the attention directed at his head, he attempted to offer his signature smile, which was typically captivating. However, beneath that hat, It appeared particularly foolish. Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, commanding silence. He picked up a book featuring a monstrous creature, holding it aloft to display the cover, which bore a photograph of himself winking. He proclaimed, pointing at his image, Gidro Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly. But I do not boast about that. I am not the one who banishes the Banshee of Malvern with mere smiles. His self-proclaimed wit elicited another wave of laughter, causing him to freeze once more. A kind-hearted Little Witch seated in the front row produced a mirror and handed it to Gidro. Upon seeing his reflection, Gidro could no longer maintain his trademark smile and yanked off his hat. Observing this, Alan dispelled his magic. It would be far less amusing if Gidro left the classroom in a huff. Upon witnessing the restoration of his natural complexion, Gidro beamed once again, conceding, "Well, it seems someone has played a harmless prank on me." Chapter 99. The Misfortunes of Gidro. Alan found himself somewhat admiring the swindler before him. Indeed, he possessed a remarkable talent for extricating himself from difficult situations. Were it not for his innate tendency to boast with such audacity, he could very well succeed as a cunning politician. I see that you have all purchased my complete works, which pleases me greatly. Today, I propose we engage in a brief examination. Fear not, it is merely to gauge your reading comprehension and understanding. After distributing the papers, Gidro returned to the lectern and announced, "You have 30 minutes. Let us begin now." Alan gazed at the examination paper, pondering the connection between these queries and the subject of defense against the dark arts. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret aspirations? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? 4. And so forth, spanning a total of 3 pages, culminating in the final question. 5. On which day was Gilderoy Lockhart born? What is his ideal birthday gift? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers, perusing them before the entire class. TSK. Hardly anyone recalled that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it during my year with the Yeti in Tibet. A few students ought to revisit the chapter on werewolves. I distinctly stated in chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift is harmony between those who possess magic and those who do not. Though I would not decline a generous bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He mischievously winked at them. However, the impression he had left on his classmates was too profound, prompting several boys to burst into laughter. At this juncture, Alan raised his hand. "I remember you, the exemplary student Alan. Let me take a look at your paper." Upon spotting Alan, Lockhart retrieved his examination sheet. A perfect score. Alan had answered all my questions correctly. "Excellent," Lockhart exclaimed with a smile. "Very well. 10 points to Ravenclaw." In truth, Alan merely found it uncharacteristic to leave all his answers blank, and he was reluctant to sever ties with Lockhart so hastily. After all, he was a professor. It would be less enjoyable with defenses in place, so for the time being, he allowed Lockhart to perceive him as an admirer. Alan displayed an expression of admiration as he addressed Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. "When it comes to the Yeti, no one has managed to establish a close connection with it. Except for you. Of course, I can engage with it intimately. It is exceptionally friendly towards me." Gilderoy regarded Alan kindly. "In that case, having lived alongside the Yeti for a year, how did you manage to avoid being devoured by it? What does it fear?" Alan boldly posed his inquiries. Many astute Ravenclaws perceived the gravity of the situation, casting skeptical glances at Professor Lockhart. It is worth noting that the Ministry of Magic classifies the Yeti as a 4-star magical creature, native to Tibet, and it is believed to have an intrinsic connection to trolls. However, no one has ever approached this creature to conduct the necessary examinations. The Yeti stands at an impressive 15 feet tall, cloaked in pure white fur from head to toe. Most importantly, anything that strays too close while it moves is at risk of being consumed. The Yeti is averse to fire. Capable wizards may be able to repel it. Yet no one has ever maintained such a close relationship for an entire year, aside from Lockhart's own claims. Perhaps you ought to seek the answers within the pages of your books. The library and the Quidditch pitch should become lifelong companions, he concluded. During lunch, Alan discovered that the hall was abuzz with tales of Professor Lockhart's unfortunate encounters prior to their class with the Gryffindors. Many had witnessed him fleeing into his office, pursued by a band of Cornish pixies. No wonder the exercises in their class had been limited to harmless written tests. It was said that during their lesson, the pixies that had escaped from Lockhart's first class wreaked havoc throughout Hogwarts corridors, with Peeves excitedly darting about, dancing and assisting the pixies in toppling suits of armor, discarding numerous portraits and damaging several chandeliers. Filch grabbed a broom in pursuit, only to have the pixies seize it from him, tugging at his ears and tossing him onto the lawn outside. Would-be rescuers among the young wizards, upon witnessing the mischief inflicted upon the loathed Filch, chose to revel in his plight rather than intervene. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall happened by and apprehended the mischievous pixies, returning them to Professor Lockhart. "This lunch is truly delightful," Alan exclaimed, devouring apple pie and occasionally sipping mushroom soup, his keen ears catching snippets of gossip. Hearing of Lockhart's misadventures brought him a sense of tranquility and ease. "He merely seeks to offer us practical opportunities," Hermione's voice interjected, causing Alan to involuntarily furrow his brow. "Practical?" Harry's tone dripped with skepticism. Hermione, you might be overestimating him. Yet, looking at your schedule adorned with hearts for defense against the dark arts, I can understand your perspective. However, I doubt he knows how to handle those pixies. Without your freezing charm, I fear he would have been utterly lost. Nonsense, Hermione retorted. You all have read his books. Just consider the remarkable feats he claims to have accomplished. Claims, Ron muttered under his breath. Chapter 100. The Tree Guardian after attending Professor Pomona Sprout's herbology class on repotting mandrakes, which restored transformed individuals to their original state. The young wizards trudged back to the castle, weary yet invigorated, Alan included. While the cries of the mandrakes, though not lethal, had reportedly caused some Gryffindors to faint for neglecting their earplugs, it is worth mentioning that Professor Sprout's first name, Pomona, is derived from the Roman goddess of fruit, and her surname, Sprout, signifies new growth. Regardless of her teaching prowess, no one is more suited to be the professor of herbology than Pomona Sprout herself. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall's lessons are always challenging, and today was particularly arduous. She instructed the young wizards to transform a beetle into a button, with an emphasis on elegance and precision. Alan successfully transformed the beetle into a button, yet he became ensnared in the intricacies of creating a more exquisite version. Edward was astonished to witness the beetle before Alan morphing into various forms, a metallic button, a floral fastener, an elegant suit button, a vintage piece, and even a transparent crystal button, in stark contrast to his own struggles, which merely resulted in the beetle exercising by darting around the table to evade the wand. Alan's prowess left him in disbelief, questioning the very fabric of reality. Evidently, Professor McGonagall also observed this spectacle. Oh, Mr. Harris. Exceptional transfiguration. Few students can achieve such transformations in such a brief span of time. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Edward, feeling the need for assistance, sought Alan's guidance. Eager to learn his techniques. Generously, Alan elaborated on the key movements and shared his insights with Edward. By the end of the class, Edward was elated, clutching a Roman button as if it were a rare treasure of the world. In the following days, whether in flying lessons, history of magic, charms, or astronomy, even in the most rigorous potions class, Alan lived up to his title as the master of scores, igniting a newfound desire for points among his fellow Ravenclaws, thereby widening their lead over other houses. However, on Friday, the cheerful atmosphere among the Ravenclaws dissipated. For Ron from Gryffindor had inflicted a sizable green bump on their esteemed headmaster, Professor Flitwick. This incident left the Ravenclaws quite displeased. Alan sought out Harry and Ron to understand the situation. Ron's wand had been broken by the Whomping Willow, rendering it uncontrollable. During Charms class, it flew from Ron's grasp and struck the diminutive Professor Flitwick on the forehead. Ron had not intended for this to happen. Why not just write home for another one? Alan inquired. Oh sure, just send another howler. It's your own fault that your wand is broken, Ron retorted, handing the wand to Alan to illustrate that it was truly an accident. Well, perhaps I can assist in repairing it, Alan replied, unwilling to see his beloved professor face any further mishaps. However, acquiring the necessary materials might take some time, as he needed to search for them. Recalling the content from the alchemical manual of the ancient alchemist Jabber which he had received during a previous task, Alan felt a surge of enthusiasm. This could be an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. Furthermore, he did not wish for Professor Lockhart to learn a lesson solely from having his memory erased due to the use of Ron's damaged wand. Splendid! Ron's wand has significantly impacted his performance in class, Harry exclaimed, thrilled for Ron. Alan truly was an invaluable friend, capable of anything. Thank you, Alan. Ron expressed his gratitude, feeling fortunate to know such a good person. The break in Ron's wand was severe, and restoring it to its former glory would be a challenge. After experimenting with the spell, a plume of black smoke erupted. After an extensive study, Alan returned the wand to Ron, saying, wait for me to gather the materials, and then I will come find you. With a newfound determination, Alan could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on his experiment. He made his way to a secluded area and cast an invisibility charm, resolved to venture into the Forbidden Forest in search of suitable materials for Ron's wand. The forest boasted a myriad of tree species, yet Alan hoped to locate a willow tree, as the material of Ron's old wand was indeed willow, though this wand was not his own. Willows are generally gentle, making them suitable for most wizards. Albeit when paired with unicorn hair, they might lack a bit of potency. Nevertheless, Alan had already devised a compensatory solution. The most renowned willow in the Forbidden Forest was undoubtedly the Whomping Willow, whose fierce nature would somewhat offset this deficiency. Alan soon arrived at the habitat of the Whomping Willow, but he had no intention of challenging it. After all, he sought a supple branch from a willow tree, rather than one with thick, serpentine, twisted, and frenzied limbs. Alan arrived at a sun-drenched glade, approaching a small tree bathed in sunlight. Its verdant leaves swayed gently in the caress of the breeze, exuding a vibrant vitality. As he drew near, a nest of tree guardians scurried out from among the foliage, chirping excitedly. It is you. After observing for some time, Alan selected the sturdiest and most flexible branch, for only a branch guarded by these creatures would suffice for crafting a wand. The tree guardians were diminutive, adorned with two small, brown eyes. Their appearance resembled a composition of bark and twigs, making them difficult to discern at first. Rarely seen, Alan was encountering them for the first time. Having only read about these insectivorous beings in books, their temperament was notably gentle and exceedingly shy. Had Alan not inadvertently threatened the willow tree they inhabited, they would not have attacked him. Suddenly, the guardians erupted into a cacophony, leaping from the willow and lunging at Alan, attempting to gouge out his eyes with their sharp fingers. Faced with such obstacles, he quickly succumbed to disorientation but responded with remarkable swiftness, casting a spell that accurately struck the diminutive creatures. This was no easy feat, given their small size, agility, and numerous numbers. Alan had not prepared food to gain their trust for the materials needed to make the wand. He was reluctant to return home for supplies, as the sweets he carried were intended as gifts for Gaia. Once he ensured that the guardians were subdued, Alan effortlessly procured the cherished willow branch. However, he did not abandon the guardians to their fate. He searched swiftly within the forbidden forest, soon finding some soil beetles as substitutes for food, capturing them despite the unfortunate plight it brought upon the poor creatures. Next, he cast healing spells upon the guardians, restoring their vitality. They soon returned to their lively selves, some retreating to the tree, while others displayed bravado, yet dared not approach Alan again. When he offered the captured beetles to them, they were delighted and quickly settled down in contentment. Following this, Alan ventured towards the habitat of the unicorns, and as he neared their territory, Gaia appeared before him. With joy, she exclaimed, "I just spotted you while soaring in the sky. You indeed came to find me. Have you finished the berries I gave you last time? Were they delicious? I shall fetch you some more." Upon seeing Alan, Gaia launched into a rapid-fire conversation, mistakenly believing he had come merely for berries. This amused Alan. Did he truly appear so much like a glutton? "Gaia, I have come to inquire whether you might have any shed unicorn hairs." Though it felt somewhat awkward to voice, he managed to express his request. "Of course, I have some myself. How much do you need?" Gaia was exceedingly generous, placing her complete trust in Alan, with whom she shared a profound bond. "I don't need much, just a small handful will suffice." Alan produced some delightful pastries sent by Mrs. Harris, saying, "These are cakes baked by my mother. Please give them a try." Gaia joyfully accepted, taking the bag of pastries and gesturing for Alan to wait as she turned to return to the unicorn dwelling. Before long, several adorable little unicorns bounded out towards Alan, playfully nuzzling against him and chattering about their recent adventures, delicious fruits they had tasted, and fascinating creatures they had encountered. Gaia smiled as she handed a bag of unicorn hairs to Alan, also including an abundance of fruits. Alan spent a delightful time playing with the little unicorns before reluctantly bidding them farewell. The next day, with the materials for his wand gathered, Alan sought out Ron. But he collided with Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Like his classmates, Roger, having tasted victory, was ardently dedicated to training. Having successfully secured permission to use the Quidditch practice pitch, it was quite simple. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart was more than willing to sign. "He seems eager to sign anything that can be preserved for a time," Roger boasted, reveling in his discovery. In an instant, Alan thought of the forbidden section, where many of his classmates would soon acquire books this semester, and naturally, he felt a surge of desire. Dragged by Roger, he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, where he observed two factions standing off against each other, the Quidditch teams of Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Ah, and the Ravenclaws have arrived too," sneered Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin's Quidditch team. "This is our training time. We specifically rose early for this. You must vacate the premises." Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, shouted furiously. Flint, more imposing than Wood, replied with a grin that mirrored that of a troll, "There is ample space, Wood." The Slytherin team, devoid of female members, stood shoulder to shoulder, casting identical disdainful glances at their Gryffindor counterparts. "But I have reserved the pitch," Wood insisted vehemently. "I have booked it." "Oh," Flint retorted. "But I possess a signed note from Professor Snape. I, Severus Snape, hereby grant Slytherin team permission to train on the Quidditch pitch today, to coach their new seeker. We also have the signed authorization of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart," Roger interjected defiantly. "Wait, a new seeker? Who is it?" Alan observed Wood and Flint, finding their surnames quite intriguing. Wood translates to timber, while Flint refers to Firestone. No wonder they ignited each other's tempers upon meeting. From behind the six towering teammates emerged a shorter boy, his pale, pointed face adorned with a smug grin, none other than Draco Malfoy. "Roger, look at their brooms," whispered Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker. 7 brand new, glistening Firebolt 2001 brooms dazzled in the morning sun, reflecting light into the players' eyes. This splendid gift was bestowed upon the Slytherin team by the generous Lucius Malfoy, the latest model just released last month. Flint nonchalantly brushed off a speck of dust from his broom, confidently asserting, "I believe it is significantly faster than the previous Firebolt 2000 series." He cast a mischievous glance towards Fred and George, who clutched their old Clean Sweep 5s, suggesting they should use them for sweeping the floor. An uneasy silence fell over the training ground. Draco Malfoy wore a delightfully smug smile, his cold, fish-like eyes narrowing to slits. "Ravenclaw, let us proceed to the strategy room." Roger coldly glared at Draco, leading the Ravenclaw Quidditch team with an air of authority towards the training room. Upon entering the strategy room, the Ravenclaw players fell into a hushed silence. Equipment was paramount in Quidditch, And those 7 pristine Firebolt 2001 brooms raised doubts about Ravenclaw's chances against Slytherin in this year's Quidditch Cup. At least we still have the Firebolt 2000, Cho spoke up, attempting to break the silence. Even if we're at a slight disadvantage, it won't be by much. The real competition is between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Roger chimed in. We've maintained an advantage over the other 3 houses for an entire academic year concerning equipment. We cannot oppose others utilizing such means to gain an upper hand. He endeavored to uplift his teammates, asserting, indeed, regardless of the challenges we face. As long as we unite with integrity, we are the rightful champions. Meanwhile, outside, Hermione confronted Draco, proclaiming that no member of the Gryffindor team had gained entry through monetary means. Upon hearing this, the smug expression vanished from Malfoy's face, replaced by fury as he contemptuously insulted Hermione, calling her a filthy little mudblood. This provoked an explosive reaction. Ron brandished his wand, intending to cast a spell at Malfoy. But an enormous explosion rang throughout the stadium. A green light shot from the rear of Ron's wand, striking him in the abdomen, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the grass, spewing shiny boogers from his nose. The Slytherin team erupted in laughter, while Gryffindor begrudgingly concluded their practice. During dinner, Alan finally found a moment to seek out Harry and Ron, only to be met with the sight of 2 exceedingly dejected boys. Both were to face detention. Ron was to assist Filch in polishing the silverware in the trophy room, while Harry had to help Lockhart respond to his fans. The sight of Ron expelling boogers had deterred anyone from approaching, leaving Alan feeling too nauseated to eat. Your wand is broken. Why act so impulsively? Alan withdrew his wand, directing it at Ron, uttering a spell. Instantly, Ron ceased to produce boogers, but their earlier ordeal had left all of them with little appetite. I found the willow and unicorn hair. Do you have a quiet place to craft wands? Alan inquired. The pumpkin patch. Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. We can go to Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Those pumpkins should conceal our noise, Harry explained. Arriving at the garden behind Hagrid's hut, they discovered 12 enormous pumpkins. Alan had never seen such large pumpkins. Each stood at least half a person's height, reminiscent of the pumpkin carriages from fairy tales. It must be the engorgement charm. Alan deduced instantly, Hagrid has done remarkably well. Sure, don't say that. Harry quickly admonished him. Hagrid cannot use magic. He was expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. Chapter 102, Ron's Wand, revised. Alan nodded in agreement and retrieved a retractable measuring tape from his robe. This measuring tape was a gift from his mother, Morgan Le Fay, sent back by Benny when Alan consented to assist Ron in crafting a wand. Although Morgan Le Fay could not fathom which course at Hogwarts might necessitate a measuring tape, she nonetheless aided her son by carefully packaging her frequently used tape for Benny to deliver to Alan. Raising his arm, Alan patted Ron on one of his arms, fully aware that Ron typically wielded his wand with his right hand. Due to familial circumstances, Ron had never visited a wand shop to procure his own wand. The wand he had previously used belonged to his brother, Charlie. Alan had long felt that the Weasley family had fallen short in this regard, or rather, had placed insufficient importance on it. This oversight was crucial during a child's formative academic years. Had Ron been able to learn with a wand that suited him from the beginning, he might not have been so averse to studying. And the initial setbacks could have far-reaching, irreparable consequences on his future endeavors. Ron, however, did not dwell on such considerations as Alan did. He simply complied eagerly, watching with curiosity as the measuring tape moved autonomously across his body. It measured from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to floor, from knee to armpit. And finally, the tape zipped up to the top of Ron's head to measure his head circumference. Alan meticulously compared Jeb's notes, continuously calculating the corresponding figures in his mind. Taking into account Ron's future development, he contentedly settled upon the length of 14 inches. Subsequently, Alan retrieved a willow branch he had selected, which had been subtly enchanted with an indiscernible stretching charm, from his bag. After measuring it with the tape, he skillfully severed the most supple and suitable 14-inch branch for crafting a wand. Alan picked up the carefully cut branch, scrutinizing it closely. Satisfied that it bore no sprouts or branches, he handed it to Ron. Is this really how a wand is made? It seems rather casual, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He waved the branch, yet nothing happened. How is that possible? Alan chuckled as he conjured a piece of brown sandpaper and handed it to Ron. Here, rub this branch until it is smooth. With that, Alan leisurely took out a book, leaned against a large pumpkin, and began to read while awaiting Ron's efforts to perfect the willow twig. Harry and Hermione eagerly gathered around, advising Ron on how to polish his branch. Here, this part's hue differs from the others, Hermione remarked, thrilled at the prospect of crafting her own wand. Regrettably, her meticulous care for her wand held her back from intentionally damaging it. Otherwise, she might have asked Alan to make one for her as well. Harry, sitting beside Alan, curiously glanced at the book's title, The Marvelous Quidditch Balls. Unable to contain himself, Harry exclaimed, I've read this book before. Hermione borrowed it from the library for me. It was among the library's most cherished volumes. Madame Pants had advised him to treat it with care, as it endured rough handling, drool, and general mistreatment from its readers. It was indeed a feat for Hermione to borrow it from Madame Pants. Alan smiled, raising the book. Though Harry seldom visited the library except to seek information on Nicholas Flamel or complete assignments, he agreed with Alan's sentiments. Hermione consistently garnered the favor of teachers, with the exception of Professor Snape. Yet, Alan was a small wizard whom even Snape had praised. Upon seeing Alan's notes in the book, Harry gasped in astonishment. "You can write freely in the book?" Hermione leaned in, incredulously observing Alan. "How did you manage that? Madame Pants has placed extraordinary spells on all the library's books." Previously, when Harry and Ron had scribbled in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the book had circled around their heads, delivering sharp blows. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed at being exposed by Hermione before Alan, Harry's curiosity about the answer remained piqued. Even Ron's pace of polishing the wand slowed down. It merely requires a simple disguising charm to deceive the book's detection magic, rendering it oblivious to our actions. However, I usually erase my notes after reading. Taking notes is a habit of mine, especially since I retain everything I read with ease. In fact, I enjoy jotting down my thoughts or critiques in the margins, regardless of whether they are notes or commentary. While Harry and Hermione struggled to comprehend Alan's mindset, it did not diminish their admiration for him. "All right, Ron. Let me see the branch," Alan said, observing Ron's slowing pace and labored breathing, indicating fatigue. From behind, Alan noted that Ron's method of polishing the branch lacked elegance. Ron, relieved, handed over the wand he had carefully polished for so long. Alan then took the sandpaper, gently smoothing the wand. The willow branch soon became sleek under Alan's effortless touch, contrasting sharply with Ron's cautious approach. Hermione couldn't help but think, if Alan can accomplish this with ease, why did he make Ron toil for so long? Sensing Hermione's thoughts, Alan explained, the reason for having him polish it himself is to deepen his connection with the wand. This will enhance the likelihood of the wand choosing its wizard, and participating in its creation will foster a sense of care and affection for it. Ron's ears flushed crimson. Nearby, Harry instinctively hid his smudged wand within his sleeve. "Is the wand ready for use now?" Hermione inquired, uncertain. She had read about the general process of wand making, but the specific techniques were closely guarded secrets held by a select few. "Certainly not. The willow branch must be repeatedly soaked in plant oil, air-dried, then fitted with a core and undergo a consecration ceremony. We have merely completed the initial step. Much work remains." Alan elaborated to Hermione. Harry and Ron, though unclear about Alan's words, found them impressive nonetheless. Hermione nodded eagerly, asking Alan if she could participate in the wand-making process. While Ron didn't fully grasp Alan's explanations, he was eager to be part of the entire creation of his wand. Alan readily agreed. "We can start by soaking the wand wood." Alan carefully applied olive oil all over the willow branch. Once the main body was sufficiently moist, it would be air-dried several times to complete this step. This process would enhance the hardness of the wand's surface, creating a robust exterior with a flexible core, along with providing some water and moisture resistance. Noticing Hermione's earnestness, Alan's teacherly instincts surfaced, but Hermione didn't mind. Instead, she listened attentively. Having a diligent student in Hermione uplifted Alan's spirits. "Ron, I have chosen willow wood for your wand, with unicorn hair as the core. The willow, governed by the moon, is the most water-loving of trees. You should find it easy to perform mental magic, healing, and divination with it." Alan explained the significance of the wand materials and core. This left Harry and Hermione envious, for they had not received such an elaborate explanation from Ollivander when they purchased their wands. "Harry, your wand is made of holly, symbolizing purity, sacrifice, material gain, nature's revenge, and beauty. Holly is a rare wand material, often regarded for its defensive properties, characterized by precision. It suits those who must overcome anger and restlessness. Additionally, holly wands frequently choose masters involved in perilous endeavors requiring spiritual pursuits. The performance of a holly wand depends greatly on its core material, and its collaboration with phoenix feathers is notorious due to holly's strong aversion to the substance found in phoenixes. In rare instances, like the wand you hold, when such a pairing occurs, nothing can impede them. Furthermore, holly supplants oak as the king of the forest after the summer solstice, meaning holly can only be harvested at year's end. This distinction is believed to stem from ancient superstition. If a master of an oak wand encounters a master of a holly wand, their union will be foolish, a baseless superstition. Though it is said that Merlin's wand was crafted from oak. However, it appears you have no chance of such a union with Merlin, do you? Alan chuckled. Observing Harry's eager expression, Alan offered him an explanation, yet refrained from disclosing the connection to the mysterious figure wielding a wand crafted from the same phoenix feather as the one belonging to Harry. Instead, he chose to lighten the mood with a jest. Having delved deeply into the study of wands, Alan suddenly became aware of the significance of the hollywood. Often employed in the creation of weapons and frequently regarded as a symbol of combat, protection, and the struggle against malevolence. In European tradition, holly also embodies themes of death and rebirth. In the original narrative, Harry sacrifices himself to save those at Hogwarts, severing his bond with Voldemort and thus attaining resurrection. Meanwhile, Voldemort's wand is fashioned from elderwood, which is commonly associated with magic and mortality. After the outer layer of an elder tree perishes, new growth emerges from its core, leading to its perception as a tree of immortality, symbolizing the reincarnation of the soul. Voldemort's ultimate aspiration is to become a powerful sorcerer, eternally unyielding to death. Hermione's petite hand waving in front of Alan interrupted his reverie. The ever-inquisitive young lady appeared somewhat displeased, feeling overlooked. Alan, you haven't mentioned my interest yet. In truth, it was she, rather than Harry or Ron, who harbored the greatest fascination for such knowledge about wands. Just as Alan was about to speak, he was interrupted once more by Hermione. Wait a moment, Alan. Let me grab my notebook. I need to jot these things down. Alan could only stand by and admire Hermione's fluffy hair swaying as she spoke, along with the slight glimpse of her incisors when she articulated her thoughts. Once Hermione produced her notebook, she continued to elaborate, revealing that her wand was crafted from vinewood, symbolizing joy, delight, anger, and rebirth. The ancient druids regarded all plants with woody stems as trees, and thus, a wand made from vinewood possesses its own distinct qualities. This signifies that although the vine is not a true tree, it continues to be utilized for wand-making even to this day. Vinewood wands are relatively rare, and their bearers are often individuals of lofty aspirations, endowed with extraordinary foresight, who consistently astonish those who presume to know them, much like you, Hermione. The unexpected praise caused Hermione to blush, and Alan found amusement in how much the knowledgeable Miss Granger relished flattery. He shook his head, taking a moment to compose himself. Vinewood wands appear to be particularly drawn to concealed personalities, exhibiting greater sensitivity when detecting potential matches compared to other types of wands. These wands are capable of manifesting magical effects the moment their suitable owner steps into a room, a phenomenon reported more than twice in Ollivander's wand shop. Observing Hermione's satisfied demeanor, Alan decided to tease the young girl further. Generally, wands made with dragon heartstring are renowned for their immense power and proficiency in fire magic. Much like how you effortlessly conjured blazing flames in your first year, Hermione. Compared to other wands, those utilizing dragon heartstring facilitate swifter spell learning. However, should the original wielder be defeated, their allegiance may shift, a stark contrast to Ron's wand, which is crafted from unicorn hair and is known for its unwavering loyalty. Dragon heartstring wands possess a profound emotional bond with their current owner, and they are also the most susceptible to being employed in dark magic, though this inclination does not stem from the material itself. Additionally, dragon wands are among the most prone to causing accidents due to their somewhat capricious nature, yet they excel in terms of power. As Alan observed Hermione Granger's emotions fluctuate in response to his words, he felt a certain delight in occasionally teasing the young girl and playing pranks on her. After their playful banter, he would impart the method for curing the willow wand to Ron, assigning this task to Harry and Ron without any sense of guilt. He instructed them to cure it for 7 days before seeking him out for the final touches. As the sun gradually set, Alan and his companions returned from the pumpkin patch to the dining hall for dinner. Along the way, he noticed that Harry and Ron's expressions had grown increasingly dejected, lacking the spirit and vitality they had displayed in the pumpkin patch. Fully aware of the reason, Alan felt no compulsion to sympathize with them. Each individual must take responsibility for their choices, and if a mistake had been made, then confinement was a fitting consequence. Hermione shared this sentiment with Alan. However, he exhibited particular interest in Harry's task of responding to Gilderoy Lockhart's fan mail, insisting, "Harry, if you happen upon Daisy Harris's letter while replying, make sure to inform me." Alan reiterated his concern to Harry multiple times. Harry, patting his chest, assured him that he would handle everything. The prospect of assisting Alan made Harry feel as though writing a reply in Lockhart's office was no longer a burdensome task. The afternoon of Saturday slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was evening. Upon returning to the dormitory from the library, Alan recalled the creature he had forgotten in his pet space for quite some time, the Niffler. Indeed, Alan is not a competent master. His owl resides with numerous others in the Olery, living freely and unrestrained, leaving Alan unconcerned. As for the Niffler, it enjoys its own pet space, and Alan perceives no reason for worry. Finally recalling the Niffler, Alan summoned the system's pet space before retiring for the night. Unlike his previous calm demeanor, upon glimpsing the pet space, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his drowsiness vanished into thin air. The system's pet space had undergone a transformation. Initially, when no pets were placed within, the space was utterly barren, and the presence of the owl, Benny, had not altered this emptiness. Was this the hidden reward from the earlier sea serpent incident? Now, after a few days of the Niffler's presence in Alan's pet space, a remarkable change had occurred. Truly deserving of the name pet space, it appeared to have expanded significantly, as if enchanted by a non-detectable extension charm. The interior was now filled with fertile soil, and the Niffler had constructed its burrow 20 feet underground, burrowing through the earth yet yielding nothing, exuding an air of profound frustration. With a flicker of thought, Alan retrieved several golden galleons and tossed them into the pet space. The keenly treasure-seeking Sniff quickly sensed the difference, swiftly burrowing out of the ground. In no time, it discovered the galleons crafted from magical stones by Alan. Excitedly, Sniff played with them for a moment before stuffing them into its pocket. Alan felt a surge of excitement. If he was not mistaken, the system's pet space had evolved into a realm where pets could genuinely thrive, akin to the enchanting suitcase of Newt Scamander, the magical zoologist. Now, this area had been meticulously arranged to create a suitable environment for the Sniffler-esque growth. Eager to experiment with his ideas, Alan stealthily donned his attire and departed from the dormitory, making his way to the Forbidden Forest in the dead of night. This enigmatic woodland, situated to the west of Hogwarts Castle, sprawls over a vast area, shrouded in an eerie ambience. According to school regulations, students are strictly prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest. Within its depths, towering trees grow densely, obscuring the sky above. The forest is home to a variety of perilous creatures and magical beings, such as werewolves, centaurs, and spiders. Yet, it also harbors benevolent magical creatures, including unicorns. Alan perceived the Forbidden Forest, often regarded as ominous and terrifying by his peers, as a sanctuary. Within its depths lay a myriad of wondrous creatures, and he believed that with careful exploration, one could always uncover the magical beings they sought. In that moment, he suddenly grasped Hagrid's perspective. Hagrid was unafraid of the Forbidden Forest because, in his eyes, those perilous animals were captivating. Though the creatures appeared fearsome and dangerous at first glance, when Hagrid set aside human prejudices and approached them with love and sincerity, they revealed their benevolent nature. Take, for instance, the Acromantula. However, it was paramount to ensure one possessed the ability to protect oneself and had knowledge of the creature's behavioral patterns. This was the foundation of it all. Yet, with nightfall enveloping the forest, Alan found himself lacking the inclination to meticulously search for magical beings. Instead, his thoughts drifted to the willow tree near the Whomping Willow, which was guarded by the presence of a tree guardian. The nocturnal ambience of the Forbidden Forest was somber and oppressive, shrouded in darkness from a distance. The indistinct shadows seemed to convey a warning. This was a forbidden realm, fraught with peril, and one should not venture too close. Alan, undaunted by the challenges before him, concealed his presence and swiftly made his way to the area where the troublesome tree guardians resided. Instead of alarming the protective gnomes, he focused on capturing a multitude of soil beetles in the Forbidden Forest. These beetles would provide the gnomes with prolonged solace, allowing Alan to easily acquire them. Indeed, as he approached the small willow tree where the gnomes made their abode, they screeched and leapt from the branches, attempting to assail him with their long, sharp claws. Alan released the soil beetles as offerings to the gnomes, and their furious agitation subsided, their shrill cries ceasing. Once he had secured them all within his pet space, he noticed a transformation within it. A vibrant grove of trees thrived therein, with a willow reminiscent of the one in the Forbidden Forest stretching its limbs comfortably among the foliage. This arrangement was far more convenient than any box. Alan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, on his way back to the Ravenclaw common room within Hogwarts Castle, he was suddenly met with an unsettling voice, a chilling, venomous whisper calling for him to come closer, to rend and destroy. It was undoubtedly the basilisk, having received the ability to comprehend Parseltongue from the serpent incident. Alan understood its menacing words. Yet, he had no intention of confronting the creature recklessly. Such impulsiveness could inadvertently alert Tom Riddle's Horcrux and incite the basilisk's wrath, resulting in unforeseen fatalities. Alan deemed it essential to prepare himself, to deepen his understanding of the basilisk, practice various spells, and gather some roosters. With clarity of thought, Alan returned to the tower to rest, while Harry, who had also heard the basilisk's voice, was left in utter confusion. Time spent in dedicated study always seemed to pass swiftly, and Alan relished these tranquil moments, meticulously arranging each day to be fulfilling, engaging in exercise, visiting the library, and delving into soul magic and strategies for dealing with the basilisk. With unwavering focus, he solidified his magical foundation. As October arrived, a damp chill permeated the grounds, seeping into the castle. A sudden outbreak of cold spread among the staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry of activity. Her invigorating potions had immediate effects. However, those who consumed them found their ears smoking for several hours. Although she could have mitigated the side effects, she preferred this method, believing it would encourage the young witches and wizards to cherish their health. Many young Ravenclaws were afflicted by colds, with steam rising from their heads in the common room, making them appear as though they were ablaze. Perhaps physical education should be integrated into Hogwarts' daily curriculum. Relying solely on flying lessons may not suffice for proper exercise. Alan mused on education, often brimming with ideas. However, for Quidditch players, their training intensity far surpassed that of other students. Roger Davies maintained an extraordinary enthusiasm and patience in training his team, dedicating himself day and night without regard for the weather. During the holidays, he studied the classic tactics of renowned teams such as the Chudley Cannons, Holyhead Harpies, and Vimborn Wasps, crafting numerous tactical plans and training schedules. He was eager to implement these strategies with the Ravenclaw players. His passion reached its zenith upon receiving 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, which he deemed the team as secret weapon. These Nimbus 2001s will be our trump card, the secret of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Roger exclaimed, his face flushed with exertion after practice. A generous anonymous benefactor had promised a reward of 500 galleons should they secure the Quidditch Cup once more. Such rewards stirred excitement among the young Eagles, most of whom relied on pocket money that barely amounted to silver sickles or bronze nuts, save for a few still wealthy pureblood families. Though the entire Quidditch team would share the prize, the prospect of earning a substantial sum was enticing for those still seeking allowances from their parents. Practicing in inclement weather may not have been prudent, yet even with Alan's spells warding off wind and moisture, Autumn Zhang succumbed to a cold. Nevertheless, she persisted in her contributions to the team, diligently scouting the Slytherin Squad's movements. Of course, her motivations were not solely honorable. The allure of galleons was undeniable. Autumn beheld the speed of the new Nimbus 2001 brooms, while the Slytherin players appeared as mere indistinct green shadows, darting through the air like jets. Upon hearing this, the Ravenclaws gazed longingly at the Nimbus 2001 secreted away in the cupboard. Observing their eagerness, Roger vowed to find a discreet location for the team members to test fly the new brooms and familiarize themselves with their performance and speed. Nevertheless, secrets have a way of escaping. Soon, the news of the team's clandestine training became common knowledge throughout Ravenclaw. Confidence radiated from every face, and encounters with Ravenclaw players elicited smiles of envy and encouragement. In stark contrast, the Gryffindor players found themselves in a dismal state. Lacking both galleons and the motivation of new brooms, they were demoralized upon witnessing Slytherin's ostentatious display of speed on the new brooms, which left their spirits at an all-time low, and practices often concluded in discontent. The mood among the Gryffindors mirrored the incessant rain. The sun never seemed to shine. Consequently, Alan often saw Harry return to Hogwarts Castle, drenched and muddy. As rain pelted the castle windows like bullets, Ron sought out Alan, lamenting that due to the weather, his new wand could not dry properly, leaving him uncertain about when he could perform the sacred ceremony. Alan, clearly, found himself at an impasse. Without clear skies to reveal the full moon, the sacred ceremony could not be conducted. Ron, burdened by disappointment, returned home, having evidently realized the adverse effects of the wand during their recent lessons. Gazing out at the weather, Alan couldn't help but recall the knowledge he had encountered a few days prior regarding animagi, which seemed excessively contingent upon favorable weather conditions. With ill fortune, one might find themselves deprived of suitable days for years. Alan resolved to delve deeper into the knowledge housed within the Ravenclaw Tower Library, hoping to uncover a more expedient solution. If all else failed, he contemplated seizing the opportunity presented by the serious incident next semester to explore whether the Black family possessed any pertinent information. For their success rate in the transformation into animagi appeared astonishingly anomalous. The lake's waters rose, and the flower beds turned to muddy streams, while Hagrid's pumpkins swelled to the size of garden sheds. Each time Alan returned from training, passing by the pumpkin patch, his mind would automatically conjure images of pumpkin juice, pumpkin pie, and creamy pumpkin soup. Alan found it truly remarkable that Hagrid could adeptly employ the expansion charm. He could only hope that the enchanted pumpkins would prove equally delectable. He wondered if this might contravene the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. He fervently wished that these pumpkins would not resemble the vegetables treated with fertilizers, which always seemed less fresh and flavorful compared to their organic counterparts, despite studies indicating that the human palate could not discern such differences. Outside, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a particularly gloomy atmosphere. Suddenly, torrential rain began to pour down in a deluge, akin to a cascade or a torrent. This unexpected downpour thwarted Roger's training plans. Clearly, it would be unwise to train in such inclement weather. The rare moments of leisure afforded Alan a profound sense of ease as he wandered through the ancient and enigmatic castle, his spirits lifted. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by Filch, who stormed past in a huff, clutching a rag and moving with unusual urgency. Steam rose from his head, leading Alan to deduce that he must have caught a cold after recently taking Madame Pomfrey's restorative potion. But what could have transpired to incite such fury in the typically sullen and eccentric caretaker, causing him to hurry so? With several days still remaining until Halloween, could it be that the first incident of the Chamber of Secrets had occurred prematurely? Chapter 105. Trust Alan, filled with curiosity, followed suit. Not being the only one to do so, the young wizards were equally intrigued by the unfolding events and wondered who might be in misfortune. Trailing behind the administrator, Filch, they made their way directly to the 5th underground classroom, where 4 third-year Gryffindor students were caught red-handed. Fragments of dismembered frogs lay scattered across the tables and floor, their bloated, lifeless eyes staring silently at the ceiling, which was marred by splattered frog innards. Mrs. Norris, the gaunt gray cat, darted to Filch's feet. Emitting a series of piercing shrieks, her luminous yellow eyes fixated on the 4 Gryffindors, brimming with reproach. This emaciated feline was Filch's staunch ally, assisting him in his perpetual skirmishes with the students. Filth! Filch bellowed angrily, his nose unnaturally red. His bulging eyes appeared quite fearsome, and the flesh under his chin quivered with rage. It's a complete mess everywhere. I've had enough. You will all be punished with detention. The dejected Gryffindors gloomily trailed behind Filch as they exited the classroom. Mrs. Norris's large yellow eyes circled the onlooking young wizards, seemingly assessing their reliability and potential for mischief. Having reached a conclusion, Mrs. Norris pranced out of the classroom with a light-hearted leap, seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to behold. The gathered young wizards dispersed in small groups. After all, lingering in the dim, damp confines of the underground classroom was rather uncomfortable in such inclement weather. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the four Gryffindors had chosen this location for their experimentation. Eagerly, Alan nonchalantly withdrew his wand from his sleeve, vanishing without a trace, leaving everything immaculate and restored to its original state. Several incantations were executed with remarkable finesse and fluidity, causing the scattered remnants of frogs in the classroom to disappear entirely, while all the desks and chairs gleamed as if newly polished, and the ceiling regained its pristine whiteness. Alan was not merely kind-hearted. Rather, he was imbued with compassion. He felt a sense of pity for the mute caretaker, Filch, who was suffering from a severe cold. Furthermore, clearing away these items was merely a trifling task for Alan, completed in an instant. In contrast, for Filch, admitted during the agony of illness and toiling for an entire morning to rid the area of all the stains, Alan found it perplexing that a mute should be appointed as the caretaker of Hogwarts. For Filch, lacking magical abilities, it must be agonizing to witness young wizards flourish. Tasks that could be accomplished with a single spell required him to expend considerable effort and energy. How could he possibly reconcile such a disparity? How could he not harbor resentment towards the young sorcerers? Perhaps no wizard was willing to undertake such menial tasks. The job offered low wages, was fraught with annoyance, lacked popularity among students, and provided little sense of accomplishment. Indeed, it held little allure for wizards. Alan recalled the time when Morag Pruitt and Arthur Weasley were students, and he encountered the caretaker, Apollon Pringle, catching them on a stroll at 4 a.m. He wondered whether Pringle was a wizard or a squib. What an impressive spell. Such behavior was truly commendable. A voice interrupted his thoughts, and Alan turned to see nearly headless Nick. Adorned with a fashionable hat adorned with feathers atop his long, curly hair, he wore a knee-length, waist-cinching coat embellished with a ruffled collar that concealed the fact that his neck was nearly severed. He floated towards Alan like a wisp of smoke. "You appear quite anxious." Alan instantly discerned Nick's state of agitation. "Indeed, I am awaiting a most significant reply," Nick stated earnestly. Alan instantly discerned what Nick was awaiting. Yet he prudently refrained from inquiring. The magnitude of Nick's current hope would only amplify the disappointment he would inevitably feel upon receiving the letter. However, it was evident that Nick was in desperate need of someone to share his sentiments with, even if that confidant happened to be a Ravenclaw. It was the Headless Horseman team. I submitted my application to them, and I should receive their response today. With all due respect, Sir Patrick Beaudearmore, you were a knight in your lifetime. Why do you still care so much about a position in a team of Headless Horsemen? Alan was acutely aware that Nick could never become a member of the Headless Horseman team. Yet he was exceedingly curious as to why Nick placed such significance on a troop so seemingly frivolous, especially given his former status as a knight. Well, how should one articulate this? The experiences and honors of one's past have dissipated into the ether. The accolades bestowed upon you during life hold no value in death. For a spirit, an extended existence merely allows one to witness the living indulge in culinary delights and savor life's pleasures, while observing others create and transform the world. All while remaining untouched and unable to engage. This is profoundly tedious and disheartening. Nick spoke earnestly, devoid of sorrow. Perhaps the lengthy experience of his existence had granted him clarity on these matters. Yet, teams like the Headless Horsemen frequently organized delightful activities, such as participating in horseback juggling and head-mounted polo events. They also hosted various banquets for ghosts, where being able to invite them was a source of pride. As Nick expressed his fondness for the Headless Horseman team, Alan noticed the gleam in his transparent eyes. At that moment, a spectral owl glided into the underground classroom, clutching a transparent letter in its beak. Alan marveled at this sight. Previously, he had only encountered such transformations in textbooks, and now he had the fortune to witness it firsthand, with the correspondence between spirits also being transparent. However, having surmised the contents of the letter, Alan was reluctant to linger further. Witnessing the shattering of another's hope was a sorrowful affair, and he wished to spare Nick any potential embarrassment. Alan believed that Nick required a tranquil space to gather his thoughts. "Sir Patrick Beaudearmore, I have other matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell." Alan politely took his leave. Nick's mind was wholly consumed by the transparent letter, and he waved his hand, allowing Alan to depart. Alan emerged from the dim underground classroom, where the rain continued to fall, albeit less fervently than in the morning, leaving many young wizards confined indoors. As he traversed the first floor of the castle, the door to Filch's office swung open unexpectedly, revealing 4 third-year Gryffindor students, their faces alight with incredulous joy, accompanied by an owl that fluttered out. Clearly, Mr. Filch had received a letter that brought him considerable delight. Otherwise, these Gryffindors, who had recently provoked his ire, would not have been so readily pardoned. That evening, Harry sought out Alan, extending an invitation to join him for nearly headless Nick's death day party. Alan believed he had shown remarkable kindness. Yet Harry's benevolence seemed to surpass all bounds. "Harry, the Halloween feast is being held that day. I overheard Professor Flitwick mention that Professor Dumbledore has arranged for a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. I have absolutely no interest in attending a ghost's death day party." Resolutely declining Harry's invitation, Alan felt increasingly vindicated in his earlier decision to keep his distance from Nick. Harry also relayed the contents of the letter Filch had received that day. Later, when Harry had sullied the castle and was caught by Filch and confined to his office. He discovered Filch was pinning a reply to enroll in a correspondence course on rapid spellcasting. However, for a squib, such courses would prove futile. One could only wonder if a potion for enhancing magical abilities might be of any use. Yet, it was evident that even in ancient times, when potion ingredients were less scarce, no wizard would lavish such precious potions upon a squib or a muggle, let alone in the present day. To Alan's surprise, after he had washed up and was preparing to retire for the night, he received a letter himself. Chapter 106, The Bird Snake Tina. The letter was nestled within a large fruit basket, delivered by a British sea eagle. Thankfully, the eagle's wingspan reached an impressive 2.5 meters, earning it the moniker Flying Door. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to grasp such a sizable basket. Intriguingly, despite the inclement weather, with wind and rain raging, both the basket and the letter remained remarkably dry, evidently protected by a water-repelling charm. Upon seeing the familiar, vividly colored, and plump raspberries nestled within the basket, Alan surmised that the letter must have come from Gaia. Not in haste to open the letter, he plucked a red berry, rubbed it against his pajamas, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet tart juice exploded, leaving a lingering flavor that was utterly delightful. However, upon finally unsealing the fragrant letter, he discovered it was written by Firenze. It was no wonder the delivery was made by the sea eagle. This majestic bird could indeed assist them during their hunts. At first glance, the handwriting was exceptionally elegant, with Firenze employing a classic Italian cursive style. The upright strokes, elongated ovals, sharp angles, and variations in thickness conveyed a sense of both casual grace and dignified formality, imparting a robust and stately impression. This was quintessentially Firenze. After admiring the exquisite script, Alan focused on the letter's content. It revealed that the mother of the bird snake in the Forbidden Forest was about to give birth, and Gaia wished to invite Alan to witness this momentous occasion, thus enlisting the centaur's help to deliver the message. After all, it was indeed a rare and fascinating experience. Do not forget to bring some healing potions, just in case, were Gaia's exact words. Alan was deeply intrigued, ever since he discovered the expansion of his pet space. An unprecedented enthusiasm for magical creatures had ignited within him. Coupled with his research on the serpent monster, he found himself perusing the relevant tomes in the library with fervor. He could truly empathize with Hagrid's passion for magical beings. Swiftly, he extracted a piece of parchment, cut it into a small fragment, dipped his quill in ink, and inscribed, "It is my honor. I am most willing to serve and ever prepared. Alan Harris." Having just affixed his reply to Benny's leg, he cast a charm to protect it from the wind and rain, then watched as Benny vanished into the rainy night. In his mind, the system voice resonated once more, triggering a quest to rescue the bird serpent in the Forbidden Forest. Mission accomplished, reward, one chance to draw a lottery. As Alan's thoughts shifted, he cast a spell to shield himself from the wind and rain. Uncertain whether the impending danger was directed at the mother bird snake or her eggs, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for the industrious and fulfilling life he had led thus far. His dedicated efforts in potion-making over the past year had equipped him with a considerable stock of healing elixirs. Ignoring the tempest outside, Alan swiftly emerged from the castle, racing towards the Forbidden Forest. In the darkness, the torrential downpour raged, and the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, amidst this fleeting brilliance, Alan spotted Firenze loitering at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Clearly, he had also noticed Alan, with a swift flick of his hoofs. He approached Alan in mere moments, immediately inquiring, "Did you bring the healing potions?" Alan shouted loudly, "What is the situation now?" The rumbling thunder erupted above them. "You come up first. We shall converse as we proceed." Firenze bent its two front legs and lowered itself, signaling Alan to ascend onto its back. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan mounted swiftly. This was not a time for bravado. When it came to the Forbidden Forest, Firenze possessed far greater familiarity than Alan. Moreover, with the darkness enveloping them and the torrential rain pouring down, Firenze, having undergone the rite of Chiron, would undoubtedly outpace Alan in the dense woodland. "Not long after we received your message, we discovered that the mother bird snake was experiencing a difficult labor. Gaia informed us that a massive bird snake egg was lodged, preventing its emergence, and the mother had lost a considerable amount of blood and strength." Firenze leaped through the thick underbrush, roaring loudly. Fortunately, the sea eagle, Adora, was exceptionally swift, and I promptly replied to you, urging your immediate arrival. I then made my way to the Forbidden Forest to await your arrival. I had anticipated your arrival would take a while, yet to my surprise, you arrived almost instantaneously after I had just gotten here. Firenze truly possessed remarkable stamina, managing to articulate such a lengthy message with clarity even amidst such rapid movement and exertion. Alan marveled inwardly but refrained from admitting that he had not received a response. Instead, he deduced the perilous state of the avian serpent from the tasks issued by the system. As he traversed the dense jungle and crossed a babbling brook, he was acutely aware that they had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. At last, within a secluded glade surrounded by thick foliage, Alan glimpsed Gaia's silhouette, anxiously circling a massive, crooked tree. "Gaia, I have brought Alan." "Far off," Firenze bellowed. "Alan, quickly check on Tina. She appears to be in dire straits." Gaia unfurled her magnificent, white wings and swooped towards Alan. Firenze entrusted Alan to Gaia, who gracefully allowed him to mount her back as they soared towards the colossal crooked tree. Navigating through the intricate lattice of branches, a large, circular nest materialized before Alan's eyes. The tree's lushness enveloped the nest, shielding it from the rain, leaving it utterly dry. Within the nest lay a serpentine bird, approximately 15 feet in length, coiled and barely clinging to life. Nevertheless, it remained vigilant, sensing Alan's presence. With great effort, it opened its eyes and caught sight of Gaia beneath him, before reassuringly closing its eyes once more. Alan, think of a way. Tina seems to be on the brink. Gaia regarded Alan as her last hope. Let me consider we certainly need a blood-replenishing potion, along with a pain relief elixir. And perhaps a fortifying potion made from the blood of fire lizards to enhance the effect of the other potions. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Alan swiftly produced the necessary potions but soon encountered a dilemma. Tina's massive form filled the entire nest, making it impossible for him to reach her head. Tina, can you understand me? Alan called out, and to his relief, Tina blinked. I need you to shrink your body so we can administer the medicine. At Alan's words, Gaia could not help but echo them loudly. For the bird serpent, the ability to shrink or expand its body was as instinctive as humans eating, drinking, or breathing. It could diminish to an incredibly small size or expand to occupy all available space. However, it could not selectively shrink or enlarge specific parts of its body, which led to this predicament. Thus, even though Tina was utterly fatigued, she was still able to swiftly reduce her size to that of Alan's arm upon hearing the words of both Alan and Gaia. Chapter 107. The avian serpent's egg. Alan leaped gracefully from Gaia's back, landing securely within the vast nest, and swiftly made his way to Tina's side. Alan crouched down. Disregarding the bloodstains that marred Tina's body, he gently cradled her head with one hand and laid her scaly form across his knee. Then, with a single hand, he administered several vials of potion to Tina. After a moment of contemplation, Alan retrieved a vial of the elixir and said, Tina, this is the only vial of the elixir I possess at present. Consuming it will surely enable you to successfully bring forth the serpent bird egg, the golden liquid. Imbued with the blessings of Alan and Gaia, transformed into a delicate thread, flowing into Tina's being. Whether it was the efficacy of Alan's medicinal concoction, the serendipitous fortune bestowed upon Tina by the elixir, or perhaps the sheer strength of Tina's indomitable will to survive, ultimately, a bloodied yet resplendent egg, shimmering with silver, descended upon the nest. Alan promptly cast a healing spell upon Tina, continuing to administer the restorative potion. He then gently placed Tina back into her nest, allowing her the opportunity to recuperate her spirit and strength. Gaia softly descended into Tina's abode, carefully avoiding her sharp horns, and affectionately nudged Tina with her head, offering encouragement. With focused tenderness, she gazed upon the delicate and petite bird snake egg nestled in the nest. Ellen gently picked up the bird's egg, and suddenly, it magnified several times in size. Unable to resist, Ellen clasped the egg tightly, preventing it from falling to the ground. What a mischievous little creature. Gaia couldn't help but laugh aloud. The shell of this bird snake egg was incredibly soft, resembling a work of art crafted from the purest and softest silver. Alan cradled the little creature and gently placed it beside Tina. Originally no larger than Alan's arm, Tina swiftly enlarged upon encountering the bird snake egg, her scaled body coiling around the egg protectively. Alan meticulously examined Tina, feeling a profound sense of relief. Gaia, Tina is no longer in critical condition. I possess some restorative elixirs, administer them to her every hour, and she shall soon regain her health. He extracted 24 small vials filled with a purplish restorative potion and placed them in the bird's nest. Alan intended to bid farewell to Gaia and the others. It is getting late. I must return. The tempest outside had ceased, and the sound of raindrops sliding from branches and leaves to the ground filled the air. Thank you. Alan, had it not been for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gaia escorted Alan back to the base of the tree, where Firenze awaited their return. Judging by your expressions, Tina must be fine, Firenze conjectured. Indeed, Alan has successfully treated Tina. There was a note of inexplicable pride in Gaia's tone. Once again, Alan bid farewell to Gaia, mounted his steed, Firenze, and swiftly departed from the forbidden forest. The storm had subsided, making the return journey even swifter than the initial passage. Upon his arrival at the Ravenclaw Tower, he reclined upon his soft bed, only to be greeted by the system's notification. The task of rescuing the serpent bird had been successfully completed, granting him a chance to partake in a random lottery. Shall the host draw now? Yes, replied Alan with resolute determination. Let us conclude today's affairs today, ensuring that I need not linger on the nature of the rewards. The familiar spinning wheel materialized before him, though fortune appeared to have favored Tina as the bronze pointer landed on orange. Upon opening the treasure chest, a stream of magical runes leapt forth, the long-lost linguistic spell, which, when invoked, would allow fluent communication in the language of the interlocutor. Limited to humanoid languages and constrained by the vocal capabilities of humans, it would enable speaking but not writing. Upon reflection, Alan felt quite satisfied with this reward. At least he would not need to fret excessively during his travels abroad, even if he might remain somewhat illiterate. The following day, as was his custom, Alan engaged in physical exercise. After breakfast, he donned the team's uniform and, under Roger's guidance, proceeded to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick appeared on the field, calling out to Alan. They ascended to the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle, where Professor Flitwick's office resided. Through the 13 grand windows, Alan glimpsed the West Tower, observing Binny fluttering about with ease. The furnishings of the room were notably diminutive, a reflection of Professor Flitwick's own short stature. Nevertheless, Alan believed this did not diminish the professor's esteemed reputation among the young wizards of Ravenclaw. He was, without doubt, the finest and most knowledgeable charms professor alive. With a high-pitched voice, Professor Flitwick warmly welcomed his beloved pupil. Alan, please take a seat, enjoy these delightful pastries, and sip some grapefruit honey tea. He released from his desk drawer a tin containing delectable pocket cakes, which sprouted legs and danced a lively jig across the table before Alan. Although he possessed the ability to perform such antics, he had never attempted it. The sight was amusing yet slightly disconcerting for Alan, who harbored a mild aversion to food cleanliness. A crystal teapot and a large crystal cup floated towards him, filled with light yellow grapefruit honey tea. The teapot poured a generous cup for Alan, the fragrant aroma of grapefruit mingling with green tea wafting through the air. Cautiously, he nibbled only the top half of a cake and sipped the tea, while the breathtaking view of Hogwarts outside the window enveloped him in tranquility. Alan concluded that Professor Flitwick's office was the most comfortable space within Hogwarts, or none. After indulging in 2 cakes himself, Professor Flitwick, with a beaming smile, revealed the purpose of calling Alan over. Alan, may I inquire about your plans for the Christmas holidays? Christmas holidays? That is still a couple of months away, Professor. Alan responded, intrigued by the professor's line of questioning. Well, you see, I was the champion of the International Wizarding Dueling Championship in my youth. Professor Flitwick admitted bashfully as he sipped his tea. My American friend, Leonard Knox, was the runner-up, and he has long wished to challenge me once more. Recently, he visited England, accompanied by a remarkably gifted 12-year-old wizard. He even dared to mock me for not having students of such exceptional talent, Professor Flitwick said, rubbing his hands together in a somewhat embarrassed manner, unsure of how to express himself. What is it that you require of me? As a Ravenclaw student, I am most willing to assist you, Alan offered, displaying his eagerness to lend a hand, keenly perceptive of the professor's intentions. Chapter 108, The Halloween Feast. Professor Flitwick appeared quite moved by Alan's willingness, and he added another plate of pastries for him. Leonard has invited me to New York to celebrate Christmas, and I would like to extend that invitation to you as well. This would provide an opportunity for you to compete against his prodigious student. Absolutely. I would be delighted, Alan replied without hesitation. Harboring a keen interest in the American wizarding community, his parents would undoubtedly disapprove of him traveling alone at such a young age, and the law would not permit it. Thus, accompanying his headmaster would be a perfectly legitimate excuse to explore. Splendid. In that case, we will need to fill out 2 wand application forms. The American Magical Congress requires permission for wand entry, Professor Flitwick stated as he opened his drawer and retrieved 2 forms. Alan received the application form for the magical wand permit from Professor Flitwick, which required details such as name, age, and wand material. Before Alan could utter a word, a quill and ink automatically floated before him. He grasped the quill, dipped it in ink, and swiftly filled out the form. Soon, he had completed all the necessary information. Professor Flitwick took the form, examined it, and said, now, we just need a photograph. Alan, please take out your wand and sit properly. The professor flipped the form over, aimed it at Alan, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene, capturing Alan smiling with his wand in hand on the back of the form. This side of the form had been enchanted with a snapshot spell, but regrettably, the resulting image was static, the figure unable to move. Noticing Alan's keen interest, Professor Flitwick elaborated. Professor, how will you send these forms all the way to America? Alan inquired, voicing his curiosity. Certainly not by owl delivery, otherwise, that poor owl would be utterly exhausted. We can utilize postal services. There are individuals who, at designated times, travel back and forth between Britain and America using a special key. Professor Flitwick replied kindly. We have about 2 months until then. I wonder if you would be willing to accept my private tutelage. I have considerable insights to share regarding dueling. The professor squinted his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about his youthful glories. How splendid. It would be an immense honor to receive your guidance, Professor. Alan readily agreed, expressing gratitude. Such an opportunity to learn from a dueling champion was rare, particularly as many Hogwarts graduates struggled with even the most basic spells due to the curses surrounding the defense against the dark arts position, the ministry's prevailing attitudes, and Dumbledore's own negligence. As the sweet aroma of pumpkin wafted through the castle, it signified the arrival of Halloween. The students were joyfully preparing for the Halloween feast. The Great Hall was decorated, as usual, with live bats. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had been carved into lanterns large enough to seat 3 people inside. Most amusing, or perhaps most terrifying, was the giant black spider that hung from the ceiling, occasionally twitching its hairy legs. When a small, gray-haired boy passed beneath it, a silvery web descended from above, ensnaring him completely. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students, and several Hufflepuff students rushed over to assist, tearing the web from him, which shimmered briefly on the ground before vanishing. That boy was Colin Creevey, a new student in Gryffindor. What a fortunate lad. Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect, appeared beside Alan. Looking somewhat envious of Colin's predicament, Alan remained noncommittal. Clearly, Colin was exhilarated, brandishing the camera hanging from his neck and snapping photos of the giant spider. Alan couldn't help but mischievously ponder how Ron would react if caught in that massive web. He might very well burst into tears. After tonight's Halloween feast, there will be a masquerade ball in the Ravenclaw common room. Don't forget to attend. Penelope seemed to have come specifically to remind Alan. What will you be dressing as? Alan asked curiously. You'll find out later, Penelope teased, pinching the young boy's cheek playfully before strutting away. What did I say wrong? Alan asked, perplexed. Perhaps she is simply very pleased with her costume for the evening. Edward, who had accompanied Alan, appeared unfazed by Penelope's odd behavior, clearly more captivated by the array of pumpkin lanterns filled with candy. Look, those lanterns are hiding sweets. It's sizzling honey candy. My father bought a lot for me, came Draco Malfoy's haughty voice as he approached, holding a lollipop and looking quite satisfied. Crabbe and Goyle were laden with candies, their mouths stuffed and grinning foolishly, evidently having received a generous share from Malfoy. The feast soon commenced, the great hall illuminated with vibrant decorations, candlelight flickerings, and golden plates adorning the tables, casting a tantalizing glow. Suddenly, ethereal singing resonated throughout the hall, silencing all chatter. Instantly, the hall fell quiet as the young wizards looked around, seeking the source of the melody. A line of skeletons abruptly emerged from beneath the floor, exaggeratedly twisting their bony frames. Many timid young witches shrieked at the sudden appearance of the skeletons, while the boys erupted in excitement, clattering their forks and knives against the golden plates, whistling, clapping, and cheering. A platform rose where the sorting hat had once been, and 3 female skeletons appeared before the crowd. As they chanted, their seemingly hollow jaws moved in sync. The wands in their hands released swirling clouds of smoke, painting vivid images to accompany their lyrics. Everything was so magical and splendid, creating an atmosphere of eerie, delightful revelry. Phoenix tears fell like rain, turning to pearls, as the great dragon seized his beloved girl. Billy Wig forgot to whirl, as his love departed. Even the unicorn lost its horn, and the griffin felt lonely, for the lady he adored had long since gone. This is the story I know. The skeleton dancers bowed to the audience before retreating back underground. The hall erupted with applause. Edward remarked he had never witnessed such a splendid performance, and Alan wholeheartedly agreed. How moving. Professor Dumbledore appeared at the center of the stage, wiping away the tears that glistened at the corners of his eyes, and said, Now, let us celebrate heartily and feast. An array of exquisite pastries suddenly appeared on the long table. Right in front of Alan lay his favorite sweet cream cookies and blueberry pastries. He raised his pinky, pinched a cookie with his thumb and middle finger, and savored it, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 109. The Masquerade Ball. The goblets brimmed with an assortment of colorful beverages. Edward devoured a piece of coconut cake before downing a brown drink in one gulp. Suddenly, he erupted into a high-pitched, raucous laugh. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at his astonished expression. Edward was not the only young wizard affected. Laughter echoed from various corners of the hall. That's giggle juice. Once you drink it, you can't help but laugh uncontrollably. Professor Lockhart approached, donned in a moonlit blue robe adorned with golden stars, holding a glass of fuchsia juice, watching Edward with keen interest. I once had a giggle potion that was even more exaggerated in effect. That's already quite exaggerated, Alan thought, struggling to imagine what a more intense effect could be like. Your juice looks quite normal. I suspect it's merely sweet pomegranate juice, Professor Lockhart speculated, eyeing the drink before Alan with curiosity. Alan glanced at Edward's expectant expression, lifted the drink before him, and took a generous gulp. The icy liquid cascaded down his throat, its fiery hue belied by a sensation that seemed to freeze his very insides. The only remnant was the lingering sweetness and fragrant aroma on his palate. Edward erupted into hearty laughter, soon transforming into a high-pitched cackle. Professor Lockhart doubled over in mirth, downed his own drink in one swift motion and sauntered off to another long table, steam billowing from his ears. Observing their expressions, Alan sensed a change had befallen him. A shimmering oval mirror materialized before him, revealing a familiar, rosy visage. Even Alan's hair had turned a vibrant crimson. Retribution arrived swiftly. Yet, this was far more favorable than Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's previous green-haired state. Red, at least, could be considered festive in my eyes. Alan maintained a positive outlook, taking it all in stride. As the banquet concluded, the well-satiated Ravenclaws engaged in cheerful conversation, eager to return to their dormitories for further adornment. After all, more delightful activities awaited them. Following the bustling crowd up the staircase, the lively chatter suddenly ceased, and the students ahead came to an abrupt halt. Pressing forward, Alan beheld a chilling sight. Between 2 windows, on a wall just a foot above the ground, words were scrawled, glinting in the flickering light of the burning torches. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Beware of the air. Beneath the ominous inscription, Mrs. Norris, the beloved cat of Caretaker Filch, hung limply from the torch bracket, her body rigid as a board, eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly. A puddle formed in the corridor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood isolated in the center, and the assembly of young witches and wizards fell silent. Only Alan understood the gravity of the situation. Amidst the stillness, a voice rang out. "Beware of the air. You are next, mudbloods." It was Draco Malfoy, having pushed his way to the front, his cold eyes alight with malice, his normally pallid face flushed with color. He gazed at the motionless cat, a sinister grin spreading across his features. Filch's arrival intensified the tension. Enraged, he charged at Harry and his friends, vociferously accusing them of the heinous act. Professors Dumbledore and others soon arrived to restore order and disperse the students. They escorted Harry and his companions to Professor Lockhart's office for questioning. The Ravenclaw's conversation swiftly pivoted from the masquerade to the Chamber of Secrets in the air. Has Mrs. Norris perished? Could Harry and the others be responsible? After recounting the unfortunate fate of Mrs. Norris, Edward turned to Alan. Certainly not. Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified. Such a feat requires profound dark magic, far beyond the capabilities of Harry and his friends, Alan replied calmly. Splendid. Though Mrs. Norris is the most detestable cat I've ever encountered, I still hope she survives. As long as she lives, Madame Pomfrey will undoubtedly restore her, Edward expressed, relieved for Filch. Of course, she will be cured. Professor Sprout's mandrakes are just the remedy. Once they mature, with Professor Snape's expertise, a potion will surely be concocted to reverse Mrs. Norris's petrification, Alan asserted confidently, instilling a sense of calm in Edward and the surrounding Ravenclaws. Despite the unsettling occurrence at Hogwarts, it did nothing to dampen the Ravenclaws' determination to hold their masquerade. When Alan, having slicked back his hair and donned a vampire's attire, arrived at the Ravenclaw common room, he was astounded by the transformation. It was almost unrecognizable. The grand bookshelves had been concealed, and wide, comfortable sofas lined the walls for the young wizard's repose. The delicious fare that had graced the hall reappeared on the long table. Though not artistically arranged, it remained irresistibly enticing for all to partake. Upperclassmen had even brought butterbeer to enliven the festivities. In addition to Alan's vampire disguise, there were green-faced witches, reapers, superheroes from Muggle comics, pirates with skeletal monkeys, and pixies. Most striking was Prefect Penelope, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, adorned with cat ears, exuding an alluring feline charm. Alan suddenly realized why she had been strutting like a catwalk model in the auditorium. Another revelry unfolded, with some dancing while others engaged in games. The gluttonous little wizard seemed insatiable, cradling his round belly as he stuffed his mouth with delectable treats. The atmosphere reached its zenith with the arrival of Professor Flitwick, who appeared in the guise of a little devil, adorned with red horns and arriving in a flying pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin carriage floated in the air as Professor Flitwick scattered candies around, eliciting cheers from the little wizards. In the eyes of the children, though the professor was dressed as a little devil, he resembled more of a cherubic angel. Chapter 110, the mysterious bestiary having reveled to their heart's content. The Ravenclaws succumbed to slumber, enveloped in dreams that seemed to carry the sweet fragrance of candies. However, the most talked-about subject at Hogwarts soon shifted to the Chamber of Secrets and its air. Students spoke of nothing else, incessantly discussing the attack on Madame Loris. Filch's behavior ensured that the incident remained etched in everyone's mind. He could often be seen pacing around the site of Madame Loris's assault, seemingly convinced that the assailant would return. Alan observed him scrubbing the inscriptions on the wall with Mrs. Skull's universal miracle stain remover, yet to no avail. Those words continued to gleam vibrantly upon the stone wall. Alan could not fathom why he did not seek assistance from the professors, while Professor Dumbledore allowed the words to linger on the wall. For the young wizards, it served as a constant reminder with each passing that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and the school was in peril. Perhaps the professors were too preoccupied to consider this matter? Regardless of the reason, out of caution, Alan refrained from taking any unilateral action. At present, this wall had garnered the attention of countless teachers and students. He was reluctant to thrust himself into the maelstrom of school gossip and could not afford to act recklessly. However, witnessing Filch laboriously scrubbing at the words, his demeanor rife with frustration, Alan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Of course, those who evoke pity often possess qualities that incite disdain. Filch, when not patrolling the scene of a crime, would glare with his bloodshot eyes, lurking in the corridors, only to pounce upon unsuspecting students, inventing excuses to confine them, citing their loud breathing or their frivolous laughter. No matter how tense the atmosphere at the school, the professors maintained their usual teaching routines, albeit with an increased workload compared to the norm. Alan surmised that the professors believed the students were overly restless and sought to alleviate this with a heavy academic burden, hoping to divert their minds from unwarranted thoughts. Yet, this strategy bore little fruit. Indeed, the time students spent in the library had significantly increased, and so had their numbers. But the volumes they sought were either for assignments or related to the Chamber of Secrets and the history of Hogwarts. Every day, Alan is the last to leave the library. Before departing, he habitually cast a charm to assist Mrs. Pants in arranging the tables and chairs. Mrs. Pants informed Alan that all copies of Hogwarts, a history he had previously perused, had been borrowed. As she spoke, she wielded a large feather duster to cleanse the shelves in the restricted section, noting that the queue for borrowing had already extended 2 weeks into the future. This tome has never been so coveted, primarily due to its considerable thickness. He hopes that these young witches and wizards will cherish the books and refrain from scribbling on them. Alan, feeling a twinge of guilt, absent-mindedly touched his nose. He had a penchant for drawing while reading. Although he would eventually cast a spell to erase the markings, Mrs. Pants's remarks left him somewhat embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Alan deftly sidestepped the dust that Mrs. Pants had shaken off. Not at all, he replied. With the enchantments you impose, no young wizard would dare to scribble carelessly, risking the peril of being pursued by such a hefty tome. The impact of Hogwarts, a history, striking one's head, would surely be akin to that inflicted by a brick. Mrs. Pants regarded Alan with skepticism. How could you know so well if you have not experienced it? Alan shrugged and presented the book he wished to borrow to Madame Pants. The Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? The librarian, Madame Pants, was a temperamental and slender woman, resembling a malnourished vulture. She lifted the book to the light, meticulously inspecting its condition before adeptly recording Alan's borrowing details. Pushing the register towards him, she instructed him to sign his name. Be cautious. This is a first edition and exceedingly valuable. Professor Dumbledore believes it poses no threat and should, therefore, be accessible to young wizards. Madame Pants frowned, clearly disapproving of the headmaster's decision. But under no circumstances should you scribble or damage it, she admonished, her diminutive frame standing rigid. Her piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, fixed intently upon Alan. Alan repeatedly assured that he would never damage or misplace the book, which allowed Mrs. Pants to let him depart with the square tome in his possession. In truth, had it been possible, Alan would have preferred not to take it home for reading. For this particular book was ill-suited for the serene confines of the library. It was adorned not only with illustrations of animals, but also enchanted with the sounds of these creatures captured within its pages. The extent of its magical allure remained a mystery that Alan was eager to uncover through exploration. Although Mrs. Pants had placed the book high upon a distant shelf, Alan, having meticulously examined each volume in order, naturally stumbled upon this intriguing work. Upon returning to his dormitory, with Edward yet to arrive, Alan could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the book. The first page, attached to the sturdy cover, was lavishly illustrated with countless sea serpents of various sizes, a testament to the author's apparent fondness for these mythical creatures. With a shrug, Alan turned the page. The subsequent page was blank, save for the printed name of the author and the date of publication. To his astonishment, the book was penned by a French sorcerer, with the literary contributions attributed to Jean-Baptiste Panache. The illustrations were the work of Camille Janvissard, and it was published by the Dallaire Shop, established in 1831. Alan opened the book and immersed himself in its pages. This volume categorizes magical creatures into 6 distinct groups: dragons and serpents, quadrupeds, winged beasts, sea creatures, humanoids, and hybrids. It not only provides textual descriptions but also employs the format of a natural history compendium, showcasing the complete anatomy and internal structure of these beings, their fur, bones, muscles, organs, claws, and even their whiskers and excrement. Furthermore, it offers insights into their reproduction, growth, predation, habitat, varieties, and skills. The first thing Alan did was turn to the page depicting the serpent creature. Initially, he encountered a textual description that bore little distinction from other tomes on magical beings. However, on the following page adorned with illustrations, the upper section portrayed the genesis of the serpent, while the lower half depicted a resplendent green serpent, its head adorned with a vivid crimson plume. The creature gaped widely, revealing its elongated venomous fangs, as its yellow eyes fixed intently upon Alan. As soon as Alan's gaze met its own, he felt an involuntary stiffness envelop him for several seconds. Lines of text emerged from the book, declaring that any soul who locked eyes with it would meet an instantaneous demise. Chapter 111, The Sacred Rite in Terms of Subduing the Basilisk. The book suggested that the creature could communicate with Parseltongue and might even be coerced or controlled. However, it remained a peril to all, posing a significant threat not only to others but also to most dark wizards. The basilisk left behind by Slytherin would be susceptible only to his rightful heir. Yet, Alan pondered whether Tom Riddle's fragment of soul truly exerted complete control over the basilisk, as this time, unlike in the past, the creature had not actually killed any students. While a few coincidences might be acceptable, the repeated occurrences led Alan to harbor doubts. Closing the tome, he contemplated quietly. Although the basilisk's skin possessed formidable magical resistance, it was evident that certain physical effects could also prove effective. In the original narrative, Fawkes the Phoenix blinded the creature, and Harry Potter ultimately vanquished it with Gryffindor's sword. Thus, violent measures might indeed subdue it. Furthermore, its natural enemy, the crowing of a rooster, was also lethal to it. Nevertheless, the basilisk's lethal gaze presented a significant challenge. Alan resolved to study this aspect diligently. After all, its most formidable trait was the immediate death that befell anyone who directly met its eyes. Time flowed like water. And within the library, as Alan diligently measured his homework for history of magic, Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached him. "Please wait, let me finish measuring first," Alan replied, glancing up at the trio while continuing his task. Professor Binns had assigned a 3-foot-long essay on the medieval gatherings of wizards in Europe. Alan had written extensively, nearing 5 feet. Satisfied, he set down the ruler and organized his assignment before turning his attention to his friends. Ron gazed at Alan with envy, as they too had received the same assignment. Despite racking their brains, Ron's work still fell short by 8 inches. "Alan, my wand has dried out 7 times already," Harry remarked, blinking at him. "Yes, we came to ask when you might have time to assist us in completing the remaining wand-making process," Hermione interjected, her urgency surpassing that of Ron's, who was watching Alan intently. Through the library window, Alan gazed at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky and nodded in agreement. "Let it be tonight." The cheer from Harry and his companions grew louder, eliciting a disapproving glance from Madame Pants. "I shall return with the necessary tools and materials. Let us meet by the lakeside on the lawn shortly." Alan began to tidy his desk. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, while unknown insects serenaded in the underbrush. Strolling by the lakeshore, a gentle breeze caressed him, instilling a sense of tranquility that would prove beneficial for the forthcoming sanctification ceremony. While the trio in the distance appeared increasingly exhilarated, "The wand has arrived," Ron announced, presenting Alan with the wand wrapped in black silk. Alan meticulously examined his wand from every angle, nodding in satisfaction. Although Ron appeared carefree, he was quite attentive to the condition of his own wand. Alan carefully extracted the core of the wand, crafted from pristine unicorn hair, and gently inserted it into the center of the willow branch. Remarkably, despite the solid nature of the willow, the intricately woven unicorn hair penetrated the wood like a slender white needle, reaching the very heart of the wand. Subsequently, the tip of the wand sealed itself automatically, securely encasing the core within the willow branch. Alan produced a collection of spices and a vessel of Starlake water. He first gently sprinkled the water over the branches, while each word that escaped his delicate lips transformed into silvery incantations, weaving themselves into the wand. The wand was enveloped in a pristine halo of light. Subsequently, Alan ignited the spices, and a briny essence wafted through the gentle breeze, reaching the nostrils of those present. This aromatic blend was derived from the roots, stems, and leaves of various marine plants, and its combustion served to eliminate impurities from the wand. Furthermore, it bestowed a revitalizing effect upon the wand. The method employed by Alan for this preparation differed from that of Ollivander. Drawing inspiration from the ancient manuscript of the 8th century Arab alchemist, Jabir, Alan brought the wand over the burning spices, feeling the essence of the flames draw out all the impurities from the wand. These substances transformed into black smoke, carried away by the gentle breeze. Once no more black smoke emerged from above the wand, Alan extinguished the flames and handed the wand to Ron, encouraging him to give it a try. Ron waved the wand lightly, and a stream of pure water burst forth from one end, playfully splashing Harry unexpectedly, drenching him in surprise. "This is wonderful. I've never felt spell casting to be this effortless," Ron exclaimed in wonder, although in truth, he had simply never wielded a wand that truly belonged to him. And its performance was not significantly superior to others. "Thank you for crafting Ron's wand and broadening our horizons," Hermione said, casting a disapproving glance at Ron for neglecting etiquette in his excitement over the wand, as she expressed her gratitude to Alan. Alan winked at Hermione, remarking that it was nothing of consequence. It was evident that the wand also held a fondness for Ron. He advised that she and Harry should frequently remind him to take care of it. Harry, wiping his damp glasses, retorted that Ron ought to treat Malfoy in such a manner rather than himself. On the way back to the castle, Ron clutched his new wand with an almost obsessive affection. He had always donned the hand-me-down robes of his brothers and played with their worn-out toys, with pets that were merely discarded mice. Thus, possessing a wand that was entirely his own felt like an exquisite delight. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Alan chose not to visit the library. Instead, he wished to return to the dormitory to delve into the mysterious bestiary he had recently borrowed. Although it did not provide more effective solutions regarding the basilisk, the other content within was vividly intriguing, captivating Alan's attention. As Alan became engrossed in his reading, Benny flew in through the window, carrying a note. The elegant handwriting on it immediately revealed to Alan that it was a message from Firenze. Upon opening it, he discovered it read, "Tina says the hatchling serpent is about to emerge. Come visit when you have the time." Without procrastination, Alan sprang into action, racing towards the forbidden forest. Indeed, Florence was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon their arrival at Tina's nest, they were just in time to witness the hatching of a young bird snake. The silver egg of the bird snake quivered incessantly, and soon a blue, snake-like bird emerged from the shattered shell. Tina diminished her size, affectionately nudging the hatchling with her head, conveying her delight. Gaia gently touched the little creature's head and whispered tenderly, bestowing the sweetest blessings upon it. Tina turned to Alan, pushing the remnants of the silver shell towards him. "It is expressing its gratitude to you. Please accept it," Gaia urged, her heart moved by the scene. The shells were made of silver, despite being fractured. Most remained relatively intact. Without hesitation, Alan accepted the shells. Though he did not lack for wealth, possessing the shells of the bird snake held significant meaning for him. Chapter 112. Hagrid's rooster. The birth of new life invariably brings immense joy. As Alan gazed at the newly emerged creature, his heart swelled with tenderness. "May I hold it?" he asked Tina, who was resting nearby, his eyes earnest. Tina seemed to understand his request, tilting her head and nudging the little bird snake towards him. In that moment, Alan comprehended her intention, elated beyond measure. He gently cradled the tiny bird snake in his hands, examining it closely. This blue, snake-like bird appeared uniquely adorable. Perhaps even the most fearsome of creatures seemed softer in their infancy, and the bird snake was undeniably a beautiful and enchanting being. Alan extended a hand, intending to gently touch the head of the bird snake. To his astonishment, the creature suddenly opened its mouth to bite him, prompting Alan to instinctively withdraw. "Oh, I apologize. Please don't be so touchy." The bird snake had long learned to safeguard itself. "Our eggshells are silver, exceedingly precious, and thus susceptible to human covetousness." A gentle voice resonated before Alan. It was Tina. Despite their long acquaintance, this was the first time Alan had heard Tina speak, and it was quite an elaborate discourse. Alan certainly understood that the nests of the bird snake were among the most vulnerable to poachers, driven by the allure of profit. He gently returned the newly hatched baby bird snake to its nest, and then, under Gaia's astonished gaze, leaped down from the perch. "I shall fetch some food for the little one," he announced, embarking on a quest around the forbidden forest. He was well aware that from the moment of hatching, the baby bird snake was nourished by its larger counterpart. However, the baby bird snake possessed remarkable digestive capabilities, growing rapidly when food was abundant. Thus, Alan sought to concoct a special feed to ensure the young creature's robust growth, a gesture of gratitude for Tina's kind gift of the silver eggshell. He meticulously mixed together cockroaches, mealworms, earthworms, coriander seed powder, and fine sand, shaping the feed into slender strips for Tina to easily offer to the baby bird snake, and then cast a preservation charm to minimize spoilage. Alan carried a cauldron filled with feed. He had purchased numerous cauldrons to facilitate potion brewing, which many young wizards regarded as one of the most significant expenses, particularly for Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor. Like a monkey, Alan swiftly ascended a tree with one hand and soon reached the bird's nest. "Tina, this is what I have prepared for the little one. Utilizing some of our wizarding techniques, it will provide greater nutrition, aid in digestion, enhance appetite, and promote the growth and development of bones." Alan paused for a moment, feeling an odd sensation akin to marketing baby formula, and halted his speech, concluding that it was indeed beneficial. "Thank you, Alan. You are my first wizard friend." Warmth filled Tina's once cold serpentine eyes. After bidding farewell to Gaia with Tina, Alan declined Firenze's kind offer to see him off, leaping and bounding through the forbidden forest. He soon arrived at the forest entrance. Rather than heading straight back to Hogwarts, Alan needed to visit Hagrid's hut to catch some roosters before they were all exterminated by Ginny. The basilisk would flee in terror upon hearing a rooster's crow, for its call was lethal to it. Although Alan did not yet comprehend the underlying mechanism, he speculated that perhaps the manner of the basilisk's birth instilled in it a fear of roosters, stemming from the legend that it was born from a magical egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster when Sirius was high in the sky, which was then hatched by a toad, resulting in a dangerously powerful basilisk. While Alan remained uncertain whether capturing roosters would effectively deal with the basilisk, he acknowledged the numerous uncontrollable variables involved, such as his inability to dictate when the roosters would crow or whether the basilisk might escape the lavatory upon hearing the crowing, causing greater harm. Moreover, he pondered how many roosters would be necessary to achieve an effect, yet it was prudent to be prepared, and he could experiment with ways to command the roosters to crow on cue. Upon casting the disillusionment charm and arriving at the chicken coop, Alan discovered that someone had already arrived before him. A figure clad in a black robe stood before the coop, her hair blazing like fire. Alan immediately deduced her identity, Ginny Weasley. 2 lifeless roosters lay on the ground, their heads drooping to one side. The flock flapped their wings in the enclosure, frantically attempting to escape, yet they could not break free from the confines of the pen. Alan hurriedly quickened his pace, swiftly casting a spell that sent a dazzling incantation towards Ginny, causing her to collapse unconscious. Alan had prepared himself for a fierce battle, as he was aware that Ginny was under the control of one of Tom Riddle's Horcruxes. However, to his astonishment, Ginny seemed to anticipate his move, sidestepping gracefully to evade his spell. With a swift flick of her wand, she leaped high, vaulting over the fence and fleeing with astonishing speed. What spell was that? The moment of Alan's astonishment was fleeting, yet it cost him the optimal opportunity to pursue Ginny. The immediate concern, however, was the roosters. Alan quickly scanned the area and was relieved to find that a few roosters had survived. He decided to keep 2, sending the rest into the system's pet space. With the protection of the roosters, he felt a sense of reassurance, though he couldn't help but wonder why Hagrid's coop contained only roosters and no hens. Might it be a quirk of Dumbledore's preferences? Lost in such thoughts, Alan made his way to the Ravenclaw common room. The next day was Wednesday, which the Ravenclaw students humorously referred to as Black Wednesday. The reason was simple. The afternoon class was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Lockhart. Ever since the incident involving the house elf disaster in Gryffindor, Professor Lockhart had refrained from bringing any living creatures into the classroom. Instead, he read lengthy passages from his books, occasionally performing dramatic excerpts. The astute Ravenclaws soon discerned Lockhart's true nature and were reluctant to be his supporting cast. They sought to learn about Defense Against the Dark Arts, not to participate in a theatrical performance. Fortunately, Lockhart's assignments were quite simple, sparing them from writing extensive papers. Edward, clutching a hefty volume along with a book of wizarding couplets, hurried to the classroom alongside Alan. Despite his knack for gaining the trust of the true protagonists of his stories and successfully employing the obliviate charm on them, Alan couldn't help but wonder if Edward truly feigned such incompetence. With a shrug, he resolved not to let him off the hook. Chapter 113. Opportunity. Shortly after Alan and Edward settled into their seats, Professor Lockhart, clad in a splendid lilac robe and adorned with his signature charming smile, strolled into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with an elegant demeanor. In terms of appearance, he was truly impeccable. Aside from his theatrical inclinations, he might have also excelled as a professor of fashion. How delightful it is to see you all again. The poem you wrote for me after healing the snowman was impeccable. Moreover, being a gentleman makes it all the more commendable. While I cannot reciprocate your feelings, I commend you with an outstanding mark. Professor Lockhart exclaimed enthusiastically, producing a piece of parchment to showcase to the class. Upon seeing it, Edward instinctively shielded his face with his hands and cowered behind a towering stack of books. What's wrong? Alan inquired, puzzled. I'm doomed. I exaggerated my copying too much. Edward pointed at Lockhart, who was holding the parchment that was, in fact, his assignment. How could you know from so far away? The back of the parchment accidentally got ink on it, in the shape of a heart. Edward lamented, wishing he could vanish into the ground, if only such a thing were possible. Yet Lockhart continued to exuberantly praise him. This student, Edward Fox, possesses a remarkable insight. He recognized the effectiveness of my healing magic. Even a snowman with a cold can be cured, which is why I cohabited with one for a year. Lockhart tossed his tousled golden hair and winked playfully. Now, let me read Fox's classic poem. Edward smacked his forehead in despair, feeling utterly despondent. However, Lockhart had already begun to recite with great passion. Behold, as the caretaker of the snowman, Lockhart raised his frostbitten head. The snowman's eyes gazed in admiration at his superior magic. The snowy mountains awaited his divine presence, as he ascended to the pinnacle of the heavens. A vigorous man in his prime, chasing after the galloping snowman, worshipping his grandeur with longing eyes. Ah, if not for you, I would rather forget it all. Fox, your writing is truly exceptional. This is the finest poem I have ever read. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Fox, where are you? Professor Lockhart exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Fox, I'd like to invite you to be the star performer today as a werewolf. Clearly, after this day, the Ravenclaw students would have no need to worry about being called upon to participate. Shakespeare would surely turn in his grave at your audacious alteration of his poetry. Alan nudged Edward, urging him to stand for his performance. Indeed, this is my just desserts, I assent it, Edward replied, his face a mask of despair as he rose from his seat. Well called. Edward resembles a werewolf. Then, believe it or not, I lunged at him, knocking him down with a thud, pinning him to the ground with one hand while brandishing my wand against his throat. I used my grip and, using the remnants of my strength, cast an intricate spell to restore his human form. He emitted a mournful groan as Edward transformed back into a man, his fur vanishing and fangs retracting. It was simple yet effective, and a village would forever remember me as the hero who liberated them from the terror of monthly werewolf attacks. As the class bell rang, Lockhart stood up, announcing, for homework, write a poem about my triumph over the Woggle-Wog werewolf. The best one will receive several signed copies of my book, Magical Me. As the students began to leave, Edward seemed utterly drained, slumped in his seat. I swear, I shall never copy poems carelessly again. Alan sympathetically patted his shoulder, clutching a piece of paper, and swiftly darted out of the classroom. Just as Professor Lockhart was reciting Edward's poem, he realized this was a splendid opportunity. Professor Lockhart. Alan called out to the descending professor, I wish to borrow this book from the library, hoping to gain some background knowledge. He handed the note to Professor Lockhart. However, the book resided in the library's restricted section, thus requiring a teacher's signature on the note. I believe this book will aid me in comprehending the offensive spells you mentioned in your discussion of the ghostly separation. Ah, the ghostly separation. Lockhart exclaimed with an enthusiastic smile. This book is quite thrilling. Do you enjoy it? Oh, absolutely, Alan replied sincerely, mentally applauding his own performance. You were remarkably clever to subdue her the moment she transformed into a ghost. Oh, I'm sure no one would object to offering a bit of extra assistance to the most outstanding student of the year, Lockhart replied warmly, producing a large peacock quill. He signed the note with a flourish, returning it to Alan. Alan expressed his gratitude respectfully before departing, hastily making his way to the library. Such opportunities are rare. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, he must swiftly secure the book on the secrets of the soul. Alan had long been intrigued by the enigmatic realm of soul magic. However, he found no relevant tomes on the ordinary shelves, and fate had not favored him with any related spells during his tasks. This opportunity was exceedingly rare. Aside from Professor Lockhart, it was unlikely that any other professor would sign a note without a glance. Even considering those who would succeed in teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the chance was slim. Upon entering the somber and tranquil library, Alan sought out Madame Pants. The secret of the soul? She echoed skeptically, taking the note from his hand. You have yet to return the bestiary of mystical creatures you borrowed. Are you already in search of another book? Madame Pants held the note motionless, gazing at Alan with a puzzled expression. Ah, in truth, I have already finished that book and can return it to you shortly, Alan replied, widening his forget-me-not blue eyes in an earnest attempt to appear sincere. He hoped that Madame Pants was an admirer of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, for then, even in light of the signature, she might readily lend him the book. Madame Pants lifted the note to the light, inspecting it as if to ascertain its authenticity. Ultimately, it passed her scrutiny. She strode confidently between the towering shelves, returning a few minutes later with a substantial tome bound in black and silver. Alan accepted the hefty volume with gratitude, bowing slightly, and swiftly exited the library. He needed to find a quiet place, a sanctuary free from interruption, to delve into this book. Chapter 114, The Secret of the Soul. The first thought that crossed Alan's mind was the Room of Requirement, a place he had become quite adept at utilizing to fulfill his desires. With the intention of seeking a comfortable and tranquil space for reading, Alan traversed the 8th floor of the castle, passing 3 times before the tapestry depicting the giant striking the foolish Panama. Suddenly, a door materialized before him. Upon entering, the Room of Requirement transformed into a forest library, a breathing sanctuary for readers. Verdant foliage adorned the entire area, revealing a variety of trees, flowers, and exquisite landscape features. Alan couldn't help but suspect that the designer had transplanted a corner of the forbidden forest into this magical room. A towering green tree-shaped bookshelf was filled to the brim with an array of books. Alan randomly picked up a book, and to his astonishment, the title on the cover read Merlin Loves Me. He flipped through its pages, bemused, and promptly returned it to the shelf. What kind of bored sorcerer penned this whimsical romance novel? Undeterred, Alan moved towards another branch in the opposite direction and extracted a book titled Cold Steel. He casually opened a page, and a series of verses flooded his vision. Heaven is forever imprisoned in our suffering, yet hell is lost in our paradise. The 3 devils should not have perished thus. You have seen my annotations, my friend. We shall meet again. It was a collection of poetry. Shaking his head, Alan replaced the book on the shelf, abandoning his treasure-hunting endeavor. It was best to refocus on the secrets of the soul. Cradling a book, Alan shifted his gaze from the shelf in search of a suitable reading spot. He noticed that woven circular cushions were scattered across the lush, soft grass, while a white wicker swing rested against the wall to his right. Next time, he thought, it would be prudent to include a setting more suitable for male readers. Fortunately, he discovered a remarkably comfortable leather armchair on the wooden floor, which was trodden by the grass, accompanied by a spacious reading table. Above them, a round crystal chandelier cast a gentle, moderate light. To the side of the table stood an antique brass trumpet-shaped gramophone, with records neatly stacked beside it. All of this conspired to create a serene and comfortable reading environment for Alan. The only drawback was the absence of refreshments. He would need to bring some tea next time. After surveying the surroundings, Alan settled comfortably into the leather armchair and spread open the secrets of the soul on the reading table. Suddenly, a piercing, spine-chilling scream shattered the tranquil ambience. The book was wailing. Alan snapped it shut, yet the screams persisted, a high, unending, deafening pitch. Silence. Alan drew his wand, casting a spell with astonishing speed. The book seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, its anguished cries abruptly stifled. However, his arm collided with various trinkets on the table, scattering shards that splattered onto Alan's sleeve. With the restoration charm and a thorough cleaning, Alan restored the place to its former glory. Since this book was relegated to the restricted section, it undoubtedly possessed reasons for its prohibition. Although the truly profound and perilous dark magic, along with the methods for crafting Horcruxes, had already been secured within the confines of the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. Having prepared himself mentally, Alan gently turned the pages, empowered by a powerful silencing spell that spared his ears from torment. He focused intently on the text and illustrations, discovering that, while the chapters concerning Horcruxes had been deliberately torn out, some related threads remained. Upon meticulous examination, disappointment washed over him as he realized the book offered no insights beyond his existing knowledge, lacking any concrete methods for implementation. A cursory glance through the tome revealed that it also delved into topics such as the second soul, the redemption of the spirit, the origins of life, and the destination of death. Intriguingly, much of this knowledge resonated harmoniously with the idealistic philosophies of the Muggle world. Furthermore, the literary quality of the book was striking. Following the discussions on dark magic related to the soul, the author had the audacity to pen a few reflective verses. For instance, seemingly inspired by Horcruxes. The author wrote, "Alcohol is the master of deception, death, the epitome of drama. Immortality treads the edge of demise, while withering lives weep in unison. Hatred has forsaken divine justice, yet darkness forgets all." It was not until his stomach rumbled audibly that Alan realized he had become so engrossed in the book that he had missed dinner. And the hour was fast approaching curfew. Now, he must return to rest. This book undoubtedly held an insidious allure, a hypnotic effect that ensnared its reader. And Alan felt a rising apprehension, heightening his vigilance towards it. Alan retrieved some delicacies sent by Mrs. Harris from the system's storage compartment and satiated his hunger with them alongside a cup of red tea. Subsequently, He cast the secret of his soul into the storage space and hurried back to the dormitory. Edward had evidently grown accustomed to his roommate's brief disappearances and had already succumbed to deep slumber. After attending to his evening routine, Alan also sank into the softness of his bed, casting aside all thoughts and surrendering to sleep. However, this night, Alan found little solace. Tormented by the anguished cries of muggles, the heartbreaking sobs of fantastical beings, and the haunting echoes of fragmented souls, he was relentlessly engulfed by a series of terrifying dreams. Despite his mental fortitude, he could not extricate himself from this nightmare. At that moment, a phrase from his reading surfaced in his mind. If you cannot gaze at the starry sky and embrace the light, then let us together plunge into the boundless darkness. Suddenly, a stream of clarity coursed from his mind to his heart, shattering all constraints in an instant, scattering like snowflakes, leaving no trace of the dream behind. The mechanical, piercing sound of the system's alarm did not evoke repulsion in Alan. Instead, he felt a profound gratitude as the system had pulled him from the abyss of his nightmares. Otherwise, he pondered how long he would have languished in the harrowing scenes of despair encountered by various beings before awakening. Yet, what did this signify? Did it imply that every reader of this book would fall prey to its consciousness, or were there conditions for such an invasion? Alan leaned towards the latter interpretation. Otherwise, if formidable individuals like Albus Dumbledore had succumbed to the encroachment of dark forces after reading this book, the world would have long been engulfed in chaos. Where then would the current state of mutual non-aggression and peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles exist? Although, after perusing some decades-old newspapers and related books in his family's collection, he found that Gellert Grindelwald's approach to the secrecy laws was, to some extent, justified. He had indeed foreseen certain events. Unfortunately, he had lived a tad too early. Once the internet truly developed, Alan did not believe that wizards could conceal themselves as effortlessly as they do now. Chapter 115. Charms class haunted by the remnants of his nightmares. Alan took out Merlin's gem. This dazzling, resplendent blue gemstone had been bestowed upon him by Matilda, the queen of the Centaur tribe, during his first year, in gratitude for his generous act of gifting the Moonstone to the Centaur clan. Alan placed the resplendent and enchanting gem upon his forehead, feeling a wave of tranquility and serenity emanating from the stone, permeating through the skin on his brow and spreading throughout his internal organs, limbs, and head. Enveloped in this harmonious force, Alan succumbed once more to the embrace of slumber. The following day, upon rising, he felt invigorated and brimming with vitality. Cautiously returning Merlin's gem, Alan resolved to refrain from engaging with the book until he had devised a complete strategy, as he had already committed its contents to memory. As was customary, Alan displayed no signs of peculiarity. He indulged in a vigorous workout, savored a delectable and abundant breakfast, and then grasped the hefty textbook on spellcasting. Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk. With a cheerful disposition, he and Edward made their way to the Charms classroom located on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Soon, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, entered the classroom, depositing a hefty stack of tomes onto the floor before standing atop them. A collection of gift boxes floated gracefully behind him, stacking neatly into 3 rows that settled onto the lectern. The class erupted in astonished gasps. Unlike his peers who speculated about the contents of the gift boxes, Alan was captivated not by the boxes themselves, but by Professor Flitwick's exquisite levitation charm and his precise manipulation of magical forces assigned to each gift. Today, we are to learn a spell known as Separation, a charm that facilitates the opening of objects, proving immensely beneficial in our daily lives. Now, take out your quills and note down the spell's gestures and pronunciation nuances. Under Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice, all the students obediently retrieved their quills, diligently recording every necessary note. The astute Ravenclaws understood the significance of charms to a wizard, especially in a lesson conducted by their esteemed head. However, earnestness alone does not guarantee mastery of spells. Magic requires innate talent, extensive knowledge, and precise execution. Each element is essential. Thus, while all students attentively listened, only a select few could swiftly complete the spell in practice. Even among Ravenclaw, the majority of young witches and wizards relied on extensive practice of the spell's pronunciation and movements to truly master it. Before Alan, the violet ribbon on one of the gift boxes silently unraveled, gracefully slipping away from the box. Lifting the lid, he discovered 2 notes inside. Picking up the first note, he read, "Come to my office at 7 p.m. tonight. We shall engage in dueling practice." Phileas Flitwick. Unable to restrain himself, Alan lifted his gaze towards Professor Flitwick, who was smiling warmly at him, clearly having noticed Alan's actions. The first successful spellcaster is Alan Harris. Therefore, I shall award Ravenclaw 5 points. Professor Flitwick's words drew the attention of many young wizards engrossed in practice towards Alan, their faces reflecting genuine admiration. Although the classmates had grown accustomed to Alan being the first to successfully cast a spell, even when several Ravenclaw students followed suit, they still felt a profound respect for his innate talent and prowess. Placing the first note into his textbook, Alan retrieved a second folded note from the box. Upon unfolding it, he could hardly contain his astonishment and lifted his gaze once more to Professor Flitwick. Edward, noticing Alan's unusual reaction, leaned over to glimpse the note in his hand, and exclaimed, "Cool." The gaze of the entire class shifted once again to the area where Alan and Edward were situated. Edward took the note from Alan and, raising it towards Professor Flitwick, asked, "Professor, may I read it aloud?" "Of course. This may assist other students in mastering the spell more swiftly," Professor Flitwick replied, readily acquiescing to Edward's request. Homework pass card. The student who receives this card is exempt from any 3 assignments in Charms class. Edward read the contents of the note aloud with an envious tone, eliciting a chorus of amazed murmurs from the class. Professor Flitwick's workload was indeed considerable. To be exempt from 3 assignments, especially from lengthy essays, was a remarkable advantage. Simultaneously, the clever Ravenclaws, fueled by heightened enthusiasm, eagerly returned to their own boxes. By the end of class, Edward had received a pass card to excuse him from one in-school punishment. Several other students obtained bonus cards, allowing them to elevate their charms grades from failing to acceptable should they achieve a score of troll or below. The bonus card was more advantageous than the homework pass, particularly for those fortunate Hufflepuffs who received it. Yet, for Alan, the homework pass was far more practical. He needed no additional points, as he was already achieving full marks. Edward felt somewhat dissatisfied with his luck, as he rarely violated school rules, spending most of his free time catching up on sleep. Thus, the bonus and homework pass cards were indeed more useful. After afternoon classes, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, led by Roger to the training grounds, finally experienced the exhilarating speed of the Firebolt 2001. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and they remained until darkness fell, bursting with an unprecedented fervor for practice. "This year's Quidditch Cup is still ours," Roger declared confidently while strategizing. He found it hard to imagine what could possibly impede Ravenclaw's path to victory. "Autumn Jean, you must leverage your agility and dexterity to hasten the conclusion of the match. With the Firebolt 2001 in play, we may achieve a crushing victory." Alan perceived Roger's confidence as somewhat excessive, a sentiment evidently shared by the other team members. Roger, along with the Slytherins, had acquired 7 brand new Firebolt 2001s, which might render the upcoming match particularly arduous. The sensible Penelope pointed out the facts. Just look at their seeker, the second-year Malfoy. How could Malfoy, whose path was paved by wealth, possibly compete with the skillful Cho Chang? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Roger clearly expressed his skepticism towards Malfoy. The equipment of Hufflepuff was undeniably subpar, a fact that required no further elaboration. As for Gryffindor's Harry Potter, Cho Chang, you truly must remain vigilant. Based on last year's performance, Harry Potter undoubtedly proved to be a remarkably competent seeker. However, he rides a Firebolt 2000, which pales in comparison to Cho Chang's speed. Therefore, this year's Quidditch Cup is a prize we must claim. Roger had rehearsed this speech in his mind countless times, and his performative analysis indeed invigorated the morale of the Ravenlaws, who eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Quidditch season. Chapter 116. The International Wizarding Duel Tournament. As night fully descended, engulfing the earth in darkness, the members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team concluded their practice session. They chatted animatedly as they walked back to the brilliantly illuminated Hogwarts castle, comparing the performance of various brooms in a light-hearted manner. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Alan hurried back to the dormitory, quickly freshened up, and then proceeded with a buoyant spirit to Professor Flitwick's office. Upon reaching the door, he raised his hand to knock, but it creaked open of its own accord. Professor Flitwick, wand in hand, greeted Alan with a warm smile. On the table in front of him lay 2 plates of exquisitely crafted pastries and a large pot of honey grapefruit tea. Even before stepping into the office, Alan was already enveloped by the fragrant, sweet aroma. Upon entering, Alan noticed that a space had been cleared in front of the professor's 13 splendid windows, evidently designated for his duel training. "Come, Alan, before we commence our formal training, let us first discuss the art of dueling. You may also take a moment to rest. I observed you returning from Quidditch practice not long ago. Your swift arrival suggests you could use a break." Professor Flitwick poured a generous cup of honey grapefruit tea for Alan. "Thank you, Professor." Alan expressed his gratitude, lifting the cup to his lips and savoring the sweet flavor that enveloped his palate. For us wizards, dueling is not merely a pastime reserved for knights and nobility, nor is it solely a perilous game fought over love and honor. In the annals of magical history, it represents an ancient legal system, a profoundly influential cultural tradition. It is a pursuit imbued with the gallant spirit of knighthood, a game characterized by virility. Indeed, the founder of Gryffindor was particularly adept in this arena. As soon as Alan settled into his seat, Professor Flitwick eagerly launched into the topic. In fact, he nearly found himself sorted into Gryffindor during his own sorting ceremony. The professor spoke with a fervent glow in his eyes, akin to a sports fan witnessing an exhilarating match, a child gazing upon a delightful confection, or a young man catching sight of his beloved. Wizard dueling is far more than mere bravado between individuals. Once, it served as a means of discerning truth from falsehood, for it was believed that Merlin would ensure that the truth-teller would triumph in the duel. Professor Flitwick took a sip of tea, moistening his throat. Nowadays, the International Wizarding Association hosts the International Wizarding Duel Tournament every 6 years, where wizards from various nations compete to bring honor to their homeland. This event also serves as a benchmark for the development of wizarding strength across nations and a showcase of each country's magical culture. Alan listened intently, captivated by the professor's animated discourse. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick raised his voice, and we have been champions of the International Wizarding Duel Tournament for 3 consecutive sessions. His expression radiated pride. When will the next tournament be held? Alan inquired with curiosity. 6 years from now. In fact, the last tournament concluded just after your first year as summer break. As a former champion, I had the honor of witnessing the emergence of a new champion, a master of both courage and intellect, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Professor Flitwick's tone brimmed with admiration. Ah, him. Alan realized. Kingsley was an exceptionally skilled wizard. During the Moonstone operation, he had already witnessed his remarkable abilities. He was a reliable and trustworthy wizard, adorned with such prestigious accolades and extraordinary prowess. Do you know him? Professor Flitwick asked, astonished. Indeed, my brother, Albert Harris, is also an Auror, and he had the fortune of meeting Mr. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Alan briefly explained. Albert, I remember him. A distinguished Ravenclaw student. His transfiguration skills are exceptional. Professor McGonagall holds him in high regard. Professor Flitwick reminisced about Albert with a look of satisfaction. Of course, in comparison, your potential, Alan, is even more remarkable. However, this very reason underscores the importance of your preparation in the coming years. Professor Flitwick was immensely proud, firmly believing that Alan was among the most talented students in Ravenclaw's history. All right, our break is nearly over. Let us rise and engage in practical training. Professor Flitwick stood up. Alan respectfully rose to his feet and, alongside Professor Flitwick, made his way to the open space beneath the window. You are of the same age as Leonard's student, and in the spirit of friendly competition, there should be no need for overly destructive spells during the duel. In such a scenario, a particular incantation proves exceedingly useful. However, before Professor Flitwick could finish his thought, a hurried knocking echoed through the room. With a flick of his wand, the doors swung open, and a visibly distressed first-year Ravenclaw rushed in. Professor, Roger, and Marcus Flint from Slytherin are fighting. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin Quidditch players appeared exceedingly furious. If not curtailed, the outcome could be unpredictable. Thank you, Josephine. We shall investigate immediately. Professor Flitwick promptly stood up, and Alan swiftly followed suit. The slender, brown-haired Josephine led the way, quickly arriving at the entrance hall on the first floor. A throng of young wizards was gathered on the stairs, pointing and whispering in the corridor above. Numerous Slytherin and Ravenclaw students had drawn their wands, poised for battle at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, a loud command of Petrificus Totalis rang out, a flash of light illuminating the scene as Marcus's spell struck Bradley, the Ravenclaw seeker. Enraged, the Ravenclaws retaliated immediately, a kaleidoscope of colorful spells weaving through the air in a chaotic exchange. Everyone, cease at once. Professor Flitwick's shrill voice was drowned out by the uproar, and the situation escalated into confusion, with even first-year students, still unfamiliar with spells, resorting to Muggle-style brawling, grappling and entangled in a fray. Behind Professor Flitwick, Alan stealthily drew his wand and aimed it at the swift and reckless Marcus Flint of Slytherin, causing him to collapse in a daze. Struck by the curse, Marcus fell to the ground, and the quick-witted Penelope of Ravenclaw promptly followed up with several spells, resulting in Marcus's head sprouting a multitude of red welts at an observable speed. Chapter 117, The Brawl and Punishment. Professor Flitwick, unable to ascertain the source of the spell, raised his voice with authority. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Stop! I said stop, all of you." His resonant command reverberated through the hall, causing even the grand crystal chandelier above to tremble slightly. The young wizards, noticing the diminutive Professor Flitwick, ceased their fighting. However, the instigators of this brawl, the Quidditch players from Ravenclaw and Slytherin, were already consumed by rage, unwilling to be the first to relent. With a flourish of his wand, Professor Flitwick cast several disarming charms in quick succession. A flash of red light erupted as the wands of the most fervent combatants flew from their grasp, landing on the floor before the professor. At last, the brawlers began to regain their composure. The spell I referred to, which proved to be exceptionally effective, was indeed the disarming charm. Remarkably, Professor Flitwick did not immediately address the combatants but instead turned his attention back to instructing Alan. Alan nodded in understanding, fully aware of the significance of the disarming charm, one of Harry Potter's most frequently employed spells. This incantation is remarkably useful, both simple and practical. It was even instrumental in Harry's victory over Voldemort, who wielded the killing curse, albeit aided by the peculiar properties of the Elder Wand. First and foremost, the charm serves both offensive and defensive purposes, allowing for control and output without any legal repercussions or disgrace. Moreover, it directly disarms the opponent, and for most wizards, losing their wand equates to losing their combat capability. Observing Alan's contemplative expression, Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction before turning to address the grievous brawl unfolding before him. "Josephine, summon Madame Pomfrey," he instructed, waving his wand to lift the petrification curse from Bradley. He then surveyed the unfortunate Marcus Flint, who had been struck by an unknown number of spells, deciding to send Josephine for the healer. "Can anyone explain what transpired here?" Professor Flitwick demanded with authority. "I too wish to know what exactly occurred." It was Professor Snape, who, along with the equally grave Professor McGonagall, appeared simultaneously at the top of the staircase. Their expressions dark and foreboding. In this tense atmosphere, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, none daring to step forward. Who participated in this altercation? Step forward, McGonagall commanded. The Quidditch players from Ravenclaw and Slytherin hung their heads, shuffling to the base of the stairs. Is there anyone else? Stand behind them. Do not compel us to use the revealing spell on your wands, Professor Flitwick added, while Snape's penetrating gaze fixated on the young wizards below. Gradually, several Ravenclaw and Slytherin students stepped forward, including Edward. The freshman, sporting a bruised visage, could hardly conceal his injuries as he joined the ranks of the accused. Alan shrugged and stepped forward, under Flitwick's astonished gaze. He understood that Flitwick would not truly resort to the revealing spell on their wands. However, as all Ravenclaw players faced punishment, his detachment from the situation might jeopardize his standing within the group. Instead, sharing in their trials and tribulations would foster unity. Moreover, Alan was never concerned about the consequences of stepping forward. All forms of confinement were inconsequential to him, and he could navigate them with ease. Indeed, as he joined the group, Roger could not resist delivering a playful punch, accompanied by a toothy grin. He had been struck by a spell, leaving his jaw swollen like two oversized loaves of bread. So what prompted you to forsake rest in your dormitories and converge for a brawl? Snape's frigid voice reverberated, particularly chilling with the final four words. Professor, it was Ravenclaw who struck first, Draco Malfoy. Emboldened by his father's position on the board of governors and Snape's favorable disposition toward him, stepped forward to lodge a complaint. I am quite curious as to what incited your violent confrontation, Snape pressed. Because Marcus Flint and Draco Malfoy not only insulted our Ravenclaw Quidditch team, but also demeaned Roger Davies as a filthy mudblood. Penelope, the head of Ravenclaw, bravely stood up, having accurately cast spells against several Slytherins during the scuffle. Once she had articulated her initial grievance, her courage surged, and she succinctly explained the sequence of events. It turned out that the Ravenclaw Quidditch team had utilized 7 brand new Firebolt 2001 brooms for practice, a fact discovered by Slytherin seeker, Warrington, who relayed the information to Flint. Slytherin, having already marked Ravenclaw as a primary target, could not resist probing their adversaries. What ensued was a relentless exchange of taunts, culminating in Draco Malfoy's slur against Roger, which ignited the brawl between the two houses. I believe both parties are at fault. Slytherin initiated the provocation, while Ravenclaw retaliated. Engaging in a brawl within the school hall is an egregious offense. Each house shall forfeit 200 points. Is there any dissent? McGonagall declared. Although she deemed Slytherin's provocations more severe, she recognized that Ravenclaw's retaliation was equally culpable, especially given the serious injuries sustained by Marcus Flint, which appeared more grievous than those of the Ravenclaws. Thus, McGonagall decided on the deduction of 200 points for both houses as a warning and punishment. All students involved in the brawl shall face detention. Percy Weasley, record the names of all students present. McGonagall commanded further. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect and Ron's brother, seemed to relish the task, eagerly jotting down the names of all participants in the altercation. His excitement was understandable, with both Ravenclaw and Slytherin losing points. Gryffindor's chances in the House Cup this year appeared significantly brighter. The Ravenclaw students lowered their heads, unable to meet Professor Flitwick's gaze, lamenting the loss of points after their hard-won victory in the previous year's House Cup. The Slytherins, observing Percy's expression, silently regretted their actions, realizing they had inadvertently benefited Gryffindor. Chapter 118. Punishment. The group of miscreant young wizards, after being dismissed to return to their dormitories, departed with downcast spirits. Professor Flitwick instructed Alan to come to his office next Wednesday, signaling the end of the day's dueling lesson. Alan bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Though I did enjoy striking Malfoy, it is disheartening that Ravenclaw has lost 200 points and faces detention. Edward lamented, grieving for their lost points. Did you not receive a get-out-of-jail-free card in Charms class? It seems it will come in handy, Alan remarked, stifling a laugh at Edward's comical grimace. The repercussions of detention arrived swiftly. Due to the large number of students involved, many were assigned to assist Filch with menial tasks, while others were tasked with helping Hagrid care for his creatures or patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Edward, utilizing his Charmed card from the Charms lesson, successfully evaded punishment, eliciting envy from his fellow Ravenclaws. Soon enough, Alan received notification of his own punishment. He was to patrol the Forbidden Forest on Saturday night. He felt no trepidation. The forest was fast becoming his third home, following Mr. Harris's residence in the Ravenclaw Tower. Furthermore, he could seize the opportunity to visit Tina and the Little Snake. I would much rather patrol the Forbidden Forest than assist Filch with cleaning, Ron interjected. The last time I was punished, I had to clean trophies in the prize room. I couldn't use magic, and Filch made me polish those trophies repeatedly with oil. I polished the Quidditch cup 14 times before he was satisfied. My hands were sore. And even now, I can still smell that oily polish. Ron recounted, raising his hand for Alan to sniff the lingering scent. With an awkward yet courteous smile, Alan averted his gaze. I always presumed that Slytherin and Gryffindor would be the first to clash, but who could have anticipated that Ravenclaw would strike first? Harry exclaimed, his face alight with yearning. He had long harbored a desire to confront Malfoy, a sentiment so intense that he had never before loathed anyone as much, not even Dudley, who seemed almost endearing in comparison. Hermione, Ron, we mustn't allow Gryffindor to lose any more points. Hermione interjected, having discerned the eagerness radiating from her two companions. During their first year, they had suffered a significant deduction in points for being caught out at night while delivering Norbert, leaving them to endure a rather trying period within Gryffindor. It was rumored that many students from Slytherin had been assigned to assist Professor Snape with potion ingredients, a development that seemed to be a covert form of reprieve from punishment. Hermione mused that this arrangement bore the faintest hint of reward. Assisting Professor Snape with potion preparation might indeed yield a wealth of knowledge. If that's the case, I would much prefer to help Professor Lockhart with his correspondence than endure Snape. Harry grimaced, his expression one of distaste. Fortunately, no one had sustained any real injuries. Although Marcus Flynn appeared gravely wounded, Madame Pomfrey had him fully healed in less than a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, someone could have genuinely faced expulsion, Hermione added. Alan touched his nose, acknowledging that he was the culprit behind Marcus's injury. Had it not been for his stunning spell, Marcus would not have been struck by so many other spells cast by the Ravenclaw team. However, Alan felt no remorse. He was rather pleased that the healing had been so swift. In fact, he thought he had been too lenient and wished he had unleashed a few more curses. Harry shared his sentiments, wishing Marcus's injuries were more severe. This was certainly not ideal. On Saturday, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was set to face Slytherin, whose players rode the fastest brooms money could buy. If Gryffindor were to lose, one could only imagine what it would say. Thinking about the upcoming match made Harry somewhat anxious. Upon hearing this, Alan couldn't help but internally scoff at the Gryffindors, recalling how they had once ridden the very brooms that money could procure. Although he possessed a broom that was nearly impossible to buy, the Slytherin Quidditch team was hardly a threat. The true danger lay in that pesky house elf, Dobby. On Saturday morning, after completing his workout, Alan made his way to the dining hall for breakfast, where he found the young wizards of Gryffindor huddled together, appearing tense and taciturn. The long table dedicated to Gryffindor was unusually quiet. Everyone understood the importance of equipment, yet the low morale was decidedly uncharacteristic of Gryffindor, like a compressed spring. The more they were pressed down, the more fiercely they would rebound. As 11 o'clock approached, Alan joined the throngs heading to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was oppressively humid, and distant thunder hinted at an impending storm. As anticipated, Gryffindor displayed remarkable tenacity on the field. They fought valiantly against not only the fierce attacks of their opponents but also the torrential rain and that maddened bludger. The rogue bludger relentlessly pursued Harry, striving to knock him from his broom. Harry's frantic attempts to evade the bludger were quite a sight, and Alan could hear the laughter of the Slytherin supporters from the stands. What a formidable adversary! Roger and Alan shared a glance, both wearing grave expressions. Harry showcased extraordinary flying skills. If it were me, I would have surely been thrown from my broom by now. Malfoy was no match for Harry, Roger mused, holding Harry in high regard and considering Gryffindor as the fiercest rival to Ravenclaw. In the midst of their conversation, a gasp erupted from the stands as the bludger finally struck Harry. His body slid awkwardly on the rain-soaked broom, one leg still clinging to it while his right hand dangled limply beside him. He's going to collide with Malfoy, Roger shouted. Through the misty curtain of rain, Harry charged toward Malfoy, who wore a mocking smile. No, he had caught the golden snitch, Alan added, quickly rising to run toward the stands below. A chorus of gasps filled the air as a loud splash echoed. Harry fell into the mud, tumbling from his broom. His arm hung at a peculiar angle. When Alan reached the field, rain poured mercilessly over Harry's face as he lay groaning on the ground, his words indecipherable. Lockhart, raising his voice to the anxious Gryffindor students gathered around, declared, "Fear not, Harry. I'm about to mend your arm." Alan heard Harry's refusal. "No, let it be." "Thank you. Lie still, Harry," Lockhart comforted him. "It's a simple spell, one I've used countless times." "Step back," Lockhart said, rolling up his emerald green sleeves. "Please don't," Harry weakly protested. Chapter 119. A visit to the Forbidden Forest. At the very moment Professor Lockhart aimed his wand at Harry, he collapsed in an exceedingly awkward manner. It was Alan who intervened, knocking Professor Lockhart aside. With a swift wave of his wand, Alan mended Harry's bones in an instant. Harry rose, moving his arms, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Alan." He was immensely relieved. Had it not been for Alan's timely intervention, he might have shared Lockhart's fate. Meanwhile, Professor Lockhart lay on the grass, pallid and terrified, his gaze fixated on his left leg, from which the bones had been extracted by his own magic, now limply resting on the ground. Witnessing this, those around gasped in shock, while Colin Creevey frantically snapped photos of the professor. "Ah, my apologies, Professor," Alan said insincerely, however. "You were struck by your own spell when you fell. I certainly did not anticipate such an outcome. Fear not, I shall escort you to Madame Pomfrey." Alan cast a glance at Harry, who promptly nodded in response. United in purpose, they escorted Professor Lockhart to Madame Pomfrey. She meticulously examined the professor's pitiable, lifeless left leg, and after listening to Alan elucidate the circumstances, she rendered her judgment. Professor Lockhart required a night's rest in her care. His bones had been completely extracted. Harry, filled with trepidation, was overwhelmed with gratitude towards Alan. Had it not been for Alan, it would have been he lying here, awaiting the regrowth of his bones. Alan and his companion hurriedly assisted Professor Lockhart in changing into his pajamas and sleep pants. After considerable effort, they managed to fit the rubbery, boneless leg into the pant leg. As they bid farewell to the weary Professor Lockhart and exited the infirmary, they encountered Hermione waiting outside. "How's Professor Lockhart?" Hermione inquired anxiously. Alan explained that the professor would need to stay in the hospital overnight to facilitate the regrowth of his leg bone. "Oh, poor professor," Hermione lamented, unable to conceal her concern. "Why do you still care about him? He nearly caused Harry to lose his arm." Ron expressed his discontent with Hermione's lingering admiration for the charlatan. "He was only trying to help Harry," Hermione defended, adding, "And now Harry is fine, right?" "Indeed. Thanks to Alan." Harry expressed his gratitude once more. "You're welcome, Harry," Alan replied, then thoughtfully cautioned, "Harry, that rogue bludger was clearly jinxed. Now that you are unscathed, it is likely that the perpetrator may strike again, so you must be vigilant. It must be Malfoy. I'm dying to know what he did to that bludger," Ron said angrily. As they emerged from the hospital wing, the jubilant Gryffindor Quidditch team surrounded them, muddy and drenched like drowned rats. "Harry, you flew brilliantly," George exclaimed. "I just saw Marcus Flint shouting at Malfoy, claiming the golden snitch was right above his head, yet he couldn't see it. Malfoy didn't he look too pleased?" "Alan, thank you for healing Harry. How about joining us for a celebration?" Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Wood, earnestly invited. Celebrating victory with the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Roger would have his head, especially after just elevating Gryffindor to their primary rival. Alan politely declined. Leaving Harry and the others, Alan resolved to prepare for the evening detention, such as concocting a special nutritious meal for the little snake. Time always flew when busy, and by 11 o'clock at night, Alan hurried to the entrance hall, where Filch would hand them over to Hagrid for a patrol of the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the entrance hall, Alan discovered he was not alone. Penelope and Marcus were glaring at Malfoy, tensions palpable as if a fight could erupt at any moment. It was surprising that Malfoy and Marcus had not followed Professor Snape to organize potions, but upon reflection, Alan understood Snape's decision. These two instigators clearly required additional punishment. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest in such weather was hardly a pleasant task. The rain still fell industriously from the sky. In the afternoon, it had paused momentarily, but that temporary respite seemed merely to gather strength for a renewed assault. The air turned cold and damp, as if the entire world was saturated with rainwater. In the Forbidden Forest, the path frequently traversed by Hagrid was muddy, and a careless brush against a branch would result in a deluge of water cascading down upon you. Despite being a senior student, Penelope struggled to navigate the terrain. Unable to resist, Alan helped her clear the obstructing branches, offering her support from time to time. Soon they arrived at a fork in the path, where Hagrid divided them into groups, Malfoy and Marcus together, Hagrid and Fong in another, and Alan with Penelope in the last. The self-proclaimed prefect, Penelope, led Alan deeper into the forest. The woods were filled with numerous small, concealed clearings, appearing entirely open yet thoroughly hidden by surrounding thickets. Alan promptly halted Penelope's direction, requesting they circumvent these clearings. Penelope, puzzled, asked why they couldn't simply pass through. "There are quite a few poisonous insects in this weather, though not fatal, that can leave your face covered in pockmarks. I last saw the Weasley twins from Gryffindor get into trouble here," Alan replied with a shrug. Penelope remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do you often come to the Forbidden Forest alone?" Their essay girl and first-year nicknamed Crazy Girl who also ventured in. "Thankfully she wants tea caught by the professors or we would have lost points. I heard she was looking for some improving creatures based on content from the magazine Contradictory Songs." Alan evaded the topic, steering the conversation towards the eccentric Luna Lovegood. As the rain gradually ceased, Alan pondered how to shake Penelope off to visit the little snake. Gazing at Penelope's delicate features, he thought perhaps he could trust her. Without his guidance, she would likely avoid encountering Tina even if she sought her out. Before Alan could make a decision, Gaia suddenly appeared before him, startling Penelope back a few steps at the sight of the descending unicorn. Upon recognizing Gaia, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Alan, are you here to see Tina too?" Gaia asked, always fond of the little snake. Before Alan could respond, Gaia's gaze shifted to Penelope, sizing her up with a hint of wariness. "Who is she? But since you brought her, she should be trustworthy. Let us hurry. The rain was quite heavy just now, and I am a bit concerned." Being a unicorn, Gaia could sense the feelings of others, and her impression of Penelope was not particularly favorable. Without further inquiry, Gaia leaped ahead, beckoning Alan to follow quickly. Chapter 120, The Mischievous Little Snake is Male. "You've befriended a unicorn. It seems you've frequented the fairy realm," Penelope remarked with a sly smile, glancing at Alan. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Alan could only remain silent in response. Before long, they arrived beneath the great crooked tree. Alan bent down, signaling for Penelope to climb onto his back. "What are you doing?" Penelope asked, confused by Alan's intentions. "We need to climb this tree." Alan stood upright, pointing at the towering tree above them. "I can climb it," Penelope retorted, rolling up her sleeves defiantly. "If you go up alone, you might provoke Tina." Alan replied coolly. "Who?" Who would attack? Penelope asked, not quite catching what he said. Tina, the owner of this tree, a little snake. Alan urged again. Hurry up, Penelope, we don't have much time. Penelope, rather decisive, climbed onto Alan's back, only to discover her height surpassed his significantly, forcing her to curl up tightly around him. With one hand securing Penelope's body, Alan took a few steps back before lunging forward, leaping high and using several sturdy branches to ascend into Tina's nest. This was my first encounter with the bird snake outside the pages of a book. In an instant, Penelope was captivated by these little blue creatures. Unable to suppress her admiration, the small bird snakes raised their bodies, turning towards the source of the unfamiliar sound. Their adorably naive appearance evidently enchanted Penelope, prompting her to take a couple of steps closer in awe. Tina stood upright, watching her with keen vigilance. Alan retrieved a carefully prepared nutritional meal for the little bird snake from within his robe, or rather, from a concealed space, and placed it before Tina. Are you feeling well, Tina? Alan inquired softly. It can't comprehend your words. Penelope chuckled, finding the young boy before her somewhat foolish yet undeniably endearing. Alan ignored Penelope, fully aware that Tina understood. Indeed, Tina responded, thank you, Alan. The food you sent has been immensely helpful. Caring for the little one is quite a challenge. And keeping an eye on it is no small feat. It seems to truly comprehend, but you cannot grasp what it is saying. Penelope gazed at Tina in astonishment. Alan smiled and said to Tina, yes, I truly understand. Whether it be humans or animals, caring for the young is always a laborious endeavor. Observing the exchange between Alan and Tina, Penelope's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, just consider the plight of foraging for food while remaining perpetually vigilant, fearing for their safety. It truly weighs heavily on my heart. If I am not by its side, it will be helpless in the face of danger. Do you comprehend what I am saying? It will take quite a long time before it can fly on its own, growing feathers and resembling a true bird snake. Tina gently placed a piece of food into the open mouth of the little bird snake, watching affectionately as it swallowed. In that moment, Tina transformed from an aloof goddess into a garrulous mother. It is no wonder that among muggles, there exists a saying, to change an artistic young woman, one merely needs to make her a mother. By the way, where's Gaia? She arrived here before us, yet she is nowhere to be seen at this moment. Alan wondered aloud. She mentioned that your journey was arduous, and she would gather some berries for you upon her return, Tina explained succinctly. Then, the bird snake leaned its large head closer to Alan's ear, whispering, however, I suggest you take care before eating today. Gaia found some wild garlic, so there might be an odor. The well-fed little bird snake curled up beneath its mother's warm body, its wings obediently draping at its sides, forming a perfect circle. Its bewildered little face radiated an unmistakable weariness. The rain was heavy, and it was particularly excited today, having played until exhausted. Tina lovingly kissed the little bird snake, which seemed to find comfort in its mother's scent and nestled even closer. Time was drawing late, and we ought to take our leave. Although it was merely an animal, Alan regarded the one capable of communication as a friend, perhaps even a more reliable companion than any human. Alan, Tina called out as he turned to depart, her words faltering. What is it, Tina? Alan asked, noticing the melancholy in her gaze, seemingly grasping the unspoken concern. Do not worry, Tina, I will visit you whenever I can. I do not wish to miss the little one's first flight. Tina, she gathered her courage, Hogwarts Castle is currently unsafe. If possible, you should leave here at once. Tina, what do you know? Alan inquired cautiously, aware that Penelope was nearby and he could not reveal his prior knowledge. There is a terrifying monster. One that we bird snakes are all afraid of. It is extremely dangerous, and there is more than one. You would be wise to return home. Tina's words were vague. Yet Alan chose not to press further, considering the serpent monster and the eight-eyed giant spider, two formidable creatures indeed. Penelope, observing Alan's inquiry, appeared to ponder deeply. Alan's body refinement technique now enables him to discern even the faintest sounds in his surroundings, no matter how subtle. He can even perceive the delicate whispers of the breeze as it passes by. However, at this moment, he heard Gaia's piercing scream, from the tremor of her furious tone. Alan understood that someone had encroached upon her domain. Soon after, the heavy sound of hurried footsteps echoed, indicating someone was running. Additionally, there were numerous clicking noises. Behind him, Tina's terrified voice broke through. There's danger. Alan, you must leave this place at once. With that, Tina seized the small bird snake, soaring into the air to circle above, surveying the unfolding situation. Penelope, I shall investigate. Wait here for me. Alan sensed that the sounds were drawing ever closer. He leaped from the tree. Before long, Gaia flew before him, urgency lacing her words. Hurry, Alan. The eight-eyed giant spider has strayed from its territory and has come here. I must return to alert our kin and prepare for battle. Alan's expression grew serious. If he had not miscalculated, the heavy footsteps were undoubtedly those of Marcus and Malfoy. Alan yearned to turn back and leave with Penelope, yet his conscience held him in place, just as he was about to make a choice. The familiar system sound echoed in his ears, a sudden task to rescue trapped classmates, and upon successful completion, a chance for a reward lottery. Should he rejoice for not having left, or lament the necessity of staying? Gaia, please take Penelope back to Hogwarts. I must rescue my classmates. Alan's expression was grave as he entrusted Penelope to Gaia. I am a prefect. I cannot allow our brilliant Ravenclaw student to venture into danger alone. Hearing his voice, Penelope climbed down from the tree, revealing her unexpected ability to climb. Chapter 121. A narrow escape. Malfoy and Marcus are in danger. You must return to find Hagrid or Professor Flitwick, or we may be left helpless. Alan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Penelope had always regarded Alan as an exceptional younger brother, but now she felt compelled to respond. Suddenly, she embraced Alan tightly, saying, You are the most remarkable wizard I have ever encountered. I will go at once, but do not overestimate your strength. They are merely 2 Slytherins. Not worth risking our lives for. The unexpected embrace and praise made Alan feel somewhat uncomfortable, his ears flushing a deep crimson. Releasing him, Penelope raised her wand, and a crimson circle of light burst forth from its tip, hovering high in the air. Gaia glanced at Alan, showing no resistance as Penelope mounted her back. Soaring into the distance, Alan gazed ahead at the pitch-black thicket, the clattering sounds having faded into the distance. Did this signify that Malfoy and Marcus had been apprehended? He needed to act swiftly. Alan took a deep breath, tilting his ear to capture the direction of the clicking sounds that echoed around him. He deftly maneuvered through the thickets adorned with hazel trees, cornelian cherries, blackthorn, and elderberries, racing towards the shadowy depths of the forest. The clicking grew increasingly pronounced, and soon, Alan found himself at the edge of a vast depression, where the trees had been cleared, revealing the most horrifying sight he had ever beheld. A multitude of spiders, each the size of a horse, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, their bodies cloaked in thick black fur, sprawled before him. In no time, he spotted Malfoy and Marcus. Ensnared by 2 colossal spiders that held them aloft, their faces pressed downwards in midair. They struggled desperately, their features contorted in sheer terror. The other spiders, upon noticing their trapped companions, excitedly waved their formidable pincers, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. At the very center of the depression lay a hazy, hemispherical web, from which emerged a spider as large as a small elephant. Its body and legs bore a grayish hue, and its grotesque head, adorned with large pincers, was obscured by a veil of milky film over each eye. It was blind. The clicking sounds reverberated as its massive pincers moved swiftly, seemingly conversing with the 8-eyed giant spider that held Malfoy captive. The 2 gigantic spiders then hurled Malfoy and Marcus to the ground, eliciting pain groans from them. The clicking continued, resonating throughout the hollow as the spider's pincers scuttled about. Alan realized that the situation had become exceedingly urgent. He needed to take immediate action. He retrieved his flying broomstick from the storage space, mounted it, and soared into the sky. Fortunately, the attention of the 8-eyed giant spiders was focused on Malfoy and his companions, leaving Alan unnoticed high above. Alan soared above Malfoy, who lay on his back gazing up in astonishment. Upon seeing Alan, he was about to exclaim in delight, but upon noticing Alan's gesture, he swiftly sealed his lips. Alan swiftly dove down, casting a powerful Lumos spell that enveloped the entire hollow in a brilliant white light. Before the 8-eyed spiders could react and adjust to the radiance, he quickly seized Marcus while tossing his other broom to Malfoy. Driven by an intense will to survive, Malfoy unleashed an unprecedented speed, mounting Alan's Firebolt 2001 with haste. They ascended rapidly, yet a pair of enormous pincers obstructed their path. It was Aragog, the largest of the 8-eyed spiders. Blind, it remained unaffected by the blinding light. Obstacles loomed heavily. Quick to respond, Alan cast another spell to ward off Aragog's pincers, which were closing in on Malfoy's right leg. The enraged Aragog emitted a thunderous clacking sound, rallying the other spiders to form a formidable wall, a veritable fortress of copper and iron, blocking their escape. The clattering of the spiders' pincers resonated in unison, countless eyes glimmering on their grotesque black heads. What to do? Malfoy cried out in despair. Fly upwards, to a height beyond their reach. Alan urged, casting another spell to deflect the approaching claws. Just fly straight? I can't do it. Malfoy was on the verge of collapse. Either fly or perish. Alan pressed on, propelling the broom with all his might, soaring straight upward. Malfoy gritted his teeth and followed closely. However, the 8-eyed spiders were ascending at an alarming rate too. Alan struggled to maintain control over his broom. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed above, an immense figure crashing into the spiders brandishing their pincers. It was Tina, with a piercing, elongated cry. Her massive blue wings sent the spiders sprawling, their many legs flailing helplessly in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Alan and the others swiftly darted away, Tina following closely behind, her wings beating vigorously. Upon reaching the entrance of the forbidden forest, Alan exhaled deeply, relieved. They had narrowly escaped. Thank you, Tina. He expressed heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that without her timely intervention, the outcome could have been dire. Not at all, Alan. I must hurry back. My little snake is waiting in the nest. Tina replied hastily before soaring away. Alan felt a swell of emotion, realizing that Tina had forsaken her own safety to rescue him. Turning around, he noticed Malfoy and Marcus gazing dreamily in the direction Tina had departed. What was that? Malfoy inquired. A snake bird, Alan replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate. I owe you my life. Malfoy's tone was somewhat stiff, as if unaccustomed to expressing such sentiments. And, thank you. Marcus had sprawled on the grass, panting heavily, oblivious to the drool trickling from his gapped teeth. We need to hurry back to find Hagrid and Penelope before they venture deeper into the Forbidden Forest to rescue us. On their way back to the castle, they encountered Professor Dumbledore, who was hurrying along, with Penelope trailing closely behind him. "Ah, Alan, it is splendid to see you unharmed," Penelope exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. "Since you are all safe, I believe your detention can now come to an end," Professor Dumbledore remarked, surveying the bedraggled, bruised appearances of Malfoy and Marcus. "Bobby has likely not yet rested. You should first attend to the infirmary to treat your wounds before returning to your dormitory." "Thank you, Professor, but Hagrid is still in the Forbidden Forest," Alan reminded him. "Indeed, my dear children, rest is what you require now. The matter of locating Hagrid will be entrusted to me," Professor Dumbledore said before vanishing from their sight. "Isn't Hogwarts capable of apparition?" Penelope queried in astonishment. Malfoy and Marcus exchanged puzzled glances, evidently unaware of the reason. Alan harbored some suspicions. It was evident that the headmaster possessed the authority to activate and deactivate the anti-disapparition charms. In the original narrative, during his 5th year, Dumbledore evaded pursuit by utilizing the Phoenix Fox, while in his 6th year, he directly transported Harry via apparition from the headmaster's office. Chapter 122, a new member of the Pet Space. Although Alan appeared somewhat disheveled, there was no necessity for him to seek treatment at the school infirmary. However, Malfoy and Marcus felt as though they had plummeted from a great height, inflicted by the monstrous spider, and experienced a dull ache in their lower backs, prompting them to consult Madame Pomfrey. After bidding farewell to the duo, Alan and Penelope returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. Along the way, Alan recounted the tale of their daring rescue from the clutches of the Acromantula. "It was Tina who saved us," Alan concluded. "Tina is truly remarkable," Penelope exclaimed. "Yet you also displayed great bravery by venturing into the spider's lair to rescue Malfoy and Marcus. However, I am left wondering how you managed to carry your broomstick with you. When we ventured into the Forbidden Forest, we saw no trace of a broomstick at all." Penelope's curiosity surged, compelling her to delve deeper into the matter. Upon exiting the Forbidden Forest, Alan gently placed the 2 brooms he had held tightly in his hands upon the ground and swiftly drew his wand to cast a shrinking spell. Under the powerful enchantment, the brooms rapidly diminished to the size of his palm, transforming into charming miniature versions. He picked up the intricately designed and delightful tiny brooms and tucked them into the pocket of his magical robe. "There we go," Alan remarked with a suave shrug. Penelope, possessing a discerning eye, recognized the finesse of Alan's recent magical display. "Alan, you truly live up to Professor Flitwick's expectations. His efforts in nurturing your talents have not been in vain." After bidding farewell to Penelope in the Ravenclaw common room, Alan once again rendered himself invisible and sprinted towards the Forbidden Forest. He felt compelled to witness the safety of the bird snake with his own eyes before he could find peace of mind. Alan raced through the Forbidden Forest, disregarding the rainwater that cascaded from the branches onto his cheeks and shoulders, as he made his way directly to Tina's nest. When Alan leaped over the final thicket and arrived beneath the towering, crooked tree, a jolt of surprise surged through him. The magical circle marked by Penelope in the sky had vanished without a trace. Yet the underbrush and grass below lay withered and charred, devoid of vitality. Alan felt that the place which had once brought him joy and tranquility now seemed eerily strange, as it was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of the sounds of birds and insects. The fluorescent glow flickered. Alan yearned for a clearer view. Amidst the withering underbrush, he could faintly discern the forms of a few orioles and sparrows, their bodies motionless, devoid of any vitality. Alan swiftly ascended the crooked tree in a mere 2 strides. Only to discover that Tina's nest was utterly barren. Alan meticulously searched every nook and cranny around the bird's nest and the crooked neck tree. Yet he found no trace of Tina and the little snake. His heart, though still uneasy, found a slight sense of solace. No news at this moment could be interpreted as good news. Where could Tina and her offspring possibly be? Gaia. Perhaps Gaia would possess knowledge of their whereabouts. Alan once again concealed himself and hastened towards the unicorn's dwelling. Despite his profound fatigue, he pressed on at full speed, driven solely by the desire to acquire tidings of Tina and her kin. Upon nearing the vicinity of the unicorn tribe, Alan caught sight of Tina soaring gracefully in the sky. In an instant, his tension dissipated, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly tripping over the gnarled roots beneath his feet. As Alan revealed his form, he called out loudly for Tina. Hearing his voice, Tina swooped down from the heights, gradually diminishing in size until she matched Alan's height. "Where's the little one?" Alan inquired hurriedly. Tina lifted her head, and Alan noticed that she was clutching a familiar fruit basket in her beak. The very one Gaia had sent to Alan filled with fruit, where the little bird snake lay sleeping soundly. Tina gently placed the fruit basket on the ground, tilting her head to gaze at Alan. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Gaia's voice rang out. "Alan, what brings you here?" Gaia folded her pristine white wings and descended before Alan. Upon noticing Alan's gaze directed at the little bird snake, Gaia's expression shifted to understanding. "Ah, you were here for the little one. After I escorted your female classmate out of the Forbidden Forest and returned to Tina's nest, I found the little one all alone, calling out pitifully. It was a heart-wrenching sight. So, I placed it in the fruit basket and brought it to the unicorn's dwelling. When I went looking for you again, I happened to encounter the frantic Tina searching for the little one. Thus, we returned here together. Gaia articulated the sequence of events with eloquence, adding, I am so glad to see you safe. Thank you. Are you aware of the trouble at Tina's nest? Alan relayed the horrifying scene he had just witnessed to Gaia and Tina. Gaia pondered deeply, anxiously scraping the earth with her hooves. Meanwhile, Tina emitted a sharp cry, filled with terror. It must be her, our nemesis, the bane of bird snakes and insects. What is it? Alan asked anxiously. It is the monster in the castle. Tina, who had once appeared as a warrior against the eight-eyed giant spider, now trembled at the mere mention of this creature. Is it the serpent monster? Alan queried, puzzled. Isn't that one in the castle? How could it have ventured into the depths of the forbidden forest? No, it is another one. I cannot speak its name. I simply cannot. I believe we must relocate. Alan, I advise you to leave this castle as soon as possible. It is no longer safe here. The mere thought of uttering its name seemed to distress Tina greatly, and she appeared exceedingly agitated. Alan wished to express that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. However, incidents that posed a threat to Tina's safety had indeed occurred. The memories of the lifeless bodies of the warblers, doves, and sparrows remained vivid. Alan pondered for a moment and said, Tina, I happen to know of a place that is exceedingly safe, where you can be assured that you will not be disturbed by that terrifying creature. I wonder if you would be willing to go there? Tina tilted her head slightly and responded, if such a place truly exists, I would certainly be inclined to go. The little one deserves a tranquil environment in which to grow. Alan summoned Sniff from the pet space, and the bond between them had grown remarkably close. Every night before bed, Alan would engage in playful interactions with it, and Sniff had become thoroughly accustomed to life in Alan's pet space. Turning to the astonished Gaia and Tina, Alan remarked, I possess a magical realm that can sustain living beings. It is incredibly safe, with an abundance of food, perfect for the growth of small birds and snakes. Look, Sniff is thriving here. Tina examined the fluffy little creature that had appeared in Alan's hand with great care. It was evident that Sniff was living a life of comfort, its fur sleek and its demeanor joyful. Trusting Alan completely, Tina readily agreed. After obtaining Tina's consent, Alan welcomed both her and Sniff into the pet space. Sniff was immediately returned to its territory, and the once empty space underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming a towering tree adorned with a magnificent nest. Tina placed the little bird snake within the nest, where it soared freely, surveying its new domain. Chapter 123. Rewards and attacks. Witnessing Tina and her offspring vanish from sight, Gaia could not help but exclaim, Wizards are truly extraordinary beings. If given the chance, I too would love to explore your enchanting space. Alan nodded, preparing to bid farewell to Gaia. Alan, wait a moment, Gaia exclaimed, turning away without allowing him to reply. She returned swiftly, bearing not only a large basket of fruits, but also a pristine unicorn horn resting atop the bounty. Alan, the environment at Hogwarts is currently rather perilous. From what you've described, that creature appears to be toxic. The powder derived from our unicorn horn can serve as an antidote. You should carry it for self-defense or to assist others, just in case. Gaia set the basket down on the ground. Thank you, Gaia. Alan cherished her kindness deeply. Understanding that there was no need for false modesty with magical creatures, he promptly accepted her gifts. After bidding Gaia farewell, Alan swiftly made his way back to the Ravenclaw common room. After refreshing himself, he nestled beneath the soft covers when the familiar system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. On completing the spontaneous task, you have earned one opportunity for a reward draw. Would you like to draw the reward now? Draw. Alan gazed eagerly at the prize wheel that appeared in his mind. Today, he had saved both Malfoy and Marcus. With Merlin's blessing, his luck seemed to be quite favorable. What he received was a scroll, which, upon opening, revealed the inscription, Space Expansion Directive. The host may select any space provided by the system and double its capacity. Alan currently possesses 2 spaces, one for storage and the other for his pets. After a moment of contemplation, he unhesitatingly directed his command towards the pet space. The number of storage compartments is more than sufficient, especially since Alan can utilize the concealment expansion charm to carry items with him. Even Newt Scamander's magical suitcase, known for its expansive interior, is not excessively large. Thus, enhancing the pet space by doubling its capacity is indeed a remarkable feat. Satisfied with the expansion of the pet space, Alan placed Merlin's gem upon his forehead, soothing his overexcited nerves and calming his restless heart, which allowed him to enjoy a restful night's sleep. The following day, Alan proceeded to his usual exercise routine. Although he was set to face Hufflepuff, he felt confident of victory and had no cause for concern. This sentiment was evidently shared by the majority of his classmates. During breakfast, the Ravenclaw students animatedly discussed the impending match, with some even beginning to strategize their celebrations for a potential victory. The Ravenclaw team was brimming with enthusiasm, never before having felt such anticipation and confidence about a match. In stark contrast, Hufflepuff sat in silence at their long table, yet their spirits were not entirely dampened. The recent match between Gryffindor and Slytherin lingered in their memories, and their situation mirrored that of Gryffindor at that time. If Gryffindor could achieve victory, then surely Hufflepuff could as well. Upon witnessing the indomitable spirit reflected in the eyes of the Hufflepuffs, Alan could not help but smile. Such adversaries are truly deserving of respect. Therefore, dear Hufflepuffs, we shall give our utmost effort, for we too ardently yearn for victory. However, the atmosphere charged with impending conflict dissipated entirely upon the dissemination of a disconcerting piece of news. Eleanor Branston of Hufflepuff had been attacked the previous night. Her form sprawled before a massive glass window. It is said she had been visiting Professor Lockhart, her homemade heart-shaped chocolates scattered in disarray, much to the chagrin of Filch. Edward clutched a sandwich, yet had not taken a single bite for quite some time, according to credible reports circulating from Gryffindor. Slytherin had constructed a secret chamber within the castle, a place that would only unlock when their true heir arrived at the school. Unleashing the horrors within to purify the institution and rid it of all those unworthy of practicing magic, Edward downed the now tepid milk in front of him and remarked, "I too hail from a Muggle family." Alan comprehended Edward's thoughts profoundly. After all, no matter how astute Edward might be, he was merely a 12-year-old boy. It is entirely natural to feel fear in the face of the unknown monstrosities. Do not fret. Endeavor to avoid solitary ventures and remain with your classmates. Even if one were to be petrified, there is no cause for concern, for Professor Sprout is diligently nurturing mandrakes. Once the mandrakes reach maturity, those affected will regain their health. The calm voice of Alan possesses a soothing power, which not only reassures Edward, but also brings tranquility to the members of Ravenclaw, alleviating their earlier panic. Chapter 124, The Match Against Hufflepuff. Regardless of whether the young wizards felt dejected, anxious, hopeful, or fearful, time continued its relentless march. With just a minute to 11, Roger, brimming with enthusiasm, summoned all the team members to head towards the Quidditch pitch. For Roger, securing the championship in the Quidditch match was of paramount importance, serving as a means to atone for his past mistakes. He could hardly forget how his impulsiveness had ignited a fierce conflict between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, resulting in a deduction of 200 points for Ravenclaw. The inept often blame others, while the accomplished engage in self-reflection. It is through introspection that one progresses. Since the point deduction for Ravenclaw, Roger's dedication has been evident to all. He neither complained nor made excuses, dedicating all his free time to the study of Quidditch. Alan perceived certain Hufflepuff qualities in Roger. He bore a heart capable of withstanding immense burdens, remaining stoic in the face of pain and silent amidst suffering. He transformed all pressure into motivation, propelling himself forward relentlessly. The grass after the rain exuded a refreshing aroma, its vibrant green particularly enticing. The sun shone brilliantly today, enveloping him in warmth. The cerulean sky, coupled with the enormous, colorful banner in the Ravenclaw stands, created a scene reminiscent of a picturesque painting. Roger, accompanied by the Ravenclaw team, entered the arena in unison. Their 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms glinting silver under the sun. Instantly, the stands erupted in cheers. Hufflepuff also took to the field, undeterred by the formidable opponents before them. Instead of succumbing to despair, they advanced with an indomitable spirit, embodying a resolve akin to fighting to the last breath. Even with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of victory, they were determined to give their all. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, Alan soared upwards. Seizing the quaffle, he became a streak of blue light, darting swiftly across the sky, with Hufflepuff's Daniel desperately pursuing him. Yet, in my view, it was a futile endeavor. It would be wiser to rely on their goalkeeper instead. Although Lee Jordan was a Gryffindor, he had long been awed by Alan's prowess. Alan was closing in on Hufflepuff's scoring zone, earning the moniker of the scoring master. In both academics and Quidditch, this title was well-deserved. Hufflepuff's goalkeeper, Toddy, surely understood this reality. Could he still smile at the man before him? What expression would he wear in 10 seconds? Lee Jordan foresaw the impending outcome and silently mourned for Toddy. Indeed, with a lightning-fast reach, Alan struck decisively, scoring. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in thunderous applause. In the face of overwhelming strength, no amount of courage or determination could alter the outcome. The quaffle, under Alan's control, repeatedly sailed through the hoops, carrying away Hufflepuff's hopes and plunging their stands into a profound silence. In a mere 10 minutes, Alan had amassed 100 points, an astonishing feat. Even with the advantage of his broom, despite Toddy's attempts at a double 8 formation to defend against the quaffle, spiraling rapidly around the hoops, he could not thwart Alan's cunning angles and powerful strikes. The goal seemed defenseless before him. Heavens! Alan scored again. In the realm of Quidditch, if there were a Merlin, it would undoubtedly be Alan. Lee Jordan, filled with fervor, began to roar uncontrollably. Now, Hufflepuff's hopes rested upon their seeker, Cedric Diggory. If he could capture the golden snitch, victory would still belong to Hufflepuff. A sharp poke from Professor McGonagall's wand jolted Lee Jordan back to reason. Now, the quaffle was in Hufflepuff's possession, and commendably, they did not yield to the fierce Ravenclaw, forming a hawk-headed offensive formation, like a sharp arrow aimed at the Ravenclaw goalposts, posing a significant threat. They forged ahead with a spirit of determination, undeterred even if struck by Ravenclaw's bludgers, resolutely escorting their chaser toward the scoring zone. Hufflepuff had resolved that rather than cowering in fear, they would fight valiantly. Even if they fell on the field, they would do so with honor. Such tenacity was truly admirable. The quaffle, imbued with the hopes and blessings of all Hufflepuffs, flew through the hoops, igniting an ear-splitting cheer. Not only Hufflepuff, but even Ravenclaw applauded these indomitable spirits, honoring their resilience and refusal to give up. Alan's strength was indeed commendable. Yet Hufflepuff's unwavering resolve in the face of adversity earned deeper respect. Lee Jordan was profoundly moved. Hufflepuff's fighting spirit and perseverance stirred something within Alan as well. However, a match is a match, and Alan would never relent. Kindness could lead to unforeseen consequences. He had witnessed too many instances of victory slipping away. Alan had no intention of relinquishing the fruits of his triumph. Suddenly, Hufflepuff Cedric dashed towards the Slytherin stance. Autumn Zhang, noticing this, dove from the sky. In a moment of urgency, her speed rivaled Alan's as she adeptly evaded Hufflepuff's quaffle, charging determinately towards Cedric. Ravenclaw's beaters quickly followed, shielding Autumn Zhang. Ravenclaw was never lacking in skill, and with their advanced brooms, they were a formidable force. Soon, Autumn Zhang had shaken off her pursuers, while Ravenclaw's beater even had the energy to disrupt Cedric. Ultimately, the golden snitch surrendered to Autumn Zhang's grasp, its wings drooping submissively. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and the final score settled at 260-10, with Ravenclaw claiming victory by a resounding margin. Hufflepuff's players appeared quite disheartened, yet they had no reason for remorse. Their bravery, tenacity, and resilience had earned them the respect of all. Let us cheer for the victorious Ravenclaw and extend our blessings to Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan's heartfelt sentiments received applause from Professor McGonagall, inciting cheers and blessings from everyone present. Chapter 125. The Dueling Club. Ravenclaw's performance in the Quidditch match served as a tonic, invigorating the young witches and wizards, who remained undaunted even when 200 points were deducted. Instead, each one diligently absorbed lessons, striving for excellence. Even Edward ceased to complain about Professor Lockhart's constant selection of him for role-playing, realizing that by complying and allowing the professor to bask in his glory, Ravenclaw would invariably earn valuable points. Thus, while rumors swirled around Hogwarts regarding the Chamber of Secrets, Ravenclaw's students maintained their composure. Though curiosity and fear lingered regarding the legendary chamber, their fulfilling academic lives left little room for speculation or fantasy. Unlike Ravenclaw, other houses were rife with whispers, each student suspicious and wary. First-year newcomers often huddled together in groups, fearful that solitary ventures would lead to peril. During this time, students discreetly exchanged protective charms, talismans, and other means of safeguarding themselves. This trend swiftly spread through the school, with Ravenclaw students eagerly joining in, procuring amulets, garlic, and other such items. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Alan anonymously ordered a substantial quantity of crystal glasses, entrusting Penelope, the head girl, to distribute them among all the young witches and wizards of Ravenclaw, as well as those from other houses who were willing to accept this small gift. Although the glasses could not shield against the basilisk's deadly gaze, being petrified could at least be remedied, whereas being killed by a mere stare offered no hope of salvation. As the first winter snow descended, the temperature plummeted rapidly. Hogwarts was adorned in a shimmering white cloak, appearing exceptionally pristine and radiant. Perhaps due to the chill, the young wizards preferred to sequester themselves in the common room, where the roaring flames of the grand fireplace enveloped the entire space in a warmth reminiscent of spring. Professor Flitwick had conducted 3 dueling training sessions with Alan. Every combat technique and spell incantation was quickly mastered by him. His comprehension and practical skills were remarkably strong. Professor Flitwick was immensely pleased, believing that the only aspects Alan lacked compared to true duelists were magical power and real combat experience. As drowsiness began to set in, someone offered a pillow. After the charms class on Thursday morning, as Alan and Edward traversed the entrance hall, they suddenly spotted a small crowd gathered around the notice board, engrossed in reading a freshly pinned parchment. The surrounding young witches and wizards wore expressions of great excitement, discussing the contents of the parchment. The school was to establish a dueling club. Edward announced that the inaugural meeting would be held that very evening. Alan, this is an opportune moment for you to practice the dueling techniques you learned from Professor Flitwick. Although Alan did not believe any second-year student could possibly best him in a duel, he agreed to participate. Perhaps there would be other rewards, such as a chance to confront Lockhart. Thus, at 8 o'clock that evening, Edward and Alan hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling had once again transformed into a velvety black, and nearly all the students of the school had gathered, jostling together, each clutching their wand with faces alight with excitement. I wonder who will be teaching us, they murmured as they squeezed into the chattering crowd. Edward remarked, Alan, you once mentioned that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. Could he be the one to instruct us? Contemplating, Alan mused on which professor relished such grand spectacles and who would not want to seize the opportunity to showcase their abilities and charm. A knowing smile crept across Alan's lips. One of his purposes for attending tonight was to witness Professor Snape send Professor Lockhart flying. No way, Edward began, but his words morphed into a groan as Professor Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in a crimson robe. Flanking him were 2 professors, Professor Snape, clad in his usual black attire, and the very Professor Flitwick whom Edward had speculated about. What a remarkable turnout. 3 professors had arrived. Edward was nearly trembling with excitement. struggling to maintain his grip on his wand. Alan glanced over and locked eyes with Professor Flitwick, who mischievously winked at him. In that instant, Alan understood that Flitwick's presence here was undoubtedly to provide him with more practical opportunities. Colin Creevey from Gryffindor was fervently snapping pictures of the three professors. Professor Lockhart flashed his dazzling white smile, turning towards Colin as a diligent star of the wizarding world, eager not to miss any chance for self-promotion. Professor Snape's expression remained icy, while Flitwick, stroking his wand, paid no mind to Colin's antics, ignoring the lens aimed at him. Lockhart waved his hand, calling for silence. And then boomed. Come closer, come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Flitwick discreetly cast a sonorous charm on Lockhart. Alan genuinely felt that his headmaster was a good man. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore has graciously allowed me to establish this modest dueling club, where everyone can train extensively. In case any of you might one day need to defend yourselves, employing the very methods I have used countless times. For further details, do refer to my published works. Lockhart seized every opportunity to promote his books. But we have already purchased all of them. Edward interjected quietly. First, let us warmly welcome Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, who has graciously agreed to serve as an advisor for our dueling club. While I am quite skilled in dueling myself, Professor Flitwick is undoubtedly an invaluable resource for your learning. Lockhart's rare display of humility astonished the Ravenclaws. He must have been intimidated upon hearing the title of champion. Edward remarked emphatically, and Alan wholeheartedly concurred with his analysis. Next, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart continued, grinning broadly. He has a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class. I assure you, you need to worry about waiting for me to finish. I will return your potion's master to you in perfect condition, so fear not. The upper lip of Professor Snape curled disdainfully, and Alan exchanged a knowing glance with Edward, both familiar with Snape's expressions, silently mourning for Lockhart. They wondered if Snape would indeed return Lockhart to them intact. Chapter 126, Dueling as Alan had anticipated, although Professor Lockhart performed numerous flamboyant wand movements. He was no match for Professor Snape's simple incantation, Expelliarmus. Suddenly, a blinding red light flashed, sending Lockhart staggering. He was propelled backward off the stage, crashing against the wall as if momentarily stuck, before sliding down to the floor in a heap. Malfoy and a few other Slytherin students erupted into applause, while many girls jumped up and down, covering their mouths in concern for their idol. Professor Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat askew, and his wavy hair standing on end. Well, everyone saw that, didn't you? He slurred as he clumsily reascended the stage. That was a disarming spell. As you can see, I have lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, Professor Snape, demonstrating that move was a brilliant idea. Lockhart had a knack for salvaging his dignity. But Alan thought Snape's disarming spell was executed with such precision and power that not only Lockhart, but even his older brother Albert, a young and capable auror, would likely have been knocked off his feet. However, do not take offense. Your intent to perform such a spectacle was all too evident. If I had wished to stop you, it would have been effortless. I believe, for the sake of broadening their horizons, it would be beneficial for them to witness. Snape's expression was menacing. Lockhart seemed to sense this and quickly declared, the demonstration ends here. Now, I will come among you to pair you off into teams of two. Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, if you would be so kind as to assist me. Lockhart proposed, to encourage our young witches and wizards to practice earnestly, let us introduce a little incentive. First, we will pair up into teams, observing their performances during practice. Then we will select one young wizard from each house to represent their respective house in a duel. Ultimately, the winning house will receive 50 points. Snape nodded in agreement with Flitwick's suggestion, surveying the crowd with a cool gaze, as if contemplating how to pair them off. Oh, what a splendid idea. I was just thinking along those lines. Once the final victor is determined, I shall personally award 50 points to the winning house. And they will also receive a signed copy of my latest book, Magical Me. Lockhart was utterly relentless in promoting his new book. However, such a reward was indeed enticing for the young witches and wizards. Earning 50 points for their house would elevate them to the status of heroes. And Lockhart's autographed book would be a treasure for the young witches. The Ravenclaws perked up at the prospect, and the young wizards became almost frenzied with excitement at the thought of gaining points. Professor Flitwick had created a rare opportunity that simply could not be squandered. Even Alan began to take the duel seriously. The prospect of earning 50 points in one go was undeniably tempting. He resolved to secure those points and ensure that no other house would have the chance to widen the gap. The three professors moved through the crowd, pairing everyone up. Lockhart assigned Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley as a team. Edward was paired with Gryffindor's Flag by Flitwick, and Snape matched Hermione with Slytherin's Millicent Bulstrode. Alan noticed that Malfoy approached Harry with an air of arrogance, a smug smile gracing his face. This arrangement, without a doubt, was the ingenious work of Professor Snape. Alan had yet to encounter a worthy opponent, for his peers in the same year were all too aware of his formidable capabilities and none were willing to stand against him. Ultimately, Professor Flitwick designated George Weasley of Gryffindor as his duel partner. I protest. I have no desire to compete against a lowly younger sibling. George protested, grimacing in reluctance. Are you afraid of losing to Alan? Penelope remarked coolly, her displeasure evident as she observed George's disdain towards Alan. Coincidentally, Penelope had been assigned to duel Percy Weasley of Gryffindor, a wizard she had previously admired for his prowess. However, upon witnessing the striking resemblance between the two brothers, identical red hair and a sprinkle of freckles, her ire was kindled, and she resolved to show Percy the formidable might of Ravenclaw. "Face your partners," Professor Lockhart proclaimed as he returned to the stage. "Bow." With no option left, George complied and quickly executed the required gesture alongside Alan. "Raise your wands and prepare," Lockhart announced. "On the count of 3, cast your spells. We merely wish to disarm each other. We do not seek accidents. 1, 2, 3. George abruptly raised his wand over his shoulder, intent on swiftly dispatching Alan. However, in the next instant, he was hurled backwards, crashing against the wall. Clambering awkwardly to his feet, he retrieved his wand, his usual jovial demeanor replaced with a scowl of rage. "You must have attacked early," George exclaimed indignantly, utterly incredulous that he could be bested by a mere second year like Alan. "I did not. However, if you are truly unconvinced, we might as well have another go," Alan replied calmly, opting to let his prowess speak for itself. Without hesitation, George agreed. Alan requested Professor Flitwick, who had been attentively observing, to officiate the duel, lest George refuse to accept defeat. Once more, they took their positions, but this time George forwent the bow, fixing a fierce glare on Alan. Alan, however, remained courteous, completing the ritual. 1, 2, 3. Professor Flitwick's words had scarcely left his lips when a red light struck George, sending him flying once more into the wall. His posture and position mirrored that of the previous encounter. Embarrassed, he picked up his wand and returned, albeit reluctantly, admitting, "Alan, I must concede. You are indeed stronger than I." A bitter smile adorned his face. Not every duel unfolds so swiftly and amicably. Not all young wizards are as willing to accept defeat as George, nor does everyone possess Alan's ability to triumph by merely disarming their opponent. "I said merely disarm," Lockhart shouted in a panic to the fray of dueling students. Professors Flitwick and Snape weaved through the crowd, tirelessly countering the spells cast upon the unfortunate young wizards. A greenish mist enveloped the hall, and tempers flared as spells were cast indiscriminately. Edward and Fledge had discarded their wands in the chaos, grappling with one another, exchanging blows in a frenzy. Penelope's wand moved with great speed, casting spell after spell at Percy, who dodged clumsily, seemingly unable to retaliate effectively. Chapter 127, The Final Victor Ceased the Dueling. Professor Flitwick's shrill voice resonated throughout the hall, piercing Alan's eardrums and buzzing in his head. The effect of his command was immediate. All ceased their magical engagements, instinctively covering their ears. "Goodness gracious," Lockhart exclaimed, hopping through the crowd as he surveyed the aftermath of the duels. "You stand up. Macmillan, keep an eye on Miss Fawcett. Apply pressure. The bleeding will stop shortly." "Boot. I believe it would be prudent to initiate our final activity, selecting representatives for each house to duel," Lockhart declared, a hint of panic evident as he stood in the center of the hall. "Ravenclaw selects Alan Harris," Professor Flitwick called, and no dissent arose from the Ravenclaw cohort. Alan approached Professor Flitwick with a polite smile. "Then Slytherin will choose Draco Malfoy, a fellow second year," Snape interjected, gliding across the stage like a sinister bat and pulling Malfoy to the forefront. "In that case, let us select second-year wizards. Gryffindor's representative will be Harry Potter. And for Hufflepuff, it shall be Justin Finch-Fletchley," Lockhart announced, gesturing for Harry and Justin to step to the center of the hall, the crowd parting to make way. "Malfoy and Potter shall face off, while Alan and Justin shall compete," Snape declared darkly. Professor Flitwick raised no objections. He believed none stood a chance against Alan. "Splendid. Do not fear. Follow my lead to effectively counter the spells," Lockhart declared, tossing his golden hair as he addressed the unaccompanied Harry and Justin. He raised his wand, attempting to conjure complex patterns, yet inadvertently dropped it to the floor. Snape snickered derisively from the sidelines, prompting Lockhart to hastily retrieve his wand, exclaiming, "Oh dear. My wand seems a bit overzealous." Snape approached Malfoy, whispering a few words into his ear, eliciting a mischievous grin from the latter. Flitwick regarded Alan with unabashed admiration. Having no words of caution for him, after several private training sessions, he was well aware of his student's strength. The duel commenced with Alan and Justin. The outcome utterly predictable. Justin was swiftly disarmed, though Alan exercised restraint, ensuring Justin did not suffer embarrassment before the onlookers. Acknowledging Alan's mercy, Justin graciously conceded and stepped off the stage, opting to remain nearby to observe the ensuing duels. When it was Harry's turn against Malfoy, the former appeared visibly anxious, unable to comprehend Lockhart's method for countering spells. 3, 2, 1, begin, Lockhart bellowed. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand, shouting Serpensortia. His wand erupted, and a long black snake sprang forth, landing heavily between them, poised to attack. The crowd gasped and recoiled in fear, creating a wide berth. "Do not move, Potter," Professor Snape drawled lazily. "Allow me to handle this." "Let me," Lockhart shouted, brandishing his wand threateningly at the serpent. In an explosive moment, rather than vanishing, the snake leapt high into the air, crashing back down with fury. It hissed vehemently, advancing towards Justin, its fangs bared, ready to strike. Harry uttered strange incantations, causing the serpent to collapse, submissive as a thick, dark garden hose, its gaze fixed upon Harry. "What do you think you're playing at?" Justin shouted, his face a mask of rage and fear. Before Harry could respond, Justin turned and bolted from the hall. Snape stepped forward, waving his wand to disperse the snake into a wisp of black smoke. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they pointed at Harry, even Professor Flitwick regarding him with unexpected astonishment. Only Alan comprehended what Harry had uttered. Let him go. However, it was evident that Alan was reluctant to publicly acknowledge his own serpent-like tendencies. Upon seeing Harry stand bewildered on the stage, Alan opened his mouth to remind him, "Harry, the duel is not yet over." Yet Malfoy also heard Alan's shout and took the initiative. His wand struck Harry with force, causing him to stagger momentarily. Pointing his wand at Malfoy, Harry shouted, "Serpensortia." A beam of silver light hit Malfoy in the abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. Malfoy fell to his knees, laughter rendering him utterly incapacitated. Instead of pressing the advantage, Harry's gaze shifted to Professor Lockhart. Meanwhile, Malfoy, struggling to catch his breath, aimed his wand at Harry's knees, chuckling and wheezing, uttering, "Tarantaligra." Instantly, Harry's legs began to move uncontrollably, as though engaged in a lively jig. "Stop! Stop!" Lockhart screamed. But Snape seized control of the situation. "Finite incantum," he declared. Harry's feet ceased their dance, and Malfoy's laughter subsided as both finally lifted their heads. So, who emerged victorious? Lockhart furrowed his brow. Harry had initially felled Malfoy, yet Malfoy had also struck Harry. After a brief consultation with Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape reluctantly decided that both would duel Alan first, with further decisions pending. Draco Malfoy faced Alan Harris in their duel, having witnessed Alan's prowess. Malfoy was disinclined to engage him, yet the headmaster observed from behind, compelling Malfoy to mount the stage. Professor Lockhart officially announced the commencement, but Malfoy acted prematurely, striking as soon as Lockhart counted to 2. Serpensortia. Malfoy believed that the spell taught to him by Professor Snape would surely secure his victory, yet the reality was harsh. Alan waved his wand and, like Snape, executed a stunning vanishing spell, effortlessly dispatching the serpent. The black snake shimmered from tail to head, disappearing from the stage in a flash. Alan's counterattack was swift, yet it remained a simple disarming spell. However, Alan showed no mercy. He aimed to teach Malfoy a lesson. A flash of red light surged forth, sending Malfoy tumbling off the stage, his wand slipping from his grasp and lodging painfully in Crabbe's nose, causing him to wail in agony. The outcome was abundantly clear. Now it was Potter's turn. Professor Snape wore a dark expression, evidently displeased with Malfoy's performance. Yet, as he soon recognized Potter's predicament, his grim demeanor softened slightly. Harry swallowed hard as he stepped onto the stage. Just moments earlier, when he had returned from below the platform, he was perplexed, having only wished to save Justin. Now, apart from Ron and Hermione, everyone had distanced themselves from him. He was bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong, facing Alan, who was evidently on a different level than their group of young wizards. Harry felt the weight of the world upon him. In a state of confusion and vulnerability, Harry confronted the composed and formidable Alan. The outcome of this duel was, of course, predictable. Alan effortlessly disarmed Harry, yet unlike his treatment of Malfoy, he did not send Harry crashing to the ground, allowing Harry Potter to lose the match with a semblance of dignity. Chapter 128. Parseltongue as Professor Lockhart raised Alan's hand to announce the result. The cheers from the Ravenclaw students reverberated throughout the hall. "We earn 50 points. We earn 50 points. There are no points Alan cannot achieve." As Professor Snape and Flitwick departed, the young wizards chattered animatedly, gesturing as they exited the hall. "Congratulations, Alan." The voices of Malfoy and Potter rang out simultaneously. Upon realizing they had both uttered the same words to someone they loathed, they simultaneously scoffed and turned their gazes elsewhere. Alan couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly reflecting, fortunately, the trend of being a fan of boys' love has yet to permeate the halls of Hogwarts. How delightful, truly remarkable. Alan, you embody my charisma. I am certain you will grow to be a sensational star in the wizarding world, just as I am. Gilderoy Lockhart, with an exaggerated grin, attempted to draw Alan closer for a commemorative photograph. However, Alan was no Harry. He remained as steadfast as a rock, unyielding under Lockhart's tug. Instead of pulling Alan closer, Lockhart nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. Alan gazed innocently at Lockhart. Professor Lockhart adjusted his hat and stood beside Alan, revealing his signature smile that showcased all of his pearly white teeth. Alan followed his gaze and understood the reason behind Lockhart's actions. Colin Creevey was holding his camera, capturing snapshots of Lockhart, Harry, and Alan with fervor. Alan believed that if not for Harry, the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord, Gryffindor's most cherished student would undoubtedly be Colin Creevey. Professor Lockhart and Colin Creevey, one eager to be in any spotlight, the other with a profound passion for photography. Together, they resembled a teapot paired with a teacup. Wouldn't you agree? I, myself, had just been influenced by Harry and Draco and found myself somewhat tarnished. Lockhart, as if by magic, produced a new book titled The Wonders of Magic, and from his enchanted robes, he extracted a splendid quill, elegantly inscribing his name in flamboyant script upon the cover. Noticing the astonished gazes of Alan and his companions, he tilted his head slightly, fluttering his eyelashes in a forced display of charm. You see, a person of my renown must always carry a quill. For the need to sign autographs may arise at any moment. Harry was utterly astounded, yet Lockhart misinterpreted his expression as one of envy. Come on now. Do not emulate me just yet. I believe it is somewhat premature for you to carry quills. You shall have ample time for that in the future. Indeed, indeed. I know what you are thinking, he proclaimed nonchalantly, considering himself already an internationally renowned wizard. Lockhart handed the signed book to Alan and, with a smile directed at Colin, declared, Congratulations, Alan. I understand this may not rival the glory of winning the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times in a row. But it is a beginning, Alan, a beginning. He winked kindly at Alan and his friends before striding away with an air of pomp, leaving the trio exchanging bewildered glances. Alan felt that Lockhart had once again exceeded his shamelessness. He glanced down at the book in his hands, the cover adorned with Lockhart's beaming white smile. Alan flipped the book over and handed it to Penelope, who had come over to congratulate him. Surprised, Penelope found herself with a book in hand just as she was about to express her congratulations. She flipped through it and disdainfully regarded the flamboyant signature on the title page before promptly closing the book. Thank you, Alan. Although I do not idolize Professor Lockhart, this is your trophy and holds special significance. I shall cherish it, she declared, cradling the book to her chest as she turned to leave. At that moment, she collided with George and Percy, who were approaching. With a huff of disdain, Penelope strode past her defeated opponents. George looked on in bemusement as she sashayed away, while Percy instinctively clutched his chest. Although Professor Flitwick had lifted the curse, Percy still felt a dull ache from the numerous times Penelope's hex had struck him. His heart raced uncontrollably, prompting him to consider seeking Madame Pomfrey, suspecting that the frequency of the hexes had left lingering effects. Meanwhile, Alan and George were entertained by the escalating argument between Malfoy and Harry. The two parties seemed to be natural adversaries, unable to tolerate each other's presence. Today, Malfoy was particularly irked by Harry. Don't think that just because you're a parcel mouth, you can claim to be the heir of Slytherin. Our legacy will never belong to a reckless Gryffindor. Draco spat, filled with a mix of anger and jealousy as he departed the Great Hall with Crabbe and Goyle. However, Harry appeared confused by the remarks. What do you mean I'm a parcel mouth? He inquired. Parseltongue, Harry. You can converse with snakes, Alan kindly elucidated. And what does that have to do with Slytherin? Many people can talk to snakes, Harry retorted. They cannot. The ability to converse with snakes is Salazar Slytherin's famed gift. Which is why the emblem of the Slytherin house is a serpent, Hermione interjected softly from the side. Harry was taken aback. Exactly, Ron chimed in. Now the whole school will think you're his distant descendant or something. I'm not. I didn't stop saying that, Harry exclaimed, a sense of inexplicable panic washing over him. You'll find it difficult to prove otherwise, Hermione remarked. He lived over 1,000 years ago. Based on everything we know, you might very well be his heir. Harry's expression betrayed his confusion and helplessness. In truth, Harry, having an additional ability isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Much like a sword, which, while sharp, is wielded by a person. Its nature, good or evil, depends entirely on who holds it. The wicked may use it to harm, while the virtuous may use it to save. Alan, also reluctant to reveal his own identity, placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Being a parcel mouth, while indeed a notable trait of Salazar Slytherin, does not inherently make you his heir. Others besides Salazar can speak Parseltongue. Perhaps your ancestors possessed this ability too. Harry seemed to feel a bit better, reassured in the knowledge that he was not the one who had unleashed the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, as he had never even been to this so-called chamber. I once released a python trapped in a zoo, and today, I told that snake not to attack Justin, Harry fervently asserted, trying to demonstrate that he was not a villain, but rather a force for good. Chapter 129, The Swelling Solution. Oh, is that what you said to him? Ron asked incredulously. What do you mean? You were there. You heard me speak. Harry replied, his tone becoming increasingly urgent. I heard you speaking Parseltongue, Ron clarified. That's the language of snakes. Who knows what you might have said? No wonder Justin was terrified. The way you spoke sounded like you were encouraging that snake. It was chilling, you know? Harry felt at a loss for words. No one understood what he had said. Yet, it became evident that he had no intention of harming Justin. The snake had been provoked by Professor Lockhart's spell, and after Harry's intervention, it had indeed ceased its aggression toward Justin. Alan clearly articulated the facts, and Harry looked at him with gratitude. To gain trust and understanding is one of the greatest joys in this world. Unbeknownst to anyone, snowflakes began to drift past the castle windows, swirling gently and freely amidst the vast expanse of sky and earth. Alan extended his hand from the tower window, and the snowflakes descended onto his warm palm, melting instantaneously before gradually evaporating. The following day, the gentle snowfall that had commenced the night before transformed into a fierce blizzard. The young wizards of Ravenclaw were filled with envy towards Gryffindor, for due to the inclement weather, the final herbology lesson of the term for Gryffindor was cancelled. Professor Sprout needed to adorn the mandrakes with socks and scarves, a task she deemed too delicate to entrust to anyone else. It was of utmost importance that the mandrakes flourish swiftly to save the lives of Madame Pomfrey and Hannah Abbott. Meanwhile, the last lesson for Ravenclaw was potions. Outside, the tempest raged, and the basement was dark and cold. The chilling atmosphere was further compounded by Professor Snape's ominous warning that any student unable to brew a proper swelling solution would either remain behind to toil endlessly or face the dire consequences of consuming a genuine swelling potion. As for the antidote, the reduction potion had been entirely depleted by the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in the previous class, as was customary. Between the wooden tables in the basement stood 20 cauldrons, accompanied by copper balances and jars filled with various ingredients. Professor Snape prowled amidst the swirling smoke, harshly critiquing the young wizard's efforts. For Alan, concocting the swelling solution was a trivial task. He effortlessly ground dried nettles, pufferfish eyes, and other materials, subsequently adding the powdered ingredients into the cauldron, heating them gently for 20 seconds, and then, with a flourish of his wand, awaited the potion to mature before proceeding to the next step. Edward's swelling solution, however, was far too diluted. He consistently struggled with the proportions of his potions. Professor Snape lingered beside him, mocking his watery concoction. Edward dared not retort, burying himself in the battle with his potion, knowing that any sign of defiance or resentment could lead to immediate detention, leaving him without a chance to protest. Yet, as fate would have it, Edward's carefully adjusted potion faltered during the spellcasting phase. Perhaps it was the frustration from grappling with the ingredients, compounded by Snape's relentless ridicule, that filled Edward with resentment. In a moment of overzealousness, he waved his wand too vigorously, resulting in an explosion from his cauldron. The potion erupted, splattering across the entire class, even catching Professor Snape off guard. Fortunately, Alan was protected by his enchanted wizard robes and managed to shield his face and head just in time, narrowly escaping calamity. The room erupted into chaos as students screamed amidst the onslaught of the splattered swelling solution. Some were drenched, their faces ballooning grotesquely, others clutched their eyes, stumbling about with swollen eyelids the size of dinner plates, while a few found their hands puffed up like small pumpkins, wailing in distress. Professor Snape, caught too close to Edward, was unprepared and found his Romanesque hooked nose swollen to the size of a peach. Edward, however, bore the worst of it, his face grotesquely distorted, akin to a corpse submerged in water for countless days. Remarkably, Alan remained unscathed. Desperately, Professor Snape attempted to restore order. Silence. Silence. Do you not wish to return to normal? Given that he had previously announced the absence of any antidote, the students had no choice but to endure their discomfort and temporarily halt their incomplete potions, turning their focus instead to the creation of the antidote. Alan did not remove his cauldron. Instead, he swiftly added a portion of bad entrails into it, then stirred counterclockwise 4 times before gently heating it for 30 seconds. With a flourish of his wand, he completed the preparation of the swelling potion and poured it into a vial. Observing his classmates' frantic movements, Alan quickly cleaned his cauldron and organized the ingredients for the de-swelling potion, preparing a remedy sufficient to cure all the young wizards. Shortly after Professor Snape finished his potion, Alan too completed his de-swelling elixir. The young wizards, disregarding their own potions, rushed towards Alan's table in a chaotic frenzy, eager to alleviate their own swellings. Once everyone consumed the antidote and various swellings receded, Professor Snape approached Edward, stating with a scowl, "Ravenclaw loses 20 points due to your mistake, which has caused distress for nearly the entire class." Casting a glance at Alan, he continued. Alan Harris acted swiftly and successfully crafted both the swelling potion and the de-swelling elixir, granting Ravenclaw 10 points. He added sternly, "Only Alan Harris may leave. The rest of you must successfully concoct the swelling potion before departing the classroom." The young wizards, disheartened, resumed cleaning their cauldrons and began brewing their potions once more. Chapter 130. Before the holidays, just as Alan finished tidying up his cauldron and prepared to bid farewell to Professor Snape, a cacophony of clanging doors and piercing screams, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps above, suddenly erupted. The young wizards in the subterranean classroom were instantly captivated by the commotion, their attention drawn to the chaos above. Some peered curiously, as if hoping to glimpse the events unfolding overhead. "Silence. I warn you, if this potion is not perfected, none of you shall return to rest," Professor Snape declared, his expression dark, his tone more menacing than usual. As Alan exited the classroom, he carried away a multitude of envious gazes. However, no one harbored feelings of jealousy or complaint. This was the honor that Alan rightfully deserved, for they had all benefited from the anti-inflammatory remedy he had meticulously prepared. Alan ascended the stairs with rapid strides, eager to uncover the unfolding circumstances. Before he could reach the upper floor, he was met with the piercing cries of the mischievous spirit. "Action! Action! More action! Neither man nor ghost can escape. Flee for your lives. Action!" The spirit's incessant screams echoed, blending genuine terror with a palpable relish for chaos. Doors along the corridor swung open one after another, as people poured forth in a frenzy. Alan swiftly pushed his way to the front, anticipating what he might find, yet an even more bizarre scene unfolded before him. Justin Finley lay on the floor, his body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror frozen on his face, his eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. As if that were not enough, beside him lay a figure. It was Nick, nearly headless, no longer pale and translucent, but rather enveloped in a dense shroud of darkness. Motionless as he floated 6 inches above the ground, his head was severed in half, and he bore the same expression of horror as Justin. Startled, Alan found himself nearly swept into the body of the nearly headless Nick by the throngs of people surging around him. At that moment, the teachers were vociferously calling out, striving to maintain order. To his astonishment, Alan discovered that Professor Snape was also among them. However, despite Professor Snape's absence from the classroom, not a single Ravenclaw dared to leave the underground classroom to witness the commotion. Professor McGonagall raced forward, trailed by her students, one of whom sported hair streaked with black and white. With a sharp crack of her wand, Professor McGonagall commanded silence, instructing everyone to return to their respective classrooms. Under the watchful gaze of Professor Snape, Alan obediently made his way towards the Ravenclaw Tower. He had ample reason to believe that should he linger here too long, Professor Snape would likely seize him and compel him to resume brewing potions. As he traversed the corridor, Alan caught sight of Harry pressed against the wall, flustered and bewildered, his face ashen and his eyes filled with confusion. Alan was confident that Harry would not face punishment, for he was indeed innocent. However, Alan's mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters this Christmas, as he needed to inform his mother, Morgan Le Fay Harris, about his plans to travel to America with Professor Flitwick. To this news, Morgan Le Fay felt no discontent. Rather, she was filled with pride for her son. Having lived for over 40 years, she had seldom left England, only occasionally accompanying her husband, Erwin, back to the original hometown of the Harris family. For someone as young as Alan to be recognized by a professor and given the opportunity to travel to America for an exchange program was truly a remarkable chance for broadening his horizons. Morgan Le Fay prepared a large parcel filled with her homemade cakes and pastries, along with another substantial package containing newly sewn garments, which even included some Muggle children's clothing. Despite her lack of clarity regarding the distinctions between modern Muggle attire for boys and girls, Alan stuffed those vibrantly colored garments, adorned with juvenile patterns and inappropriate for his gender, into the storage compartment, although he would never don them. They were a token of his mother's affectionate heart, and thus deserved to be preserved. Alongside these parcels arrived a heavy sack of coins. When Alan emptied it onto his bed, he discovered that the majority were gold galleons, accompanied by some silver sickles and bronze nuts. The sheer quantity was astonishing, surpassing the total amount of pocket money he had ever received from Mrs. Harris. Perhaps the adage of wealth and poverty is universally acknowledged. Morgan Le Fay advised Alan to refrain from frivolous spending, cautioning him to keep his funds separate yet always carry sufficient money for emergencies. The most reliable source was his elder brother, Albert, who had gone to Gringotts specifically to exchange $2,000. He sent it to Alan via a large envelope imbued with waterproof and protective enchantments, dispatched by his owl. The enchanted envelope was indeed robust. Alan had to exert considerable effort to dispel the enchantment and open it. In addition to packing his belongings, he also had several books to return to the library, including one titled The Secrets of the Soul. Alan placed the packed luggage at the bedside, concealed his figure, and hurried towards the room of requirement. With regard to this book that could potentially sway the hearts and minds of individuals, Alan had already devised a plan for its disposal. First, he affixed Merlin's gem to a blue headband. Then, he oriented the gem towards the center of his forehead and secured the blue headband at the back of his head, as if donning a diadem. Alan believed that with the blessing of the Merlin gem, he would no longer be influenced by that book. As he opened the Tome of Soul Secrets once more, his mind was clearer than ever before. However, after thoroughly examining the entire volume, he found nothing amiss. Reveal thy secrets, manifest thy true form. Alan cast every detection spell he knew, yet could not discern the cause of the disturbance in his mind. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he had indeed faced danger that day, and it was certainly not as simple as a mere nightmare. After deep contemplation, Alan made a resolution in his heart. Regardless of the identity of that mysterious consciousness, its malevolence towards him was undeniably real. Whomever it might be, he decided to place it directly into the system's storage space, allowing the system to absorb it, thus rendering the book an ordinary tome. Later, Alan removed the headband adorned with the Merlin gem and reopened the Tome of Soul Secrets, discovering that the once entrancing allure had vanished. After diligently recording all the knowledge for future study, he departed from the Chamber of Requests and returned the book to Madame Pants. With a flick of her wand, Madame Pants tapped the cover of the book, and a large emblem of Hogwarts materialized above it. Satisfied, she nodded and returned the book to the shelf in the restricted section. Chapter 131. Departure. Justin and nearly headless Nick were both attacked, plunging the already tense atmosphere into genuine panic. Strangely, it was the incident involving nearly headless Nick that incited the most fear among the people. What could possibly harm a ghost? They inquired among themselves. What dreadful power could inflict harm upon one who had already passed? The students nearly rushed to secure their seats on the Hogwarts Express, eagerly anticipating a return home for the Christmas holiday. Alan eagerly anticipates the arrival of Christmas. His exotic journey is about to commence, and although he bears the task of competing with that American prodigy, the prospect of visiting new places and meeting new friends fills him with excitement and anticipation. Before departing from Hogwarts, Alan feels the need to bid farewell to his old friends, Gaia and Firenze, in the Forbidden Forest. Firenze shows no sign of reluctance regarding Alan's departure, in his eyes. Brief separations merely pave the way for more meaningful reunions. After studying the celestial alignments for an extended period, Forenza concludes that, despite the inevitable challenges Alan may face on his journey, he will remain safe. However, he also emphasizes that even with the enhanced divination abilities of centaurs after the celestial lake's influence, errors are still possible, and placing excessive faith in such matters is folly. While uncertain of the precise trials that may lie ahead, Alan refuses to cower in fear. Life is unpredictable and fleeting. One must savor its myriad flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, before truly understanding its essence. Only through experience does one grow. After reflecting on this rather cynical wisdom, Alan clandestinely acknowledges his greatest advantage over others, his system. Unlike Forenza, Gaia, now having reached adulthood, displays her reluctance openly on her equine face, a testament to her unicorn nature. After spending considerable time together, Alan believes he can discern some animal expressions quite well. Alan, I wonder how Tina and the bird snake are doing? I wish to see them, Gaia expresses, clearly missing the mother and her offspring after bidding Alan farewell. Alan released Tina and her offspring from the pet space. Gaia gazed at them, their feathers lush and vibrant, clearly a testament to the meticulous care they had received, and was filled with immense joy. As a thought crossed Alan's mind, he remarked to Tina, Christmas is fast approaching. I will be heading to America with Professor Flitwick. Would you prefer to stay in the Forbidden Forest to keep Gaia company, or accompany me to America? Without hesitation, Tina chose to join him in America. Noticing Gaia's astonished expression, Tina hastily added, Gaia, it's not that I do not wish to be with you. On one hand, the presence of that creature in the castle poses a threat to our lives. On the other, Alan's pet space is perfectly suited for our survival as birds and serpents. How about you come to Alan's pet space as well, Gaia? The environment is absolutely splendid. Gaia, intrigued, replied with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I cannot live with you. My father would never allow me to be away from the settlement for long. After bidding farewell to the unicorn, Alan encountered Harry upon returning to the castle. He knew Harry would remain at school, and was touched to see that Harry's demeanor towards him was as unwavering as that of Ron and Hermione, demonstrating a deep trust, especially since Harry had been struggling even in Gryffindor lately. Harry expressed his eagerness for Christmas, weary of people avoiding him in the corridors as if he might sprout fangs and spew venom at any moment. He was tired of the whispers and pointed fingers whenever he passed by. The truth may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Eventually, everyone will come to understand the true essence of who you are, Alan reassured Harry, feeling relieved that he had not revealed his Parseltongue abilities. At last, the holiday arrived, and Alan trudged through the thick snow, following Professor Flitwick onto the Hogwarts Express. Upon their arrival in London, they promptly made their way to Heathrow International Airport to board a flight to New York. Professor, why don't we travel to America using wizarding methods? Alan inquired, puzzled as he donned his muggle attire. Wizarding methods? Professor Flitwick, though diminutive in stature, exuded an imposing presence in his muggle suit, even conjuring golden hair and a beard to enhance their ruse as relatives. Alan cited examples such as apparition, flip-powder, and porkies. Operating such a distance requires immense magical capability and is prone to accidents. Moreover, one cannot apparate onto foreign soil without the permission of the American Magical Congress. Professor Flitwick explained, suppressing the urge to enchant their luggage to move on its own as he hefted a heavy suitcase. Flue powder only allows for point-to-point travel between fireplaces, and one must be registered. Crossing international borders is quite cumbersome. Clearly, Professor Flitwick wished to minimize dealings with the American Magical Congress. Portkeys must be preset for specific destinations. Although it occurs in an instant, one is fully exposed to the air while soaring at great speed, which can easily lead to a loss of balance and dignity. Waiting for our turn would take far longer than taking a muggle flight. After more than 7 hours of flying, they finally arrived in New York. As they approached security, the airport personnel, with serious expressions, stopped Professor Flitwick and Alan. Alan gazed at him in astonishment, yet he requested Professor Flitwick to present his passport. The professor handed over 2 tattered passports. British, I see. The security officer perused the documents, scrutinizing the photographs. Indeed, Professor Flitwick responded with remarkable patience. The officer, suspicious, sought to discern the features of the diminutive figure partially obscured by a bushy beard, comparing him to the charming boy beside him. Are you father and son? Yes, was Professor Flitwick's succinct reply, leaving Alan feeling somewhat disadvantaged. He endeavored to mask his usual maturity, adopting the demeanor of a child, while simultaneously pondering that the professor had not disclosed the arrangement of their identities as father and son. Are there any contraband items inside? The security officer gestured for Professor Flitwick to open the suitcase. No, the professor replied, placing the suitcase on a nearby table, discreetly adjusting a brass dial to muggle mode. The officer turned the suitcase towards himself, unfastened the locks, and lifted the lid, revealing pajamas, an alarm clock, a diary, and a Ravenclaw scarf. The officer closed the suitcase, hesitating momentarily to cast a sympathetic glance at Professor Flitwick and Alan, then shook his head, conceding, "Welcome to New York." "Thank you." Professor Flitwick appeared oblivious to the officer's gaze, tiptoeing to retrieve his passport and suitcase from the table, signaling for Alan to follow as they briskly exited the airport. The snow in New York fell thickly, surpassing that of Gryffindor, with a biting cold wind that stung their faces painfully. Gazing at the vast expanse of white, Alan could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Professor, where are we headed now?" Professor Flivy glanced at the time and replied, "We are first going to the American Magical Congress. Lead the way." The professor surveyed his surroundings, waved his wand, and a glowing marker appeared on the ground. "Rest assured, Muggles cannot see it. I mean, Muggle chickens, as they are referred to here in America." Professor Flivy followed the marker, one hand grasping Alan's and the other clutching the luggage, navigating through the bustling streets. Chapter 132, The American Magical Congress. Professor, even without the Muggle repelling charm, won't the Muggles see this marker? The bright green arrow ahead directed them along the streets. The surrounding Muggles seemed oblivious to the marker, hurrying past it without a glance. Since the revision of the secrecy law, this enchantment inherently possesses that function. Muggles, Alan. We must respect the local customs upon our arrival in America. They will instinctively disregard this marker, even if some catch sight of it. They will immediately be reminded of urgent matters they must attend to, like an unexpected urge to relieve themselves, Professor Flivy elucidated. Following the marker, the professor guided Alan to a building adorned with an owl emblem. Alan looked up to see the name Woolworth Building glaring brightly on the exterior wall of the towering structure. Sophisticated professionals passed through a large revolving door. His gaze shifted to a side entrance at the corner of the building, where a guard in a cloak uniform stood watchfully. "What brings you here?" This wizard, with a sense of responsibility, halted Alan and his companions. Professor Flitwick immediately produced a pass emblazoned with a blue seal and handed it to the guard. The guard scrutinized the pass carefully, comparing the photograph with Alan and his friends. Once assured of its validity, he tapped the pass with his wand, causing a seal to levitate and spin gracefully in the air. At that moment, Alan discerned the inscription on the seal, Makusa. The guard returned the pass to Professor Flitwick and promptly opened the door behind him. Professor Flitwick led Alan through the threshold. As they entered, the entire foyer magically transformed from the Woolworth Building into the Magical Congress of the United States of America. They traversed a grand staircase, entering an impressively spacious main hall with an astonishingly high vaulted ceiling. A colossal dial loomed above, adorned with numerous gears and faces, each inscribed with the words, "Threat level of magical exposure." The green section indicated a safe level with 0 threats, gradually transitioning to low, moderate, high threats, severe unexplainable situations, and an urgent highest level. At that moment, the pointer rested on low threat. Behind the dial hung a formidable portrait of a distinguished wizard, William Pickley, the president of the Magical Congress. Owls fluttered around the hall, while numerous witches and wizards busily attended to their tasks. Alan observed that many of the wizards were noticeably larger than their British counterparts, likely influenced by the American Muggle dietary habits. Professor Flitwick guided Alan through the bustling crowd. A trendy wizard with curly hair rushed past, brandishing his wand, muttering, "These damned creatures will pay for it one day." Shortly after, a group of wizards clad in identical black robes hurried over, discussing how to deal with these illegal creatures. "They'll most likely be incarcerated. Knox has done an excellent job this time. He might be promoted to office director," one suggested. "Let us see if he emerges from that small office first." A few individuals brushed past Alan, who couldn't resist turning to stare at them, but was quickly pulled away by Professor Flitwick. Before entering the elevator, Alan noticed several wizards queuing up, waiting for a house elf to polish their wands using a complex feather apparatus. The elevator doors opened, and a sprightly elf attendant bowed to them, inquiring, "Where to, sir?" "The wand permit office," Professor Flitwick replied, his tone unwavering. The elf attendant poked the elevator button above with a clawed stick, and the elevator began its descent. The elevator descended swiftly, yet the shaft was remarkably long, so it took some time before they reached their intended floor. The doors opened to reveal a narrow, stuffy, windowless basement room, a painful contrast to the upper floors. Professor Flitwick led Alan past 100 old typewriters, clattering away on their own, while glass tubes descended from the ceiling, weaving through the air. Each time a document was completed, it would automatically fold into the shape of a mouse and scurry up through the appropriate pipes to the offices above. In a dim corner of the room hung a sign, "Wand Permit Office." They ducked into this cramped, stifling office, which was only slightly larger than a storage closet, filled with piles of unopened wand applications. A sad-looking desk was crammed into the middle of the small office. Despite the tight space, Alan quickly realized that the office was completely empty. "Professor, why are we here? Didn't you already send the wand application through the mail?" Alan asked, puzzled. "Indeed. But the person I am looking for, Leonard Knox, is in this office," Professor Flitwick replied, surveying the room in disbelief. "The dueling champion?" Alan exclaimed, astonished that such a powerful and skilled wizard had fallen to such depths. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle sauntered in leisurely, not bothering to inquire. He addressed Professor Flitwick and Alan curtly. "The wand permits will be dispatched shortly. Please be patient at your temporary residence. Our staff is insufficient. The only capable person is too competent and likely won't be here for long." "Excuse me, but I need to ask about Professor Flitwick's purpose here," Alan interjected. "I said, return and be patient. Please leave." The Mediterranean man's tone was decidedly impatient. It appeared he was a haughty, arrogant bureaucrat with a typical disdainful demeanor. Professor Flitwick and Alan exchanged glances, and as the professor turned to leave, Alan suddenly recalled the words he had overheard in the hall above. Coupled with the man's recent remarks, he spun around and exclaimed loudly, "Leonard Knox. What did you say?" The Mediterranean man stepped forward, pushing past Alan to peer into the empty corridor. His face twisted in anger at being toyed with. He demanded, "What are you shouting about? Where is Leonard Knox?" "That is precisely what we wish to inquire about, sir. We are here to find Mr. Leonard Knox," Alan replied, offering a gentle smile and speaking politely. "Who are you? Why do you seek Leonard Knox?" The Mediterranean man eyed Professor Flitwick and Alan suspiciously, pondering their connection to Leonard. "We are British wizards. This is Professor Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House and charms instructor at Hogwarts. He is a close friend of Mr. Leonard Knox," Alan stated, blinking as he noticed the middle-aged wizard's expression change dramatically. Chapter 133, Chaos and Conflict. "Ah, so you were looking for Leonard." The Mediterranean man's demeanor shifted so rapidly that it was almost unbelievable. Just moments ago, he had appeared gloomy, and now he beamed with warmth. He warmly invited Professor Flitwick to sit, but the cramped office had no chair for visitors to rest. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. "I sincerely apologize. Our facilities are rather rudimentary. Professor Flitwick, you see, Mr. Leonard Knox is currently engaged in a very important task and should return shortly." A bead of sweat appeared on the man's forehead, which was quite remarkable for such a cold season. Alan could not help but speculate about the character of the elusive Mr. Leonard Knox. Perhaps he was exceedingly authoritative, or perhaps quite menacing. It was also conceivable that his recent promotion, owing to a notable achievement, had rendered this previously indiscreet official so anxious, perpetually fawning and flattering Alan and his companions. "Shall I send a message to Mr. Knox now?" After a prolonged exchange of pleasantries, the Mediterranean gentleman, Abernathy, finally articulated the words Professor Flitwick had most eagerly awaited. "Of course, I am immensely grateful." Professor Flitwick could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of meeting Knox. Eager to depart this place he found utterly unappealing, both in atmosphere and in company. Abernathy inscribed a few words on a piece of paper, deftly folding it into the shape of a paper mouse, which he then inserted into a transparent tube at the corner of the desk. The paper mouse darted nimbly upwards, swiftly vanishing from Alan's sight. After such an extensive dialogue, he had almost forgotten to inquire, "Have you obtained your one permit?" "It is mandatory for all foreign visitors to New York." Abernathy took a seat behind the desk, attempting to salvage some dignity in front of Professor Flitwick and Alan. "Indeed, I applied via post several weeks before Hogwarts break commenced." Professor Flitwick clearly favored a more official tone, addressing matters directly. Just then, a hurried voice called from outside, "Abernathy, Abernathy, where are they? Where are they?" Alan keenly observed the twinkle of amusement in Professor Flitwick's eyes. In an instant, a robust man in his 50s, tall and lean, burst into the office with great energy. His large eyes darted incessantly behind a pair of oversized glasses. His nose was sharp and elongated, reminiscent of a razor's edge, and his brow was perpetually furrowed, as if it could never be smoothed. Alan observed that the incoming wizard took a step that measured a full 3 feet and walked with his fists tightly clenched. Alan deduced that this was an impatient sorcerer. "Ah, Phileas, it is truly delightful to see you." He abruptly lifted the diminutive Professor Flitwick, a coarse gesture that evidently displeased the professor immensely. "Leonard," Professor Flitwick squeaked sharply, delivering a swift kick to his chest, prompting him to hastily set the professor back down. "Is this your prodigious student?" Leonard shifted his gaze to Alan, scrutinizing him up and down. "Mr. Knox, greetings. I am Alan Harris, a student of Professor Flitwick." Alan respectfully bowed to Leonard Knox. "Ah, greetings, Alan Harris," Leonard Knox replied, turning to praise Flitwick. "British children are indeed very courteous. A fine lad." They exchanged pleasantries when suddenly a multitude of paper mice descended from the glass tubes above, sliding onto the table and instantly cluttering it. Noises of clashing and commotion echoed from upstairs. Leonard's expression changed as he tore open a paper mouse and shouted, "Phileas, wait for me here," before rushing out the door. Abernathy also opened a paper mouse, his face paling. "Ah, gentlemen, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Please excuse me." With that, he grabbed his coat hanging on the chair and hurriedly exited the office. Professors Flitwick and Alan stood awkwardly in the office. "Professor, what shall we do now?" Alan inquired. "I fear something dreadful must have occurred." Professor Flitwick reached for a paper mouse and tore it open, revealing the message. "Prison has been breached. Magical Creatures Management and Control Department in turmoil. Come at once." "Alan, wait here for me. I shall investigate this situation," Professor Flitwick instructed, advising Alan to conceal himself in the cramped office. At such a remote location, it might be the safest place in the Wizarding Parliament at this moment. Professor Flitwick hurriedly exited, and Alan picked up several paper mice to examine the messages inscribed on them. Then, he heard a curious sound emanating from the pile of paper mice. Alan drew his wand, vigilantly watching the table. A mouse, resembling a common house mouse, emerged from the heap. It spotted Alan, its bead-like black eyes darting about, and quickly bolted towards the door. Immediately, Alan conjured a gelatinous substance to seal the door. ensnaring the agile mouse in the midst of the portal. The creature struggled vigorously as Alan approached, using his wand to levitate the mouse for a closer inspection. Unlike a common house mouse, this one bore a tumor resembling a sea anemone upon its back. It was a Mortella mouse, and Alan recognized its origin. The Mortella mouse is a creature closely resembling the house mouse, native to the coastal regions of Britain. For reasons unknown, it had traversed the ocean to appear in New York. This creature is classified as a level 3 magical being by the Ministry of Magic. Consuming the tumors of Mortella mice, once pickled, enhances a wizard's resistance to curses and misfortune. However, excessive ingestion may lead to the undesirable growth of unsightly purple hair around the ears. The Mortella mouse, grasped by its tail, curled itself tightly in a desperate attempt to bite Alan's hand, but such efforts proved futile. Alan tossed it into the pet space, feeling a sense of boredom as he waited for a brief moment until Professor Flitwick returned to the office. With a flick of his wand, the gelatinous, sticky web set by Alan vanished without a trace. We must leave this place. It is in utter chaos. At any moment, the flames of war may spread here. Professor Flitwick resolutely decided to depart from this place of conflict. They strode forward, swiftly ascending the winding, endless staircase. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick halted Alan, and they concealed themselves behind a massive pillar. A group of aurors hurriedly descended the stairs, pursuing several masked dark-robed wizards. Making their way toward the staircase leading to the basement, they unleashed a barrage of spells, attempting to thwart the cloaked figures. The spells struck the walls, causing bricks to shatter and debris to scatter. Once the danger passed, Professor Flitwick urged Alan to continue their ascent, and at last, they arrived in the entrance hall. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the grand chamber, creating a scene of pandemonium. People were in disarray, some huddled together, whispering anxiously, while others clad in black robes rushed about, filled with anxiety and urgency. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, many, like Professor Flitwick and Alan, sought to escape. The professor's diminutive stature proved to be a disadvantage, as he risked being knocked over by the frantic throng. Although Alan was still but a child, he clutched Professor Flitwick's hand tightly, leveraging his greater height to navigate swiftly through the crowd. Several wizards in matching black robes hurriedly brushed past Alan and the professor, heading in the opposite direction. At a glance, Alan discerned that the wizard at the center was none other than William Pickley, the esteemed chairman of the American Magical Congress. His imposing portrait adorned the grand hall, and Alan was struck by the piercing gaze of his eagle-like eyes. For the American Magical Congress, their paramount objective was to apprehend the escaped death row inmates and capture the myriad of magical creatures that had scattered in flight. Containing the scene was far from their consideration, as the fierce conflicts among wizards rendered it unwise to confine so many within the building. Instead, an orderly evacuation would more effectively mitigate casualties. Before departing the foyer, Alan took a moment to glance at the spinner that indicated the threat level of magical exposure. Its needle pointed resolutely toward severe, an inexplicable and dire situation. Alan and his companions fortuitously departed from the Woolworth building, retreating along Broadway. Suddenly, a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted from behind, accompanied by the piercing screams and wails of the crowd that reverberated through the air. Everyone turned to seek the source of the commotion, which emanated from the grand, intricately carved skyscraper, the Woolworth building that had previously dominated the street. A wall of the edifice cracked open, debris trembled beneath their feet as if the ground itself was shaking, and then it erupted violently, hurtling debris into the street. The force was fierce and abrupt, sending people and vehicles soaring through the air. Moments later, a cadre of Death Eaters apparat onto the street, brandishing their wands, casting oblivion and confusion spells upon the approaching police and civilians. This is dire. We must hasten our departure from this treacherous place, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, grasping Alan's arm as they apparat away. In an instant, they found themselves on a lengthy street flanked by similar brownstone residences, one of which had been reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble. Voices clamored, and individuals hurriedly evacuated from the buildings. A police officer stood amidst the crowd, besieged by disgruntled residents. Quiet down. I am taking statements from witnesses. The officer shouted impatiently. I tell you, this is a terrorist attack. Someone has surely planted a bomb. I want to return home with my children until it's safe. A woman in a vivid red nightgown exclaimed, waving her arms animatedly. The officer shrugged, dismissing her conjecture. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we have received no information to substantiate this is anything but an accident. Hey, officer, I saw it. It was a dragon. A tipsy middle-aged man declared triumphantly. Professor Flitwick, withdrawing his wand from his sleeve, pointed it at the man. An attack. Indeed, a terrorist attack. The middle-aged man quickly changed his tune. No, it was a farmer who modified a tractor and ran amok. I heard it crushed 7 cars. The surrounding crowd began to echo his sentiments, rallying in agreement. Professor Flitwick guided Alan through the outskirts of the gathering, leading them into a narrow alleyway at the back. It is our duty as wizards to safeguard the secrets of the magical realm and prevent it from being exposed to muggles, Professor Flitwick remarked, noticing Alan's lack of reaction to his incantation, prompting him to divulge his prepared lines with unrestrained earnestness. Although Alan had reservations about the practices of the hidden wizarding world, he did not express them outwardly. What kind of creature could possess such destructive power? He compared it to the magical beings he was familiar with but found no clues. There were simply too many creatures capable of wreaking havoc, such as the bird snake in Alan's pet space. Suddenly, a small blue creature buzzed overhead. And Alan realized why the grand wheel of the American Magical Congress had pointed to severe, inexplicable situation. In a short span of time, Alan had encountered 3 magical beings, the Matra Mouse, a powerful unidentified creature, and the Billywig, the blue insect that had just flown by, with its helicopter-like wings. Was indeed the Billywig. Native to Australia, the Billywig's appearance in New York likely indicated it had previously escaped from the American Magical Congress. The Billywig was remarkably agile. Not only did muggles rarely notice it, but even wizards seldom caught sight of it unless they were stung. However, for the keen-sensed Alan, the sound of the Billywig's flight was unmistakable in the secluded alley. With a swift flick of his wand, Alan conjured an intricate web that materialized directly in front of the Billywig. Caught off guard, the insect was ensnared and enveloped in a cocoon, landing in Alan's hand. "What is that?" Professor Flitwick inquired, noticing Alan's actions. "A Billywig," Alan replied, presenting the heavy cocoon to the professor. "Their stingers are one of the ingredients for fizzing whizbees." Professor Flitwick examined the cocoon with interest. "Quite a remarkable spell," he remarked with satisfaction. "Leonard will surely be pleased to see this." "You taught me well, Professor," Alan winked, secretly vowing never to indulge in fizzing whizbees again. Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. Then after a brief pause, he said to Alan, "It's time. We should head back to the Congress." The duration since the prison break had been sufficient for the American Aurors to manage the aftermath. Indeed, following the breakout, a gathering of high-ranking Aurors convened to discuss this significant crisis, including Leonard, an old friend of Professor Flitwick, whose face bore numerous bruises. Among them was William Pequel, the president of the American Magical Congress. The issues revealed by this incident were dire. Why had our Aurors arrived late? How had a prisoner deserving immediate execution managed to escape? Why had all the illegally residing magical creatures been released? President Pequel cast a stern gaze over the assembly, causing the high-ranking Aurors to lower their heads, avoiding his eyes. Chapter 135, A Night of Wind and Snow. The objective of the opposing party was unmistakable: to rescue the smuggler king, Henry Jones. Releasing those magical creatures could obscure our vision, facilitating their intrusion into the execution chamber. Simultaneously, it served to express their discontent, creating trouble for our Congress and diverting our attention. Although Leonard Knox was at a lower rank, he dared to voice his opinion. "Leonard Knox, this is not your place to speak," a stout, round-faced wizard interjected, accusing him. "But I am the one most aware of the events leading up to this." Leonard restrained himself, fighting the urge to punch the insufferable face before him. "Your blunder allowed Henry to slip from Britain and arrive here in America." The round-faced wizard sneered. "You're mistaken. Someone leaked our operational plans, leading to our failure." Leonard's brow furrowed tightly as he clenched his fists, striking the table with force. The round-faced wizard attempted to continue his taunts, but was interrupted by President Pequel. "Enough, Roca. Regardless of the reasons, 3 points are certain. First, Henry Jones must be recaptured. Second, every effort must be made to apprehend the escaped magical creatures. Third, we must control the situation. We cannot afford to attract trouble that might expose the wizarding world for decades to come. That would be utterly disgraceful." President Pequel's gaze was resolute as a holographic map of New York City suddenly appeared, hovering in the air, with bright points illuminating areas of intense magical activity. Surrounded by his peers, Pequel scrutinized the map, noting unprecedented activity. "We must act immediately. Execute the Congress's Exposure Prevention Plan No. 2, without delay." "Yes." A chorus of voices echoed, reflecting the Aurors' determination. Under President Pequel's command, the Aurors promptly disapparated. "Knox, please stay." Leonard, wishing to leave, was called back by President Pequel. "Chairman?" Leonard halted, looking back with curiosity. "The low point is only temporary. In this operation, if there is one person I can trust, it is you." Pequel patted Leonard's shoulder. "Your failure to secure Henry and allow the magical creatures to escape places you at a disadvantage. You could have been appointed as the head of the Auror office, but this sudden prison break will indefinitely extend your waiting period." Pequel returned to the holographic map, gravely stating, "As you mentioned, there is a traitor among our ranks. Currently, you are the one I trust the most. Now, I am assigning you a task: root out the traitor within our team and restore order to the Congress." "Yes," Leonard replied, his expression serious but his heart racing with excitement, akin to a newcomer just starting their career. Professor Flitwick and Alan returned to the vicinity of the Congress, and everything appeared normal. Aurors were continuously casting repair spells, restoring buildings and vehicles to their original state, while the streets returned to their usual bustle. The Muggles' poor memories were erased, and everyone resumed their daily routines as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. "Hey, Phileas." Leonard emerged from the recently restored Woolworth building and immediately spotted Professor Flitwick and Alan. "Great to see you unharmed. You rascal. Let go of me." Professor Flitwick grinned, delivering a stern kick to Leonard, who attempted to lift him. Alan found the greeting method of the two individuals rather unique, yet he dared not laugh out loud, biting his tongue instead to suppress his amusement. You must be quite busy in Congress right now, he ventured, but before Professor Flitwick could finish his sentence, the impatient Leonard interrupted him. You can come to my house first. We have urgent matters to attend to. I'll give you the address. Jessica should be home. She's a lovely girl and can host you. With that, Leonard hurriedly provided Alan and the others with the address before swiftly vanishing from sight. Professor Flitwick, employing his usual tactics, conjured a magical cursor, and the two of them followed it, hastening their pace. The night had fallen, the sky overcast, as if a heavy snowfall could occur at any moment. Engrossed in their journey, Flitwick and Alan refrained from using apparition, uncertain of Leonard's given location. The faces of passers-by illuminated under the streetlights sparked Alan's imagination, making him feel as though he could never escape the bustling urban environment. He glanced at the houses nearby, pondering what stories unfolded behind those softly glowing windows. The gentle light evoked a longing for Mrs. Harris's delectable meals, his cozy bedroom, and his family. A cold draft swept through the darkness. It was quite late. Professor, is there nothing akin to a night bus in America? Alan finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. What? Exclaimed Professor Flitwick, momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. He had been at Hogwarts for far too long, and his typical pastime was merely enjoying a few drinks at the Three Broomsticks, thus he had completely forgotten about such transportation. However, as a Ravenclaw, he quickly devised an excuse. I merely wish to experience America on foot, but I apologize. It seems I forgot that you are still a child and have accompanied me this far. After saying this, Professor Flitwick drew his wand, and just as Alan was contemplating the validity of his dean's rationale, a double-decker bus appeared, its lights flickering through the darkness. The door swung open with a whoosh, and a young wizard clad in tattered jeans gestured invitingly, politely inquiring, Gentlemen, are you boarding? Where to? Professor Flitwick relayed the address, and the youth quoted a fare of 30 silver sickles for both. If you're willing to pay an extra 3 each, we can provide hot dogs and coffee. Professor Flitwick retrieved his money pouch, preventing Alan from offering to pay, and handed over 36 silver sickles to the conductor. Inside the bus, there were no seats. Instead, 6 or 7 brass-framed beds lined the curtained windows. Alan and Professor Flitwick chose adjacent beds and settled down. Soon, the double-decker bus surged forward at an astonishing speed through the snowstorm, racing past clean, orderly streets and houses. After warming himself with a cup of coffee, Alan allowed himself to recline on the bed, bouncing with the bus's jarring movements. After approximately 10 minutes, the bus made a sharp turn and halted beside a long, wide road. The doors swung open, and the conductor nudged Alan, saying, Sir, we've arrived. As Alan and Professor Flitwick's feet barely touched the ground, the double-decker bus executed a swift 180-degree turn, wobbling back along its original route amidst the swirling white snow. In the midst of the snowy haze, a quaint villa stood aglow with warm light. Approaching the entrance, Professor Flitwick and Alan meticulously checked the house number, confirming that this was indeed Leonard's residence. Chapter 136, Jessica Knox. The villa, constructed of a blend of brick and wood, was accompanied by a jagged hillside and a meandering stream nearby. The structure displayed a slight tilt, protruding toward the road, with a roof that leaned to one side, reminiscent of a beret. The vertical alignment of the house left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the inviting warmth emanating from within stirred a sense of longing in Alan, who had trudged through the cold night for some time. The door creaked open, revealing a tall, strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair and blue eyes. The aroma of food wafted through the crack, and the soft light cast a golden hue upon the thick layer of snow at the entrance. May I ask who you are? The girl inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. I am Phileas Flitwick, and this is Alan Harris. We have journeyed from England at the invitation of Mr. Leonard Knox to visit. I apologize for the intrusion, Professor Flitwick replied, straightening his posture in an effort to appear more dignified, deliberately adopting a gentle and refined demeanor. Oh, my uncle did mention this. Today, I received a letter from Uncle Knox stating that you would be visiting. Please come in. As soon as Professor Flitwick and Alan stepped inside, a large feather duster magically swooped toward them, gently brushing away the snow that clung to their clothing. Upon entering the hallway, Alan was astonished to see that the girl had illuminated every light in the room, the interplay of yellow and white light filling the entire hall with brightness. Although it was winter, the space was adorned with an array of vibrant flowering plants, exuding life and vitality. Alan speculated that these were likely maintained by botanical and temporal enchantments, as he was not particularly well-versed in plant magic. The room, while not opulent, radiated a lively charm due to the everyday magic at work. An iron was busily tending to clothes in the corner, a drying rack clumsily spun before the fireplace. 2 long purple knitting needles on the sofa intertwined automatically, quickly crafting a square pattern. Scattered across the green marble coffee table were several magazines. Witch's Companion, Witch Whispers. In today's transfiguration, Alan speculated that the young lady might have previously been seated on the sofa, knitting with yarn, perusing a magazine, and sipping a cup of coffee. A cup, exuding a lingering aroma, rested quietly on the coffee table. However, what captivated Alan's attention the most was the long table at the opposite end of the hall. Adorned with an array of tantalizing delicacies, glistening roasted steaks, meticulously arranged buffalo spicy chicken wings atop vibrant greens, golden Alaska cod fillets, and a Cobb salad lavishly embellished with an assortment of meats, complemented by avocado and cheese. A rich eggnog, layered thick with meaty delights, occasionally emitted a plump bubble from a tall, transparent crystal pitcher. Alan exerted great effort to restrain his desires. As he felt somewhat cold and hungry after walking a considerable distance with Flivvy, he endeavored to avert his gaze from the lavish feast laid out before him. Striving to maintain decorum in the presence of his host, "Ian, do hurry down. Uncle Knox's guests have arrived." Jessica called towards a bowl-shaped metallic object on the wall, which echoed back with a muffled response. "Got it, Jessica. I'll be right down." Ian, my brother, relished the comfort of his room. He was the top student in his grade at school. Jessica smiled proudly as she guided Professor Flivvy and Alan to their seats at the dining table. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Jessica Knox, the niece of Uncle Knox. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask," she proclaimed, directing 2 white handkerchiefs that had been immersed in hot water to automatically wring themselves out, gracefully flying to the front of Professor Flivvy and Alan. Wiping his face and hands with the warm, clean cloths, Alan felt the fatigue of the day dissipate with each soothing stroke. Suddenly, a lanky boy with stubborn golden hair descended the staircase. He greeted Professor Flivvy politely yet with a hint of detachment, offering a casual nod to Alan. "Well, I believe we should indulge in this delightful meal. Uncle Knox may be delayed in returning, as he instructed us not to wait for him." Jessica promptly commanded the knives and forks to carve the sumptuous dishes, which then leaped onto the plates of those present. The delectable food quickly fostered a convivial atmosphere, and even the aloof boy softened, eagerly savoring a beautifully roasted steak. Professor Flivvy took a hearty sip of eggnog, and when he spoke again, his voice was unexpectedly loud, eliciting laughter from the other 3. After a satisfying meal, Professor Flivvy and Alan were shown to a guest room on the 2nd floor, where 2 neatly made single beds appeared exceedingly inviting. As Professor Flivvy organized his belongings, Alan sat on the bed, perusing a collection of self-defense spells generously provided by the professor, which included some of his notes. Alan was thoroughly engrossed. After a considerable time, Jessica, clad in a patterned blue nightgown, cautiously knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission, she entered with a tray bearing a teapot and 2 teacups. "I thought you might enjoy a warm cup of tea." Jessica carefully handed the cups to Professor Flivvy and Alan. "I apologize. I could only find some Lipton tea from the Muggle shop. I thought you might prefer it over coffee or cocoa." Professor Flivvy promptly expressed his gratitude before accepting the tea. Alan placed the book on the bedside table and took the teacup with both hands, appreciating the warm beverage, despite the possibility of sleeplessness it might induce. Noticing the book on the bedside table, Jessica's eyes lit up as she pointed to the self-defense spell collection. "Is this the book you use in your spell class?" "Oh, this? Not quite. In fact, it pertains to the study of dark arts defense," Alan replied gently. "Then is this your textbook for dark arts defense?" Jessica inquired with interest. "Not exactly," Alan scratched his head, extracting the actual textbook from his pile of supplies, a task made easy by the sheer number of books he possessed. "Here, these are our textbooks for dark arts defense." He generously offered the seemingly new books to Jessica. The cover featured the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart, winking mischievously. "Break Up with a Banshee," authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "Traveling with Trolls," authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "Vacationing with Vampires," authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Jessica, intrigued, flipped through the pages, noting that Lockhart appeared quite accomplished, with 7 consecutive titles to his name. Alan pondered but refrained from revealing Lockhart's true nature, as he was indeed the professor for their dark arts defense class. "Wow, he must be exceptionally talented," Jessica exclaimed, holding the book and gazing at Lockhart's captivating smile, reluctant to return it to Alan. "If you like, I can gift you these books," Alan offered generously. They were quite entertaining as novels, and he had to admit that some of the knowledge contained within was indeed practical. "Thank you, that would be splendid. I can take them to Ilvermorny to read," Jessica replied, her delight evident. "What did you just say?" Jessica's excitement caused her to speak rapidly, and Alan, unable to catch her words, asked in confusion. "Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's the best magic school in the world," Jessica declared proudly. "I think you'll find that the internationally recognized best school is Hogwarts. In fact, the founder of Ilvermorny was a descendant of one of Hogwarts' 4 founders. She and her Muggle husband established it in the 17th century," Alan couldn't help but counter. "So what?" Jessica frowned. "Jessica, Ian, I'm back." Leonard's voice resonated from a bowl-shaped metallic object in the room, timely breaking the awkward silence. "Uncle's back." Jessica beamed, clutching the book as she hurried downstairs. Professor Flivvy and Alan exchanged glances before exiting the room to join her in the hall. Ian was already downstairs, retrieving Leonard's coat and hanging it on a magical coat rack by the fireplace to keep it dry. "Hey, Phileas, I hope you had a pleasant evening." Leonard exchanged pleasantries with Professor Flivvy before taking a seat at the dining table. Jessica commanded the food to fly onto his plate. "Ah, how delightful. I was famished." After the meal, Leonard, glowing with satisfaction, sat on the hall sofa chatting with Professor Flivvy. The professor presented Leonard with the billywig he had caught earlier, piquing the interest of both Jessica and Ian. I heard that after being stung by it, one can float away in a daze, Ian said eagerly. If you have a severe allergic reaction, you might be left floating permanently. Jessica shot a warning glance at her brother. I wonder how many magical creatures are still roaming the city. We've captured quite a few today, but some remain unaccounted for, Leonard mused, his attention shifting back to his work as he examined the billywig in his hand. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take you on a thorough tour of New York this time, Leonard said apologetically to Professor Flivy, regretting that an unexpected prison break had spoiled his Christmas holiday and feeling guilty for the professor's long journey. No worries. Our visit was primarily to fulfill your wish. Allowing Ian and Alan to compete and see who excels. Professor Flivy feigned indifference as he spoke. Alan and Ian regarded each other, both perceiving an unwavering determination in the other's gaze. It was quite late, and they must be exceedingly fatigued. Thus, it was not an opportune moment for a duel. Instead, why not allow the younger ones to contribute to the magical realm by seeking out elusive magical creatures? Let us see who can capture the most. Leonard's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he proposed a brilliant idea. I shall venture to the Magical Congress first thing tomorrow morning to procure a temporary permit akin to Jessica's, allowing the school to return Ian's wand during the holidays. You see, our regulations concerning minors are, in fact, somewhat stricter than those in Britain. However, should you encounter any magical creatures beyond your capabilities, do not act rashly. Simply notify us, Professor Flitwick advised earnestly. I wish to join as well, Jessica exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to participate in this meaningful and enjoyable competition. Of course, you may. After all, you are a fifth-year wizard now. Just keep an eye on Ian and Alan. Leonard readily consented. While Ian possessed greater innate talent, Jessica's steadiness rendered her more dependable. As night fell, the wind and snow battered against the window panes. In this foreign land, Alan succumbed to slumber, enveloped by a longing for his family. At dawn, the world outside gleamed not from the sun's ascent, but rather from the thick blanket of snow that cloaked the landscape. Alan quietly dressed and stepped outside, where the hillside adjacent to the house shimmered in white reflection. Wisps of mist danced ethereally over the clearings in the woods atop the slope or floated languidly upon the winding river. This scene exuded a unique tranquility, untouched even by the morning crowing of the farmyard roosters. Alan performed a few simple stretches, and before he realized it, the dawn burst forth from the east. Moments later, the sky brightened as the radiant light of daybreak illuminated the heavens with its pristine clarity. The thin mist gradually dissipated under the brilliance of the rising sun, and Alan completed his morning exercise. Upon returning indoors, he unexpectedly encountered Jessica, who was preparing breakfast after just rising from her slumber. The cool air that Alan brought in made Jessica, who had only recently left the warmth of her bed, shiver slightly, causing her to involuntarily shudder. My apologies. Alan quickly closed the door and took a step back. Not at all. Good morning. Did you go for a morning workout? Jessica inquired, having noticed the light sheen of sweat on Alan's forehead. Indeed, it's my routine. Alan replied politely with a nod and a smile as he made his way to the washroom. What an energetic young man, Jessica remarked as she moved towards the kitchen, becoming engrossed in her tasks. Various ingredients floated out from the cupboards, and with a flick of her wand, she transformed them into a sumptuous meal. Carrots and apples were automatically chopped, batter rolled itself up, and a frying pan stirred itself. By the time Alan finished washing up and took a seat at the table, Jessica waved her wand, causing raisins, apple puree, and pancakes to soar into the air, merging seamlessly into a neatly stacked cylindrical pie, which began baking in midair. When it was nearly done, a sugar jar floated from the cupboard, evenly dusting the pie's top and bottom with a generous coating of sugar. The pie appeared quite delectable, though the amount of sugar was undeniably excessive, prompting Alan to inhale deeply. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from the window, revealing several owls perched outside. Alan, could you lend me a hand? I'm a bit tied up at the moment. Jessica was directing the pies to float onto a pristine white plate, where she also arranged some fruit as garnish. Alan opened the window, and the owls flew in, aligning themselves in a neat row as if they had received a silent command, all extending their left legs in unison. Alan swiftly untied the newspapers that were bound around their legs. There are copper nuts in the drawer of the coffee table. Please hand them over, Jessica exclaimed urgently. Following Alan's instructions, he paid the owls, which then spread their wings and flew away through the window. The magical newspapers neatly folded themselves, and Alan's gaze fell upon the headline of the New York Spectre, which read, "The Smuggling King Henry Jones Escapes from Prison." Alan perused the newspapers below, which predominantly reported on the events that transpired yesterday at the American Magical Congress, with each article gracing the front page. The American Magical Congress enhances security measures. Where is Henry Jones? Magical creatures wreak havoc upon the Muggle world. The accompanying photographs vividly depicted the ravaged edifices, the anguished cries of victims, and interviews with witnesses. Before long, Professor Flitwick and Leonard, having freshened up, joined Alan at his side to peruse the same newspapers. Leonard's brow furrowed, revealing the gravity of the situation to be more dire than he had previously imagined. Phileas, I require your assistance. It would be my honor, Leonard. Whether motivated by the duty to safeguard the secrets of the magical realm or by the bond of friendship with Leonard, Professor Flitwick felt an undeniable obligation. Chapter 138. Ashen serpent's egg after breakfast. Professor Flitwick and Leonard set forth together, as Leonard would not miss the opportunity to partner with the formidable and trustworthy Professor Flitwick. Prior to their departure, Professor Flitwick could not refrain from cautioning Alan to prioritize his safety, for a vicious criminal remained at large, posing a significant threat. Alan obediently agreed. And after seeing off Professor Flitwick and Leonard, he continued to peruse the newspaper. After a considerable time, Ian finally descended from upstairs, yawning. "Ian, did you stay up late again?" Jessica swiftly approached him, her demeanor both poised and vivacious, her features imbued with an indescribable elegance. Each step she took was grace personified. Yet, Ian couldn't help but take a few steps back. In the next moment, Jessica seized his ear, admonishing him, "No matter how captivating the books are, you must adhere to a proper bedtime." Ian nodded, the cool facade he had donned dissipating into thin air. The sibling interaction evoked a quiet chuckle from Alan. And by the time breakfast concluded, the clock was nearing 10 o'clock. "Where shall we go? It's so late, almost lunchtime." Jessica shot a sharp glance at Ian. "I think we could visit this church," Alan suggested, pointing to the newspaper in his hand. A witness was being interviewed, standing animatedly before a church. "Why go to the church?" "I don't see anything amiss," Jessica remarked, scrutinizing the article multiple times. Even noting the remnants of food caught in the exaggerated grin of the man, casting a disdainful look at Alan. "All right, let's go there," Ian suddenly affirmed Alan's idea. "Look, in the upper right corner of this dynamic photo," Alan hinted. Jessica redirected her gaze to the newspaper, in the upper right corner. The camera had briefly captured a flash of bright light on the church's stained glass window. "Surely it's just sunlight reflecting off the glass?" she mused. But then, a realization struck her. Yesterday had been overcast, devoid of any strong sunlight. This is the trail of the malevolent bird. With their destination set, the trio swiftly departed the warmth of the room and made their way to the church. Following a heavy snowfall, the temperature plummeted, and the weather turned unusually frigid. Guided by the clues from the newspaper, they hastened their journey, navigating through unfamiliar streets until they arrived at a quaint, ancient town. The town seemed to possess a timeless quality, with a single broad street running through its heart. Under the light of their guiding cursor, they traversed a labyrinth of narrow alleys, stopping at each corner to keenly observe their surroundings, ensuring they didn't overlook any trace of the sinister bird. They ventured through an exceptionally long alley, so narrow that merely extending an arm would brush against the walls on either side. Finally, as the alley widened slightly, the ground began to slope steeply downward. At the end of the passage, they encountered a flat expanse where a wall with a tower stood. The tower resembling a watchtower amidst the surrounding high buildings. Alan observed that the house to his left appeared more magnificent, adorned with several towering spires and corner turrets. The church, which was the destination of their journey, stood just behind it. As Alan and his companions contemplated hastening their steps towards the church, they were suddenly startled by a cacophony emanating from the imposing house that had captured Alan's attention moments before. A throng of muggles burst forth from the dwelling, exclaiming, "Fire! Fire! Quick, save us!" They dashed past Alan and his friends, making a beeline for the narrow alleyway, where their frantic cries echoed through the constricted passage. "Should we go and investigate?" Jessica inquired, as this unforeseen incident disrupted their plans. "Certainly. This fire appears rather peculiar." They detected no hint of gas and heard no sounds of an explosion. In this flat expanse encircled by the alley, there was no sensation of wind. Yet the blaze raged with an alarming ferocity, as Alan and his companions traversed through the grand door from which the muggles had fled. The room directly opposite the entrance was illuminated by the frenzied blaze of crimson flames, almost simultaneously with their entry. A towering inferno erupted from the doorway of a nearby chamber, its fiery tendrils clawing at the air. Jessica instinctively shielded her brother and Alan, casting the freezing fire spell, a charm historically employed by wizards during executions by fire. This enchantment rendered the flames devoid of true potency, producing only a mild tingling sensation rather than inflicting genuine harm. Indeed, many wizards found amusement in teasing muggles with it. A deafening explosion followed, causing shards of glass from the windows to rain down into the courtyard. Scattering across the ground, the flames surged higher, and as Alan and his companions glanced upward, they beheld smoke billowing from the eaves, which, supported by robust wooden beams, had yet to collapse despite the imminent danger. Meanwhile, a stifling, acrid smoke enveloped the courtyard, rendering it difficult to breathe. No figures were discernible on either side. Suddenly, Alan darted towards the room on the left, with Ian and Jessica hastily following suit. A long trail of ash marked the ground leading to this chamber, and a flash of fiery light flickered within the unscathed room. Alan and his companions hurriedly pursued, and in the most concealed and shadowy corner of the room, a slender serpent, shimmering with a reddish glow and draped in grayish-white, flicked its elongated tongue. Suddenly, before their astonished gazes, it fragmented and transformed into dust. From this dust, several brilliantly red eggs emerged, radiating a scorching light. "Freeze them quickly," Alan commanded, brandishing his wand. In an instant, frost enveloped the serpent eggs, encasing them in ice. "These are fire ash serpents," Jessica remarked, recognizing the origin of the eggs. "Well done. Had we failed to freeze these eggs promptly, this room would have been ignited within minutes." Ian had also intended to take action, but Alan's response was swifter. Alan picked up the snake eggs from the ground. And there were precisely 3 of them, enough for all to share. He smiled as he handed the eggs to Jessica and Ian. They did not refuse. For these snake eggs possessed immense medicinal value. They could be used to concoct an indescribable potion or could be swallowed whole to treat fevers. Jessica opened her backpack, offering to store them for now and return them later. Remarkably, as she placed the 3 eggs inside, the bag showed no sign of bulging, indicating that it had been enchanted with a spell of seamless expansion. At that moment, the room in the center of the courtyard was engulfed in fierce flames, its roof having already collapsed. The fire raged with alarming speed, and as the structure crumbled, it emitted a hauntingly resonant and terrifying sound, a fierce blaze shooting skyward. Chapter 139. Rescue at the church. The ferocious flames had sealed the only entrance to the courtyard, trapping Alan and his companions within the room. Although the freezing fire spell rendered the flames harmless to them, the increasingly thin air compelled them to seek an exit. You should be able to apparate, right? Alan inquired of Jessica and Ian. Of course, any young wizard with a basic understanding of magic must learn to apparate, Jessica replied, her gaze fixed on Alan with uncertainty. You can't be serious? Apparition requires one to be at least 17 years old. Quick, hold on to my arm, Alan urged, gripping his wand tightly, his gaze resolute. Jessica and Ian suppressed their astonishment and clasped onto his arm without hesitation. In the next instant, they found themselves on the circular platform of the church behind them. What luck? Alan teased, addressing the siblings. Don't tell me this is your first time operating? Jessica's tone was filled with horror, while Ian stared at Alan with apprehension. Of course not. How could it be? Alan chuckled at their expressions. When I said we were lucky, I meant that we didn't land on something dangerous and that no muggles saw us. Oh, then I think you may be celebrating a bit prematurely, Ian replied gravely. As Alan and Jessica followed Ian's gaze, they were greeted by a magnificent row of soaring columns, meticulously aligned in front of the church's main edifice. The deep portal was adorned with intricate carvings depicting various figures, and long downspouts hung from either side, concealing the church's grand entrance behind the porch. There, at the threshold, lay a disheveled young cleric, pallid and trembling with fear. He was injured, and it seemed they would need to tend to his wounds before casting the spell of forgetfulness. Jessica spoke calmly. The 3 hurried through the porch, rushing towards the young cleric. He appeared to summon all his strength to raise a hand toward Alan and the others, uttering faint cries for help. Save me. His lips and eyelids quivered incessantly. Upon reaching him, they found he had completely lost consciousness. He has been bitten by a succubus. He requires an antidote, Jessica noted, quite familiar with such creatures from her frequent domestic duties. Fortunately, I have just the remedy. Alan gestured as if retrieving a small vial from the large pocket of his coat, actually from a concealed storage space. How could you carry such a thing? Ian inquired, puzzled. It's not specifically an antidote for succubus bites, but rather a universal antidote. When venturing into the world, one must be prepared, in fact. I have a few stones of dung as well, Alan replied nonchalantly, causing Ian to lapse into silence. Jessica accepted the antidote while Ian supported the cleric's body with one hand and lifted his head with the other. Alan pried open the cleric's mouth, and Jessica gently poured the potion into his jaw. Soon, under the antidote's influence, the young cleric stirred awake, his eyes meeting Jessica's in a moment of synchrony. A wave of tremors coursed through him as he beheld a spectrum of colors before him, akin to a rainbow. Clearly, Jessica possessed an extraordinary and captivating allure. Are you an angel? The young cleric murmured dreamily. Jessica broke into a radiant smile, her sudden joy rendering the cleric even more entranced. She is a witch. Ian interjected brusquely, pulling Jessica aside. The cleric, evidently skeptical, struggled to steady himself against the doorframe, rising to his feet. You are angels. I saw you appear suddenly on the dais. My name is Simon Rawls. Thank you for saving my life. Thank God. You ought to thank Merlin, Ian scoffed. No need for thanks. It was likely due to the fire at the preceding house that the succubus fled and happened upon you, leading to your unfortunate bite, Alan deduced, accurately surmising the cleric's misfortune. Now, it's time to cast the spell of forgetfulness. We still need to seek the vile harpy, Ian urged, visibly disapproving of Simon. No rush. We can inquire further, Jessica replied, appearing quite intrigued by Simon, having never been so close to a hen before. Have you ever seen a little bird with dazzling pink feathers? Jessica's soft, melodious voice was enchanting. In this world, this lady before him was undoubtedly the most charming of all. Simon found himself captivated. Are you searching for a devil bird? Simon inquired. Devil bird? Alan asked, intrigued. Yes. After Mr. Beltrini and his family encountered the devil bird, they became utterly deranged, Simon declared, tracing a cross over his chest. A meaningful glance passed among Alan and the others, for the song of the malevolent bird was known to drive listeners to madness. Could you take me to see them? Jessica gently inquired. Of course, it would be my honor to serve you, Simon replied, his demeanor transformed as if he had received a momentous accolade, radiant and unrecognizable from his previous state of near collapse. Please follow me. Simon turned down the passageway to the right of the church, with Alan and the others closely trailing behind. Though the church was not particularly grand, its interior boasted a striking decor. 6 robust columns held aloft a luminous vaulted ceiling, from which hung an exquisite pair of drapes. On the right side of the church, behind the altar, stood a curved wall adorned with numerous intricate reliefs, densely packed like a honeycomb. The wall was punctuated by numerous windows of various shapes, some star-like, others resembling trefoils, and some akin to wheels. Each window was fitted with glass, allowing the air to circulate freely within the church. A multitude of candles, perhaps 50 or 60, flickered in varying states of brightness, some radiantly luminous, others cast in a half-light. At the foot of the altar's steps knelt 4 muggles, disheveled and adorned with peculiar ornaments, bound and kneeling in front of the altar. Their faces were strange smiles, as if lost in their own worlds. Jessica stepped forward and waved her wand, causing the ropes binding them to shatter and fall to the ground. The 4, awakening from their stupor, knelt reverently and began to pray in silence. In a fleeting moment, they were subjected to both a waking charm and a forgetting spell. Witnessing this scene, Simon became increasingly convinced that Jessica was indeed an angel sent by Jesus. Alan and Ian each grasped one side of Simon and turned back into the church hall. Now, lead us to the place where you encountered the wicked witch, Ian declared with a menacing tone. Simon glanced at Jessica, refraining from contesting Ian's harsh demeanor, and obediently took the lead. Chapter 140. The Wicked Witch under Simon's guidance. They exited the church. The once towering structure engulfed in flames had now been reduced to a charred ruin. The roof had collapsed, and a gable wall lay in disarray outside. Scattered around, burnt shrubs resembled the scars upon a face. In this tranquil weather, thick black smoke continued to rise steadily into the sky. A heap of scorched ashes accumulated in the gaps beside the bare walls. God bless. Simon repeatedly crossed himself, his gaze filled with pity. Hurry up, Ian urged impatiently. Their pace was sluggish, hindered by the narrow alleyways they traversed and Simon's constant glances back to engage in conversation with Jessica. Alan believed he could comprehend the situation. When a man harbors feelings for a woman, his steps are inevitably slow, and he finds himself drawn closer to her. Simon was precisely in such a state at this moment. However, Ian was evidently growing impatient, incessantly urging him on. Alan suspected that if Simon continued to delay, Ian might uncontrollably resort to casting a malevolent spell upon him. Simon halted before a house adorned with pristine white walls and green shutters. Ah, this is Mr. Bellatrini's residence, he remarked, his tone tinged with regret. The house appeared remarkably tidy and inviting under the midday sun, yet all its doors and windows were tightly shut. The group circled the house a few times, but they found no trace of the malevolent bird. It seems we must trespass, Alan chuckled, drawing his wand. Oh, what are you planning to do? Simon queried, his eyes wide with fear. At Alan's utterance of Alohomora, the door opened silently. Quickly, step inside, Ian urged, giving Simon a shove. This is wrong. Simon protested vehemently. Hurry up, or I shall cast a curse upon you, Ian declared, his demeanor shifting to one of cold menace, an incredulous snarl gracing his features. Although Simon was unaware of the nature of the long stick Ian pointed at him, he recognized it as a weapon, the very instrument that had just transformed the door. With his heart racing, Simon repeatedly drew crosses over his chest, murmuring incantations as he followed Alan and the others into Mr. Bellatrini's home. Ian was the last to enter, turning back to securely close the door before stepping onto the gravel-strewn threshold. Just before entering the room, Alan halted the group, and Jessica and Ian looked at him quizzically. While even the reluctant Simon was puzzled. Silencing charm, Alan stated, and at the mention of the spell, Jessica and Ian understood his intent. The 3 of them cast the charm upon themselves, and Alan kindly extended it to Simon as well. Instantly, Simon felt enveloped in a profound silence. Not a whisper could be heard. What have you done to me? Why can I hear nothing? He exclaimed in terror. However, his despair deepened as he realized he could not even hear his own voice. Silence, fool. Ian, recognizing Simon's silent outburst, chastised him, only to remember afterward that Simon could not hear anything at all. Alan led everyone into a spacious room, casually flipping the switch for the lights. Instantly, a grand chandelier suspended from the ceiling emanated a warm yellow glow, illuminating the entire space. The room contained minimal furnishings. A closet displayed a few golden plates, a couple of large tomes, and between the 2 windows stood a full suit of armor. Exquisite tapestry artworks adorned the walls, one depicting Jesus crucified, and another illustrating shepherds by a babbling brook. The arrangement of the room was simple yet sophisticated, reflecting the owner's passion for life and an appreciation for the arts. Alan found it challenging to associate the eccentric family he had just encountered at the church with the owners of the house. May the Lord bless Mr. Bellatrini's family, and may he grant me and Miss Angel the swift deliverance from these 2 demons. Simon prayed for Mr. Beltrini and for his own unfortunate self before the tapestry adorned with the image of Jesus. The trio, comprising Alan, Jessica, and Ian, had commenced their search within the confines of the room. The absence of any other individuals succumbing to madness suggested that the malevolent creature had either flown to a more distant locale or remained within this very space. Considering the ferocious snowstorm that had raged the previous night and the biting cold that enveloped the morning, the likelihood of the wicked being still lingering in the room was substantial. The three of them meticulously scoured every nook and cranny of the house. Regrettably, they uncovered not a trace of the sinister creature. Jessica approached the window, drawing back the heavy curtains. Only to shake her head in disappointment, the malevolent being was not present there either. However, her action sparked inspiration in Ian, who pointed towards a painting adorning the wall, beckoning Alan and Jessica to take notice. He then, like a feline, stealthily approached the mural, gently lifting the embroidered depiction of shepherds. To their astonishment, behind the artwork lay a hidden alcove. Within this alcove rested an iron box, yet Alan showed little interest in its contents, had it been his curious companion. It would have surely been captivated by the discovery. Alan gently returned the mural to its original position before approaching another tapestry adorned with the image of Jesus. As he lifted a corner of the cloth, a radiant pink bird soared into the air. Jessica and Ian reacted swiftly, their movements perfectly synchronized. Jessica conjured a net, ensnaring the malevolent bird, while Ian's spell successfully lifted the captured creature into his hands. Well done, Alan praised loudly, though he remained unheard. Let me think. Alan waved his wand, casting a curse upon the bird in Ian's grasp, sealing its beak shut, before lifting the silent spell that had bound them. Simon realized he could hear once more. Were you seeking the devil bird? Who exactly are you? He stared at the malevolent creature in Ian's hands, pondering the nature of those who could control such a fiend's pet. Wizards and witches. I told you so. Ian, feeling much better now that they had found the bird, suggested, let us depart. With their objective achieved, Alan felt it prudent to leave the area swiftly. The four of them quickly retreated to an alley near the house. Gentlemen, ladies, if you repent now, it may not be too late, Simon remarked, still troubled by their intrusion into the Beltrini residence. I believe our esteemed cleric's magical escapade should end here. Alan commended Simon's bravery but deemed it wise to cast a memory charm on him soon to prevent any lingering complications. Chapter 141. Lunch. This clucking hen is quite amusing. Jessica observed with interest as she regarded the priest, her expression hesitant. Perhaps we need not cast a forgetting charm on him? After all, no muggle would believe his words. Absolutely not, Ian replied decisively, fully endorsing Alan's suggestion. Jessica, do not forget, when it comes to these non-magical hens, we cannot even befriend them without familial ties, let alone marry them. Oh dear, what are you thinking? Who would want to marry him? Jessica replied, slightly taken aback by her brother's reaction. Simon listened to their conversation, somewhat dumbfounded. Is this a plot to silence him? Perhaps you should personally cast the forgetting charm on him, Ian said, crossing his arms with a cold tone. Alan found Ian's character exceedingly perplexing. How could one individual embody such contrasting traits, simultaneously exuding elegance and wit, while also provoking disdain and aversion? His demeanor could undoubtedly be described as that of a cultured gentleman, with his visage radiating wisdom and courage. Yet, at times, his temper could be as savage and merciless as that of a brutal slave ship captain. Ian's appearance, once rather handsome, was now marred by the fearsome expression of rage that twisted his features. Jessica hesitated, clearly further inciting Ian's ire. Simon's complexion had grown significantly paler than before. His brow furrowed deeply, and his lips trembled incessantly, as if ensnared in a terrifying siege. Alan was resolute in alleviating the suffering of these individuals. Suddenly, he took a step forward, advancing towards Simon. Startled, Simon recoiled. Do not be afraid. Soon you shall know nothing, Alan gently reassured him. Simon struggled to restrain his trembling, fighting against the urge to kneel and plead for mercy. In truth, does such a statement not instill greater fear? All shall be forgotten. With determination, Alan pointed at Simon, whose gaze became clouded. Let us go. Alan grasped Jessica and Ian, and in an instant, they vanished from the secluded alleyway. Moments later, they materialized in the courtyard of Leonard's residence. With a clear destination in mind, Alan naturally opted for a more efficient means of travel, rather than trudging back through the cold like a quail. Lunchtime was approaching. I suspect you would prefer not to linger in that small town, Alan explained. Ian shrugged, displaying indifference, while Jessica appeared vacant, lost in her thoughts. Observing this, Ian's expression darkened once more. Ah, Jessica, having savored your delectable food yesterday, why not sample my culinary skills today? I assure you, I am quite the chef. Alan attempted to lighten the mood, while also seeking to afford these two some solitude. Alan moved with agility in the kitchen, deftly directing the knife with his wand to chop and slice, preparing all the necessary ingredients for lunch. Even a portion of the dining table was repurposed by Alan as a makeshift platform for bowls and dishes, piled high with various ingredients for cooking. Alan's exceptional hearing allowed him to catch the voices of the siblings in the living room. Jessica spoke in a deep tone, uttering only a few words. In stark contrast, Ian was a different person altogether. He animatedly shared a plethora of humorous tales, mimicking various accents from around the world in an attempt to amuse Jessica. Finally, having prepared all the ingredients, Alan called out to the two siblings, who were desperately pretending that everything was fine. Jessica, Ian, dinner is ready. Both Jessica and Ian approached the dining table, astonished to discover a brass cauldron placed upon it, supported by a stand with flames flickering beneath. Remarkably, the flames posed no threat to the table, channeling all their heat to the cauldron above. You brought a cauldron to America? How did the customs allow that? Ian exclaimed in disbelief. Thanks to a little gadget from Professor Frivy, I passed the customs inspection without a hitch, Alan replied, choosing to keep the fact that he possessed several brand new cauldrons in his storage space to himself. Surely, it's not a cauldron for brewing potions? Jessica inquired. Her interest piqued. Absolutely not. It's brand new. A copper pot is simply better for hot pot. Especially since all the utensils in the kitchen are made of iron and ceramic, Alan explained. On a cold winter's day, indulging in a steaming hot pot was indeed a wise choice. The three of them relished the sumptuous feast. As Jessica had gone to great lengths to purchase an array of delectable dishes to entertain Alan and the others the previous day, Alan also presented Mrs. Harris's delicacies for their enjoyment. Now, it is my duty to serve the coffee, Ian declared upon hearing Alan's remark. He emerged from the kitchen with a coffee tray, placing it on a side table adorned with bowls. Engaging in conversation with Alan, he deftly poured the rich, brown coffee grounds into 3 cups. In a swift motion, akin to a magician's trick, he emptied the contents of a small glass vial into the larger cup. The entire process was remarkably swift. Even Alan could scarcely catch a glimpse of his actions as they unfolded with seamless precision. Jessica, seated with her back to him, remained utterly unaware of Ian's deft maneuvering. With a hearty laugh, Ian turned around, each hand raised with a cup, as he made his way back to the dining table. He placed the cup containing the enigmatic liquid before Jessica. The turmoil and anxiety swirling within Alan at this moment were indescribable. He witnessed a sinister and despicable scheme unfolding right before his eyes, and he felt an imperative to intervene. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps the siblings were merely engaged in a harmless jest, and his impulsive warning would be an unwarranted interruption. How would he appear in such a scenario? Conversely, if the situation were indeed grave, with the brother administering a drug to the sister, how devastated would she be? In this critical moment, Alan resorted to the most rudimentary approach. He stood up, feigning an intention to reach for a tissue from the long table, and, in an act of apparent clumsiness, he knocked over the condiment dish in front of Jessica. Instantly, the pristine white sweater she wore was marred by a brown stain. My apologies. Perhaps you should change your attire. I can assist in cleaning this up. It is quite impolite to point a wand at you. Alan incessantly offered his apologies. Oh, it's all right. I can manage on my own. Jessica pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to change her clothes. Although a thorough cleaning could eliminate the stain, the lingering scent of the condiment remained in her nostrils, rendering her uncomfortable. What did you put in the coffee? Alan inquired softly of Ian after Jessica ascended the stairs. Chapter 142. The venom of the coiled-winged beast, none of your concern. Ian replied sharply, raising an eyebrow and speaking in a low, menacing tone. His voice, though subdued, carried a forceful edge, each word punctuated by a hiss that Alan could hear distinctly. I observed the luminous liquid in the glass vial. Alan fixed his gaze intently upon Ian's eyes. Perhaps everyone possesses an innate detective instinct. Alan was fervently eager to uncover Ian's intentions. Mind your own business. Ian glared at Alan with palpable hostility. In an instant, Alan leapt from his chair, lunging towards Jessica's cup of coffee. Ian swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at Alan. However, Alan had already secured his grasp on the embellished coffee cup. Alan, undaunted by Ian, held his coffee cup in a manner that suggested he might shatter it. Disregarding the wand pointed at him, he inquired again in a low voice, "What is this?" "It is the venom of the winged serpent," Ian replied. Alan anticipated a prolonged argument, yet he was taken aback when Ian spoke the truth, perhaps out of fear that Alan would disrupt his plans. "Why not simply use the oblivion charm?" Alan asked, astonished. "I cannot overpower Jessica." Ian's voice sounded somewhat strained. "I cannot even bear to aim my wand at her. The venom of the winged serpent only eradicates negative memories. How can you ascertain that Simon's involvement is deemed a negative memory for her?" Upon hearing about the venom, Alan swiftly grasped Ian's intentions. He found Ian's impatience and recklessness surprising. "Is that so? I have heard Leonard mention that this can erase memories, but I did not realize it had such specificity." Ian clearly lacked understanding of the properties of the winged serpent's venom. "In my view, you are entirely misguided. Simon is merely a fleeting presence in your sister's life. She will forget him in no time," Alan remarked, his thoughts drifting to the Lannister family, reminding him to keep a safe distance from the window to avoid an unfortunate fall. At this age, many matters tend to be magnified, to the extent that one feels utterly overwhelmed. However, what seems to wound one this week may very well be forgotten by the next. A cacophony of dragging heels echoed from above. It was Jessica, finally having changed her attire. Beautiful girls often find themselves dissatisfied with their wardrobes, perpetually feeling the absence of a perfect outfit to complement their look. Under Ian's astonished gaze, Alan returned the coffee cup to its original position. "Do you still wish for her to consume this cup of coffee laced with venom?" Alan once again relinquished the decision to Ian. Jessica, resplendent in her appearance, donned a chic knitted dress, and even took the time to change her hairstyle, transforming her previously cascading locks into an adorable bun adorned with a few lustrous pearls. She returned to her seat, lifted her coffee cup, and proclaimed, "Let us finish this cup and then proceed with our endeavors." Her eyes sparkled, and her tone was buoyant. Seemingly unperturbed by thoughts of Simon, Alan effortlessly lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Suddenly, the crisp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Ian had broken the cup in Jessica's hand. Jessica looked at Ian with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Ian, something unclean just fell into your coffee cup. And I was afraid I wouldn't have time to warn you. Ian wore an innocent expression, had it not been for Alan's undeniable knowledge of the truth. He might have concealed it. How reckless of you. You nearly forced me to change into another outfit, Jessica remarked with dissatisfaction. Alan waved his wand, effortlessly erasing the coffee stains from the floor and restoring the coffee cup to its original state. Ian eagerly fetched a pristine coffee cup, pouring a fresh brew for Jessica, and playfully presented it to her. The dispute had dissipated without a trace. Where shall we go next? Jessica inquired of Alan, while Ian looked on with an innocent expression. In the bustling expanse of New York City, where could one find a refuge from the throngs of people, a serene landscape adorned with sprawling plains, trees, and perhaps a tranquil pond where creatures might find solace? Jessica, her delicate hand cradling her rosy cheek, contemplated deeply. Ah, Central Park. Jessica and Ian exclaimed in unison, identifying the very destination. Let me think. I believe I noticed a sign for that when I arrived yesterday. Alan strained to recall the precise location of Central Park. The trio donned their coats, and as Alan brandished his wand, Jessica and Ian linked arms with him, and in an instant, they vanished from the room. Alan succeeded, and they arrived at the entrance of Central Park. Perhaps due to it being a weekday and the exceptionally frigid weather, the park was remarkably devoid of visitors. The three of them hurried through the frostbitten park, traversing a large frozen pond. Everything in Central Park remained as usual. As they passed two small zoos within the park, Alan suddenly halted, exclaiming, "We are too late." What? Ian and Jessica responded with puzzled expressions. The Aurors of the American Magical Congress have already been here before us. Alan remarked with a hint of regret in his tone. How do you know? Ian raised an eyebrow, questioning him defiantly. I happen to understand some animal languages. Should they wish to communicate? Alan replied with a serene smile. At one end of the park, a lion was quite pleased, recounting to his wife the tale of an odd beast that had been captured by an eccentric group of individuals. You fool, I was in that cage too. I saw it with my own eyes. The lioness was evidently displeased with her husband's foolishness. However, from his description, Alan gathered that the beast was gray, resembling a rhinoceros, with a sharp, prominent horn upon its nose and a tail akin to a long rope. In his narrative, Alan speculates that this is a venomous horned beast, exceedingly rare. Its horn, tail, and explosive fluid are all highly sought after for medicinal concoctions, thus subjected to stringent trade regulations. The ostriches, unlike the lions, are captivated by the sudden appearance of the robed sorcerers, engaging in discussion about these humans who possess the ability to subdue the colossal and bizarre creatures, pondering the nature of the wooden staffs they wield. From the conversations of these inquisitive ostriches, Alan gleaned not only this information but also discovered that it was not merely a group of individuals who had arrived at Central Park. Another wave of people came, and upon finding nothing, took out their frustrations on an unfortunate bear at the zoo, only to vanish without a trace. How amusing it was that they resided in a cemetery. One female ostrich gently shook her wings. And what of Henry Jones? Could he be the fabled ghost? Another male ostrich opened its beak wide, emitting a harsh sound to ward off its same sex, preventing them from approaching and conversing with the female. Alan sensitively perceived that the discussion between the two ostriches might be related to the recent prison escape incident involving the magical parliament. Alan shared his discoveries with Jessica and Ian, and the trio resolved to return to Leonard's home, subsequently dispatching an owl to inform Uncle Leonard and Professor Flivy. In the blink of an eye, the three vanished from the park once more. Goodness, another ghost. The male ostrich abandoned its courtship display, burying its head in a nearby sand pile. The female ostrich emitted peculiar cooing sounds, strutting away with her head held high. Chapter 143. The cottage behind the cemetery. Upon their return to the warm and cozy room, Alan and his companions promptly dispatched an owl to deliver a message to Leonard and Professor Flivy. As dusk descended, the merciless snow began to rage once more, with fierce winds scattering the swirling snowflakes in a chaotic dance. The flakes whirled and spun, caught in an endless vortex. At times, the gusts would weaken, allowing the snowflakes to drift gracefully, silently, and endlessly as they meandered through the air before gently settling upon the earth, which was gradually shrouded in darkness. Why had Uncle Leonard not yet replied? Jessica languidly rested her chin on the table, observing the needles on the sofa interweaving in an intricate pattern. Alan gazed out at the drifting snow, his mind surprisingly drifting into whimsical thoughts. Was it the Roman deity Jupiter tugging at the down feathers atop Mount Olympus? Or were those sacred angels shaking off the plumes from their own bodies? Or perhaps it was a nearby neighbor shedding dandruff upon their rooftop? Ian leapt down from the long bench by the window, determined not to wait any longer for the owl's reply. It was indeed foolish to remain idle in such anticipation. His words successfully captured the attention of Jessica and Alan. If they truly were escapees from a prison, they would not remain there waiting for us. Ian's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Why not keep watch over them? Should these individuals change their position, we would be able to ascertain precise information. His suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval from Jessica. The youth always brimmed with fervent passion, unafraid of any challenge. Alan's resistance proved futile. In Ian's words, "If you are timid, then stay behind. We are determined to seek out our uncle." In a moment of desperation, Alan left a note on the table to inform them of their whereabouts. The weather was bleak and biting, with heavy snowflakes falling like a white blanket enveloping the entire city. Upon their arrival in New York City, Ian led Alan and Jessica to the Chingmu Cemetery, where hundreds of ornately decorated graves stood solemnly upon the vast landscape. The white snow piled high upon intricately carved statues, adorning their peculiar heads with white caps. There were also some unadorned graves, each meticulously cloaked in a blanket of snow, as if nature itself had bestowed a gentle covering. Towering buildings, wrapped in snow, formed a dignified row around the stone graves. Darkness had completely shrouded the land, with only the faint glow from the caretaker's cottage illuminating the cemetery's inky depths. 3 audacious young wizards patrolled the vicinity of the Chingmu Cemetery, but discerned no suspicious signs. Alan, could it be that you misheard? Jessica asked, rubbing her hands together in the cold, feeling frostbitten. Alan was certain he had not erred. Rather, it was Ian who placed greater trust in Alan, the one who would soon become his rival. Look, there is a small house. Alan pointed towards the rear of the cemetery. Nestled in the shadows against the wall stood a 2-story residence styled in Italian architecture. Its windows were all shut tight, appearing eerily silent, as if the owner had long departed. Surrounding it were numerous hardy trees, though they remained stunted, swaying in the biting wind. Why did we not notice this house on our previous visits? Jessica inquired. Perhaps it was concealed by some secrecy spell, which has now been broken, allowing us to see it, Alan speculated. In any case, this must be related to the wizards. Let us investigate. Ian's innate courage and determination shone through at that moment, and he strode forward. There are guards outside. We must devise a plan. Jessica quickly pulled her brother back. Falling behind, Alan summoned 2 flying brooms from his storage space. We can fly over. You seem to have packed more for your outing than the girls, Jessica remarked, astonished, with a hint of exasperation. Alan cast a guise spell over them, and the 3 ascended, soaring high amidst the biting winds, silently landing in the courtyard. They crouched beneath a windowsill, and Alan heard voices from within. Do you have any accomplices? No. A particularly defiant voice replied. Alan nearly gasped. It was Leonard's voice. He had been captured. How did you know we were here? Came a cold, menacing voice. Humph. Leonard's stifled groan echoed, and he said nothing further, without some severe persuasion. It seems you will not speak. The anguished cries of Leonard escalated, and both Jessica and Ian recognized the voice of his tormentor. They were held back by Alan, who restrained their impulse to rush in and rescue him. Boss, perhaps we should retreat for now? Came a slick voice. No. Tybalt is about to deliver the goods to me. We cannot withdraw. Continue the interrogation, commanded a voice so chilling it sent shivers down their spines. Leonard's lamentations persisted within. At that moment, 3 hooded wizards appeared in the courtyard, carrying a large, wet box that dripped icy water from its edges. The diminutive figure in the center continuously severed the icicles that threatened to touch the ground. I will go in and gather information. You stay here and do not move. Alan instructed before Jessica and Ian could protest, leaving them with only the shadow of his retreating figure and his last words. I have some oranges in my bag. I will bring them back for you. Although Jessica and her brother were puzzled by Alan's sudden mention of oranges, an inexplicable sense of unease settled upon them. Alan trailed behind 3 foreign wizards as they entered the chamber. His gaze was immediately drawn to Leonard's face, marred by numerous bruises, clearly a victim of severe maltreatment. His hands and feet were shackled with long chains, rendering him immobile. The room's most striking feature was a wizard seated beside an arched fireplace. His visage resembled that of an eagle, exuding an air of arrogance and brimming with palpable menace. This individual appeared to be agile, vicious, and ruthless, acting without hesitation or remorse. The stark white of his hair contrasted sharply with a deep scar that stretched from his nose to his temple, further accentuating the savage ferocity of an already alarming countenance. To his right, a dark-skinned, diminutive male wizard clutched a wand, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the 3 newcomers. Greed etched numerous lines at the corners of his eyes, revealing a predatory savagery that warred upon his features. You are late, Tiberius. The white-haired wizard, seated by the fire, emanated an aura of profound menace, his voice chilling to the bone. Mr. Henry Jones, understand that diverting those fellows from the Department of Magical Creatures is no trifling task. Among the newly entered trio of masked wizards, the leader removed his mask. He was a tall wizard, wielding a pitch-black wand. Even in the dim light of the room, Alan could discern a glinting row of incisors, as the man's mouth was agape, resembling a feral dog poised to pounce upon its unsuspecting prey. Taking advantage of their attention being focused on the 3 wizards who had just entered, Alan stealthily approached Leonard, who lay sprawled on the ground. Alan summoned the tree guardian from his pet space. This unassuming creature possessed remarkable skills in lockpicking. The tree guardian, having been exceptionally trained in Alan's pet space, blinked its 2 brown eyes in response to his command and appeared beside Leonard. It then deftly and silently crawled towards the chains binding Leonard's hands. While the spell Shatter was quite effective, it was too loud to achieve the element of surprise. Although Leonard lay despondently on the ground, his eyes, sharp as swords, remained fixed on the 3rd wizard entering the room, a stout, rotund man. Soon, Alan grasped the reason behind Leonard's intensity. This shipment had required considerable effort on their part, and since the last prison break incident, the Ministry of Magic had significantly tightened security. Therefore, they needed to increase their commission by 10%. Tybuli attempted to haggle with Henry. You are too greedy, Tybuli. Why don't you ask Death himself? If he agrees, then you can have your increase. The dark-skinned, slight wizard beside Henry stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Tybuli. On Henry's other side stood a large, hulking wizard, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging in a purplish hue. He glared at Tybuli, as if ready to strike at the slightest sign of Henry's displeasure. The atmosphere grew tense, both parties unwilling to relent. Outside, the wind picked up again, sending snowflakes swirling in the air, occasionally rising in pitch as if echoing the cries of demons, with a somber wail emanating from the chimney. As night deepened and the midnight bell tolled, Christmas had arrived. Yet, the festivities belonged to the Muggles in downtown New York. While this secluded cabin behind a graveyard was rife with tension, Henry, I know you plan to flee to Europe after wrapping up this deal in America. After all, you are the Ministry's most wanted fugitive, with Aurors hunting for you around the clock, Tybuli remarked with a sarcastic chuckle. Veong, stand down, Henry commanded, halting the small wizard poised to attack. Fine, but I want the goods immediately. Henry was eager to conclude his business in America. Perhaps age had dulled his youthful bravado, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Veong retreated sullenly to Henry's side. Truly a bold man, Mr. Henry Jones. Tybuli narrowed his eyes, greedy and cunning as a fox, yet vicious as a wolf. Veong, since I dare to bring only 2 subordinates, I fear not your attack. I could summon Aurors to surround this place at any moment. Veong's face darkened, simmering with rage. Veong, go check the goods. Henry remained unfazed, his demeanor exuding an ineffable calm. Yes. Veong swiftly approached the box. And the 3 robed wizards did not impede him. The box opened, and a thunderbird soared into the air, scattering raindrops before crashing back into the box. Its body bound with iron chains, bloodied and battered. Veong returned to Henry's side and nodded, confirming that the box contained the thunderbird they sought. Ah, how pitiful, Henry mused, stroking his chin, though his voice betrayed no hint of sympathy. Veong, hand the money to Tybuli. Veong retrieved a bag from behind Henry's chair and passed it to Tybuli. Here. Tybuli received it, exclaiming, Ah, you've used the undetectable extinction charm. However, it's wise to count it face to face. He turned the bag upside down, golden galleons spilling out to form a small mound before him. At that moment, a shadow leaped forward, seizing the stout, masked wizard, Roca. Roca, it's truly you. You are the traitor of the Ministry. Leonard's fury surged as he gripped Roca's throat with deadly determination. Leonard's wand had been broken by Veong during his capture, leaving him to rely solely on his strength to strangle Roca. In his rage, he did not even consider how he had freed himself from the chains. Roca's face turned crimson, sweat streaming down his brow. The thugs in the room were taken aback, bewildered by how Leonard had escaped his bonds without a wand. Tybuli aimed his wand at Leonard, intent on using the killing curse to eliminate him. However, faster than him was the small masked wizard behind him. Tybuli was struck by the curse, unable to utter a sound before his wand clattered to the ground. His body convulsed a couple of times, trembling violently. Hands opening and closing, heels thudding against the floor, before his head lolled backward, resting on one shoulder. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed. Henry, startled, leapt up from beside the fireplace, while Veong brandished his wand, casting the killing curse at the masked wizard. Yet, the masked wizard suddenly shrank, transforming into a remarkably diminutive figure, escaping from his oversized robe and engaging Veong in combat. His mask flew off due to the vigorous movement, revealing none other than Professor Flitwick. Alan struggled to contain his astonishment. Although Veong's curse missed Flitwick, it inadvertently struck Roca, who lay gasping in disbelief on the ground. My Merlin, Leonard exclaimed. Come help. Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice rang out. Leonard picked up Tybuli's fallen wand and confronted the large, hulking wizard. Henry refrained from joining the fray, instead approaching the large wooden box, only to be astounded to find it empty. Chapter 145, The Duel Between Alan and Ian. The 3-winged thunderbird vanished, and Henry Jones was thoroughly enraged, advancing towards Leonard, effortlessly deflecting his spells. Their struggle escalated, spells clashing within the room, resulting in violent explosions that shattered furnishings, walls, and even the ceiling. Professor Flitwick successfully subdued Veong and quickly rushed to aid Leonard. He cast a spell that struck the hefty wizard, sending him soaring into the air. A mocking and irritated smirk flickered across Henry's face as he launched a fierce assault on Leonard, unleashing spells like cracking a whip, his movements growing increasingly ferocious. Leonard should have been able to hold his own against Henry, but after enduring the Cruciatus curse and wielding an unwieldy wand, he could only barely defend against Henry's onslaught. Just then, a brilliant red light shot from the shadows, striking Henry and sending him sprawling onto his back, his wand flying from his grip. It was Alan. Alan's disarming charm had successfully deprived Henry of his wand, and in his urgency, he had unleashed all his magical power, resulting in an astonishing force. Excellent. The wand is flying, Leonard exclaimed, successfully grasping Henry's wand. Henry glared at Leonard, his eyes filled with profound hatred. Professor Flitwick conjured a rope, binding Henry securely. Leonard cast a petrifying spell upon him. Henry's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. who had uttered the incantation. Clean and precise. Leonard marveled. I believe I may know who it is. That disarm was unmistakably Alan's voice. Professor Flivy expressed his satisfaction at seeing his students wield such potent disarming spells. Alan, is that you? Professor Flivy inquired. However, no one in the room answered him. Alan had already exited the premises, his keen ears catching the sounds of Jessica and Ian engaged in combat. As a violent explosion reverberated within the room, the thugs stationed outside rushed back, only to be ambushed by Jessica and Ian, who had employed a disillusionment charm. The seemingly low-powered spells of disarm and petrify, when executed in concert by the trio, proved remarkably effective. The presence of dual champion Professor Flivy and Leonard was the last straw for the thugs' impending defeat. Jessica, Ian, splendid work. Professor Leonard gazed fondly at the two as they revealed themselves. And where is Alan? Is he not with you? Professor Flivy asked. Professor, I am here. Alan materialized not far away. Alan, Leonard's voice trembled with emotion, you provided me with the most selfless assistance when I was at my most desperate, poised to give up. I shall never forget this, my dear child. Thank you. It was nothing, Mr. Leonard, Alan replied modestly, which only deepened Leonard's admiration for him. By the way, have you encountered that Thunderbird? Mr. Leonard inquired. Of course, sir. I just concealed it over there. I believe it requires the best care. Alan said as he jogged to the side, discreetly summoning the Thunderbird from his pet space and handing it to Leonard. Very well, children. What you need now is to return home and rest. I shall inform the authorities to handle the remaining matters. Despite his exhaustion, Leonard's eyes sparkled with joy. Pilius. How about you escort these children back? We can return on our own, Uncle, Alan interjected, having learned the art of apparition. Jessica chimed in quickly. Oh, really? Pilius. Your student is truly exceptional, far surpassing his peers. Leonard marveled. It seems, however, that the regulations in England are not as stringent as those in America. We are much stricter in enforcing the age of 17 to learn this skill. With Alan's affirmative response, Leonard continued to express his admiration. Professor Flivy beamed with pride. Although he refrained from commenting on Alan's technically illicit achievements, he could not help but feel a sense of pride in him. Alan returned to the warm, cozy, and secure cottage with Jessica and Ian. Amidst the howling blizzard outside, the three weary young wizards quickly succumbed to slumber in the boundless, dark night. The following day, as dawn broke, Alan awoke to a world bathed in light. Descending the stairs, he was astonished to find Professor Flitwick seated on the sofa, while Leonard busied himself in the kitchen. Good morning, Professor. Don't you need to go out today? Alan inquired, surprised. Everything is settled. Henry has faced the most severe punishment. He has been taken to the death chamber, Leonard replied, forcing the words out upon hearing Alan ask question. When Jessica and Ian emerged from their morning routines, they too were taken aback to see Leonard bustling in the kitchen. Uncle, aren't you going to the Magic Congress today? Jessica kindly stepped into the kitchen to assist Leonard with breakfast. Today is Christmas. At last. I can stay home and celebrate this significant holiday with you, Leonard exclaimed with a hearty laugh. How wonderful. Jessica and Ian chorused in unison. For breakfast, they enjoyed beef pies, and Alan was astounded by the siblings' appetites. Their enthusiasm prompted him to take another bite of a pie to savor its delightful flavor. Noticing the peculiar expression on Alan's face, Jessica chuckled. Alan, we have always adored Uncle Leonard's beef pies since childhood. They are imbued with our cherished memories. Oh, so what you're savoring is not merely pie, but memories and love, Alan acknowledged, nodding, before opening his mouth wide to devour the remaining pie. For not wasting food is indeed a virtue. After the meal, this rare moment of leisure piqued Leonard's interest. Phileas, do you remember the original purpose of your visit to America? Leonard gazed at Professor Flitwick with a smile. Of course, it was to have Alan and Ian duel. Flitwick replied confidently. Having observed the previous battle, as the duel champion, he was certain that Alan had a far greater chance of victory than Ian. The group made their way to the yard, where the snow had been completely cleared away. Alan and Ian both drew their wands and bowed to each other. Ian's posture, though somewhat uncouth, exuded a sense of generosity and bore an undeniable air of fearless valor. Alan's impeccable etiquette exudes a captivating elegance reminiscent of British wizards, though his youth occasionally renders him somewhat pretentious. On my mark, 3, 2, 1, begin. Jessica eagerly announced the commencement of the duel. Chapter 146, the ultimate victor in Alan's perspective, dueling against his peers held little charm, as his magical prowess and knowledge of spells far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Furthermore, under the meticulous guidance of the former dueling champion, Professor Flitwick, coupled with his prior assessment of Ian during their earlier skirmishes, Alan felt assured of his imminent victory. However, a dilemma arose, with Jessica and Leonard observing. Would defeating Ian too swiftly shatter the confidence of this rebellious youth, leading him to despair? Before Alan could devise a strategy, Ian had already launched his attack. Though his trip jinx lacked power due to its hurried execution, it nonetheless caught Alan off guard, causing him to stumble awkwardly before regaining his balance. Ian, witnessing that Alan did not fall, felt no regret. Through their recent interactions, he had grasped the extent of Alan's formidable strength. A second-year wizard capable of mastering spells that even sixth-year students might struggle to grasp. combined with the overwhelming force of Alan's disarming charm in their earlier encounter, revealed the depth of his abilities. Yet, Ian remained undeterred. With abundant magical energy and a wealth of spells at his disposal, he recognized that these factors merely enhanced his chances of victory, as he possessed his own secret weapon. Taking the initiative, Ian unleashed a stunning spell, a brilliant light shooting forth from the tip of his wand. With an armored defense, Alan deftly evaded while simultaneously casting a protective charm rather than merely fleeing. Given Ian's relentless barrage of spells, solely dodging would inevitably result in being struck. And Alan was unwilling to rely on external equipment for triumph. He already possessed an abundance of resources. To rely further on equipment would be unacceptable to him. Legs stiffen. Tarantaligra, petrify. Ian's offensive spells came one after another, and Jessica, initially anticipating Ian's quick defeat, found herself jumping with excitement, cheering for her brother. However, Ian, as the aggrieved party, found himself in a disheartening situation. While his spells seemed to trouble Alan, they inflicted no real harm. Alan successfully countered all of Ian's spells with his own protective charm. A multitude of needles erupted from a pine tree on the hillside outside the courtyard, hurtling towards Ian with remarkable speed, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of slicing air. Ian shielded his face and turned to flee, yet the needles pursued him relentlessly. With determination, he risked becoming a pincushion, pivoting to attempt a counter-spell against Alan's enchantment. To some extent, he succeeded. The racing needles paused momentarily in midair, then accelerated, piercing Ian's body with alarming speed. "Oh, Ian!" Jessica exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing her brother's body adorned with needles. Alan felt a pang of sympathy for him. "What a splendid spell, albeit a tad mischievous," Leonard remarked, praising Alan rather than dismissing the situation. Ian's bravery and decisiveness also warranted commendation. Had he not encountered Alan, he might have emerged victorious. Professor Flitwick's admiration was palpable. Despite his position as head of Ravenclaw, he held a fondness for such a daring young wizard as Ian. Yet, Ian refused to concede defeat, resolutely casting a stunning spell once more. Alan deemed it prudent to conclude the duel swiftly, sparing Jessica further worry over her needle-laden brother. Disarm your weapon. Through repeated practice, the disarming charm had become Alan's most adept incantation. Although relatively basic, it proved exceedingly useful in combat. For Alan had opted in his first year to focus on practical spells rather than delving immediately into the more formidable dark arts. Alan was prepared to conclude the battle. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Ian's wand indeed soared through the air, but the duel did not come to an end. In the blink of an eye, Ian astonishingly retrieved an egg sack-like object from his pocket and hurled it towards Alan. This boy, driven by an overwhelming competitive spirit, had unleashed the curled-winged demon left to him by his parents. Leonard took a sip of coffee and chuckled, shaking his head. "This is quite reminiscent of you." Professor Flitwick cast a sidelong glance at Leonard, smiling silently. The curled-winged demon circled around Alan, resembling a bat with its vibrant colors and spiky exterior. It deflected Alan's spells, screeching directly at his face, intent on obscuring his vision, thus granting Ian the precious time to retrieve his wand. Alan realized he should no longer hold back. He swiftly sprinted away, creating distance between himself and the coiled-winged demon, then hastened towards Ian. The demon, too, desperately rushed in Ian's direction. However, Alan skillfully evaded Ian's spells while aiming his wand at the demon, casting a barrier spell. The flying demon suddenly collided with an invisible wall, rebounding forcefully. Alan seized the opportunity and once again disarmed Ian, transforming Ian's robe into a long rope that instantly bound him tightly. This transfiguration spell was remarkably potent. As the rope fashioned from the robe bore barbs, Leonard could not help but applaud in admiration. The outcome was evident. Alan had triumphed. Leonard stepped forward, restoring the rope to its original state and lifting Alan's spell. Shortly thereafter, the unfortunate yet loyal winged demon regained its composure and successfully returned to Ian's side. "I have lost." Although Ian had anticipated such an outcome before the duel, the reality before him was difficult for his proud heart to accept. "It is not that you are too weak, but rather that Alan's strength is truly formidable. Even I might not prevail against him." Jessica approached, intending to embrace her brother. But upon seeing him covered in pine needles, she opted instead to stroke Ian's head. Ian recoiled in distaste, provoking Jessica's ire as she chased after him, determined to chastise her ungrateful brother. However, Ian had already dashed back to his room to change clothes. Leonard and Professor Flitwick exchanged amused glances, observing that Ian did not seem particularly disheartened. Indeed, a loss might serve as a beneficial lesson for this somewhat arrogant boy. The head of Ravenclaw then turned his attention to Alan, pondering who might present him with an opportunity to experience failure on his path to growth. Too much ease is not necessarily a blessing. At that moment, an owl swooped into the courtyard, its leg bound with a piece of parchment. Chapter 147. The Blind Pig Tavern. The owl flew towards Leonard, who carefully detached the parchment while commenting to Professor Flitwick, "I dread encountering an owl during vacation, as it invariably signals that my superior has assigned another task." Leonard frowned, gesturing dismissively, resolute in his refusal to undertake any task. As he unfurled the parchment, he grumbled, "Let me see what you wish me to do this time." Upon opening the parchment, Leonard's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, his mood brightening until a smile emerged. It appeared to be good news. "Your temper still ignites just as it did in the past." Professor Flitwick teased. Indeed, it was auspicious news. Leonard raised the parchment in his hand, handing it to Professor Flitwick before entering the room and calling out for Jessica and Ian. Professor Flitwick refrained from hastily reading the contents of the letter, instead offering a warm smile to Alan. Well done, your final transfiguration spell was exquisite. Professor McGonagall will be proud of you. Are you not proud of me, Professor? Alan replied with a smile, countering the professor's compliment. Undoubtedly. You are the most talented wizard I have encountered, and your diligence is commendable. This is what you wish to hear, is it not? Professor Flitwick smiled back. There are many gifted wizards, yet those who possess exceptional talent while also dedicating themselves wholeheartedly are exceedingly rare. Let us head inside. It is far too cold out here. Professor Flitwick directed, leading the way with 2 empty coffee cups trailing behind them, returning to the warmth of the room. Alan directed the coffee cups to soar towards the pristine sink, where they were swiftly cleansed. Jessica and Ian came rushing down the stairs, their voices echoing with exuberance. Leonard vanished in a flash, appearing beside Professor Flitwick, playfully taunting the siblings. I arrived first. You cheated, using apparition at such close range. Ian retorted, indignant. Once you master it, you may do the same, Leonard replied nonchalantly, unabashed by his audacious display of superiority. Professor Flitwick, having settled comfortably on the sofa after perusing the parchment, remarked with a hint of concern, the problem is, we haven't brought formal attire, have we? Oh, that's easily resolved. Mrs. Klein's shop remains open even during the festive season. We can go there. Jessica eagerly suggested, her enthusiasm palpable. For charming young ladies. Shopping for clothes is indeed a cherished pastime, Daisy felt the same. Pilius, do you recall the address of the Blind Pig Tavern? Leonard arched an eyebrow towards Professor Flitwick. Of course. It's quite a bustling place. My only worry is whether I have enough galleons. Professor Flitwick responded with a smile. Excitement radiating from his countenance as he handed the parchment to the bewildered Alan standing nearby. Alan received the parchment, which was an invitation, its content exceedingly succinct. Essentially inviting Leonard, Professor Flitwick, Alan, Jessica, and Ian to the Christmas banquet held at 8 o'clock tonight in the Grand Hall of the Magical Parliament. Professor Flitwick deemed this lively event a splendid opportunity for Alan to broaden his horizons. Leonard, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, now, let us don our coats and head to the Blind Pig pub. Professor Flitwick accompanied Alan, while Leonard took Jessica and Ian. They needed to use apparition to reach the pub. In no time, they found themselves in an exceedingly narrow alley. This alley, though secluded, was remarkably clean and tidy. Devoid of any litter, Alan surmised that not even a strand of hair could be found. Leonard led the way, guiding them to a staircase that descended to a basement, then gestured for them to proceed downward. At the bottom of the stairs, there appeared to be a dead end, with a doorway bricked up. However, at the end of the passage stood a stone door, just as Alan anticipated that a complex incantation might be required to open it. Leonard withdrew his wand and softly uttered, Alohomora. The door swung open in response. Noticing Alan's astonished expression, Jessica chuckled and explained, only wizards can open this door. It employs the simplest of spells, allowing even the most novice wizard, provided they are not too dim-witted, to unlock it. A muggle could never find their way here, let alone open this door that requires a spell. Ian elaborated. As they walked a short distance further, a brightly lit tavern came into view. Once, this place was the most chaotic in New York City, frequented by the dregs of the magical community. However, since Chairman Paquette took office and rigorously enforced order, it has transformed into one of the gateways to Wizarding Street, Leonard proudly proclaimed. Uncle Leonard, at that time, was an Auror. And the current peaceful atmosphere owes much to his efforts, Jessica explained to Alan with a smile. That is truly remarkable, Alan thought. Recognizing that to bring order to such a tumultuous place, Chairman Paquette must indeed be extraordinary. The tavern was bustling with patrons, featuring wizards and witches in various bizarre attire. Some musical fairies serenaded on a stage, while house elves, dressed in neat black tailcoats, served plates of pies and glasses of fine wine, weaving between the guest and the bar. Ah, Leonard, my old friend, what can I get for you? A short, slightly rotund wizard appeared before them. His face bore the hallmark of a jovial spirit. His expressive black eyes conveyed a sense of kindness, cheerfulness, and worldly wisdom. Lion, I've brought friends to shop on Wizarding Street today. I'll certainly return for a drink later, Leonard replied with enthusiasm. Lion scrutinized Alan and Professor Flitwick, then bowed slightly in welcome. Professor Flitwick and Alan promptly returned the gesture in respect. What delightful guests. First time here? Follow me. I will personally show you around. Lion said, leading the way while exuberantly introducing the offerings of the Blind Pig pub. You must not miss the buffalo spicy chicken wings, which are fried to a crisp perfection and served with melted blue cheese. The vegetables at the bottom of the plate, having absorbed the essence of the wings' juices, become delectable, transforming even the simplest greens into a delicacy. This dish is neither greasy nor lacking in texture. And do try the clucking liquor and the roaring brew, which are our most popular drinks. Beyond this door lies Wizarding Street. I wish you a Merry Christmas. Lion personally opened the door for them, after bidding farewell to Lion. Stepping outside, Alan was immediately enveloped in the enchanting atmosphere of the magical community's Fifth Avenue. The air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of magical signs and an array of magical shops that dazzled the senses. Chapter 148. Madame Klein, it is getting late. Let us first visit Madame Klein's shop. If time allows, we can explore further, Leonard proposed, receiving wholehearted support from Jessica. For her, acquiring an appropriate evening gown was merely the first step for attending the banquet. She also needed to indulge in bathing, skincare, beauty treatments, and hairstyling. They soon arrived at Madame Klein's boutique. The store was quite expansive, spanning 3 floors, the first for wizards, the second for witches, and the third dedicated to young wizards. Professor Flivy and Alan unhesitatingly lingered on the first floor, while Jessica, as light as a breeze, darted up to the second. The walls were adorned with large mirrors, and the first floor was divided into sections for fabrics, models, samples, and fitting rooms. Professor Flivy and Alan had no particular designs for the gowns. They intended to casually select a dress that conformed to the American wizarding fashion from the samples. Haven T found a suitable style. Just as Alan was feeling rather bored, a slightly gravelly voice with a magnetic tone emerged beside him. As Alan lifted his gaze, he beheld a breathtaking beauty, exquisitely adorned. Her captivating demeanor and the array of intricate, dazzling embellishments upon her person captured the attention of all present. Her arrival was akin to a gust of wind, leaving everyone in a daze, disoriented, and lost. "Mrs. Klein, it is a pleasure to see you," exclaimed the irritable Leonard, unexpectedly transforming into a gentleman. In that moment, he exuded the demeanor of one hailing from England, a far cry from his former identity as a valiant orar. "Good day, Mr. Leonard, it is delightful to encounter you. May I inquire about this individual?" Mrs. Klein could not help but fix her gaze upon Alan. In her eyes, he was an undeniably captivating young man, evidently raised with the finest of manners. It was clear that Merlin had bestowed upon him a visage that endeared him to all. Of course, Mrs. Klein harbored no ulterior motives regarding Alan. To this esteemed designer of the magical realm, he was simply the perfect model sent by Merlin. Inspiring a wealth of creative ideas within her, she was eager to employ Alan to bring her innovative visions to fruition and to realize her new designs. "He is my guest, Alan Harris," Leonard introduced with warmth. "Have you not yet decided which garment to choose? My latest collection for young men remains unfinalized. Would you be interested in trying something on?" Mrs. Klein directly extended her invitation. "Not necessary, of course. It would be his honor." Alan was initially inclined to decline, eager to explore other magical shops. However, Leonard interjected on his behalf. Leonard gazed deeply into Alan's eyes, his expression imbued with a silent plea. Although Alan comprehended his intentions, he felt a twinge of irritation at Leonard's presumption. "Trust me, it won't take much of your time." Mrs. Klein discerned Alan's hesitation and, with a graceful smile, reiterated her invitation. "Very well, Mrs. Klein," Alan acquiesced, following the enchanting lady to the modeling section. With a flick of her wand, Mrs. Klein made a long gown draped over a mannequin vanish into thin air. She waved her wand in Alan's direction, and to his astonishment, the mannequin transformed to mirror his physique perfectly. It was as if an unspoken melody orchestrated the scene. Various fabrics, an array of embellishments, and threads of differing thicknesses danced and intertwined under Mrs. Klein's guidance, gradually shaping an elegant magical robe. With a sweep of her wand, the enchanted robe effortlessly adorned Alan's form. Before Alan had even finished donning the garment, Leonard proclaimed loudly, "Mrs. Klein is indeed at the forefront of fashion in the magical realm. This robe is simply exquisite and suits Alan perfectly." Leonard's praise clearly delighted Mrs. Klein, prompting her to enthusiastically repeat the process, selecting the same fabrics and threads to sew onto the mannequin. Soon after, she gently bid farewell to Alan and Leonard, casting a soulful glance at Leonard with her dark, glistening eyes. She then gracefully lifted her silk gown, revealing her alluring, porcelain feet, and departed with a soft rustle of fabric. Leonard watched Mrs. Klein fade from sight, while Alan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The gentlemen had already chosen their suitable attire, yet Jessica remained upstairs. Leonard suggested that Alan and the others venture out for a stroll while he awaited Jessica's arrival. After their outing, Professor Flivy could escort Alan and the others home. The group readily agreed, and while settling the bill, Alan was taken aback to discover that Mrs. Klein had gifted him the robe. "Only you are worthy of this garment in the entire world. I hope you cherish it." Her sincere goodwill left Alan with no choice but to accept. Alan retrieved a stunning rose crafted from gold from the realm of space and presented it to Mrs. Klein, wishing her eternal youth. This exquisite gift captivated Mrs. Klein, rekindling her inspiration. She felt that Alan was her muse, the very source of her creativity. After leaving Mrs. Klein's shop, Alan navigated the bustling and vibrant wizarding street with ease, while Ian gazed longingly at a set of wizard chess. Alan entered a shop without hesitation and purchased an array of magical toys suitable for both young wizards and witches. "Do you still play with dolls?" Ian was left speechless by Alan's extravagant purchases. "It's a rare occasion. I have a sweet little sister who resembles a teddy bear." Thinking of Emily made Alan's eyes crinkle with joy. After browsing the toy store for a while, Alan approached Professor Flitwick, expressing his desire to visit the bookstore, indicating that he might linger for some time and could return on his own without troubling the professor to use apparition. Professor Flitwick advised him at length before allowing him to leave. Ian stood in a daze, watching Alan's retreating figure for quite a while. Life is akin to a grand clock face, with each individual possessing their own moment in time. There is no need to feel sorrowful or disheartened. It is merely that your time has yet to come. Professor Flitwick, perceiving Ian's despondency, offered gentle words of comfort. Alan left the toy store and, as he had mentioned, arrived at the bookstore. During his conversation with Jessica, he learned that the textbooks used at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry differed significantly from those at Hogwarts. This piqued Alan's curiosity, and thus, upon entering the bookstore, he promptly purchased 20 sets of the curriculum for grades 1 to 6 at Ilvermorny. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the stacks of books, selecting magical tomes that were completely unavailable in Diagon Alley. Chapter 149, Wizarding Street. Due to the time constraints, Alan could only skim through the books to ascertain their worthiness for purchase, for it is worth noting that these magical texts were indeed quite expensive. The books chosen by Alan were stacked towering high, reaching a full height of a person. The bookseller, with an air of excitement, waved his wand and cheerfully transported Alan's selected volumes to the cash register. Truly, he was a significant customer. Completing this transaction would yield a commission ample enough to sustain the bookseller's indulgence at the Blind Pig Tavern for an entire month. After parting with a substantial sum of galleons, Alan had all the books neatly packed into a bag enhanced with a non-detectable extension charm. As he stepped out of the bookstore, he was met with the eager gaze of the bookseller, ready to continue his exploration of the enchanting and bustling Wizarding Street. Should one not possess a sufficient amount of galleons, it is wise to refrain from entering this realm, for in a mere moment, after acquiring a delightful artifact that captures your heart, another treasure worthy of a lavish expenditure is sure to present itself. As Alan strolled about, the items accumulating in his storage compartment grew increasingly numerous and eccentric. Naturally, the amount of gold coins in his possession was also experiencing a significant decline. Alan reaped numerous treasures on Wizard Street, yet the most peculiar and precious acquisition was obtained from Sad's Pet Shop. This establishment stands as a venerable institution on Wizard Street, where the majority of American wizards procure their magical companions. The shop boasts an extensive array of enchanting creatures, including those that soar through the skies, swim in the waters, and crawl upon the earth, catering to the diverse needs of young wizards in search of their ideal pets. Alan was drawn into the store by the excited chatter of several young wizards. Is it true? Of course not. How could a genuine dragon egg possibly be here? Yet, this is a pet shop. How foolish he is. Which country still permits private ownership of dragons? Over there, they are showcasing pets looking into mirrors. Let us go and see. The group of young wizards giggled and scampered off to other attractions. Alan gazed with keen interest at the lifelike dragon eggs nestled amid the grass. Edward and Harry would surely be captivated. He selected several dragon eggs and placed them into a nearby shopping basket. The raucous cheers surrounding him were deafening, prompting Alan to stride forward. It was indeed quite amusing. Some owls tilted their heads, scrutinizing their reflections in the mirror. A cat assumed a defensive posture, confronted by its own image. Meanwhile, a mottled mouse, upon catching sight of itself in the mirror, let out a shrill squeak and hastily scurried behind the mirror, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. With a cheerful disposition, Alan proceeded to purchase the dragon egg he had chosen and exited the Sad Pet Shop. However, as he placed the dragon egg into his storage space, he suddenly halted in his tracks and swiftly returned to the pet store. Alan swiftly packed all the dragon eggs and handed them over to the shopkeeper for payment. The pet shop owner, a plump witch, smiled warmly and remarked, Look, our realistic dragon eggs are exceedingly popular." Alan smiled and, without haggling, readily paid the plump witch 50 gold galleons and 21 silver sickles. Alan hastened back to the Blind Pig Tavern with remarkable speed. Leon soon spotted Alan and ambled over with his chubby little legs. His small, slightly protruding belly jiggled up and down as he navigated through the crowd with exaggerated movements. "How delightful to see you again. Leonard ISNT with you?" Leon inquired, placing a finger thoughtfully on his lips. "Wait, let me think. He must have gone to Mrs. Klein's." "You are correct," Alan replied. "I have some pressing matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Leon." With polite haste, Alan made his way back. "Ah, you haven't had the chance to savor our chicken wings and our delightful spirits," Leon called out regretfully behind him. The dedication and skill to present oneself promptly before every customer and ardently promote one's offerings are commendable traits. It is no wonder that the Blind Pig Tavern thrives with such vibrancy. After leaving the Blind Pig Bar, Alan immediately manifested back at Leonard's home. Leonard was seated on the sofa, leisurely perusing a newspaper, his demeanor relaxed and composed, a stark contrast to the flustered state he had exhibited before Mrs. Klein. The foolish expression on his face had returned to that of a serious scholar. "Mr. Leonard, you have returned." Alan greeted him politely. "Alan, you are back quite swiftly. Why did Phileas and Ian not accompany you?" Leonard inquired, resting one hand on the armrest of the sofa, supporting his head with curiosity. "I feared I had lingered too long and might miss the evening banquet, so I returned early. It seems the professor and Ian have yet to arrive." Alan explained gently. "By the way, Mr. Leon, the proprietor of the Blind Pig Bar, inquired about you." Alan's curiosity piqued. How had Leonard returned without passing by the Blind Pig Bar? That old fellow is as gossipy as ever. Leonard chuckled lightly. Jessica wished to purchase a set of crystal jewelry to complement her newly acquired evening gown. Hence we took a different alley on our return. With a flick of his wand, a platter of exquisite chocolate cake floated to the dining table. Jessica is upstairs preparing. You may take a moment to rest. Would you care for some cake? Leonard gestured towards the dessert. Thank you. Alan promptly took a piece of cake and savored it. Mr. Leonard, please allow me to retreat to my room. I need to prepare for the banquet. After indulging in a few pieces of cake and sipping some tea, Alan expressed, Of course, be my guest. Leonard replied casually, taking a bite of cake and mumbling indistinctly, reflecting on the meticulously prepared Jessica and the youthful vigor of Alan. Leonard could not help but stroke his beard thoughtfully, exclaiming, Ah, youth is truly splendid. Once back in his room, Alan gently closed the door and let out a long sigh, his expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. Earlier, at the entrance of the sad pet store, just as he had placed the dragon egg into the storage compartment, he had heard the system's prompt. Life energy detected. Do you permit the system to absorb it? Certainly not. But could there be real dragon eggs among these toy ones? Alan hastily moved all the eggs into his pet space, realizing that the realistic dragon eggs he had just purchased might contain genuine dragon eggs. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and returned to clear out all the realistic dragon eggs from the sad pet store. Although he was puzzled as to why real dragon eggs and toy ones were mixed, Alan understood that such a fortunate occurrence necessitated a swift exit to avoid complications. Hence, he hurried back home. Chapter 150. A word of thanks upon release. I typed line after line on my computer, only to delete them one by one. After such prolonged effort, countless words became lodged in my throat, leaving me unsure of where to begin. To reach this point, I must first express my gratitude to my editor, Ching Meng. Undoubtedly, Ching Meng is my patron. Without his discerning eye, this book would not have graced the readers. Without his encouragement, Tong Tang would not have dared to dream, laboring through countless late nights in front of the screen. Without his support, this book would not have appeared time and again on various recommendation lists, allowing fans to easily discover me and share in the joy of the magical world. I also extend my thanks to my family. Without your support, I could never have found the leisure to conceive and write this novel amidst my busy work schedule. Each cup of coffee, every greeting, every thread of care, and each instance of assistance has coalesced into a warm current flowing into my heart, becoming the impetus for my endeavors. Most importantly, I am grateful to my readers. It is your votes of recommendation, your generous tips, and your comments that inspire Tong Tang to keep moving forward. Every comment, whether encouraging, suggestive, or critical, has been carefully read by me, bringing me joy or sorrow from the marks you leave in the book. This work is a creation shared between you and Tong Tang, and I sincerely thank you for your companionship. Finally, I hope you will continue to support and encourage Tong Tang, accompanying me as we witness the growth of this book. Tong Tang stands at attention, saluting in gratitude. Additionally, I have heard that first-day subscriptions are crucial for newly released books, so I humbly request your subscriptions. Thank you all. Updates will follow shortly. Chapter 151. The Christmas Banquet. First update. Ultimately, Alan confirmed that only one egg possessed life, while the others were indeed mere replicas. Nevertheless, he felt the journey had not been in vain, delicately caressing the dragon egg. This egg, of an unknown fire dragon breed, might warrant a conversation with Hagrid upon his return, given Hagrid's successful hatching and rearing experience. As Alan reveled in his joy, within a lavish chamber on Wizarding Street, a masked witch in a black robe was employing the unforgivable curse to punish a diminutive wizard. Just like that fool Henry. You've ruined my grand plans. The woman's voice, even in anger, carried a hint of languor. Madam, the Aurors from the Ministry are pursuing me too closely. I had no choice but to conceal the dragon egg among the replica dragon eggs at the sad pet store. I intended to retrieve it once I evaded the Auror's scrutiny, but it was purchased by someone else. The small wizard explained weakly, enduring the pain. Unbelievable. The pet store, of course, engages in buying and selling. You imbecile. The mysterious witch retorted, her irritation palpable. Investigate and find out who purchased those dragon eggs. Otherwise, you shall pay with your life. The witch's tone left no room for doubt. As the clock pointed to 7:15, Alan and his companions were impeccably dressed, ready to proceed to the Wizarding Congress to partake in the Christmas banquet. The robe adorning Alan exudes an unparalleled elegance, harmoniously complemented by British etiquette, distinct from that of America. Despite the passage of time, it remains strikingly captivating. As Alan moves, the robe seems to shimmer with a luminous grace, unmistakably indicative of its lavish worth and extraordinary quality. The scene shifts to the resplendent Woolworth building, a skyscraper aglow with vibrant lights. The five individuals approach a side entrance leading to the magical parliament, where Leonard presents the invitation to the uniformed guard, granting them seamless access to the parliamentary hall. The already grand and opulent hall has been newly adorned, radiating a brilliant elegance that enhances its regal splendor. Dressed in exquisite attire, both male and female wizards glide gracefully through the hall, engaging in soft-spoken conversations amidst the clinking of glasses. Alan looked up at the grand while indicating the level of magical exposure, where the pointer rested on a moderate threat. Perhaps the previous pursuit had not entirely apprehended all of Henry's followers. There might still be some elusive individuals at large, he pondered. Ah, Mr. Knox. I am genuinely pleased for you. Soon, you shall be addressed as the director of the Auror office, won't you? A slick voice abruptly interrupted, revealing none other than the Mediterranean Mr. Abernathy from the Wand Licensing Office. Alan vividly recalled Abernathy's remarkable ability to shift from arrogance to obsequiousness. Abernathy, Merry Christmas, Alan greeted. To his surprise, Leonard was engaged in a cheerful conversation with Abernathy. Wizards like Abernathy were plentiful, all eager to converse with Leonard Knox, the current darling of the ministry. Suddenly, a paper mouse scurried to Leonard's feet, floating into his hand. Leonard unfolded the paper mouse and, with polite apologies, excused himself from the others, citing a prior engagement. The wizards parted, allowing him passage. Leonard summoned Alan and the others, and together they proceeded to Chairman Peakley's office. It was an oval-shaped room, with a large emblem of the American Magical Congress intricately woven into the center of the carpet, adorned with sunray-like radiating lines. The dark brown wooden furniture was intricately carved with elaborate designs, while around the periphery of the emblem, there were several sofas that appeared exceptionally soft and inviting. Alan reflected upon the confined and stifling atmosphere of the Wand Permit office, and could not help but marvel at Abernathy's subservience to power, which was not without its rationale. Suddenly, a distinguished wizard appeared behind the desk, his gaze sharp and intimidating like that of a hawk. He was none other than William Pickwick, the chairman of the American Magical Congress. "Welcome," the esteemed wizard proclaimed as he rose to greet them. "I have listened to Leonard's report, and I deeply appreciate your efforts and contributions. Especially you, Mr. Alan Harris from Britain. Not only did you capture Henry, but you also safeguarded the vital magical creature, the Thunderbird. Moreover, you appear considerably younger than I had anticipated. Your future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary." Chairman Pickwick, already impressed by Alan after hearing Leonard's report, was further astonished by his youthful visage upon meeting him in person. He then offered compliments to Jessica and Ian, conversing briefly with Leonard and Professor Flitwick before revealing the purpose of their gathering. Although Henry Jones had faced justice, his accomplices remained at large. Should the outside world discover that their capture was due to your actions, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, after deliberations among the upper echelons of Congress, we have decided to hold a small award ceremony for you here. With a wave of his hand, 4 dark red velvet boxes materialized on the wooden table behind him. "Leonard is an employee of our Congress. Your rewards will be announced at the upcoming meeting. Perhaps we shall soon have a new director of the Auror office." Chairman Pickwick's serious demeanor softened into a warm smile. He then personally handed each of the 4 velvet boxes, inscribed with their names, to Alan and his companions. "I hope you will be pleased with the rewards within the boxes. Merry Christmas." As Pickwick's words resonated, Alan realized it was time for their departure. Indeed, Leonard, along with a few others, bowed in gratitude and exited Pickwick's office. "I shall return home with these gifts first. It would be rather inconvenient to attend the Christmas banquet with such large boxes," Leonard mused. Upon their return to the Congress Hall, Alan selected a few delectable items from the buffet and settled into a secluded corner to savor his meal. In a sense, this could be considered a state banquet. The arrival of Chairman Pickwick instilled a sense of solemnity throughout the room. He delivered a speech aimed at calming the populace and uplifting their spirits, after which the banquet officially commenced. Alan felt that this banquet was far less lively and interesting than the Halloween feast at Hogwarts. The upper-class guests moved through the crowd with insincere smiles, their conversations reeking of ulterior motives, which was rather unappealing. Jessica, too, seemed disenchanted by such a serious occasion. She had anticipated a grand ball. This atmosphere was certainly not in harmony with the romantic sentiments of a young girl. Having finally satiated his hunger, Alan found himself utterly bored. Everyone had gathered together, collectively sensing the monotony. As a representative, Jessica approached Leonard to express her desire to return home. Leonard, without hesitation, agreed, for he too found such events distasteful. However, in the professional realm, one cannot act freely and indulge whims. Yet, with a suitable excuse, such as escorting his beloved niece home for some rest, he could obtain understanding and depart without issue. This world of fame and fortune is, for those who revel in it, akin to honey, while for the indifferent, it resembles a cage or shackles. The 5 of them left the Woolworth building with a sense of ease. Leonard and Ian led the way. Ian, having long grown impatient, finally felt liberated, striding forth like a wild stallion unleashed. Leonard followed closely, though he bore the greater burden. He envied the children who could freely indulge in delightful delicacies while he was forced to navigate the demands of socializing. At that moment, chaos erupted as several masked wizards suddenly appeared before Ian, seizing his arm and whisking him away with a disapparation spell. Caught off guard, Leonard, the newly appointed Auror chief, found himself helpless as they succeeded in their abduction. Regaining his composure, he could not contain his frustration and struck the wall with his fist. "Leonard, this is not the time for self-reproach. First, notify the Aurors that I will take Jessica and Alan home, and then I will return to search for you. If we act swiftly, we can find some clues," Professor Flitwick advised calmly. A look of determination crossed Leonard's face as he nodded resolutely and sprinted towards the Woolworth building. Beneath the starry sky and countless lights, the buildings of New York City stood in towering succession. Their shadowy silhouettes resembled a colossal beast with its maw agape, swallowing the young Ian whole. With such vastness, how could one possibly search for him? Jessica's face was etched with vulnerability and despair. Her brother had been taken before her eyes, and she would have preferred to be the one abducted instead. Professor Flitwick transported Alan and Jessica home using apparition. Observing Jessica on the verge of collapse, he instructed, "Jessica, your responsibility is to remain at home and await news. If you receive any word about Ian, you must use an owl to relay the information to us promptly. This is crucial, do you understand?" He then turned to Alan and advised, "Be vigilant. Keep an eye on her." Alan nodded in understanding. Jessica, undeterred by the biting cold of the winter night, resolutely stood before the open window, gazing into the inky darkness outside, fervently praying to Merlin for any news of Ian. The flames blazed brightly as Alan pointed his wand at the fireplace, quickly raising the room's temperature. He had heard that Durmstrang Academy possessed remarkable fire spells for warmth, a pity that such knowledge was unattainable in England. Alan couldn't help but recall the information he had perused about various magical schools at the bookstore. Shaking his head slightly, he took a seat beside Jessica. The 4 boxes gifted to them by Chairman Pekelly sat neatly stacked on the table, yet neither of them felt inclined to open them. Alan pondered who might have abducted Ian. Could it be Henry's accomplices seeking revenge? Yet, why would they not exact retribution upon Leonard? After all, it was Leonard who ostensibly captured Henry. If not for Henry's gang, Alan's thoughts drifted to the dragon egg he had unexpectedly acquired today. This world is indeed fraught with traps. It is a realm that tests the mettle of individuals. Ian, like him, is but a youth, possessing a mane of golden hair and eyes as blue as the sea. If one were to hear descriptions without having seen them, it would be all too easy to confuse the two. Alan believed, if his intuition was accurate, that Ian was not in any mortal danger. After all, the latter was still eager to extract information about the dragon egg from him. Nonetheless, a twinge of guilt gnawed at Alan. If his suspicions were correct, Ian had indeed been ensnared by his predicament. It seemed as though Ian, having heard Jessica's prayers and Alan's apologies, was roused from the stupor inflicted by the curse much sooner than the captors had anticipated. Trained since childhood by his uncle Leonard, a formidable orar, Ian's early diligence had enabled him to regain consciousness promptly. As he reached out, his hand brushed against the cold, unyielding surface of the box, startling him as if he had touched a great toad. At that moment, Ian was beset by a profound unease. Anyone, upon regaining awareness in a sealed box after being inexplicably rendered unconscious, would experience an indescribable terror. He could not hear the outside world, only the rhythmic undulations of the box that cradled him. His heart sank further as he pondered where he was being taken and when Uncle Leonard would find him. The Breckenbury Mansion, an imposing edifice nestled beside the Hudson River, boasted expansive gardens that distanced it from the bustling neighbors. The gardens resembled the hunting grounds of a high-ranking official or a wealthy merchant. From afar, the mansion appeared desolate, its countless windows devoid of light. It seemed a place long abandoned, with no sign of life, as if the owner had vacated the premises ages ago. Once, some muggles had sought adventure here. But even the bravest returned babbling incoherently, leading to the locale being shunned as ominous, with no muggles daring to approach. Yet today, 2 cloaked wizards bore a heavy box to this very mansion. Upon their arrival, they swiftly located a small door, a rear entrance tucked between the garden walls. Ian was unceremoniously released from the box and fell to the ground. However, the quick-witted youth stifled his cries of pain, maintaining the faade of unconsciousness. "Don't break him. Have you informed the mistress?" one inquired. "No worries. Of course, the message has been sent," the other replied, chuckling at the prospect of a substantial commission once their task was completed. Seizing the moment, Ian discreetly unleashed his niffler, hoping this magical creature would carry word of his plight. The niffler flitted away silently into the darkness, unnoticed by the 2 wizards. Soon, the back door creaked open with utmost caution. A frail-looking wizard peered out, his pallid face revealing surprise as he gestured for the 2 men to bring Ian forth. Chapter 153. Rescue, 3rd update. Following the slender wizard through the garden's winding path, they arrived at the kitchen entrance of the mansion. This stone-floored kitchen was dimly lit by a single flickering light, devoid of the essential furnishings typically found in such a space. The thin wizard led the way, his wand casting a soft glow to illuminate their path. He was a gaunt figure, hunched yet surprisingly nimble, frequently turning to gesture for silence and caution. The other 2 wizards supported Ian under his arms, nearly lifting him entirely. Ian's heart raced in the oppressive gloom of the surroundings, which felt eerily conducive to the most insidious of deeds. Even someone much older than Ian would feel trepidation ascending the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the top, the thin wizard opened a door, ushering the others into a small room. The chamber was devoid of light save for the roaring flames of the fireplace, casting both brightness and warmth. By the hearth sat a striking witch, languidly enjoying a lady's cigarette. Next to her, on the table, stood a bubbling drink, its enticing aroma filling the air. "Where's the dragon egg?" a languorous yet magnetic voice inquired. Ian continued to feign unconsciousness. "Madam, he remains unconscious," the thin wizard said carefully. "Fool, he has likely been awake for some time," the witch retorted, piercing through Ian's ruse. "Where's the dragon egg?" she reiterated, her impatience palpable. Ian was utterly mystified. "What dragon egg?" "Administer the veritaserum," the witch commanded, pointing to the drink. Instantly, the effervescent beverage vanished, replaced by a diminutive glass straw containing only a few drops of potion. Veritaserum, a potion compelling the truth, would make anyone who ingested 3 drops divulge their innermost secrets, particularly if taken unawares. As the thin wizard pressed Ian for answers, Alan and Jessica caught sight of Ian's niffler. The creature circled them before darting out the window. Jessica, send word to Mr. Leonard and the professor. I shall assess the situation. Once there, I will have the niffler guide them back, Alan instructed. After a moment's thought, he added, do not follow us. Your safety is paramount. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jessica nodded tearfully in agreement. Disregarding the cold, Alan mounted his broom, closely following the niffler's flight. Upon reaching the garden, he spotted the conspicuous box even in the darkness. The niffler circled the spot where Ian had fallen, and Alan grasped its intent. Observing the garden's terrain carefully, he discerned footprints in the remaining snow, deducing the direction they had taken. Alan endeavored to communicate with the curled-winged demon, hoping it would venture back once more to bring Professor Friviv and Mr. Leonard to this place. Despite possessing the ability to communicate with animals, Alan found himself repeating his request several times before the demon finally grasped his intent and took flight. Bearing Alan's instructions with it, Alan concealed his figure and made his way towards the kitchen. He traversed the desolate kitchen and ascended the spiral staircase, arriving at the door of a small chamber. There, he distinctly heard the incantation, capture the spirit and seize the thought, even though Ian had ingested the truth serum. The enigmatic which was unable to extract the desired information. This was primarily because Ian was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Regardless of the witch's relentless inquiries, his response remained a steadfast I do not know. This led the sorceress to nearly believe that the truth serum had failed. In a fit of rage and humiliation, she resorted to using a meditation basin, intending to delve into Ian's memories. After several attempts to probe Ian's recollections, the witch, exasperated, declared, you must have captured the wrong person. That other boy, named Alan, is the one who purchased the dragon egg. Bring him to me at once. Hurry. The 2 male wizards, visibly disheartened, dared not defy the witch's command and slunk away in defeat. Alan glanced at Ian, who lay on the ground, and resolved to deal with the 2 male wizards who had just exited. He aimed to prevent them from locating Leonard's residence and endangering Jessica. Alan silently trailed behind the 2 individuals, making his way to the garden, ensuring that none within the mansion could hear him. In a swift motion, he petrified the unsuspecting tall male sorcerer, followed by a precise chop that rendered the other sorcerer unconscious, subsequently casting another petrification spell. He then snapped both of their wands and dragged them to a secluded spot for concealment. After a moment's hesitation, Alan proceeded to break both of their hands before swiftly returning to the small room. To his relief, the witch merely allowed Ian to lie on the ground, refraining from casting any malevolent curses to torment him, nor did she opt for a direct execution. Alan swiftly contemplated strategies to extricate Ian without alerting the witch. Observing Ian, who lay unconscious on the ground, Alan approached him cautiously, meticulously assessing his physical condition. He refrained from making any sounds that might raise suspicion, stealthily positioning himself beside Ian. After a thorough examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ian was not in mortal peril. He had merely succumbed to a slumber spell, ingested a truth serum, and endured multiple instances of soul extraction. The situation was not particularly dire or irreparable. Consequently, Alan resolved to bide his time until Professor Flivy and Mr. Leonard arrived. Why were they still not back? The witch, growing increasingly anxious, began to worry that these 2 fools might have been captured. Ever since Henry's apprehension, she had been enveloped in a sense of urgency, eager to expedite the transaction and then retreat into hiding. Just as she hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene personally, Professor Flivy and Mr. Leonard descended upon the scene, accompanied by a formidable contingent of Aurors. Having received word from Jessica, they had promptly returned home, following the loyal Niffler to this location. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the mysterious witch instinctively reached for her wand to make her escape. However, her swiftness paled in comparison to that of Professor Flivy. The witch's wand was wrenched from her grasp, spinning through the air until it landed in Professor Flivy's hand. The witch's reflexes were remarkably quick, and she immediately conceived the idea of using Ian as a hostage to facilitate her escape. Yet, as she lunged for Ian, she discovered that he had vanished from the ground. Chapter 154, Death 4th Update. Alan dispelled the illusion and appeared beside Leonard and Professor Flivy, with Ian lying at his feet. Well done, Alan, Leonard said, relieved to see his nephew successfully rescued. Now, he could finally take decisive action. Leonard and the Aurors aimed their wands at the witch. The diminutive, hunchbacked wizard had already been subdued by Leonard. Upon witnessing the situation, he struggled violently, disregarding his own safety in an attempt to assist the witch. The Aurors slowly approached her, but the masked witch remained composed, sitting down in a chair. Leonard, could you spare me? Suddenly, the witch unveiled her veil. The trained Aurors exchanged bewildered glances, and Leonard was taken aback. It was none other than the stunning fashion designer, Madame Klein. Perhaps because Madame Klein often appeared in her boutique adorned in lavish attire and exquisite decorations. The simplicity of her plain black robe made it difficult for anyone to associate her with a criminal mastermind. However, Leonard was a seasoned orer and quickly regained his composure. Why did you kidnap Ian? Who are you really? Leonard, I was merely playing a little prank, testing you, she replied. Can't you forgive me? Madame Klein's enchanting gaze was fixed on Leonard, filled with a plea, making her appear pitiable. She attempted to exploit Leonard's affections for her, twisting the truth to escape her predicament. A test? Madame Klein, I have never concealed my admiration for you, but you cannot treat me as a fool, Leonard declared. Unwilling to say more, he was determined to apprehend Madame Klein and bring her to justice before the ministry. He signaled for the aurors to advance toward her. Madame Klein bit her lip, her expression shifting to one of resolve and determination. She would not allow herself to be captured by the magical Congress. She had committed too many crimes to expose herself. Wait, she called out. Leonard, can you keep my identity as Madame Klein a secret? For the sake of our past connection. I'm sorry, but I cannot offer you any guarantees, Leonard replied, his face impassive, yet mourning the romance that had never truly begun. Suddenly, the room shook violently. Oh no, she can cast spells without a wand, one auror exclaimed, not out of fear for danger, but for the dread of Madame Klein's escape. As everyone struggled to steady themselves, the previously subdued small wizard seized the opportunity to break free, leaping up and swiftly grasping Alan's throat. He shouted desperately, Madam, run. He likely thought Alan, being young, was an easier target. Using him as a hostage to provide Madame Klein a chance to evade capture, Alan felt a fierce, enraged face looming close to him. The sorcerer who had taken him captive, though diminutive in stature, was nonetheless a fully grown man, and under duress. It was indeed challenging for an ordinary individual to withstand him. However, Alan was no ordinary boy. His daily commitment to physical training had rendered him exceptional. Despite his youth, he surpassed the average wizard, who had long relied on wands to resolve conflicts in hand-to-hand combat. Although the slender sorcerer was older than Alan, the latter identified a fleeting opportunity and, with a sudden burst of strength, deftly escaped from the grip of the diminutive sorcerer. Alan, being young and vigorous, displayed remarkable agility. With a swift turn, he delivered a powerful kick, causing the diminutive male witch to collapse onto the ground, unable to maintain his balance. A series of spells followed in rapid succession, successfully striking the frail figure, who lay motionless on the ground. Alan tested his breath, finding no sign of life. In their desperation, the aurors had failed to control the power of their spells. Several potent incantations had pierced the very organs of the wizard, leaving him with no chance of survival. This is bad. The structure is about to collapse. The entire building shook violently, yet Mrs. Klein was caught in a fit of hysterical laughter. Dust, dirt, and stones cascaded down, but the beauty-conscious and poised Mrs. Klein remained utterly unconcerned. Rather than face execution after her incriminating evidence was extracted by the members of Parliament, she preferred to merge eternally with this magnificent estate. Take Ian and go ahead. I'll handle this. Mr. Leonard entrusted the unconscious Ian to Professor Flivy, signaling for Alan and the aurors to retreat. As Alan and his companions welcomed the shapeshifter and exited the grand edifice, a resounding crash echoed across the sky. The opulent building was collapsing at an astonishing pace. They were compelled to retreat to a considerable distance to avoid being struck by the flying debris. Mr. Leonard has not yet emerged, Alan exclaimed. Yet, the aurors, having worked alongside Leonard for many years and fully aware of his capabilities, remained impassive and unflinching. As aurors, they had faced countless perils far more shocking and dangerous than this. However, as the moments ticked by, Leonard's silhouette still failed to materialize. Given Leonard's formidable strength, there seemed little reason for such a minor incident to daunt him, unless a troubling thought crossed Alan's mind. Could there be an escape route for Mrs. Klein? He recalled her peculiar behavior when surrounded by the aurors. Rather than confront them, she had chosen to sit calmly in her chair. Yet now, the building lay in ruins, and no one could ascertain what transpired within its walls. The aurors, undeterred, began to sift through the rubble, a daunting task that would undoubtedly require an extensive amount of time to complete. Nevertheless, as long as there remained the slightest glimmer of hope, the aurors would not relent. Just as anxiety gripped their hearts, another crash resonated from the debris, and a figure emerged atop the wreckage. It was Leonard, cradling Mrs. Klein in his arms. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they rushed forward. Leonard appeared profoundly sorrowful, seemingly unwilling to divulge the events that had unfolded below. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Mrs. Klein in his embrace, no one dared to inquire further. Professor Flitwick escorted Ian and Alan back to their home. As soon as Jessica caught sight of them, she rushed forward. Upon seeing the unconscious Ian, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 155, The Gift. Do not worry, Jessica. Ian is merely under a sleeping charm, and I shall break it. However, he has ingested a truth serum and been subjected to a memory modification spell, which raises concerns about potential harm to his recollections. Professor Flitwick believed it best to transfer Ian to a magical injury hospital. I have returned. Leonard appeared in the courtyard, striding purposefully into the room, heading straight for Ian. We must first take him to Gray's Magical Injury Hospital. Leonard reached the same conclusion as Professor Flitwick. However, Alan and Jessica were ordered to remain at home, barred from venturing out. Aurors had been discreetly stationed nearby to prevent any lingering foes from seeking revenge. Leonard reassured the anxious Jessica, if you accompany us, you may inadvertently provide an opportunity for the criminals to strike. That would only complicate matters. His expression was grave. Fists clenched as agitation began to stir within him. Observing her uncle's demeanor, Jessica refrained from further protest, her eyes brimming with tears as she bid them farewell. What a remarkably understanding girl she was, evoking both admiration and compassion. After a moment of contemplation, Alan resolved to assign Jessica some tasks to divert the young lady's attention. Jessica, he suggested, if I am not mistaken, Ian should be returning this evening, and he will undoubtedly be quite famished. Why don't we prepare some easily digestible dishes for him to savor upon his arrival? While it was uncertain whether everyone would be in the mood for dinner later, it was certainly unwise to let their stomachs go empty. Engaged in her newfound responsibilities, Jessica's demeanor noticeably brightened. When one is occupied, the mind is less prone to wander, significantly alleviating fears. In the kitchen, Jessica busied herself chopping a variety of vegetables and preparing a pot of American chicken stew. Furthermore, for her brother's sake, she turned and set about cooking some oatmeal porridge. Alan attentively assisted at the side, observing the young lady exuberantly wielding her wand in the kitchen. This was certainly more uplifting and healthful than languishing by the window, lost in despondent thoughts. To Alan's surprise, it was not until dawn that Leonard, Professor Flitwick, and Ian emerged into the courtyard, their bodies weary from the night's endeavors. Meanwhile, through Jessica's relentless efforts, what was promised to be easily digestible food had transformed into a lavish spread adorning an entire long table. Ian, Jessica exclaimed, bounding over to embrace her brother, relieved to see him unharmed. Ian, unusually, did not shy away from her affection. Delightful. Jessica, you truly are remarkable. We are indeed famished. Leonard's spirits were considerably brighter than they had been the previous night, despite the anguish of discovering that the woman he had long pined for turned out to be a criminal who perished in his embrace. He found solace in the fact that Ian was safe. The thought of Ian in peril would have shattered him, leaving him in profound despair. But with Ian unharmed, Leonard felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for their current peace. Seated around the dining table, each person chose their preferred dishes to savor. Jessica carefully served a bowl of chicken stew to Ian, treating him as though he were a delicate porcelain doll, almost eager to feed him herself. Certainly, many would envy such attention, yet Ian was not among them. Jessica, I'm perfectly fine. I've merely lost some memories. There is no need for such fuss. Ian said, though touched, he was also impatient to escape this overbearing treatment, a reaction shaped by Leonard's tempestuous nature. Lost some memories? Jessica gasped. Though not typically prone to alarm, her concern for Ian's well-being had her on edge. Do not fret. I am in good health. It's just that I have no recollection of being abducted yesterday. It appears someone has cast a forgetting spell on me. But who desires such memories? Perhaps it is for the best. Ian feigned indifference. Indeed, Jessica, let us enjoy our meal with peace of mind, Leonard interjected, unable to tolerate unnecessary dramatics. Despite his own impatience. After their meal, the 5 weary souls yearned for a good night's rest, especially Ian, who required a calming potion. However, before succumbing to slumber, they were eager to inspect the gifts presented by Chairman Pickwick on behalf of the American Wizarding Congress. Inside Jessica's box was a pouch of galleons and a splendid magical robe, which she donned with delight, admiring herself in the mirror. Ian's box also contained galleons, along with a voucher redeemable for a Firebolt 2000 broomstick from the Quidditch shop on Wizarding Street. This revelation caused the usually stoic boy to leap with joy, his excitement palpable. Professor Flitwick opened his own box, glanced inside, and nonchalantly closed it again, piquing the curiosity of the others, suggesting that his gift did not meet his expectations. Noticing their eager stares, he pushed the box forward and reopened it. Alongside a pouch of identical galleons lay a certificate. With permission from the professor, Alan unfolded the document, revealing an honorary professor appointment from Ilvermorny. Alan gazed in astonishment at the certificate, pondering what sort of reward this was. Yet, Jessica and Ian's expressions shifted with newfound respect for Professor Flitwick. After all, he was indeed their professor. You've become a professor at Ilvermorny. How splendid. Jessica exclaimed with excitement, thrilled that a professor from her school resided in her home. Observing the expressions of Jessica, Ian, and Leonard, Alan and Professor Flitwick wisely withheld their comments. In the eyes of the trio, an Ilvermorny professorship was of the highest honor. However, for Flitwick and Alan, Hogwarts remained the pinnacle of educational institutions, and being able to teach and study there was the greatest fortune and joy. Finally, it was Alan's turn to unveil his box. Alongside the customary pouch of galleons, he astonishingly discovered an egg. It seems I am destined to have an affinity with eggs lately. Alan could not help but gently stroke the enormous egg adorned with vibrant patterns. Beside it lay a card, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the conservation of magical creatures. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has decided to bestow upon you this unhatched Thunderbird egg as a memento. Note, should you successfully hatch it, please contact your local Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to complete the registration process, the fees to be borne by you. The American Ministry of Magic wishes you joy. If it were the Weasley family, they might not even be able to afford the registration fee. Unlike dragons, can thunderbirds be privately kept? I wonder if the laws in Britain differ. Alan shook his head at the mention of the self-funded fees and then noticed another card beneath it, identical to Ian's, a voucher for a Nimbus 2000. After unwrapping the gifts, the group contentedly returned to their bedroom for some much-needed rest. This Christmas was a bittersweet affair, yet undeniably a memorable experience that would linger in their minds for a lifetime. Chapter 156. Farewell, 6th update. The remaining days in New York were both delightful and fulfilling. During the day, they visited renowned Muggle landmarks such as the Statue of Liberty and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Although Jessica and her companions did not comprehend Alan's enthusiasm for exploring Muggle architecture, it did not hinder their shared enjoyment. Leonard seemed to have genuinely begun to recover from Mrs. Klein's passing. Speaking of Mrs. Klein, her death appeared to have no apparent effect on the resilient Auror, Leonard. However, every night, Alan could hear the sound of Leonard's sighs emanating from his room, and occasionally, he would catch sight of Mr. Leonard staring vacantly at a few magical ropes. He was not as carefree as he pretended to be, nor as indifferent. If there truly existed a potion for forgetting sorrow, Mr. Leonard would undoubtedly be in need of it. Alan once privately inquired of Professor Flivy why Leonard was able to return from the Congress so swiftly to attend to Ian. Professor Flivy elucidated that Leonard had transferred a portion of his memory to the magical Congress in the form of a mental projection. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived for Alan and Professor Flivy to return to their homeland. Before his departure, Alan gifted Ian the coveted Luminary 2000 voucher and the luxurious wizard chess set that had once piqued Ian's envy. In return, Ian presented Alan with a vial containing the shimmering, blue-glowing venom of the curled-winged demon. Jessica received an exquisite set of translucent diamond jewelry. Although such opulent adornments were perhaps unsuitable for someone of her tender age, they did not diminish her admiration for these delicate treasures. With her own hands, Jessica wove a scarf for Alan, styled in Ravenclaw fashion. She eschewed the use of magical knitting needles, meticulously crafting it stitch by stitch, inspired by Professor Flitwick's own scarf. The moment Alan received it, he wrapped it around his neck, expressing immense comfort and warmth, which lightened Jessica's sorrow brought by their farewell. As the airplane soared into the clouds, filled with longing for family and reluctance to part from friends, Alan and his companions embarked on their journey home. "Come on, Jessica. You crybaby," Ian teased. "What did you say, you lazy bum?" Jessica, provoked by her brother, rushed forward, eager to teach Ian a lesson. "I said we could go to England to visit them in the future," Ian replied with utmost seriousness. "Good idea." Jessica, now diverted by her brother's suggestion, began to dream of their next meeting, where they would surely visit Hogwarts, as described by Alan, along with that dashing defense against the dark arts professor. Jessica couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leonard had successfully become the head of the Auror office, with a promising future ahead. However, if he couldn't temper his impulsive temperament, he would likely face inevitable ups and downs. But what does it matter? The ocean rises and falls, yet it can create magnificent waves. Life's fluctuations allow for the blossoming of a vibrant existence. Chairman Pigwidgeon's position was now unassailable, greatly benefiting the development of the American Magical Congress. Although the smuggling of magical creatures could never be completely eradicated, he had consistently stood at the forefront of protecting magical beings. On Wizarding Street, the exquisite clothing store owned by Mrs. Klein no longer showcased its stunning and poised mistress. Speculations about the whereabouts of this beautiful woman abounded, with many concocting countless extravagant tales. At the Blind Pig Tavern, Leon, clad in a velvet robe, proudly presented the specialty dishes to his patrons. Whether they were strangers or familiar faces, he effortlessly struck up conversations, quickly warming up to them. This was his gift. His increasingly rotund figure and rosy complexion signaled that the business at the Blind Pig Tavern was thriving under Leon's management. In a beautifully adorned church within the Muggle world, Simon, dressed in tidy, clean clerical attire, stood on a broad circular platform, praying to God. His devout demeanor appeared profoundly sacred in the sunlight. His handsome face imbued with sincere supplication, Simon felt he must have encountered a true angel, which intensified his faith. He resolved to dedicate all his love to his beliefs, vowing never to abandon his pursuit of light throughout his life. After disembarking from the plane and bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, the warmth and liveliness of home enveloped Alan, erasing all traces of fatigue from his journey. With great enthusiasm, Alan retrieved the gifts he had prepared from his suitcase, simultaneously presenting the large bag of gold coins he had received from Chairman Penelope to Mrs. Harris, intended for Mr. Harris. The delightful spirits and the resounding applause they garnered were cherished by the entire family. Such joyful and serene moments always seemed to slip away in the blink of an eye. Alan concluded his holiday and embarked on the Hogwarts Express. So much transpired during this break. The time spent at Hogwarts feels both like yesterday and as if it were an eternity ago. Alan reminisced about his non-human friends in the Forbidden Forest. Surely Gaia and Firenze of the tribe are faring well. He pondered whether Harry and the others would appreciate the realistic dragon egg he had gifted them. Hagrid might indeed take a liking to it. Yet Alan would never divulge the existence of his real dragon egg. Utilizing the faux dragon egg to inquire about dragon-rearing experiences served as an excellent pretext. What Alan could be certain of was that Roger would undoubtedly cry out in agony if he were to learn that Alan had gifted a Nimbus 2000 to someone else. Despite their team already possessing 7 of these remarkable brooms, the magical robe intended for Penelope, the senior, was sure to receive accolades. Especially since Daisy and the naive little sweet bear, both fellow girls, were utterly enamored with it, showering it with praise. Alas, the fact that Alan had chosen different gifts for their mother had led to her prolonged complaints. As for returning to Hogwarts, Alan felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets and Riddle's diary remained unresolved. Tina had once warned him that there was not merely one monster, leaving Alan uncertain about what else could exist beyond the basilisk. Chapter 157, a belated Christmas gift. While Alan was deep in thought, a sudden knock on the compartment door interrupted him. The Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, with her long legs, gracefully entered. "Alan, Merry Christmas," she exclaimed, promptly handing him a slender azure box. "I couldn't fly my owl all the way to New York during the Christmas holidays, so I hope you like this belated gift." Penelope playfully tousled her wavy hair before taking a seat across from Alan. "Thank you. I brought you a gift from New York as well. And I was hoping to find you once we returned to Hogwarts," Alan replied, eagerly opening his suitcase to retrieve the magical robe he had prepared for Penelope. Unbeknownst to Alan, as he spoke of his gift, a spark of delight flickered in Penelope's eyes. "It's stunning," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she unfolded the neatly packed robe, instantly captivated by the subtly shimmering fabric. "This is the youthful version of the Breeze collection, crafted by the renowned designer, Madame Klein. I hope you adore it." The thought of the enchanting Madame Klein made Alan feel a twinge of melancholy. It was tragic that someone with such a brilliant future had met an untimely demise in pursuit of profit. "Madame Klein? She must be quite beautiful," Penelope remarked, still holding the exquisite robe, her attention drawn to the fleeting sorrow on Alan's face. Indeed, whenever she graced an occasion, it was nearly impossible to divert one's gaze from her, Alan mused, recalling the limited encounters he had with Madame Klein and the admiration she garnered from others. Penelope tightened her grip on the robe, forcing a smile as she remarked, "What a beauty. I truly wish I could meet her." "Perhaps it's for the best that you don't. She has passed away," Alan gently informed Penelope of Madame Klein's fate. "Mr. Leonard must have been deeply affected by her loss." Penelope reflected, her focus shifting to the tragic love story that had unfolded. "Indeed, while he may appear unchanged, I am certain his feelings are quite complex." Alan expressed his hope that Mr. Leonard would soon find happiness with someone who truly deserved him. "But enough about others. Would you share your experiences in New York with me?" Penelope inquired, her curiosity piqued about Alan's adventures in the vibrant city. Alan recounted his experiences, albeit with some omissions, while Penelope listened with keen interest, even examining the photographs of Alan and Jessica taken during their sightseeing excursions. As the train approached its destination, Penelope suddenly inquired about Alan's thoughts on Percy Weasley of Gryffindor. The unexpected question prompted Alan to contemplate Percy's character. Academically accomplished, exceptionally talented, and fiercely ambitious, Percy was particularly concerned with others' opinions, somewhat rigid, yet deeply devoted to his family. Alan perceived Percy as a rather complex individual, but why did Penelope bring him up? He was indeed remarkable and outstanding, as is widely acknowledged. Alan would never speak ill of him behind his back. Why did she ask? "He actually gifted me a clay figurine as a Christmas present," Penelope remarked, feigning indifference. "That is quite nice." Alan thought it peculiar that Penelope reacted this way. Receiving a gift is a delightful thing. The issue lies in the fact that the figurine resembles me, brandishing a wand. Quite menacingly, Penelope found Percy to be exceedingly strange. Despite having been thoroughly bested by her in the dueling club, he still chose to present her with a gift. Alan perceived that Percy was either mocking Penelope too harshly or had developed feelings for her. Wasn't it true that Penelope was originally Percy's girlfriend? As the train let out a long whistle, it arrived at the station. Before departing, Penelope cast a glance at Alan's open suitcase and pointed to the robe she held in her arms, asking, "Did you give this magical robe solely to me?" Noticing Alan's bewildered expression, Penelope cleared her throat softly and added, "I would prefer not to match outfits with anyone else at school. I gifted one to my sister Daisy and saved another for Hermione." Alan spoke candidly. Penelope merely nodded, hastily exiting the compartment without further farewells in search of a fellow Ravenclaw witch. Was she upset? Observing Penelope's expression as she departed, Alan sensed that something was amiss. Alan turned to arrange his luggage and noticed the sleeve of the robe he had prepared for Hermione had been turned over to the top of the suitcase. The pattern and color were strikingly similar to the robe intended for Penelope. Ellen discovered that she had indeed caught sight of the magical robe. Yet, simultaneously, she found herself perplexed. Typically, everyone donned the same uniform black robes, so wouldn't that also lead to a clash of attire? Why then, did Penelope not appear discontented? The thoughts of girls are truly difficult to decipher. Given that Penelope was so much taller than her, could it be that she harbored feelings for Ellen? Shaking her head to dispel such notions, Ellen opened the gift box presented by Penelope. Inside lay an exquisite men's necklace, its pendant shaped like a delicate, silvery snowflake. Accompanying the necklace was a card inscribed with the words, "According to the proprietor, This necklace was crafted by ancient alchemists and is imbued with a charm of happiness, capable of bestowing joy upon its wearer. Wishing you happiness. Alan lifted the necklace, examining it closely before adorning his neck with it. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged through his entire being. Could this sensation be happiness? Perhaps. With a shrug, Alan departed from the train and, blending into the crowd, returned to the castle. This majestic fortress, with the influx of young wizards, once again radiated boundless vitality. Due to the earlier attack, the number of students remaining on campus during the Christmas season was minimal. After a delightful holiday, the fear surrounding the legend of the heir of Slytherin had significantly diminished. The peculiar protective charms that had proliferated throughout the campus before the break were now seldom seen. However, this serene atmosphere lasted but a single night. The following morning, as Alan made his way to the dining hall, he heard the alarming news of Hermione Granger's assault. Last night, none of the returning young wizards had encountered Hermione. Not even those from Gryffindor. Whispers regarding her disappearance circulated, with everyone naturally assuming she had been attacked. Consequently, students lined up to pass by the hospital, eager for a glimpse of her. Alan joined the group, carrying the magical robe he had chosen for Hermione. No one could see Hermione, for Madame Pomfrey had draped her curtains around Hermione's hospital bed, shielding her completely. Chapter 158, Hair Growth Potion. Upon witnessing this scene, Alan comprehended that Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, must have consumed Polyjuice Potion during the holidays. Harry and Ron had transformed into Goyle and Crabbe, respectively. Hermione, intending to assume the guise of Millicent, mistakenly added cat hair instead of Millicent's hair to the potion, resulting in a bewildering transformation that rendered her neither fully human nor feline. Unlike his classmates, Alan did not resort to indirect means to inquire about Hermione's situation. Has Madame Pomfrey mentioned when you will fully recover? Alan asked gently. Hermione, keenly perceptive, noted the distinction in Alan's demeanor compared to that of the others. While they too expressed concern for her health, their inquiries were primarily driven by curiosity regarding whether she had been attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, and what the creature looked like. Alan's thoughtfulness significantly heightened Hermione's affection for him. This sentiment reached its zenith when Alan presented her with a meticulously prepared gift. Merry Christmas. Please accept this belated present. Hermione, flustered, hurriedly lifted a corner of the curtain to receive the extravagantly wrapped, enormous box. The box occupied a substantial portion of her bed, and as she maneuvered it, her pillow tumbled to the floor. Alan exhibited no astonishment at her fleeting, furry hands and face, nor at the cat ears that stood erect atop her head. Instead, he calmly retrieved the card that had fallen from Hermione's bedside. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Alan discerned the contents of the card. To Miss Granger, wishing you a swift recovery. Yours sincerely, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. A flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed Alan's eyes as he regarded the narcissistic old charlatan. Once again, he slid the card through the gap to Hermione and, with a considerate gesture, drew the curtain to shield her inadvertently revealed fluffy tail before rising to take his leave. The curtain's concealment meant he did not witness the embarrassment and shyness etched upon Hermione's face. At times, a boy may remain oblivious to the emotional shifts of a girl, and there are several possible explanations for this. One may be that the boy possesses a low emotional intelligence, rendering him beyond help. Another possibility is that he embodies a narcissistic personality, seeing no one but himself. The most common reason, however, is that the girl has not truly entered the boy's heart, leading him to be indifferent to her emotional fluctuations. Alan evidently belonged to the latter category. Neither Penelope nor Hermione had successfully penetrated the walls of his heart, the former being significantly older and taller than him, while the latter was merely a little girl, despite Alan being only in his 2nd year. After Alan's departure, Hermione tucked the card gifted by Professor Lockhart back beneath her pillow, contemplating it for a moment before inserting it into a hefty tome of magical literature resting beside her pillow. She eagerly grasped the gift box sent by Alan. The box was heavy and substantial. As she lifted the lid, Hermione thought to herself that Alan truly deserved the title of a top student, for his gift was remarkably special, a complete set of textbooks from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, spanning grades 1 to 7. Her convalescence would not be dull after all. Originally, Alan had prepared a youthful version of a robe for her from Madame Klein's shop, which was distinctly different from Penelope's. However, Penelope's remarks on the train prompted Alan to reconsider. If Penelope was averse to wearing the same outfit as others, it stood to reason that Hermione would feel similarly. Given Hermione's passion for reading, a full set of Ilvermorny textbooks was indeed a fitting gift for her. In a similar vein, Mrs. Pants received the same generous gift, albeit a staggering 16 sets at once. One set was for her, while the remaining 15 were donated to the Hogwarts library. The emaciated Mrs. Pants, resembling a vulture, displayed an expression of surprise. Having worked at Hogwarts for many years, few young witches and wizards had ever bestowed gifts upon her. After all, she was known for her serious demeanor, irritable nature, and strict management of library discipline. Many young wizards regarded her as the second most disliked person at Hogwarts, the first being Filch. Consequently, upon receiving Alan's gift, She unusually revealed a softer side, a rarity compared to her usual stern disposition. Though the school year had just commenced, the library was already bustling with young witches and wizards. Professors, indifferent to the new term, assigned a plethora of homework, with Professor Snape being particularly notorious in this regard. Thus, Mrs. Pants soon returned to her usual self, brandishing a feather duster and vociferously reprimanding a first-year student who had dared to fold the pages of a book. At the entrance of a girls' lavatory on the second floor of Hogwarts, Alan located Harry and Ron, intent on gifting them the realistic dragon eggs and luxurious wizard chess set. The two were engrossed in a small, tattered book with a worn black cover. "Harry, Ron," Alan called out loudly from behind, startling them both, causing Ron to tumble to the ground. Unable to suppress his laughter at their disheveled expressions, he remarked, "I've been looking for you too. Why do you seem so secretive?" "We found a notebook," Harry began, but before he could finish, a figure abruptly emerged from a nearby room. It was Percy Weasley. "What are you two doing at the entrance of the girls' lavatory?" Percy inquired with a serious expression, his tone resembling that of an interrogator. Alan sensed that Percy regarded him with a particularly unfriendly expression. Surely, he would not be like those parents of unruly children who blame others for their offspring's misdeeds. "Are we not allowed to converse here, standing outside?" Ron inquired with a wounded expression, evidently believing that Percy was targeting him. "I'm a prefect and possess the authority to inquire," Percy declared with an air of arrogance. "What is that you are holding?" Percy directed his gaze at Alan. Harry discreetly concealed the black notebook behind his back. "Me?" Alan replied gently, "It is a Christmas gift for Harry and Ron." "Next to the girls' restroom?" Percy scoffed. "Your role as a Ravenclaw prefect does not dictate how I choose to give gifts. Shall we consult Professor McGonagall about it together?" Alan retorted. Unyielding and undeterred by Percy's unwarranted hostility, he would not cower in fear like an ordinary student. Percy appeared somewhat flustered yet indignant. "You ought to show more respect to a prefect," he exclaimed. "I do not appreciate your attitude." With that, he stood tall, resembling a spirited rooster brimming with determination. Alan, Ron, and Percy exchanged glances. "Does Percy harbor a prejudice against me? Surely he does not think that your reading in the girls' lavatory was my idea?" Alan felt wronged. Who knows? That's just his nature, so prideful, the head boy, excelling in every subject. Ron scrunched his nose in distaste, observing Alan's expression of being unjustly implicated. Ron hastily added, "Of course, Alan, you are not like him." "Well, I'm not the head boy." Alan chuckled lightly. Chapter 159, Valentine's Day. In early February, Hermione was discharged from the hospital. Her whiskers were gone, her tail had vanished, and she was devoid of any cat fur. Penelope happened to pass by the hospital wing as Hermione was leaving, and seeing the enormous box in Hermione's arms, she kindly offered her assistance. "What is this? It's so heavy." Upon taking the box, Penelope was taken aback by its weight. "Oh, thank you, Penelope. This is a Christmas gift from Alan," Hermione replied, momentarily relieved of the burden. "Harry and Ron said they would come to fetch me, but I waited for so long, and they never arrived." Hermione couldn't help but complain. However, no one responded, and when Hermione looked up, she found Penelope staring at the large box in her arms in a daze. "Is it too heavy, Penelope? Perhaps I should take some of the books out," Hermione suggested. Feeling embarrassed that she would let Penelope handle such a large and heavy box alone, while she merely carried a few lighter belongings. "Books are inside." Penelope's voice was airy. "Yes, these are all the textbooks from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, from 1st to 7th grade. After Hermione spoke, she attempted to take the large box from Penelope. But Penelope preemptively set it down on the ground. With a flourish of her wand, to Hermione's astonishment, the box silently opened, and the textbooks began to fly out one by one. "Let them follow us back," Penelope said cheerfully, with a hint of excitement that Hermione found difficult to comprehend. As Penelope picked up the empty box from the ground, a subtle shimmer passed over her plain magical robe. "It's beautiful," Hermione exclaimed involuntarily. "What?" Penelope, noticing Hermione's gaze lingering upon her, understood. "This robe is a Christmas gift from Alan. It's the masterpiece of the renowned American designer, Mrs. Klein." Standing tall, Penelope's graceful figure was accentuated by the robe, making her appear even more enchanting. Penelope, your spell work is truly exquisite." Hermione quickly averted her gaze. Penelope's smile brightened further. "Thank you. Like you, I am also the top of the year." She cheekily winked. "We both look rather splendid." Hearing the compliment, Hermione smiled as well, the odd discomfort she had felt earlier dissipating into thin air. Though she cherished reading, Penelope's lovely robe stirred a longing in her heart. If she had to choose between the two gifts, Hermione pondered, she still believed the magical books to be superior. Once again, the sun began to cast a gentle glow over Hogwarts. Inside the castle, the atmosphere became more optimistic. Ever since Justin and nearly headless Nick had been petrified, no further attacks had occurred. In the Forbidden Forest, when Alan presented Gaia with some toys suitable for young unicorns that he had brought back from New York, Gaia noted that no birds had been harmed in the forest for quite some time. Madame Pomfrey joyfully reported that the mandrakes had become temperamental and taciturn, which indicated they were swiftly maturing out of their childhood. As soon as their pustules healed, they could be replanted. It wouldn't be long before they could be harvested and brewed. Soon, all the victims of the attacks would return, Madame Pomfrey cheerfully assured everyone concerned about the afflicted. Peeves forgot his fears, but his innate desire for chaos led him to sing at the sight of Harry. "Oh, Potter, you insufferable pest." Now accompanied by a set dance routine, Alan inadvertently witnessed Gilderoy Lockhart confidently recommending himself to Professor McGonagall. "You see, the school is in need of a morale boost. To erase the memories of last semester's events," he asserted. "I am certain of my capabilities." However, the expression on Professor McGonagall's face conveyed to Alan her utter disbelief in Gilderoy's claims. The memory charm might very well be the spell Lockhart excels at. He is entirely capable of erasing the memories of young witches and wizards, and he would undoubtedly perform better than anyone else. Alan believed that if Professor Lockhart did not exhibit such dismal performance in other magical disciplines and was not so vain, he might be adequate for the role within the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Soon, Alan realized that the process of erasing undesirable memories, as described by Professor Lockhart, was far from his initial expectations. On February 14th, after training as usual, Alan was utterly astonished by the decorations in the Great Hall during breakfast. The walls were adorned with magnificent, vibrant pink flowers, and to make matters worse, multicolored confetti in the shape of hearts continuously descended from the pale blue ceiling. As Alan gazed at the colorful confetti that had fallen into his porridge, his appetite vanished entirely. Reluctantly, he picked up a piece of sandwich, brushed off the remnants, and placed it into his mouth. In stark contrast to the boys who wore expressions of disdain, the girls evidently favored the pink, romantic decorations. Breakfast was a daily affair. Yet Valentine's Day graced the calendar but once a year, when Professor Lockhart, adorned in a vibrant pink robe that complemented the festive embellishments, waved his hand to quiet the crowd. Alan could not resist seizing 2 slices of cake and hastily exiting the hall. However, his attempt to evade the festivities proved futile. Before the entrance to the hallway, he encountered 12 gloomy little figures. Each sported golden wings and carried a harp upon their backs. These were clearly the cherubic messengers arranged by Professor Lockhart to deliver love letters and cards. Throughout the day, Lockhart's diminutive couriers incessantly burst into their classrooms, distributing Valentine's greetings, much to the teacher's utter annoyance. In the afternoon, as Alan ascended to the 4th floor for his charms class, he spotted one of the little figures energetically pursuing Penelope. Meanwhile, Penelope, hindered by the corridor's prohibition against casting spells, hurried along, clearly intent on eluding the tiny pursuer. Alan blinked and subtly extended his right leg, causing the little dwarf to stumble. To his surprise, the dwarf, momentarily taken aback, abandoned the pursuit of Penelope and instead engaged in a scuffle with him. "Alan Harris, I have 5 musical messages I must personally deliver to you," the dwarf proclaimed, striking a bold pose as he plucked the strings of his harp. In the distance, Penelope, witnessing the scene, ceased her flight and approached instead. A group of first-grade little witches pointed and giggled at Alan and the dwarf, their laughter echoing in the air. Alan was gripped by a foreboding sense, disregarding the regulations of Hogwarts. He drew his wand and pointed it at the gnome, successfully casting a spell that glued the creature's upper and lower lips together, preventing him from singing. Alan exhaled deeply, while the dwarf wore a sullen expression, casting several penetrating glances at him before turning away. Chapter 160, The Dwarf's Revenge. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. Percy Weasley squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, declaring that magic was not to be performed in the corridors. "I must report this, you know." "That's quite all right, Weasley. Today, I awarded Ravenclaw over 20 points. Alan replied nonchalantly. His primary concern was to prevent the dwarf from belting out the so-called Valentine's Day greetings, thus sparing himself the humiliation in front of the crowd. Even if Ravenclaw had to forfeit 5 points for it, it was a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Percy, with an expression resembling one in distress, raised the question of how a Gryffindor could be found near the charms classroom on the 4th floor during this lesson. Percy's 2 provocations alerted Alan to the fact that he harbored animosity towards him. It was utterly perplexing. Ron and Harry were the true brothers, and their penchant for visiting the girls' restroom had nothing to do with him. Alan furrowed his brow. If Percy continued to fixate on him and provoke trouble, the principle of retribution dictated he should seize the opportunity to teach Percy a lesson. Professor Snape remained impervious to the increasingly jovial atmosphere within the castle, assigning a daunting amount of homework that left all the young wizards lamenting. The hair growth potion required the inclusion of rat tails. As Alan penned his lengthy treatise on the potion, he recalled the Mediterranean Abanese from the American Magical Society. Why didn't he utilize hair growth potions? Such a straightforward concoction surely would not elude his expertise, unless he had endured some peculiar magical affliction. Dismissing these thoughts, Alan rose easily after completing his extensive paper, intending to retrieve other books for further reading. At that moment, a raucous sound of rough panpipes emanated from outside the library, followed by a series of uneven yet spirited songs. The melody of the panpipes intertwined with the dwarves' harmonious singing, compelling the studious young wizards within the library to cease their writing. They surged outside, eager to discover who had garnered such a grand spectacle from the dwarfs. A foreboding sense crept into Alan's heart as he recalled the diminutive figure he had cursed earlier that day, along with the seething glare that accompanied it. Ah, Alan. Oh. My ideal beloved, the yearning that resides within my soul, let us fervently grasp this enchanting and splendid moment. Shifting their tune. The little folk continued their jubilant melody. You are my sun, you are my light. Within my heart, you are the most resplendent star of Hogwarts. Ah, Alan, I can no longer forget you, that captivating gaze. Alan felt compelled to take action, yet there was one person whose movements were swifter than his own, the librarian, Mrs. Pants. With an oversized feather duster in hand, Mrs. Pants charged towards the little dwarfs, admonishing them to cease their raucous behavior at the library entrance immediately. The little dwarfs, intimidated by Mrs. Pants's formidable approach, dropped the wings bound to their backs and fled in disarray, not even pausing to retrieve them. Thank you, Mrs. Pants. Alan expressed his gratitude, adding, I apologize for the raucousness caused by my presence. This matter is of no concern to me. I cannot tolerate any breach of library decorum. Mrs. Pants replied, brandishing her feather duster and casting a stern glance at the onlooking young wizards by the entrance. Do you still wish to return to the library? The young wizards scattered like birds, hastily departing from the library's threshold. Upon returning to the library, Alan promptly gathered his books, preparing to leave for the scrutinizing. Amused gazes of the surrounding young wizards made him exceedingly uncomfortable. As Alan made his way back to the Ravenclaw Tower, he once again encountered the cluster of diminutive figures. They surged towards him in a frenzied attempt to capture him and prevent his escape. However, in comparison to the little beings, Alan's physical prowess was remarkable. He effortlessly evaded their grasp, causing several of them to stumble and fall to the ground. This act incited the ire of the remaining gnomes, who, seemingly aware of the unappealing nature of their melody, began to sing loudly. His eyes are as blue as the ocean, his hair shines like golden crowns, so endearing. I wish he were mine. He is truly handsome. He is none other than Alan, the scorekeeper of Hogwarts. After 3 verses, overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, Alan could no longer endure their antics. In a fit of rage, he drew his wand and turned the gnomes to stone one by one. Alan, much like binding Zungzi, tethered them together one by one. Without a hint of compassion, he dragged this string of diminutive figures toward Professor Lockhart's office. The door to Professor Lockhart's chamber stood ajar, allowing the sound of conversation within to resonate clearly. Upon hearing the voice, Alan could not help but pause, straining to listen intently. Idro, how do you explain this reply? It was Daisy's voice, rising in pitch, laced with an agitated fury. The tone suggested a desperate effort to maintain composure, yet her inner turmoil was unmistakably one of rage. In her emotional fervor, Daisy spoke with such rapidity that her words flowed uncontrollably, creating a torrent of sound that was difficult to follow, rendering her phrases nearly indecipherable. Occasionally, 1 or 2 words shone particularly bright, as if she believed those specific terms held boundless power. Alan immediately stepped forward, discovering Daisy clad in the magical robe he had gifted her, her eyes brimming with tears and her expression filled with fervor as she clutched Lockhart. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart held a wand firmly in his grasp. Daisy, what brings you here? What is your connection with Professor Lockhart? Alan forced himself to suppress his anger, his voice sounding somewhat rigid. It was Gilderoy who invited me. He is my boyfriend. Daisy, caught off guard by her brother, appeared somewhat flustered. I am not. I haven't. Don't spout nonsense. When did you become my girlfriend? Lockhart's words intensified Daisy's agitation. You aren't? You aren't? Am I fabricating this? Daisy's voice erupted with greater fervor. Who has been corresponding with me for over half a year? Who arranged outings during the holidays? Were your sweet nothings mere fabrications? This is merely a normal interaction between a fan and an author. Lockhart replied, feigning innocence. We've only shared a few meals together. A fan? How many fans have managed to gain entry to Hogwarts through your correspondence? Daisy's emotions were on the verge of collapse. Very well, Lockhart exclaimed in an exasperated tone. In light of your admiration, I am indeed most grateful. Chapter 161. Alan's rage. Alan sensed that Lockhart seemed intent on closing the door. He glanced at the wand tightly gripped in Lockhart's hand, and, recalling the latter's illustrious past, Alan instantly comprehended his intentions. With swift precision, Alan aimed his wand at Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, I do not wish to resort to threats, Alan declared with a calm demeanor, though merely a second-year student. There was an unmistakable air of authority in his voice. However, if you do not lower your wand, I must regretfully inform you that I shall not hold back. Daisy looked on in confusion, glancing between Alan and Lockhart, unsure of what had transpired to provoke such a confrontation. Noticing Lockhart's inaction, Alan decisively cast a disarming spell, rendering Lockhart's wand useless. The spell struck Lockhart mercilessly, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. To Daisy's surprise, a sense of satisfaction welled within her, despite her lack of understanding regarding Alan's sudden aggression towards Gilderoy. Come, Daisy, we must leave, Alan urged, pulling her along as he unceremoniously tossed the petrified dwarves into Lockhart's office. Professor, do keep an eye on your cupids. Forcing others to accept expressions of love is hardly a commendable approach. With that, Alan did not spare another glance at the disheveled Lockhart as he exited the office with Daisy in tow. Daisy, how did you come to be at Hogwarts? Alan inquired once more. Gilderoy invited those dwarves, and upon learning of this, I managed to infiltrate the group using the letters he had sent me, Daisy admitted. A hint of embarrassment evident in her voice. It seemed that love truly blinds. Daisy was not, after all, a guest of Lockhart's. Alan felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. I intended to surprise him, yet upon examining his desk, I discovered countless cards professing affection and a reply he pinned to a female admirer, the insipid nature of which was unbearable to behold. Daisy's anger flared anew. His responses were merely templates. He had only altered the names. It was akin to those subpar, trending tales of ancient wizards. Suddenly, Alan recalled Ian from the past. And at this moment, he finally comprehended Ian's state of mind at that time. Alan felt a strong urge to cast a forgetting spell on Daisy or to administer the venom of the winged serpent to her. Reluctantly, he recounted all the ridiculous antics of Lockhart at school to Daisy in detail. We have reason to suspect that Lockhart's so-called heroic deeds were not his own. He must have cast forgetting spells on the true heroes, appropriating their experiences as his own. His talent for forgetting spells and charm was indeed remarkable, Alan concluded solemnly. Daisy thought of the wand in Lockhart's hand and finally understood why Alan had taken action against him. You mean, he intended to erase her memories? Precisely. Alan nodded. That scoundrel. Daisy cursed vehemently. Interestingly, had Alan shared this insight with Daisy before she discovered the ambiguous relationship between Gilderoy and the female bookworm. Convincing her would have required considerable effort. However, now that resentment had taken root in her heart towards Gilderoy, she accepted Alan's conclusion without hesitation. Daisy, I shall escort you out of the castle. How will you return? The night was deepening, and it was inconvenient for Daisy to stay overnight at Hogwarts. Alan could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had Daisy not discovered Lockhart's ambiguous letter, or if he had not fortuitously appeared at the threshold of Lockhart's office. From this perspective, Alan felt a peculiar gratitude towards those persistent little gnomes. Once I step beyond the confines of the castle, I can apparate back, Daisy remarked nonchalantly. But that range is quite vast. It will take you a considerable time, Alan expressed with a hint of concern. No matter. Hogwarts is undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Who would dare cause a ruckus here? Daisy replied with an air of indifference. Alan disregarded her and sent the owl Benny into the forbidden forest to find Gaia. He then hurried alongside Daisy to the edge of the forest. Alan. The unicorn Gaia soon appeared at the forest's boundary. Gaia, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. With no other options, Alan knew that Gaia was the only one he could trust to safely and swiftly escort Daisy away from Hogwarts. Hey, you've got another girl with you? Gaia remarked with keen interest, observing Daisy, who was notably older than the previous one, although Daisy was oblivious to their conversation. The atmosphere prompted her to gaze intently at Alan. Gaia, this is my sister, Daisy Harris, Alan quickly clarified. He explained the situation, detailing his need for Gaia's assistance in helping Daisy leave Hogwarts. Without hesitation, Gaia agreed. As Alan watched the silhouettes of Gaia and Daisy fade into the night, he returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. It was time to deal with Lockhart. Initially preoccupied with matters concerning his trip to America, he had not prioritized this issue. However, he now felt it essential to make Lockhart pay a price. Moreover, Alan did not intend to merely strip Lockhart of his memories. That would be too lenient. Thus, he sent an anonymous letter to Rita Skeeter. Miss Skeeter, should you wish to avoid an illegal exposure of your animagus form, please comply with my request to interview Gilderoy Lockhart, the current professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. At that time, you will receive further instructions. Trust me. You will uncover a genuine scoop. Alan replaced the old parchment with a fresh sheet, meticulously documenting the events of the day and sending it to his father, Owen Harris. It was imperative for his father to be informed about the occurrences surrounding Daisy. Alan firmly believed that, as a father who cherished his daughter dearly, he would certainly give Lockhart a taste of his own medicine. The following day, during the defense against the dark arts class, Gilderoy Lockhart proceeded with his theatrical lesson as if nothing had transpired. Today's performance was to involve walking alongside a troll. As Lockhart sought a partner for the demonstration, Alan boldly stepped forward, much to Edward's astonishment. Professor, I believe I am well suited for the role of the troll. Alan fixed Lockhart with an unwavering gaze, leaving no room for refusal. Alan, your appearance does not align with that of a troll. Lockhart instinctively felt compelled to deny Alan's request, but Edward is even less fitting. Professor, please grant me this opportunity. With that, Alan strode confidently to the center of the stage, his head bobbing and wand waving with fervor. Lockhart, however, remained rooted in place, gazing blankly at Alan's figure. Previously, Lockhart had held Alan in high regard, but now he was overwhelmed by disdain and aversion. Chapter 162. Lockhart takes a beating very well. Alan, please turn your back to me. Reluctantly, Gilderoy had to acquiesce to Alan, continuing with the lesson. For the other young wizards, witnessing Alan, who usually appeared gentle yet somewhat haughty, portraying a bumbling troll provided a uniquely comedic effect. Alan obediently turned his back, breaking a table leg to transform it into a makeshift club in the hands of the giant. This club, as thick as a child's two arms, appeared quite hefty. To coexist with the giant, one must possess the ability to subdue it. and I, fortuitously, excel in dealing with giants. Gideon shook his hair and stealthily approached Alan. It was Chilo who specialized in confronting giants, and upon hearing Gideon's soft footsteps, Alan tightened his grip on the club. Gideon raised his wand, seemingly intent on disarming Alan of his wooden weapon. "Oh, Professor, may I wield the club?" Alan casually turned, narrowly evading Gideon's spell, which struck the wall, igniting a shower of sparks. "Lockhart truly cast a spell on Alan," Edward exclaimed. "It must be the disarming charm." Considering the formidable threat posed by the club in Alan's grasp. "But did you catch the incantation he uttered? Moreover, isn't the disarming charm supposed to be read?" His lips moved. "I couldn't hear it clearly. What other spell could be used against a giant?" The young wizards were uncertain about the spell Lockhart had cast. Yet Alan heard it distinctly, astonished by the audacity of his actions. How bold to publicly cast the oblivion charm. "Oh, of course, Alan, you may wield the club, as it is indeed a weapon against giants. However, I shall not afford you the opportunity to use it." Gideon, taken aback by his failure to succeed, was genuinely astonished. This was the first time in history he had attempted to cast the oblivion charm from behind, only to find it thwarted. Once more, Alan turned away, presenting his back to Gidro. Gidro, altering his approach, relinquished the use of spells and resolved to rely on his stature and strength as an adult, which significantly surpassed that of the 12-year-old wizard, to conquer Alan. Just as Gidro cautiously approached Alan from behind, raising his arms in an attempt to overpower him, Alan suddenly pivoted, seizing Lockhart by the collar and forcing his head downwards, rendering him face first against the ground. Aside from the floor and the steps of the podium, Gidro beheld nothing. In this manner, Alan roughly propelled Gidro forward, compelling him to rub his head against the wall, traversing the classroom for approximately a minute and a half. The young wizards were left in stunned silence, none daring to intervene. In fact, many of the boys found great amusement in Lockhart's disheveled state. Meanwhile, the girls grappled with the dilemma of allegiance, whether to side with their contemporary Alan or the seasoned idol Lockhart. Alan, gripping the already bruised and battered Lockhart, navigated around 3 corners before returning to the podium. With a sudden release, he let go of Lockhart and bellowed, "Away with you." Alan focused intently, resembling an athlete poised to take a decisive shot, as he delivered a swift kick that sent Lockhart tumbling forward, rolling out into the corridor. The classroom erupted with synchronized gasps, followed by excited applause, table thumping, cheers, and shrieks of delight from the boys. A few tender-hearted young witches, unable to contain their concern, rushed outside to assist Lockhart back to his feet. As he regained his composure, Lockhart felt a numbing sensation coursing through him, with blood streaming from his nose. For the first time in his life, he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable mix of anger and pain. "Apologies, Professor, I became too immersed in the moment. However, the might of a troll should far exceed my own, wouldn't you agree? I haven't even used my wand yet," Alan offered with a seemingly sincere apology. Lockhart instinctively recoiled. If he could be so easily reduced to a battered mess without a wand, what fate awaited him if Alan actually wielded one? Yet, Lockhart was Lockhart, and in terms of tenacity, few could rival him. He straightened his clothing and hair, attempting to regain his flair, and proclaimed, "Of course, Alan. I was merely demonstrating to everyone how challenging it is to subdue a troll. I too have paid a price to earn its respect." Seeing Alan ready to speak again, seemingly eager to continue the demonstration, Lockhart hurriedly interjected, "I believe we can conclude this demonstration here. For those curious about what happened next, I invite you to peruse my book, Tales of Trolls." Despite the remnants of blood on his face, he persisted in his attempt to charm the audience, which elicited laughter from many young witches who could hardly bear to look at him. Encouraged by the laughter, Lockhart continued, "It is truly exhilarating. Nothing compares to the sense of accomplishment one feels after defeating a troll. If there is anything better," he elongated the last word, attempting to capture the attention of the young witches. He was successful. Their eyes were fixed upon him. "Before class began, I received a letter from Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet. She is quite humble and perceptive, wishing to conduct an exclusive interview with me." What a woman of taste, Lockhart declared with great pride, creating an illusion that he had not just been tossed about by Alan moments prior. "Enjoy your moment," Alan mocked, observing Lockhart's self-aggrandizing performance before the eager young witches. That evening, Alan sent an owl to Rita with a note. "Miss Skeeter, I am aware of your status as an illegal animagus. Should you wish to avoid exposure, please report truthfully on Gilderoy Lockhart, the old charlatan who specializes in memory charms and claims the achievements of others as his own." After carefully rolling up the note, Alan lifted the truth-telling charm from his quill, restoring its original function. In the dead of night, Alan received a reply from the owl, consisting of a simple forward message, "As you wish." In the following days, Lockhart floated in a state of euphoric elation, sharing the news of his upcoming feature in the Daily Prophet with anyone willing to listen. Soon, the entire castle was abuzz with the story. Some young witches, having learned of Alan's rough handling of Lockhart in defense against the dark arts, could not help but complain, "Professor Lockhart is so unfortunate. Alan is excessively brutish." But that was merely a classroom demonstration, a Ravenclaw which countered in defense of Alan. Professor Lockhart himself claimed to be especially adept at dealing with trolls, so Alan was naturally prepared. Moreover, it was Lockhart who initiated the confrontation, casting a spell at Alan. But Alan emerged unscathed, while Professor Lockhart was injured. Is it not true that the weaker party has reason to complain? They argued. As a professor, Lockhart should be able to subdue a second-year witch. One must question the authenticity of his claimed achievements. After all, he authored those himself. Who knows the truth? If Professor Lockhart truly lacks competence, how could Headmaster Dumbledore have appointed him as a professor? You Muggleborns may not realize, but each year a new defense against the dark arts professor is hired. And it is a wonder anyone is willing to accept the position at all. Rumor has it that the position is cursed by the Dark Lord, preventing anyone from serving more than a year. Many graduates reportedly cannot even conjure a shield charm. It is puzzling why Headmaster Dumbledore seems unconcerned. At Hogwarts, both Alan and Lockhart had numerous supporters, and arguments regarding the matter were commonplace throughout the castle. Until one fateful morning when owls, as per their usual routine, flocked into the Great Hall, delivering letters to their respective owners. However, unlike previous days, an unusual number of owls arrived today, continuously dropping off copies of the printed Daily Prophet for everyone in the castle. The hall was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, as if an enchantment had been cast and then lifted, only to erupt into a cacophony of chatter. Everyone glanced at the newspapers in their hands, and then at Lockhart, who was distributing copies from the staff table, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. The life and lies of Gilderoy Lockhart, a recognized expert, a superstar in the wizarding world, a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. According to reliable sources, Lockhart has appropriated the experiences of others, casting memory charms to erase their recollections. In truth, aside from memory charms, Lockhart is utterly incompetent. He is a complete fraud. Suddenly, the Great Hall doors swung open with a resounding bang, and two wizards clad in identical black robes entered, led by Professor Dumbledore. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned to the unexpected visitors. Gilderoy Lockhart, the lead wizard, slender yet muscular and wearing a stern expression, stood before Lockhart. Lockhart's complexion turned pale, as if stripped bare before the spotlight. We are from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Based on credible information, we have confirmed your violation of the Wizarding Charter. Please accompany us for an investigation. His booming voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. The young witches who had ardently defended Lockhart and Alan could scarcely believe their eyes. Professor Lockhart is truly a fraud? He has harmed others and claimed their experiences as his own? Is it true that he is utterly inept, save for memory charms? His admirers among the young witches were reluctant to accept this revelation, yet they could not deny the evidence before them. Lockhart could only vacate the staff table, his lips trembling as he attempted to articulate a response, but ultimately fell silent, his head bowed in defeat as he trailed behind the two competent wizards in black robes. Exiting the castle, it seems I shall need to find a new professor for defense against the dark arts before our dear Professor Lockhart returns. Professor Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and departed the Great Hall. Alan, you didn't arrange for all these newspapers, did you? Edward inquired curiously. Of course not. Why would you think that? Alan replied, genuinely puzzled by the suggestion that he might orchestrate such a grand affair. I merely sensed there was some tension between you and Professor Lockhart. Edward shrugged. This newspaper was likely ordered by Lockhart himself. Alan speculated. He had previously believed he would grace the pages of the Daily Prophet as a best-selling author within the magical community, and he was not lacking in wealth. The head girl, Penelope, calmly interjected with the facts upon overhearing their discussion. To everyone's surprise, Professor Dumbledore personally intervened to temporarily assume the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. This news sent waves of excitement among the young wizards. Having the greatest white wizard of all time teaching the class on dark magic was nothing short of astonishing. Alan had no doubt regarding Dumbledore's competence to teach the defense against the dark arts. After all, it was said that Professor Dumbledore shared a profound connection with the infamous dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, once deemed the most perilous sorcerer throughout history. Moreover, Dumbledore's triumph over Grindelwald was a testament to Alan's admiration for him, despite any flaws he may possess. Dumbledore undeniably stood as a paragon of virtue in matters of significant moral consequence. Had he known that ousting Gilderoy Lockhart could lead to Dumbledore assuming the role of defense against the dark arts professor, Alan might have acted against Lockhart much sooner. Indeed, Dumbledore exhibited exceptional teaching prowess. His elucidation of dark magic was both profound and accessible, allowing every young wizard to become engrossed in his lectures. Alan harbored a slight grievance towards Dumbledore, as the proficiency of the young wizards seemed to diminish year by year. Why, as the headmaster, did he appear so indifferent to this pressing issue? Was he preoccupied with a myriad of responsibilities that he overlooked his primary duty? No one wished to miss his class. Even the minutiae of his discourse were meticulously noted by the eager students. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern the uncertainties of the young wizards and patiently address their inquiries. Such dedication from a headmaster was astonishing. If there were any shortcomings to note, it would be the transition from teaching in 2 houses to instructing all 4 houses simultaneously. The extensive curriculum and demanding assignments of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class meant that, had the classes not been amalgamated, Professor Dumbledore might have found himself utterly devoid of free time. With his outstanding classroom performance and excellent grades, Alan successfully assumed the role of Professor Dumbledore's assistant in his second year. Alan inquired about the content to be taught in the upcoming class, diligently prepared the necessary materials, and employed the duplication charm to ensure that each young wizard received a handout. As days passed, the young sorcerers led fulfilling lives. The Chamber of Secrets incident seemed like a distant memory. Nearly everyone believed that the assailant, whoever he might be, had permanently ceased his nefarious activities. In March, several mandrakes held a lively and raucous ball in the third greenhouse, which greatly delighted Professor Sprout. Once they expressed a desire to be transferred to other pots, it indicated their complete maturity. She remarked to Alan, who had come to assist, that then we could revive those poor souls in the hospital. There was no further news from Gilderoy Lockhart, but Alan knew that he had paid the price for his former recklessness, necessitating at least a decade in Azkaban. Those he had once harmed had all been located by the Ministry of Magic. For the authorities, there were seldom matters that could not be uncovered should they choose to investigate. In a letter to Alan, Albert expressed that their father had leveraged various familial connections, and the Arolls had assisted in gathering some information. The documents condemning Gideon were completed with the friendly aid of the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement, courtesy of Lynn. Despite the embarrassment it caused the former Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold, who had initially decided to award him. Chapter 164. The reappearance of the attack incident during the Easter holidays. The second-year students found themselves confronted with a new consideration, the selection of their third-year courses. This matter warranted careful deliberation, as it would influence the range of professions they could pursue in the future. Muggle-born wizards felt particularly bewildered upon overhearing discussions about course selection. They would attentively lend an ear. Conversely, those hailing from wizarding families experienced their own frustrations, inundated with various suggestions from relatives regarding their course choices. Consequently, many young wizards found themselves at a loss, their hearts racing with anxiety. Some even resorted to randomly pointing their wands at the list of courses with closed eyes, selecting whatever they happened to land on. So easy. For Alan, financial concerns were non-existent, and he had no particular desire for power. He could pursue any profession that piqued his interest. The future held boundless possibilities for him. Certain subjects, which he deemed utterly time-wasting, could be readily dismissed, such as Muggle studies and the divination classes taught by Sybil Trelawney. He also had no inclination to choose arithmancy, which purported to interpret one's character and destiny or predict the future through the use of numbers. Alan did not wish to immerse himself in a sea of numbers merely to unearth a glimmer of possibility for the future. Alan prefers to rely on his own strength to forge a brilliant and radiant tomorrow. Moreover, human nature is exceedingly intricate. Attempting to discern one's heart through mere numbers is inevitably futile. Ultimately, under the unchanged circumstances of the existing subjects, Alan opted for the courses of care of magical creatures and ancient ruins. Typically, young wizards would only select 2 courses. For instance, Harry chose care of magical creatures and divination. Hermione, however, was different. Under the astonished gazes of Harry and Ron, she chose to enroll in all available courses. Alan was quite impressed, realizing that Hermione's thirst for knowledge far surpassed his own. Unlike Alan, whose pursuit of knowledge stemmed primarily from personal interest or certain pragmatic motivations, he held little fascination for political or philosophical texts, rarely engaging with such literature. The upcoming Quidditch match for Ravenclaw was against Gryffindor. Roger insisted that the team practice every evening after dinner, leaving Alan with little time for anything beyond training and completing his homework. However, this intensive and rigorous training proved to be remarkably effective. The Ravenclaws grew increasingly adept at their training, and their teamwork became ever more harmonious. On the eve of the match on Saturday, after concluding their practice, everyone was filled with anticipation for the following day's game. They all felt that the Ravenclaw team had never been as confident in securing the Quidditch Cup as they were now. The next morning, they awoke to clear skies, radiant sunshine, and a gentle, pleasant breeze. Alan arrived at the auditorium early, discovering that the members of Gryffindor had already taken their seats, exuding an enigmatic confidence in their impending victory. The exuberant captain, Wood, fervently encouraged his teammates, even serving them with great care. However, their seeker, Harry, appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. The Ravenclaws gradually made their entrance into the dining hall, equally eager for triumph, yet acutely aware of the necessity to nourish themselves and sustain their energy. As the clock approached 11, the crowd poured out of the auditorium, engaged in lively conversation. Preparing to make their way from the front door to the Quidditch pitch, amidst the thunderous cheers, the players strode toward the field. Roger Davies and Oliver Wood soared into the air, warming up around the goalposts. The two captains, driven by an insatiable desire for victory, ignited sparks akin to lightning with each encounter. Madame Hooch released the ball, while the Ravenclaw team, clad in bronze uniforms, gathered to discuss their strategy in these final moments. As Alan was about to mount his flying broomstick, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly dashed across the pitch, clutching a colossal purple microphone. Suddenly, Alan recalled something he had forgotten. The tranquility of the past few months, filled with a busy yet fulfilling academic life, had nearly caused him to overlook the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. Before Harry and his friends could completely resolve the mystery of the chamber, others were bound to fall victim to its dangers. The thought of another attack weighed heavily upon Alan's heart like a stone. The competition has been cancelled, Professor McGonagall announced through the microphone to the crowded outdoor stands. Discontented murmurs and shouts erupted from the crowd. All students must return to their respective common rooms, where the heads of houses will provide further information. Please evacuate promptly. Professor McGonagall's expression was grave, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The Ravenclaws returned to their tower's common room, where Roger, visibly disgruntled, slumped in a chair, grumbling about the cancellation of the competition. Meanwhile, many of the Ravenclaws exhibited signs of anxiety, their keen intellect leading them to suspect that yet another attack had occurred within the school. All students were required to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student was permitted to leave the dormitories after this hour. Classes would be escorted by a teacher, and no student could access the restrooms without a teacher's presence. All Quidditch training and matches were postponed, and no evening activities would take place. Professor Flitwick, in a high-pitched voice, announced the emergency decree issued by the school, and then, with a somewhat breathless tone, revealed, Penelope Clearwater has been attacked. She has been petrified. With a wave of his wand, a vision of Penelope in the hospital materialized in the air of the common room. Silence enveloped the Ravenclaws. Many young witches and wizards appeared pale and anxious. For the first time, the astute Ravenclaws refrained from hastily voicing their opinions. The situation was clear. Hogwarts was plagued by a series of attacks. The perpetrator eluded capture, and the school faced the grim prospect of closure. Alan sat in a spacious chair, the image of Penelope lying on the hospital bed, her body as rigid and motionless as a stone sculpture, continuously replaying in his mind. Alan felt incapable of merely observing the unfolding events. He yearned to take action for Penelope's sake. Alan was aware that the serpent lurking in the washroom was the malevolent force behind Penelope's petrification. Regrettably, Alan was not a parcel mouth. He had no means to turn on the faucet in solitude. He needed to find Harry. Together they must confront the great serpent. However, before that, Alan required a visit to the Forbidden Forest to consult Gaia regarding the implication of Tina's earlier mention of multiple monsters. Chapter 165. The gloomy Forbidden Forest. The young wizards were engrossed in discussions about the Chamber of Secrets, the air, and the petrified individuals. They began to retrieve the protective charms, including the glasses Alan had previously asked Penelope to distribute. The sun finally dipped beyond the horizon, and Benny, carrying Alan's letter to Gaia, soared into the thickening twilight mist. Its figure gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing beneath the low-hanging clouds surrounding the setting sun, leaving no trace behind. The sky instantaneously turned a deep crimson before succumbing to darkness as the evening star began to twinkle in the firmament. In the dead of night, Alan, as was his custom, retired to bed. He waited until Edward had drifted into slumber before rising to don his clothes once more. Enveloped in invisibility, Alan swiftly made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. Traversing the eerie corridors, the journey proved to be anything but pleasant. Alan had wandered through the castle on several occasions in the dead of night, yet he had never encountered such a multitude after the sun had set. The teachers, head prefects, and ghosts patrolled the corridors in pairs, diligently inspecting for any irregularities. Alan had to tread lightly, advancing with utmost caution to avoid kicking or knocking over anything that might produce a sound. Murphy's Law came into play once more. Just as Alan was nearing the castle gates, he spotted Professor Snape, his expression grim, patrolling near the entrance. How could he successfully open the heavy oak door without alerting Professor Snape? Alan gazed intently at Professor Snape, hoping to find an opportune moment to divert his attention. Perhaps Alan's focus was too pronounced, for Professor Snape approached him with a look of suspicion. Alan hastily retreated, unwilling to maintain his gaze upon Professor Snape any longer. The professor waved his arms about in the space where Alan had just stood, yet he grasped nothing. With a loud sneeze, Professor Snape returned to his post by the door. Just as Alan contemplated taking an alternate route, Professor Dumbledore approached, his expression markedly grave. Following closely behind him was a rather peculiar man. This stranger was short and stout, with a disheveled mop of gray hair and a visage marked by anxiety. His attire was an odd amalgamation, a pinstriped suit, a vibrant red tie, a flowing black cloak, and pointed purple boots. Under his arm, he clutched a dark green top hat. Soon enough, Alan discerned the man's identity. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." "Good evening, Minister Fudge." Professor Snape exhibited the courtesy befitting a gentleman. "Good evening, Professor Snape." Fudge replied in a brisk, high-pitched tone, "It is quite unfortunate that I must be here. There have been 4 attacks on Muggles, which is utterly outrageous. The Ministry must take action. Regardless, I hope your efforts prove fruitful." Professor Snape stepped aside, opening the grand oak door for them. Alan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly darted through the closing gate. To his astonishment, Dumbledore and his companions were heading in the same direction as him. However, it wasn't long before they would part ways. After traversing the pumpkin patch, Alan pressed onward towards the Forbidden Forest, while Professor Dumbledore and Fudge made their way to Hagrid's hut. Just before they separated, Alan sensed Dumbledore casting a glance in his direction. As Alan ventured a short distance away, he was enveloped by the echoes of a quarrel emanating from the small cabin. "I hope you understand, Connolly." I have complete faith in Hagrid. Taking him away is utterly futile. But you see, Albus, Hagrid's criminal record works against him. The Ministry of Magic has no choice but to take certain measures. It appears that the Ministry has identified Hagrid as their prime suspect and intends to imprison him in Azkaban. Alan did not step forward. If even Dumbledore could not retain Hagrid, how could an obscure little wizard like him sway the will of the Ministry of Magic? When the harsh realities of society lay bare before him, Alan suddenly discerned the allure of power. Though he had never tasted the essence of authority, a flicker of ambition ignited within his heart. The hills to the north of the Forbidden Forest were shrouded in darkness. Although the moon hung high in the profound night sky, its light could not penetrate the forest, as the dense branches obscured it completely. With a flicker of light, Alan was compelled to employ the Lumos charm to illuminate his path. As he beheld the expanse of the Forbidden Forest, he could not help but gasp in horror. The ground was strewn with desiccated, blackened branches and leaves. As he journeyed onward, Alan lost count of the lifeless birds he encountered. Their darkened corpses, their outlines indistinct, were the marks of having been savaged, yet he could not discern the creature responsible for such injuries. The further Alan ventured into the Forbidden Forest, the more he was enveloped by an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, save for an oppressive stillness. The lifeless trees within the forest loomed around him, their gnarled branches reaching out like specters, casting a watchful gaze upon Alan. Alan refrained from acting recklessly, gripping his wand tightly as he swiftly advanced towards the unicorn's habitat with a vigilant demeanor. Upon once again beholding the shimmering stars, Gaia descended from the heavens, infusing the enchanted forest with newfound vitality, allowing Alan to once more feel the essence of life, which brought him a profound sense of relief. Alan, I received your letter and have been waiting for you, Gaia exclaimed, raising her forelegs with evident delight. Your owl has been poisoned. And given the current noxious atmosphere of the Forbidden Forest, it will likely need to recuperate at our dwelling for some time before returning. Before Alan could articulate the purpose of his visit, Gaia continued to speak at length. Benny has been poisoned? Alan expressed his concern. Rest assured, I have given him water mixed with unicorn horn powder. I must commend him. He is truly a diligent owl, despite being gravely poisoned. He managed to deliver your message to me. Gaia expressed her admiration for Benny. What could have caused the Forbidden Forest to become like this? Alan inquired. Is it not evident? It is that beast. The creature locked away in the castle has escaped and is now wreaking havoc in the Forbidden Forest, where it treads. No creature remains, Gaia declared with indignation. Was Benny poisoned by this beast? Alan could not help but exclaim. It is possible, but he may have also encountered its lingering venom, Gaia speculated. I traversed through this tainted forest, yet I emerged unscathed. How is that possible? Alan questioned in astonishment. Have you forgotten? You once received a blessing from my father, rendering you immune to all poisons. Gaia reproached Alan gently. Chapter 166. The Great Battle with the Serpent Beast. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially dismissed the matter, solely preoccupied with the rewards bestowed by the system. Do you know what kind of monster this is? Alan inquired eagerly, yearning for further information. It could not possibly be a basilisk, for there were no signs of its passage in the Forbidden Forest, nor could it release such a vast quantity of toxic gas. Otherwise, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts would have long since succumbed to its venom. All these signs indicated to Alan that Tina was indeed correct. The chamber housed another creature. Moreover, this creature appeared to have a particular fascination with birds, compelling it to venture directly into the Forbidden Forest rather than linger within the castle's confines. There was also the possibility that the basilisk had slithered through the pipes from the chamber. It, too, possessed its own passage leading straight to the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, Gaia suddenly cast a wary glance over Alan's shoulder. Alan swiftly leaped to Gaia's side, his gaze warily fixed on the direction from which he had just come, having also heard the rustling sounds. The trees surrounding them were visibly transforming into a tawny hue, on the brink of withering, while those slightly further away, though not yet dead, were ensnared by tendrils of black toxic gas, wrapping themselves around the trunks like sinister vines. The grass rapidly decayed, its vibrant green fading into a pallid gray, quickly wilting and becoming fragile, crumbling into black and ash with the gentlest caress of the night breeze. An increasingly nauseating scent of rusted metal permeated the air. The clearing where Alan and his companions found themselves had transformed into an extraordinarily desolate apocalyptic scene. Amidst the silence and darkness, the dread of death loomed over the land. You can witness the monster with your own eyes. Gaia warily fixed her gaze towards the direction of the strange sound, urging, we must depart from this place swiftly. Alan believes that in the face of uncertainty regarding the opponent's strength, it is a prudent course of action to temporarily retreat from the limelight. Alan ascended onto Gaia's back, and Gaia spread her wings, soaring into the lofty skies. Soon, a peculiar creature emerged in that open expanse. Alan could not help but acknowledge that this was the most peculiar creature he had ever encountered. It was not large, merely the size of a hen. Judging solely by its size, one would find it hard to fathom that such a diminutive being could exhale a toxin potent enough to slay soaring birds. This noxious gas was exceedingly domineering. Wherever this creature traversed, no grass or shrub could endure. Its head was held high, adorned with a crown-like pattern of interwoven yellow and blue, reminiscent of a rooster's comb. Its eyes resembled those of a toad, while its wings displayed a vibrant mix of red, yellow, and blue. It walked confidently on 4 legs. Its forelegs exhibiting the yellow and blue hues akin to a rooster's talons, while its hind legs were serrated and webbed, resembling those of a frog. It was the monster known as the chicken snake beast residing within your castle, Gaia stated with a solemn voice. At last, Alan discerned the true nature of the creature. He recalled a brief description of this monstrous being from the enigmatic bestiary he had previously perused. It was said that a rooster laid an egg, which a toad subsequently hatched, giving rise to the chicken snake. This was remarkably similar to the origin of the serpent-like fiend. Regardless, such horrific hybrids have long been a staple of terrifying tales. Due to the chicken snake's lethal venom alone, encounters with this beast were exceedingly rare. Those possessing precise knowledge of its breeding techniques were even more scarce. However, historical records indicate that the chicken snake was deemed responsible for the plague that ravaged Rome in the 9th century. In 1202, a chicken snake hidden in a well in Vienna instigated an outbreak of disease. In 1474, in Basel, Switzerland, a muggle witnessed a rooster laying an egg. Before the egg could hatch, the rooster was burned alive before the eyes of thousands, and the egg was cast into the flames. Given the scant descriptions of the chicken snake in the bestiary and the absence of any illustrative reference, Alan had previously failed to consider its existence. Gaia, lower me down. Perhaps I can confront it. Understanding the creature's essence, Alan was eager to engage with the beast. Alan, it possesses more than just toxic gas and venom, Gaia cautioned. Any bird that meets its gaze will inexplicably perish. She disapproved of Alan's reckless endeavor. I shall exercise utmost caution. Someone must rise to the occasion. Alan remained optimistic about his chances of victory. After all, the chicken snake's most formidable weapons, its venom and toxic fumes, posed no threat to him. Recognizing Alan's resolute determination to confront the creature, Gaia descended behind the chicken snake, allowing him to dismount from her back. She ascended once more, circling in the air, poised to strike at the diminutive monster. Seizing the moment, Alan swiftly cast a spell. The incantation successfully struck the chicken snake, which pivoted in fury, glaring at him with a deathly hiss. Yet, the spell proved ineffective against the creature. In that split second as it turned, Alan shut his eyes. All petrified, relying on sound, Alan was undeterred and cast another spell. The incantation struck the chicken snake, which flapped its tiny wings in rage, propelling itself several feet into the air, extending its sharp foreclaws towards Alan's face. A foul stench assailed him as he narrowly evaded the creature's vicious assault. In that instant, his wand vanished from his grasp, replaced by the silver sword gifted to him by the unicorn king, Basilisk. Alan vigorously swung his weapon, striking towards the direction where he sensed the presence of the chicken snake beast. Alan successfully struck the chicken snake beast, elation coursing through him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a sharp pain coursed through his hand as the creature's neck unexpectedly elongated, delivering a savage bite while simultaneously unleashing a stream of venom. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his eyes to witness the beast's side gushing with blood. Its neck contorted in an astonishing arc, stretching out as its jaws clamped down fiercely on Alan's hand. The most harrowing moment came when his gaze locked with its toad-like eyes, inducing an instant wave of dizziness. Gaia, filled with sorrow, emitted a piercing cry as she swooped down from the heavens, forcefully trampling the lower half of the chicken snake beast. In an instant, the creature released its grip on Alan and turned its attention towards Gaia, attempting to bite her. Undeterred by her own peril, Gaia frantically kicked at the chicken snake beast, her hooves falling like rain. Alan felt as though the heavens were filled with Gaia's hoofprints. The chick snake beast was utterly incapable of evading Gaia's assault. In a state of desperation, it resolved itself to certain death, sinking its fangs into Gaia's leg, refusing to relent even as its lower body was mercilessly battered. Chapter 167. The system's spontaneous reward. In a moment of urgency, Alan disregarded the dizziness clouding his mind and brandished his silver sword, severing the chick snake beast's neck. Its mangled form collapsed onto the ground, a grotesque mass, as dark crimson blood erupted forth, splattering onto both Gaia and Alan, staining their faces. Yet, the chick snake beast clung tenaciously to Gaia, exerting its final strength to inject the remaining venom into her body. Alan grasped the remnants of its neck and yanked it away from Gaia's leg. However, the serpent's sharp venomous fangs were deeply embedded in Gaia's flesh. Suddenly, Alan felt a refreshing coolness on his forehead as the Merlin's gem from his storage space materialized and pressed firmly against him, continuously bestowing a soothing chill that was utterly delightful. Gaia, I shall remove the venomous fangs, Alan declared as he bent down to examine her wound. Gaia's frenzied state of aggression was entirely for his sake. Otherwise, how could a creature as majestic as a unicorn, capable of soaring through the skies, have been bitten by the serpent? With tears welling in her eyes, Gaia nodded. In the heat of battle, she had felt no pain. But now, all sensations flooded back at once. The area where the serpent had bitten her was swollen to the point of seeming ready to burst, causing excruciating agony. Alan cautiously extracted the venomous fang, using both hands to expel the toxin from Gaia's wound. The dark poison splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound, as though the earth itself were being scorched by this noxious liquid. Although some of the venom splashed onto Alan's skin, he felt nothing more than a fleeting sense of nausea. He continued until the wound bled forth a stream of normal crimson blood, at which point he ceased his efforts. Alan extracted numerous potions with cooling, detoxifying, and anti-inflammatory properties from the system's space and applied them to Gaia's wounds. The refreshing sensation brought considerable relief to Gaia, enhancing its comfort significantly. It lowered its head and uttered a series of intricate incantations that Alan could not comprehend. A pure, radiant aura emanated from its horn, enveloping both itself and Alan in concentric circles of light. The repugnant venom coursing through Alan's veins vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound sense of ease and delight emanating from the depths of his soul. The wounds inflicted by the chicken serpent beast healed rapidly, restoring him to his former state. "Thank you, Gaia, for the unicorn's healing magic," Alan exclaimed as he removed Merlin's gem, feeling invigorated and splendid. In truth, the venom of the chicken serpent beast had no effect on him. The enchanting blessing of the unicorn king, Gaius, shielded him from all toxins, rendering him immune to poisons. Yet, the beast's gaze momentarily induced a sense of vertigo in Alan, a malaise that only dissipated with the presence of Merlin's gem. Despite its lethal venom, the chicken serpent beast, due to its diminutive size, possessed a gaze far less potent than that of a basilisk, capable only of slaying insects, birds, and small mammals. Thus, both Alan and Gaia escaped death beneath its malevolent stare. Gaia shook her head, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Alan to press the gem against her forehead. A refreshing sensation cascaded from her head to her limbs, provoking an involuntary sigh of sheer comfort from Gaia. "What shall we do with this?" Gaia remarked disdainfully, eyeing the disheveled corpse of the chicken serpent beast. "After all, it is a rare creature. Perhaps I could salvage something useful from it." After some contemplation, Alan decided against destroying the beast. He ventured into the nearby woods, felled a tree, and crafted a wooden box to respectfully contain the remains of the chicken serpent beast. Alan swiftly navigated through the forbidden forest, and just as he emerged from its depths, he abruptly halted. The long-forgotten sound of the system resonated in his mind, announcing that a multitude of beings expressed their gratitude toward the host, thereby activating a reward. The system inquired whether the host wished to accept it. Oh, such a delightful surprise, Alan thought, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon him. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the reward. A cerulean box materialized within the ocean of his consciousness. Eagerly, Alan chose to open it. The 3 characters Beast Heart Communication sprang forth. The reward, a magical skill known as Beast Heart Communication, enables the perception of the emotional fluctuations of animals. The voice of the system resounded. "Is this system urging me to venture further down the path of protecting magical creatures?" Alan was taken aback, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. He felt somewhat dissatisfied, having anticipated a powerful ability. Even an extension of invincibility for a few more minutes would have been preferable to this so-called Beast Heart Communication. As the host received gratitude from numerous creatures, the rewards were inherently linked to them. "Please continue to strive, host." To Alan's astonishment, the system indeed responded, its earnest tone eliciting both laughter and tears from him. "Does this imply that to acquire magical skills related to humanity, I must earn their gratitude?" Alan inquired tentatively. The system outlined that upon completing designated tasks, there would be opportunities for a lottery draw, potentially granting magical skills associated with humans. As for other matters, the host was encouraged to explore independently. After answering Alan's question, the system fell into silence once more. Subsequently, no matter how Alan provoked it, the system remained mute. Under the vast, starry sky, but the system's reward did not entirely align with Alan's wishes. Having resolved the issue with the chicken snake beast, he felt lighthearted and content. The system's reward was, after all, an unexpected delight. Why should one quibble over trifles and lose a cheerful disposition? Ignoring the system's rewards, Alan pressed onward. As he passed Hagrid's hut, he was met with the sound of wailing emanating from within. It was Fong, Hagrid's loyal hound. The dog occasionally erupted into fierce barking, scratching at the tightly shut door, only to pause and whimper moments later. Even without the use of the beast's understanding skill, Alan could discern the loyal creature's sorrow and worry for Hagrid, mingled with a palpable fear of abandonment. How pitiable. Unable to resist, Alan approached the door of the hut. Hearing footsteps outside, Fong barked vigorously, his paws scratching rapidly at the wooden door. "Alohomora." Alan effortlessly unlocked the door, and Fong burst forth, circling around Alan with exuberance, his tail wagging furiously. Alan sensed the joy and reliance of Yaya. After spending a delightful time together, this typically timid dog suddenly darted outside. Alan, quick of hand and keen of eye, swiftly seized the large dog. It was astonishing that it intended to seek out Hagrid. Yet, it was likely that Hagrid had already been taken to Azkaban by now. Alan withdrew his wand and cast a calming charm on Fong, the large dog that had been so restless just moments ago. Observing Fong curl up on the ground and drift into slumber, Alan sighed and gently carried him back to his designated corner. Given the bond between Hagrid and Harry, Alan was confident that Harry and Ron would care for Fong. Thus he could not send Fong to the pet space. However, Alan resolved to visit as frequently as possible, genuinely attending to Fong's physical and emotional well-being. Chapter 168. The days without the headmaster. The news of Hagrid's capture and Professor Dumbledore's forced departure from Hogwarts spread throughout the castle overnight. A palpable sense of unease enveloped the school, What would become of us now that Professor Dumbledore is gone? The specter of imminent closure loomed over the institution. Without Dumbledore, was Hogwarts still the safest place in the world? Each day would bring new attacks. Such discussions permeated the castle. With Dumbledore's absence, fear surged in unprecedented waves, rendering the sunlight that warmed the castle's outer walls unable to penetrate the glass-paned windows. Every face within the school wore an expression of trepidation. Each burst of laughter echoed harshly through the corridors, sounding discordant and quickly subdued. Following Gilderoy Lockhart's abduction, another individual had been sent to Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. Crucially, Alan and his peers found themselves without a professor for their defense against the dark arts class. Professor McGonagall, acting as the headmistress, summoned Alan to her office alongside Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Harris, McGonagall began, her brow furrowed, fixing her gaze intently on Alan. In light of the current circumstances, we find ourselves unable to secure a suitable professor for the defense against the dark arts class immediately. As Dumbledore's teaching assistant, you have performed admirably. We have frequently heard his commendations of your work. She produced a neatly bound stack of parchment, from which Alan discerned the name Hermione Granger. Your classmates believe that you possess the capability to continue guiding them in their studies. Professor Flitwick has also expressed high regard for you, asserting that you are one of the most exceptional students Hogwarts has ever seen. McGonagall's manner of praise seemed somewhat stiff, as though she were unaccustomed to such expressions of commendation. Of course, your performance in Transfiguration has been nearly unparalleled, she added, noticing her own tone, and softened her demeanor slightly. Alan's prior experiences in the workplace indicated that when a superior bestows commendation, it typically precedes the assignment of a task. In response to the impending responsibility, a dutiful subordinate can only wear a smile and accept. Thus, Alan remained silent, his mind already surmising the purpose behind McGonagall and Flitwick's summons. You are known for your sense of responsibility and exceptional self-discipline, earning high praise from both your peers and professors, McGonagall stated solemnly. Therefore, we wish to entrust you with a significant task, to lead your classmates in the continuing study of defense against the dark arts. Even if it is merely through the reading of texts. Flitwick nodded in agreement, his expression one of pride. They had considered assigning a senior student to guide the class, such as Percy Weasley. Yet, it was evident that a senior would struggle to command the respect of students from all four houses. Moreover, they might not resonate with the emotional state of the younger students. Given the prevailing anxiety among the younger students, few could maintain their composure and continue studying as they normally would. Most importantly, the breadth of the defense against the dark arts curriculum was substantial. Relying solely on a single student would be inadequate. After deliberation among the professors, it was determined that classes for other year groups would either have professors substitute or be conducted through self-study. In contrast, with an elite wizard like Alan in second year, the professors felt confident in trusting the organization of the defense against the dark arts studies to him. Under the expectant gaze of Professor Flitwick, Alan nodded in agreement and accepted the task. In truth, for someone who had already served as a teaching assistant for some time, this responsibility was not daunting. Although his understanding of magical theory may not have reached the profound depths of Dumbledore's insights, elucidating the course content was well within his capabilities. When Alan stood before the defense against the dark arts class, there was no dissent among the students from the four houses. The age-old truth prevailed: strength commands respect. Even Draco Malfoy, known for his propensity to cause trouble, had no objections, since Alan had rescued him from the clutches of an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy had come to genuinely respect him. Consequently, the Slytherins approached the defense against the dark arts lessons with earnestness. Alan's course proceeded remarkably smoothly. His eloquent expression, poised demeanor, comprehensive and detailed handouts, along with his profound knowledge, all commanded the utmost respect and admiration from the second-year young wizards. During one's student years, there are always individuals who leave an indelible impression on their peers, exhibiting excellence that seems almost beyond belief, inspiring reverence. Alan epitomizes such a figure. As summer subtly enveloped the grounds surrounding the castle, the sky and the lake transformed into a delicate shade of pale blue, shimmering with hints of violet, while the greenhouse blossomed with flowers as large as cabbages. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the defense against the dark arts class, the interior of the castle had descended into utter chaos. Alan wished to visit Penelope and Hermione, yet the visitors were barred from entering the hospital. We can no longer take risks, Madame Pomfrey stated, opening the door a crack and firmly addressing the visitors. I'm sorry, but the assailant may return and endanger these individuals. It was not only Madame Pomfrey. The professors within the school exhibited a heightened seriousness, sternly instructing the students and imposing strict regulations upon them. The young wizards were ordered not to wander aimlessly, but rather to move in groups with their classmates throughout the castle. In truth, the young wizards appeared quite pleased to have teachers escorting them from one classroom to another, while the free-spirited Alan found this arrangement exceedingly irksome. However, one individual seemed particularly enamored with the atmosphere of fear and trepidation. Draco Malfoy strutted through the school as if he had just been appointed president of the male student council. Everyone understood his thoughts, as a pure blood from Slytherin. He believed he would not be targeted by the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, His father served as a school governor, possessing the right to vote on the appointment of the headmaster. He harbored a deep disdain for Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's suspension aligned perfectly with his desires. This arrogant Malfoy incited within Alan a strong urge to confront him. In recent days, the Ravenclaw common room had been perpetually crowded, for after 6 o'clock in the evening, Ravenclaw students had nowhere else to go. They always had much to discuss, resulting in the common room often remaining occupied even past midnight, thereby causing considerable inconvenience to Alan's daily life. Alan had been yearning for an opportunity to escape the castle lately. He wished to stealthily return to the Forbidden Forest while everyone was distracted, seeking traces of the activity of the chicken snake beast to uncover the passage it used to enter and exit the forest. Chapter 169, The Secret Passage. It was no easy feat to discreetly leave Hogwarts Castle. Although Dumbledore had departed, the professors had increased their patrols around the castle. The young witches and wizards tended to gather in groups, and it was not until after midnight that the common room would be deserted. However, Alan could not venture out at such late hours. He needed to ensure he got enough sleep to be prepared for the following day's classes. Consequently, he reluctantly released Tina and the Niffler, hoping they would collaborate with Gaia to locate the passage of the chicken snake beast. They left the pet space with great reluctance, and Alan sensed their emotional turmoil, eager to complete the task and unwilling to linger outdoors. Unfortunately, the area of the Forbidden Forest ravaged by the chicken snake beast was vast and chaotic, making it a challenge to find any clues. On a moonlit night, Gaia brought Alan news that Harry and Ron had ventured into the Forbidden Forest and entered the territory of the Acromantula. However, aided by a magical car, they ultimately escaped unscathed. Alan was not surprised by this. The perilous places from which he needed to exert himself to escape were trivial in comparison to Harry's extraordinary luck. The following day, during the first Transfiguration class of the morning, an event occurred that caused the young witches and wizards to momentarily forget about the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall entered the classroom and, within 10 minutes, informed them that the exams would take place on June 1st, merely a week away. In light of the current extraordinary circumstances, the school remained open to ensure that they received their education. Therefore, the exams will proceed as usual. And I trust that you will all study diligently, she stated sternly. The students erupted into a flurry of discussion, incredulous that there would be exams given the current state of affairs. Professor, I have a question. While Alan had no strong opinions regarding the exams, one matter required his attention. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed deeper, her expression darkening. Mr. Harris, what is your question? Professor, how will we be examined in our second-year defense against the dark arts class? Who will set the questions? The room fell silent as the students silently prayed. Please, no exams, no exams. I will determine the exam questions in conjunction with Professor Flitwick. The content will encompass the knowledge you have acquired over the year, Professor McGonagall replied, her demeanor slightly easing. After a pause, she continued, of course, there will be an emphasis on the material prepared by Mr. Harris. The young witches and wizards exchanged knowing glances. It was clear to them that Professor McGonagall meant to suggest that Professor Lockhart's expensive and voluminous books could be disregarded. It sufficed to review the notes compiled by Alan. With a clear scope for revision, the exams became considerably more manageable. The decision to proceed with the final exams was indeed astute. It proved far more effective than any Valentine's gifts, talismans, or professor patrols. The anxious atmosphere within the castle was replaced by the tension of busy revision. After all, the monster within the Chamber of Secrets might not necessarily attack them. But the impending exams loomed ever closer. That evening, unlike previous days of fruitless endeavors, the Niffler returned with a gold cup, its design exquisite, adorned with charming star and moon patterns. Niffler, where did you find this? Alan inquired, admiring the cup. It seemed to be an artifact from a millennium ago. Certainly not a product of modern craftsmanship. I found it. The Niffler wiggled its little body, displeased that its treasure had been taken away. Where did you find it? Alan patiently probed. In the Forbidden Forest, it replied nonchalantly. Tina, dissatisfied, gently tapped the Niffler's head with her wing, reminding it to be mindful of its attitude. While we were tracking the chicken snake beast with Gaia, we stumbled upon a collapsed stone house deep within the Forbidden Forest. Where the weathered stones formed a vast expanse of ruins, Tina explained gently. Did the Niffler discover this cup amidst the ruins? Alan asked. This question received affirmations from both Tina and the Niffler. Alan felt that, regardless of whether this ruin bore any relation to the serpent beast, it was certainly worth investigating. Alan was a decisive individual. Once he resolved to act, he did so without hesitation. He evaded the patrolling professors and, under Tina's guidance, traversed the dense thicket, circumventing countless creatures of the Forbidden Forest, until he arrived at a realm he had never before set foot in. A bountiful and vibrant world unfolded before Alan. Trees adorned with blossoms and flourishing ferns pulsated with life. Further afield, a small lake shimmered beneath the moonlight, its surface glistening like silver. The lush earth gradually rose, extending towards the undulating emerald mountains, which ultimately faded into the solemn horizon. One peculiar sight captivated Alan's attention: several round wells, encircled by oddly designed copper railings, topped with a small dome that provided shelter from the rain. Alan approached and gazed down into one of the wells. To him, it appeared to be an abyss without end. Alan settled beside the well, leaning over to peer into the abyssal depths below, utterly unable to discern the shimmering surface of the water, even after illuminating it with a fluorescent spell. No reflections were visible. However, a peculiar sound resonated from within the well. Thump, thump, thump. Alan extended his arm into the well and discovered a continuous stream of air flowing down along the walls. To further validate his hypothesis, Alan tossed a piece of paper toward the well's opening. Rather than gently descending, the paper was immediately drawn in, vanishing in an instant. Alan recalled the hidden chamber connected to the girls' restroom via the drainage system, arriving at a most exhilarating conclusion. There exists a vast ventilation network beneath. These manholes serve as the outlets of this system. Does this imply that the creature known as the chicken snake beast emerged through these very openings? Alan felt that the probability was exceedingly high. Ah, it is right here. Tina's voice emerged from behind a gently rising hill. Alan rose to his feet and turned around the small hill, where Tina was joyfully circling above a vast expanse of stone ruins, chirping happily. She was quite delighted to be of assistance to Alan. Sniff was climbing up and down amidst the rubble of the stone dwelling. Alan also squeezed through the gap formed by two slanted stone pillars. Numerous paths lay obstructed, with immense boulders blocking the way. Alan discovered a narrow corridor, its ends and flanking windows obstructed by fallen debris, cloaked in an oppressive darkness. Chapter 170, The Faceless Spider. In the entire shadowy and stifling space, only the faint glow emanating from Alan's wand pierced the gloom. Suddenly, he came to a halt, as if ensnared by an enchantment. He beheld a pair of eyes, glimmering in the darkness, fixed intently upon him. The unknown is the most harrowing of all. Alan was uncertain about the temperament of the owner of those eyes. Were they gentle or volatile? Were they a threat to humanity? Did they possess great aggression? He extended his wand forward, hoping to illuminate the mystery with a lumos spell. Suddenly, those eyes flickered to the side, and in an instant, a white figure darted past him. In his moment of panic, this white apparition collided with a granite boulder, stumbling a few steps to the side before vanishing into the shadows of another heap of rubble. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Alan resolved to pursue. Initially, he struggled to locate it, but after a while of groping through the dimly lit ruins of the stone house, he discovered a circular well, identical to those he had encountered earlier. However, this particular well was partially obscured by a fallen column. Suddenly, Alan was struck by a thought. Could it be that the object has already descended along the well walls into the depths of the well? Alan leaned out, illuminated by the glow of the luminescent spell, and gazed downward, where he beheld a creature the size of a colossal sea turtle, white and swiftly moving. As it descended, its bright, piercing eyes fixated on Alan, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. It resembled a spider with a human face. It was scaling the well's wall when Alan noticed that numerous black, protruding stones formed a makeshift ladder descending into the abyss. The creature, with its human-like visage, moved with astonishing speed, soon vanishing into the darkness beyond the reach of his wand's light. It became evident to Alan that the ground beneath him must have been excavated into a labyrinth, and these circular wells served as gateways to an underground realm. Intrigued by his conjecture, Alan resolved to descend and uncover the truth, but something tugged at his collar, halting his descent. Alan swiftly turned his head to see the diminutive Tina and Sniffles. They appeared quite anxious upon witnessing Alan's intention to descend. Alan sensed that the creatures, guided by their innate instincts, had detected something ominous lurking within the depths of the well. Yet, his curiosity, ignited by the sight of the white, human-faced spider, compelled him to disregard Tina and Sniff's warnings. He withdrew them into his pet space and leaped over the well's railing. It must be acknowledged that Alan's descent was rather hasty, for he feared that in such a dark, unfamiliar, and oppressive environment, he might lose the courage to continue his exploration at any moment. After descending approximately 200 meters, fatigue washed over him. The protruding stones were evidently designed for creatures smaller and lighter than himself, making it arduous for Alan to navigate through the narrow, diminutive spaces. He felt a profound sense of discomfort and exhaustion. As if this were not enough, one of the steps gave way beneath his weight, sending him tumbling into the abyss of the well, nearly causing him to plummet into the inky darkness below. For a prolonged moment, Alan found himself dangling from a protruding rock with one hand. After a moment of panic, he endured the ache in his arms and back, pushing himself to climb downwards as swiftly as possible. Time became a blur as he battled with the temptation to ascend once more, to abandon his curiosity about what lay beneath. However, such thoughts were swiftly quelled. The arduousness of climbing back up seemed daunting, and perhaps he would soon reach the bottom. At last, Alan's feet found solid ground, and to his right, about a foot away, a narrow opening in the wall of the well revealed itself. Alan let out a long sigh of relief as he slipped into the entrance. Within the opening lay a narrow, horizontal tunnel. Alan grasped his wand, cautiously traversing the tunnel until he arrived at a vast subterranean cavern. This arched chamber extended into the darkness, beyond the reach of his wand's illumination. A colossal statue of a chicken snake creature cast an eerie shadow in the dim light. A man-faced spider lurked within the obscurity, evading the light, appearing and disappearing in a spectral manner. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Scattered a little distance from the central clearing lay the skeletal remains of small avian and terrestrial creatures. The pungent odor of blood, the inexplicable statue, and the lurking man-faced spider all contributed to an overwhelming sense of unease. Alan pondered whether he had made a grave mistake. How could Salazar Slytherin possibly construct a hidden chamber in such a location? He must have inadvertently stumbled into the lair of a creature known as the acromantula. Yet, he was left wondering whether there was but a solitary spider or a multitude lurking in the shadows. As if deeming Alan no threat, the acromantula emerged from the darkness, swiftly advancing towards him. In a swift motion, Alan evaded the creature's hook-like appendage. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the grotesque visage of the spider-human hybrid. Its pallid, chinless face and its enormous, lidless, pale red eyes tinged with gray were utterly repulsive. The creature appeared intent on transforming Alan into its prey. As it opened its gaping maw and expelled a lengthy silk thread, seeking to ensnare him, flames blazed fiercely, the fiery tongues rapidly advancing along the silken strand towards the spider-human. In a frantic response, the creature severed the thread and retreated into the shadows. The ignited silk fell to the ground, gradually diminishing in intensity until it was completely consumed by the flames. Sensing that Alan was not to be trifled with, the spider-human contemplated retreat. This shift in its emotional state did not escape Alan's keen perception. Emboldened by his recent triumph, Alan relentlessly pursued his foe, the grotesque face spider. Despite its utmost efforts, could not evade his assault and ultimately succumbed, petrified in place. Upon scrutinizing the cave's interior, Alan was delighted to uncover traces of the venom once left by the chicken snake beast. The carcasses of avian creatures likely represented the spoils captured by the chicken snake beast for the sustenance of the face spider. Further examination of the remnants of the chicken snake beast and face spider's existence within the cave led Alan to speculate that, in return for its services, the face spider may have assumed the role of a steed for the chicken snake beast, aiding the somewhat sluggish creature in its ascent up the circular shaft. This substantiated Alan's hypothesis, suggesting that this place indeed offered a passage to the hidden chamber. As Alan ventured deeper into the cavern, he soon arrived at a grand hall after traversing a stretch of darkness. It seemed that the magic emanating from his wand had triggered a response, illuminating the surroundings. The magical lamps adorning the walls flickered to life, their radiant glow dispelling the shadows. Before him stood a magnificent bronze door, inscribed with an ancient incantation. Only those of pure bloodline may pass through this portal. Chapter 171, The Basilisk. Upon reading the inscription, Alan was finally assured that he had indeed discovered Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. Among the four founders, Salazar Slytherin held a particular reverence for blood purity, and the inscription reflected his ethos. As Alan examined the imposing bronze door, a dark, toxic mist began to waft through the air. Alan keenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. He looked around, but saw no creature in sight. However, the presence of this black gas felt remarkably familiar to him. It was the chicken serpent beast. Alan promptly retrieved Merlin's gem from his storage space and pressed it against his forehead. Yet, where was the chicken snake beast? The sound grew increasingly closer, yet Alan still could not discern the creature's whereabouts. Could it possibly be invisible? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Alan's leg. He had been bitten. Astonishingly, he had no awareness of when it had crept up on him. Alan lowered his head and finally identified the culprit behind his bite. This chicken snake beast was truly unique. In terms of appearance, it undeniably resembled a chicken snake beast. However, it measured merely 12 inches, 20 centimeters, in length, making it exceedingly miniature. And it possessed two heads. While chicken snake beasts are already quite rare, a two-headed chicken snake beast is extraordinarily uncommon. At that moment, its four eyes were all fixed intently on Alan. The beast's instinctual perception captured its thoughts, witnessing Alan remain unscathed amidst the assault of its venom. This rare, two-headed serpent creature harbored a desire to glare Alan to death. Typically, its tactics would prove effective. However, this time, it encountered Alan, unable to suppress his laughter. Alan witnessed a surprisingly human-like expression on the face of the two-headed chicken snake beast, leaving it momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, he summoned it into his pet space. In truth, the miniature version of the two-headed chicken snake beast was rather endearing, exhibiting a certain adorable clumsiness. Although the creature posed a significant threat to muggles and ordinary wizards alike, it was, after all, a magical being, and Alan chose not to eliminate it. The two-headed chicken snake beast was on the brink of extinction from the list of animal species. If muggles were to discover its existence, would it not be classified as an internationally protected species? With the precedent set by the two-headed chicken snake beast, Alan meticulously surveyed his surroundings to ensure no other dangers lurked before he returned to the imposing bronze door. Only those of pure wizarding lineage could pass through this threshold. Alan found himself involuntarily reciting this phrase aloud. Alan was indeed certain of his pure wizarding lineage, yet how was he to gain entry? Was it necessary to employ Parseltongue? However, this door bore no serpentine motifs whatsoever. Alan scrutinized the grand door intently. Surely, he wouldn't resort to injuring his own hand, merely to smear it with blood upon the door? Salazar Slytherin was certainly not a dark wizard. While he had an affinity for ambitious youths, that did not imply he was a power-hungry dark sorcerer. Otherwise, how could he have refrained from becoming a notorious Dark Lord and instead collaborated with the other three founders to establish Hogwarts? Alan was utterly perplexed. The door to Allaho stood wide open, yet it proved entirely ineffective. He forcefully pushed and slammed against the grand portal, but it remained utterly immovable. Alan exhausted every conceivable method and incantation to unlock the door, thoroughly exploring the grand hall and scrutinizing every suspicious nook. Yet, all his efforts proved fruitless. The imposing bronze door stood silently, steadfastly guarding its secrets. Alan, filled with a sense of disappointment, relinquished his intentions of further exploration and resolved to return to seek Harry for another investigation. Upon re-entering the cave inhabited by the human-faced spiders, Alan cast a reluctant glance around, feeling a tinge of frustration at his unfruitful return. His gaze fell upon the colossal statue of the chicken snake beast, and suddenly, a multitude of questions emerged in his mind. Why was the statue positioned within the lair of the human-faced spiders? What significance did Salazar attribute to placing this statue here? Alan turned back to the statue, scrutinizing it with meticulous care. It appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any magical fluctuations. Yet, it was precisely this lack of ostentation that rendered it all the more enigmatic. Why construct such a colossal statue within a painstakingly crafted underground chamber, if it served no discernible purpose? From the base to the pinnacle, Alan overlooked not a single crevice. Upon gazing into the eyes of the cockatrice, an overwhelming joy surged within him. The eyes of the statue were strikingly different from the first time he beheld them. During his initial encounter, they had been two bulging, rounded stones. Now, the stones had vanished, replaced by two ominous black voids. Although the statue itself exuded no magical aura, as Alan focused intently, he perceived a flicker of crimson light dancing within the depths of its hollow gaze. Why did this spectacle differ from his first descent into the cavern? Two possibilities emerged, one being the concealment by the two-headed cockatrice, the other, a reminder that the Merlin gem upon Alan's forehead had yet to be removed. Alan removed the gem and examined it once more. Indeed, the eyes of the cockatrice statue had transformed into protruding stone orbs. What a treasure! Alan could not resist bestowing a kiss upon Merlin's gem. It not only offered protection against the lethal gaze of the cockatrice, but also had the power to dispel illusory deceptions. Alan retrieved his flying broom from the storage compartment and soared before the eyes of the chicken snake beast statue, as if sensing a pulse of life. Two beams of crimson light shot forth from the statue's eyes, resembling swords of gleaming steel. Alan felt an immense sense of relief at his decision to ascend on his flying broomstick. When the crimson light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, he swiftly reacted, rolling aside to evade its grasp. The red beam struck the stone wall opposite the serpent chicken beast, transforming into a line of bold crimson letters. Extend your hands into the eyes of the statue. Those skilled in the arts often possess audacity. Alan surmised that the mechanism to unlock the bronze door might lie here. This was likely one of Salazar's methods to test one's lineage. Fortified by the protective enchantments of the mystical wizarding robe and the Merlin gem, Alan boldly inserted his hands into the statue's eyes. A surge of warmth enveloped him, and he keenly sensed 2 drops of blood trickling from the tips of his middle fingers. A deep rumbling echoed from the direction of the grand hall. It worked. Alan waited patiently until the searing sensation faded from his hands before retracting them. He examined his hands closely. On the surface, there were no signs of injury. Alan soared through the air on his enchanted broomstick, swiftly darting towards the grand hall. Yet, it was as if an invisible barrier repelled him from the skies, sending him tumbling back. Alan reluctantly descended to the ground, retracting his broom into the storage compartment. Tentatively advancing once more, he successfully entered the narrow passageway. The once impenetrable bronze door, which had thwarted all of Alan's previous attempts to open it, now stood wide open, welcoming him with open arms, eagerly anticipating his arrival. With joy and excitement swelling within him, Alan was about to step inside to explore further when an unforeseen event occurred. Chapter 172. Fierce battle with the basilisk. A colossal serpent, spanning at least 20 feet in length, burst forth from the doorway. It was the basilisk. With a tuft of crimson feathers atop its head, Alan immediately recognized the creature's identity. This enormous serpent, glistening in a vivid green hue, radiated the distinctive brilliance of a venomous snake, its body as thick as an oak tree trunk. The basilisk in the chamber could only be controlled by the true heir of Slytherin, and it was evident that Alan was not that heir. The basilisk charged directly at Alan with ferocious intent. With his agile prowess, Alan deftly evaded the creature's formidable head. Simultaneously, he leaped upward, ascending to the serpent's crown. Seizing the tuft of hair atop its head, striving to maintain his grip and not be flung off by the beast, the serpent raised its upper body high into the air, its flattened head thrashing wildly within the cavern, as if intoxicated, attempting to dislodge Alan from its summit. Alan released all the roosters from his pet space. These roosters were originally raised by Hagrid, but Alan, ever prepared, had taken them into his own pet space early on, even at the expense of occupying one of his precious slots. Look, now they have proven to be invaluable, though protected by the Merlin's gem. Alan remained wary of the basilisk's lethal gaze. Just observe those razor-sharp fangs in that formidable, elongated body. Even if Alan were immune to all toxins, such piercing fangs could easily impale him. Moreover, the basilisk excelled in constriction, ensnaring its prey until it suffocated before devouring it whole. This creature's size was vastly greater than that of the thickest python. Alan's means of attack were severely limited. Utilizing spells, the chicken snake hybrid possessed magical resistance. not to mention the basilisk's tough hide. Its skin was likely as armored as dragon hide, capable of reflecting spells cast upon it. Only its eyes and mouth presented vulnerable points in its defenses. The roosters flapped down to the ground, and upon encountering such a colossal beast, they appeared startled, scattering in all directions to escape the source of danger. Call out, cackle loudly, Alan urged internally. The basilisk, too, displayed signs of distress upon seeing the roosters. It abandoned its intent to shake Alan off and swiftly darted away, seeking to escape the unsettling confines of the room. At long last, Alan was able to liberate one of his hands, drawing forth his wand amidst formidable obstacles. At the entrance of the arched tunnel, the basilisk collided with an invisible barrier. Recoiling violently, under the immense force, Alan was propelled into the air, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the gaping maw of the serpent, its venomous fangs poised to pierce him. Fortunately, fate favored him, as he veered just enough to escape. Alan rolled on the ground, evading the enraged and agitated strikes of the serpent monster. The creature emitted a frenzied hissing sound. After being thwarted, it abandoned its retreat and turned its attention to the panicked chickens, intent on launching an attack. Alan prayed for time to hasten its passage, for with the dawn, the rooster would crow. This had been verified countless times within the realm of pet space. The serpent's tail struck the walls and floor with a resounding crack. Alan attempted to capture the serpent monster into his pet space, yet his efforts proved utterly futile. The creature was so frenzied and uncontrollable that Alan found himself unable to confine it within the confines of the system's pet space. Alan summoned the silver sword gifted by Jehelis and charged once more towards the serpent creature. He could not allow it to slaughter the roosters, otherwise he would be compelled to unleash the invincible aura. Alan successfully inflicted a wound on the serpent monster's tail, prompting the creature to whirl around fiercely, its forked tongue flickering ominously. Its mouth gaped wide, cavernous enough to swallow Alan whole, revealing 2 rows of venomous fangs, elongated and glistening like his silver sword, thin and shimmering with a deadly sheen. The serpent lunged at Alan, who deftly evaded its attack. In the midst of his agile maneuvers, Alan desperately swung his silver sword, causing the serpent to sustain numerous injuries instead, blood splattering across the room, illuminating the prospect of victory for Alan. As the serpent lunged once more with incredible speed, Alan recognized the peril of a direct confrontation. In his attempt to dodge, he was struck squarely by the serpent's tail, sending his silver sword flying from his grasp. The serpent charged at him again, its fangs gleaming menacingly. Just as Alan prepared to invoke the system's invincibility aura, fortune smiled upon him, cocks began to crow. The serpent shook its head violently, rearing up high, its tail thrashing wildly. The rooster's crowing proved to be fatal to the serpent. 2 roosters crowed repeatedly. In their pet space, they thrived abundantly, nourished and vibrant, their plumage gleaming, their calls resonant and spirited. Alan had never found the crowing of a rooster so melodious, so exhilarating. When the rooster crows, the world awakens. With the rooster's call, the serpent beast is vanquished. Alan was in exceptionally high spirits. The serpent beast plummeted straight from the sky, producing a thunderous crash. To ensure safety, Alan pierced the creature's head with his silver sword, then wrapped his hands in the enchanting wizard's robe to carefully dismantle the serpent's venomous fangs. At last, Alan could truly behold the wonders within the bronze door. Upon entering, he discovered that it was not the traditional hall he had anticipated, but rather a long corridor paved with verdant stones. On either side of the corridor stood an array of bizarre statues depicting an assortment of strange creatures, various fantastical dragons and serpents, quadrupeds, winged beasts, and marine creatures were displayed, alongside statues of the chicken snake beast and the serpent monster. Could it be that Salazar was an aficionado of magical creatures? Alan left a trail of statues behind him as he traversed the lengthy corridor. He once again entered a grand hall, a vast expanse that surpassed even the most magnificent palaces or ruins he had ever encountered. The walls exuded an enchanting eastern charm. Their surfaces shimmered faintly, a shade reminiscent of pale green, akin to the exquisite blue and green hues found on certain Chinese porcelain. After a meticulous examination, Alan discovered that the walls of this grand hall were indeed constructed of ceramic. In the era of Salazar, adorning such an expansive space with ceramic tiles was undoubtedly an extravagant endeavor, likely surpassing even the cost of gilding the floors with gold. The flooring comprised large slabs of an exceptionally resilient white stone. At one end of the hall, Alan encountered a row of towering display cabinets, housing a myriad of specimens from ancient life. Regrettably, the passage of time had rendered these specimens nearly unrecognizable. The animal remains had shriveled and darkened, leaving only faint remnants. The preserved specimens in jars had succumbed to dehydration, resembling desiccated corpses. The rare herbs, once vibrant, had crumbled into a pile of brown dust due to weathering. This was all that the display cabinets contained. Chapter 173, Salazar Slytherin. Although Salazar had conjured a magical array to slow the deterioration of these treasures, nearly a millennium had elapsed, and the magical stones sustaining the array had long since lost their potency, rendering it impossible for these exhibits to retain their original splendor. Those seeking treasure would surely be met with profound disappointment upon witnessing this scene. Alan was convinced that Salazar had invested considerable effort into constructing this secret chamber. and it was unlikely that it was merely for the purpose of storing such items. Patiently, he continued his exploration. At the far end of the hall, he discovered a series of spiraling staircases. Interestingly, the stairs were divided into two sections. One resembled the winding slides found in a children's playground, while the other was a conventional staircase suitable for human ascent. It was evident that the slide-like passage was intended for the serpent creature. Convinced that there was little of interest to linger over in the first-floor hall, Alan ascended the broad staircase, step by step. Here, he fervently hoped to uncover something of value. This led him to a more expansive circular space where a thick layer of dust coated the tiled floor. In the center of this area stood an odd, slender structure, an incomplete skeleton of a large creature. From its tilted foot bones, it was apparent that it belonged to a long-extinct animal akin to a giant ground sloth. The skull and upper body bones lay buried beneath a thick layer of dust nearby. Scattered about were some dark remnants, resembling charred fabric scraps, which Alan immediately recognized as the vestiges of decayed books. These volumes had long since crumbled into fragments, their faded ink rendering the texts nearly indecipherable. Alan gently brushed aside the scattered books, and as the rising dust settled, a polished stone tabletop emerged before him. It lay horizontally on the ground, adorned with several well-preserved stone boxes. Just as Alan was about to open one of the boxes, a commanding voice suddenly echoed, "After a millennium, someone has finally discovered this place." Startled, Alan felt his heart leap to his throat. "Who is it?" "I am right here above your head." The voice's owner seemed to have anticipated Alan's thoughts. Alan turned around, and behind the colossal skeleton, astonishingly, there hung a painting in midair. Amidst the decay and ruin surrounding him, this artwork had not only been preserved intact for over a millennium but could also defy gravity. The painting depicted a strikingly handsome man in the prime of life, with features so chiseled they appeared sculpted. His brow was slightly furrowed, his expression resolute and commanding. The color palette of the artwork was remarkably singular, an exquisite shade of dark green, starkly contrasting with the vibrant hues typically favored by sorcerers in their oil paintings. It was rendered with ink made from arrowroot. The man in the painting seemed to discern Alan's thoughts and proceeded to elucidate directly. Alan hastily examined his mental barrier, finding no flaws. "Though I cannot read minds, your expression betrays your thoughts." This is undoubtedly the most astute painting Alan has ever encountered. However, the Arrowstone, by sheer chance, Alan had once come across its information. This ancient organism became extinct millions of years ago and has since transformed into a fossil. To possess such a precious fossil and lavishly utilize a substantial amount of ink derived from Arrowstones for painting speaks volumes of Slytherin's wealth. Yet, while that wealth belongs to Slytherin, here lies only desolation. Dust is ubiquitous, and a scene of decay prevails. It is a pity that you have arrived far too late. Once, this place boasted an abundance of invaluable manuscripts and rare herbs. Now, it is all turned to waste. Slytherin remarked coolly. Alan pondered for a moment and resolutely concluded that everything was indeed related to you, Professor Salazar Slytherin. You are quite perceptive. To maintain the integrity of this portrait, I had to draw upon a substantial amount of magical energy, and it was all worth it, Salazar replied without reservation. I dare say, Alan mused internally, that Salazar is undoubtedly the most narcissistic among the four founders. To safeguard his portrait, he could reduce countless treasures to mere ashes. Let me remind you, it is quite challenging for someone in my situation to restrain themselves, and I need not heed your current speculations. A hint of disdain tinged Salazar's voice. However, Alan remained unfazed. After all, the other could only be confined within the portrait, unable to venture beyond its confines. Salazar scrutinized Alan with piercing eyes, as if meticulously examining him from head to toe. You are not a Slytherin? Salazar expressed a hint of disappointment. But I am entirely a Hogwarts student. Alan responded with poise. Initially, we parted ways due to certain disagreements, yet it seems worth exploring now. After all, time is of the essence. Salazar appeared to be lost in reminiscence, uttering words that left Alan in a state of partial comprehension. Alan patiently awaited, adorned with an impeccable and gentle smile. The reason I exert all my magical prowess to sustain the portrait is that I must offer guidance to any young sorcerer capable of discovering this place. To my astonishment, Salazar emerged from the portrait, albeit as a mere faint apparition. Are you certain that a young sorcerer could wander in here alive? Alan exclaimed. Salazar cast a sidelong glance at Alan, questioning, Am I mistaken, or are you but a specter? Alan was rendered speechless by the retort. If you open this stone box, you will find the answer, Salazar remarked as he approached the stone table, gesturing towards the stone box that Alan had intended to open but had not yet had the chance to. Alan wasted no time and swiftly opened the stone box. Instantly, a dazzling divine light burst forth from within. Once Alan adjusted to the brilliant radiance, he was astonished to discover a verdant gem. The shape of this gem was strikingly similar to the Merlin stone he held in his hand. No, it would be more accurate to say that, apart from the color, there was scarcely any distinction between the two. The gem of Merlin in Alan's hand gleamed blue, while this one shone a vibrant green. Its emerald radiance was breathtaking, revealing its extraordinary worth without the need for further elaboration. Yet, what connection does it possess to Merlin's gem? Why does it bear such a striking resemblance? Once, a descendant of mine ventured into the chamber. However, through the basilisk, I discerned that he was not of pure blood. Although he spoke Parseltongue, he did not meet my criteria, thus he could only access the outer chamber. Salazar seemed quite pleased to witness Alan's composure before the gym and eagerly began to elucidate. In you, I perceive all the qualities that the four of us desire. Intelligence, courage, honesty, and ambition. They should be satisfied with my choice. Of course, most importantly, you are of pure blood, Salazar promptly added. Chapter 174. Tom? Marvolo? Riddle regarding Salazar Slytherin's assessment of him, Alan remained noncommittal. Every individual embodies multifaceted traits. To define a person solely by one or two characteristics is rather hasty. As time progresses and experiences accumulate, a once brave individual may transform into a timid coward. An originally ambitious schemer may devolve into an unremarkable mediocrity. A once wise wizard may, in pursuit of gain, commit acts so foolish that even the simple-minded would scorn them. This gem can aid those who have inadvertently wandered here, yet have been harmed by the serpentine beasts and basilisk, restoring their health, albeit at the cost of their memories. Salazar was not a dark wizard. The notion that he employed monsters to purge those unworthy of practicing magic is merely a misconception. However, 50 years ago, a young witch perished at the hands of the basilisk. Alan remarked. That was because she died outside the chamber, and I cannot traverse beyond its confines. Salazar's dismissive tone made Alan realize that, while he was not a dark wizard and would not actively take a life, he was indifferent to the fate of those who were not of pure blood. The basilisk belongs to my heir. And this gem, it is now yours. This gem may harbor a great secret. Possessing it grants you the potential to wield dominion over this world. Salazar gazed longingly at the gem within the box, his figure growing increasingly insubstantial. I hope you can unravel the secret of the gem. Alongside it lies my research notes, which I hope will benefit the students of Hogwarts. Must you depart? Alan hesitated to seize the gem and notes, observing Salazar's diminishing form with urgency. Yes, at last, I can find my release. Before vanishing, Salazar's brow, which had been furrowed, softened into a smile. Alan felt an overwhelming anticipation for this moment. The painting, suspended in midair, plummeted, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the figure within the painting had long since vanished without a trace. Alan directly named the verdant gem the Salazar stone and subsequently stored it in his dimensional space. Beneath the gem lay a thick stack of parchment, quietly resting within the stone chest. In stark contrast to the resplendent gem, it appeared unremarkable. However, the wisdom it contained was not to be underestimated by Alan. This tome detailed the methods for nurturing and raising magical creatures. It seemed that Salazar shared a similar passion with Hagrid. Yet, Salazar's pursuits were far more sinister. Having bred the basilisk and the serpent beast, judging by the large skeleton within the room, had life not reached its end, Alan might have encountered some bizarre and lethally powerful magical creatures today. If Salazar Slytherin's wishes were to be honored by submitting this book to Hogwarts, it would likely be relegated to the restricted section. Should creatures like the basilisk and the serpent beast be allowed to proliferate unchecked by young wizards, Muggles would surely face catastrophic consequences. Just as Alan was engrossed in the book, a thunderous sound, akin to the opening of a gate, emanated from the end of the staircase. A vast black void materialized at the staircase's terminus. After a brief moment of astonishment, Alan deduced its nature. It was the passage leading to the outer chamber. Tom Marvolo Riddle summoned the basilisk from the outer chamber, and it would slither forth from this very opening. Alan placed Salazar's manuscript into the compartment of the system and exited through the opening along the staircase. Upon seeing Alan emerge from the aperture, Riddle's triumphant expression faltered. The look of terror on Harry's face dissipated. In his recollection, there existed no conundrum that Alan could not resolve. Thus, it seemed that facing Voldemort from their school days would pose no challenge for Alan, either. Moments ago, Riddle had divulged his entire scheme to Harry. He intended to confine Harry and Ginny eternally within the Chamber of Secrets using the basilisk. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Alan who emerged. Who are you? Where's the basilisk? How did you manage to come out from within? You have inherited Salazar's legacy. Riddle pointed Harry's wand at Alan, filled with envy and jealousy. However, Alan's speed surpassed his own. He swiftly drew his wand and aimed it at Riddle first. After all, Riddle's vitality and magical power were derived from Ginny, while Alan's strength eclipsed that of Ginny. Disarm your weapon. Avada Kedavra. Alan's spell struck Riddle first, instantly sending him flying and dislodging his wand from his grasp. Alan nimbly leaped down from the colossal stone statue of Salazar, evading Riddle's spell, as Riddle had yet to regain his footing. Alan's gaze fell upon the diary nestled beside the immense stone toe of Salazar. Alan immediately summoned the serpent's venomous fong from the ether, unhesitatingly directing it towards the heart of the diary, and forcefully plunged it in. With a horrifying, protracted scream that pierced the eardrums, an eruption of ink gushed forth from the diary, cascading down Alan's hands and pooling onto the floor. Riddle writhed and struggled, his arms flailing as he emitted anguished cries. And then, he vanished. At that moment, a soft moan emanated from the depths of the chamber. Ginny began to stir. She sat up, her bewildered gaze shifting from Harry to the notebook clutched in Alan's hands. A shiver coursed through her, and she drew a sharp breath as tears streamed down her cheeks. Harry, oh Harry, I wanted to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry, but I swear I didn't mean to. Riddle forced me to do it. He controlled me. How did you kill that guy? Where is Riddle? All I remember is him coming out of the diary. Everything is fine now, Harry reassured, gesturing towards Alan. Alan arrived just in time and dealt with Riddle. Alan stepped forward, revealing to Ginny the gaping hole in the diary, pierced by the basilisk's venomous fangs. Riddle was finished. Look, both he and the basilisk are done for. Come on, Harry, Ginny, we must leave this place swiftly. Ginny appeared to be in a dire state. It was imperative that she departed soon. I will be expelled, she cried as Harry assisted her to stand unsteadily. Ever since Bill arrived, I have longed to attend Hogwarts, and now I must leave. What will my parents say? Fear not, you will not be expelled. Having endured such perilous events, they will only feel sorrow, not reproach, Alan consoled gently. Fawkes circled at the entrance of the chamber, awaiting their return. With Alan's support, Ginny stepped over the basilisk's lifeless, coiled body. They traversed the dimly lit, echoing chamber, making their way back to the tunnel. As Alan listened, the two stone doors behind them gently closed with a soft hiss. Chapter 175, The Feast and the House Elf. They ascended the tunnel for a few minutes when Alan heard the distant sound of rocks being slowly shifted. It's Ron, Harry exclaimed to Alan and Ginny. Ron, Harry shouted. Quickening his pace, Ginny is fine. I found her. Ron let out a muffled cheer. They turned another corner and saw Ron's face peering through a large gap, eagerly searching for them. This opening was something Ron had painstakingly excavated from the fallen rubble. With the assistance of Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, the four young wizards successfully navigated the long, dark pipe, returning to the girls' lavatory. Oh, why is there an extra person? The weeping Myrtle was utterly astonished, her eyes wide as she gazed at them. Alan had no time to engage in idle chatter with her. His stomach was empty, and he was eager to conclude these matters so he could indulge in a hearty meal. He felt as though he could devour an entire cow. As Alan and Harry bid farewell, he felt an urgent need for the comfort of sustenance. A steaming cup of milk would be most delightful. Fawkes flew over, attempting to grasp Alan's robe, hoping to lead him away. However, Alan deftly evaded, gently saying, Fawkes, I am weary and famished, in dire need of food and rest. I shall seek out Dumbledore afterward. Fawkes blinked its beautiful, large eyes and turned to fly away. Harry and the others said their goodbyes to Alan and strode forward. Following Fawkes, Alan did not venture into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Instead, he returned directly to his dormitory, grateful to Mrs. Harris for her occasional delivery of delectable pastries. He indulged in a few morsels before swiftly attending to his ablutions. Refreshed, he nestled into his soft and inviting bed. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and soon he drifted into a realm of dreams. However, not long after Alan succumbed to slumber, the tower erupted with a cacophony of voices. Cheers and the sound of rushing footsteps reverberated throughout. Feast, Edward exclaimed as he dashed in. A rare occurrence since Alan typically awoke before him. Alan, the school has decided to hold a celebratory banquet. Those who had been petrified have been revived, and the mystery of the chamber has been resolved. It is none other than Harry Potter from Gryffindor, truly a wizard worthy of defeating the Dark Lord. Edward, barefoot and clad in his pajamas, radiated an infectious enthusiasm. Alan was lifted up, and it was evidently unwise to sleep in solitary defiance amidst the fervent crowd. With bleary eyes, Alan followed the throng towards the dining hall, but just as he stepped out of the tower and had yet to comprehend the situation, he was abruptly enveloped in someone's embrace. Caught off guard, Alan surprisingly did not pull away. Alan's drowsiness was instantly dispelled as he realized the formidable strength of the individual before him. In his struggle, he caught sight of a few awkwardly positioned red-haired Weasleys around him, and it suddenly dawned on him the identity of his visitor, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for saving Ginny. Mrs. Weasley expressed her profound gratitude. Alan deftly extricated himself from Mrs. Weasley's embrace, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. Mrs. Weasley, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence that I stumbled upon Ginny, he said politely. Now, Molly, let the children attend the feast. Alan, thank you. Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved Ginny and Harry. Mr. Weasley gently clasped his emotionally charged wife, expressing his gratitude. A crowd of curious young wizards had gathered around, making it evidently an inopportune moment for conversation. Alan nodded at Mr. Weasley and quickly took Edward away from the tower. The great hall was abuzz with excitement, resembling a lively pajama party. The petrified victims had all regained their health. Hermione screamed as she rushed towards Harry, exclaiming that he had solved it. This scene made Alan chuckle uncontrollably. When Penelope approached with a glass of juice, beaming as she clinked glasses with Alan, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Hagrid made his appearance at 3:30 in the morning, igniting cheers from the young witches and wizards. Although Ravenclaw had incurred a significant point deduction at the beginning of the term, the collective efforts of the students had equalized their scores. Furthermore, with the additional 200 points awarded by Dumbledore for Alan's resolution of Voldemort's diary, Ravenclaw's score soared above that of the other houses, ultimately securing the House Cup. The atmosphere reached a crescendo when Professor McGonagall stood to announce that the school had decided to cancel exams as a treat for everyone. The hall erupted in jubilant cheers. And with so many exhilarating announcements, the celebration continued throughout the night. Adding to Alan's exhilaration, he received a system notification stating that, due to the heartfelt gratitude from numerous wizards, he was awarded a lottery draw. Perhaps the adage that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-level pagoda held true. Alan's luck was astounding. He drew a purple box. Inside, he received a living house elf. This house elf was clean and charming, adorned in a neatly arranged dress and a short top, topped off with a little blue hat. He named her Maggie, for her presence felt like a blessing from Merlin, a miracle of the system. Maggie could freely enter and exit Alan's system space. Whether it be the storage compartments or the pet area, she would not rummage through Alan's belongings, even though she had earned his trust and support. Her favorite spot was in Alan's pet space, where the magical creatures became her companions. With her authority to manage the pet space, she was entirely safe from any harm posed by the magical creatures within. Even the basilisk could not lay a finger on her, thanks to her meticulous and attentive care. The magical beings were particularly friendly towards her. Alan generously lavished his praise, causing the little fellow to leap about in sheer delight. Maggie was exceedingly content with her life, brimming with enthusiasm. The remaining days of the summer term were spent under a radiant sun. The ominous clouds that had loomed over Hogwarts had dissipated, and the entire school returned to its normalcy. Professor Dumbledore was quite pleased with the progress of the defense against the dark arts course in his absence, and he resolved to maintain this system until he found a new professor for the subject. Alan was utterly disinclined to meet Professor Dumbledore, yet he had no choice. After all, he was responsible for the second-year defense against the dark arts course. Moreover, Salazar Slytherin's insights were to be submitted to Hogwarts, fulfilling Salazar's wishes. Chapter 176, Vacation in the Headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat in a grand chair, his hands interlaced, chin resting upon them, listening with keen interest as Alan recounted the discovery of the secret passage. I merely stumbled upon the anomaly in the Forbidden Forest. The credit primarily belongs to Maggie. Her keen observations aided me in overcoming the basilisk and the serpent beast. Alan casually recounted his discovery of the hidden chamber and his triumphant conquest over the serpent creature. He attributed his victory primarily to fortune, emphasizing the significant role that Maggie played in the endeavor. Remarkable! Your house elf possesses boundless potential, Professor Dumbledore exclaimed, marveling at the underestimated capabilities of house elves by human wizards, whose magic is, in fact, truly wondrous. An exceptional house elf can even surpass the strength of an adult wizard. Alan handed the manuscript of Salazar's insights to Dumbledore. He meticulously perused its contents, exclaiming in awe, remarkable, truly extraordinary. Salazar Slytherin's research into magical creatures had indeed reached unparalleled heights. I have only encountered one individual possessing such innate talent. However, his dedication lay in preservation rather than the creation of new beings. Could Professor Dumbledore be referring to Newt Scamander? Alan pondered silently, adjusting his glasses. Professor Dumbledore remarked on the manuscript's immense value, noting its rarity. Alan, I extend my gratitude for your contributions to Hogwarts. Besides the 200 points you've earned, I believe you are deserving of the school's Special Contribution Award. Dumbledore finally regarded Alan with a gentle gaze, his concerns alleviated. Alan and that Riddle are remarkably alike. Both are strikingly handsome, academically distinguished, well-liked by their peers, and favored by their professors. However, Alan is neither greedy nor selfish. He possesses a daring spirit, and most importantly, his heart is filled with love. All the young wizards eagerly anticipate the arrival of summer vacation, free from the burdens of exams, allowing them to revel in a sense of ease and joy, while the professors' workloads also become considerably lighter. If anyone in the castle is discontented, it must surely be Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy has not only lost his house elf Dobby due to Harry's clever machinations, but has also been expelled from the school's board of governors. Draco can no longer strut around the school acting as if he were its master. Instead, he now wanders with a sullen demeanor, seemingly consumed by resentment. On the other hand, Ginny Weasley has regained her lively and cheerful disposition. In the blink of an eye, they will board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Alan and Penelope occupied a private box, with Penelope relinquishing the privileges of the prefect's box to engage in conversation with Alan. During this time, Alan observed Percy Weasley seemingly wandering aimlessly, making several rounds at the entrance of the box. Alan smiled faintly, falling silent. In the final hours before the holiday, when magic was permitted, they engaged in a lively game of exploding snap and set off several of the fireworks Penelope had purchased, relishing the joy of the moment. As the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed to a halt, Penelope winked at Alan and embraced him before disembarking, vanishing into the bustling crowd. In truth, Mrs. Harris was not merely proud upon hearing of Alan's receipt of the Special Contribution Award. She was utterly elated. She shared the news with every friend and relative she could reach. Consequently, Alan was inundated with an abundance of congratulatory letters and affectionate gifts. Just as he became overwhelmed by the deluge of responses, the Weasley family paid a formal visit to express their gratitude. How rare indeed. The Weasley family was one of the most esteemed pure-blood wizarding families. Mrs. Harris waved her wand, tidying up their home with meticulous care. Though they now appeared to be somewhat down on their luck, every pure-blood wizard should not be underestimated. Mr. Harris sat on the nearby sofa, perusing the Daily Prophet, in complete agreement with his wife's sentiments. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking echoed, and Mr. Harris went to answer the door, revealing the Weasley family on the threshold. They brought with them some delightful treats prepared by Mrs. Weasley, along with 2 bottles of rare rum. Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills were exceptional, and after sampling her confections, Mrs. Harris eagerly engaged her in an in-depth discussion about the types of desserts, their preparation, and culinary magic. Both mothers utterly absorbed in conversation, unable to pause. Meanwhile, Mr. Harris and Mr. Weasley, sharing similar backgrounds, held no prejudice against wizards of Muggle descent, despite being purebloods themselves. During their conversation, Mr. Arthur Weasley mentioned his triumph in winning the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon. With a cheerful demeanor, Mr. Weasley informed Mr. Harris, "We plan to use this prize to vacation in Egypt, where our eldest son Bill works as a curse breaker at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I hope it is not too forward of me to ask if we might have the opportunity to express our gratitude by bringing Alan along with us to Egypt." Mr. Weasley looked expectantly at Mr. Harris. Egypt? The prospect of exploring the world was immensely appealing to Alan, and he gazed eagerly at Mr. Harris. "If it is not too much trouble, I would be delighted to accompany you and broaden my horizons," Alan expressed. Mr. Harris, noting Alan's hopeful demeanor, agreed to Mr. Weasley's proposal. They planned to stay in Egypt for a month, necessitating swift preparations. Although Mrs. Harris felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood Alan's fervent desire for this journey and, before his departure, stuffed a large bag full of galleons into his hands. "Take this. It is rightfully yours from your time in New York. Be cautious while you are away," Mrs. Harris admonished repeatedly. Alan embraced his mother and, under the escort of Mr. Harris, proceeded to the humble dwelling. Alan rescued Ginny from the clutches of Voldemort, an act that served as a catalyst for the burgeoning friendship between their families. Although there had been a cordial rapport prior, this incident fostered a deeper connection and a more harmonious interaction between them. Percy, however, despite his gratitude towards Alan for saving Ginny, found it impossible to extend warmth towards him, occasionally resorting to veiled jibes. Whenever he treated Alan in such a manner, he would inevitably face the disapproving glares of the 2 ladies in his household, which caused him considerable vexation. After several instances, he resolved to treat Alan as if he were invisible, deliberately ignoring his presence. Chapter 177, Bill Weasley. Upon disembarking from the plane, it felt akin to plunging into a warm pool. Alan felt enveloped by a wave of heat, the sun in Cairo shining with an exceptional brilliance. Before long, he found his lips parched and his throat dry. Despite the magical robe that could regulate his body temperature, Alan still struggled against the sweltering heat. Mrs. Weasley was in a flurry of activity, her stress exacerbated not only by the oppressive weather. On one hand, she had to keep a watchful eye on several children, ensuring they did not wander off, especially the mischievous twin brothers, who, upon disembarking from the plane, darted about energetically. On the other hand, there were a total of 7 large trunks to manage, and not a single one could be overlooked. Should the magical books and artifacts within those trunks fall into the hands of Muggles, it would spell considerable trouble. Alan stepped forward and took a large box from Mr. Weasley's hands. "Oh, Alan, how considerate of you." Mrs. Weasley's expression transformed from anxiety to warmth in an instant. However, she then shouted sternly at the twins in the distance, "George, Fred, don't run around. Even younger Alan knows to help carry the luggage." Observing this, Ron mimicked Alan and took it upon himself to look after a piece of baggage. Percy, with a disdainful sneer, took 2 large pieces of luggage from Mr. Weasley, casting a smug glance at Alan. It was utterly perplexing. Alan could not fathom what Percy had to be so proud about. Were it not for the fear of causing a scene, he could easily command all 7 pieces of luggage to float. As they passed through security, Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, poked its head out from his pocket. Time and again, Ron shoved it back in, but the little creature seemed unable to withstand the confinement. Yearning to glimpse the world outside, a security officer at the airport appeared to have spotted Scabbers. He strode over purposefully, pointing his baton at Ron and demanding, "What do you have in your arms?" Mr. Weasley, further ahead, was busy maneuvering luggage and could not arrive in time. Without hesitation, Alan drew his wand and cast a confundish charm on the security personnel. The unfortunate guard shook his head, appearing bewildered and utterly at a loss. Could you please direct me to the restroom?" Alan fluently inquired in Arabic, alleviating the guard's discomfort. "Take a left at that intersection and go straight." The guard indicated the direction to Alan before striding away with purpose. "Thank goodness for you, Alan," Ron exclaimed, still visibly shaken. "We were fortunate that Mr. Weasley had applied for a 1 permit in advance." Alan replied with a slight smile. Ludo Bagman from the Department of Magical Sports lent a hand. "He has acquaintances all over the world." Mr. Weasley hurried back to join his children. "Alan, your Arabic is remarkable. Is there any language you do not speak?" Ginny looked at him with admiration. "Just a smattering," Alan replied, feeling a bit shy under Ginny's fervent gaze. He nodded toward her and quickened his pace to catch up with Mrs. Weasley ahead. They navigated through security without incident, emerging from the airport in a disarrayed manner. "Mom, I'm over here." A tall young man, sporting the Weasley family's signature red hair, approached with an effortlessly cool demeanor. He wore a long ponytail and an earring adorned with a small fan-like charm. "It's Bill," Ron joyfully called out. Mrs. Weasley enveloped her eldest son in a warm embrace. which left Bill feeling touched yet slightly awkward. "Mom, I'm a bit thirsty." Ginny gently nudged Mrs. Weasley at her waist. "Did you not just drink water before disembarking?" Mrs. Weasley released Bill and set about finding water for her beloved youngest daughter. Bill cheerfully winked at Ginny, who returned his gesture with a sweet smile. "You must be Alan Harris, right?" "Thank you for saving Ginny." After greeting other family members, Bill turned his attention to Alan. "It was nothing." Alan replied with a gentle smile. "I borrowed a van from my workplace that was transporting gold. There is ample space." Bill led everyone to a rugged SUV with a boxy design and impressively thick tires. "This is absolutely incredible, Mr. Weasley exclaimed in awe as he ran his hand over the vehicle's exterior. It seems that whether muggle or wizard, the allure of automobiles is irresistible. The spacious interior was evidently enhanced by an expansion charm, as 7 large suitcases were neatly arranged in the trunk, occupying only a small fraction of its vast space. Alan, Ron, and 3 other boys were comfortably seated side by side in the rear of the vehicle. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny occupied the front seats, enjoying the generous armrests and plush cushions that offered unparalleled comfort. Mr. Weasley sat in the passenger seat, while Bill took on the role of the driver. It was indeed a delightful experience. As the temperature within the car descended to a refreshingly cool level, Mrs. Weasley could not help but sigh contentedly. They traversed through the bustling city, navigating the chaotic traffic, passing by the towering Cairo Tower, the majestic and solemn mosques, and the elegant opera house. Engrossed in the captivating foreign scenery outside, no one felt inclined to engage in conversation. As they left the city, the view transformed from scattered low trees to an expansive, boundless desert. Before long, Ron excitedly pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, the pyramids!" The pyramid complex and the Sphinx stood magnificently against the dazzling, golden sands, evoking a sense of awe. "Once we settle in, you will have the opportunity to visit the pyramids," Bill cheerfully announced from the front, clearly delighted to be reunited with his long-missed family. After a lengthy journey through the desert, they finally halted at a secluded village by the banks of the Nile. The vehicle arrived at a uniquely designed building with a pointed dome at the end of the village. "We've arrived," Bill exclaimed, jumping out of the car. And the others soon joined him. The heat was overwhelming. The sun blazed fiercely, with not a cloud in sight and not a hint of breeze. The plants they passed along the way appeared wilted, with only a few sparse trees providing a smidgen of shade. However, the vegetation surrounding this quaint building was remarkably lush and vibrant. 2 jacaranda trees stood symmetrically by the entrance, where a tall bougainvillea climbed the gate, its creamy flowers bursting forth, enveloping the entire entrance in a cloud of white. "This is the home of my colleague Ahmed from Gringotts. We can stay here for a month," Bill announced with a beaming smile. The twin brothers cheered and eagerly rushed into the villa. Upon entering, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. The interior was delightfully cool. Alan and Ron were assigned to a room on the 3rd floor, which boasted a spacious balcony overlooking the Nile River. The abundant sunlight flooded the interior, yet it brought no hint of heat. "It must be enchanted with temperature-regulating magic," Ron proclaimed emphatically to Alan. Chapter 178. The Nile River Monster. As Alan and Ron stood on the balcony, admiring the picturesque scenery of the Nile, they noticed something unusual. Despite the sweltering weather, a group of people had gathered by the riverbank, huddled together under the blazing sun. "Let us go take a look," Alan suggested. Intrigued, Ron promptly nodded in agreement. They made their way to the riverbank, where they discovered that the crowd was encircled around a large sandpit. An Egyptian man, clad in a flowing white robe and a red hat, stood beside the pit, gesticulating animatedly. His voice rang out, hoarse and commanding, his face flushed and glistening with sweat, suggesting he was quite irate about something. A few young men, barefoot and wielding shovels and pickaxes, stood by his side. "I have warned you all before. You must not come to the river alone at night. Why did you not heed my warnings? Instead of telling us the truth, you buried the body in the sandpit." "Foolishness," the man exclaimed, pointing at the pit. Alan and Ron gazed at the sandpit, and Ron could not help but exclaim in astonishment as a decaying animal carcass was unearthed, with only a small portion buried beneath the ground. "What is this?" Ron whispered to Alan. Alan, suppressing his discomfort, scrutinized the scene and confirmed, "This is indeed a donkey, one of the primary means of transportation for the Egyptians. How could it have met its demise here?" Ron inquired further. "Let us listen to what they have to say." Alan, of course, remained perplexed. Groups of villagers approached from the direction of the settlement, and the crowd around the sandpit swelled, forming a dense mass. This significantly hampered the excavation efforts, particularly with the children darting about. Among the throng, a man clad in a white robe raised his voice. "Step back. Step back." He appeared to command considerable respect, and the crowd obediently retreated. "Nasir, what on earth has transpired?" someone inquired from within the masses. "It is the water monster. The Nile water monster has resurfaced," Nasir exclaimed, pointing towards the corpse in the pit. Foolish Hassan encountered the creature, and fortunately, he managed to escape, albeit at the cost of his donkey. Nasir gestured toward a small, dark-skinned man wielding a shovel. He concealed the truth of the monster's reappearance out of fear of the villagers' superstitions. Had it not been for Salih's discovery, who knows how many more would have perished? Nasir seethed with indignation. Hassan stood dejectedly to the side. "I must reiterate, Everyone should avoid the lakeside at night. Please exercise caution. Nasir insisted once more. Upon learning the truth, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the original few to continue dealing with the decaying donkey in the pit. Is it truly the water monster? Ron pondered, curiosity piqued. I cannot say for certain. After all, it has decomposed rather rapidly, Alan replied. In the village. A savvy local entrepreneur, noticing the gathering crowd, had brought out a cart to sell refreshments. Alan and Ron also gathered around, surprisingly finding watermelon juice and apple juice, along with some beer. Alan purchased a variety of items, and he and Ron carried the beer back to the villa. These beverages were immensely popular. Mr. Weasley also conjured numerous ice cubes to keep the drinks refreshingly chilled. Alan and Ron recounted the recent events by the lakeside to everyone. You coward, you are a wizard. What is there to fear? George teased Ron. I am certainly not afraid. I am merely reminding everyone to remain vigilant. Ron defended himself. The Weasley brothers laughed and ran away. In any case, let us strive to avoid venturing out at night, Mr. Weasley advised. His gaze fixed on the twins until they both nodded in agreement. That evening, Ron and Alan engaged in a discussion about their knowledge of pyramids and the origins of mummies. In truth, it was Alan who spoke while Ron listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Osiris's body was shattered into 14 pieces, and he could still be resurrected? Ron inquired incredulously. What of it? Some individuals have entirely lost their bodies. Their souls fragmented into 7 or 8 pieces, yet they still seek the chance for resurrection, Alan replied with remarkable composure, recalling the Dark Lord. At that moment, Alan heard footsteps approaching the door. Bathed in the bright moonlight, he observed the doorknob turning. Someone was attempting to enter. Suddenly, Alan sprang to his feet, directing his wand towards the door. The doorknob turned, and the door creaked open. 2 tall, indistinct shadows stood at the threshold. Ron gasped in surprise. As the 2 shadows stumbled into the room, Alan discerned their form, holding his breath in astonishment. Even in the dim light, he recognized them as mummies. In the haze, the mummies swayed into the living room, their arms reaching forward as if attempting to seize Ron. Ron's mouth fell agape, appearing ready to scream. Yet no sound escaped his lips. Alan drew his wand and aimed it at the mummy, poised to cast a spell, when a familiar voice emerged from the bandaged figure. Do not attack, it is us. It's George and Fred. Ron, filled with anger, hurled a pillow from the bed, striking George's bandaged chest, only for it to bounce back. Fred and George erupted into laughter, clearly finding the situation amusing. Didn't you claim you weren't a coward? George taunted Ron. I'm not a coward. It's just that your costumes are utterly terrifying. Ron retorted, seething with indignation, feeling the humor completely eluded him. I told you he would be frightened. Fred remarked to George. I recognized you the moment you entered. Ron defended himself. You should have seen the expression on your face. You looked utterly terrified. George exclaimed, bursting into laughter once more. Ron mumbled under his breath, appearing quite displeased. Come on, stop acting like a little girl. Get up and help us tear this stuff off, Fred instructed Ron, with a flick of his wand. Alan caused the bindings on them to loosen and curl into a tight bundle. Ron, you claim you are not a coward. Do you dare to take a stroll by the river? George's eyes sparkled with mischief as another idea struck him. Just wait and see. Ron stood up, seething with anger. Alan hurriedly followed behind, for there was indeed trouble by the riverside, and Ron was in a perilous situation. The Nile River at night was extraordinarily tranquil, however, to Ron. This calm concealed profound dangers, necessitating utmost vigilance. Alan, look. Ron suddenly pointed toward the center of the river. Alan followed Ron's gaze and beheld a horse emerging in the midst of the lake, its mane flowing magnificently as it swam freely. Chapter 179, Fierce Battle on the Nile. With a sharper focus, Alan realized that the great horse had astonishingly transformed into a colossal sea serpent. The serpent frolicked in the waters, creating towering waves as it thrashed about. Suddenly, Ron, standing beside Alan, strode toward the lake, murmuring, Gold. So much gold. Alan seized Ron, attempting to pull him back. However, Ron appeared to be entranced, exhibiting an astonishing strength that allowed him to break free from Alan's grasp and swiftly plunge into the lake. Alan hurriedly gave chase, intent on capturing Ron. However, once in the water, Ron slipped away like an eel, darting swiftly through the depths. Ron, come back. The frantic twin brothers called out from a distance, racing towards Alan and the others, all too aware that something had gone awry with Ron. Although Alan possessed a robust physique, his swimming skills were rather inadequate. In this predicament, he could only swim desperately forward, striving to catch up with Ron. Unfortunately, the weather seemed to be shifting ominously. A substantial amount of lake water evaporated into the air, carrying with it a briny scent. A thick curtain of clouds descended upon the lake's surface, barely allowing flashes of lightning to pierce through. The cumulonimbus clouds on Ron's side piled up ominously, exuding an air of harsh foreboding. Ron's speed was exceedingly swift, leaving Alan increasingly distanced. Meanwhile, George and Fred refrained from recklessly plunging into the water. Instead, they had somehow procured a wooden raft and were fervently paddling toward Ron's direction. This sparked a moment of inspiration in Alan, who said one must swim in the sea. Alan continuously splashed the water beneath his feet, elevating his upper body above the surface, before summoning a flying broom from his storage space. With the broom's propulsive power, Alan soared into the air, swiftly making his way towards Ron. Ron was drawing perilously close to the aquatic beast lurking in the lake. In a fit of uncontrollable impulse, he reached out to touch the creature's neck and deftly climbed onto its back. The horse-like monster plunged into the depths of the Nile, attempting to dislodge Ron from its back in order to devour him. However, it came up empty. In that fleeting moment as it dove beneath the surface, Alan delivered a punch that rendered Ron unconscious, subsequently grasping his arm and hoisting him onto the broom. This series of actions was executed with remarkable precision, and the horse-like creature remained oblivious. "Get to the shore," Alan exclaimed, stabilizing Ron in front of him while shouting to his twin brother. He could not ascertain whether the creature, having lost its intended prey, would succumb to wrath. Although it appeared to Alan as a serpentine beast, that did not alter its voracious appetite for human flesh. The weather turned tumultuous, dark clouds transforming into a tempest of wind and rain. As shadows engulfed the last vestiges of light, the fierce winds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, surged across the broad river, reminiscent of a relentless artillery barrage. The surface of the river churned with monstrous waves, and amidst the tumult, the silhouette of the horse-like creature appeared utterly terrifying. With each flash of lightning and clap of thunder, its ferocity intensified. Alan had soared to the riverbank, casting Ron onto the sandy shore before hastily returning to aid the frantic twin brothers. The twins' raft drifted perilously in the downwind zone, at any moment susceptible to being capsized by the towering waves. The flat wooden raft offered no points of leverage to maintain stability. Coupled with the tempestuous antics of the horse-shaped sea monster, their predicament was exceedingly perilous. George and Fred paddled frantically against the tumultuous tide. As the surging waves roared above their heads, in Alan's gaze, the monstrous creature drew ever closer. Amidst the howling winds, Alan soared above the head of the sea monster, his wand aimed directly at the creature. Faint and fall, the incantation, infused with the hopes of the three, shot towards the monster, only to plunge directly into the depths below. The sea beast proved to be more agile than they had anticipated. Infuriated by Alan's provocation, the horse-shaped creature transformed into a serpent, its long tail whipping through the air, swiftly knocking Alan off his broomstick. In an instant, the broom was engulfed by the towering waves, vanishing from sight. The twin brothers, stunned, hastily paddled towards Alan, eager to rescue him onto their raft. However, the enraged sea monster retaliated with another powerful lash of its tail, scattering the raft to pieces and sending the twins tumbling into the water. The creature dove deep, swiftly approaching Alan. Just as it reformed into its equine shape, lowering its head to devour him, a bridle was cast upon its head. It was Alan. Seizing a piece of driftwood, he transformed it into a bridle. Then, in a split second, as the beast leaned closer, he used a binding spell to secure the bridle onto its head. The effect was immediate. The horse-shaped monster became docile, no longer posing a threat to Alan and his companions. With the creature in tow, the trio of young wizards swam back to shore. "I'm sorry, Alan. We caused you to lose your nimbus," the twins said apologetically, gazing remorsefully at him. As a Quidditch player, a broomstick was of utmost importance. It was a comrade, a partner. "No worries. I've heard a new top-of-the-line broomstick has been released this year, and I was considering an upgrade. Out with the old, and with the new," Alan replied with a carefree smile. Although he felt a pang of loss inside, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Soaked to the skin, they brought Ron and the sea monster back to the villa, causing quite a stir among the family. After awakening Ron and uncovering the events that transpired, Mrs. Weasley scolded the twins soundly. They were all sent off for a bath and, under Mrs. Weasley's insistence, each was made to drink a hefty bowl of potion to ward off colds. The four young wizards sat in unison on the sofa, steam rising from their heads. They exchanged glances and could not help but burst into laughter. Having shared such an experience together inevitably fostered a bond. Confronting a horse-headed sea monster was indeed one such experience. "What are we to do with this creature?" Ron asked incredulously, looking at the now docile sea monster. It appeared remarkably tame, a stark contrast to the fierce, roaring beast that sought to devour them moments before. "Let Bill handle it. He works at Gringotts and might know some relevant contacts," George cheerfully suggested, passing the responsibility to Bill. "Indeed, what we truly need now is rest," Fred chimed in, echoing George's sentiment. "If it weren't for your mischief, we would have rested long ago," Ron muttered under his breath. "What was that, Ron?" George turned to inquire. "Oh, nothing. I mean, you're absolutely right," Ron replied innocently, batting his eyelashes. Alan could not help but laugh aloud. Once the smoke ceased to billow above their heads, the exhausted young wizards finally retired to their beds. The following day, as they completed their morning routines and made their way to the dining hall, they were greeted with a delightful surprise. Chapter 180, A Glimpse of the Pyramid. Bill presented them with a bag of gold galleons, a reward for their capture of the hippogriff, totaling 400 galleons. The prices here are relatively low, so do not disdain the amount, while the figure may seem modest. The weight of the coins in their hands was quite substantial. Ron was overjoyed. He had never received galleons before. However, George snatched the coins from Ron's grasp and handed them to Alan. "This reward rightfully belongs to Alan. Without him, they would have perished at the river's bottom." Fred and George shared a silent understanding, both agreeing that the prize should be awarded to Alan. Moreover, as George pointed out, he had even lost Neptune in the process. Ron fervently nodded in agreement, feeling ashamed for his earlier greed. I propose we use this money for our sightseeing and purchasing delectable souvenirs, Alan suggested. Unwilling to hoard all the galleons for himself. This decision bore numerous benefits. Without these funds, Alan would feel awkward indulging in local delicacies while the others dined on Mrs. Weasley's sandwiches. This way, everyone would be pleased, and Alan's experience in Egypt would be assured of quality. Outside, the air was exceedingly dry, and waves of heat enveloped them. It was hard to believe that a torrential downpour had occurred the previous night. Just as Muggles remained oblivious to the battle in the Nile. The pyramids served as the tombs of ancient Egyptian monarchs, pharaohs, and are recognized as one of the 7 wonders of the world. The most remarkable aspect of the pyramids is that they are constructed from massive stone blocks weighing thousands of tons, with no adhesive material between them, relying solely on the interlocking and stacking of the stones. Muggles find this construction astonishing, leading to various theories regarding the pyramids' creation. Some believe they were built upon the suffering of the ancient Egyptian populace, while others assert that extraterrestrial beings were responsible. The methods of the ancient Egyptian wizards in constructing the pyramids are not a mystery to witches and wizards. They employed their considerable powers and resources to serve the ruling class, while experimenting with their magic. Standing before the gleaming pyramid in the desert, Alan gazed upward, envisioning the grandeur of the ancient wizards. If it weren't for your insistence on coming here, I wouldn't be eating sand. A young woman in a flowing white dress scoffed, drawing astonished glances from nearby tourists. What is so remarkable about a pile of stones? She retorted defiantly. Ignorant Muggles, George muttered, feeling quite indignant. Alan felt a stir from the wand concealed beneath his sunshade, piquing his curiosity. He approached and whispered, "What spell did you cast?" "Oh, nothing much. Just one that tends to bring misfortune to Muggles," came the reply. George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances and chuckled. "Be cautious, Mr. Weasley is dedicated to Muggle protection. If he discovers your antics..." Alan shot them a look that suggested they should consider their own fates. "This way, follow me," Bill instructed, retrieving some water and food from the car to distribute among the group. "This is the entrance for Muggles, while we wizards have our own passage," Bill elaborated. The group trailed behind Bill, entering a hidden path behind the pyramid. Here, a spell had been cast to repel Muggles, ensuring they would not wander into this area. Bill presented a visitor's permit to the guard clad in a blue uniform. "Now, let's South stay close, shall we? No wandering about. The tunnels inside resemble a labyrinth, and it's quite easy to get lost," Bill cautioned with a serious demeanor. Alan felt that his words were clearly directed at his twin brothers. "Do not worry. I shall keep an eye on them," Percy assured. Fred and George grinned mischievously, pulling faces. Alan felt that had Percy not uttered those words, the twin brothers might have still chosen to follow the main group. Now, it is difficult to predict what actions they might take against Percy. Shortly thereafter, the group passed through a small square entrance and entered the stone chamber. Alan bent his body, following them through a narrow passage that seemed to gradually slope downward. Bill led the way in front, his wand illuminating the path beneath their feet. The floor of the pyramid was soft, covered with a layer of sand. The air was cold and damp. The walls were constructed from granite. Mr. Weasley paused, brushing his hand along the low ceiling, remarking that the entire tunnel was paved with limestone. This gesture seemed to be contagious, as everyone instinctively reached out to touch the ceiling, including Alan. An unfamiliar energy surged within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. A system voice echoed in his mind. Sudden task: rescue the trapped souls, with a time limit of 1 month. Upon successful completion, a chance to enter a lottery would be awarded. Fortunately, the 1-month time frame aligned perfectly with Alan's stay in Egypt. Alan felt that there was no immediate urgency, and he could complete the task after thorough preparation. The priority was to explore the surroundings and familiarize himself with the environment for the task ahead. However, shortly thereafter, a second system notification echoed. Urgent task: locate the energy stone of the pyramid, with a deadline of 1 month. Successful completion will grant 1 chance in a lottery. The system, usually so quiet that it could be easily overlooked, seemed to be invigorated upon entering the pyramid. With 2 consecutive tasks and no clear direction, Alan began to sense a rising urgency. Alan is the type of person who either does not engage at all or, when he does, strives for nothing short of excellence. Within the span of a month, he must accomplish 2 exceptionally challenging tasks, leaving him somewhat anxious. "Bill, have you ever heard of the pyramid energy stone?" Alan hurriedly approached Bill, who was at the forefront, eager to consult him first. "There exists such a legend." Bill cast a surprised glance at Alan, pondering whether this young wizard possessed an impressive reservoir of knowledge, even being aware of the pyramid energy stone. Ancient Egyptian sorcerers meticulously preserved the bodies of pharaohs, transforming them into flawless mummies. These mummies could endure for millennia. Bill scrutinized Alan for a moment. This preservation was attributed to the energy stone within the pyramid. The enigmatic energy of the stone facilitates the rapid dehydration of the body, hastening its transformation into a mummy, awaiting the day of resurrection. Bill patiently elucidated this to Alan. This mysterious power is certainly not mere hearsay. Even Muggles have had scientists validate such phenomena. Mr. Arthur Weasley, intrigued, interjected. "How do you know?" Bill inquired with astonishment. "I did a bit of research before arriving," Mr. Weasley replied with a smile, producing a rusted coin. He handed the coin to Alan, saying, You might want to give it a try. When we exit, the coin may regain its original form. This is the influence of the energy stone. Chapter 181. The Pharaoh's Curse. Alan took the rust-covered coin and examined it closely, finding no signs of change. Perhaps the rust was simply too severe. The rust had even formed a pentagram pattern, a remnant of Ron's childhood handiwork. Mr. Weasley reached out to pat Ron's head, but Ron evasively dodged away. Oh. Ron was shy. George, however, paid no heed to Ron's wounded pride. Not at all. Ron shot a glare at George. This coin held great significance for Ron, after all. It bore his childhood masterpiece, and he felt it was better suited in his possession. Alan handed the coin to Ron, although Ron feigned indifference. He accepted the coin and tucked it into his pocket. Mr. Weasley, do you know where the energy stone might be located? Alan returned to the earlier topic, which occupied his thoughts most. Though historical records indicated that no one had successfully found the energy stone, its existence could not be denied. Mr. Weasley stroked his chin and continued, I tend to believe that those who have obtained the energy stone chose to keep it secret. It is also possible that they fell victim to the Pharaoh's curse, preventing them from revealing the truth. Bill joined the discussion. The Pharaoh's curse? If I were to learn it, could I curse Malfoy? Ron asked eagerly. I fear not. I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to learn it. Bill replied coolly. This curse might be connected to the energy stone hidden within the pyramids. Consequently, the Egyptian Ministry of Magic established an office dedicated to studying these curses. Noticing Ron's hurt expression, Bill felt the need to clarify. Well, look, we've arrived at the warning area. Bill pointed to a wall. On the wall was inscribed a solemn and imposing spell. Whoever disturbs the Pharaoh's peace shall have the wings of death descend upon them. Are we now considered to have disturbed the Pharaoh's peace? Ron asked fearfully. Don't worry, Ron. This is a route surveyed by the Ministry of Magic, ensuring your safety. Bill reassured, glancing back at the twin brothers before warning loudly, however, if you trespass into undeveloped tombs, you may face mortal danger. After passing the warning area, Alan felt a sudden drop in temperature and an increase in humidity. The tunnel abruptly ended, revealing a pale yellow wall before them. Bill illuminated a small hole in the wall with his wand, saying, this way. Next, we need to take the cable car. They crawled through the small opening and emerged onto a platform overlooking a vast, unfathomable darkness below. What lies beneath? Ron asked nervously. Who knows? Mummies? Coffins? Jewels? Anything is possible, Bill shrugged. Bill was a curse breaker for Gringotts, not for the pyramids. Suddenly, a wizard in a blue uniform appeared on the platform. Expressionless as he addressed Alan and the others. 10 individuals, 10 galleons, please. So expensive. Ron scoffed. Mrs. Weasley retrieved 10 galleons from her purse and handed them to the wizard. Upon receiving the payment, he mechanically stated, please do not exit mid-journey. Any mishaps encountered will be at your own risk. Before anyone could react, he waved his wand, and 5 narrow, rudimentary cable cars, equipped only with seats and handrails, glided towards them along the cable. Pairing off, Alan and Ron climbed into the last car. As the cable car began to move, they were on the verge of witnessing the true burial chamber, and Ron was filled with excitement and trepidation. He leaned out to peer down below. Alan, there won't really be mummies down there, will there? Alan lowered his gaze, confronted by an impenetrable darkness, unable to discern anything. He quickly turned around and seized Ron, yanking him back into his seat. This sudden action startled Ron, nearly causing his wand to slip from his grasp. They had unwittingly entered a narrow tomb passage, so constricted that they could touch the walls with outstretched hands. Had Alan not reacted swiftly, Ron would have collided with the wall. Oh, thank you, Alan. You saved me once again, Ron exclaimed, his face still marked by shock. It's nothing. We must tread carefully, Alan replied, offering Ron a bottle of water to calm his nerves. The passage was exceptionally long, and upon its shadowy walls, Alan discerned a series of magical inscriptions. These warnings, etched repeatedly into the stone, cautioned any who dared to enter. Any soul with impure intentions shall find their neck grasped, as if choking a bird. Another curse, Ron grumbled. Who would enter a pyramid with impure motives? Well, I might. Alan awkwardly rubbed his nose, reflecting that impure intentions were systemic. He was merely fulfilling a task. Further ahead, the names of wizards and muggles who had fallen victim to the curse were engraved in English upon the walls, evidently added by later visitors. Suddenly, the cable car accelerated, and they began to descend rapidly. Surely the cable isn't about to snap? Ron shouted in terror. We must be going downward. If the cable were to break, we would plummet. Alan reassured him loudly. Soon, their descent came to an abrupt halt. The cable car burst forth from the narrow tomb passage into an extraordinarily vast space. The cable car glided forward at a steady pace, and Ron felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. For Alan, who was in peak physical condition and had frequently enjoyed roller coasters in his previous life, such thrills were of little concern. We should be nearing our destination. We've been sliding for quite some time, Ron remarked, displaying signs of impatience. Given the complexity of the route and the lengthy distance, it was hard to imagine how long it would have taken to reach the chamber without the cable car. We are almost there. Look, a platform. Alan, with his keen eyesight, felt a surge of excitement. Just as the cable car reached the midpoint of this expansive area, a white figure plummeted from the skies above. accompanied by a piercing wail, its claws outstretched menacingly. Alan, quick-witted and agile, seized the individual's arm and pulled him onto the cable car. The small vehicle, unable to bear the weight of 3, began to sway precariously. Ron, terrified, clutched the handrail tightly, his face a mask of fear. Hurry up. Alan cast an acceleration spell upon the cable car, striving to reach their destination before it toppled over. The car spun through the air, racing forward. As its occupants struggled to maintain their balance, they arrived at the platform without further incident, and Ron scrambled down from the cable car, having been thoroughly shaken by the experience. Thank goodness, I'm saved. The disheveled, weeping woman was none other than the one who had boasted outside the pyramid earlier. What do you mean? We got separated. Ron shouted in despair after searching in vain for the sight of his family. Chapter 182, The Labyrinth of Tunnels. Upon hearing Ron's words, Alan quickly surveyed their surroundings. The platform was deserted, with only the 3 of them present. Look. There's a door over there. Alan pointed to a small doorway. Perhaps they are inside and remain silent to startle us, Ron suggested hopefully. Perhaps still holding on to George's attention. This notion seemed plausible, and the trio made their way toward the doorway, the girl in white closely trailing behind Alan. Honestly, Bill emphasized time and again that we should stay together, yet now they choose to play such a prank. Ron seethed with indignation. Alan remained silent, preferring to believe that Ron's speculation was indeed true, that the 3 of them had merely been left on the platform as a jest. Ron was the first to pass through the doorway, momentarily frozen in place. Alan followed closely behind, and beyond the door lay a long, winding tunnel devoid of any human presence. Dad, Mom, where are you? Ron's voice echoed in terror through the passage. Yet, silence enveloped him. Hello, where are you? Ron cupped his hands around his mouth, amplifying his call, but still, there was no reply. Perhaps they were just around the corner, hiding and waiting to see how he would react. Ron reassured both Alan and himself. However, no one answered him. Alan illuminated the walls of the tunnel with his wand, captivated by the murals adorning them. All right, I know this must be yet another one of George's feeble pranks aimed at frightening me, he mused. Noticing Alan's indifference, Ron turned to the girl in white to explain. No. The girl swiftly braided her flowing hair into a twist, revealing her delicate features. Hey, what do you mean by no? Ron inquired, nearly forgetting his previous words. This is not a prank. And by the way, my name is Nancy, not Hay, she replied, a hint of dissatisfaction creasing her brow. Ah, Nancy, what a lovely name, Ron exclaimed in admiration. Nancy is right. We are indeed lost. Alan concluded his observations and approached. What have you discovered? Ron asked. Curiosity piqued. I believe we have entered a graveyard that has never been trodden by human feet. Alan responded. That's fantastic. If we manage to escape, we might be rewarded with a plethora of galleons. Ron clapped his hands in excitement. You should focus on getting out first, Nancy retorted dismissively, ignoring her. Ron mimicked Alan's actions and cast the Lumos charm to examine the walls of the tunnel. Is this a new type of flashlight? It seems rather lengthy, Nancy observed with intrigue as she leaned closer to Ron's wand. As Alan ventured deeper into the tunnel, he was captivated by the ancient murals and hieroglyphs adorning the walls of the tomb. The artwork was striking in its clarity and richness, depicting scenes of farmers tilling the fields, harvesters bearing grain upon their shoulders, archers poised to shoot, and boats racing across the river's surface. Yet, some murals conveyed perplexing imagery, figures resembling butchers, dancers, and individuals clutching bundles of cloth. What could they signify? Their actions appeared exceedingly peculiar. Most arresting was a depiction of a man and a woman facing east. The man stood resolute in front, exuding an air of authority and robust stature, while the woman followed closely, her demeanor serene and her figure ample. Both grasped stout staffs adorned with intricate gemstone carvings. Alan speculated that perhaps these were the wands of ancient Egyptian sorcerers. Despite the passage of millennia, the murals remained astonishingly intact, leaving Alan in disbelief. He surmised that this place had yet to be trodden by human feet. Otherwise, such exquisite artistry would have long since faded away. Truly remarkable. The beauty of these murals was beyond compare. Ron, overwhelmed by admiration, hurried to catch up with Alan, while Nancy trailed behind, jogging to keep pace. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed a considerable distance along the rightward extending tunnel. The floor began to incline upwards, and the air grew arid, carrying an unmistakable scent of mildew. How exhilarating this was, exclaimed Nancy as they turned a corner. Alan felt it necessary to reassess the girl who had previously screamed in fright. Perhaps I might adorn myself with the jewels of a princess from ancient Egypt, sapphires, rubies, emeralds, or even a crown, Nancy murmured softly. Alan, do you think there will be mummies in the tomb? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of mummies. Certainly, since this tomb has yet to be discovered. It must undoubtedly contain mummies, Alan replied with conviction. Is that all you can think about, mummies? Nancy grimaced in disdain. Well, after all, we are in an ancient Egyptian pyramid. Ron countered. This tomb could contain treasures and artifacts worth millions of pounds, Nancy chastised Ron, and yet your mind is fixated on a terrifying mummy. What do you know? You muggle, Ron retorted angrily. Muggle? What nonsense is that? You are the real muggle, Nancy shot back, incensed, believing Ron was insulting her with incomprehensible terms. I think we should temper our excitement. It is essential to remain vigilant at all times, Alan wisely interjected. Ron was correct. In such a tomb, mummies were certain to exist, along with perhaps other unknown dangers. At that moment, Alan heard a sound and paused. Did you hear that noise? Alan asked. No. Ron and Nancy replied in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. Alan listened intently. However, the sound had vanished once more. Had I misheard it? Alan gripped his wand tightly and resumed his journey down the passageway. They rounded a corner, and the tunnel began to constrict, the walls seemingly pressing in upon them. The ground became firmer, with less sand underfoot. In the dim light, Alan suddenly discerned two diverging paths ahead and came to a halt once more. Which path shall we take? Ron inquired, perplexed. Alan dashed into the left tunnel, illuminating the walls on either side with the swift glow emitted from his wand. He then quickly retreated, stepping into the right tunnel. Ron and Nancy followed him, bewildered and perplexed. The murals within the left tunnel depicted scenes from the lives of muggles, while the right tunnel was adorned with images of wizards. Alan whispered in explanation, "We are wizards. We ought to traverse the right path." Alan's reasoning was both compelling and refreshingly straightforward, an underground labyrinth. Within the pyramid, there could be countless tunnels. Only the designer could discern the correct path amongst them. Chapter 183. The door. The trio pressed onward, with Alan relying on the same method, consistently veering to the right. In this maze of tunnels, they encountered a bifurcation at every turn, and each time, Alan opted for the path adorned with the mural of a sorcerer. Each mural they encountered at these junctions mirrored the one preceding it. They had lost count of how many paths they had traversed and choices they had made. Suddenly, Alan came to a halt once more. Was that a voice? The sound he had just heard vanished in an instant, leaving behind an eerie silence, so profound that they could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Alan, I heard it, Ron exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. So did I, Nancy chimed in, tilting her head as if it might enhance her ability to listen more acutely. The sound resonated again. The three held their breath, straining to catch every nuance. Then, once more, silence enveloped them. Let us go, Alan declared, gritting his teeth. Whatever it was, there would eventually come a time for clarity. Ron and Nancy followed Alan in silence, their instincts alerting them that the situation was growing dire. After a while, the narrow tunnel took a sharp turn. As they pressed forward, the air began to warm. Suddenly, Alan quickened his pace and dashed towards a wall, leaving Ron and Nancy trailing behind. They exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed suit. Ron held an unwavering trust in Alan, while Nancy, guided by her feminine intuition, sensed that Alan was evidently more dependable. As they approached, they discovered that it was not a wall at all, but rather a door. Shattered. The sealed clay on the door had cracked and scattered across the ground. Once cleared, the original visage of the grand door was unveiled before the trio. It appeared truly magnificent. Nancy gazed in fascination at the door that had materialized so unexpectedly. Suddenly, she whirled around to face Alan, inquiring, "What did you just do?" After a brief pause, her astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, "Are you truly wizards?" She had previously thought Alan was jesting. "Indeed, we are wizards," Ron replied, casting a sidelong glance at Nancy before redirecting his focus to the awe-inspiring door. Indeed, this ancient portal was remarkable. Though not particularly tall, it exuded an air of opulence. The dark, petrified mahogany suggested it hailed from a distant land. Trees of such stature could not possibly grow in Egypt. The entire door was intricately engraved with peculiar hieroglyphics from top to bottom. Alan recognized the sun and the moon, as well as various animals such as scorpions, birds, and cats, all intricately carved into the redwood. Most astonishing was the image of a majestic lion at the center of the door, sculpted from gold, which radiated an alluring brilliance akin to the sun under the glow of a wand. The gold was malleable. Ron, unable to restrain himself, reached out to touch the lion's head. "Be careful," Alan exclaimed, pulling Ron to the ground just as arrows shot forth from the lion's roaring mouth. The arrows glimmered with an eerie blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison. They believed the lion could scare away trespassers of the tomb. Alan gazed at the shimmering creature, aware that such tactics had been effective in ancient times. If fear failed, then poison would eliminate the intruders. Ron's expression was one of palpable dread. Furthermore, a curse was inscribed upon it. Alan contemplated the hieroglyphs adorning the door. "Can you decipher the curse?" Nancy inquired with intrigue. "Such opulence for a mere door. One can only imagine the treasures that lie within the tomb." "I can comprehend some of it," Alan replied, attempting to explain the ancient script to a muggle. A task akin to speaking to a stone wall. "Unless you step inside and utter the resurrection incantation, entering this door will result in a curse," he stated. "What is the incantation?" Nancy asked. "You cannot truly wish to recite the resurrection spell, can you?" Alan was taken aback. "Why not? It's better than being cursed." Nancy raised an eyebrow. "You could simply choose not to enter," Ron countered. "I refuse to backtrack," Nancy declared resolutely. Ron and Alan were at a loss for words. "How do we open the door?" Ron inquired. "Alohomora, perhaps?" "You might give it a try," Alan said, holding his wand and watching Ron with interest. "Ahem." Ron directed his wand at the grand entrance. Nancy observed Ron's actions with curiosity. "Are you about to cast a spell?" "To be precise, it's magic," Alan replied with a gentle smile. "Alohomora." Ron waited expectantly for the door to swing open before them. However, the door remained still. It's ineffective. Your magic is useless. Nancy laughed heartily. Frustrated, Ron attempted several more times, but to no avail. Nancy nearly doubled over in laughter at his predicament. What is so funny? Muggle? Why don't you give it a go? Ron snapped, exasperated. Step aside, I shall take over. Nancy declared with determination. Both Alan and Ron were filled with curiosity. Could she possibly open a door that even wizards could not? Nancy took a few steps back, and with a spirited dash, she leapt forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Thud. The heavy door resonated with a profound sound, yet remained unchanged. Ouch, that hurt. Nancy cradled her leg in pain. Alan and Ron exchanged glances, a violent spectacle indeed. It must be excruciating. Alan stepped forward to examine Nancy's leg, casting a healing spell upon her. How marvelous. Nancy rotated her ankle, feeling no pain whatsoever. Alan grasped his wand and declared, Now, it is my turn. Ron and Nancy gazed at Alan with eager anticipation, holding their breath. Alan's expression grew serious as he turned towards the door, raising his wand. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, indistinguishable from the sounds they had previously encountered in the tunnel. Please, allow me to rest. Nancy let out a sharp scream. Allow me to rest. The thunderous voice repeated once more. Alan lowered his raised wand and turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ron and Nancy also became aware that the sound emanated from behind them. A cracking noise resonated, sending a wave of terror surging up their throats. The sound of the crack grew increasingly louder, resembling the incessant snapping of delicate crackers. It became more pronounced, more insistent. The ground before them began to fracture, as if something were poised to emerge from the depths below. Alan and Ron directed their wands towards the figure, their vigilance unwavering. It was a person. First the head emerged, followed by crossed arms and a robust torso, with legs cloaked in a flowing robe. It was a statue. Ron exhaled softly and lengthily, then drew in a breath once more. Alan glanced at Nancy, who nervously bit her lower lip, her hands clenched into fists tightly guarding her chest. The statue stirred. Nancy let out a terrified scream. Chapter 184, The Phantom of the Stone Wall. Alan hurriedly glanced at the statue, and indeed, it had come to life. The statue's originally closed eyes now opened wide, its pitch-black pupils fixated firmly upon Alan and his companions, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The eyes were adorned with thick, vividly colored eyeliner, and coupled with the dilated pupils, they appeared particularly eerie. Alan observed that the statue bore the quintessential visage of an Egyptian, with a prominent nose, gaunt cheeks, and slightly protruding lower teeth that failed to align. Let me rest. The statue intoned once more, its voice devoid of vitality, reminiscent of death itself. What should we do? Ron inquired, his tone dry and desolate. What can we do? Alan felt as though he could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. What else is there to do? Nancy exclaimed in despair. Why am I so unfortunate? The inexplicable collapse of the floor, the incantory wizard, and the speaking statue, all these elements compounded the tension. Yet, in that moment of heightened anxiety, Alan and Ron found an inexplicable amusement. They were acutely aware of the source of Nancy's misfortune. It seemed George's curse of ill fate had proven to be rather potent. With a flick of his wand, Alan directed it towards the statue of Nancy, who felt as though an unseen shackle had been lifted from her, alleviating the persistent sense of gloom that had plagued her. If you cannot allow me to be resurrected, then grant me peace. The statue's voice echoed once more. This compelled Nancy to suppress her doubts regarding Alan's words. The three of them stood cautiously in confrontation with the colossal statue for what felt like an eternity. However, aside from the statue opening its eyes and incessantly repeating phrases akin to grant me peace, nothing else transpired. It appeared that these were the only words it could utter. Ron relaxed his guard, pondering that perhaps the statue awaited their next move. Yet, Alan remained unconvinced of the statue's apparent harmlessness. Ron and Nancy exchanged glances with Alan. Startled, Alan took a step back. Why are you looking at me? Open the door. It's your turn, Nancy declared without hesitation. Indeed, Alan, since this statue merely speaks, why don't we venture into the tomb and see what lies within? Ron surprisingly concurred with Nancy's suggestion. All right, I shall unlock the tomb, while you all keep watch. Alan replied, his curiosity piqued about what secrets the tomb might hold. Alan meticulously scrutinized the ancient inscriptions etched upon the door, which not only delineated the resurrection incantation but also the means to unlock it. As he parted his lips, poised to utter the words, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Nancy had restrained him. What is the resurrection incantation? She inquired. Are you still fixated on that? Ron replied, astonished. You are wizards, perhaps capable of countering the curse. But I am merely an ordinary person, Nancy retorted. Nancy, we shall not allow any harm to befall you, Alan earnestly assured her. Regrettably, Nancy remained unmoved. If you truly manage to recite the resurrection incantation, then I fear none of us shall escape unscathed, Ron threatened. Amidst the trio's heated debate over the incantation, none noticed the expression of the statue shifting once more. Its crimson lips curled slightly, and one eye gradually blinked. Alan relinquished the notion of debating with Nancy and recited the incantation directly. With each syllable he uttered, the intricate designs on the crimson wooden door rotated in response. The door creaked open a fraction, revealing a narrow gap, With a mere push, the tomb chamber could be unveiled before the trio. Yet, none of them dared to move. Unbeknownst to them, their surroundings had become densely populated with phantoms. A myriad of specters. What is this? Nancy inquired, her voice trembling with fear. Ghosts. Ron swallowed hard. Attempting to reassure her, do not worry, the spirits cannot touch the living. Where do they come from? Nancy appeared somewhat calmed by Ron's words. They emerged from the walls. Alan observed through the thick haze of translucent white apparitions, witnessing more spirits materializing from the stone surfaces, augmenting the ghostly horde. A statue emitted a long, mournful wail. The trio, their nerves taut, were startled by the sudden piercing sound. They simultaneously turned their gaze towards the statue, which had gaped its mouth wide, letting out another chilling shriek. This seemed to serve as a signal. The expressionless ghost began to emit lengthy lamentations, akin to the cries of the tormented on the brink of death. Concurrently, the faces of all the specters contorted into grotesque and twisted visages, as if enduring the most excruciating torment. A cacophony of high-pitched, low, intermittent, and relentless sounds of anguish surged forth, leaving Alan and his companions breathless. It was a terrifying, otherworldly wail. Nancy seized Alan's arm, her grip as cold as ice. Alan, please help me. I cannot endure this any longer. Immediately, Alan cast the silencing spell upon her. Yet her expression seemed to contort in even greater agony. It was utterly ineffective. The sounds were a direct assault on their very souls. Alan was taken aback. Although Ron, the wizard, appeared pale, he seemed significantly more resilient than Nancy, the muggle. The horrifying wails grew louder, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of the trio's souls. Run! Alan shouted desperately. To the tomb. Perhaps we shall be spared from hearing it. However, the terror etched on Ron and Nancy's faces only deepened. I cannot move. Ron lamented. Nancy clutched her head, writhing in pain, yet she found herself utterly immobilized. We must devise a solution. What do ghosts fear? Bright light? Luminescence, arise. Alan commanded Ron and Nancy to shut their eyes and unleashed a powerful luminescence spell. It proved effective. A multitude of ghosts vanished under the influence of the brilliant incantation. Yet before Alan could revel in his triumph, the stone statue intensified its calling, and an unending tide of specters surged in from the walls. Such rapidity! Such a multitude of apparitions! Though Alan possessed formidable strength, he found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. He needed to remain calm. There must be a solution. A method to subdue them. The wails of the specters grew increasingly louder, their proximity to the trio diminishing rapidly. The statue. Since the specters were controlled by the statue, shattering it should suffice. With a decisive incantation, Alan's spell pierced through the ethereal forms of the specters, striking the statue's core with precision. Yet, to his dismay, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. The specters that were struck, however, disintegrated before Alan's eyes as if they were mere sheets of paper torn asunder. If magical damage could be mitigated by the specters, what of physical harm? The gem of Merlin materialized upon Alan's forehead, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he raced through the throng of specters. A chilling sensation enveloped his heart. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the memories of the specters before their demise, feeling their anguish. They were tightly bound, their brains brutally extracted while still alive, their insides hollowed out, leaving only their hearts, and transformed into mummies. Chapter 185. The sarcophagus of gold. The gem of Merlin safeguarded Alan's consciousness, preventing these harrowing memories from shattering his resolve. Just a few steps from the statue, it stirred to life, its eyes wide with fury, fist clenched, as it lunged toward Alan. Alan nimbly vaulted onto his arms, using the momentum to propel himself upward. In place of his wand, a silver sword materialized in Alan's grasp, plunging directly into the statue's brow with deadly precision. A single strike, and the statue crumbled into fragments, cascading to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the crypt. Hooray! Alan, you did it! Ron exclaimed with exuberance. Meanwhile, Nancy sank to the ground, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face. Alan felt no joy. He warily gazed at the scattered fragments of clay. Why, he pondered. Did these specters linger despite the statue's shattering? The shattered debris began to tremble ominously. Ron, with his mouth agape, was momentarily frozen in astonishment, while Nancy stifled her sobs, her gaze fixed upon the source of the sound. They had become like startled prey, their senses heightened at the slightest rustle. They were right. The broken pieces of clay levitated from the ground, reassembling into the statue. Oh, God save us! Nancy prayed in desperation. May Merlin protect us. May the goddess of fortune bless us. Ron echoed her cries. In a flash of insight, Alan recalled the lizard-like creature once bound in the monster's subway. Perhaps the magical orb of the goddess of fortune, Phallus, held power over these souls cursed by the pharaoh. The statue had fully reformed, and wails of despair resonated once more in the tomb. The statue, filled with fury, pursued Alan, striking at him as he darted away. The anguished cries of the spirits followed closely behind. The tomb was battered by the statue's blows, leaving it unrecognizable, while Ron and Nancy shielded their heads and faces to avoid the perilous shards of stone that flew around them. Alan was cornered against a wall. The statue's pitch-black eyes cast down upon him, observing intently. It opened its mouth, revealing a grin steeped in malevolence. Then it brandished its colossal hand, poised to strike down with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, Alan leaped forward, utilizing the power of the wall to twist and counterattack, shattering the statue into fragments once more. Alan's heart raced with fervor, yet there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly summoned the orb of force, reciting the incantation once uttered by the lizardfolk. Waves of magical energy emanated from Alan's being, and the orb shimmered brilliantly, its gentle radiance spreading forth. Upon encountering the light, the grotesque visages of the specters softened, their expressions easing, and their wails ceased. Regained in their senses, the spirits turned towards Alan, prostrating themselves upon the ground, kissing the dust beneath them, before vanishing without a trace. Under the embrace of this soft luminescence, the shattered clods of earth gradually melded with the surrounding soil, leaving no remnant behind. It was only when no more specters surged forth, and all had disappeared, that Alan concluded the incantation and withdrew the magical orb. Ron appeared pallid, devoid of color, and with a tremor of fear inquired of Alan, "Alan, they won't return, will they?" Nancy gazed at Alan, her eyes unblinking and her expression vacant. "Of course, we are safe," Alan replied with a gentle smile. He approached Ron and Nancy, placing Merlin's gem upon their foreheads. After returning the gem to its space, Alan shifted his gaze towards the tomb. "Now, let us discover what secrets lie within." Alan's gaze was resolute, with Ron and Nancy positioned behind him. "I shall enter first. Only proceed once I ascertain that it is safe." Alan cautiously pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. As the light emitted from his wand illuminated the tomb chamber, he realized that the scene before him was one he would never forget for the rest of his days. "What do you see?" Ron called out impatiently from outside the door. Alan's eyes shimmered with an extraordinary light as he exclaimed, "I have witnessed a miracle, an unbelievable miracle." Ron and Nancy entered, their senses overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight before them. Thick layers of dust and an intricate web of spiders could not conceal the treasures that filled the room. "Let it be cleansed." Alan waved his wand, and the dust vanished without a trace. Nancy's gaze darted around, desperately trying to absorb every detail. Yet the sheer abundance left her feeling dizzy. The walls were adorned from top to bottom with hieroglyphics that were incomprehensible to her, deeply etched into the stone. The floor was littered with exquisite courtly artifacts, countless jewel boxes, opulent golden chariots, gilded lions, and even a beautifully carved lotus throne. However, the most captivating was the golden sarcophagus placed at the center. This coffin, crafted from pure gold, was encrusted with jewels of gold and silver, as well as jade and emeralds. "Oh my goodness," Nancy murmured in astonishment. "Alan," Ron said, his eyes fixated on the gold, "we are rich. We must exercise extreme caution." Alan began, but his words were cut short. Under Ron's astonished gaze, he pushed aside the jewels atop the sarcophagus. There, engraved upon it, were 2 lines of ancient runes. "I have seen yesterday, I know tomorrow." "What do those words mean?" Nancy whispered. Alan did not respond immediately. He stood between Ron and Nancy, his gaze fixed intently upon a mural beneath the 2 lines of magical script. The mural depicted 3 individuals entering a tomb, reviving the impeccably preserved mummy within the golden sarcophagus. "He knows we have arrived," Alan replied in a voice softer than Nancy's. "Then who is he?" Ron inquired eagerly. "We shall soon discover," Alan concluded. Alan pushed the lid of the coffin with considerable force. Unexpectedly, it slid open with ease. Inside lay a sarcophagus shaped like a mummy, not particularly long, revealing a mummy adorned with a golden mask before the 3. The mummy was wrapped in a delicate layer of linen, and a splendid collar rested on its chest. Furthermore, it was adorned with an array of necklaces, amulets, rings, bracelets, and other ornaments. The sarcophagus contained a dazzling assortment of exquisite burial treasures. The statues outside were colossal, yet the actual mummy appeared so diminutive. Ron murmured softly. The mummy lay on its back, slender arms crossed over its chest, grasping a wand inlaid with black gemstones. This posture symbolized the deceased's anticipated resurrection. Alan marveled. "How do you know?" Nancy inquired, puzzled. The walls of the corridor were inscribed with relevant inscriptions. Alan leaned closer to the golden coffin. The mummy within, its eyes darkened by tar, seemed to gaze at him with eager expectation. "So who is he? Is he a pharaoh?" Nancy pressed on. "Perhaps, but I am more inclined to believe he is a sorcerer, a seer." Alan lifted the golden mask from the mummy's head, causing Nancy to take 2 steps back in fright, emitting a brief gasp. Chapter 186, The Awakened Mummy. As Alan removed the golden mask, the ancient Egyptian noble, who had been in a slumber for countless years, finally revealed his true visage. The mummy was tightly wrapped, its skin cracked and darkened, resembling shrunken leather. The eye sockets were filled with black resin, and the nostrils were stuffed with cloth. The most striking feature of his face was the prominent overbite, which reminded Alan of the misaligned teeth of the statue outside. A sour scent invaded Alan's nostrils, a putrid aroma, reminiscent of decayed earth, the very essence of death. Alan couldn't help but hold his breath. Meanwhile, Nancy felt dizzy, nearly unable to maintain her balance. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Alan hurried to her side and administered the antidote he had stored. "This tastes dreadful. What have you made me drink?" Nancy exclaimed, unable to suppress a few retches. "Though it is unpleasant, it may very well save your life," Alan replied, offering her the remaining vial of the potion. Despite her haughty demeanor, Nancy expressed her gratitude to Alan, clutching the vial tightly in her palm. Suddenly, Nancy's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing her astonishment. Alan quickly turned around and saw that Ron had, at some point, picked up the mummy's mask and placed it upon his own face. Ron, why are you being so mischievous? Stop playing around, or you may find yourself in a perilous situation. Alan was thoroughly exasperated. Truly, what a reckless Gryffindor. Just as mischievous as his twin brother. Ron's wand slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Ron, what is the matter? Alan sensed something amiss and swiftly rushed forward, attempting to remove the mask from Ron's face. However, the mask seemed to be affixed to Ron's visage with an unyielding grip. No matter how hard Alan strained, he could not dislodge it. Ron ceased his trembling and, in an exceedingly eerie tone, uttered, Tertius Creckley Cara. What are you saying? As soon as the words left Alan's lips, he realized what incantation Ron had just recited. The resurrection spell upon the door. Suddenly, Nancy let out a blood-curdling scream of sheer terror. Alan heard the slow, dragging footsteps approaching from behind him. Alan swiftly turned around, only to behold the mummy emerging from the golden sarcophagus, stiff and unsteady as it approached him. Its hollow eyes, coated in resin and pitch, fixated on Alan, revealing a sinister grin. The only sound that filled the tomb was the shuffling of the mummy's dragging feet. Gradually, it raised its arms, producing a chilling, crackling noise. Alan raised his wand, intent on tearing the mummy asunder. However, a pair of hands clutched tightly around his throat. Out of the corner of Alan's eye, he caught a glimpse of a corner of the golden mask glimmering beside his ear. To his astonishment, it was Ron. Alan's wand also fell to the ground. He attempted to pry the hands gripping his neck away with both hands, but Ron's strength was unexpectedly formidable. For a moment, Alan found himself unable to escape. The hideous, terrifying mummy drew ever closer. Suddenly, the hand constricting Alan's throat loosened, and Ron's body swayed before collapsing to the ground. Behind him stood Nancy, holding a redwood box aloft. She remained frozen in place, gasping for breath, her eyes fixed upon the dreadful silhouette before Alan. Coughing, Alan cleared his throat and retreated from the mummy and Ron. With a resounding thud, the redwood box slipped from Nancy's grasp. She stood motionless, her hands pressed tightly against her face. Alan grasped her arm firmly, pulling her close. Thank you, Nancy. You saved me, he whispered. But Ron, he won't be crushed by me, will he? Fear constricted Nancy's throat, and her entire body began to tremble. No, he is a wizard. Alan reassured her repeatedly. A sudden thud resonated as Ron's mask fell to the ground. The mummy emitted a hoarse, piercing voice. Thank you. My slave. Nancy's mouth opened in a silent scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. She stared in terror at the mummy, which approached step by step. Who are you? Alan asked warily. Who am I? The mummy chuckled, and Alan discerned an air of pride upon its decayed visage. I am the great pharaoh Tutankhamun, the most renowned prophet in history. Tutankhamun puffed out his chest, wrapped in linen. Observing Alan and the mummy engage in what appeared to be a lively conversation, Nancy's fears slightly abated. She clutched Alan's garment and inquired, What are you talking about? He claims to be Tutankhamun, the great prophet, Alan explained softly. I have waited far too long for this day, proclaimed Tutankhamun. I have waited for centuries, my slave. He raised his creaking arms as if to embrace the sun. I know, one day, you shall unseal my tomb, and we shall be together for eternity. With a gesture, Tutankhamun summoned Ron's wand into his grasp. He examined the wand for a moment, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his terrifying visage, and declared, As a reward for resurrecting me, I grant you the privilege of being my eternal slaves. Alan warily observed him, seeking an opportunity to retrieve his wand. Tutankhamun appeared to be lost in some sort of reverie, unable to contain his excitement. I have returned. I have been resurrected. I possess such immense power, such vast wealth. And I shall continue to rule Egypt just as I did 4,000 years ago. Ron groaned, clutching his head as he regained consciousness. He staggered to his feet, discovering that the mummy could not only walk but also speak. Before he could be overtaken by fear, he angrily shouted, Return my wand. Ron unexpectedly charged towards the mummy, reaching out to snatch it away. It is mine. Give it back to me. Tutankhamun emitted a chilling laugh from his throat. You shall not require it any longer, he murmured, aiming the wand at Ron. Just as Ron successfully captured Tutankhamun's attention, Alan swiftly dashed forward and retrieved his wand. Accept your weapon. Tutankhamun was suddenly propelled by the immense power of the spell into the golden sarcophagus, and the wand flew from his grasp. With unprecedented courage, Ron rushed in, picked up his wand, and aimed it at Tutankhamun. The latter quickly regained his footing, the tattered linen of his shroud dragging on the ground, revealing his withered, desiccated form. To Alan's astonishment, Tutankhamun did not immediately attack him or Ron. Instead, he carefully tucked a purple amulet into his wrappings, clearly holding it in high regard. Chapter 187, The Battle of the Mummies. Alan did not cease his relentless assault, casting a barrage of petrifying and shattering spells towards Tutankhamun. In response, Tutankhamun pointed his ancient wand at a stone cat beside the golden sarcophagus. The stone cat, adorned with emerald eyes, sprang into action, positioning itself protectively before Tutankhamun and absorbing Alan's spells one after another. Eliminate them all. Tutankhamun cackled malevolently. They shall not leave this place alive. The stone cat darted rapidly towards Alan and his companions, its emerald eyes emanating a chilling glow. It raised its sharp claws, aiming for Alan's throat. Alan subtly turned his head, attempting to evade the sharp claws of the stone cat. Yet, he felt the ancient fingers of the stone cat graze the back of his neck, those cold, unyielding digits. Alan knew he would never forget this sensation. A sharp pain pierced his neck, paying no heed to the wound. He silently transformed his wand into a silver sword and thrust it into the abdomen of the stone cat. With a decisive strike, Alan cleaved the stone cat in two, causing it to tumble to the ground. Tutankhamun's expression darkened with fury as he raised his wand, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable spell. "Run, quickly!" Nancy cried out, shoving Alan forcefully in the direction she indicated. There lay a concealed doorway. As Nancy sprinted, she emitted faint sobs. Ron dashed forward, the entirety of the tomb blurring before his eyes. Alan hurriedly pursued them, striving to evade the onslaught of Tutankhamun's attacks. The radiant spells unleashed by Tutankhamun interwove around Alan, causing his heart to race. Thank Merlin, the three of them successfully dashed into the opening, and Ron swiftly shut the door behind them. "Thank goodness we evaded the assault," Ron gasped, leaning against the door. "Thank goodness?" "Look." Nancy's voice trembled, laden with fear. Alan's wand emitted a faint glow, illuminating a hand. A human hand. Above that hand lay an arm, rigidly suspended from an upright figure. It was a mummy, Alan discerned. It stood against the wall before him. The faceless visage, devoid of eyes and mouth, bound with linen strips, seemed to anxiously gaze at Alan, as if waiting for him to make the first move. Alan waved his wand back and forth, illuminating the space surrounding the faceless, voiceless mummy. Ah! As the wand cast light upon a breathtaking scene within the chamber. Nancy let out a soft gasp. The dark, tightly bound mummy was densely encircled by the three of them. The room was teeming with mummies. In the dim glow, their shadows appeared to advance ominously towards the trio. Trembling, Nancy stepped back, retreating behind Alan for safety. Alan scrutinized the mummies before him, their arms, torsos, and legs bound tightly with linen, standing in rigid formation. Along one wall, a row of sarcophagi lay open, their lids ajar, revealing decayed interiors where white maggots writhed among the remnants of rotting wood. "Surely, they cannot be revived?" Ron swallowed hard. "If you do not wear a mask, the one outside will not come back to life." "Here, who can tell?" Nancy shouted in despair. In the profound darkness, the faceless mummies silently observed the quarrel among the three. The very walls, ceiling, and shadows of the room seemed to close in on them, as if the mummies were inching closer as well. What was that? Alan took a step back, then another. He realized he was gripping his wand so tightly that his hand ached. The glow emitted by the wand illuminated the faceless mummies, and it appeared as though they were indeed shifting forward. Alan took a step back, his gaze fixed on the menacing mummies. What should they do? Panic surged like a colossal wave, engulfing the trio. Nancy and Ron could scarcely believe their eyes, staring ahead in disbelief. One of the mummies, leaning against the wall, seemed to slightly lean forward, its binding linen ropes slipping away from its form. They moved their arms, necks, and ankles, producing creaking sounds. The three stood in stunned silence, observing this abruptly animated chamber. The mummies were stirring, reanimated. The air was thick with the musty scent of decayed earth. In the dim light, one after another, the mummies raised their arms above their faceless heads, their movements slow and agonizing. The mummies shuffled forward, stiff and unsteady. "What should we do?" Ron asked Alan, his eyes wide with terror. "What else can we do? Let's get out of here." Alan yanked the door open and dashed outside. A beam of purple light struck Alan's chest, a tremendous force propelling him between the mummies. The purple light rebounded off the wizard's robe, emanating from Alan and scattering, striking the rigid mummies instead. The mummies, dragging their feet, marched in unison, step by step, out the door, advancing toward Tutankhamun, who began to shout in a strange tongue. Alan understood his words. "Foolish slaves, go and eliminate those three." However, the mummies remained unmoved, continuing to converge around Tutankhamun, encircling him. In a fit of rage, Tutankhamun let out a deafening roar, pointing his scepter at the mummy in the front row. A purple light struck its chest, igniting flames that rapidly spread to its arms and legs. Yet, the remaining mummies remained indifferent, neither slowing their advance nor reacting to the inferno that consumed their companion. Tutankhamun gasped in terror, his mouth agape as he uttered a string of incomprehensible words in a mysterious language, before attempting to flee. But it was too late. The burning mummies surged towards him, seizing his throat and bringing him down. They piled upon Tutankhamun, all ablaze with violet flames. A piercing scream escaped his lips. Would they all perish together? Ron wondered in anticipation. "Why are they helping us?" Nancy asked, perplexed. "I am unsure," Alan replied, shaking his head, observing the unfolding events. In truth, Alan had a suspicion regarding the cause. The spell cast by Tutankhamun was likely one of control or enslavement. The spell had struck Alan, only to be deflected by the wizard's robe, hitting the mummies instead. Thus, the mummies had turned against him, aligning with Alan's will to attack Tutankhamun. It was simply too convoluted to explain to Ron and Nancy. It was easier to admit his own uncertainty. As the purple flames gradually extinguished, Amidst the thick pile of ashes, a humanoid figure struggled to rise. Chapter 188, The Scarab Amulet. Scorched beyond recognition, the charred Tutankhamun emerged from the dense ashes. His blackened joints clutched the intricately carved wand adorned with a black gem, pointing it at himself while emitting a short, hoarse incantation. He was accelerating himself. Alan exclaimed in horror. Stumbling towards Alan and the others, Tutankhamun lunged with fierce intent, his hand outstretched, seemingly poised to seize Ron by the neck. Oh no. Ron emitted a strange groan, desperately retreating in an attempt to evade Tutankhamun's lethal strike. Alan was utterly astonished. Why did Tutankhamun refrain from employing magic? Alan suddenly kicked out with great force, striking Tutankhamun squarely in the chest, sending him flying. However, Tutankhamun swiftly surged forward with even greater speed, his hollow eyes staring vacantly at the three. His jaw had stiffened into a terrifying, skeletal grin. He rigidly raised his arms, extending his hands as he lunged menacingly towards Alan and his companions. Just as Alan prepared to kick again, Tutankhamun's arms inexplicably elongated, reaching over Alan and Ron. As his tar-coated hand clasped tightly around Nancy's throat, Nancy gasped, desperately struggling against his grip. Tutankhamun tilted his head back, holding her firmly. Nancy let out a cry that was nearly suffocated. Alan turned around and seized Tutankhamun's arm. Release her, Alan shouted. The charred skeleton emitted a raspy gasp. He gripped Nancy tightly, forcing her to tilt backward, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. In despair, Nancy shut her eyes, her hands flailing helplessly. Let go. Let go. Let go. Ron, not knowing where he had found a wooden stick, struck Tutankhamun's arm with all his might. Alan grasped Tutankhamun's arm, desperately attempting to wrench his hand from Nancy's neck. He succeeded. Nancy clutched her throat, gasping for breath. Tutankhamun straightened up, turning to seize Alan, intent on hurling him off his shoulder. Alan gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the astonishing power of the charred mummy. In the fleeting moment of being hurled through the air, he reached out desperately, yearning to grasp something to soften his fall. A flash of purple light flickered past him. Alan unexpectedly seized the burial cloth that Tutankhamun had concealed against his chest. Tutankhamun fell to the ground as he was dragged along. The precious purple amulet he had cherished so dearly slipped from his grasp, rolling across the floor with a series of soft clinks. Alan finally discerned the complete visage of the purple amulet. It was a sacred beetle talisman crafted from translucent amethyst. Tutankhamun exerted himself to twist his body, striving to grasp the amulet that lay upon the ground. However, a hand swifter than his own intervened. It was Alan. Alan seized the purple amulet with fervor, poised to hurl it to the ground. To his astonishment, Tutankhamun stood frozen in place, struck by fear. Observing this reaction, Alan appeared to comprehend the course of action he should take. In his hand, the serpent's sharp fangs materialized, replacing the wand. With a vigorous swing, Alan sent the serpent's fangs piercing through the sacred scarab amulet. The amulet seemed to come alive in Alan's grasp, writhing and struggling. Dark smoke began to emanate from its back. The horrific screams of Tutankhamun reverberated, causing the very walls to tremble. He writhed in agony on the ground, his limbs convulsing in synchronization with the sacred scarab in Alan's hand. As Tutankhamun rolled closer to Nancy, she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with terror. My life! My life! Tutankhamun shrieked. He painfully lifted his head, fixating on the scarab in Alan's possession. I have existed within this amulet, he exclaimed. It has granted me life for 4,000 years. But now, Tutankhamun's voice dwindled, his body gradually ceasing its convulsions. His head, his arms, his entire being turned to ash. What is he saying? Ron gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. He shares his fate with that scarab. Alan raised his hand, and the dust of the now pulverized scarab amulet scattered upon the ground. That scarab, Nancy stammered. Is it this mummy? Alan nodded. Perhaps so. Although Tutankhamun foresaw his resurrection 4 millennia later, he could not have anticipated his fate. After waiting for thousands of years, he awakened only to exist for a fleeting moment. This prophecy for Tutankhamun was uncertain, whether it was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, the entire tomb quaked violently, and a thunderous noise erupted from outside the chamber. Ron rushed to open the door, only to be met with a cascade of massive stones tumbling from above, sealing the entrance tightly. Given the weight of these stones, it would take an eternity to clear a passage, and what they lacked most at this moment was time. Nancy and Alan collided due to the tremors. But Alan steadied Nancy. What is happening? Nancy asked in terror. Perhaps the fright she experienced today surpassed all her previous fears combined. The underground tomb was on the verge of collapse. Alan swiftly surveyed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity for escape. He had just conducted an experiment and was perplexed as to why teleportation was ineffective in this place. Upon noticing a mural on the wall, Alan's eyes brightened. Quick! Hide in the golden sarcophagus, he exclaimed. Why? Nancy thought of the terrifying visage of the mummy and was reluctant to enter. Hurry, or this place will collapse soon. Alan urged. Trust Alan, Ron said as he dashed forward. Nancy grasped Alan's hand, using his strength to stumble ahead. The entire underground tomb trembled violently, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing, and they nearly fell several times. At last, with Alan's assistance, Ron and Nancy managed to squeeze into the vast golden sarcophagus. Alan lifted the coffin lid and placed it upon the casket. Darkness enveloped Ron and Nancy. Alan pointed at Tutankhamun's wand, which soared through the air with a piercing whistle towards him, harnessing the power of the system. Alan collected the rare treasures within the room into his storage compartment. The underground tomb trembled more violently, and they could even hear the jarring noise of stones grinding against one another. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive stone plummeted from above, shattering upon impact into countless fragments. Debris erupted into the air, striking Alan's back and causing him to grimace in pain. "Hurry, Alan!" Nancy and Ron exclaimed, their anxiety palpable and urgency mounting. Chapter 189, The Book of Death. Alan swiftly rolled into the golden sarcophagus and closed the lid. As the first massive stone fell, the underground chamber shook violently. The three individuals hidden within the sarcophagus were tossed about, colliding with one another. What on earth is happening? Pain and panic assailed Nancy's nerves, prompting her to cry out. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as they could preserve their lives, that was all that mattered. Ron leaned against the corner of the coffin, feeling dizzy from the impacts. "Follow me." Alan steadied Nancy, who had collided into him, his voice composed and calm. "Where to?" Ron and Nancy asked in unison. "There is an emergency exit within the coffin," Alan explained, indicating a small concealed opening. The Egyptians had constructed hidden doors and emergency exits in many mummy sarcophagi, allowing the souls of the deceased to depart. "Wow," Ron exclaimed in astonishment, while Nancy let out a stifled sob of excitement. "Come on, both of you follow me." As a colossal stone crashed atop the golden sarcophagus, the tremendous noise threatened to rupture their eardrums, leaving their ears ringing with a persistent buzz. Alan turned within the vast confines of the coffin, straightening his back. He pushed open a concealed small door behind the coffin and crawled out. The opening was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing them to squeeze through. After what felt like an eternity of crawling through the low, cramped passage, the thunderous sounds of collapsing boulders faded into the distance. When their aching bodies finally allowed them to stand upright, they found themselves in an expansive temple. The deity presiding over this sacred space was Osiris, the divine arbiter of human virtue and vice. "Ah," Nancy exclaimed, "the mummy." Ron gasped in exaggerated disbelief. "Is he still alive?" "Fear not. It is merely a remarkably lifelike statue," Alan reassured them. The sculpture of Tutankhamun knelt before the throne of the great god Osiris, adorned with a cobra upon his brow, while his scepter lay flat upon the ground. Osiris, seated upon a colorful throne, held a scepter and a divine whip in his hands. His skin was green, crowned with a tall headdress, and a black, columnar beard adorned his solemn visage, as if he were contemplating the fates of the souls before him. "We may have ventured beyond the confines of the pyramid," Alan surmised, scrutinizing their surroundings. "Where are we?" Ron inquired. Nancy gazed at Alan eagerly, longing to escape this nightmarish locale. "I cannot ascertain our exact location, but I am certain there is a water source nearby," Alan replied confidently. "Look. The walls and floor bear traces of having been submerged." "What is that?" Alan wondered, approaching the lotus throne encircled by 4 pillars in the center of the temple. A black scroll lay quietly at the heart of the throne. Alan wrapped his hands in the enchanting wizard's robe and gently unfurled the scroll, discovering not only a series of incomprehensible hieroglyphs and vividly lifelike illustrations, but also an array of ancient magical inscriptions. Alan recognized the words at the top, "The Book of the Dead." The following lines conveyed the essence: "O Osiris, god of the underworld, I have forged my own path, following in the footsteps of Horus. I am the sacred lotus that blooms upon the land of Ra. Please, in your wisdom and compassion, perceive my virtues. I am an innocent spirit, grant me eternal life." The exquisite illustrations depicted how Tutankhamun infused a soul into the scarab-shaped amulet, seeking the protection of the divine and aspiring for immortality. Alan translated these words for Ron and Nancy, who responded with expressions of confusion. "Who is Horus?" Nancy was the first to inquire, her anticipation growing as she sought a way to escape this place. "Horus is the son of the deity Osiris, who reigns above. The Eye of Horus symbolizes the ability to discern good from evil, safeguard the health of individuals, and assist the deceased in their resurrection." Alan elucidated the content depicted in the image. Why did he choose to transform himself into a dung beetle? Ron wore a look of disdain. The ancient Egyptians referred to the scarab as the sacred beetle, symbolizing resurrection and rebirth. Alan believed that after Tutankhamun foresaw his own demise, he meticulously devised this resurrection 4 millennia later. Ron scoffed disdainfully, remarking on the multitude of mummies surrounding them, having summoned so many to accompany him in death. How could he still claim innocence? Thus, he endured 4,000 years of imprisonment, ultimately failing to achieve eternal life. Nancy gazed in awe at the formidable deity seated upon the lofty throne. "Does the book reveal how we might escape?" Ron inquired with urgency. "As long as we evade the curse of the Black Orloff, we shall return to the realm of the living." Alan meticulously scrutinized the Book of the Dead. It was nothing short of a guide to reincarnation. Must we be cursed even without uttering the resurrection incantation? Nancy felt a chill at the bizarre events that had unfolded that evening. In truth, it was Tutankhamun himself who had spoken the incantation. Alan shrugged. Yet, the Black Orlov? The Eye of the Creator? Could it be the energy stone that the system seeks? Alan contemplated the immense black gem adorning Tutankhamun's wand. He summoned the wand, and to his astonishment, the black gem levitated gracefully, soaring directly into the hands of Osiris, where it seamlessly merged with his scepter. Alan and his companions wished to approach and scrutinize the matter closely. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the temple, and a creak emanated from beneath Nancy's feet. She let out a shriek and lunged forward. The object swiftly slipped past her feet. Alan sensed something brushing against his ankle. Instinctively, he kicked out forcefully, yet struck nothing at all. Alan wished to cast a luminescent spell, yet was taken aback to discover that magic was forbidden in this place. All incantations were rendered ineffective. "Ah, help!" Ron and Nancy cried out in terror. Numerous small creatures scurried about on the ground. But what were they? Ron's first instinct was to think of spiders. The sound of these creatures crawling was eerily reminiscent of spiders. Suddenly, something brushed against Alan's ankle, prompting him to stomp his foot fervently. In the enveloping darkness, Alan sensed the very ground beneath him shifting, undulating like waves, rolling, swaying, and boiling. Something began to ascend his leg. It was rigid and bore spines. The incessant clicking and clacking echoed, as if the creatures were engaged in a frenzied battle. Nancy gasped, her chest heaving, gripped by waves of sheer terror. Ron was paralyzed with fear, envisioning a swarm of spiders crawling over the ground, beneath his feet, and all over him, an overwhelming mass of arachnids. However, Alan discerned that these creatures possessed barbs, unlike spiders. Chapter 190, The Ladder, Alan, save me. Ron's emotions spiraled out of control as he desperately called for Alan. A pair of claws snagged at his trousers. As he retreated, something gently tapped against the back of his shoe. Struggling to free himself from these small creatures, Ron stumbled and tripped. No. He lost his balance and began to topple forward. Reaching out helplessly, he grasped at nothingness. No. Ron cried out in a chilling scream as he felt two hands firmly grasp his shoulders from behind. Overcome with terror, his body convulsed. He could feel the creatures writhing and gnawing beneath his feet. The hands held onto his shoulders with a vice-like grip, bracing him. Ron was unable to breathe or think. "Calm down, Ron," Alan urged, noticing his friend's trembling form. Meanwhile, Nancy groped her way to Alan's side, her body prickling as if something were crawling up her legs toward her left wrist. She shook her hands vigorously. What on earth was this? Her entire body itched, with a slight stinging sensation on her arms and legs. It must be some sort of insect. Fortunately, Alan's wizarding robe provided him protection, sparing him from bites. However, the situation could not be allowed to deteriorate further. A solution was imperative. "Ron, Nancy, close your eyes and open your mouths," Alan commanded. "They will crawl into your mouths." Ron's voice trembled. He wished he had never been born. "Don't worry, I'll be swift." Nancy tugged at Alan's sleeve, signaling that she was ready. Alan poured the unicorn powder from her hand into her mouth. Then, disregarding Ron's resistance, she forcefully shoved the powder into his mouth. Alan released the two-headed chicken snake beast from the system's pet space. A nauseating, rusty metallic scent gradually permeated the air. Despite its diminutive size, the two-headed creature possessed formidable power. As soon as it appeared, Alan noticed a multitude of tiny creatures scurrying frantically across the ground, desperately attempting to escape from the small beast. What is that smell? What is happening? Nancy felt a growing unease, fearing that something dreadful might occur again. Ron, however, seemed to be feeling better, shaking his body vigorously. He sensed that the spider-like creatures crawling on him were falling to the ground. He found himself almost addicted to the sensation of shaking and couldn't stop. "Don't worry. They have all scurried away," Alan reassured gently. "Alan, did you bring stink bombs?" "So they are effective at exterminating spiders?" Ron inquired. He silently resolved to purchase more stink bombs upon his return, recognizing them as a valuable means of self-defense. "You two stay here. I will climb up to investigate what is happening with that scepter." Alan did not respond to Ron's question. The immediate priority was to find a way to leave. Relying on his memory, he skillfully ascended the statue and felt around until he touched the black gem on the scepter. The magic within Alan surged uncontrollably into the staff, which erupted in a dazzling beam of white light, piercing directly towards the lotus throne at the heart of the temple. The Book of Death, resting upon the lotus throne, levitated gracefully, slowly unfurling its pages. Vivid depictions of the lives of ancient Egyptian nobility and hieroglyphics hovered in the air. Although Ron and Nancy could not comprehend the script, they discerned that the imagery illustrated the life of Tutankhamun. They gazed in rapt fascination, even oblivious to the thick layer of scorpions sprawled across the floor, more precisely, the carcasses of scorpions. At that moment, a deep and resonant chant emanated from the Book of Death. Though Nancy and Ron were unable to grasp the words, it did not prevent a profound sense of reverence from blossoming within their hearts. Alan understood. He descended from the statue of Osiris and listened intently. This was a prayer to the deity, as well as a solace for the departed. It was a hymn of praise to the divine, coupled with a portrayal of the realm of the dead. Though the words were simple, their phrasing was remarkably elegant and sincere. "I am a sacred lotus, born from the nostrils of Ra, and I belong to Hathor. I eagerly await the grace of the gods to reach the field of reeds and bask in divine light." As the sounds faded, all the images and words hovered in the air, spinning like a revolving lantern, swirling like a vortex, like a nebula. Ultimately, They transformed into the shape of the sun, suspended above the lotus throne. On each petal of the lotus, the Eye of Horus emerged. The ancient Egyptians believed that the Eye of Horus could aid in the restoration of the body, assist in resurrection, and protect them on their path to immortality. Alan fervently searched through the archives of his memory, fixating on the nostrils of Ra. His mind whirled with frenzied thoughts, contemplating the meaning of the inscriptions. In Egypt, the emblem of the sun god Ra was the radiance of the sun, while the pyramids symbolized the sun's rays piercing towards the heavens. The inscription contained a remarkable passage: "The sky extends its brilliance towards you, allowing you to ascend to the heavens, akin to the gaze of Ra. This is the celestial ladder," Alan exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. These images and patterns formed by the script corresponded with the lotus throne, resembling a divine staircase. This was the pathway that Tutankhamun had bequeathed for himself. Once resurrected, he could channel his magic into the scepter of the gods, activating the celestial ladder, thus enabling his return to the mortal realm. Alan was overwhelmed with excitement. He had discovered a way to escape. Alan conveyed his conjecture to Ron and Nancy. Thus, as long as we ascend the lotus throne, we shall be able to exit. Ron gazed reverently at the heavenly ladder. Nancy, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness and threw herself into Alan's embrace. Ron, with his mouth agape, looked on in astonishment at Nancy and Alan. Alan could comprehend Nancy's feelings. He gently patted her back. "Now, let us depart from this place." Alan politely extricated himself from Nancy's embrace, pressing his hands upon the lotus throne before effortlessly leaping onto it. He extended his hand, pulling both Nancy and Ron up alongside him. The three of them stood hand in hand in the center of the grand throne, eagerly anticipating their departure from the vast underground tomb. However, after a considerable passage of time, they remained unchanged, still anchored in place. "Why are we still here?" Ron inquired anxiously. Nancy gazed longingly at the swirling vortex above her. Shaped like a nebula and composed of images and text, tears streamed down her cheeks. "What must we do to leave?" Chapter 191, Mission Accomplished. Alan struggled to suppress the surging feelings of irritation within him. His conjectures were undoubtedly correct, so what was hindering the activation of the heavenly ladder? Which aspect had faltered? If Tutankhamun desired to return to the mortal realm, he would certainly not forsake his staff of power. Alan gracefully leaped down from the lotus throne, retrieving the previously discarded wand, now bereft of its gemstone, and nimbly ascended back to his seat. This sequence of movements was executed with remarkable precision and elegance, prompting Ron and Nancy to gaze at Alan with eager anticipation, as if a switch had been activated. The gemstone atop the staff held by the distant statue of Osiris soared through the air, returning to its rightful place on the wand with seamless perfection. As though it had never been apart, Alan twirled his wand, gesturing towards the lotus throne and the swirling vortex above. Yet, they remained stationary, devoid of any discernible change. The eager expression on Nancy's face gradually waned, giving way to an encroaching sense of despair and panic. What incantation could it be? Alan pondered. Alohomora? Revert to original state? Dispel curse? Reveal true form? Ron murmured beside him, desperately attempting to assist Alan in uncovering the appropriate spell. If it were Tutankhamun, he would likely employ an ancient Egyptian enchantment, wouldn't he? Alan disregarded Ron's frantic movements, straining his memory for any phrase that might serve as a clue to the incantation. Which of the words spoken along their journey hinted at a spell? Those that conveyed curses? Those that beseech the divine? Surely, they could not be required to mummify the three of them to escape this predicament? Alan shook his head, desperately striving to cast away the bizarre and nonsensical thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, the two lines of text from the golden sarcophagus of Tutankhamun flashed into his consciousness. He found himself murmuring aloud, "I have seen yesterday. I know tomorrow." The black beam emitted from his wand struck the vortex of images high above, transforming into a robust column of light that enveloped the three of them. In an instant, their surroundings became shrouded in mist, gradually growing more obscure and dim. Alan struggled to articulate the peculiar sensation that enveloped him, akin to being propelled forward helplessly aboard a rocket. The deafening roar of the rapidly swirling air reverberated around them, while the indistinct outlines of the temple receded into the distance. The trio was enveloped in a column of light, reminiscent of a vibrant sun, trailing ablaze through the sky. All the granite stones, soil, flowing water, serpents, scorpions, and ants melted and streamed before their very eyes. Upon witnessing the Nile River churning and surging under the moonlight, the initial discomfort they had experienced was cast aside, ultimately transforming into a near-hysterical exhilaration. They had finally emerged. To the trio, the world before them appeared infinitely splendid. Ron cheered, exclaiming incomprehensible phrases with exuberance. Nancy, overwhelmed with laughter and tears, shed the proud and capricious demeanor characteristic of beauty that she had displayed before the pyramid. Even Alan, typically gentle and unassuming, could not contain his exuberance and howled towards the Nile, expressing the joy that surged within him. Captivated by Alan, Nancy instinctively dashed towards him once more. Alan, in a state of fright, repeatedly waved his hands and swiftly darted behind Ron. Ron, at a loss, gazed at Nancy as she lunged toward him. Just as he braced himself for an embrace, Nancy unexpectedly came to a halt. Ron's mouth fell agape, and he awkwardly lowered his arms. With a soft chuckle, Nancy burst into laughter. Alan and Ron exchanged glances, both breaking into joyful laughter. At that moment, several figures unexpectedly materialized by the riverbank. It was Mr. Weasley and Bill, accompanied by an Egyptian man with a black ponytail, dressed in loose-fitting white attire and adorned with a red scarf around his neck. "Dad, Bill," Ron exclaimed, exhilarated to see his family, as he darted towards Mr. Weasley like a light-hearted swallow. "Ron, Alan, we finally found you too." Mr. Weasley's anxious expression gradually softened. "Where have you been? You've been so mischievous. Do you have any idea how worried your mother is?" Bill chided gently. "We didn't mean to. We just got lost by accident. Who would have thought we would be so unfortunate?" Ron complained. "Fortunately, Saeed used bloodline magic to help us locate you, allowing us to arrive so swiftly." Bill expressed his gratitude toward the Egyptian man in white. Ron and Alan also bowed to Saeed, showing their respect and appreciation. "And this young lady is?" Mr. Weasley inquired, directing his gaze toward Nancy. "This is Nancy, just like us, a hapless soul lost in the pyramids," Alan explained. "I mean, she doesn't seem to be a wizard," Mr. Weasley gently probed. "Indeed, I am not a wizard," Nancy replied, puzzled by the strange expressions on Alan and Ron's faces. "Then, I'm afraid we may have to erase your memory and send you back home," Mr. Weasley stated kindly. "Erase my memory?" Nancy gasped, looking at Mr. Weasley as if he were a fearsome beast. "Yes, I'm afraid we must adhere to the International Confederation of Wizards secrecy laws," Mr. Weasley apologized to Nancy. "However, I suppose that being with two such mischievous young wizards may lead to some rather unpleasant experiences for you. Perhaps erasing your memory would be a blessing in disguise," Bill remarked, casting a critical gaze at Alan and Ron, his expression far from friendly, still vexed by their sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Saeed drew his wand, intending to cast a forgetting charm directly on Nancy. He found it hard to comprehend these wizards who had traveled such a distance from England. Was it not merely the erasure of a muggle's memory? A lawful act, devoid of complexity. "Wait, sir." Alan swiftly pulled down Saeed's raised wand, thwarting his spell. The incantation struck the sandy ground, sending sparks flying. Nancy, bewildered and frightened, looked to Alan for help, her eyes filled with desperation. "Nancy, do you wish to erase today's memories?" Alan asked gently, considering that what she experienced today could indeed be a nightmare for a muggle. "No, I don't want to," Nancy blurted out. "I don't want to forget anything from today. I don't want to forget you all." Her tone was resolute, her expression pleading. "Dad, can we please not let Nancy forget us?" Ron interjected, advocating for her. "No, that would violate the secrecy laws and would be subject to consequences," Mr. Weasley replied, looking troubled. "Mr. Weasley, if we take an unbreakable vow, could we spare Nancy?" Alan proposed earnestly. "I'm sorry, Alan, but we cannot receive special treatment. Even here in Egypt," Mr. Weasley replied, his tone gentle yet resolute. Alan certainly understood that rules could not easily be altered for the sake of one individual. However, the experiences of his previous life taught him that with courage to attempt, success might just be within reach. Saeed raised his wand once more. Although he had dealings with Bill in certain matters, he harbored no trust for these British individuals. Moreover, he felt quite displeased that his incantation had been interrupted by a young sorcerer. "I believe it is time for you to take your leave." Saeed's tone was frigid and distinctly unfriendly. Nancy observed the sorrowful expressions on Alan and Ron's faces, and suddenly her demeanor hardened with resolve. "Alan, Ron, it has been a pleasure to know you," she continued. "Indeed, I should not have ventured into your world." Suppressing her tears, Nancy raised her gaze to Alan, her beautiful face etched with melancholy. "Nancy." Alan felt a pang of compassion, his expression complex. Nancy struggled to muster a smile, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt, does it?" Alan and Ron appeared to be in immense pain. Even Mr. Weasley and Bill offered Nancy encouraging smiles. "Come on," Nancy whispered, her body trembling slightly. Yet, her gaze never wavered from the faces of Alan and Ron. The oblivion spell cast by said struck Nancy. Mr. Weasley and Bill pulled Alan and Ron into the realm of apparition, rendering them completely invisible. When Nancy regained consciousness, she found herself by the banks of the Nile, her expression one of bewilderment and utter confusion. Ultimately, she wandered away along the riverbank, fading into the distance. The anguish of parting lingered in Alan's heart, intensifying his yearning for power. If only he were not an ungraduated young wizard. If only his status were elevated. If only he possessed an influence that others could not easily dismiss. Alas, there were no ifs. A sharp cry interrupted Alan's melancholy. "Ron, how dare you? How could you go missing with Alan in a pyramid filled with spells?" Mrs. Weasley brandished a feather duster. Merlin preserve us, she had actually brought this item to Egypt. Charging fiercely at Ron. "Mom, please let me explain." Ron jumped about, the feather duster relentlessly following him, landing several sharp blows on his backside. "We didn't mean to. We just inexplicably got lost," Ron protested, feeling utterly wronged. After the terror and despair in the pyramid, who would have thought that he would emerge only to face punishment? Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in Mrs. Weasley's embrace, his neck, nose, and ears flushing a deep crimson. After a long moment, Mrs. Weasley released Ron, and Alan noticed her reddened eyes. "Alan, It's not your fault. It must be Ron's mischief, she said with a gentle smile. In her heart, the exemplary Alan could never be the troublemaker. It must be Ron who had caused the mishap. Though Mrs. Weasley verbally scolded Ron, her actions conveyed her deep affection for him. In this foreign land, she had single-handedly prepared an array of British delicacies. At the dinner table, Ron recounted the extraordinary experiences he and Alan had in the pyramid's underground tomb. Naturally, he exaggerated his own bravery and abilities somewhat. However, Alan refrained from exposing the embellishments, savoring the meal with a smile, as he began to miss the Harris family back in England. After indulging in 3 desserts, the exhausted young wizards received permission to return to their room. Having relaxed their taut nerves, a satiated Ron quickly fell into slumber. In the room, a flash of purple light illuminated the space, revealing a small, rounded purple crystal in Alan's hand. When the sacred scarab amulet of Tutankhamun was pierced by the basilisk's fangs and reduced to ashes, a rounded purple crystal remained in Alan's palm. This crystal was the energy stone that Alan was tasked with locating in the system mission. Thus, when Ron and Nancy were not paying attention, Alan discreetly stored the purple crystal within the system. Examining it closely, unable to discern any peculiarities, Alan submitted it to the system. The task of rescuing the trapped soul was completed, granting 1 opportunity for a reward draw. The mission to find the pyramid's energy stone was completed, also granting 1 opportunity for a reward draw. With the sound of 2 consecutive system notifications, Alan's somewhat fatigued spirit was instantly revitalized. Without hesitation, Alan chose to spin the wheel immediately. The familiar lottery wheel materialized in the ocean of Alan's consciousness. At his command, the pointer began to whirl. Purple, 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 Alan silently chanted in his heart. Gradually, the pointer came to a halt, revealing a yellow box that sprang forth. Alan opened the box, and to his astonishment, there lay 3 books: The Allure of Power, How to Acquire Power, and In the Name of Power. How curious it was that such tomes were nestled within a yellow box. Alan casually retrieved a tome titled The Name of Power, flipping through a few pages before intending to return it to the system's storage compartment. Pausing for a moment, he picked up the book once more and gently placed it beside his pillow. The pointer of the lottery wheel began to spin wildly again. In the gaze of eager anticipation from Alan, a green chest suddenly emerged. Eagerly, Alan opened the box, revealing only a delicate sheet of parchment within. Alan retrieved the parchment, which, though thin, contained content of immeasurable worth. It was a remarkable potion formula for an enhancement elixir. If successfully concocted, this potion could augment a wizard's magical power by approximately 20% over their existing capabilities. For a legendary wizard like Dumbledore, the increase would likely be formidable. However, this potion comes with a significant limitation. An individual may only consume it once in a lifetime, as subsequent doses would yield no effect. Chapter 193, The Twins Prank Subsequently. Alan's life in Egypt was undeniably one of ease and joy. The events that transpired in the underground tomb became increasingly fantastical through Ron's retellings. Initially, Mr. Weasley and the others were quite eager to listen, probing for details. Yet, as Ron's accounts began to diverge more with each telling, no one wished to remain seated for his self-aggrandizement. Under Bill's guidance, they explored all the accessible ancient tombs. However, nothing as bizarre as their fall into the underground burial chamber occurred again. The enchantments cast by ancient Egyptian wizards upon the tombs were truly wondrous, leaving Alan and his companions in awe. Indeed, they were remarkable, yet in terms of sheer horror, none could compare to the mummies we had previously encountered. Ron could not help but draw comparisons. There were as many mummies as there were soldiers. George and Fred giggled, gesturing playfully at a distance from Percy. Speaking of Percy, he appeared particularly buoyant lately, radiating ambition. He was set to enter his 7th and final year. However, this was not his proudest achievement. What thrilled Percy to no end was his recent appointment as the chairman of the Hogwarts Male Student Council. Consequently, he often carried himself with an air of importance. Now, I have authority over you, he proclaimed with self-satisfaction as he passed by Alan one day before an outing. This left Alan utterly perplexed, watching as Percy strode confidently through the door. He was referring to events from the previous semester. Ron approached Alan, wearing an expression of someone who had discerned the entire situation. Under Ron's gentle reminder, Alan finally recalled that he had indeed once spoken out against Percy, even uttering words that suggested Percy had no jurisdiction over Ravenclaw. To his surprise, he realized how much it had affected him, lingering in his memory until now. With a casual shrug and a pat on the non-existent dust of his attire, Alan stepped out the door with nonchalance. Hurry up. The reporter from the Daily Prophet in Egypt is about to interview us, Mr. Weasley urged. Despite the sweltering heat, the group of 10 stood before the towering pyramids, their faces illuminating with joy as the journalists snapped their pictures. The stout and cheerful Mrs. Weasley, the tall and balding Mr. Weasley, along with their 6 children, all sporting vibrant red hair, eagerly waved at the camera. George and Fred amused the photographers with a variety of silly faces, causing them to double over with laughter, resulting in many shaky shots. In the center stood the tall and gangly Ron, his pet rat Scabbers perched on his shoulder, with one arm affectionately wrapped around his sister Ginny. Percy sported a splendid Turkish hat atop his meticulously combed hair, adorned with the badge of the student council president, while his glasses sparkled in the Egyptian sun. Yet, it was Alan who captured the most attention. Amidst a sea of red hair, his golden locks shone brilliantly. With his hands tucked into his pockets and an air of relaxed contentment, he wore a warm smile that instantly endeared him to those around him. The photographer evidently held a fondness for the handsome youth, going so far as to print several extra copies of the photos for Alan. However, during the visit to the final tomb, Ginny wept inconsolably, for Mrs. Weasley steadfastly forbade her from entering. Alan firmly believed that her decision was undoubtedly correct. The tomb was filled with grotesque remains, heads of beasts attached to human bodies, and vice versa, alongside skeletons with 2 heads. These were the unfortunate muggles who had trespassed. Bill explained, casting a discreet glance at Alan. Even Alan, who had witnessed a multitude of mummies, found the scene utterly harrowing. In contrast, Nancy, who had been afflicted with a jinx by George and Fred, might be considered fortunate. Had she not encountered Alan and Ron, her remains could very well have been interred in that dark, subterranean tomb. As they departed the tomb, Ron noticed Percy was missing. Connecting the dots from his experience with Alan, he promptly informed Mr. Weasley and Bill. "Percy, how could this be?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom that his most distinguished son could vanish without a trace. Bill's gaze swiftly turned toward the mischievous twin brothers lurking nearby. Without hesitation, he strode back, with Mr. Weasley hastily following, returning to the tomb they had recently vacated. George and Fred exchanged furtive glances, attempting to stealthily retreat, but their efforts were in vain. Mrs. Weasley had appeared behind them unbeknownst to them. "George, Fred, have you been teasing Percy again?" Mrs. Weasley demanded, hands on her hips, radiating authority. "Of course not," they replied, exchanging glances, attempting to sidestep her and escape. Though Mrs. Weasley was stout, she moved with remarkable agility, swiftly seizing their collars. Ginny watched her brother's dejected demeanor, finding amusement in their plight. When Mr. Weasley and Bill rushed back to the tomb, they found Alan standing at the entrance, shouting something. "Mr. Weasley, Bill, Percy is trapped inside the tomb," Alan exclaimed helplessly. "When I arrived, George and Fred had already sealed the door." "Alohomora," Mr. Weasley bellowed, pointing his wand at the stone portal. "It's futile, Dad. Only ancient Egyptian incantations can unlock this door. I will seek Saeed's assistance and request he send someone to help," Bill replied, disheartened as he regarded Mr. Weasley. Suddenly, a cacophony of banging echoed from within the tomb, accompanied by Percy's desperate, frantic cries. "Percy, do not fear. Hold on. I will find someone to assist," Bill shouted. "It's no use. The tomb is enchanted, and those inside cannot hear the sounds from outside." "I just tried," Alan stated, shaking her head. "Dad, do not worry. I will seek help immediately." Bill rushed out in a flurry. Mrs. Weasley glared at the twin brothers. "Are you pleased that Percy is in trouble?" George and Fred had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point, allowing Mrs. Weasley to lecture them while their expressions reflected their anxiety. Alan circled the stone door of the tomb, scrutinizing it intently as he endeavored to recall the incantation for opening the door that he had learned in the underground chamber. After 3 attempts, he finally articulated the spell in its entirety. The stone door sealing off Percy gradually ascended, revealing his figure to the gathered onlookers. His meticulously styled red hair was now disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. The hat, adorned with the emblem of the student council president, which had previously held great significance for Percy, lay discarded on the ground, resting atop his skull. Compared to his appearance prior to the ordeal, Percy looked utterly disheveled. Chapter 194. Shopping in Diagon Alley. What exacerbated Percy's embarrassment was Bill's revelation that it was Alan, the very individual he had disparaged earlier that morning, who had opened the door. Percy mumbled his thanks to Alan, who feigned ignorance of Percy's discomfort, and smiled in acknowledgement. Under the disapproving gaze of Mr. Weasley, Percy's face flushed crimson as he expressed his gratitude vocally. On the last evening before departing Egypt, everyone ventured to explore the magical night market along the Nile. The market was a veritable treasure trove of magical artifacts, with various charms being the most coveted by the wizarding tourists. During their tour of the pyramids, the eccentric charms adorning the mummies left a lasting impression. Upon spotting a purple scarab charm, Ron nearly exclaimed in the bustling market. Overwhelmed by trepidation, Ron could not bear to linger before the amulet and hurriedly moved on to another stall, where he found himself intrigued by a small glass top. It was a pocket-scrying mirror. If suspicious individuals were nearby, it would illuminate and spin. The vendor, clad in a white turban, enthusiastically described its features. However, it was currently spinning and glowing incessantly. Ron pointed out the issue without hesitation. "Well, you see, with so many people around, there could be unreliable, untrustworthy individuals lurking nearby." The vendor replied with a glint in his eye, providing an explanation. After some haggling, Ron acquired the pocket-scrying mirror for the price of 5 silver sickles. As a satisfied Ron was preparing to stow away his new acquisition, he noticed that Alan was still engaged in conversation with the vendor at the same stall. Curiosity overcame Ron's fear of the scarab charm, prompting him to approach once more. Alan has collected numerous amulets, featuring designs of sacred scarabs, cats, monkeys, and even pigs. among a plethora of others. Alan, how did you manage to acquire so many talismans? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Each amulet serves a distinct purpose. Some adorned with exquisite patterns, making them perfect gifts for friends and family. Enthusiastically endorsed by the vendor, Alan selected an impressive assortment of charms. The vendor, grinning from ear to ear, could hardly contain his delight at the arrival of such a valued customer. At the night market, they also indulged in the culinary delights of Egypt. During this time, Ron's mirror kept shining incessantly. It must be broken, Ron, Percy suggested. You should go back and exchange it. However, returning would be futile, as the vendor would not admit to any fault. Numerous inferior goods are sold here, specifically targeting wizarding tourists, rendering them quite unreliable. Bill savored the hibiscus soup, its thick, vibrant green hue and delightful flavor utterly captivating him. The mirror isn't broken, Ron asserted firmly to Alan, oblivious to the fact that Fred and George had mischievously added beetles to his soup. Nevertheless, Alan held a different perspective. He discreetly cast a glance at the rat, Scabbers, perched on Ron's shoulder. Indeed, the mirror was not faulty. Its constant glowing and spinning were largely due to the presence of the animagus. Upon returning to England, Alan declined Mr. Weasley's invitation, eager to reunite with his family. Although only a week remained of the holiday, every moment spent together was cherished. Mrs. Harris exerted herself to ensure Alan enjoyed his meals, while Mr. Harris, along with Ron, found themselves more intrigued by the magical wonders of Egypt. Daisy and Emily rummaged through the multitude of amulets Alan had brought back, with Emily particularly enamored by the animal-themed charms. After receiving the book list sent from Hogwarts, Alan declined his family's offer to accompany him, opting instead to venture alone to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary items. At Gringotts, Alan exchanged gold for ample galleons, sickles, and nuts, with his money pouch replenished. He excitedly made his way to the Quidditch specialty shop, knowing it housed the most advanced broomsticks in the world, the Firebolt. From a distance, Alan spotted a throng of people gathered at the shop's entrance. Alan sidled in, maneuvering through the throng of exuberant witches and wizards, and at long last, he beheld a makeshift platform upon which rested the most magnificent broom he had ever seen in his life. A square-jawed wizard informed his companion that this was the fastest broom in the world. Is it true, father? A younger boy beside Alan eagerly inquired, shaking his father's arm with excitement. The Irish International Club has just placed an order for 7 of these exquisite brooms, the shopkeeper announced to the crowd, declaring them to be the most sought-after items of the current World Cup. Alan focused intently, meticulously examining the sign beside the broom. The Firebolt, our latest high-speed flying broom, features an aerodynamic design, a premium ashwood handle, and diamond-polished craftsmanship, with a registration number hand-engraved. Each carefully selected birch twig at the broom's tail is meticulously shaped to enhance unparalleled balance and exquisite precision. The Firebolt can accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds, showcasing a magically effective braking capability. Price upon inquiry. Without hesitation, Alan stepped into the shop, ordering a fire crossbow amidst the incredulous gaze of the staff. After Alan completed the delivery address, the attendant beamed and assured him repeatedly that the fire crossbow would be meticulously packaged and promptly dispatched to him upon arrival. Just as Alan exited the doors of the Quidditch boutique, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was Harry. Alan, are you here to inquire about the fire crossbow as well? Harry asked. Alan smiled and nodded. The broom exuded an astonishing charm, drawing numerous admirers each day. Harry's gaze was fervently directed towards the display of the Firebolt. You are clearly one of them, Alan remarked with a grin. Indeed, the Firebolt, the swiftest broom in the world. However, it is undeniably exorbitant. Never before in his life had Harry yearned so intensely for something. Yet, the mere thought of asking Uncle Vernon for money extinguished his desire to acquire the Firebolt. Subsequently, Harry accompanied Alan to the apothecary to procure the ingredients necessary for their potions class. Thereafter, they proceeded to the bookstore. Alan's favorite bookstore bore little resemblance to its former self. Typically, the shelf showcased gilded tomes of arcane magic, each as thick as cobblestones. However, behind the glass now resided a sizable iron cage containing approximately 100 tomes dedicated to creatures of the fantastical realm. These volumes writhed and clashed with fervor, reminiscent of an intense wrestling match, with torn fragments of paper swirling about the air. Why has the owner acquired such books? Harry inquired, puzzled. Because they are designated as the textbook for the Care of Magical Creatures course, Alan replied. Chapter 195, The Leaky Cauldron. Upon hearing Alan's words, Harry suddenly realized that the professor for Hogwarts' Care of Magical Creatures class might share a profound connection with Hagrid. He retrieved the book list from his pocket and scrutinized it for the first time. It clearly stated, Textbook for Care of Magical Creatures, the Monster Book of Monsters. Only then did Harry comprehend why Hagrid had mentioned its usefulness. A wave of relief washed over him, as he had been apprehensive that Hagrid would enlist his assistance in dealing with some frightful new pet. Alan stood before the iron cage. His curiosity piqued as he observed the tumultuous struggle among the books. The manager of the Leahy bookstore approached with brisk steps. Hogwarts, is it? Here to purchase new textbooks? He inquired abruptly. Indeed, Alan nodded, with Harry following suit, noting that he had yet to procure his own textbooks. Harry began, but was swiftly shoved aside by the manager. Step aside, the manager said impatiently, donning a pair of thick gloves. He wielded a gnarled cane and advanced towards the cage containing the monstrous tomes. 2 copies. The manager exclaimed, his composure fraying. I've been bitten 5 times this morning. Wait. Harry interjected hastily. I already possess that particular book. Is that so? The manager's expression shifted to one of relief. Thank Merlin for that. His exaggerated demeanor provoked suppressed laughter from Alan and Harry. However, I do require this book, Alan managed to say, stifling a chuckle. Actually, you merely need to. Before he could finish, a loud rip shattered the air. The 2 monstrous tomes seized a third and tore it asunder. Stop, stop, the manager shouted, thrusting his cane into the cage to separate the writhing books. I will never stock these again, never. What a chaotic mess. Last time we purchased 200 copies of the invisibility charm, we spent a fortune and not a shadow was found. I thought nothing could be worse than that. While opening the cage door, he swung his stick to fend off the surging monstrous tomes. In the ensuing chaos, one book leaped onto the cane, swiftly sliding up to the manager's arm and biting down fiercely on his shoulder. The cane clattered to the ground as the monstrous tomes jostled each other. Eager to escape the cage, Alan swiftly acted, seizing the 2 books that had escaped with a speed that was almost imperceptible and tossed them into the cage. With a decisive snap, he shut the cage door. This was no mere book of monsters, it was a creature in its own right. The manager desperately attempted to pry loose the book that had latched onto his shoulder, but regardless of his efforts, it remained unyielding. Harry grasped the spine of the book, trying to wrench it from the manager's shoulder, but this only elicited a more agonized cry from him. As the manager's face turned ashen with pain and Harry floundered in confusion, striking aimlessly, Alan made his move. Alan gently caressed the spine of the book, and in an instant, the tome of monsters slipped from the manager's shoulder into Alan's hands. Its sharp teeth snapped shut, settling quietly within Alan's grasp. Having healed the wound on his shoulder with a spell, the manager wore an expression of lingering shock. What incantation did you cast upon it? The manager inquired eagerly, gazing at Alan. No spell is necessary. The method is quite simple, Alan replied, demonstrating for the manager. All you need to do is gently stroke its spine, and it will calm down. The monster book in Alan's hands trembled gently, causing both the manager and Harry to step back in fright. However, the book lay quietly in Alan's grasp, showing no signs of a sudden attack. How astonishingly simple. The manager appeared dazed. With the selfless assistance of Alan and Harry, the monster book from the cage was soon placed calmly on the shelf. The manager assigned a staff member to occasionally stroke its spine. I am truly grateful to both of you. The manager gathered all the textbooks that Alan and Harry required, resolutely refusing to accept any payment for them. Your method has saved not only me but all the young wizards who come to purchase this book. The manager smiled broadly, relieved that he would no longer be subject to bites from the book. Alan, even the bookstore manager does not know how to tame this book. Yet you possess the knowledge to subdue it. You are truly remarkable. Harry, cradling his new textbooks, looked at Alan with admiration. Just a slight understanding. Alan replied with a subtle smile, hastily making his way outside. He had inadvertently caught sight of another book displayed on a small table, Omens of Death. What to do when you know doom is approaching. He certainly did not wish for his friend to dwell on thoughts of ominous signs. However, Harry had already noticed it, suddenly halting in his tracks. Harry stared intently at the book. Oh, I certainly wouldn't read that one, remarked a nearby bookstore employee casually. Once you finish it, you will see omens of death everywhere, which is enough to terrify anyone. Indeed, the most frightening thing is scaring oneself. Alan nodded in agreement, contemplating how reading it might lead one to perceive everything as an omen of death. The employee, pleased to find his words validated, flashed a broad smile at Alan. Yet Harry remained fixated on the book's cover, which depicted a dog as large as a bear, glaring with glowing eyes. Oddly, it appeared strikingly familiar. Distracted, he followed Alan toward the Leaky Cauldron, his gaze inattentively wandering, and collided with several people along the way. Alan discreetly seized Harry's arm, ensuring their safe return to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry, I believe we can share a luncheon, Alan suggested. Harry absent-mindedly nodded in agreement. Upon entering, Alan immediately noticed Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. Tom approached with haste, subtly appraising Alan before noting his requests and bowing slightly, hurriedly departing thereafter. Alan surveyed the other patrons within the Leaky Cauldron, a peculiar little witch from the countryside, her arms laden with a basket of provisions. A frail-looking wizard engaging in a debate over the latest article on transfiguration, a disheveled sorcerer, and a raucous group of diminutive beings. Among them was an old woman, resembling a hag, swathed in a thick woolen coat adorned with a balaclava, who had ordered a plate of raw liver. The summer afternoon sun shone brilliantly as Alan and Harry sat beneath a parasol outside the pub, sipping on chilled fruit juices. Alan felt that this was indeed the most comfortable way to enjoy the summer. Chapter 196. The gravity charm. As the cool juice coursed down Harry's throat and settled in his stomach, an icy sensation surged into his mind, finally bringing him back to reality. That cannot be a portent of death, he insisted to Alan, almost as if seeking to reassure himself. What are you talking about? Alan replied, leisurely sipping his juice with his hands clasped behind his head. Harry recounted the tale from the moment he had encountered the bloated form of Aunt March, leading up to his arrival at the Leaky Cauldron aboard the night bus. I felt so anxious when I saw that creature on Magnolia Crescent. It must have been a stray dog, he strained to remember. Encountering a stray dog in the street was hardly cause for alarm, Alan comforted him. Nonetheless, I sensed it was unusual. It bore a striking resemblance to the dog depicted on the cover of that book I saw in the bookstore today, Harry lamented, raking his fingers through his tousled hair. Honestly, Harry, rather than mourning over a stray dog, perhaps you should ponder why the Ministry of Magic remains indifferent to the incident involving your aunt, Alan suggested. For another young wizard, expulsion would be a distinct possibility. This is against the law. Alan believed that instead of succumbing to anxiety over events yet to unfold, it was far more prudent to address the issues that had already manifested in reality. I am puzzled as well, Harry admitted. Not only did I fear expulsion, but I also thought I might end up in custody. Why did Fudge let me off the hook? Harry's attention was successfully diverted to this matter. Who knows? One thing is certain, it cannot be attributed to your notoriety. Alan drained his glass of juice. What is destined to occur will inevitably do so, and the truths we are meant to uncover will eventually reveal themselves. What we see and hear may not necessarily reflect the reality. Let things unfold naturally without overthinking. Rising from his seat, Alan bid farewell to Harry. With heavy steps, Harry ascended the stairs and entered his room, tossing his textbooks onto the bed, feeling as though Alan's words held deeper significance. Unlike Harry, Alan returned home with a light heart, meticulously organizing the items he needed for the upcoming school year. Days passed, and Alan's delightful and comfortable summer holiday drew to a close. At this point, the Harris family had no doubt regarding Alan's capabilities. In their eyes, Alan's intellect surpassed that of his peers, and he exhibited remarkable composure and maturity, effortlessly making his way to King's Cross Station. Indeed, this was the truth. Alan arrived at the station smoothly, even 5 minutes ahead of his anticipated time. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the sturdy metal barrier and reached Platform 9. Upon looking up, he beheld the Hogwarts Express, a vibrant red steam locomotive, emitting clouds of smoke. The platform was bustling with witches and wizards, all gathered to send their children off. Hi, Alan. Penelope, with her long, cascading curls, spotted Alan as he emerged from the wall, greeting him cheerfully. Long time no see. Penelope, Alan replied with a smile, his spirits lifted. Just as they began to reminisce about their summer adventures in Egypt, an exuberant voice interrupted their conversation. Ah, Penelope. It was Percy Weasley. Percy, smoothing his bright red hair, had a rosy flush on his face. He strode confidently towards Penelope, deliberately puffing out his chest to showcase his gleaming badge. Observing the expression on Percy's face, reminiscent of a peacock in full display, Alan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Penelope shot Alan a mock glare, as Percy had intended, and turned her gaze to his badge. Head boy? Penelope raised an eyebrow. Percy beamed radiantly, puffing his chest further as he flaunted the badge, which sparkled in the sunlight. Congratulations. But I have one too, Penelope said, pulling out a badge identical to Percy's from her pocket. To her surprise, Percy seemed even more delighted. The train's whistle blared long and loud, urging the young witches and wizards to board expeditiously. Percy picked up his luggage and glanced at Penelope, offering to assist her with her belongings. However, after lifting her suitcase a few steps, he reddened and set it down, clearly struggling with the weight. Did you pack boulders in here? Penelope discreetly tucked her wand back into her sleeve and flashed a radiant smile. Alan, my suitcase is quite heavy. Could you help me carry it aboard? Noticing her subtle gesture, Alan stepped forward and took the suitcase from beside Percy, as he effortlessly lifted 2 hefty trunks and cheerfully accompanied Penelope onto the train. Percy's eyes widened in astonishment. Is Alan really that strong? He murmured to himself. A gravity charm, you mischievous one, Alan remarked as they boarded the train. Penelope innocently blinked. I simply dislike Gryffindor wizards showing off in front of me. Unable to contain herself any longer, Alan and Penelope burst into laughter simultaneously. I apologize, but I must attend to another compartment and then inspect the train, Penelope replied, somewhat disheartened. She suddenly realized that being the president of the girls' student council was not entirely a blessing. No worries, I can join them, Alan said, lifting his chin and cheerfully greeting Harry and the others peeking from a distance. Then I shall take my leave, Penelope remarked, tossing her beautiful curls and turning away without a hint of regret. Alan instinctively touched his nose, wondering if he had done something wrong again. It seemed that Penelope was upset. Once more, a resounding whistle echoed as the locomotive exhaled steam and gradually set in motion. Alan led the luggage to the compartment where Harry and the others were seated. Hermione, sitting beside Harry, greeted him with a warm smile. Ron and Ginny leaned out of the window, waving goodbye to the Weasley parents until the train rounded a bend and they could no longer be seen, at which point they returned to their seats. I need to speak with you all privately, Harry whispered to Ron, Alan, and Hermione as the train gradually picked up speed. Ginny, please step away, Ron said. All right, fine, Ginny replied, huffing as she walked away with her head held high. As Alan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione traversed the corridor in search of an unoccupied compartment, they found all but one filled to capacity. The solitary compartment at the rear of the train housed a single occupant, a man slumbering by the window. The four young wizards paused at the door, surveying the scene. Typically, the Hogwarts Express catered solely to students, and apart from the witch selling snacks from her trolley, they had never encountered any other adults aboard. Chapter 197. Aboard the train, this unfamiliar stranger donned a tattered wizard's robe, patched in multiple places. He appeared frail, devoid of vigor, despite his youthful countenance. His light brown hair bore signs of premature graying. Alan regarded the man, contemplating his evident hardships. Do you know who he is? Ron inquired in a hushed tone as they slid the door shut and chose seats furthest from the window. R.J. Lupin, Professor, Alan and Hermione replied in unison. How do you know that? Ron asked, intrigued. It's written on his suitcase. Hermione pointed to the luggage rack above the man's head. There lay a dilapidated trunk, securely bound with numerous ropes, and on one corner, the name R.J. Lupin was barely legible, the letters worn and faded. I wonder what subject he teaches? Ron pondered, gazing at the lifeless figure of Professor Lupin. That's not a question worth asking, Hermione whispered. There's only one vacancy, isn't there? Defense against the dark arts. Do you think he knows about the curse? Ron queried. What curse? The three turned their attention to Ron. There are rumors that this position is cursed, Ron stated mysteriously. Clearly, he needs this job, Alan remarked, tilting his chin upward. In the face of life's burdens, the elusive curse could not deter Lupin. The role of Hogwarts professor represented a significant opportunity for him. Best of luck to him. No teacher has lasted more than a year in that subject. Harry mused, finding Ron's mention of the curse rather plausible. I hope he proves capable, Ron said skeptically. Look at him, a formidable which could easily take him down. Don't you think? Forget about him. He turned to Harry. What did you want to tell us? Harry recounted the argument between Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with the warning Mr. Weasley had just issued him. Upon finishing, Ron sat in stunned silence, while Hermione covered her mouth in shock. Finally, she lowered her hands and said, Sirius Black escaped to find you? Oh, Harry, you must be exceptionally cautious. Avoid trouble, Harry. Alan nodded in agreement. To be frank, if Harry were not the protagonist of the enlightening books from his childhood, nor the fated one in this world, with such a propensity for attracting trouble, Alan would certainly keep his distance. I do not seek trouble, Harry retorted in frustration. Trouble always finds me. Isn't it foolish to pursue a madman intent on killing him? Ron stammered. Harry had not anticipated that they would perceive this news with such gravity. Both Ron and Hermione appeared to harbor greater fear of Black than he did. No one knows how he escaped from Azkaban, Ron said uneasily. No one has ever done so before. Moreover, he was a heavily guarded prisoner. But they will apprehend him. Won't they? Hermione insisted earnestly. I mean, they have even mobilized all the muggles to search for him. Alan, what do you think? Harry turned to Alan. What? Oh. I apologize. I believe I need to step outside for a moment. Alan did not consider Black a genuine threat. Instead, Penelope, who had already patrolled the door of the compartment 3 times, successfully captured Alan's attention. Alan stood up and walked out. Harry, I feel as though Alan is rather unconcerned about you. Hermione exclaimed indignantly. He seems solely focused on finding his prefect. The head of the student council, Ron interjected suddenly. What? Hermione asked, her voice filled with irritation. Ahem. Ron glanced at Hermione and cautiously clarified. I meant, just as Percy is the head of the male student council, Penelope has been appointed as the chair of the female student council. Oh, that is splendid. Hermione turned her head, though her tone remained unfriendly. Hello, Penelope. Do you often patrol? Alan quickly engaged Penelope in conversation. Indeed, these little wizards always delight in chasing and frolicking. Penelope waved her hand, causing a first-year Gryffindor boy to halt his running and obediently return to the compartment. He is quite intimidated by you, Alan asserted confidently. Of course. I petrified him and held him in the corridor for a full 5 minutes, Penelope said, raising her eyebrows and displaying an extraordinarily commanding and charming smile. The Hogwarts Express journeyed northward, and the scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate. As the clouds thickened in the high sky, the daylight dimmed. What bad luck. It seems a heavy rain is imminent, Penelope remarked with concern. Do not fret. Hagrid always finds a way to keep us dry, Alan said, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handing it to Penelope. It's not Valentine's Day. Penelope accepted the chocolate, her expression lightening as she jested. Did you know? Eating chocolate can uplift one's spirits, Alan shrugged. I have plenty more? Penelope shook the chocolate in her hand and continued to walk away towards the distance. Alan followed closely behind her. Oh, you? Penelope gazed at Alan in bewilderment. It's almost lunchtime. I'm off to find the plump witch, Alan replied with a smile. After Alan returned, carrying an array of food, he opened the compartment door once more, only to find Harry and the others already enjoying their meal. Upon seeing the food Alan had brought back, Ron exaggeratedly dropped his jaw. Alan, who would have guessed you could eat so much? Well, I suppose you won't be needing any, Alan said, raising the bag of provisions. However, clearly this food shall not go to waste, he added, glancing at the slumbering Lupin nearby. Are you going to wake him? Ron nudged towards Professor Lupin. As Hermione had just attempted, but the professor remained deeply asleep. Of course, one cannot rouse a person feigning slumber, Alan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lupin. Oh, in that case, I fear this food may indeed go to waste. The plump which stated that once sold, it cannot be returned. Alan feigned distress over the provisions. Just then, Professor Lupin, reclining in his seat, stirred slightly. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, witnessing as he slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Professor? Hermione said cautiously. I apologize, did we wake you? Oh, not at all. Professor Lupin smiled warmly at Alan. Alan immediately extended a courteous invitation. Professor, might I have the honor of sharing lunch with you? Alan extracted a substantial stack of cauldron-shaped cakes from his bag and placed them upon the table, smiling at Lupin. Lupin rose to his feet, stretching his stiff body, and retrieved a large piece of chocolate from his bag to share with Alan. Chapter 198, Sharing Chapter 201, Encountering the Dementor again. Alan Harris? Are you the child of Owen? Professor Lupin inquired, picking up a piece of cake while scrutinizing Alan. This revelation was both expected and surprising to Alan. Do you know my father? Alan asked in astonishment. Indeed, Owen is quite renowned in Ravenclaw. As if recalling an amusing memory, the furrowed brow of Professor Lupin relaxed, and he broke into hearty laughter. Alan discovered that the seemingly destitute professor was, in fact, quite handsome. Harry and his companions sat nearby, quietly indulging in their food while their eyes discreetly scrutinized the new professor's every gesture and utterance. Professor, which house did you belong to at Hogwarts? Alan asked, feigning ignorance. Harry and his friends paused their meal, their faces alight with intrigue. I was a member of Gryffindor. Professor Lupin replied with a warm smile directed at Harry's group. Harry Potter, I have heard of you from Dumbledore, a true Gryffindor. Harry was taken aback, while Hermione and Ron had grown accustomed to such praise. So, Professor, you must have known Harry's father? Alan posed the question that lingered in Harry's mind. Indeed. I was quite close with James, Professor Lupin said gently, gazing at Harry. Harry licked his lips, gathering courage to inquire about his father, but was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. 3 individuals whom Harry despised most entered, Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 lackeys, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Well, look who we have here, Malfoy drawled lazily, his tone dripping with disdain. Crabbe and Goyle erupted into raucous laughter like a couple of trolls. Malfoy. Alan interjected disapprovingly. Alan. Malfoy retorted, his demeanor shifting. You do well to steer clear of these people. They will tarnish your reputation. He then turned his attention to Ron. I heard your father finally struck gold this summer, Ron. Was your mother utterly astonished? Ron sprang to his feet, accidentally knocking over Crookshank's basket. Lupin cleared his throat. Who is that? Malfoy asked, instinctively recoiling upon noticing Lupin. A new teacher, Harry replied, standing as well to potentially rein in Ron if necessary. What did you just say? Malfoy? Malfoy narrowed his gray eyes, aware that he should not cause trouble in front of a professor. Let us go, he said, disappointed, turning to Crabbe and Goyle. The trio departed. Harry busied himself comforting the irate Ron, momentarily sidelining his curiosity about his father. After finishing their meal, Professor Lupin excused himself, citing a need to find a quiet corner for some rest. Wow, Harry, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is bound to be fantastic. A professor from Gryffindor, Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he discussed it with Harry. Reflecting on Gilderoy Lockhart, a Ravenclaw graduate, Alan felt a twinge of discontent, unwilling to witness the expressions of relief on Harry and the others' faces. Deep down, Alan knew that Gilderoy could never measure up to Lupin. Alan rose to his feet and exited. The train continued its rapid journey northward, while the rain intensified, transforming the windows into a murky expanse of gray that gradually darkened. Ultimately, the lights in the corridor and on the luggage racks flickered to life. The train rattled incessantly, the raindrops drummed against the surface, and the howling wind outside rendered the night utterly black. Penelope. Alan observed Percy closely trailing Penelope as he patrolled the train, soothing the restless young wizards. Alan, return to your compartment at once. The rain is heavy, and the corridor is slippery. It is best not to roam about, Percy admonished sternly. Alan glanced at the tightly shut windows of the train, speechlessly observing Percy. Despite being a rather astute individual, Percy seemed utterly befuddled whenever Penelope was near him. What was slippery in the corridor? After all, Alan was merely stretching his legs in the aisle. There was no cause for alarm. Penelope unceremoniously defended Alan. Percy's ears were aflame, and with his striking red hair, Alan thought he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Have you all noticed that the train seems to have slowed down? Alan pondered, not wishing to confront Percy directly, as their holiday camaraderie had been quite pleasant. It's not time for that yet, Percy retorted without hesitation. Having ridden the Hogwarts Express for 7 years, he knew better. Then why has it stopped? Penelope inquired, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The train continued to decelerate. The sound of the wheels gradually faded, replaced by the intensified rush of wind and rain battering against the windows. Throughout the carriage, numerous heads curiously poked out from compartments. Suddenly, the train jolted to a halt, and a cacophony of clattering echoed from afar, undoubtedly luggage tumbling from the racks. Then, inexplicably, all the lights extinguished, plunging them into utter darkness. The entire carriage erupted in a chorus of screams and strange cries. It may be a mechanical failure. As the student council president, I must investigate, Percy declared haughtily before striding away. Penelope cast an apologetic glance at Alan before hastily following suit. A few younger wizards rushed into the corridor, only to be ushered back by Penelope and the older students. A flicker of luminescence emerged. Alan calmly returned to the compartment where Harry and the others were seated. Along the way, he noticed the younger wizards mimicking him, as twinkling lights illuminated the darkness, bringing a sense of comfort and reassurance. Alan opened the carriage door and discovered that Neville and Ginny were also present. The atmosphere was charged with anxiety as they all appeared visibly unsettled. Upon noticing the light in Alan's hand, everyone promptly drew their wands, illuminating the small compartment. A piercing squeak reached their ears. It was Ron, who was cleaning a patch on the window to peer outside. Something was moving beyond, he said, as if someone was boarding. Alan, do you know what's happening? Suddenly, Hermione cried out in pain. I'm sorry, Neville exclaimed, having accidentally bumped into her. Just then, the sliding door slowly opened. Under the glow of 6 wands, they beheld a tall, cloaked figure standing at the entrance, nearly brushing the ceiling. Its face was entirely shrouded in the hood. A hand emerged from beneath the cloak, pale and eerie, glistening ominously as if covered in slime and spots, resembling something that had decayed in water. Chapter 199. Encountering the Dementor at last, it had appeared. Alan's wand silently aimed at it, yet this action went unnoticed as the others also directed their glowing wands towards the unwelcome visitor, eager to discern its appearance. The hand swiftly disappeared, retracting into the folds of the dark cloak. What is that? Hermione grasped Alan's arm in terror. A Dementor. Just as Alan directed his wand towards the creature, Hermione, unaware, pulled down his arm. The Dementor slowly inhaled, producing a rattling sound from its throat, as if it were consuming more than just the surrounding air. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Harry, sitting beside Alan, rolled his eyes back and collapsed from his seat, convulsing. Hermione screamed, crouching down to check on Harry. Ginny trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Ron huddled into a ball, muttering, "Stay away, stay away." Neville stood frozen, his face a mask of terror, utterly at a loss. The Dementor lingered at the doorway, slowly turning its head, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Alan fervently pondered upon the joyful moments that could uplift his spirits as his guardian phoenix emerged from the tip of his wand. The Dementor rushed forward, only to instantly pivot and glide away in a spectral manner. Alan swiftly distributed the chocolates he had prepared earlier to everyone in the compartment. Enjoy, it will prove beneficial. He also popped a piece into his own mouth. A wave of warmth surged to the tips of his toes and fingers, enveloping his entire being in a comforting embrace. Suddenly, a piercing scream filled with terror erupted from outside the compartment. Alan impulsively handed over the chocolate in his possession to Neville and dashed outside. Hermione, who had been kneeling beside Harry, observed Alan's actions with an expression of perplexity. Penelope, Alan called out loudly. In the train corridor, countless Dementors flitted in and out of various compartments. In the darkness, their indistinct, towering forms appeared particularly menacing. Penelope found herself encircled by 4 Dementors. The guardian phoenix of Alan soared once more from the wand, darting towards the Dementor looming beside Penelope. The Dementor appeared particularly fearful of the Phoenix Patronus. Retreating at a considerable distance, Alan hurried to Penelope's side and swiftly placed a piece of chocolate in her mouth. The Dementors of Azkaban. How could they possibly be here? Penelope grasped Alan's hand, feeling strength return to her body. Alan did not respond to her, but instead watched warily as the Dementors gradually closed in. Perhaps his consecutive Patronus spells had provoked them. Perhaps they sought to ascertain who could wield such formidable magic. Or perhaps the rarity of a phoenix as a Patronus was a source of their intrigue. The Dementors surged toward Alan, a dark mass looming ominously. Alan, Penelope shuddered, feeling an abrupt chill envelop the compartment, as if a biting wind had swept through. Do not fear, Penelope. Think of joyful moments. Alan gripped his wand tightly, his expression resolute. The cold penetrated deeply, and mist began to blur his vision. Step away. None of us have concealed Sirius Black beneath our robes. Move quickly. A voice emanated from behind Alan. It was Professor Lupin. He too held a wand, sternly admonishing the Dementors. However, the creatures remained undeterred, seemingly intent on scrutinizing Alan and his companions. Expecto Patronum. Lupin decisively cast the spell, and a silvery form erupted from his wand, soaring toward the Dementors. It was a wolf, agile and imposing, exuding a formidable presence. The Dementors recoiled, yet some remained obstinately in place. The mist that enveloped Alan and his companions dissipated. Expecto Patronum. Alan recited the incantation once more, casting the protective charm repeatedly in a short span, which left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Penelope gazed in fascination at Alan's Phoenix Patronus, its grand wings unfurling as it circled gracefully within the carriage. As the Phoenix soared, the Dementors retreated in fear. Penelope attempted to conjure her own Patronus. Although she was familiar with the spell, she had never succeeded in casting it. Expecto Patronum. Penelope gritted her teeth, persisting, and a silvery strand emerged from her wand, hovering like mist before her. It was an amorphous Patronus. Grasping Alan's hand, she felt a surge of courage coursing through her. akin to the warmth one experiences after indulging in chocolate, amplified 1,000-fold. From the tip of her wand, a form broke free, not the formless mist, but a shimmering silver creature. It darted past them, racing alongside the silver wolf and the phoenix, charging into the throng of Dementors. The three patron muses worked in perfect harmony, their power formidable. The Dementors recoiled, scattering into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Penelope's Patronus turned back, traversing the now tranquil train corridor, gradually approaching her and Alan. They finally discerned its full form, a fox. A small, adorable, agile, and glossy fox. Cunning as a fox, how fitting for you, Penelope. Alan teased with a smile. Penelope gazed adoringly at her Patronus, her heart brimming with joy and satisfaction, yet she feigned defiance. And what about you, vain phoenix? She reached out to touch the shimmering silver fox, but it vanished. What a splendid Patronus! Professor Lupin exclaimed, admiring both Penelope and Alan. His expression grew notably serious as he looked at Alan. Is something amiss, Professor? Alan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. At your age? To successfully cast the Patronus charm is remarkable indeed. Furthermore, Lupin paused, to have a magical creature as your Patronus is something I believe only Dumbledore has achieved. Like you. He too is a phoenix. He scrutinized Alan carefully, drawing a conclusion. Penelope nodded vigorously, her face reflecting admiration and a hint of pride. She never doubted Alan's future. Undoubtedly, Alan was the most exceptional student Hogwarts had ever seen. Alan's expression was subtly nuanced. This was not the first time he had heard such words. They had been spoken by Ollivander when he purchased his wand. Though Ollivander and Professor Lupin had different intentions, they arrived at the same conclusion. Thank you, Professor. I shall take your encouragement as motivation to forge ahead. Alan blinked and smiled gently. Chapter 200. Luna Lovegood. The Hogwarts Express let out a long whistle, and the train began to move once more, the lights illuminating anew. Alan, thank you. You saved me once again, Penelope expressed her gratitude, then quietly bent down to steal a glance into Alan's eyes, which caused her own to sparkle. Oh, it's nothing. Your Patronus is truly remarkable. Alan waved his hands dismissively. No, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have succeeded in casting the Patronus charm, Penelope replied earnestly, clearly believing this to be true. Alan fell silent, sensing that Penelope's words carried a deeper meaning, extending beyond just his timely arrival. Professor, Alan, I must go inspect the train and comfort the frightened young wizards. I shall take my leave. Penelope tossed her beautiful curls and walked away with resolute steps. What a responsible girl, Professor Lupin remarked with admiration. Indeed. She is the president of the student council, Alan thought, feeling a genuine pride for Penelope, a member of Ravenclaw House. Upon returning to the brightly lit compartment, Harry had regained consciousness and sat upright, though the cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead suggested that his condition was far from optimistic. Ginny curled up in a corner, appearing equally distressed, letting out a small sob, which Hermione gently soothed by wrapping her arm around her. Are you all right? Alan inquired. Did you not eat the chocolate I offered you? Chocolate? It seems I am no longer needed. You did splendidly, Professor Lupin entered, casting a more approving glance at Alan. It appears your academic progress has already surpassed that of third-year students in theory. Do eat, he added. It will be beneficial. Forgive me, I must speak with the driver. After confirming that Harry and Ginny were relatively unharmed, Professor Lupin passed by Alan and disappeared down the corridor. Harry, having consumed the chocolate, appeared significantly improved. I do not comprehend what just transpired, he said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It was a Dementor, Harry. Hermione replied, her concern evident. Are you truly unscathed? Everyone turned their gaze to Harry. The Dementor's influence had affected him the most, rendering him unconscious. Harry shook his head, and Ron recounted the earlier events to him. How terrifying, Neville exclaimed, his voice elevated compared to usual. Did you feel how cold it was when it entered? I must find Flag to ensure he is all right. He is not in this carriage. With that, Neville grabbed a piece of chocolate and dashed out. I feel strange, Ron said, shifting uneasily as if joy had eluded him. Yet none of you fell from your seats, Harry remarked awkwardly. You are not fragile, Harry. Alan discerned Harry's thoughts immediately. The reason we have not suffered as severely as you is that we have not faced the same ordeal. Harry pondered this, but silence enveloped the carriage once more. Throughout the remainder of the journey, aside from a few words from Neville upon his return, they remained quiet. At last, the train halted at Hogsmeade Station, and everyone disembarked amidst a chaotic scene. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and Neville's pet toad croaked from beneath his hat. The small platform was frigid, drenched by a torrential downpour. First years, this way. A familiar voice called out. Hagrid's immense figure beckoned the bewildered first-year students to follow him across the lake in traditional fashion. Other years, over here. Percy and Penelope organized the remaining young wizards as they headed to the opposite side of the platform. From a distance, Alan exchanged greetings with Penelope before being jostled onto a rough, muddy path where at least 100 carriages awaited the remaining students. Among the carriage shafts stood a few thestrals. Their emaciated bodies bore no flesh, the black hides clinging tightly to their skeletal frames, every bone starkly visible. Their heads resembled that of a dragon, with white, pupilless eyes fixed in a haunting gaze. From the prominent shoulder blades sprouted large, black, leathery wings, seemingly belonging to a gigantic bat. These thestrals stood motionless, eerily silent in the tempest, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed into one carriage while Ginny and Alan occupied another. "Excuse me, is there room here?" As Alan stepped into the dark carriage, a disoriented voice inquired from behind. A drenched girl peered inside, her wild, dirty, waist-length golden curls framing her face. Her eyebrows were remarkably light, and her wide-set, bulging eyes perpetually conveyed a sense of astonishment. This pale-skinned girl radiated an eccentric energy, perhaps due to the wand tucked behind her left ear or the necklace made of butterbeer corks she wore. Alan deduced her identity, Luna Lovegood, the eccentric girl. In fact, she had already gained a modest reputation within Ravenclaw. Even in the house most tolerant of oddities, she stood out as the most peculiar student. Last year, Alan had occasionally wished to make her acquaintance, but alas, they were in different years. Aside from catching a distant glimpse of her during meals in the Great Hall, it seemed she vanished during break times, reportedly in search of some elusive creature to pester. "Oh, Luna, of course," Ginny exclaimed as she drew Luna into the carriage. "Alan, this is Luna Lovegood. Luna is in my year, but she belongs to Ravenclaw," Ginny introduced, her words trailing off. "Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure," Luna proclaimed in a melodic voice, interrupting Ginny before she could finish. "Alan Harris, well known in Ravenclaw," Luna murmured dreamily, her eyes now half closed and fixed upon Alan. Alan politely smiled and nodded, while using his wand to dry Luna's damp robes and hair. Luna merely acknowledged his kindness with a nod. Yet her unwavering gaze upon him rendered him slightly uncomfortable. Ultimately, Alan chuckled good-naturedly, assuring himself that likely no one else would board the carriage. He then closed the door. The carriages formed a line, creaking and swaying as they traversed the road, filled with a faint musty odor intertwined with the scent of straw. "I have always found it curious that the carriage could move on its own. I wonder what enchantment allows for this. Can we learn it?" Ginny inquired, intrigued. "It is not an enchantment. You are simply fortunate," Luna replied, her gaze still fixed ahead, responding in a melodious tone without shifting her attention to Ginny. Alan couldn't help but gaze at Luna, whose large silver-white eyes reflected the night steeds with bat-like wings. "Is it true, Alan?" Ginny asked incredulously, seeking confirmation from him. Upon seeing Alan nod, Ginny anxiously inquired, "Then why can't I see them? You are not insane. Your mind is as clear as mine." Luna then turned to fix her gaze upon Ginny, her expression beginning to appear hazy once more. However, Ginny's countenance grew more complex. The notion of having a mind as lucid as the seemingly mad Luna was rather unsettling. The carriage was drawn by the night steeds, visible only to those who have directly witnessed death. Alan watched Ginny's unguarded, ever-changing expressions with amusement. Simultaneously, he secretly marveled at Luna's remarkable ability to perceive the depths of human emotion. Chapter 201. Examination. The carriage in which Alan and the others traveled was exceedingly jolting. And soon, Ginny found herself unable to attend to Nightmare. She grasped the handrail of the carriage, striving to maintain her balance and avoid colliding with Alan. Fearing to embarrass herself in his presence, Luna sat steadily opposite Ginny and Alan, her large eyes darting occasionally between the two. The carriage approached an imposing set of wrought iron gates, flanked by stone pillars, atop which rested winged wild boars. Too ominous. Hooded demeanors stood sentinel at either side of the entrance. Instantly, a chilling sensation washed over them. Ginny quickly nestled into her uneven seat, discreetly inching closer to Alan, and closed her eyes until they had passed through the gates. The carriage accelerated along the lengthy uphill driveway leading to the castle. Alan leaned out of the small carriage window, gazing at the numerous turrets and towers as they drew ever closer. At last, the carriage came to a jarring halt, and Alan was the first to leap out, followed closely by Ginny and Luna. A commotion erupted ahead, suggesting that Harry was embroiled in a dispute with Malfoy, prompting Ginny to dash forward. "She trusts you immensely, yet her admiration for Harry Potter knows no bounds." Luna's ethereal voice floated into Alan's ear. Alan couldn't help but chuckle. Ginny's admiration for Harry transcended mere admiration. It was affection. It was love. "Have you fainted as well, Weasley? That dreadful old Dementor must have terrified you, too, Weasley?" From a distance, Draco's smug voice echoed. Alan refrained from intervening as he observed Professor Lupin emerging from the carriage, struggling with a tattered suitcase. With Professor Lupin present, Harry would undoubtedly be safe. "Come, let us proceed to the Great Hall," Alan remarked in a remarkably gentle tone. The two followed the throngs up the stone steps, passing through the majestic oak doors into the spacious and shadowy foyer. Torches flickered, illuminating a grand marble staircase that ascended to the upper levels. To the right, the doors to the Great Hall stood ajar, and Alan quickly noticed the magically enchanted ceiling, which mirrored the ominous, cloud-laden sky outside. The Ravenclaw students, upon seeing Alan enter alongside the eccentric Luna Lovegood, could hardly believe their eyes. One was a universally praised prodigy, while the other was a peculiar girl known for her odd behavior. It was clear that the two were an unlikely pair. "Alan, come here for a moment," called the unmistakable voice of Professor Flitwick. Alan turned in astonishment, discovering that he stood upon a lofty staircase, with Professor McGonagall standing behind him. Alan swiftly turned to Professor Flitwick, and upon witnessing this scene, the young wizards of Ravenclaw parted ways, allowing Alan to pass with greater speed. "Alan, I have heard that you cast a remarkable Patronus. I am truly proud of you, Professor Flitwick said, kindly patting Alan's arm. I must go to fetch the first-year students. You should accompany Professor McGonagall. With a look of urgency, Professor Flitwick hurriedly departed. Professor McGonagall, her hair tightly coiled into a bun, surveyed the crowd with a serious expression. Her sharp eyes concealed behind rectangular glasses. She paid no heed to Alan, instead scanning the throng as if searching for something specific. Suddenly, she called out to the crowd. Potter, Granger, I need to see both of you. Hermione and Harry appeared quite taken aback as they navigated through the crowd, the Gryffindor students seemingly unyielding in their path. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Sensing the tension, Harry and Hermione felt a wave of unease, unsure of what they had done wrong. You need not be so anxious. I merely wish to discuss something with you in my office, Professor McGonagall reassured them. Her office, though small, radiated warmth from a lively fire. As they entered, she gestured for the three of them to sit, taking her place behind the desk herself. Then, quite unexpectedly, she stated, Professor Lupin sent an owl in advance, mentioning that you were unwell on the train, Potter. Harry felt his face flush. The embarrassment of fainting on the train, or for any reason, was compounded by the fuss everyone was making. Before he could respond, there was a soft knock at the door, and Madame Pomfrey hurriedly entered. And you, Alan, I cannot believe you faced Dementors directly and even drove them away, Professor McGonagall remarked with surprise, and Madame Pomfrey turned her attention to Alan as well. Poppy, Professor Lupin informed me that Alan cast the Patronus charm 3 times in quick succession and confronted a multitude of Dementors. Please check on him to see if he has sustained any injuries, Professor McGonagall instructed. Feeling embarrassed, Alan quickly waved his hands and said, Thank you, Professor. But I assure you, I am perfectly fine. 3 successful Patronus casts. Unbelievable for someone your age. Madame Pomfrey seemed to disregard his protest as she leaned in to examine him closely. At your age, I was entirely oblivious to the Patronus charm. After a thorough inspection, Madame Pomfrey turned to Professor McGonagall and remarked, Even more astonishing is the fact that he appears to be unscathed. And as for Potter, he has fainted. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Harry felt his face burning. Alan could cast a Patronus to fend off Dementors, while he had shamefully collapsed. It's hardly surprising. He wouldn't be the first to faint, she mumbled, brushing Harry's hair back and feeling his forehead. Indeed, he was cold and clammy. Dementors are truly dreadful creatures. They affect those who are already vulnerable. I am not vulnerable, Harry retorted, annoyed. You are certainly not vulnerable, Madame Pomfrey replied absently, returning to take his pulse. What does he require? Professor McGonagall asked curtly. Should he rest in bed? Perhaps he ought to spend the night in the hospital wing? Well, at the very least. He should have some chocolate, Madame Pomfrey suggested, now examining Harry's eyes. I've already had some, Harry said. Alan shared some with all of us. Is that so? Madame Pomfrey said approvingly. No wonder you could resist the Dementors. You truly understand them. Do you genuinely feel all right, Potter? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly. Yes, Harry replied. Very well. You and Alan may proceed downstairs to the feast. I shall speak with Miss Granger regarding her schedule. With that, Professor McGonagall dismissed them. Chapter 202. The new teacher Professor McGonagall retained Hermione. Alan understood that Hermione would receive the Time Turner, a testament to Dumbledore and others' unwavering trust in her. This was no ordinary magical device. It possessed the extraordinary ability to transport its user back in time. Imagine the possibilities if one could journey to a time before Voldemort's birth and present his father with a plethora of contraceptives. Perhaps the tragic fate of the Potter family could have been averted. However, Alan would never entertain such a thought. For if he were to alter the past in such a manner, the world of Harry Potter would cease to exist, leaving him to ponder whether he would ever have the chance to be reborn. Alan, lost in thought, exited Professor McGonagall's office. Mrs. Pomfrey accompanied Alan and Harry back into the corridor. I have truly never encountered a young wizard quite like you, so youthful yet brimming with magical prowess, Mrs. Pomfrey exclaimed, her admiration for Alan's remarkable talent evident. She continued to murmur her praises as she made her way back to the infirmary. Alan and Harry descended the marble staircase and returned to the hall. Inside, the hall resembled a vast ocean of pointed black hats. With every elongated table filled to capacity with students, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of thousands of candles hovering above. Professor Flitwick emerged from the hall, holding the antiquated sorting hat and a 3-legged stool. Oh, Harry lamented, we missed the sorting ceremony. The two made their way as quietly as possible toward their respective house tables. However, as they passed through the back of the hall, all eyes turned upon them, and several individuals pointed and whispered. Alan and Harry exchanged glances, and it seemed that news of their encounter with the Dementors on the train had spread. Consequently, Alan ceased to conceal his demeanor and confidently strode back to his designated place within Ravenclaw. In the presence of the admiring gazes from his fellow Ravenclaw witches and wizards, Alan composedly settled into his usual seat. The members of Ravenclaw instinctively steered clear of his position, with even the newly arrived students being tactfully assigned to other seats by Penelope. At that moment, the headmaster rose to address the assembly. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the young wizards beneath him, the candlelight glistening upon his white beard. He appeared amiable and approachable, effortlessly earning the trust and respect of the students. This could be attributed to his status as the greatest white wizard in history, but more significantly, people found themselves inexplicably drawn to trust him. Following his welcoming remarks, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of gravity. He cleared his throat, indicating that what was to follow was of utmost importance. Our school is currently hosting a number of Dementors from Azkaban, sent by the Ministry of Magic to carry out official duties. I trust you are all aware of this. As they conducted a search on the Hogwarts Express, I take great pride in our students' ability to successfully resist and even expel them. The young wizards in the hall leaned forward in their seats, all eyes on Alan. The Ravenclaw table beamed with pride, each student sitting up straight. From a distance, Alan's gaze met that of Professor Dumbledore. Alan could perceive the admiration and scrutiny in their gaze. However, that does not imply that all of our young wizards are permitted to provoke them, Professor Dumbledore emphasized, his voice taking on a more serious tone. No one is allowed to leave the school without permission. Any trickery, ruse, or disguise, including the invisibility cloak, will not deceive the Dementors. He added with a hint of detachment. Alan blinked, clearly addressing Harry. However, it remained uncertain whether the Dementors could see through his enchanted wizarding robes. The very nature of Dementors fails to comprehend arguments or pleas for mercy. Hence, I urge all present to avoid giving them any justification to inflict harm upon you. I trust that the head boy and our newly elected male and female student council presidents will ensure that no student encounters a Dementor. Alan glanced at Penelope, the beautiful and intelligent girl whose expression was grave, clearly absorbing Dumbledore's words. Having faced Dementors directly, Penelope was acutely aware of their terrifying nature. She was resolute in her commitment to fulfill her duties, determined to prevent the young wizards from falling victim to the Dementors' malevolence. At the Gryffindor table, Percy puffed out his chest, looking around with an air of self-importance. He relished the feeling of being valued by the professors. Dumbledore paused once more, his expression serious as he surveyed the hall, where not a single person stirred or uttered a sound. Even when the new defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin, was introduced, only a smattering of applause echoed through the hall. Gilderoy Lockhart exemplified a truth. Even professors could be charlatans devoid of knowledge. While the other teachers donned their finest robes, Professor Lupin appeared particularly disheveled beside them, inevitably causing the young wizards to question his capabilities. Alan could not help but cast his gaze towards Professor Snape. The professor's sallow, gaunt face contorted in a frightful manner, displaying an expression that transcended mere anger, verging on pure hatred. Yet, Alan felt no surprise. Everyone tends to remember those who tormented them during their formative years. Alan himself is a testament to this. In his previous life, during his childhood, he was once extorted for 10 yuan by a classmate, too fearful to confide in his parents, leaving him with a mouth full of sores. Even as an adult, the mere recollection of that overbearing peer stirs a profound resentment within him. Furthermore, the antics of James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin are indeed quite excessive. Were he in a similar predicament, Alan would prefer to be battered and bruised by the unforgiving curse of the dark arts than to dangle upside down in midair, exposing a significant portion of his body. The former scenario at least presents the image of a tragic hero, while the latter undoubtedly resembles a pathetic figure, subject to humiliation. Although the physical wounds may appear more grievous in the former, it is the latter's emotional scars that remain irreparable, while bodily injuries can be healed. The trauma of the spirit is far more challenging to erase. The knots of the heart are indeed difficult to untangle. Thus, Alan possesses an acute understanding of Professor Snape's sentiments at this moment. Subsequently, Rubeus Hagrid was appointed as the instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures class, while also continuing his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid's face flushed a deep crimson as he gazed down at his large hands. A broad smile concealed behind his tangled, unruly black beard. While Dumbledore continued his address, Hagrid discreetly wiped his eyes with the tablecloth, believing himself to be unnoticed. Alan felt a surge of joy for Hagrid, enthusiastically clapping his hands. However, he still wished to find an opportune moment to gently remind Hagrid not to select overly perilous magical creatures, despite his own fervent desire to encounter a hippogriff. Well, that was the crux of the matter. Dumbledore proclaimed, "Let us commence the feast." Suddenly, the golden platters and elegant goblets before them overflowed with a sumptuous array of food and drink. The young wizard's appetites were instantly awakened, filling the hall with laughter and the clattering of cutlery. It was truly a delectable banquet. The dread instilled by the Dementor had been successfully cast aside by the young sorcerers. Chapter 203, Alan's suggestion when the last few slices of pumpkin pie vanished from the golden shallow dish. Dumbledore announced that it was time for everyone to retire for the night. Amidst the throng of Ravenclaws, Alan made his way towards the Ravenclaw Tower. "Alan!" Ron suddenly squeezed through the crowd, calling out to him. "We're going to congratulate Hagrid. Are you coming?" Ron's face was alight with anticipation. "Of course," Alan replied, offering a sheepish nod to Edward, who, understanding the cue, retreated to the dormitory on his own. Alan walked in a direction entirely opposite to his own. Harry and Hermione stood not far away, their expressions tinged with urgency as they hurried to speak with Hagrid. "Congratulations, Hagrid," they exclaimed upon reaching the staff table, with Hermione's voice ringing out loud and clear. "Thanks to you," Hagrid replied, wiping his shiny cheeks with a napkin and looking up at them. Alan deserves the most credit. Harry earnestly stated. Hagrid, you have become our professor. Hermione expressed her heartfelt joy for Hagrid. They understood how significant it was for Hagrid to attain this position. Hagrid was not a fully qualified wizard. He had been expelled from Hogwarts in his third year due to a spurious accusation. It wasn't until last semester that his name was finally cleared. I can hardly believe it. Truly remarkable, Professor Kettleburn remarked. Dumbledore had had enough of it and came directly to see me. This is precisely what I have always wanted. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he buried his face in the napkin. Hagrid, why did you choose the Monster Book of Monsters as your textbook? Alan hastily diverted Hagrid's attention. After all, a professor weeping in public would tarnish one's reputation. Moreover, Professor McGonagall, standing beside Hagrid, wore a stern expression. Her brows knitted tightly, as if she were about to usher him away. It is quite amusing, is it not? The sound of Hagrid blowing his nose was remarkably loud, followed by him wiping it with a large napkin. Indeed, observing Hagrid's eager gaze, Hermione and Harry reluctantly nodded in agreement. A book capable of severing one's fingers. What could possibly be amusing about that? Ron muttered under his breath, which Alan overheard all too clearly. Alan found himself harboring a slight affection for Ron. In truth, Hagrid, not everyone is enamored with things that are somewhat, shall we say, provocative. Alan expressed his opinions as delicately as possible. He felt that if they truly cared for Hagrid, they could not simply stand by and watch him falter in his inaugural lesson. Oh, Alan, Hagrid needs some encouragement right now. Hermione gazed at Alan with disapproval. You are correct, Hermione. However, I believe the best form of encouragement is for Hagrid to earn the respect of all the young wizards. Alan turned to Hermione, his tone earnest. Moreover, Hagrid is set to conduct his first class on magical creatures tomorrow. Do you not wish to know which creature he will introduce? With that, Alan glanced toward Hagrid. Alan is indeed right. I yearn for your approval. Thank you, Hermione. Hagrid placed his napkin back on the table, and it vanished without a trace. In my first class, I wish to introduce you all to Buckbeak, the hippogriff. A smile involuntarily spread across Hagrid's face. Alan, as Dumbledore's teaching assistant. I know your prepared materials have been well received by the young wizards. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Hagrid gazed earnestly at Alan, his large eyes unwavering. Hagrid. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures categorizes all known animals, humans, and spirits. Alan's expression grew serious. Hermione had a foreboding feeling that Alan's forthcoming words might not be what Hagrid wished to hear, and she anxiously interjected, Alan. Alan gazed at Hermione with a smile, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, leaving her temporarily speechless. These classification levels serve as a guide, enabling us to readily discern the potential danger posed by a creature. Alan continued, stating that if one is uncertain whether a being might pose a threat to young wizards, it is indeed essential to refer to these classifications. As far as I know, the hippogriff is categorized as a level 3 magical creature, while they can be tamed. Such endeavors should only be attempted by experts. It would be perilous to allow a newly promoted third-year wizard to attempt to tame them. Alan's words were well-reasoned, and Hagrid listened intently, while Hermione found herself unable to refute his arguments. In fact, she was successfully persuaded by him. Teaching should not solely revolve around the personal interests of the instructor. It must also take into account the age characteristics and academic situations of the students, Alan concluded. Alan spoke eloquently, exuding confidence. When it comes to teaching, he is undoubtedly a professional. However, where am I to find these classifications? For Hagrid, animals are simply divided into those he finds fascinating and those he does not. He has never paid attention to the notion of classification. Fantastic beasts and where to find them. Hermione exclaimed, eagerly answering Hagrid's question. Alan cast a commendatory glance at Hermione, for reasons unbeknownst to her. That singular gaze brought her a joy surpassing that of receiving praise from a professor or accruing points. A delightful warmth swelled within her, and an involuntary, radiant smile graced her face. Perhaps I could commence with the flobberworms. They're exceedingly safe, Hagrid mused. No, I would also advise against using flobberworms, Alan promptly countered. Having chosen to partake in the care of magical creatures class himself, he certainly did not wish to spend an entire lesson staring vacantly at a cluster of repugnant flobberworms. Once again, the collective gaze shifted back to Alan. This is not an option, nor is that. Hagrid appeared somewhat dejected. A popular class cannot solely hinge on safety, though safety remains the paramount consideration. Alan continued, expressing the necessity of igniting the interest of young wizards in their studies. I believe that the Quidditch snitch and the mooncalf are particularly suitable magical creatures. Perhaps the girls would be more intrigued by beautiful fairies. Not only Hagrid and his companions, but even Professor McGonagall beside them listened intently. Alan, you possess such vast knowledge. Ron was utterly captivated by Alan's erudition and charm. Harry nodded fervently in agreement. For reasons unknown, Hermione inexplicably blushed. Thank you, Alan. I think I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek out the magical creatures you mentioned. Hagrid clapped Alan's shoulder with his enormous hand, and Alan pretended to be overwhelmed, collapsing onto the nearby table. Laughter erupted among them. Oh, Alan. You never cease to astonish me. If you wish, perhaps Hogwarts will welcome you upon your graduation. Witnessing Hagrid's renewed vigor, the typically stern Professor McGonagall rarely indulged in jest. Chapter 204. Conflict the following day, as Alan returned from his morning exercise and entered the Great Hall for breakfast. He was astonished to find not only the Ravenclaw young wizards gazing at him in awe, but also students from other houses had paused their meals. Their eyes fixed upon him. It felt as though they had never laid eyes on him before. Resisting the urge to check his reflection, Alan quickened his pace and returned to his seat. Not all young wizards are equipped to confront Dementors. Luna took a seat beside him, ladling a bowl of oatmeal and swiftly consuming it through an extraordinarily thick straw. News travels fast, Alan remarked in surprise, watching Luna with curiosity. Why do you drink oatmeal through a straw? You see, Luna gently shook the straw. This prevents pesky insects from crawling straight into your mouth. Pesky insects? Alan inquired, his keen senses failing to detect the presence of any magical creatures nearby. Indeed, they are everywhere, Luna replied, waving her hand near her head as though shooing something away. With wide eyes, she produced a magazine titled The Quibbler. Perhaps you could subscribe to this magazine. Everything it states is true. Alan received the magazine, aware that it contained numerous insights that pointed directly to the truth. After expressing his gratitude to Luna, he readily agreed to subscribe. You are quite sincere, Luna remarked, gazing at Alan for a long moment before rising to depart. This is utterly absurd. You cannot possibly intend to subscribe to that magazine, can you? Penelope, holding a bowl of oatmeal, took a seat beside Alan. Of course, why not? There is always merit in reading more. Alan cheerfully placed the magazine alongside his textbooks. He mused that such niche publications often resorted to sensationalism to attract attention and boost sales. Penelope, however, deemed reading them an utter waste of time. Alan chuckled, not intending to engage in a debate with Penelope. You are always like this, too mild-mannered. Penelope retorted with dissatisfaction. The hall gradually filled with people, and Malfoy stood out conspicuously among a group of Slytherins. He seemed to be regaling a large assembly of Slytherin classmates with an especially ludicrous tale, eliciting uproarious laughter from his peers. In a moment of excessive pride, Malfoy deliberately feigned a sudden fainting spell and collided with Luna, who was passing by him, losing his balance and genuinely falling to the ground. The sound of laughter instantly reverberated throughout the hall. Pansy hastily helped Malfoy to his feet and, with an aggressive demeanor, approached Luna, forcefully shoving her. Luna stumbled backward a few steps, nearly losing her footing. Witnessing this scene, Alan's brow furrowed. Penelope, perhaps you will soon see that I am not always so mild. Alan swiftly consumed the porridge in his bowl and rose to his feet. Penelope gazed in astonishment as Alan strode towards Malfoy, her attention fixated on him, oblivious to Luna's plight. However, she promptly stood up and followed Alan. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses must not engage in conflict. If a confrontation were to ensue, she would undoubtedly position herself at the forefront, just as she was feeling emboldened. Pansy was suddenly struck by a tremendous force, tumbling backward and colliding with Malfoy. The two of them rolled into a heap, looking up to find Alan standing before them. You shall not bully our Ravenclaw, Alan declared, brandishing his wand protectively in front of Luna. Hey, Alan, Slytherin girl Pansy Parkinson screamed, her face resembling that of a puck. Are you attempting to play the gallant hero? Struggling to regain her footing, Pansy glared disdainfully at Luna from head to toe, scoffing, with such a specimen. How could you possibly be interested? Malfoy, is this your doing? Alan had no intention of confronting a girl, but Pansy was truly insufferable. Alan, this is none of your business, Malfoy retorted, both furious and agitated, as he had no desire to antagonize Alan. In my eyes, your bullying of our Ravenclaw wizards is indeed my concern, Alan replied defiantly. A few Ravenclaw students, witnessing the commotion, put down their food and gathered closer. Pansy Malfoy, when the Dementors boarded the train last night, you were not so haughty, Penelope interjected, stepping forward to defend. When did the head girl become a lapdog for the boys? Pansy Parkinson shot back with a sharp tone. Not as much as you. Penelope retorted incisively, you're practically groveling at Malfoy's feet. Pansy's face flushed with anger at Penelope's scornful expression. With a fierce glare, she drew her wand, but Malfoy restrained her. Alan, for your sake, I shall overlook this incident. But let this be the final time. Glancing at the gathering Ravenclaws, Malfoy shot a menacing look at Luna before departing the hall with Pansy and the others, resembling a chastened dog. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached. Malfoy seemed to unleash all his fury upon Harry, mimicking an arresting gesture and loudly mocking, Dementors. Harry the coward has fainted. Ignore him, Hermione urged, walking closely behind Harry. It's not worth it. Hermione firmly grasped Harry's arm to prevent him from charging forward. Harry slumped into a seat beside George Weasley at the Gryffindor table. Here's the third-year schedule, George said, handing over the paper. What's the matter, Harry? Malfoy, Ron grumbled, taking a seat on George's other side, glaring angrily at the Slytherin table. George looked up just in time to see Malfoy feigning unconsciousness and fright. That little brat nearly wet his pants, Fred remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Malfoy. I'm not too pleased myself, George admitted. Those Dementors are truly terrifying. They freeze your very insides, don't they? But you didn't faint, did you? Harry murmured. Forget about it, Harry, George encouraged him. Remember when Dad had to go to Azkaban? He said he had never seen such a dreadful place. When he returned, He was completely drained, trembling. The Dementors sucked all the joy away. Most of the inmates there eventually went mad. Well, after our first Quidditch match, let us see how merry Malfoy remains. Fred chimed in. Gryffindor versus Slytherin is the first match of the season, remember? Penelope echoed similar sentiments to Alan. Alan nodded, instead opting to comfort Luna. It's all right. It's just a nuisance. Luna's response left Penelope perplexed. Chapter 205, Potions class. At that moment, Hagrid strode into the Great Hall, clad in his lengthy, moleskin coat, absent-mindedly swinging a dead chicken ferret with one large hand. How's it going? He paused in his march toward the staff table, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. You're all coming to my first class. Straight after lunch. I've been up since 5 this morning, preparing everything. I hope the lesson goes smoothly. I've finally become a teacher. He beamed at Harry and the others, nodded at Alan, and continued towards the staff table, still swinging the lifeless ferret. What on earth is he preparing? Ron inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. With Alan's advice, it shouldn't be too outrageous, Harry replied, hastily finishing his last bite of sandwich. The students were eager to attend their inaugural class, and the hall was gradually emptying. What is your first class? Penelope asked Alan. Her curiosity piqued, while Luna gazed at him with wide eyes. Oh, potions. Alan responded, bewildered by their intense scrutiny. My first class is Transfiguration. We're on different paths. Penelope lamented as she glanced at her timetable. By the way, Professor Snape looks rather grim. You should be cautious, Penelope cautioned Alan, casting a wary glance at Professor Snape seated at the teacher's table. Following her gaze, Alan noticed Professor Snape glaring at Professor Lupin with an expression of discontent, as though Lupin owed him a substantial sum of gold. Despite his sour mood, Professor Snape keenly detected Alan's gaze. His eyes, sharp as daggers, swiftly turned towards him. Upon meeting Snape's penetrating stare, Alan felt a momentary discomfort, yet managed to display an exceedingly gentle and courteous smile. Recognizing Alan, Professor Snape gave a slight nod, then averted his gaze to resume his breakfast. Alan discreetly exhaled a sigh. He shall not trouble you, Luna murmured dreamily. I shall not afford him the opportunity. Alan replied with a smile. Whoever seeks to trouble you shall ultimately find themselves ensnared, Penelope quipped with a mischievous wink. The potions classroom lay in the depths below, cold and foreboding. Glass jars lined the walls, containing eerie specimens of animals preserved in murky liquids. Chilly water poured from the grotesque mouth of a stone gargoyle into the pool below, as the students set up their cauldrons. Professor Snape strode into the room with an air of purpose. Today, we shall concoct a new potion, the shrinking solution. Does anyone know what ingredients are required? What effects it may yield? His gaze swept over the young witches and wizards, silencing them into a hush, too fearful to meet his eyes, except for one, Ravenclaw's Alan. Recalling their shared glance earlier that morning, Professor Snape called out Alan's name. To create the shrinking solution, one must finely chop the root of the daisy. Peel the wrinkled fig, slice the caterpillar into thin pieces, and add a drop of rat bile along with a small amount of leech juice. Its effect is to diminish the size of objects. Calm and composed, Alan responded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Professor Snape. The latter glowered at Alan, while the Ravenclaw students watched with growing concern. To everyone's astonishment, Professor Snape awarded 5 points to Ravenclaw. Moreover, observant classmates noted that his brow was no longer furrowed as tightly as before. The students exchanged puzzled glances. Had Alan cast a confundish charm on the professor? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take notes. Professor Snape rapped the lectern with dissatisfaction. The young wizards promptly bowed their heads, seized their quills, and began to record. Following this, under Professor Snape's menacing gaze, the students meticulously trimmed the roots of the daisies and carefully peeled the figs. They all recognized that although Professor Snape regarded Alan with newfound respect, it did not grant them the liberty to let their guard down in class. Alan deftly sliced the roots of the little daisies into uniformly equal pieces, a sight that had long ceased to astonish his fellow Ravenclaws. As Alan placed all the ingredients into the cauldron, his classmates were still grappling with the squirming caterpillars. The soft, slimy creatures looked exceedingly repulsive after being cut. Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff continuously wiped the green juice from her hands, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, observing Professor Snape patrolling the Ravenclaw cauldron. Ernie Macmillan surreptitiously transformed both his and Hannah's caterpillars into frozen specimens. This made the task significantly easier and spared their hands from becoming soiled. Gratefully, Hannah smiled at Ernie, who responded with a cheerful wink. Foolish. Professor Snape suddenly interjected, his voice resonating with peril. Ernie jumped, nearly toppling the cauldron. Snape strode purposefully towards Ernie and Hannah, causing all the young witches and wizards to pause their work, peering curiously to discern who had drawn the professor's ire. What a splendid idea, indeed. Freezing the caterpillars and then slicing them, Snape exclaimed, lifting one of Ernie's cut caterpillar pieces high for all to see. Do you believe yourself wiser than all the potion masters? Did you not hear me state clearly that you must not alter the properties of the ingredients at will? How can I convey this to you, Macmillan? Snape's gaze bore down on Ernie, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised to strike. Ernie's face flushed crimson, trembling as tears threatened to spill forth. I'm sorry, Professor. Hannah sobbed. It was all for me that Ernie devised such a method. If you fear getting dirty, then perhaps you should return home on the train. Snape coldly retorted, Otherwise, you will merely waste the ingredients. Should your potion fail to brew successfully by the end of class, Hufflepuff shall lose 20 points. With that, Professor Snape turned away from them. Hannah buried her face in her hands, while the other Hufflepuff students regarded her with sympathetic expressions. "Oh, we have no more caterpillars," Ernie despaired, casting a pleading glance towards his classmates. However, under Snape's watchful eye, none dared to make a move. "Professor, my shrinking potion has been successfully brewed," one student declared. Alan raised his hand, and Professor Snape approached his cauldron. From a distance, one could discern the vibrant and dazzling green potion within Alan's cauldron. Professor Snape scooped some with a spoon and slowly poured it back into the cauldron, surprisingly revealing a hint of a smile on his face, which left the young wizards observing in awe. Chapter 206, Malfoy Injured. "Well done, Harris." Professor Snape nodded, yet he did not award any points to Ravenclaw. Alan carefully poured the potion into a bottle and placed it upon the podium. "The professor should give you extra points," Edward murmured softly. "It's quite all right." "My objective has already been achieved," Alan replied with a nonchalant smile. Ernie from Hufflepuff had begun to slice a caterpillar, while Hannah, no longer able to disdain the caterpillar's juice, meticulously handled the ingredients. Professor Snape cast a suspicious glance at Alan, who, unfazed, looked back at him with an innocent expression. As he captured Professor Snape's attention, Michael Corner, noticing the gesture Alan made behind him, immediately took action and shared his caterpillar with Ernie and Hannah. "Alan, may I borrow your copper scales?" Edward inquired anxiously as the class neared its end. "Of course," Alan replied, passing the scales while discreetly including some small daisy roots. Edward and Alan exchanged a knowing glance, then returned their focus to their respective potions. Just minutes before the class concluded, Edward finally completed his potion. Everyone gathered around as Professor Snape, his dark eyes glimmering, remarked, "Let us observe what these two little mice will become. If their shrinking potion is brewed correctly, they shall shrink to the size of newborns. However, should it be poorly concocted, which I have no doubt it will be, these two mice may very well be poisoned. In that case, Hufflepuff will lose 20 points." The students watched with concern as Professor Snape grasped one of the mice in his left hand and extended a small spoon towards Ernie.